Karmit traversed into the magical realm of Hogwarts, becoming the sole heir of the illustrious and affluent Black family, now in its sixth generation. Bereft of any inherent advantages, Karmit initially found himself in a state of profound despair regarding his circumstances. However, perhaps due to the wisdom accrued from 2 lifetimes, he discovered that his memory and learning capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Within the Black family, a vast repository of magical tomes and an array of spells awaited him. Karmit swiftly mastered numerous incantations. As he reflected on the black killing curse he had just conjured with ease, he pondered its potential. Could the curse truly absorb soul fragments and alter their hue? Severe as Snape remarked, the Black family is truly insufferable, yet Karmit is somewhat tolerable. Albus Dumbledore mused, while I have many troublesome students, only Karmit leaves me utterly perplexed. The elder cat lady proclaimed, Karmit is my finest pupil, I take immense pride in having taught him. The noseless creature lamented, in comparison to Karmit, I feel like a mere novice. I boasted of having slain hundreds, and he merely praised me, inquiring how many I had dispatched the previous day. All of this was in pursuit of a greater purpose. Chapter 1. Karmit, the sole heir of the 6th generation of the Black family. In the dead of night, within a 2-story building in Nocturne Alley, a gathering of 10 wizards convened. They were strategically positioned throughout the room, appearing disorganized, yet each was vigilant, prepared to respond to any potential threat. At the center of the room, a young boy lounged on a sofa, his legs crossed nonchalantly. Clad in a shimmering silver suit, he possessed black hair and dark eyes. An unusual emblem adorned his chest, resembling a shield at its upper corners. 2 pentagrams rested, while the center bore a mountain-shaped symbol. Below it lay a short sword, flanked by 2 leaping greyhounds. At the base of the shield, a ribbon displayed the words toujours pur, meaning always pure. All within the wizarding community recognized the significance of this insignia. It belonged to the Black family, the most esteemed and affluent lineage in British wizardry. This young boy was none other than the last 6th generation heir of the Black family and its current patriarch, Karmit Black. Karmit took a delicate sip from his cup of red tea. Byler, has Belinda not yet returned? He inquired. Upon hearing his question, a wizard approached and knelt before him. My lord, by my calculations, she should be arriving shortly. Karmit nodded in acknowledgement, and approximately 10 minutes passed by the window, a wizard proclaimed, Master, Belinda has returned. Karmit waved his hand dismissively. The speaking wizard approached the door and opened it. Soon after, a female wizard entered the room, carrying a male wizard. She unceremoniously cast the male wizard onto the ground. Then, she knelt before Karmit, stating, Master, I brought the man back. Karmit gazed down at the male wizard, who looked up at him in terror. The man crawled desperately to Karmit's feet. Master, merciful master, please forgive me. Grant me another chance. Karmit spoke slowly. Ulysses, I have always placed my trust in you. I entrusted you with the management of the first magical creature materials shop of the Black family. Karmit's tone was remarkably calm. However, to the ears of Ulysses and the other wizards kneeling before him, it felt as though their very blood had frozen in their veins. They understood their master, while the calmer he was, the more furious he truly was. Karmit lifted his foot and placed it upon Ulysses' head. Yet, you have betrayed my trust. You have wounded my heart. Ulysses Cecil. Ulysses trembled violently, as if shaken by an unseen force. That I am sorry, master. They captured my family. I had no choice. I truly had no choice. Karmit replied, Once upon a time, I considered you my family. Bilal, standing beside him, nodded before turning to open the bedroom door. Ulysses' eyes widened in horror. His family was in the room, bound and gagged. His wife, his son, his mother, they were all there. Ulysses prostrated himself, bowing repeatedly. Master, I implore you, release them. It is all my fault. Please, do not harm them. Karmit demanded. So, Ulysses, tell me, who exactly orchestrated this? Without a moment's hesitation, Ulysses replied, Axley, it was Axley. Karmit inquired, Oh, Axley, you say? Are you certain? Ulysses nodded vigorously. Yes, it was Axley. I know old Axley, he came to me personally. He captured my family, and I truly had no other options. I beg you, master, spare me. Karmit removed his foot. Ulysses, ever perceptive, quickly crawled over and began to wipe Karmit's shoes with his sleeve. Karmit spoke softly. I've stated before that I appreciate those who value their families. Ulysses' eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, my master, I cherish my family deeply. Karmit smiled. However, I considered you family as well, yet you did not value me. Karmit extended his hand, and beside him, Belinda withdrew her wand from her bosom, presenting it to him with both hands. Karmit accepted the wand and gently tapped it against the throat of Ulysses. Ulysses' body suddenly froze. Master, my master, Karmit spoke, for the many years you've been by my side, Ulysses, I shall personally see you on your way. Fear not, for you shall not be alone. I will accompany your family to join you. As you hold them dear that Ulysses' eyes widened in shock. Before he could utter a word, a dark green light erupted from the wand in Karmit's hand. The green light pierced into Ulysses' body. Ulysses had no chance to react. His life force was extinguished. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Belinda stepped forward and retrieved the wand from Karmit's hand. Karmit remarked, "Grant them a swift end after all. Ulysses once worked alongside you. Though he erred, I believe his life is sufficient to atone for his mistakes." Belinda nodded. "Indeed, Master, your mercy is unparalleled." Karmit smiled. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from sight. After Karmit's departure, a glint of coldness flickered in Belinda's eyes. "Beryl, let us prepare a fitting reception for Ulysses' family. While the Master may be merciful, we cannot allow such traitors to depart so easily." Beryl smirked. "Of course, my lady, as you wish." Soon, the house echoed with anguished screams, accompanied by the chilling incantations of curses. The other wizards remained unfazed. They had grown accustomed to such scenes. In fact, they were somewhat eager to partake. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Karmit awoke in room 12 of the London Grimer Square. At his bedside, a cup of warm milk and a copy of the Daily Prophet awaited him. Leaning against the headboard, he unfurled the newspaper for a glance. His eyes immediately fell upon the most prominent headline on the front page. Yesterday, a residence in Turnover Alley caught fire. By the time the Aurors arrived, the flames had nearly consumed the dwelling. 4 corpses were discovered within, and investigations revealed the cause of the fire was a fiend fire curse. The Ministry of Magic has classified this as an attack by dark wizards and has dispatched Aurors to commence an investigation. Karmit disdainfully tossed the newspaper aside, regarding the ministry as akin to the Western authorities, appearing only after the fact. Utterly useless, merely a waste. Chapter 2. The Chattering Old Woman and the Fiery Alley. Karmit rolled out of bed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth, before retrieving a book from the nearby shelf. As he sipped his milk, he perused a comprehensive guide to dark magic. After traversing into this new realm, Karmit discovered that his memory and learning capabilities were extraordinarily heightened. With spells, he could grasp the fundamentals after merely a single reading, and quickly attain proficiency thereafter. Karmit surmised that this was his unique advantage. Indeed, Karmit was a traveler from another world, having been born into this one. He had become a character not present in the original narrative. He was the sole descendant of the Black family from its 6th generation. His father, Regulus Black, was the same individual who, at the tender age of 16, joined the Death Eaters, initially believing Voldemort to be a figure worthy of admiration, akin to Grindelwald. However, he later realized that Voldemort was nothing more than a deranged terrorist. The tipping point for Regulus came when Voldemort harmed the family's house elf, Creature, shattering his resolve. At the age of 18, he ventured to steal one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the locket of Salazar Slytherin, only to meet his demise at the hands of a corpse. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, prior to his quest for the Horcrux, Regulus had visited his girlfriend at Hogwarts, and they shared a delightful evening together. It was on that very night that Karmit came into existence. Regulus, tragically unaware, would have likely reconsidered his fateful choice had he known. Following Regulus's death, Creature, adhering to his master's wishes, delivered some heirlooms to Karmit's mother. It was then that Creature discovered his master's bloodline had persisted. Regrettably, during Karmit's birth, his mother faced complications and, just before her passing, glimpsed a comet streaking across the sky. In accordance with the Black family's naming tradition, she named her son after this celestial event before departing from the world. Creature subsequently bore Karmit to the Black family. Had it been a few years earlier, Karmit might have been considered exceptionally fortunate as the sole heir to the wealthiest family in the magical realm. However, the timing of his arrival was far from opportune, as the Ministry of Magic and other pure-blooded families had turned predatory. Following the imprisonment of the last 2 members of the Black family, Sirius and Bella, the family's fortune was divided among others. Had Karmit's aunt, Narcissa, not intervened to reclaim a portion of the wealth, he might have perished from starvation in his early years. It is almost comical to consider that the sole heir of the illustrious Black family, renowned as the wealthiest in the magical world, nearly succumbed to hunger. Eventually, at the age of 6, utilizing memories from his past life and 100 galleons, Karmit established his first shop in Diagon Alley. The Black Coffee Shop, with its philosophy of ample ice and smooth coffee, earned him his first fortune. In the subsequent years, he continued to expand his entrepreneurial endeavors, opening the Black Dessert Shop, the Black Tailoring Shop, and the Black Bookstore in Diagon Alley. Amidst the monopolistic establishments, a piece of flesh was mercilessly torn away. The commercial empire of Kamite gradually began to take shape. Naturally, the once declining Black family, suddenly endowed with wealth, would attract the covetous eyes of others. The interconnections among magical families rendered them indifferent to such interests, and they hesitated to act against the Blacks. However, for the rogue wizards, there were no such reservations. Without formidable protectors, the Black family became a tempting target. Countless individuals yearned for the riches of the Black family. Unbeknownst to them, as time passed, Karmit was steadily evolving. Possessing an extraordinary memory and remarkable learning abilities, the first spell that Karmit mastered was the Killing Curse. Remarkably, after merely 2 attempts, he was capable of unleashing it. Within just a year, Karmit had already developed a certain level of combat prowess. He proactively sought out these rogue wizards. On that fateful day, many lives were lost in the alley. Similarly, some were subdued and brought under his command. Byler Nelson and Belinda Edward, the 2 most competent individuals under Karmit, were among those he had conquered that day. As his amassed power grew, Karmit ultimately resolved to engage in endeavors befitting a wizard. The first venture he set his sights on was the potion trade. However, despite his formidable learning abilities, Karmit lacked a reputation. Concocting potions for sale would not only hinder his ability to attract clientele, but also consume an excessive amount of time. After contemplating for a while, Karmit shifted his focus to the business of magical creatures materials. This choice stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the business proved to be exceedingly lucrative. Second, Karmit was soon to embark on his studies at Hogwarts. Within Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest served as a significant source for magical creature materials. Yet, this decision encroached upon the interests of others. For instance, the Axley family, who owned the largest shop for magical creature materials in Diagon Alley. Naturally, other pureblood families engaged in this trade as well. However, those families possessed the strength and capability to seize opportunities. The Axley family found themselves at a disadvantage. But why should the Black family be exempt? Open confrontation would tarnish the Axley family's reputation. Thus, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Had Karmit not discovered their intentions in time, the materials painstakingly acquired by Belinda and the others from the Axley family supply team might have gone up in flames. These pureblood families were still too reckless in their pursuits. Shaking his head, Karmit removed his pajamas and donned a black suit from a nearby hanger. He then opened the door and exited the room. Just as he reached the staircase, the sound of harsh and hysterical curses reached his ears. Damn it, you worthless fool. What on earth occupies your mind? Oh, I almost forgot. House elves lack brains. Look at what you have done, you filthy wretch. I have made it abundantly clear that you are to prepare white shoes for young Karmit. White ones. Do you comprehend? Are you incapable of recognizing colors? Damn it. You foolish creature. Karmit felt a slight headache. This voice was all too familiar, a daily occurrence each morning. The commotion emanated from the only moving portrait within the Black family, Walburga Black, a member of the Black family for 4 generations and the mother of Regulus. She was, in fact, his own grandmother, a cantankerous old lady with a sharp tongue. Once, she had scolded Karmit until he nearly ignited her with a burst of magic, which finally subdued her. Chapter 3. A visit to Malfoy Manor, the banquet. Upon hearing footsteps from above, Walburga ceased her tirade. Little Karmit, are you awake? Karmit replied, yes. You are scolding creature again. Walburga retorted, that imbecile prepared you black shoes. Only white can symbolize your purity and noble lineage. Today, you are to attend a gathering of pureblood families, and you must present your best self. Creature, standing nearby, appeared quite aggrieved, refraining from uttering a word. Karmit interjected, it was I who requested black shoes. Walburga paused, is that so? Black is fine. It matches your attire splendidly today. Karmit chose to ignore the incessant prattle of the elderly lady and turned to Creature. Creature, have you prepared the gift for my aunt? Creature nodded vigorously, it is ready. Young master. Karmit accepted the small box from Creature's hands. Upon opening it, he found a delicate pair of earrings inside. Creature spoke once more, young master. Belinda is already awaiting your presence. Do you wish to see her now? Karmit nodded. Yes, prepare breakfast and have her wait for me in the dining room. Creature acknowledged and promptly scurried off to make arrangements. Once Creature had departed, Karmit gazed at the portrait of Walburga on the wall. Grandmother, I do not wish to hear your incessant diatribes and tireless curses first thing in the morning. Walburga fell silent. Karmit said nothing further and turned to head towards the dining room. In the dining room, Belinda stood waiting. Upon seeing Karmit approach, she quickly knelt. Good morning. My esteemed master. Karmit waved his hand dismissively. Rise. Belinda stood, and, once Karmit had taken his seat, she positioned herself at his right hand. Before Karmit could inquire, Belinda began her report. Yesterday, our shop's revenue remained stable. With the approaching school year at Hogwarts, Diagon Alley will once again bustle with activity, and our income should rise accordingly. Karmit nodded. What of the magical creature materials shop? Has Axley caused any further disturbances? Belinda replied. The events of yesterday may have frightened them. Old Axley has not taken any action. However, I suspect he may attempt something at today's gathering. I urge you to exercise caution, my master. Karmit wiped his mouth and carelessly tossed the silk handkerchief onto the table. That should be good news. If he seeks his own demise, I shall facilitate it. Belinda remarked. Indeed, before our master, old Axley is but a jest. Had the master required it, he should have perished in his tortoiseshell manner last night. Karmit shook his head, Not yet. He will die, but not now. For the moment, he still holds some utility. Belinda nodded. As you wish, master. Last night, I assessed our shop's materials, and they are rather scant. We cannot endure prolonged consumption. Should I accompany Byler to procure more supplies? Karmit replied, not for now. Soon, we shall acquire new sources, and of excellent quality. For the time being, let us stabilize our loyal patrons with what we have in stock. Our immediate priority is to seek out 2 potion masters to become our regular customers. Only then can we stimulate purchases from other wizards. Belinda responded, currently, renowned potion masters typically have fixed suppliers. If we wish to entice them, we must offer lower prices, which may antagonize other pureblood families. There is, however, one individual who does not yet have a stable shop. A name flashed in Karmit's mind. You mean Severus Snape? Belinda nodded. Precisely. He is the only one without a dedicated supply shop. If we can persuade him to join us, the reputation of the youngest potion master will undoubtedly attract many customers. Karmit said, let us discuss this further once I arrive at Hogwarts. Severus Snape is not a man to be trifled with. Belinda added, have I not yet congratulated you on your acceptance to Hogwarts? With your presence, I trust the ever-proud Slytherin will soon welcome their Serpent King. Wiltshire, outside Malfoy Manor. As a swirl appeared, in the next moment, Karmit's figure materialized on the spot. This was not Karmit's first visit to Malfoy Manor. He entered with familiarity and immediately spotted the platinum blonde in the courtyard. Draco Malfoy, his cousin, stood hesitantly beside a flying broomstick. Karmit spoke. Hesitation leads to defeat. Draco, I have taught you that one must seize the moment when the opportunity arises. Hearing Karmit's voice, Draco turned in surprise. Karmit? You've come. Karmit nodded. Draco approached with the broomstick in hand. You arrived quite early. Mother mentioned you yesterday. I shall take you inside. She will be delighted to see you. Karmit nodded once more and followed Draco into the manor. Inside, several house elves were busy preparing for the evening's banquet. Narcissa and Lucius were seated, perusing the newspaper. Draco called out, Mother, Father, Karmit has arrived. Lucius and Narcissa simultaneously turned to face him. Narcissa stood in delight. Little Karmit, how wonderful to see you so early. Come, have you eaten yet? Let the house elf prepare some refreshments for you, said Karmit, slightly bowing to Lucius. Aunt, Uncle, greetings. Lucius nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Karmit continue. I have brought you a gift, Aunt, a new piece from the Black Jewelry Shop, crafted from Muggle diamonds. Narcissa eagerly accepted the box and opened it. My heavens, it is exquisite. Lucius glanced over, equally astonished by the design of the diamond earrings. However, he remarked, Muggles always seem to be fascinated by such trifles. Karmit chuckled. You are right, Uncle, but life cannot be devoid of such pleasures, can it? Enjoyment should be the essence of life. Lucius remained noncommittal. Narcissa turned to Lucius and then to Karmit, saying, Karmit, what would you like to drink? I shall prepare it for you. Karmit replied, if there is coffee, that would be splendid. Narcissa responded, Little one, you shouldn't have too much coffee. I will get you a cup of hot chocolate instead. Karmit sighed, pondering the unnecessary inquiry. Narcissa called to Draco, Little dragon, come help. Draco appeared reluctant, wishing to converse with Karmit a bit longer. Karmit said, then I shall trouble you, Draco. Hearing Karmit say this, a smile brightened Draco's face. Rest assured, I will prepare you a delightful cup of hot chocolate. Chapter 4, Lucius and Karmit. Karmit smiled at Draco as he followed Narcissa to prepare the beverages. Meanwhile, Karmit settled down across from Lucius, aware that Lucius had something to discuss with him. Indeed, after the mother and son had departed, Lucius spoke directly. It was you who caused the commotion in Nocturne Alley, wasn't he it? Karmit did not conceal the truth and nodded. While Lucius was a man who valued pure blood and self-interest above all, technically, he and Karmit were in a mutually beneficial relationship. From the day Narcissa had assisted Karmit, their families had become intertwined in interests. Lucius remarked, your methods were too harsh and too hasty. It could easily provoke that old fool, Ackerley. Karmit replied, even if I had not acted, he would still not spare me. I have infringed upon Ackerley's interests, or rather, many families' interests, and thus, they cannot tolerate my presence. Lucius frowned. If you are aware of this, why rush to involve yourself in the affairs of the wizarding world? Your clothing stores and cold goods shops are more than sufficient to bring you considerable wealth. You only need to develop gradually, waiting for the right opportunity to reclaim the Black family's fortune from the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, as time passes, with Sirius and Bella gone from Azkaban, their wealth should rightfully belong to you, the sole heir of the Black family. What is there to be so anxious about? Karmit shook his head. It is different. The Blacks are ultimately a pure-blood family. Some businesses originally belonged to the Black family, and I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. As for the other pure-blood families, no matter how I choose, the outcome remains unchanged. From the moment of my birth, I have already touched upon the interests of many. Countless individuals desire to overthrow the Black family, as they once collectively feasted upon its resources. Lucius remarked, do you wish to wage war? Karmit waved his hand dismissively, Uncle. The term war is too severe. Rather than war, it would be more accurate to speak of debt collection. Lucius leaned back on the sofa. You cannot accomplish this, Karmit. You should be well aware of the greatest strength of pureblood families, even the Malfoy family. The reason we dominate the wizarding world is that we possess power, wealth, and many willing to become vassals. These individuals constitute the true strength of pureblood families. And you, Karmit, as the heir of the Black family, are ultimately too young. The Black family has declined, and reviving it will require considerable time. Your ambitions are too grand. Karmit shook his head. I do not have that much time. Nor do I believe that the current pureblood families necessitate such an investment from me. I have many matters to attend to. The pureblood families are merely stumbling blocks on my path. Unlike others, who would merely move these obstacles aside, my approach is to grind the stones into dust, ensuring they never again become hindrances. Lucius gazed at Karmit, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. You are more arrogant than I imagined. Karmit shrugged. Perhaps. The Axley family will vanish, and soon, for old Axley is aging. Rather than waiting for the Ministry of Magic and other hyenas to divide the Axley family's wealth, I would prefer to safeguard it myself. Lucius fell silent for a moment. What if one day the Malfoy family stands in your way? Karmit chuckled. Uncle, your words truly pique my curiosity. Draco is my cousin, and you are my uncle. Would you obstruct my path? Karmit fixed his gaze on Lucius, his expression inscrutable. Lucius returned the look, their eyes meeting. After a minute or so, Lucius smiled. Of course not. We are family, and we shall always be family. The Malfoy family will be a steadfast ally of the Black family. Ultimately, the Malfoy family will pass into Draco's hands. He has experienced too little, is too naive, and still requires your guidance on many principles and skills. Karmit also smiled. Naturally, I am more than willing. After all, Draco is my cousin. The two exchanged smiles, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, neither of them considered what the outcome might have been had Lucius answered differently just moments ago. They chose not to continue discussing serious matters, but instead began to engage in casual conversation, the atmosphere becoming exceptionally pleasant. Before long, Narcissa returned with Draco in tow. Draco carried a tray bearing 2 cups of coffee and 2 cups of hot chocolate. Narcissa observed the expressions on Karmit and Lucius's faces. Noticing their calm demeanor and lively conversation, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed they were enjoying their discussion. Karmit rose to his feet, taking the tray from Draco's hands and placing it on the table. Of course, Uncle, your vast knowledge always enlightens me during our conversations, he remarked. Lucius lifted a cup of coffee to his nose, inhaling its aroma before taking a sip. Karmit, you are ever so eloquent. Despite the age gap and my status as your elder, I am continually impressed by your talent. If only Draco could learn a bit more from you. It would certainly ease my concerns. Draco scratched his head in response. Father, I have been studying with my cousin. But you mentioned that he is quite busy and advised me not to disturb him. Consequently, I haven't seen him in over a month. Narcissa gently patted Draco's head. Hogwarts will soon commence, and then you will attend alongside Karmit and Slytherin. You will have ample opportunity to learn from him. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes lit up. Cousin, are you really going to Hogwarts too? Karmit nodded. Indeed, I have received my acceptance letter. Draco stood up excitedly. Then cousin, let us go shopping in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Father mentioned we would go, and I have been eagerly anticipating it. Karmit glanced at Lucius, who replied, We do indeed plan to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. If you have yet to procure those items, Karmit, you may join us. Karmit agreed. Very well, I shall see you in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Draco cheered, while Lucius rapped the table gently. Draco, mind your posture. Draco complied, returning to his seat obediently. The four continued to sip their drinks while engaging in light conversation, until it was time for lunch. Karmit stayed at Malfoy Manor to share a meal. In the afternoon, Narcissa and Lucius departed to prepare for the evening's banquet. To put it simply, they went to get dressed. Karmit was naturally handsome, yet not everyone possessed such innate charm. In Draco's room, Karmit was engrossed in a book on spells, while Draco held a different tome, basic spells. However, unlike Karmit's focused demeanor, Draco's face was contorted in distress. Cousin, can't we wait until school starts to learn spells? I simply do not understand. Karmit did not lift his gaze. You are aware of the competition for the position of Slytherin prefect, correct? If you do not master any spells, how can you contend for the role? Draco replied. With you around, who could possibly compete for the prefect position? Karmit asserted, I have no interest in the prefect role. My singular ambition has always been to be the head of Slytherin. Draco paused momentarily, then cast aside the book and sprang upright from the bed. Head boy? Cousin, you intend to vie for head boy? In your first year? Karmit nodded, casually flipping a page of the book in his hand. Draco remarked, I heard from Mother that the head boy of Slytherin must simultaneously challenge all Slytherin students for a month, during which time any Slytherin student can instigate a duel against the challenger at any moment. Moreover, no more than 10 may join forces, yet the challenger stands alone. It is said that the head boy system was established by Salazar Slytherin himself, aimed at selecting a true champion to lead the entire Slytherin house. However, since the inception of this system, Slytherin has never had a genuine head boy. Even the Dark Lord, while close to that title, could not face 10 of his peers united, at least not while in school. Karmit interjected, "It is not that the Dark Lord is incapable. Rather, during his school years, he had too few legal means at his disposal and far too many constraints." Draco questioned, "Constraints? Why would he have constraints? He is the Dark Lord." Karmit set the book down, responding, "Draco, no one can act without restraint. Even the strongest must adhere to this truth. The Dark Lord is indeed formidable. Yet he still has opponents he cannot defeat, such as Dumbledore. Beyond Dumbledore, the Dark Lord must also consider his reputation." Draco expressed confusion. Reputation? The Dark Lord? The notion of connecting these two concepts was beyond Draco's understanding. Karmit continued, "Do you think those who initially joined the Death Eaters did so for no reason? Your father and my deranged aunt. What prompted their allegiance to the Death Eaters? Perhaps later recruits joined out of self-preservation or for greater gains. However, the Death Eaters can be traced back to the time of the Dark Lord's schooling, when individuals chose to follow him. Do you truly believe it was solely due to his power?" Draco questioned, "Isn't that the case?" Karmit shook his head in resignation. "Draco, do you know that the Dark Lord was once the most exceptional student at Hogwarts in a century? He was the only one elected as the male student council president in his 5th year. Even then, he managed to establish the predecessor to the Death Eaters, attracting many to rally around him and obey his commands. Do you think that was achievable solely through ability?" Draco was taken aback. Was he truly that impressive? Karmit affirmed. Indeed, had he not later resorted to excessive violence and cruelty, he would have been regarded as a remarkably charismatic individual. The reason he did not secure the position of head boy was that, during his studies, he was already engrossed in the research of dark magic. This led to his having too few legitimate means to present himself before others. If he were to seize the position of chief through dark magic, the school would never accept him. This is the true reason he cannot attain the top position, which has nothing to do with his own strength. In contrast, I am adept in dark magic, yet I equally possess those honorable means." Draco nodded in apparent understanding. After listening for a considerable time, he grasped 2 points. First, the mysterious figure is formidable, and second, his cousin is even more exceptional than the mysterious one. That is all there is to it. Why ponder further? The thought that his cousin surpasses the mysterious figure instantly filled Draco with a sense of pride, as his gaze began to reflect an air of superiority. Observing this, Karmit sighed in exasperation. There is no saving Draco. He is truly beyond redemption. Educating the foolish son of a landlord is an arduous task. Henceforth, it would suffice for him to act merely as a brute. Initially, he had desired Draco to serve as his assistant. In light of this, it seems the best choice for an assistant would be clever girls like Hermione and Luna. Girls are truly delightful, soft and fragrant. It was indeed Karmit's folly to have ever considered Draco for such a role. Foolish Karmit. He redirected his attention to the book before him. It must be said, the Malfoy family's collection of books is quite substantial, containing volumes that the Black family lacks. However, Lucius has been overly cautious, hiding some materials on dark magic while disposing of others. Not a single tome documenting dark magic remains in his possession. In this regard, the Black family excels. From the very first generation, they have placed great importance on such literary works, preserving every volume, regardless of its utility. Karmit's current prowess is undoubtedly a result of the collective efforts of his ancestors. Time passed slowly. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lucius and his wife returned, clad in pristine formal attire. Narcissa had even styled her hair, sporting a dual-tone hue that promised to set a new trend within the wizarding community. Gradually, guests began to arrive at Malfoy Manor, and the estate grew lively. In the garden pavilion, Karmit sat reading, while Draco, as the young master of Malfoy Manor, was naturally occupied with entertaining the offspring of other pureblood families. In simpler terms, he was off mingling and playing. Chapter 6. A slight display of power can breach defenses. Karmit sought refuge in the garden for a moment of peace. Perusing the book in his hands, he utilized the afternoon to master 2 new spells. One must admit, his progress was remarkably swift. Just then, a voice broke the tranquility. "Look who it is, the head of the Black family, hiding in this spot to read. What's the matter? Have you never encountered a grand event and are afraid of being frightened into submission?" Karmit furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed, smiling as he addressed the newcomer. "I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be Uncle Axley. Have you not ventured to the Black household goods store to purchase the new toothpaste they've released? It boasts remarkable efficacy against halitosis." Axley cast a cold glance at Karmit. "I believe I have no need to buy it. After all, I am not fond of switching toothpaste. If I grow accustomed to one and the shop were to suddenly vanish, I would be compelled to spend time readjusting." Karmit chuckled. "Oh, Uncle Axley, you seem to overthink. The Black family has a long-standing legacy. Their history and wealth are unmatched by mere small families. The store will not simply disappear. Speaking of forgetfulness, it seems the Axley family recently opened an ice cream parlor, only to see it shut down within a week. I was even contemplating discussing the possibility of purchasing that shop from you when I had the time. Old Axley's face flushed with rage upon hearing this. Damn it. How dare you bring that up? He took a couple of steps forward, visibly agitated. Karmit interjected. Uncle, if you step any closer, I may find myself compelled to act. For I cannot simply disregard the furious head of the Axley family. Old Axley halted, eyeing Karmit warily. As members of pure-blood families, both had ambitions to usurp the Black family. Axley was acutely aware of Karmit's prowess. The boy before him appeared harmless, yet he was, in truth, a ferocious beast capable of devouring whole. Although he could not fathom how Karmit had attained such strength at his age, he certainly felt trepidation in the presence of this formidable youth. Karmit smirked at Axley's demeanor. Are you afraid, uncle? Axley replied coldly. Karmit of the Black family. Do not be so smug. Our game has only just begun, and there are certain games beyond your comprehension. It would be wise for you to take your current wealth and depart quickly, distancing yourself as far as possible. Perhaps then, you might retain your life. Karmit shrugged. Unfortunately, I am rather stingy. Those who have taken from me shall be made to return it. If they refuse, I shall knock out their teeth to retrieve what is mine. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Axley's eyes. That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so. With that, he scoffed and turned to leave. Karmit watched with a smile as Axley's figure faded from view. Were it not for the timing, Axley would have long since met his demise. No matter. Let him dance for a while longer. The life of a pure-blood family patriarch must surely yield some value, mustn't he? In comparison to profit, a moment of patience is hardly an unbearable sacrifice. Glancing at the time, Karmit closed the book, packed it away, and made his way toward the banquet hall. Inside, a considerable number of guests had already gathered. In the center of the hall stood a long table. Beyond the main seat, there are 6 seats on each side, reserved for the 12 pure-blood families in attendance today. This excludes the Weasley family, which has been unofficially disqualified from the 28 pure-blood families, as well as those pure-blood families that have become completely extinct. Presently, only 13 active pure-blood families remain in the Wizarding World. Among these 13, with the exception of the Black family, all belong to families that have produced Death Eaters. It is simply outrageous. Karmit settled into his position at the rightmost seat. Coincidentally, directly opposite him sat the elder Ackerley. Upon seeing Karmit, a fierce glint flashed in Ackerley's eyes. Damn it, your presence even affects my appetite. Karmit chuckled. Why don't you leave then? I believe my uncle and his other guests wouldn't mind. After all, Uncle Ackerley has no heirs. Perhaps he is eager to return home and conceive a child. Otherwise, once you're gone, the Ackerley family won't have a single chair left. Even if a spot is prepared for you, no one will be able to occupy it. At this, the elder Ackerley was visibly rattled. What did you just say? Members of the other pure-blood families struggled to suppress their laughter. The absence of heirs is a perennial agony for Ackerley. Not only is he without descendants, but he lacks a wife as well. In fact, this is a dilemma many pure-blood families currently face, a lack of successors. Lucius glanced at Ackerley. Ackerley, today is the gathering of the Malfoy organization. You have lost your composure. Ackerley scoffed, returning to his seat. Karmit wore a smile as Lucius gently tapped his spoon against the cup before him. Silence enveloped the banquet hall. Lucius rose, raising his goblet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Malfoy Manor for this gathering of pure-blood families. Let us raise our glasses in a toast to pure-bloods. The assembly lifted their goblets and echoed, to pure-bloods. Before downing their drinks in unison, Karmit took a delicate sip and exclaimed, Ah, milk. He turned to his side to look at Narcissa, who smiled and nodded at him. Karmit returned her smile. In truth, gatherings of pure-blood families are exceedingly dull. A group of dark wizards, discussing topics that revolve solely around business and pure-blood lineage. Karmit found this utterly disdainful. The blessings of their ancestors had blinded their eyes. Pure-blood? What a ridiculous fixation. Were it not for the fact that this was a gathering initiated by Malfoy Manor, he would not have attended at all. It was a sheer waste of time. The banquet continued until around 9 in the evening, when guests began to depart in succession. At the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Narcissa and Draco personally saw Karmit off. Draco, somewhat reluctant, said, Cousin, why don't you stay at our place tonight? We can go to Diagon Alley together tomorrow. Karmit replied, No. Let us meet at Diagon Alley tomorrow. I'll treat you to the new sundae launched by the Blacks. Draco's eyes lit up at the mention of food. It's settled then. Karmit nodded in agreement. Narcissa approached Karmit and adjusted his collar, whispering, Return directly using apparition. Do not linger outside any longer. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the emerging Axel, who huffed and vanished from sight in a swirl of magic. Narcissa frowned and proposed, Shall I escort you back? Karmit shook his head, reassuringly replying, No need, Aunt. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Chapter 7, Lucius's Contingency, Karmit. Narcissa observed Karmit for a moment before saying, Young Karmit, do not push yourself so hard. The Black family, indeed all pure-blood families, are in decline. You need not bear the weight of the world upon your shoulders. Karmit's body momentarily stiffened. He then turned to Narcissa and smiled. I understand, Aunt. With a snap of his fingers, he was consumed by a vortex and vanished. Draco looked at Narcissa in confusion, asking, Mother, what did you mean by your words to cousin? Narcissa shook her head. It's nothing. You shall comprehend in due time. But, my dear Draco, may I ask you to promise me something? Draco replied eagerly, Of course, Mother. What is it? Narcissa bent slightly, placing a hand on Draco's shoulder, and earnestly said, If, one day you discover that the truths you seek diverge from Karmit's, I hope you will contemplate carefully. Which of you is correct? He is your cousin, and I wish for you to always stand united with him. Draco scratched his head, affirming, Of course, Mother, I will always stand with my cousin. Narcissa gently kissed his forehead. Good child. Now go. It is time for you to sleep. Draco nodded, taking Narcissa's hand as she escorted him back to his room. Afterward, Narcissa entered the study, where Lucius was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing her return, he stood and inquired, Has Karmit departed? Narcissa nodded, Yes. But Axel may not let this matter rest so easily. Why do you not allow me to assist that child? Lucius replied, It is not that I wish to prevent you from aiding him, but rather that he does not require your assistance. He has his own plans. Even I cannot discern his true intentions. Thus, we ought not to interfere. Do not disrupt his strategy. Karmit's strength is formidable, even more so than that of the Dark Lord. Narcissa sighed. He is still but a child, an 11-year-old. To attain such power, how much suffering must he endure? Lucius responded, Yet, this is his path. From the moment of his birth, his course was sealed. Narcissa questioned, Do you believe Karmit will succumb to darkness? Lucius shook his head. I do not know. He conceals himself too deeply. I have witnessed his growth, yet I still cannot fathom him. I cannot speak recklessly about his future, yet I am certain that it will not be inferior to anyone else's. Narcissa gazed at her husband. So, is Karmit your backup plan? Lucius nodded. The Dark Lord will return. I have a premonition of it. One day, I shall return as well. I lack the strength to protect you and little Draco, but he, Karmit, will undoubtedly possess that capability. If the Dark Lord truly makes his return, I believe that with Karmit's aid, you and Draco will remain unharmed. Narcissa, I cannot allow you to come to harm, nor can I let our son suffer. I would willingly trade everything the Malfoy family possesses for your safety. Narcissa leaned against Lucius. I understand. Karmit is a good boy. He will remember everyone's kindness as well as their enmity. He will repay both debts of gratitude and vengeance. Do not worry about Draco and me. Karmit will protect us, and you will safeguard us as well. We are safe and at ease. Lucius wrapped his arm around Narcissa's shoulders, his grip tightening as if fearing that loosening it would mean losing his beloved wife and cherished son. After leaving Malfoy Manor, Karmit did not return to Black Manor but instead appeared on the streets of Nocturne Alley, merging into the shadows by the wall. Byler and Belinda appeared by Karmit's side. Master, Karmit nodded. Are we all prepared? Belinda replied. Everything is ready. We can act at any moment. A smile curled at the corner of Karmit's mouth. Although Yaxley still holds some influence and cannot be eliminated just yet, his foul tongue still irks me. Since that is the case, let us teach him a lesson. Belinda and Byler's lips curled into smiles. I believe this lesson will be quite painful. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Byler's eyes. Belinda drew a wand from her robes and handed it to Karmit. Master, this wand was acquired from a recently slain vagabond wizard. Karmit nodded and accepted the wand, giving it a gentle shake, feeling the resistance emanating from it. Karmit scoffed. A mere tool. Do you truly think you can choose your wizard? He suddenly infused his magic into the wand, producing a sharp crack. A fissure appeared on the wand as the repulsive force dissipated in an instant. A toast not welcomed shall be met with punishment. Subsequently, Karmit held the wand upside down and walked towards a nearby shop, with Byler and Belinda closely following. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Karmit tapped the wand lightly against the side of his thigh. Belinda, go knock on the door. We must be courteous. Belinda smirked. Of course, master. She then approached the shop, raising her wand. Shattered to pieces. A spell erupted from Belinda's wand, shattering the shop's door. She retreated to Karmit's side as gasps echoed from within the shop. Who goes there? Intruders, defend yourselves. Subsequently, several spells soared from within the shop. Byral and Belinda remained rooted to the spot, their lips curling into a smirk as they observed the interior. Karmit raised his wand gracefully, his index finger tapping lightly upon it, as if flicking away ash. In the next moment, a barrier manifested from his wand, deflecting all spells that struck it. Byral exclaimed, Before our master, I never conceived that the shield charm could be wielded in such a manner. Belinda added, I dare say even the inventor of the shield charm could not have imagined it being applied anywhere but upon oneself. Byral gazed at Karmit, fervor gleaming in his eyes. The might of our master is beyond mortal comprehension. If deities exist in this world, surely our master is one. Chapter 8, The Exiles Camp. The Arriving Auror. Following a wave of spell attacks, 7 or 8 wizards rushed from the shop, wands in hand and faces etched with vigilance. The foremost wizard paused momentarily upon seeing Karmit. Karmit Black, it seems our exiles camp has not offended the Black family. Why then? Has the Black Patriarch launched an assault upon us? Karmit responded, Oh, is that so? Have we not wronged you? Do you truly believe that? With my control over Nocturne Alley, I would remain ignorant of your abduction of my subordinates' kin? The leader of the exiles paled, hastily retorting, We are merely mercenaries. Black Patriarch, you once stated that all wandering wizards in Nocturne Alley are free to operate as they please, even if their actions lead to your doorstep. You would not place blame, each to their own skill. This is the rule of Nocturne Alley. Do you intend to shatter your own edict? Karmit replied, And yet, you remain unrepentant, thinking that the backing of the Yaxley family renders you invulnerable. Do you suppose I cannot uncover the truth? Moreover, what if I choose to violate my own rules? Enough, let us proceed. As Karmit's words echoed, Byron and Belinda charged towards their adversaries, undaunted despite being outnumbered. With a flourish of their wands, green light erupted, casting the killing curse. The leader of the exiles gritted his teeth. If you seek our lives, we shall not go down without a fight. I shall see for myself if the Black Patriarch, who established the rules of Nocturne Alley, truly possesses such strength. Slay you, and we exiles may yet rise as the new rulers of Nocturne Alley. As he spoke, the leader vanished from sight, employing disapparition. He reappeared behind Karmit, declaring, Die Black. Karmit merely scoffed, You overestimate your capabilities. In the next instant, Karmit too vanished, leaving the leader aghast. Disapparition? How can he move so swiftly? The leader brandished his wand. A shadow resembling armor enveloped his form. The iron armor spell had already been cast. Vigilantly, he surveyed his surroundings, wary of an unexpected appearance by Karmit. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. It seems you are prepared. The leader of the group spun around, only to be met by a dark green beam of light. The iron armor spell shattered instantly, and the green light pierced through his body. As he faced his demise, a singular thought crossed his mind. How could it have happened so swiftly? The powers of Byron and Belinda were far beyond that of any ordinary rogue wizard. They had once stood as the two strongest individuals in the alley, only to later be subdued by Karmit. With their prowess, confronting these rogue wizards was akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. In mere moments, all the rogue wizards lay slain. Belinda lightly tapped her wand, casting the bodies into the shop. Subsequently, she joined Byron at Karmit's side. Karmit gazed at his wand, noting the cracks had deepened, nearly fracturing entirely. He spoke softly. Let us unleash the final spell of your life. As the words left his lips, Karmit raised his wand gently, aiming it at the shop before him. Flames erupted from the wand's tip, coalescing into a serpent of fire that surged towards the shop. Meanwhile, Karmit's wand began to splinter, the core shattering as well. He cast the wand into the inferno, watching the flames dance. You may return to rest. The oars should be arriving shortly. Byron and Belinda knelt on one knee. Farewell. Master. Karmit activated his disillusionment charm, vanishing from sight. Byron and Belinda exchanged glances. Byron remarked, The depth of our master's dark magic has grown increasingly terrifying. Belinda nodded in agreement. Indeed, the killing curse he wields is shifting towards a darker essence, yet his disposition seems unaffected. Byron shrugged, Who knows? Our master has always been so unique, so different. Belinda urged, Let us depart. The Aurors are nearing. Byron added, I truly hope our master acts against the ministry soon. Slaying Aurors would be far more entertaining than dispatching these weaklings. In unison, they vanished from the spot. Shortly after their departure, whirlwinds appeared, and the Aurors emerged from within. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, surveyed the blazing shop with a grim expression. First, extinguish the flames. The Aurors nodded in agreement, thrusting their wands into the ground. All spells cease. In the next moment, golden barriers materialized, compressing towards the location of the shop. The fierce flames gradually diminished, soon extinguished. The Aurors swiftly entered the shop, gathering valuable information. Rufus glared at the nearly consumed establishment, cursing, Damn it, in such a short span of time. This marks the second incident of arson. Who is behind this senseless slaughter? An Auror approached and stated, Director, we have discovered signs of a struggle. According to our records, this appears to be the headquarters of the exiles camp. Additionally, there lies a body that has not been entirely incinerated. Rufus Scrimgeour furrowed his brow and replied, The exiles camp? Do they have any enemies? The Auror responded, I am uncertain, but they seem to have close ties with the Axeless family. Might it be? The Auror hesitated. Rufus urged, Speak. Could it be the Blakes who are responsible? Rufus frowned. Seal the records and take them back for further investigation. It seems I must make time to visit the Blakes. The group of Aurors gathered the collected evidence and then disapparated back to the Ministry of Magic. Rufus cast a lingering glance at the crime scene before vanishing in the same manner. Once the Aurors had departed, a few audacious wandering wizards emerged to gather information. Gazing at the now desolate shop, the group of wizards inhaled sharply. They dared not discuss the matter further and dispersed quietly. They were acutely aware that only one person could act so brazenly in Upside Down Alley. With such a familiar modus operandi, the true king without a crown of Upside Down Alley, Karmit Blake. It was a shared understanding among the wandering wizards that in Upside Down Alley, one could disregard the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors, but they must heed Blake's commands, lest they face the dire consequences of being consumed by cursed flames. Chapter 9. Departure to Diagon Alley, the mature catgirl. On the following day, Karmit was seated at the table enjoying breakfast when Kreacher scampered in. Young master, the house elf from Malfoy Manor has inquired for the 5th time about your departure to Diagon Alley. Karmit sighed, feeling a headache brewing. Young Draco was indeed becoming rather bothersome. Please inform that house elf that I shall arrive at Diagon Alley precisely at 9 o'clock. Kreacher nodded in acknowledgement. Karmit resumed his perusal of the Daily Prophet, lamenting its lack of engaging content. Fortunately, the presence of Karmit had allowed the Daily Prophet to achieve 2 headlines. Otherwise, its sales would have been dismal. Within Malfoy Manor, Lucius looked on helplessly as Draco anxiously counted the seconds. He found the bread particularly unpalatable today and could not resist giving Dobby a couple of sharp reprimands, which provided him some relief. Narcissa, equally exasperated, remarked, Draco, Karmit has already stated he will arrive at Diagon Alley at 9 o'clock. If we go there, we will surely meet him. There is no need for you to fret. Draco replied, Mother, I feel as though time is crawling. Could it already be 9 o'clock? Perhaps we should go directly. Narcissa suggested, if you finish your breakfast, I believe it should be close to 9. Upon hearing this, Draco remarked, Really? Narcissa nodded and replied, Well, dear, finish your meal, and we shall set off once you are done. With that, Draco ceased his antics and began to nibble on the bread. Narcissa gazed at Draco with a hint of exasperation, wondering when he would finally mature. At precisely 9 o'clock, Karmit arrived at the Black family CAF through the fireplace. The staff had already prepared 3 cups of coffee and 1 cup of hot chocolate, devoid of excessive ice. Just as Karmit intended to carry the beverages to the Lucius family, he heard Draco's voice calling out, Cousin, cousin. Startled, Karmit turned to see Draco and his family standing at the entrance. Narcissa remarked, Little Draco has taken us to explore every shop under the Black Banner. Fortunately, we arrived here at 9. Had you chosen another establishment, we would have had to search again. Sensing the exasperation in Narcissa's tone, Karmit couldn't help but chuckle. He extended his hot chocolate to Draco. Here, try this. It's a new hot chocolate infused with strawberries, quite a unique flavor, learned from the Muggle world. Were it anyone else offering Draco anything associated with Muggles, he would have discarded it without hesitation. However, as it was Karmit, Draco took a sip and his eyes instantly sparkled. It's very sweet. Karmit smiled and handed the coffee to Lucius and Narcissa. Aunt, Uncle, do have a taste of this new blend. Today, Diagon Alley is rather bustling with students preparing for the school year. We can enjoy a cup of coffee before heading over. Lucius and Narcissa nodded in agreement. The 3 settled by the window, savoring the new coffee. As for Draco, he had found his own amusement. The CAF was adorned with various Muggle toys, which evidently delighted him. Lucius peered through the glass at the many Muggle parents, their faces filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. With a cold tone, Lucius declared, I despise this time of year when Diagon Alley is inundated with Muggles and those impure-blooded wizards. They utterly tarnish this street. Karmit, however, never voiced any opinion on Lucius's pure-blood ideology. As he often stated, the notion of pure blood was merely a farce. Nevertheless, Lucius and his ilk continued to uphold those beliefs. Karmit had no intention of altering the views of the older generation, as their convictions were deeply ingrained. He found no merit in such a futile endeavor. Karmit adhered to a singular principle, that of strength. With power, he could declare who was pureblood and who was half-blood. If he proclaimed that the world should regard purebloods as noble, then they would be seen as such. If he asserted that half-bloods held nobility, then that would be the case too. All of this was contingent upon strength. As for other matters, Karmit remained indifferent. Lucius was well aware of Karmit's perspective, which is why he did not intend to engage in further discussion regarding the issues of pureblood versus half-blood. Karmit chuckled, on the contrary. I quite relish this time of year, for it is during this season that I can amass a considerable fortune in galleons. Look, here come my customers. As he spoke, a group of 4 pushed open the door to his shop. A voice, tinged with surprise, exclaimed, I never expected to find a CAF in the wizarding world. Is there any distinction between wizard coffee and ours? Karmit observed the newcomers with growing interest. Among them were Professor McGonagall and a family of 3. His gaze fell upon the young girl, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Emma S. It was Hermione Granger. Indeed, she was a prodigy, intelligent, and eager to learn. The identities of the middle-aged couple were self-evident. They were the Grangers. Lucius also noticed Professor McGonagall and offered her a slight nod, which she returned. As a member of Dumbledore's circle, it was challenging for McGonagall to harbor any fondness for Lucius. Her attention then shifted to Karmit, and a smile graced her features. Karmit rose to his feet. It has been a while, Professor McGonagall. Are you here to bring in the new students again this year? Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Black. Karmit continued. I am quite thrilled. I shall soon be one of your students. Professor McGonagall remarked, I am aware. Your acceptance letter was penned and sent by me personally via owl. Karmit expressed his surprise. What an honor, Professor. Chapter 10. The Triad of Hermione begins shopping. Karmit shared a cordial rapport with Professor McGonagall, who frequently visited Diagon Alley. Thus their paths had crossed on various occasions. With the soul of an adult, Karmit understood that in this world, there are neither eternal friends nor everlasting foes. Only interests endure. Hence, he intentionally engaged with Professor McGonagall. Driven by the allure of her extensive knowledge, Professor McGonagall introduced the Grangers. Allow me to present Mr. and Mrs. Granger and their daughter, Hermione Granger, who will be your classmate. Karmit nodded slightly. Greetings, welcome to my shop, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, and you as well, Hermione. Mr. Granger expressed his astonishment. Is this your establishment? Karmit affirmed. Indeed, to be precise, you may have visited several of my other shops. For instance, the book you hold was likely purchased from one of them. Mr. Granger exclaimed. Goodness, that is quite remarkable. Your parents must have been extraordinary individuals. Karmit smiled. I greatly appreciate your kind words. Had they still been alive, I believe they would have been equally grateful. Mr. Granger, taken aback, quickly apologized. I am so sorry. I had no idea. Karmit reassured him. It is quite all right, sir. The past is long behind us. What would you like to drink? This first meeting is on me. Mr. Granger insisted. Oh no, that is not necessary. We have exchanged for galleons. Karmit replied with a smile. This is merely my gesture of goodwill, is it not? Moreover, I shall soon become classmates with your daughter. I trust a few cups of coffee will not be met with your disapproval of my goodwill. Mr. Granger appeared somewhat hesitant. Professor McGonagall interjected. Do heed Blake's words. He is a fine lad, ever warm-hearted and kind. Mr. Granger conceded. Very well, I am a dentist, and should you require, I shall gladly provide dental care free of charge. Karmit responded. That would indeed be splendid. If time permits, I shall pay a visit. In no time, 3 cups of coffee and a cup of hot milk were prepared. Karmit personally escorted Professor McGonagall to the door before returning to Lucius' side. Lucius regarded Karmit with curiosity. From my understanding of you, warmth of heart is not your forte. Karmit chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps you have yet to grasp the entirety of my character, dear uncle. Lucius scrutinized Karmit. For others, that may indeed hold true, but for you, admit it. Karmit, you are a staunch pragmatist. Your every action driven by the pursuit of greater gain. It seems that little which has piqued your interest. Does she possess any particular talents that captivate you? Yet, that cannot be the case, for this is evidently your first encounter with her. So what is it? Karmit smiled. Uncle, we ought to proceed with our shopping. Lucius, noticing Karmit's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from further inquiries. His curiosity remained, yet he chose not to pry. The group exited the shop, ready to commence their shopping for the day. Professor McGonagall escorted the Granger family to the entrance of Diagon Alley before departing from the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Granger hailed a taxi, and the family climbed aboard. Mr. Granger remarked, that boy truly excels. Mrs. Granger nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is remarkable, so considerate and polite, as though he belongs to the royal aristocracy. What say you, Hermione? Hermione Granger crossed her arms defiantly against the car door, her expression one of discontent. Having always been compared unfavorably to others since childhood, she could hardly bear her parents praising her peers. This was a sentiment unique to children, a competitive spirit. Hermione huffed. I don't know. The Granger couple exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces. Mrs. Granger embraced Hermione's shoulders. Look, our little Hermione is miffed. Hermione scoffed. Mrs. Granger continued. Hermione, one must learn to acknowledge the merits of others. That boy is likely the child of a magical family, as Professor McGonagall mentioned. Though he is indeed exceptional, I believe our Hermione will soon surpass him. After all, in the realm of academia, our Hermione has never faltered, has she? Upon hearing this, Hermione's face lit up with joy. I shall not be outdone. I will prove that I am the greatest. Mrs. Granger playfully tapped Hermione's nose. Indeed, our little Hermione is the most formidable. As Hermione's thoughts drifted to Karmit, her resolve intensified. She would undoubtedly prove herself. Unbeknownst to the academically gifted Hermione, her days of competition were merely beginning. In Diagon Alley, at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, Lucius and Karmit stood at the entrance of the wand shop, observing the young wizards inside as they purchased their wands. Even they had to wait outside, not due to any regulations, but out of fear of unintended consequences. After all, the act of acquiring a wand is fraught with uncertainty. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated storefront, unable to comprehend why old Ollivander would not invest in renovating his shabby establishment. Karmit remarked, an antiquated decor can be a style of its own, although it seems that Ollivander's wand shop has never embraced the notion of renovation. Lucius sighed, never mind, Karmit. You and Draco can wait here while Narcissa and I procure a pet for each of you. Once you have selected your wands, we shall reconvene at your family's tailor shop. I will arrange for the delivery of the other magical supplies to your estate later. Karmit nodded. Yes. I will also ensure that the books are sent over. After Lucius finished speaking, he departed with Narcissa. The entrance of the wand shop was teeming with people, including a number of muggles, which was utterly intolerable for Lucius. Chapter 11. Karmit's Mysterious Wand. Before long, the young wizard inside Ollivander's shop had chosen his very first wand, and with it in hand, he exited the store, his joyous smile unable to be contained. His face radiated sheer exhilaration. Draco scoffed. How laughable, such ignorance. It's merely a wand, and yet it elicits such excitement. Despite his words, Karmit could clearly see Draco's own expression of eagerness and longing directed at the wand shop. Karmit found it perplexing how someone like Lucius could raise such a proud and haughty son. Let us go inside, Karmit suggested. Draco eagerly seized the opportunity, replying, I'm not in a rush. If it weren't for these individuals being unworthy of my time, I wouldn't mind letting them choose their wands first. Karmit chose to disregard Draco's comments and strode directly into the store. As the wind chimes jingled, Ollivander, who had been busy at his ledger, looked up and welcomed them. Welcome, Karmit greeted. It has been a while, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander replied, Look who it is. Karmit, head of the Black family. I am delighted that today marks the occasion of you acquiring your first legitimate wand. Karmit nodded. Indeed. I still remember when I first came to purchase a wand, and you turned me away. I was quite heartbroken for a long time. Ollivander responded, Karmit, you know it was not my fault. At the time, you were too young to legally possess a wand. Karmit remained noncommittal. After exchanging pleasantries, Ollivander turned his attention to Draco. With your platinum hair, you must be a Malfoy. Your father and mother, they both purchased their wands from me, and I can still vividly recall the day they came to buy their wands. Just as Ollivander seemed poised to reminisce further, Karmit hastily interjected. Very well, Mr. Ollivander, we have other matters to attend to today, and as you can see, there are numerous first years queuing outside. Let us not squander any more time. Ollivander, somewhat regretful, replied, All right then, which of you two shall go first? Karmit glanced at Draco, understanding the situation. Draco promptly said, I shall go first. Ollivander inquired, Mr. Malfoy, which is your dominant hand? Draco raised his right hand. As he did so, a measuring tape flew up and began to measure the length of Draco's arm. Ollivander observed and noted the measurement on a piece of parchment. Subsequently, the tape coiled back and ascended to measure Draco's height, which Ollivander recorded once more. During the ensuing moments, Karmit witnessed what could only be described as absurdity. Ollivander meticulously measured Draco's chest, waist, and even his hips. Gazing at the sheet of paper on Ollivander's desk, Karmit contemplated whether he should simply take it for later use when crafting garments. He found it perplexing. Why measure the hips for the purchase of a wand? Karmit nearly succumbed to the temptation of revealing the outcome to Ollivander. Fortunately, after the measurement of the hips, this convoluted process finally came to an end. Ollivander stepped over to a nearby shelf and soon returned with a box. He slowly opened it, revealing a wand, which he presented to Draco. 10 inches, made of hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn tail hair. To be frank, I cannot ascertain whether this wand will choose you. Nevertheless, give it a try. Karmit understood the unspoken words of Ollivander. The unicorn tail hair symbolized a benevolent nature. Wielders of wands with unicorn tail hair cores are invariably kind-hearted wizards. On the other hand, hawthorn wood is a complex and intriguing material, adept in both healing and curse-related magic. The combination of these two materials in a wand is inherently intricate. Draco, however, paid no heed to Ollivander's words. His gaze was entirely fixated on the wand before him, seemingly sensing its call. Draco turned to Karmit, who nodded encouragingly. Give it a try. I believe this wand resonates with you perfectly. Encouraged by Karmit's words, Draco felt invigorated. In his eyes, his cousin's words were infallible, devoid of any errors. He grasped the wand firmly, and in the next moment, a gentle breeze emanated from it, swirling around them. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. My instincts have proven correct. The Malfoy family is acknowledged by a wand crafted with unicorn tail hair. Ollivander regarded Draco with fascination. How intriguing. The next heir of the Malfoy lineage. Draco gazed at the wand in his hand with sheer delight. Karmit exclaimed, Congratulations, Draco. You now possess your very own wand. Draco nodded. Thank you, cousin. You are right. This wand truly suits me. I adore it. Karmit smiled. Ollivander turned his gaze to Karmit. Now, Karmit, it is your turn. You are familiar with the process. Karmit looked at Ollivander and shook his head. Mr. Ollivander, I believe I need not follow the usual procedure. What do you think? Ollivander was taken aback, then regarded Karmit with a complex expression. It seems you have made a choice. Karmit affirmed. Yes, I feel it is the most fitting for me, and it is meant to belong to me. Ollivander replied. However, you understand what that wand signifies and the fate it carries. It is ominous, and even you may not fully master it. Karmit declared, Mr. Ollivander, please retrieve it. It awaits me. as I await it. Ollivander sighed. Very well. It inherently belongs to the Black family. If you desire it, I shall provide it, but I would appreciate your assistance in watching the shop for a short while. I shall return in about 10 minutes. Karmit nodded. Ollivander emerged from behind the counter and proceeded directly toward the shop's exit. Draco inquired, "Where is he going, cousin?" Karmit replied, "Gringotts. He needs to fetch my wand." Draco was momentarily stunned. "Gringotts?" Karmit offered no explanation, instead taking a seat on a nearby bench. His face alight with anticipation, pondering the true strength of that wand. He had awaited this moment for many years, ever since he learned of its existence. He had been filled with eager expectation. Chapter 12, Another Elder Wand. Ollivander made his way to Gringotts, presenting his token to gain entry into the vault. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a long box in his arms. Even through the box, he could sense the ominous power contained within. Without hesitation, Ollivander hurried back to his shop with the box in hand. Lucius, who was selecting pets for Draco and Karmit at the pet store, happened to glance over and see Ollivander. "Why is old Ollivander here?" he remarked softly. Narcissa, meticulously choosing a pet, followed Lucius's gaze and caught sight of the box in Ollivander's hands. She froze in place. Could it be that Karmit is the one requesting its retrieval? Lucius looked at Narcissa quizzically. "Retrieving what?" Narcissa gazed at the Black family crest on the box Ollivander held. "A wand." Lucius's confusion deepened. "What wand?" Narcissa replied, "I thought it was merely a legend, for no one believed such a wand truly existed. How could Karmit possibly know of it? And why would he ask Ollivander to bring it forth?" Lucius furrowed his brow. "A legend?" Narcissa nodded. "It is an ancient tale, or rather, the origin of the Black family. You are aware that the Black family is renowned as one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most esteemed families." Lucius nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am aware, yet I deem that to be mere folly, for the genealogical records of the Blacks commence solely with Sirius Black's generation, spanning merely 6 generations to Karmit." Narcissa interjected, "That is because the ancestral records prior to that have been concealed. Only members of the Black family are privy to the existence of those individuals." Lucius furrowed his brow. "Concealed? Why?" Narcissa replied, "Out of fear, out of necessity to hide." Lucius, perplexed, questioned, "Hide?" During the zenith of the Black family's power, they were regarded as the foremost family, affluent and formidable. Why would they need to hide? Narcissa responded, "I cannot say. Even if I knew, I could not disclose it. Perhaps only Karmit possesses the insight into this matter. I have merely heard my father mention that within the Black family lies a wand. The very reason they must remain hidden. This wand is crafted from elder wood." Lucius's eyes widened in astonishment. "Elder wood? In the wizarding world, no one is unaware of what an elder wand signifies." Narcissa affirmed, "Indeed, elder wood. My father has stated that the bloodline of the Black family is detectable upon grasping that wand. Therefore, the ancestors of the Black family entrusted it to the Ollivander family for safekeeping. This was done both to hide and to allow the Ollivander family a chance to explore a solution to the wand's predicament." In Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander had returned. Placing a box upon the counter, he looked at Karmit and inquired, "Karmit, are you certain? This wand, Ollivander's forebear could not devise a remedy. It may indeed summon misfortune." Karmit approached the counter, gazing at the box, and remarked, "Is that not merely a legend? A wand forged from the nerve of a basilisk, akin to the Deathly Hallows, drawing the attention of the Grim Reaper during its formation, is indeed a chilling tale." Ollivander replied, "However, the successive heads of the Black family have never contemplated retrieving this wand. Some matters may not be mere legends." Karmit chuckled, "And so what? Mr. Ollivander, I am never lacking in courage when confronting any situation or individual, even if they are a deity." Ollivander regarded Karmit, unsure whether to label him arrogant or self-assured, but deemed it irrelevant. "As you have stated, the wand is rightfully yours. So, Karmit, shall we unveil it and see?" Karmit responded, "Certainly." Ollivander gestured for him to proceed, then stepped back a couple of paces. Draco, curious, leaned in to glimpse the wand within the box. Karmit turned. "Draco, please step outside." Draco, puzzled, asked why. Karmit frowned. "I said, wait for me outside." Draco acquiesced with a reluctant "oh," though displeased. He would not defy Karmit's request, and exited the shop. Karmit took a deep breath and placed his hand upon the box. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged forth from the box, coiling itself around Karmit's palm. A smirk tugged at the corners of Karmit's mouth. How intriguing it was that even through the box, such a potent reaction could be evoked. This, in itself, testified to the remarkable power of the wand, did it not? Without a moment's hesitation, Karmit opened the box. The moment the box was unlatched, a wave of magical energy erupted from within, sweeping towards Karmit and enveloping him. He let out a cold snort as the magical force entwining him dissipated effortlessly. Turning his gaze to the object within the box, he beheld a wand with distinct segments, resembling a finger bone. Its pale hue was accentuated by an almost imperceptible swirl of black mist surrounding it. With the emergence of the wand, the temperature in Ollivander's wand shop seemed to plummet several degrees. The boxes containing other wands on the shelves began to tremble, quaking in fear. Ollivander glanced over, his brow furrowing in concern. Yet, he could not divert his attention from the other wands. His focus was riveted on the Elder Wand, an exquisite artifact. Truly a work of art, slender, segmented, powerful, and crafted from myriad elements. It proclaimed to the world that this wand was extraordinary. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore was secretly savoring a mound of cockroaches when suddenly, his drawer began to shake violently. He opened it to find the Elder Wand quaking furiously, an aura emanating from it. Dumbledore, puzzled, seized the wand, which trembled incessantly in his grasp. What was happening? Was it yearning to attack or to battle? Why such a sudden commotion? At that moment, a portrait behind Dumbledore spoke up. The Elder Wand, that wand, someone has disturbed it. Damn it, it must be that Karmit fellow. Only he would dare to act so boldly. Dumbledore turned to look at the portrait, where the name of its subject was inscribed at the bottom left, Phineas Nigellus Black. Chapter 13. To confront one god with another. A glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as a particular name rapidly surfaced in his mind, Karmit Black. He was well aware of Karmit, not only because he was a new student at Hogwarts this year, but also because Karmit had resurrected the Black family from the ashes. Adjusting his glasses, Dumbledore addressed the portrait of Phineas. You are deceased. The head of the Black family is now Karmit. Whatever he may have done, you cannot intervene. Phineas glared at Dumbledore, exclaiming, Damn you, Dumbledore. Damn Gryffindor. A smile crept onto Dumbledore's lips as he disregarded Phineas's impotent tirade. He forcefully suppressed the Elder Wand and returned it to the drawer, then resumed his seat to continue indulging in the mound of cockroaches. He truly relished this peculiar delicacy. Inside Ollivander's shop, Karmit gazed at the wand before him. He lifted his hand and grasped the wand directly. The moment it touched his palm, a chill enveloped him. Karmit inexplicably felt as if a pair of eyes had opened, fixating upon him. He shook the wand in his hand, disregarding the icy sensation. In a swift motion, he retrieved a silver cross from his pocket. And the instant it appeared, a warm aura enveloped Karmit, completely dissipating the cold presence. Indeed, this was Karmit's secret weapon. Legend has it that this wand was a perfect imitation created by the ancestor of the Black family after witnessing the Deathly Hallows. Yet, how could a mortal replicate the artifacts of death? Consequently, the Grim Reaper turned its gaze toward the imitator. In despair, the ancestor of the Black family entrusted the wand to the progenitor of the Ollivander family for safekeeping, subsequently concealing the family lineage to ensure the continuity of future generations. However, a simple truth persists. If a Grim Reaper exists in this world, then other deities must also be present. For instance, in Vatican City, they venerate God and the papacy, drawing their power from their faith, a stark contrast to the magic practiced in England. Therefore, Karmit made a journey to the Vatican, where, under the guidance of a priest, he acquired this cross, said to have been blessed by the Pope himself. It was evident that Karmit's strategy had borne fruit. He donned the cross around his neck, and he could almost perceive the Grim Reaper's astonishment and reluctance. With a smirk, Karmit dismissed such thoughts. If deities truly existed, it suggested that mortals could also attain such strength. Consequently, he believed that one day he would reach that pinnacle, and when that time came, what would a Grim Reaper be? An undying Grim Reaper? What right does it have to be called a Grim Reaper? Karmit gently waved the wand in his hand, and instantly, a chilling aura swept through the entire Ollivander wand shop once more. The boxes on the shelves trembled violently. Ollivander hastily exclaimed, Enough, Karmit. Do not continue. You will ruin the other wands. With a flick of his wrist, the aura emanating from the wand vanished entirely. Karmit looked at the wand in his hand and proclaimed, See, Mr. Ollivander, it rightfully belongs to me. Ollivander gazed at Karmit's cross with a complex expression. Being so close, he could ascertain that the cold he had felt moments ago undoubtedly belonged to the Grim Reaper. Yet, who would have thought that Karmit could devise such a method, using one deity to counter another? How had the ancestors of the Black family not conceived such a practical solution? Ollivander's heart ached as he looked at the Elder Wand in Karmit's grasp. Not only had the ancestors of the Black family overlooked this strategy, but Ollivander's own forebears had failed to consider it as well. He had often contemplated studying this wand, but had never dared to do so. Ollivander said, Mr. Black, you should take your leave. There are others waiting behind you. Upon witnessing Ollivander's demeanor, Karmit naturally discerned his thoughts and remarked with a smile, Very well then, Mr. Ollivander. Until we meet again. After saying this, he sheathed his wand and proceeded towards the door. Ollivander observed Karmit's retreating figure and once again sighed. His previously buoyant mood now dampened by Karmit's presence. At the entrance, Draco wore a somewhat sullen expression. Upon spotting Karmit, he instinctively desired to approach, but remained stubbornly rooted in place. It was evident that our young master was quite irked at this moment. Karmit approached Draco and said, Draco, if you were to wear a smile on your face right now, I could have them embroider a dragon emblem on the cuffs of your robes with silver thread. Draco's eyes instantly sparkled at this suggestion. Really? He inquired. Karmit, somewhat resigned, acknowledged, indeed, but if you continue to linger here, you shall delay the arrival of your robes by quite some time. Without hesitation, Draco followed closely behind Karmit. His previous irritation completely vanished from his countenance. The shops in Diagon Alley were quite peculiar, as they primarily operated in monopolistic fashion. Take the clothing stores, for instance. There were two establishments specializing in garments. One was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, primarily focused on bespoke robes, making it the preferred choice for new Hogwarts students. The other was the Disappearing Dress Shop, which offered ready-made attire, including robes and formal wear, crafted from superior materials and adorned with more elaborate designs, catering mostly to adult wizards. Both establishments coexisted without encroaching on each other's clientele, each maintaining its own target demographic. This represented a different form of monopoly. However, after the opening of the Black family's ready-to-wear shop, Karmit shattered this monopoly. He saw potential in the market, encompassing the businesses of both Madame Malkin and the Disappearing Dress Shop. While it was somewhat contentious, it must be said that it proved quite lucrative. As a result, the Black ready-to-wear shop emerged as the most successful clothing store in Diagon Alley, renowned for its variety and excellent service. At the entrance of the shop, the manager was already waiting. Upon seeing Karmit and Draco approaching, he hurriedly welcomed them. "Sir, you have arrived." Karmit nodded in response. The management staff of these shops were all hired from the Muggle world, for which the Ministry of Magic had extracted a considerable sum from Karmit. These Muggles also signed contracts prohibiting them from divulging any secrets of the magical realm. Thanks to these professional managers, the businesses flourished remarkably. It could be said that the success of the Black family today owes much to the assistance of these talented individuals. Chapter 14. Teaching Draco the Art of Manipulation. The manager promptly ushered Karmit and Draco into the shop, where several young wizards were measuring themselves for their custom garments. The responsible individual remarked, "Sir, please proceed to the private room upstairs and wait for a moment. I shall arrange for someone to take measurements for you, and I will also retrieve the accounts book." Karmit responded, "Having someone come to take measurements is acceptable, but the accounts book is unnecessary." The responsible individual was taken aback. "Do you not wish to review it?" Karmit smiled. "As the person in charge, I entrust everything to you. I have faith in your capabilities." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within the responsible individual. Instinctively standing upright, he expressed, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I shall not betray your confidence." Karmit nodded in acknowledgement before leading Draco upstairs to the private room. Upon entering, Draco could not contain his curiosity. "Cousin, why do you place your trust in a Muggle? You should scrutinize the accounts. What if he absconds with your money?" Karmit replied, "Draco, you must not perceive it that way. Do you truly believe a Muggle could deceive a wizard?" Draco paused, instinctively shaking his head. Karmit chuckled, "Indeed. You recognize it clearly. A Muggle cannot outwit a wizard. If I so desired, a mere thought would allow me to discern his intentions and delve into his memories. Therefore, what significance does it hold for me to examine the accounts? He could never conceal anything from me, and should he pilfer my funds, I would be aware. Thus, why bother with the accounts? Draco, you are destined to be the future head of the Malfoy family, and you will become my most capable and trusted ally. I do not wish for you to be like those foolish wizards who can only assist me in battles. I hope you can aid me in managing numerous matters. Thus, you must learn one vital lesson: how to utilize people effectively. Did you notice the reaction of that individual earlier? Because I trust him, he feels gratitude towards me. After all, absolute trust is not something one can easily bestow. For the sake of this trust, he will exert himself to assist me. There is an ancient saying in the summer: a warrior dies for the one who understands him. Only thus can they serve you wholeheartedly." Draco listened intently, particularly moved by Karmit's desire for him to handle many affairs. After absorbing Karmit's teachings, Draco inquired, "But what if he begins to covet your wealth? What should be done? Should we eliminate him?" Karmit replied, "No, Draco, this brings me to the second lesson I wish to impart. If you discover someone encroaching upon your interests, yet the impact of this interest is minimal to you, you may wholly relinquish it." Draco questioned, "Why? Cousin, do you not always say that everything is for a greater good? How can one relinquish their own interests?" Karmit explained, "Because you must let him understand that you have willingly given up your interests and do not intend to hold it against him. This will instill a sense of guilt within him. Simultaneously, he will develop a sense of awe, for he will not dare to covet again, fearing your awareness. However, by sparing him this time, he will also feel grateful. This is the rationale behind my suggestion to relinquish interests by sacrificing trivial benefits. You may gain an eternally loyal and respectful individual. If you were in my position, what would you choose?" Draco's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Cousin, you are right. We possess an abundance of galleons, yet what we lack are individuals who can truly serve our needs. If we could exchange some of our wealth for such capable individuals, it would be well worth it." Karmit nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Draco, do not fixate on trivial gains. Instead, cast your gaze toward the horizon. Many matters are far more worthy of your appreciation than mere pettiness." Draco acknowledged this with a nod. I understand now, cousin. I know what I must do. Karmit chuckled. These muggles, they cannot learn magic, as they lack the innate talent for it. Yet, they possess a remarkable aptitude for business management. Remember this, Draco, lower your pride. Especially in the presence of those who excel in certain areas. Every individual in this world has their strengths and something you can learn from. Arrogance will not elevate you above others, but if you can learn from their virtues and integrate them into yourself, you will surpass them all. When you stand at the pinnacle, your past will be the path of your growth, and you will tread upon the achievements of all others. This is the essence of true strength and superiority. Draco grasped some of Karmit's words, and the rest he committed to memory, for he knew his cousin was never mistaken, and the lessons imparted were undoubtedly valuable. I shall remember, cousin, Draco declared. Karmit nodded approvingly. Excellent. Always think thrice before acting. When conversing with others, do not be overly haughty. A true noble does not assert dominance, but conducts themselves with grace. Draco nodded vigorously, retaining every word in his mind. Karmit smiled at him, contemplating how much more Draco had yet to learn. After all, the words Karmit had shared today were, in essence, a form of mastering the art of influence. Before long, the manager arrived with a tailor to take measurements. Karmit instructed the tailor to begin with Draco. While the tailor measured Draco, Karmit engaged in conversation with the manager. He exhibited a deep understanding of the capitalist mindset, inquiring about the manager's situation and any potential difficulties he might be facing. By the end of their dialogue, the manager was nearly moved to tears, practically ready to pledge unwavering loyalty to Karmit. Once the tailor had completed Draco's measurements, he prepared to take Karmit's. Although the shop had Karmit's specific measurements on file, given that he frequently commissioned garments, wizard robes are inherently designed with ample room. Additionally, as Karmit was in a period of rapid growth, his size seemed to change almost daily, thus necessitating a fresh measurement. Feeling a bit bored, Draco suggested to Karmit that he would like to wander downstairs for a while, waiting for Lucius and Narcissa. Karmit, of course, had no objections and permitted Draco to explore freely. The tailor was meticulous in measuring Karmit's dimensions. After approximately half an hour, all dimensions were finalized. Subsequently, the person in charge departed with the staff. At that moment, Draco returned. Karmit noticed Draco's flushed face, seemingly elated. Curiously, he inquired, Draco, what brings you such joy? Chapter 15. A shift in the narrative, Draco's new friend? Draco had been eagerly waiting for Karmit to ask. Upon hearing Karmit's words, he quickly replied, Cousin, I believe I have made a new friend. Intrigued, Karmit recognized that Draco's peers were predominantly purebloods. It was unusual for Draco to mention a new friend. What sort of friend? Karmit asked. Draco recounted. While I was waiting for my parents, I saw someone our age measuring dimensions alone. He has black hair and striking green eyes. I cannot fathom why, but I felt an overwhelming desire to befriend him. At this revelation, Karmit paused momentarily. Black hair? Green eyes? Could it possibly be Harry Potter? No, it had to be Harry Potter. Someone who could captivate Draco was undoubtedly him. The two shared a complicated dynamic, mutual attraction intertwined with disdain. With these three factors combined, Harry Potter was indeed involved. However, why had Draco encountered Harry Potter at this moment? Had the narrative shifted? Was it due to his own presence? Karmit dismissed such thoughts, focusing solely on the implications of Draco's connection with Harry Potter. Since his arrival in this world, the story had altered, and having traversed into this realm, a change in plot was inevitable. As Draco spoke of Harry Potter, a slight flush crept onto his cheeks, leaving Karmit momentarily stunned. Why are you blushing, my friend? He thought, bemused. Memories of a well-known faction within the Harry Potter community. The Dahars surfaced in Karmit's mind, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from Draco. What if he carried something peculiar? Clearing his throat, Karmit asked, and then? Draco continued. I felt compelled to befriend him, so I approached him. I followed your advice, cousin, and remained humble. I greeted him amicably. We conversed for a while, and it went splendidly. I believe we are now friends. Karmit's expression grew contemplative. Thus, Draco had become Harry Potter's first peer in the magical realm. The reason behind Harry's friendship with Ron was straightforward. Ron was his first acquaintance. They shared a dormitory and a house. Of course, Dumbledore's influence was undoubtedly at play, considering the Weasley family's loyalty to his cause. As the chosen savior orchestrated by Dumbledore, Harry would naturally surround himself with those aligned with him. However, if Draco were to become the first person Harry Potter encounters, and if Karmit were to employ a bit of cleverness, could this formidable trio, or rather, this savior arranged by Dumbledore, potentially lean towards the pureblood lineage? Karmit mused that there might indeed be room for maneuver. Furthermore, should the savior choose to switch allegiances, numerous advantages could arise. As the adage goes, all for the greater good. Such a shift could place him at odds with Dumbledore, and perhaps even with Snape and the older cat lady. This indeed presents a complication. Nevertheless, Draco's meeting with Harry Potter was an unforeseen element in Karmit's plans. It was not entirely out of the question to attempt some manipulation. When considering the Potter family, If one were to delve into their lineage, it would not be impossible to integrate them into the pureblood families. However, the Potter family, having originated from a shampoo business and having acquired their formula from the East, was regarded by pureblood families as lacking heritage, mere nouveau riches. This led to their rejection as purebloods. In this brief moment, Karmit had already conceived a strategy to leverage Draco's position. After all, there was little to lose. Why not give it a try? What if it succeeded? With that thought, Karmit inquired, "What is your friend's name?" Draco paused. "I forgot to ask. I'll go find out now," he exclaimed, preparing to dash out. Karmit swiftly grasped Draco's arm. "Draco, your current demeanor greatly undermines your noble status. I have taught you to remain composed in the face of challenges." Hearing this, Draco forced himself to regain his composure. "I apologize, cousin," Karmit replied. "It's quite all right, as long as you do not repeat your past mistakes. Besides, it has been 10 minutes since you came up. You won't find anyone now. Diagon Alley is quite expansive." Draco, feeling anxious, asked, "What should I do?" Karmit suggested, "In a moment, when you go downstairs, I shall have someone retrieve your friend's identity and address. If you wish, with some days left before school starts, you could visit him with a gift. Friendships require nurturing. Do you understand?" Draco's eyes brightened. Right. He must have left an address and name when he bought clothes. "Cousin, let us go now." Karmit did not refuse. After all, there was nothing pressing here. The measurements had been taken. It would be prudent to orchestrate the relationship between the Savior and Draco, if possible. Forming a new trio with Harry Potter and the clever Hermione sounded quite appealing. A serpentine alliance. As for Ron, who cares about his fate? Merely a fool. Indeed, Karmit harbored a deep disdain for Ron, for reasons aplenty. Karmit led Draco downstairs, where they fortuitously encountered Lucius and Narcissa, who had just arrived. Draco greeted them, "Father, mother. Wait for me." He then hurried to the counter, explaining the situation to the attendant. The attendant glanced at Karmit, who nodded in affirmation. The shop assistant began to assist Draco in his quest for the desired item. Lucius, perplexed, inquired, "Karmit, what is the situation with Draco?" Karmit chuckled. "He has made a new friend. Perhaps it will bring you a grand surprise." Lucius was taken aback. A friend? A surprise? He was utterly baffled. Unable to fathom Karmit's cryptic words, Karmit chose not to elaborate, preferring to let Draco unveil the news himself, as he was quite curious about the expression that would grace Lucius's face. Narcissa approached Karmit, her brow furrowed with concern. "Karmit, what of your want?" she asked anxiously. Karmit reassured her with a smile. "Fear not, dear aunt. I have resolved the matter. Trust me, I shall not place myself in peril." Narcissa sighed in relief. "That is good to hear, as long as you are aware of the situation. By the way, I have brought you a gift." As she spoke, Narcissa turned and retrieved a cage from the entrance of the shop. "Look, Karmit, I believe it is perfect for you, especially suited to you." Karmit glanced at the cage, his expression momentarily stiffening at the sight of a black cat. Chapter 16. The Black Cat Vanny, a pathway for Harry Potter? At that moment, the black cat within the cage lifted its head to regard Karmit. Their gazes locked, and Karmit felt an inexplicable sensation surge within him. This cat seemed destined to be his, as if fate had intertwined their paths. The cat meowed softly at Karmit, then raised its paw to gently scratch at the bars of the cage. Narcissa exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Karmit, it appears to take a liking to you. Did you notice? When I purchased it, it was fast asleep, but it reacted so vividly upon seeing you." Karmit replied, "Thank you, Aunt, I adore it. I truly do." Narcissa beamed. "As long as you are pleased." She proceeded to open the cage, and the black cat stepped out, making its way directly to Karmit. He extended his hand, and without hesitation, the cat leaped into his embrace, settling comfortably against him while nuzzling his arm with its head, purring softly. Karmit stroked the feline, enchanted by its silky fur, which captivated him entirely. Narcissa remarked, "It still lacks a name. Why not bestow one upon it?" Karmit pondered for a moment before gazing at the black cat in his arms. "What about Vanny? Vanny Black. Henceforth, you shall be a new member of the Black family." The black cat meowed in approval, clearly pleased with its name. Narcissa smiled. "A beautiful name indeed. Congratulations, Karmit. You have acquired a new companion. And congratulations to you, Vanny. You have a new name and a new home." Vanny nudged Karmit's chest affectionately before curling back into a comfortable position. At that moment, Draco hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh, what an adorable little cat." He reached out to pet Vanny, but the cat meowed and deftly leapt to Karmit's shoulder, glaring at Draco. Narcissa chuckled. "It seems Vanny is not fond of young Draco." Draco huffed, "If it won't let me pet it, then I shan't touch it." Karmit inquired, "Well, Draco, have you found your new friend?" Draco eagerly responded, "Yes, cousin, you would never guess who it is." Feigning confusion, Karmit asked, "Oh, who is it?" With excitement, Draco exclaimed, "Harry. Harry Potter." Both Lucius and Narcissa's expressions shifted simultaneously. Karmit, having keenly observed Lucius's demeanor, couldn't help but smile slightly. Poor Lucius, he must be feeling quite anxious right now. Draco continued, "I know his address. I want to visit him, the famous Harry Potter. We are friends. Upon hearing this, Lucius's demeanor changed abruptly. No. Draco was taken aback. Why not, father? Lucius, his face stern, struggled to articulate his reasoning and decided to refuse outright. However, Karmit interjected. Draco, what your uncle means is that you cannot go empty-handed. You should bring some gifts. It is customary to present gifts when visiting others. Lucius looked at Karmit with confusion. Karmit then turned to Narcissa, saying, Aunt, why don't you take Draco to buy some new gifts for his new friend? Uncle and I will wait for you here. Narcissa nodded and left with Draco. As soon as they departed, Lucius eagerly said, Karmit, I need an explanation. Karmit replied, Of course, but let us discuss this in the VIP room. Lucius glanced around, noticing others were casting curious looks in his direction. After all, his earlier reaction had been rather extreme. Following Karmit into the VIP room, Lucius promptly said, Karmit, what do you mean? You know who Harry Potter is? Karmit nodded. Of course, I am well aware. That is a name of great renown. Lucius responded, If you know this, why would you allow Draco to associate with him? Like you, I believe that the Dark Lord is not dead. If he returns, he will not spare Harry Potter. By allowing Draco to associate with him, you are placing him in danger. Karmit replied, Indeed, uncle, I do not merely suspect. I am certain the Dark Lord has not perished. However, he has not returned yet, has he? Lucius regarded Karmit with uncertainty. Karmit continued, Uncle, do you believe that if the Dark Lord were to return, he would stand a chance? As Lucius pondered Karmit's words, he gradually calmed down and shook his head. Not a chance. Although I despise Dumbledore, I must concede that as long as Dumbledore is alive, the Dark Lord has no opportunity. He fears Dumbledore due to his power. The Dark Lord lacks the confidence to defeat him. Karmit affirmed, Indeed, Dumbledore can effortlessly cast a spell, and with the sacrifice of a mother, he brought Voldemort to his knees. If he were to return, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Lucius's eyes widened in realization. What do you mean? Karmit responded, Lily Potter, a witch of Muggle descent. Without family or legacy. Though the Potter family possesses some wealth, they lack heritage. Do you believe they could possibly acquire the incantation to rebound the killing curse? Such an ancient spell is unlikely even for families as esteemed as the Blacks and the Malfoys, is it not? Lucius wore a contemplative expression. Karmit remarked, Thus, Dumbledore must have a contingency plan. Indeed, the Dark Lord's current state may very well be orchestrated by Dumbledore himself, who seeks to obliterate the Dark Lord entirely. Lucius furrowed his brow, inquiring, Do you have any evidence to support this claim? Karmit shrugged, None, but that does not preclude us from having a backup, does it? Lucius pressed, Are you suggesting Draco? Karmit continued, Uncle, I understand you. Your devotion to Aunt and Draco is evident, and you would lay down your life to protect them. Given this, why not safeguard a contingency? Should the Dark Lord return, he will undoubtedly summon you. Are you truly willing to submit to him in such a weakened state? Ultimately, it is a matter of survival. Thus, why not encourage Draco to befriend Harry Potter? Regardless of Dumbledore's intentions, Harry Potter is undoubtedly a pivotal element. Otherwise, he would not exert such effort. In such a scenario, if the Dark Lord prevails, your presence would ensure Aunt and Draco remain unharmed. Conversely, should the Dark Lord falter, Draco's friendship with Harry would equally shield him from harm. This presents a dual safeguard, the most prudent course of action. What are your thoughts? Lucius pondered for a moment before stating, Tomorrow, I shall escort Draco to meet his new friend. Chapter 17. Lucius's apprehension towards Karmit upon hearing Lucius's words. Karmit understood that Lucius had acquiesced to his proposal. In truth, it seemed Lucius had no grounds for refusal. Lucius was a man of intelligence, and wise individuals seldom place all their eggs in one basket. Not long after, Narcissa returned with Draco. Observing the two sipping tea in the parlor, Narcissa remarked, I hope you have both reached a consensus. Karmit nodded, Of course, Aunt. She turned to Lucius, who remarked, I see you have purchased many gifts. Hence, I will personally escort Draco to visit his new friend tomorrow. Narcissa replied, That is splendid. Karmit, will you join us for lunch at our home? Karmit shook his head. No, Aunt, I have other plans this afternoon. Narcissa nodded, Very well, should you find the time, do come by. I wish for Draco to learn more from you. Karmit responded, Certainly. Then, the group made their way outside the shop. Draco inquired, Cousin, will you not accompany me tomorrow? Karmit shook his head, No, Draco. I hope you enjoy yourself with your friend. Draco smiled, Of course, cousin, I am certain we will have a delightful time. Karmit chuckled softly before addressing Lucius, Uncle, Harry Potter's home is rather intricate. You shall understand tomorrow. In the evening, I will have Creature deliver some Muggle currency to you. I believe it will alleviate quite a few of your troubles. Lucius furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of the situation. Is this truly required? He inquired. Karmit chuckled, Uncle, if you wish to retain a safety net, it is imperative to set aside your pride. Sacrificing a few things for the ultimate goal is not an unreasonable endeavor. Is it? Lucius nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. However, how do you possess such insight into Harry Potter? Karmit laughed. He is the savior, uncle. I thrive on strategic foresight. You should be well aware of my nature. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Lucius, Karmit waved to Narcissa, then vanished from sight. Lucius gazed at the spot where Karmit had just stood, shaking his head in disbelief. How terrifying. At such a young age, he harbors such intricate thoughts. I find myself somewhat intimidated by him. Narcissa grasped Lucius's hand, saying, regardless of the circumstances, we are family, are we not? Lucius nodded. Narcissa continued, well then, I am quite hungry, let us return home. I hope the house elf has prepared our lunch. Meanwhile, Karmit did not return directly to the manor, but ventured instead to Nocturne Alley. This alley is closely connected to Diagon Alley, yet the ambience is starkly contrasting. Unlike the vibrant atmosphere of Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley is steeped in an aura of death and chaos. On the roadside, a homeless wizard brandished his wand threateningly at another, coercing him to relinquish the last of his galleons. After successfully seizing the money, the rogue wizard issued a few threats before preparing to depart. Suddenly, he caught sight of Karmit strolling along the path, and his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly lowered his gaze, too fearful to meet Karmit's eyes. Karmit merely glanced at him without taking action. Such are the rules of Nocturne Alley. Even if Karmit were to subdue every homeless wizard in the alley and claim the title of its unchallenged king, he would still refrain from interference. After all, in a survival of the fittest environment, only the resilient wizards who endure are truly formidable, are they not? When Karmit finds himself in need, those individuals will serve a purpose. Karmit made his way to the gathering place of Belinda and her companions. Numerous such congregations exist within Nocturne Alley, where homeless wizards band together for mutual support. Prior to Karmit's bloody conquest of Nocturne Alley, Bilal and Belinda were the leaders of these gatherings and represented the two most powerful factions within the alley, often clashing with one another. Eventually, both were subdued by Karmit and merged into a single entity, thereby establishing themselves as the undeniable rulers of Nocturne Alley. Upon Karmit's arrival, Belinda and Bilal hurried toward him, accompanied by others who knelt before him. Master, they exclaimed. Karmit waved his hand. Rise, return to your tasks. Bilal, Belinda, accompany me. Without hesitation, the crowd dispersed, while Belinda and Bilal followed Karmit into the interior. Karmit sat upon a chair, and Belinda promptly presented a cup of steaming tea before him. Have you established contact with the ministry? Karmit inquired. Everything is in order, Belinda replied. That incompetent fudge has undoubtedly pocketed a considerable sum of galleons from you, my master, and thus will assist in your endeavors. However, there is one issue. At Azkaban, apart from the ores left by the ministry, there are also Dementors. The ministry cannot control them. They can only be confined to Azkaban. If you intend to venture there, handling the Dementors may pose a challenge. Dementors are of no concern. I possess a method to deal with them, Karmit asserted. Belinda's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Have you mastered the Patronus charm, my master? Karmit shook his head. It was quite absurd. Despite his remarkable talent and exceptional learning ability, he had yet to grasp the complexities of the Patronus charm. It is not solely the Patronus charm that can fend off Dementors. If everything is arranged, prepare yourselves. In a few days, we shall journey to Azkaban, Karmit instructed. Belinda and Bilal nodded in agreement. Karmit turned his attention to Bilal. What news from the Axley family? Bilal replied, I was just about to update you on that matter. It is peculiar. After we eliminated the exiles, the Axley family seems entirely oblivious to the event. They remain remarkably tranquil, with old Axley continuing his usual activities, devoid of any reaction. Upon hearing this, Karmit furrowed his brow. Continue to monitor them. I shall be visiting Hogwarts in a few days, and I will provide a stable supply of resources. At that point, you will all visit the magical materials shop. I suspect the Axley family may be concealing something significant. But, my master, should we not eliminate danger in its infancy? Bilal questioned. Karmit shook his head. Bilal, you must understand, the Axley family's actions could yield greater profits for us. I need to offer them a chance to perceive this as an unprecedented opportunity. My visit to Hogwarts will serve as that opportunity. I must compel them to act, allowing me to decisively crush them. Proactive aggression lacks the rationale of vengeance. Do you understand? Bilal nodded. Yes, my master, I comprehend. If necessary, take some rogue wizards with you. Let them perish at the hands of the Axley. Karmit uttered these chilling words with the most nonchalant demeanor. Bilal nodded. I understand, my master. After returning to the manor and partaking in a meal, Karmit descended into the depths of the Black family's basement. It was more akin to a dungeon. Pureblood families typically possess such places. After all, during the most tumultuous times in the magical world, pureblood families required individuals for the study of dark magic. As the magical realm gradually stabilized, these dungeons fell out of use. Even Hogwarts contained such relics. Most pureblood families repurposed their dungeons into basements for unsavory activities. The Black family was no exception. Within the basement, Karmit retrieved his elder wand. Caressing the distinctly segmented wand, Karmit could palpably sense its immense power. In truth, while elder wood is exceptionally rare. It is not entirely non-existent. However, within the magical realm, only one elder wand exists, and that is the fabled wand wielded by Dumbledore, the Elder Wand. This singularity arises from the fact that the Elder Wand is the most arduous wand to master among all. It possesses unimaginable strength. Yet it scorns wizards whose might does not equate to its own. The wand submits only to the wizard who has defeated its previous master, which is a characteristic of the elder wood itself, rather than of the wand. Consequently, wand makers refrain from crafting wands from elder wood, as they would find no market for them. This brings to mind the audacity of the ancestors of the Black family. Had they utilized the elder wand in its proper capacity, they would not have attracted the attention of Death himself. However, the forebearers of the Black family directly emulated the elder wand to forge the very wand now held by Karmit. Its shape and length are a perfect replica. The reason Death fixated on the Black family lies in this audacious act. They had blasphemed. At least, that is how it appeared to Death. Furthermore, in a bid to enhance the wand's power, the ancestors of the Black family, harnessing the full strength of their lineage, hunted a basilisk. Salazar Slytherin's wand incorporated the basilisk's fang. Initially, the Black family intended to replicate it. However, after experimentation, the head of the Black family discovered that the basilisk's essence was far more potent. Thus, this wand was born, a shaft of elder wood with a core derived from the basilisk's nerve. No one knows the true properties of this wand. Not even the ancestor of the Black family who crafted it. For the moment the wand took form, they became the object of Death's attention. Nevertheless, the ancestor of the Black family infused a drop of blood into the wand during its creation, resulting in a unique affinity between the wand and the Black family's magical essence. Karmit gently waved the wand, and in the next instant, a beam of dark green light shot forth and struck the ground. Karmit gasped softly. He then waved the wand again, causing a flame to erupt from its tip. With a mere thought, the flame began to diminish slowly. The astonishment on Karmit's face deepened, yet he knew he had further experiments to conduct. He clapped his hands, and in an instant, Creature appeared by his side. Master, Creature intoned. Karmit commanded, go inform Belinda to bring me 2 individuals. Creature nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Karmit continued to experiment with spells, validating the hypotheses that danced in his mind. He alternated between white magic and dark magic. Before long, Creature returned with Belinda, each bearing a captured vagrant wizard. They cast the vagrants onto the ground. Master, Belinda reported, we just captured these from another camp. Are they sufficient? Or shall I procure more? Karmit replied, for now, they will suffice. Subsequently, Karmit approached one of the wandering wizards, wand in hand. The wandering wizard's face was etched with terror. Be Blair, the great king of Nocturne Alley, I have not provoked you. Karmit disregarded his pleas and aimed his wand directly at the trembling figure, uttering the incantation, Cruciatus. The next moment, a scream echoed through the air. Another wandering wizard, paralyzed with fear, shook uncontrollably as if caught in a sieve. Belinda maintained a calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat eager. As for Creature, his initial reaction mirrored that of the wandering wizard, but he had since acclimated. Karmit stroked his chin thoughtfully before beckoning to Belinda. She instantly comprehended his intent, having served under him for many years. Withdrawing her wand from her robes, she handed it to Karmit. He pointed the wand at yet another wandering wizard and pronounced, Cruciatus. That wizard too met a fate of anguished screams. Karmit did not relent, casting the Cruciatus curse 2 more times. The wandering wizard was now gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. Karmit tossed the wand back to Belinda, raised the elder wand, and with 2 killing curses, he ended the suffering of both wizards. Karmit gazed at the wand in his hand, overwhelmed with uncontainable euphoria. This wand had bestowed upon him unimaginable surprises. Through experimentation, he had discerned its remarkable traits, an extraordinary enhancement to dark magic, not merely amplifying its power, but also refining his mastery over it. For instance, the Fiendfire, notoriously uncontrollable within the magical community, was, in truth, a flame that could be tamed by individuals. The likes of Grindelwald's Fire Shield, Dumbledore's Fire Path, and even Voldemort's Serpentine Flames were manifestations of their pure command over Fiendfire. Though Karmit often dabbled in this formidable flame, he could not compare to those 3. However, with the Elder Wand's enhancement, his control over Fiendfire had become markedly more proficient. While still not on par with the 3 Titans, he was far more adept than when he wielded no wand at all. At the very least, if he so desired, he could now master the Fiendfire. It was no wonder that wizards needed a wand of their own. It truly provided a significant boost in combat prowess. Previously, he had relied on stolen wands or Belinda's, which had caused her wand to seemingly recognize 2 masters, behaving obediently in Karmit's grasp. Chapter 19, Draco visits Harry Potter. Now, Karmit had finally acquired a wand that belonged to him. However, the Elder Wand appeared to possess a peculiar trait. Its master would be irresistibly drawn to the master of the U-Wand. For instance, Dumbledore's original wand seemed to be a U-Wand, thus creating an intrinsic attraction between him and Grindelwald, the master of the Elder Wand. This phenomenon was yet another characteristic of the Elder Wand. According to Karmit's understanding, apart from Dumbledore, it seems no wizard has ever wielded a rowanwood wand. He stowed away his wand and proceeded to dispose of the body. Kreacher and Belinda nodded in agreement. Karmit vanished with a flicker of apparition. These matters would be handled with utmost care by Kreacher and Belinda. There was no need for his intervention. Karmit made his way to a room on the top floor. The space was lined with shelves, and at the end, a grand door stood resolutely shut. Approaching the shelves, he casually picked up a book, his gaze sweeping across the chamber. His curiosity regarding the contents of the room was piqued, yet regrettably, the door was forged from a special material, impervious to spells. It required 3 keys to unlock, one of which was in Karmit's possession, bequeathed by his late father. The other 2 keys resided with Bellatrix and Sirius. This necessity was the reason for Karmit's impending visit to Azkaban. He sensed that whatever lay within that room might offer him an extraordinary surprise. The following morning at Malfoy Manor, several outfits lay on Draco's bed, delivered to him by Karmit the previous day for his excursion into the Muggle world. Draco stood before the mirror, holding 2 garments and incessantly comparing them. Narcissa sat nearby, smiling with a hint of exasperation. Draco, I think the silver outfit looks splendid. Karmit possesses one too. You often remark how well it suits him, she encouraged. But I do not possess the same charm as my cousin, Draco replied. When I wear it, I can't help but compare myself to him, and inevitably, I feel less attractive. Though Narcissa adored Draco, she found herself at a loss for words to comfort him, for he spoke the undeniable truth. Karmit's visage was indeed exceptionally handsome. Then perhaps you could opt for a more casual ensemble? Narcissa suggested. But isn't it customary to dress formally for a first visit? Draco countered. However, if you dress too formally, it may impose undue pressure on your new friends. Moreover, a casual outfit would allow you the freedom to explore the Muggle world with them. Narcissa replied. After contemplating her words, Draco conceded, I believe you are right, mother. In that case, I shall wear something casual. Could you assist me in locating the outfit my cousin gifted me last time? Narcissa exhaled in relief, grateful to have resolved her son's dilemma. Feeling somewhat exhausted from the effort, she retrieved the clothing from the wardrobe, and once Draco was appropriately attired, he eagerly descended the stairs. Downstairs, Lucius was sipping coffee while perusing the Daily Prophet. Draco adjusted his outfit and approached the dining table. Father, he exclaimed. Lucius nodded. Sit down and have something to eat. I shall escort you shortly. Draco let out a small exclamation. Though he was inwardly anxious, he obediently took a seat. His mind was elsewhere as he attempted to eat. Lucius, feeling helpless, observed his son, while Narcissa quietly chuckled beside him. She was genuinely pleased that her son was making new friends, even if that friend happened to be Harry Potter. Although she harbored concerns regarding the Dark Lord, it was evident that Karmit had already conferred with Lucius. With that assurance, Narcissa felt a complete trust in their judgment. At last, as Draco's restlessness reached its peak, Lucius finally set aside his newspaper. Let us depart, he declared. Draco sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with excitement, and hurried to gather the gifts he had prepared. Approaching the fireplace, Narcissa adjusted Draco's collar, wishing him, have fun. Draco nodded in acknowledgement. Lucius instructed him, wait for me at the leaky cauldron. Draco nodded once more before stepping into the fireplace. Flue powder, activate. As Draco was engulfed by the green flames and vanished, Narcissa turned to Lucius, her brow furrowed with concern. Are you certain there will be no issues? She inquired. Lucius reassured her. Karmit is correct. We ought to have a contingency plan. Do not worry, all will be well. Narcissa nodded in agreement. Lucius then disapparated away. At the leaky cauldron, Draco stood at the entrance, anxiously awaiting his father's arrival. Before long, Lucius emerged. The father and son duo ventured from the leaky cauldron into the Muggle world. Awaiting them by the entrance was a car, which Karmit had arranged in advance. As a traveler between worlds, Karmit was not averse to the Muggle realm. He understood the immense energy and wealth it possessed. Thus, he had been busy establishing himself there as well. In fact, compared to the magical world, this era of Muggles offered even greater opportunities for profit. Consequently, Karmit had assets in the Muggle domain. As the car made its way to number 4, Privet Drive, Draco was filled with exhilaration, both at the prospect of meeting a new friend and at the novelty of visiting the Muggle world for the first time. Everything around him was a source of wonder. Soon, the car halted in front of a house. The driver turned to him and said, Sir, this is number 4, Privet Drive. Lucius nodded. Please extend my thanks to Karmit. The driver replied, Certainly, sir. I will return this afternoon to collect young Master Malfoy. Lucius acknowledged him with a nod before stepping out of the car with Draco. By chance, Draco immediately spotted Harry Potter, who was just then sent out to take out the trash. Harry noticed Draco too, his eyes lighting up with excitement. What are you doing here? He asked. Draco replied, I forgot to ask your name yesterday, so I had my cousin help me find your address and name. I came specifically to visit you today. Hearing this, Harry felt a surge of joy, as it was the first time someone had come to visit him. Moreover, he was indeed Harry Potter's first friend in the magical realm. Lucius stood by, observing Harry Potter, the very savior who had caused the Dark Lord to stumble. Draco said, "By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, and this is my father, the head of the Malfoy family." Draco's tone was filled with pride, yet it was unfortunate that he was somewhat speaking to a wall, for Harry Potter was entirely unfamiliar with the Malfoy lineage. Chapter 20. Harry Potter nearly became a true orphan. Although Harry Potter was oblivious to the intricacies of the magical families, he sensed that Lucius was no ordinary man. The aura he exuded was unlike anything Harry had encountered before. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Harry said politely. Lucius scrutinized Harry with a discerning gaze, recalling what Karmit had mentioned to him. "Hello, Harry Potter. You are quite renowned in the magical world. I hope you and Draco can become very good friends." At that moment, Harry held no particular stance. In truth, all of Harry's perspectives had been instilled by others: Ron, Hagrid, Dumbledore. These individuals would subtly influence Harry's beliefs after his enrollment. This was also the reason Karmit often spoke of Dumbledore's scheming. The timing of the Weasley family's arrival at the train station was suspiciously convenient, as they endeavored to garner Harry's favor. Subsequently, Ron shared an abundance of disparaging remarks about pureblood families while seated with Harry in the same compartment. Then, encountering Draco, who approached with a haughty demeanor to forge a friendship, one might wonder if this was all mere coincidence. Karmit certainly did not believe so. Yet, some occurrences are indeed peculiar. When Draco was getting dressed, he fortuitously found Harry Potter nearby, devoid of Hagrid's presence. Additionally, Draco had just been schooled by Karmit, adopting a favorable attitude that endeared him to Harry. If all of Karmit's conjectures were accurate, old Dumble's plans had already begun to unravel, all due to the fluttering of Karmit's butterfly wings. Draco approached Harry, stating, "Harry, I have brought you a gift. Would you care to invite me to your home?" Upon hearing this, a visible joy spread across Harry's face. No one had ever presented him with a gift before. However, this smile quickly faded as he reflected on his own home situation. Lucius furrowed his brow slightly. What was amiss with this child? It seemed he was being rather ungrateful. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Damn it, Harry Potter, what are you doing? I told you to take out the trash." As the words echoed, a rotund middle-aged man emerged from the house. Upon hearing this voice, Harry's body jolted. Lucius noticed this reaction and turned to see that the figure was none other than Harry Potter's uncle, Vernon Dursley. Vernon furrowed his brow upon seeing the two companions of Harry Potter. "Damn it, Harry Potter, where did you meet these two? Are they as peculiar as you?" The moment the words left his mouth, Draco was instantly incensed. "How dare you speak to Harry like that? You filthy muggle. Father, look at him. Indeed, our Draco, the illustrious heir of the Malfoy lineage, who had secured the prestigious Father of Hogwarts award for 7 consecutive years, had once again invoked the title." Lucius tightened his grip on his cane, a slight pressure betraying his intent to teach this insufferable muggle a lesson. As for the ministry's regulations, ridiculous. Those rules were only applicable to ordinary wizards. They could not restrain the members of a pureblood family, especially one as esteemed as the Malfoys. At that moment, a hand rested on Lucius's wrist, causing him to pause. "Cousin?" exclaimed Draco in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Camus. Camus turned to Lucius. "Uncle, do not act impulsively. Killing a muggle is easy, but it ultimately invites trouble, does it not?" Lucius replied, "This wretched muggle dares to offend me. He deserves to perish." Camus interjected, "There are simpler ways to resolve matters in the muggle world." He gestured toward Belinda, who had accompanied him. Belinda understood immediately and approached Vernon, tossing a black business card his way. Vernon hesitated momentarily before grasping the card, and in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The card bore no superfluous details, only the crest of the Black family, and the name Camus Black. Yet, Vernon trembled uncontrollably. He rushed to stand before Camus. "My apologies, Mr. Black. I did not realize it was you." Camus stated, "You should count yourself fortunate. You've narrowly escaped death." Vernon quaked like a leaf. Camus continued, "Your nephew is a friend of my cousin. I hope they can enjoy a pleasant afternoon together, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Vernon nodded vigorously. I understand. He hastily approached Draco and Harry, a sheepish grin on his face. "Harry, bring your friends inside. Let us sample the freshly baked cookies." Draco huffed in disdain. "Weren't you just insulting us?" His expression bore a smug satisfaction. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Vernon stammered, "I was blind. I apologize, truly sorry. Please forgive me." Draco turned to Harry. "Harry, what do you think?" Harry, already taken aback, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Draco's inquiry. Oh, thank you, Uncle. Draco, shall we go inside?" Hearing Harry's words, Vernon could not help but exhale in relief. Draco warned, "If I catch you bullying Harry again, I shall have my cousin deal with you." After being the father of Hogwarts, Draco had once again acquired a new skill, the master of calling cousins. When it came to rallying support, Draco had truly grasped the essence. "I would never. Harry is my nephew. How could I possibly bully him? Shall we proceed inside? Vernon hastily replied. Draco raised his chin with an air of arrogance, urging, let's go. Beside him, Harry Potter observed Vernon's demeanor, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Casting a glance at Karmit, his curiosity about this enigmatic figure reached its zenith. He understood clearly that it was Karmit's presence that had diminished the once mighty Vernon to this state. After Harry and Draco entered, Lucius remarked, Is this the extent of your influence in the Muggle world? Karmit replied, It's not exactly influence. That Muggle is a supervisor at Grunning Company. Quite coincidentally, that company is a subsidiary of the Black family. Lucius expressed his surprise. I never imagined you had established such roots in the Muggle realm. Karmit shrugged. It's quite straightforward. Belinda used the Cruciatus curse to control the original owner of the company, who willingly transferred it to me. Of course, I compensated him. He should be traveling the world with his wife and child now. Lucius's expression darkened. So, this was how Karmit operated in the Muggle world? He could do the same. In Chapter 21, The Journey to Azkaban, the madcap Bella, Lucius questioned, So, Karmit, what brings you here? Karmit answered, Nothing significant, merely concerned that issues might arise. Especially given Harry Potter's family situation. Lucius retorted, You are overthinking this. I can handle it. Karmit rolled his eyes. Yes, he could manage. But had it not been for Karmit's timely intervention, Harry would have lost yet another relative before even making friends. Even if Harry despised this uncle, they were still family. As Harry matured, he would come to appreciate that bond. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Vernon and his family to depart during the climactic battle. Karmit refrained from arguing with Lucius, saying, All right, perhaps I was meddling. Well then, uncle, I shall take my leave. Lucius replied, I am returning as well. Did you not arrange for someone to escort Draco? Once he has had his fill of enjoyment, they can bring him back. Karmit nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lucius vanished with a simple flick of his wand, demonstrating the nonchalance of a pure-blood family. Fortunately, Karmit shared this trait. Karmit and Belinda also utilized apparition to depart. Reappearing by the seaside, standing on the shore, they could vaguely discern a small island shrouded in mist. This island was known as Azkaban, the wizarding prison of the British magical community, guarded by the Ministry's Aurors and Dementors, with a Muggle-repelling charm in place. On the lake's surface, a small boat approached the shore, cutting through the thick fog before halting at the water's edge. Byral knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Master. Karmit nodded and stepped forward, finding himself atop the small boat in the next moment, with Belinda following closely behind. Once they were settled, Byral resumed rowing, guiding the vessel toward Azkaban. Before long, the boat reached the shore once more. Having just anchored, several Aurors swiftly encircled them from all sides, their wands pointed menacingly at Karmit. Who goes there? Azkaban prohibits any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Karmit stood on the ship with his hands clasped behind his back, disregarding the surrounding Aurors, his gaze fixed upon the imposing prison. It was a pity that this formidable structure would soon vanish. Constructing such a vast prison was indeed quite the financial undertaking. Byral leaped from the vessel, tossing a rolled parchment to one of the Aurors. This is an official document from the Ministry of Magic. The Auror accepted the parchment and unfurled it. While the others maintained their vigilant stance, Juan still trained on Karmit and his companions. After scrutinizing the document and verifying its authenticity, the Auror waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their wands. I am perplexed as to how you managed to obtain such a decree from the Ministry. For there has never been a precedent for visitation at Azkaban. Within those walls, it is the Dementors that guard the prisoners. Our duty is merely to oversee the perimeter. Once you enter Azkaban, we have no authority over what transpires inside. The Dementors do not heed commands and lack any semblance of humanity. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Byral nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely our intention. The Auror pondered for a moment before replying. Very well then. Proceed at your own caution. Beware of the Dementors. Thank you, we are aware. Byral responded. Seeing that Byral had concluded the discussion, Karmit disembarked and ventured toward the depths of Azkaban. Once the trio had moved further away, one Auror queried, Chief, are we truly allowing them to enter? Those Dementors will not obey the Ministry's orders. The initial speaking Auror replied, That is no longer our concern. The Ministry has commanded us not to interfere. The other Aurors nodded in agreement. The leading Auror gazed after the departing figures, speculating about their identities. Having been stationed at Azkaban for many years, they were somewhat out of touch with the latest happenings in the wizarding world. As Karmit and his companions delved deeper, the surrounding mist thickened, and a faintly chilling aura emanated from within the fog. Byral and Belinda drew their wands, waving them gently. In response, two silvery wisps materialized. One coalesced beside Belinda into the form of a rabbit, while the other ascended and transformed into a vulture. These were the patron muses of Byral and Belinda. Karmit found it perplexing that such nefarious individuals had mastered the Patronus charm, while he himself had been unable to do so. Was it possible that the joyful memories of his past life held no relevance in this world? Yet, he had also contemplated the joyful memories of this realm, for instance. During his time in the slaughterhouse alley, he had not learned the Patronus charm despite the delightful recollections. It must be admitted that Karmit's circumstances were indeed rather grim. With the emergence of the two patron muses, the chilling atmosphere dissipated significantly, and the trio pressed onward into the depths of Azkaban. Amidst the mist, a shadow flitted past. Karmit was keenly aware that these were Dementors. However, owing to the presence of two patron muses nearby, they dared not approach. This spared Karmit some trouble. Although he had prepared various means to confront these soul-sucking creatures, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As he traversed the desolate halls of Azkaban, he observed the multitude of cells surrounding him. Within each, the wizards appeared disheveled, their eyes devoid of life. Under the kiss of the Dementors, their spirits had long since been extinguished. Even the sight of Karmit wandering outside elicited little more than indifference from them. They had become numb to their plight. A few newly incarcerated wizards, however, reached through the bars, desperately attempting to grasp Karmit, pleading for salvation. Yet, they were promptly rebuffed by Byler, who brandished his wand in admonishment. Karmit paid them no heed and continued toward the upper tiers of the prison. The uppermost level housed the most heinous of criminals, including Death Eaters. Karmit methodically inspected each cell until he finally stood before one that contained a woman, her hair a tangled mess. Yet, when she raised her gaze, it flickered with madness and murderous intent. She was Bellatrix Lestrange, a fifth-generation member of the Black family and another of Karmit's aunts. Karmit stood before her cell, exclaiming, "Goodness! You truly are a sight to behold." Bellatrix slowly lifted her head and then abruptly lunged toward the bars. "Bloodline, I can sense the blood within you. You are of the Black family, the illegitimate son of that despicable traitor, Regulus. I have seen you." Karmit nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. You once sought to kill me, but alas, you were apprehended before you could make your move." Chapter 22. The Great Black Dog Attacks Gringotts? A frenzied smile spread across Bellatrix's face. "Ah, how unfortunate. I remember it well. It was at your first birthday party. If it weren't for that wretched Narcissa, you would have perished." Karmit replied with a chuckle. "Regrettably for you. You failed to eliminate me then, and now you have no opportunity to do so." Bellatrix ultimately emitted an enigmatic, cackling laugh. "The great master shall return, and you, the son of a traitor, will perish at my hands." Karmit's smile remained unwavering. "I eagerly await that day. Now let us discuss business. Where is the key?" Bellatrix paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "So, you seek the key. I shall not grant it to you." With that, she retreated to the corner of her cell, defiantly gazing at Karmit. He shrugged. "I suspected it would not be that simple." As he spoke, Karmit raised his hand, and with a subtle gesture, Bellatrix was lifted into the air, swiftly hurtling toward the bars. There was no panic upon her face, only surprise. "How rude of you. You are certainly more capable than your despicable traitor father. What? Do you wish to torment me? I face the kiss of Dementors daily. Do you truly believe I would fear you?" Karmit remarked. "Although you are somewhat unwell and your mind is not entirely sound, I must commend your resolve." Bella scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chimera. "Rather than squander time tormenting you, it would be far more efficient for you to divulge the information yourself." As these words were spoken, a flicker of blue light danced in Chimera's eyes. In the next instant, Bella's expression froze abruptly. However, she soon regained her composure. "You dare to employ legilimency against me? Spare yourself the effort. My studies in occlumency, although not on par with that half-breed Severus Snape, are certainly beyond your ability to penetrate." Karmit shook his head. "Indeed, it seems I underestimated you. I did not anticipate that you had mastered occlumency. I had assumed you were solely versed in the dark arts. It appears that I shall require some assistance." With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Elder Wand materialized in Karmit's hand. Upon seeing the wand, Bella's eyes widened in shock. "You have retrieved that wand. Damn it, that was a gift I intended for my master. Had it not been for that wretched Ollivander who refused to surrender it, I would have presented it to him long ago. You, despicable bastard. What right do you have to wield that wand?" Karmit disregarded Bella's furious outburst. She was nothing more than a fool. Why did the ancestors of the Black family infuse blood into their wands? On one hand, it was to ensure the wand resonated with the members of the Black family. On the other, it served as a means of protection against theft. No one outside the Black family could wield it. Would Voldemort comprehend its significance? Karmit directed the wand at Bella's forehead, and in the next moment, legilimency was initiated. Bella's memories unfolded like pages in a book, laid bare for Karmit to peruse at will. Before long, Karmit unearthed the answers he sought. Observing Bella, now utterly incapacitated, he waved his hand lightly, sending her crumpled form back into the corner. Karmit stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, it was hidden in the vault? That presents a bit of a conundrum. Let us proceed. We must locate Sirius Black." Belinda interjected. "Master, do you not wish to eliminate her? This wretch has shown you disrespect." Karmit replied. "For now, she possesses some utility. We shall not concern ourselves with her fate. Let her linger for a while longer." Belinda nodded, casting a venomous glare at Bella. Two piercing bolts of agony shot forth from the wand, eliciting a wretched scream from Bella. Karmit made no effort to halt Belinda's actions. Following Bella's memories, they made their way directly to the cell where Sirius was imprisoned. Inside the cell, a large black dog lay on the ground. Upon noticing Karmit's presence, the dog slowly rose, stretching its form until it transformed into Sirius. Sirius scrutinized Karmit. "Who are you, Regulus child?" Karmit nodded. "Indeed." Sirius inquired, "What brings you here?" Karmit responded, "You possess a key that I require. You must hand it over to me." Sirius pondered for a moment. "Indeed, I just heard Bella's anguished scream. Was it you?" Karmit inquired. "What, do you intend to avenge her?" Sirius shook his head and then removed a pendant from around his neck, revealing the key. Without hesitation, he handed it to Karmit. "Your father was a hero." Karmit retorted coldly. "There is no need for you to say that, Sirius." Sirius faltered momentarily. Karmit continued, "By the way, considering you are a member of the Black family, I can share something with you. Harry Potter is about to enroll at Hogwarts, and you will soon receive another surprise. I believe we shall meet again shortly." With that, Karmit showed no inclination to linger and turned to leave. Upon hearing the news about Harry Potter, Sirius's eyes brightened instantly, but that glimmer quickly faded. Reflecting on the fact that due to his actions, James and Lily had changed their secret keeper to the traitor Peter Pettigrew, which indirectly led to their demise and left Harry an orphan, he felt unworthy to face Harry. Sirius sighed, transformed back into a black dog, and lay in the corner. Karmit, accompanied by Belinda and Byler, made his way toward the exterior of Azkaban. Belinda asked, "Master, where is the other key located?" Karmit replied, "In Bella's vault." Belinda's mind raced. After they were captured in Azkaban, their wands were placed in the Ministry of Magic. "Master, I can retrieve it for you, and then using Polyjuice Potion, we can directly access the vault to obtain the key. I shall go take a hair from that scoundrel right now." Karmit raised his hand. "There's no need for such trouble." Belinda halted in her tracks. Karmit said, "Just go and take it. If they refuse, seize it." Initially, Karmit had considered Belinda's suggestion, but it was evident that this plan was overly cumbersome. Brewing Polyjuice Potion and traveling to the Ministry would take too long. And with the school term approaching, he had no time to squander. Thus, it was indeed simpler to seize it directly. As for Gringotts and Hogwarts being labeled as the two safest places, please. Gringotts has been attacked countless times, and Hogwarts is even more absurd. Just look at Harry Potter, who was battered and bruised throughout his 7 years. If it weren't for his remarkable luck and the protagonist's aura, backed by Dumbledore's protection, he would have perished long ago. Belinda remarked, "Attacking Gringotts? Could it be a bit too risky?" Karmit chuckled. "Rest assured, someone will help us draw the fire." Chapter 23, Night Raid on Gringotts. Quirrell leads the charge. Byler and Belinda exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, but chose not to inquire further. In their eyes, their master was omnipotent. Without any disruption, the trio returned to the magical realm. Upon returning to the manor, Karmit once again immersed himself in his study, continuing his magical research, adhering to the principle that learning knows no bounds. Although his current strength is indeed formidable, there remains ample room for improvement. After all, he is still quite young, and much of what he has mastered has yet to reach its zenith. Time slips away swiftly. The hours of study pass in a blink. In the dead of night, Diagon Alley lies shrouded in silence, with all the shops closed. Only the occasional flicker of 2 oil lamps casts a dim, yellow glow upon the streets. In the shadows, Karmit stands alongside Byler and Belinda, mere meters from Gringotts. Before long, Belinda speaks up, "Master, someone is coming." Karmit looks up to see a figure rapidly approaching Gringotts, slipping past its protective charms unnoticed by the goblins. The intruder disappears into the vaults, leaving Byler and Belinda in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that their master spoke the truth. Someone has indeed infiltrated Gringotts. "Prepare yourselves. Soon it will be our turn to act," Karmit instructs. And both Byler and Belinda nod, instinctively tightening their grips on their wands. Though they have taken many lives and are no strangers to darkness, the thought of breaching Gringotts is foreign to them. After all, while the goblins have been subdued by wizards for years, one cannot deny their formidable prowess. These magical beings are the true darlings of magic. Wizards must practice to perform wandless and silent spells, but goblins are born with such abilities. Had the ancient wizards not been so ruthless, one wonders who would truly hold dominion in the wizarding world today. And how could they forget? Among those ancient wizards was the ancestor of their own master. Karmit gazes at Gringotts, a smirk gracing his lips. His choice to strike directly at Gringotts is due to someone else bearing the blame. He has arranged for someone to keep watch in Diagon Alley. The moment Quirrell appears, he will be notified. Yes, this is the very Professor Quirrell who is possessed by Voldemort. Karmit, having read the original text, knows well that Professor Quirrell will be acting under Voldemort's orders to assault Gringotts for the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he has awaited this opportunity. About 20 minutes pass, when suddenly, chaos erupts within Gringotts. The sounds of bells and frantic shouts fill the air. In the next moment, a figure bursts forth from the bank, followed closely by several goblins. Karmit declares, "All right, the guards have been lured out. Let us enter. Remember, if you encounter any obstacles, eliminate them without delay." Bilal and Belinda nod, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Subsequently, Karmit, accompanied by the two companions, charged directly towards Gringotts, eschewing any concealment and opting to enter through the main entrance. Within the confines of Gringotts, a formidable guard presence awaited, specifically, the goblin security detail. However, they had been lured away by Chilo, leaving the remaining defensive forces significantly weakened. Otherwise, Karmit would not have dared to launch an assault on Gringotts. Upon their entrance, the trio was immediately confronted by a guard. "Who goes there?" Belinda and Bilal, without a moment's hesitation, drew their wands and unleashed 2 killing curses. The goblins fell to the ground in an instant. Witnessing this, the other goblins were taken aback, realizing that the assailants had accomplices, prompting cries of counterattack. Counterattack! Karmit glanced at his companions and commanded, "Stop them." They nodded in agreement and, with a flourish of their wands, sent forth a barrage of spells. Meanwhile, Karmit strode purposefully towards the inner vault. A goblin attempted to assail him, but its attack was effortlessly thwarted by a protective barrier that materialized before Karmit. His proficiency with the shield charm, second only to the unforgivable curses, rendered him impervious to such trivial assaults. Ignoring the futile attempts of the goblins behind him, he pressed onward, while Bilal and Belinda effectively intercepted any pursuers. Navigating the passage, Karmit made a beeline for Bella's vault. Upon witnessing the dragon, shackled and restrained, he shook his head in dismay. It was a tragic irony, magical creatures enslaved by a race that was itself subjugated. Disregarding the dragon, Karmit approached the entrance to Bella's vault, having meticulously prepared beforehand. He marveled at the imposing vault door before him. With a flick of his wrist, his elder wand materialized in hand. Shatter! A crimson light erupted from the wand, and the vault door was obliterated. Karmit did not rush inside. Instead, he cast another spell, Stasis, aware that Bella had likely placed protective enchantments within her vault. He was determined not to allow the precious goblet to become ensnared by any confounding spells. Observing the treasures within, he produced a bag prepped with the extension charm. Unperturbed by what lay inside, he would sort through it later. After all, these riches rightfully belonged to the Black family. Bella, being a member of the Black lineage, rendered any claim to the wealth devoid of dispute. If there were objections, they could be addressed to Karmit's wand, which was quite fond of rational discourse. As Karmit busied himself with the accumulation of treasures, the goblin security detail pursuing Chilo received urgent distress signals from their counterparts stationed at Gringotts. Several goblins abruptly halted their chase, exchanging glances of alarm. "Cursed be it! He has accomplices. We've been deceived. We must return. The vault cannot be compromised, or those wizards will surely seize this opportunity to purge us goblins once again." Several fairies cast a resentful glance at the figure of Chilo, now shrouded in darkness, before turning their attention to Gringotts. Chilo, concealed in the shadows, watched as the fairies departed, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death. The words of the fairies echoed in his mind, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of his savior. Otherwise, he would have expressed profound gratitude. Feeling the debilitating weakness in his head from the recent confrontation with the fairies, Chilo couldn't help but sigh. Truly a fool, he mused. Yet extricating himself from this predicament appeared increasingly impossible. Chapter 24. The Inheritance of Ancient Magical Runes. Within Gringotts, the number of fairies continued to swell. Even Beeler and Belinda found themselves struggling to maintain their ground. Nevertheless, neither entertained thoughts of retreat. They steadfastly recalled Karmit's orders to impede the fairies. Thus, until Karmit returned, they were resolute in their position. At that moment, the few fairies that had pursued earlier returned, witnessing Beeler and Belinda wreaking havoc in the hall. Enraged, the fairies launched a direct assault, striking with lethal intent. Beeler and Belinda exchanged glances. "It seems we are destined for death," Belinda remarked. "Regrettably, we have failed to fulfill our master's command," Beeler replied. A flicker of ferocity ignited in Belinda's eyes. "Even in death, we shall delay them as long as possible. Come forth, you wretched fairies." As she spoke, both Belinda and Beeler unleashed a pair of deadly curses. 2 fairies were struck down instantly. The remaining fairies, undeterred, advanced upon the duo. Despite their formidable prowess, the relentless onslaught began to overwhelm them. Just as they teetered on the brink of demise, a figure suddenly appeared, interposing itself before them. All attacks were absorbed by a protective barrier conjured by none other than Karmit. Seeing their master, the two were filled with exhilaration. "Master, we apologize for our failure." Karmit shook his head. "No, you have performed admirably. Withdraw for now. I shall handle this." Beeler and Belinda nodded in understanding. After serving under Karmit for so long, they knew well that when their master issued a command, their role was to obey. Their presence would only hinder his effectiveness. The fairies, however, were unwilling to allow the two to escape and launched another wave of attacks. Yet, under Karmit's watchful gaze, their efforts were effortlessly thwarted. Beeler and Belinda retreated from Gringotts and swiftly vanished from the vicinity using disapparition. One fairy glared at Karmit, demanding, "Who are you to dare assault Gringotts?" Karmit replied with a smile, "Fairy, a pitiable species." His words incited the anger of all present. "How dare you? You insolent wretch, you dare to insult us. Kill him." Enraged, the fairies surged toward Karmit. He merely scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips, before snapping his fingers. A sudden blaze erupted into being. Subsequently, Karmit gently blew a breath towards the flames. In the next instant, the fire soared into the air, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that lunged toward the fairies. The fairies gasped in alarm. "Damn it, it's a fierce fire. Quickly, take cover." They scattered in all directions. Karmit, on the other hand, exited the ancient spirit pavilion, deftly casting several death curses to impede those fairies attempting to pursue him. After leaving the confines of the ancient spirit pavilion, he similarly vanished using disapparition. Just as a fairy was about to chase after him, she was halted by another fairy's voice. "Do not pursue. First, extinguish the fierce fire." The fairies nodded in agreement. They then united their magic to douse the flames, before commencing an assessment of their losses. At that moment, shadows appeared outside the ancient spirit pavilion, none other than the tardy Aurors. It must be noted that the Aurors wield considerable authority. They invariably arrive only after events transpire. Karmit returned to his manor and began rummaging through his bag for the items he required. Before long, he unearthed a golden cup, a key, and, a sword. Karmit stowed the key away and scrutinized the sword and the golden cup before him. The sword held little value, being a mere imitation. However, the golden cup was a Horcrux of Voldemort. Most importantly, it was rumored that each of the relics left behind by the four founders possessed unique abilities. For instance, Ravenclaw's diadem bestows enhanced intelligence, while Gryffindor's sword is capable of shattering any object. Yet, it seemed that Hufflepuff's golden cup and Slytherin's locket lacked any mention of extraordinary traits. Karmit found himself intrigued by this. Ironically, the golden cup had now become a Horcrux. Karmit pondered the dilemma. While a fierce fire could eliminate a Horcrux, the cup would be lost in the process. How then could he study it? After a lengthy contemplation, he could not devise a method to extract Voldemort's soul fragment without damage. He decided to return it to the bag, reasoning that the item had yet to be activated. It posed no danger at present, as the soul fragment remained in a dormant state. Subsequently, Karmit approached the iron door located deep within his study. He produced 3 keys, eager to uncover what lay beyond. As the keys were inserted, the patterns on the door began to shift slowly, accompanied by the sound of gears clicking within. The 3 keys commenced an automatic rotation along a predetermined path, and soon, the door creaked open. Inside the chamber, an oil lamp ignited by itself. Karmit did not hesitate and walked directly into the room. Inside, there were 2 bookshelves, and although it was unclear how long it had been since anyone had cleaned, the room surprisingly did not exude any sense of disorder. Not even a speck of dust lingered. The walls of the room were adorned with intricate patterns, shimmering with a subtle glow. Karmit's gaze sharpened. Could it be magical runes? A shiver ran through his heart. In the realm of wizards, there exists a legend that dates back to a time so ancient it is beyond recall. It speaks of a unique doctrine known as the study of magical runes. These runes, inscribed through arcane means, possessed unfathomable abilities, capable of drawing ambient magical energy from the air to sustain their function. These runes could endure through the ages, and varying combinations of them could yield diverse effects. There were even whispers that certain areas within Hogwarts Castle were imbued with such runes, which, despite the passage of years, remained operational, including those that rendered all Muggle technology ineffective and prevented the use of apparition. These were the work of runes. Thus, the enigma of Hogwarts Castle deepened. However, as time passed, for reasons unknown, these runes gradually faded from the consciousness of wizards, and the study of runes was lost to antiquity. At least in this current era, Karmit had heard no tales of places where runes existed or of anyone who wielded their power. Chapter 25. Hogwarts welcomes new students, departing from the train station. Karmit glanced at the bookshelves in the room. A flicker of suspicion danced in his mind. Could these books be related to the study of runes? He eagerly pulled one from the shelf, titled Fundamentals of Runes. His eyes widened with excitement. It was indeed a tome on runes. Karmit continued to retrieve more volumes, all pertaining to the subject of runes. He felt as though he had struck gold. Unable to contain himself, he began to peruse the book on the fundamentals of runes, subsequently delving into a meticulous study. Approximately half an hour later, Karmit rubbed his temples. It was complex, indeed, exceedingly intricate. He began to understand why this knowledge had remained within the Black family, yet none of their ancestors had managed to comprehend or utilize the runes. This knowledge was far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. No wonder it had been lost. The intricacies of these runes resemble the language. For instance, the English language comprises 26 letters, which can be combined to form countless words. In contrast, the foundational runes number an astonishing 300. Just contemplate how many combinations could arise from these 300 distinct runes. Moreover, these foundational runes could not simply be inscribed at will, as with letters. The angle and pressure of the stroke would yield different results. Furthermore, precision was paramount. Any mistake could lead to disaster. Take, for example, the simple rune for automatic cleaning that Karmit had stumbled upon while flipping through the pages. He utilized over 2,000 distinct combinations of magical runes. Who could possibly comprehend such complexity? Were it not for Karmit's remarkable ability to retain information and his exceptional comprehension skills, he would have cast the book aside and sealed off this room once more. Nevertheless, Karmit possesses an extraordinary advantage. Although the runes are challenging, he has devised a method to understand them. Moreover, he discovered a particularly intriguing rune within. Its ability is quite simple, akin to a telephone. It can imprint runes to facilitate communication, even enabling video. The potential for manipulation here is vast. Karmit has already envisioned numerous applications for this invention. For a pureblood family, the most effective path to ascendancy lies in monopolizing a lucrative business. If Karmit can master this technology, it could become the exclusive voice of the Black family. Furthermore, he could even expand its use. Imagine a live stream hosted by Dumbledore, complete with a gifting feature. The thought of profiting from such a venture is dizzying. Indeed, the magical world forbids the emergence of technological products. However, what if this were technology forged from runes? Beyond mere profit, this invention holds myriad uses. Shaking his head, Karmit dispelled his daydreams. It was premature to dwell on such notions. To truly grasp this rune, he would require significant time. Even he recognized that. Karmit focused intently, continuing to memorize the vexing runes. Not merely for financial gain. These runes could also serve as formidable offensive tools. Their utility is manifold. As his studies deepened, Karmit couldn't help but lament the loss of such knowledge. Even he felt a bit dizzy from the complexity. Days slipped by in a monotonous routine, mornings spent studying runes, afternoons practicing spells with others. Judging by the nearly blackened color of the killing curse he had been practicing, Karmit had shown no signs of slackening. Even meals were delivered to his room by Klitschit. Before long, it was August 31st. Tomorrow marked the commencement of classes at Hogwarts. And today, all young witches and wizards were to board the Hogwarts Express to journey to the school, followed by the sorting ceremony and accommodation assignments in preparation for the lessons ahead. This applied to all, even the scions of pureblood families. Karmit awoke early, quite unexpectedly. The raucous noise from Draco downstairs had roused him from slumber. He unceremoniously pushed aside Vanny, who had been peacefully sleeping on him, before rising to wash up. Stifling a yawn, he descended the stairs. Last night's spell practice had extended late into the evening, leaving him feeling somewhat groggy. Upon reaching the bottom, he heard the voice of Walburga. "Oh, my little Karmit, you are off to school. You will undoubtedly be the most perfect Slytherin." Karmit stifled a yawn and remarked, "Grandmother, I believe you need not be so courteous. After all, when I first arrived at the estate, you did not hesitate to proclaim that I had sullied the Black lineage. Your current politeness is rather disconcerting." Walburga's expression froze momentarily. Unfazed, Karmit turned his attention to Draco, who was visibly excited. It was unclear whether his anticipation was for school or for his rendezvous with Harry Potter at the train station. As Karmit approached the dining table, Kreacher served breakfast. "Draco, where are Aunt and Uncle?" Karmit inquired. Draco replied, "They were rather slow, so I came ahead to find you. They said they would wait for us at the station." Karmit nodded. "Let us sit and have something to eat. There is no rush, as we have ample time." Draco acknowledged with an "oh" and took a seat beside Karmit. Kreacher placed a prepared breakfast in front of Draco as well. Draco, while munching on bread, excitedly recounted the joys of his recent days with Harry Potter, which irked Karmit to no end. Draco refrained from speaking while eating. "You will soon see your Harry Potter. If you continue to annoy me, I might just toss you out." Upon hearing this, Draco shrank back, silenced. At last, Karmit could relish a moment of tranquility. After breakfast, Karmit and Draco boarded the waiting carriage at the entrance. All the farewells had been arranged during the meal by Kreacher and the driver. The carriage set off towards the train station. Along the way, Karmit perused his book, having progressed from basic runes to advanced runes, as he had already memorized the foundational runes, thanks to the divine gift of photographic memory bestowed upon him. Before long, they arrived at the train station. From a distance, Draco spotted Harry Potter standing at the entrance, pushing a cart that bore an owl. It was undeniably an eye-catching sight. However, the station was filled with many such children today, prompting some passing muggles to ponder the shift in pet preferences. Had people begun to favor owls? Some astute individuals even contemplated opening a pet shop specializing in owls, though the profitability of such an endeavor remained a pressing question. Chapter 26, Platform 9 3/4. Narcissa's Wisdom. Draco leaped from the carriage and dashed toward Harry. Harry, have you arrived early? Harry replied, not at all. I just got here a little while ago. Hagrid had to leave for a matter, so I waited for you here. Draco nodded. During his time with Harry, he had heard numerous tales about Hagrid. Although he held a certain disdain for the half-blood giant, he found himself somewhat fond of Harry nonetheless, though perhaps that sentiment was not entirely appropriate. Let it be as it may. In summary, for the sake of Harry Potter, Draco bore no ill will towards Hagrid. Karmit disembarked from the vehicle, and Draco led Harry Potter over. Harry, this is my cousin, from the Black family, Karmit Black. Harry Potter felt somewhat awkward. Hello, Mr. Black. During this time, not only had Draco learned more about him, but he had also gleaned much about the magical world from Draco. For instance, the individual standing before them, who was of their age, had already become a formidable figure in the magical community, commanding a family of his own. Karmit nodded. Harry Potter, you have quite the reputation in the magical realm. It is said that the current generation of wizards owes you a great deal. Harry Potter scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. You flatter me too much. I have done nothing at all, and I do not even fully understand what transpired. However, Draco and the others say I defeated he who must not be named. Karmit chuckled. Voldemort, there's no need to shy away. You may utter his name. In fact, there exists a notion in the wizarding world that Voldemort cast a spell on his name, allowing him to know whenever someone spoke it. But, regardless of whether that is true or not, he is no longer among us, is he? The only individuals who still refrain from uttering his name fall into two categories. Those like Draco, who were taught to do so from a young age, and those who still fear him. Harry Potter nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I have yet to thank you, Mr. Black. If it weren't for you, my uncle. Karmit interjected. It is a trivial matter. After all, you are Draco's friend. He then turned to Draco. All right, Draco, go retrieve your luggage. Your uncle and aunt should already be waiting at the station. Draco nodded, and the driver opened the trunk to assist him in retrieving all his belongings. Soon, Draco was pushing a cart identical to Harry Potter's as they made their way towards the train station. In contrast, Karmit had no luggage apart from the cat, Vanny, curled in his arms. Draco, puzzled, inquired, Cousin, why do you have no luggage? Karmit replied, Yesterday, I had Creature use all the family owls to send my belongings to Hogwarts. Draco was taken aback. Is that even permissible? Karmit shrugged. No one said it wasn't. Draco continued. Then why didn't you tell me, Cousin? Karmit responded, I never asked. Oh, by the way, I placed a wizarding robe in your luggage. When the train approaches the station, remember to bring it to me. Draco instantly felt discontent. He suddenly realized how foolish he was. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple solution? To this, Karmit could only think that such a brilliant idea was too good to share with Draco. Where would he place the wizard's robe otherwise? Karmit, cradling Vanny, walked ahead, followed by Harry Potter and Draco pushing the cart behind him. It appeared as though two servants were trailing behind their young master. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Three individuals arrived at the platform, and from a distance, Karmit spotted Lucius and Narcissa standing by the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Draco, brimming with excitement, trotted over. Father, Mother. Narcissa gently stroked Draco's head. Karmit approached as well, exclaiming, Aunt, Uncle. Draco took Narcissa's hand and introduced, Mother, let me present Harry Potter. Harry, this is my mother. Harry Potter promptly responded, Hello, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa beamed at Harry, saying, Harry, Draco often speaks of you. I hope that once you both enter Hogwarts, you will share a delightful academic journey together. Harry nodded fervently. Indeed, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa continued, Since it is our first meeting, I have nothing to offer you. I prepared an outfit in Draco's luggage. Once we arrive at school, he will give it to you. I had Karmit inform me of your measurements. I hope you won't mind. Harry paused momentarily, his eyes welling with tears. No, I don't mind at all. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa gently patted Harry's head. Child, what is the matter? Why are you crying? Harry replied, I apologize, Mrs. Malfoy, but no one has ever given me a gift before. Narcissa's expression turned sympathetic. Such a poor child, rest assured. There will be many gifts to come. Entering Hogwarts will usher in a new life for you. Harry nodded vigorously, casting a deep glance at Narcissa, as if wishing to etch her image into his memory forever. Narcissa announced, All right, the time has come. Children, you must head to the station. Do you see that pillar before you? Summon your courage and dash through it. You will step into an entirely new world. Harry gazed at the wall before him, momentarily lost in thought. Draco approached him, saying, Harry, together, let us enter this new world side by side. With Draco by his side, Harry's gaze grew resolute. He nodded firmly, and then, both of them took a running leap, charging directly into the stone pillar, which enveloped them entirely. Karmit gave Narcissa a thumbs up, saying, Aunt, that was quite impressive. Narcissa smiled. Having watched you and your uncle play with these for so long, one must learn a thing or two. Besides, before marrying your uncle, I was a Black. Karmit chuckled. Indeed, you, the only member of the Black family named after a daffodil instead of celestial signs, possess great wisdom. Narcissa playfully flicked Karmit's forehead. Only you know how to flatter. Now, Hurry along, and take good care of your cousin. I entrust him to you. Karmit nodded, rest assured. Aunt, until we meet again during the holidays. Narcissa and Lucius both nodded. Karmit, holding Vanny, walked slowly towards the pillar, exuding a calmness that set her apart from the other young witches and wizards. Chapter 27. Times have changed. Ron initiates a provocation? Karmit felt little more than a shift in scenery as he officially arrived at platform 9 3/4. His attention was not drawn to the steam engine before him. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the wall from which he had just emerged. For a fleeting moment, he sensed the power of the magical runes. Karmit gazed deeply at the wall. It was rather intriguing, revealing that this platform was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. What piqued his interest most was the house elf, Dobby, who could somehow seal this passage. Did this imply that the elf kind possessed a legacy of magical runes? Even if it were not a complete inheritance, they certainly had methods to harness the runes. Thus, it seemed these seemingly foolish house elves had more utility than one might assume. Karmit tucked this thought away for later. As he was now on his way to school, when time permitted, he would capture a few elves for further study. He strode directly towards the train carriage without needing to present a ticket or adhere to a fixed seating arrangement. Initially intending to find a random compartment to rest, he was surprised to spot Draco upon boarding. Draco stood before a compartment, waving at Karmit. Cousin, over here. Karmit made no complaints and approached Draco directly. Inside the compartment sat only Harry Potter and Draco, who were already conversing. Karmit took a seat opposite them just as the train began to slowly pull away. At that moment, the compartment door swung open, and in popped a head resembling a red light. The newcomer, eager to speak, immediately caught sight of Draco's striking platinum hair. Blast it, that cursed Malfoy, with such a manner of speech and that red hair. The identity of the newcomer was glaringly obvious, Ron Weasley. Draco's expression shifted instantly upon recognizing him. Damn it, he muttered just before Karmit cleared his throat. Draco's composure swiftly returned. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the impoverished Weasley. What's the matter? Your father not only couldn't he afford to buy you a new robe, but he also failed to teach you how to speak properly? At this, Ron erupted in anger. Malfoy, how dare you insult me? Draco retorted. When have I insulted you? Oh, I see now. Your family can't afford new robes or even books. So you can't comprehend the meaning of my words. Ron was taken aback by Draco's biting insults that targeted his vulnerabilities. Little did he know that Draco had received specialized training from Karmit. Infuriated, Ron rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Draco, undaunted, swiftly drew his wand and pointed it at Ron. Seeing the wand, Ron immediately regained his senses. What do you think you're doing? Draco chuckled. You practically delivered yourself to me. How could I possibly let you go? What a brute. We are wizards, after all. Do we really need to resort to fists? Surely. You Haventy failed to learn a single spell. Indeed, it is Weasley, that foolish creature. At that moment, a voice echoed, what are you doing? Subsequently, a figure approached and pulled Ron behind him, standing at the entrance of the compartment. Karmit cast a glance at the newcomer. The same fiery hair, albeit shorter, adorned his head, and he was clad in a wizarding robe, with the emblem of a prefect pinned to his chest. The robe and emblem, combined with the distinctive red hair, made his identity unmistakable. It was Percy Weasley. Percy glared at Draco and said, how dare you point your wand at your fellow student? Bullying others before even starting school. Are you relying on your Malfoy lineage? Hearing this, Draco seethed with anger. Do you not have eyes? He provoked me first. Percy replied. All I see is you aiming your wand at him. The commotion attracted considerable attention, and doors to various compartments swung open. The Weasley twins poked their heads out. Fred exclaimed, look, our prefect brother is making quite a scene again. George added, if possible, I wish you would refer to him as your brother next time, not ours. I do not wish to claim him. Fred retorted, such words would surely sadden Mother. Despite his annoying demeanor, he remains our brother, and that is unalterable. George shrugged. You are right, it is indeed a tragedy. The two shared a glance before bursting into laughter. Observing his friend being wronged, Harry Potter stood up and declared, I can attest that he insulted Draco first. Summoning every ounce of courage in his being, Harry spoke up, though he wished to avoid trouble. He could not stand idly by while his friend was bullied. Karmit looked at Harry in surprise. How to articulate this? The bond of youth friendship appears truly unbreakable. Percy furrowed his brow, glancing back at Ron. Indeed, he was Ron's brother, but he was also the head boy of Gryffindor. In his capacity as head boy, he prioritized that role over being Ron's brother. Initially, he had merely intervened to assert his authority upon witnessing the conflict, but upon realizing it was Malfoy confronting Ron, he instinctively moved to protect him. After all, Malfoy considered the Weasleys to be nothing but detestable paupers, while the Weasleys regarded Malfoy as a wretched scoundrel. Yet, should it truly be Ron's fault, he would be left in a rather precarious position. At that moment, Ron shouted, He*s lying. They're in cahoots. He*s lying. With those words, Percy instantly found his footing. Regardless of the circumstances, Ron had provided him with justification. since no one else had witnessed the event. He could simply accuse Malfoy of provocation. Percy stated, "Once we arrive at school, I shall report today's incident to the professors." Malfoy, you aimed your wand at a fellow student, and I believe the professors will take appropriate action. With that, Percy prepared to escort Ron away. While Harry and Draco exchanged anxious glances, they have been wrongfully accused, yet there exists no place for reason, particularly Harry Potter, who was filled with indignation as he gazed at the smug Ron standing behind Percy, his teeth clenched in frustration. He could not fathom how this individual could utter such blatant falsehoods. It was undeniably Draco who instigated the provocation. Draco, seething with rage, could only huff in exasperation. He turned to Karmit. "Cousin, do you see them?" Karmit, despite his youthful demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was still a child, unable to contain his impatience. However, he had no intention of letting Ron and Percy off the hook so easily. They had come to him, chattering incessantly, only to leave as if it were a mere game. Chapter 28. Ron terrified? The Truth Serum. Karmit set down the book in his hand and declared, "Stop. Do you intend to leave just like that?" Percy halted in his tracks, turning to Karmit with a furrowed brow. "Who are you? What do you want?" Karmit disregarded Percy's inquiry and instead focused on Ron. "You just claimed that it was Draco who provoked you?" Ron looked at Karmit, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. Instinctively, he edged behind Percy. With Percy shielding him, Ron suddenly felt a surge of courage. Yes, it was indeed him. Karmit chuckled. "Now, you both have conflicting accounts. Even if this escalates to the professors, it will create quite a dilemma. We are, after all, in a world of magic, where the most extraordinary enchantments can turn impossibilities into realities, such as the Truth Serum." Karmit produced a small vial from his pocket. "How fortunate. I happen to possess a bottle of Truth Serum, a marvelous potion that compels you to speak the truth. Just 3 drops will reveal all the secrets residing in your heart." Karmit's gaze fixed on Ron. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Ron was instantly engulfed in panic. No, I refuse." Percy frowned, aware that the unauthorized use of Truth Serum is a criminal act. Karmit replied, "You are quite right. Thank you for enlightening me on legal matters. However, I believe some matters are best clarified." With that, Karmit rose and approached Ron. Witnessing this, Ron was utterly frantic. He clutched Percy. "Brother, help me." Percy, observing Ron's distress, wore a troubled expression. He could easily discern the gravity of the situation. Yet, he could not allow Karmit to truly pour the Truth Serum into Ron's mouth. Percy drew his wand. "Halt. Your current actions are illegal. I intend to detain you and turn you over to the Ministry of Magic. Surrender the Truth Serum, and you shall face justice." Karmit regarded Percy with a cold smirk. Then, with a flick of his hand, Percy was sent flying, crashing onto the compartment floor. His wand rolled across the ground, coming to rest nearby. Percy's face was a mask of disbelief. How had he been thrown? Fred and George were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Silently, they moved to stand beside Percy, shielding him from Karmit, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. Karmit, upon noticing the twins, smiled back, harboring no intention of confronting them. He approached Ron. "Will you drink it yourself, or shall I assist you?" "Indeed, I neglected to mention that the Truth Serum can inflict irreversible damage upon the brain." Upon hearing this, Ron was greatly alarmed. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, leaning back unsteadily. No, don't come any closer," he pleaded. Karmit remarked, "It will be over soon. The sacrifices made for the truth are worthwhile." Ron, utterly terrified, was reduced to tears and snot. At that moment, a foul stench permeated the compartment, drawing the attention of the other young wizards towards Ron. Beneath him, a puddle of liquid began to form. He had urinated in fear. Karmit was also taken aback, astonished that Ron could succumb to such cowardice. Holding his nose, he beckoned Draco. "Draco, go administer the Truth Serum to him." Although Draco felt a twinge of disdain, he was eager to clear his name. Without hesitation, he seized the vial from Karmit's hand. Witnessing this, Ron's mental defenses crumbled. "No, don't come closer. I admit, I was the one who insulted him first. I provoked him." Draco, undeterred, intended to continue extracting more secrets, hoping to bring disgrace upon the entire Weasley family. However, before he could act, Karmit snatched the vial away. Draco was instantly alarmed. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Karmit laughed. "Did you really think this was Truth Serum?" Draco was taken aback, as were the others present. Karmit uncorked the vial and drank its contents in one gulp. "This is the fruit nectar creature prepared for me this morning. The morning nectar has the finest flavor. If you waste it, what shall I drink?" Karmit's mocking gaze fell upon the stunned Ron. The look of terror vanished from Ron's face, replaced by indignation. "You tricked me," Karmit retorted. "Stop your lamentations and go change your trousers." Upon hearing this, Ron felt the chill beneath him and, glancing at the mocking expressions of those around him, bowed his head and dashed away. The other young wizards erupted into laughter, their mirth intensifying Ron's embarrassment, deepening his resentment towards both Karmit and Draco. And let us not forget that detestable fellow with dark hair and glasses. Karmit tossed the empty vial to Draco. When faced with a situation, think. Without thought, you shall rust. With that, Karmit returned to the compartment. The others, seeing the excitement had faded, also retreated. Percy's face fluctuated between crimson and pale as he picked up his wand, preparing to leave. Just then, Karmit's voice rang out. Head boy, clean up the mess your brother made. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to use your face to do so. Percy's anger flared instantly, clenching his fists. He glared at Karmit's compartment and then proceeded to the end of the carriage to fetch a mop and bucket, beginning to clean the floor. Karmit's earlier maneuver had made it clear to him that he was no match for him. If it came to blows, being forced to clean with his face was not beyond the realm of possibility. Fred and George stealthily peered through the small window of the box, observing Percy. Both were taken aback. Fred, did you see Percy's face? It's utterly mortifying. George chuckled. Indeed, what a genius, employing a fake Veritasserum. Is this considered a prank? Fred remarked. Feeling inspired, leaning against the door, George stroked his chin and mused. Do you think this is a bit inappropriate? After all, he is our brother. Fred nodded in agreement. You're right. So what shall we do? George suggested. Once we return to school, let us silently condemn that genius in our hearts. Fred's eyes sparkled. George, you too are a genius. I think that's a splendid idea. The brothers exchanged knowing glances, sharing a mischievous grin. Inside the box, Draco wore a victorious expression. Harry, did you see that? That wretched Weasley actually frightened his cousin into submission. Harry Potter also smiled, finding some satisfaction in the situation, as he too felt wronged. After all, at 11 years old, he yearned for revenge. Draco continued, that insufferable Weasley has utterly embarrassed himself, although only one person in the carriage witnessed his humiliation. Such news will undoubtedly spread throughout Hogwarts. Even if it doesn't, I will ensure it does. Chapter 29, The plot thickens. Miss Granger seeks a toad. Harry remarked. That person earlier was indeed quite annoying. He provoked us first, and yet sought to blame us. Draco replied, the Weasley family is like that. Do you recall what I told you about the 28 pureblood families? Harry nodded. Draco elaborated. They are indeed one of the 28 pureblood families. But they are the disgrace amongst them. Harry observed. Given that man's demeanor, being labeled as a disgrace seems quite justified. Draco pondered for a moment. One cannot generalize, though. My cousin taught me that any situation must not be oversimplified. That Weasley was indeed obnoxious, but it wouldn't be fair to claim that all Weasleys are insufferable. Despite my disdain for the Weasley family, my cousin insists that there are commendable individuals among them. Harry nodded. I see, Draco. I never imagined that despite your grievances, you would still advocate for them. Feeling a bit bashful, Draco scratched his head. It's all thanks to my cousin. He is incredibly knowledgeable. Harry glanced at Karmit, who was seated across, engrossed in a book, feeling a twinge of envy for Draco's admirable cousin. He contemplated his own cousin, but decided against dwelling on it. Much like Draco surmised, the news of Ron's fright was rapidly circulating aboard the Hogwarts Express. After all, being young, who could resist a good spectacle? Thus, before even starting school, Ron had already gained notoriety, albeit of an unfortunate kind. Percy felt nothing but humiliation, as the prefect of Gryffindor, a pompous individual. He feared that Ron's antics would tarnish his reputation. Thus, at this moment, he harbored a plethora of grievances against Ron. As for harboring animosity towards Karmit, to be frank, Percy lacked the audacity. Such individuals, the weak, are often too intimidated to despise the strong, as their very essence is steeped in fear. The twins, however, remained unaffected. Not only were they unperturbed, but they were also the first to spread the news of Ron's embarrassing incident. They relished the opportunity to amuse themselves with it. The twins' nature is such that they care deeply for family, yet do not shy away from indulging in harmless frivolities. Of course, they deemed it harmless. Who truly cares about the opinions of such petty, worthless beings like Ron? The train continued its journey toward Hogwarts. The magical world is undeniably enchanting. At the very least, Karmit had never witnessed a Muggle steam train moving with such remarkable speed. Time passed steadily, just as Karmit was immersed in the ocean of enchantments. The compartment door was knocked upon once more. Subsequently, a furry head poked through the opening. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Upon hearing this, Karmit's attention was piqued. Here it comes, the moment for every transmigrator to shine. However, having already showcased himself while dealing with Percy, it seemed somewhat lackluster now. Draco and Harry Potter shook their heads. No, we haven't seen one. Hermione gasped and was about to leave when she spotted Karmit. Her eyes widened in surprise. It's you. Karmit chuckled. Good to see you again, the dentist's little girl. Hermione retorted, flustered. My name is Hermione, Hermione Granger. Not the dentist's little girl. Karmit instinctively glanced at Draco. What an archetypal Malfoy family introduction. How did Hermione come to this realization without formal training? Draco inquired, perplexed. Cousin, do you know her? Karmit nodded. Yes, that day in Diagon Alley, while you were playing nearby, Professor McGonagall took this Miss Granger and her parents to the CAF. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Draco deduced that needing someone to escort them indicated a muggle background. His expression instantly shifted to one of disdain. Karmit frowned, casting a glance at Draco, who then recalled that his cousin held a particular disdain for notions of blood purity. He promptly masked his contempt and turned back to converse with Harry Potter. Hermione glanced back at Neville, who was trailing behind her, and said, "Neville, it seems your toad has wandered off, and this is the last compartment. Perhaps we should wait until we arrive at Hogwarts and seek assistance?" Neville nodded. "Okay, thank you. Miss Granger." Hermione waved her hand dismissively. "No problem." Afterwards, Neville lowered his head and made his way back to his compartment. Meanwhile, Hermione, rather audaciously, entered Karmit's compartment and took a seat directly beside him. In this moment, not only Draco but also Harry Potter stood in stunned silence. Even Karmit seemed somewhat bewildered. What was this know-it-all girl up to? Hermione spoke up. "Mr. Black, am I correct? Professor McGonagall mentioned your considerable skills. Even without enrollment, you have already mastered numerous spells. I, too, have learned a few spells before the term began." Hermione lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Upon hearing this, Karmit understood. This know-it-all girl was clearly feeling challenged. It must be said, she was indeed quite intriguing. Her behavior, while rather impolite, was rooted in her desire to gauge the level of students in the magical world, as she felt a sense of uncertainty about stepping into this unfamiliar realm. Draco, frowning, interjected, "Miss, you are being rather rude. First of all, this is our compartment, and we did not invite you in. Secondly, your knowledge of spells is of no concern to us. You have already disrupted our peace, so please leave." Hermione turned to Draco and replied, "First, this is a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, and there are no explicit rules stating that a compartment belongs to anyone in particular. Any new student may sit wherever they please. Secondly, I was speaking to him, not you, and your interruption is also quite impolite." Draco's frustration was palpable, and Karmit found it amusing. Frankly, in a war of words, Draco would find himself utterly outmatched by Hermione. Moreover, when it came to physical confrontations, Karmit recalled that in the original story, Draco had faced defeat at the hands of this know-it-all girl more than once, be it through spells or brawls. Poor Draco. Chapter 30. The initial formation of a new trio. Draco's chest heaved with agitation, clearly displaying his childish temperament. Children who have never faced adversity often behave this way. Karmit chuckled. "So, are you trying to prove that you are stronger than me? Or perhaps you are apprehensive about entering the magical world and wish to ascertain the capabilities of its young denizens?" Karmit had succinctly unveiled Hermione's thoughts. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stammered, Who is afraid?" Karmit replied, "Regardless of your fears or intentions, you should be seeking Draco's company, not mine. For if you engage with me, you may very well lose all courage to attend Hogwarts." Hermione furrowed her brow, defiantly gazing at Karmit. "You will not understand now." Karmit continued with a smile, "But once you enter Hogwarts, you will grasp the significance of the name Karmit Black in the magical world. Well then, if you truly wish to compare skills, Draco, why not engage with our Miss Granger for a while? It would also offer Mr. Potter an early introduction to some spells." Draco's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is that permissible? Can we use spells now?" Cammy nodded emphatically. "Of course, now that you are aboard the Hogwarts Express. You have officially entered Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Draco was instantly filled with excitement. Heaven knows he had longed to showcase his magical prowess before Harry Potter. However, he had refrained from using magic freely in the Muggle world for fear of causing trouble if detected. The competition between the two children was rather lackluster. Cammy found it quite dull. Yet, he stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Miss Know-It-All's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. She wielded the same spells with even greater finesse than Draco. It is worth noting that Miss Know-It-All had acquired her wand and spellbook merely within a fortnight. In contrast, although Draco had received his wand at the same time as Hermione, he had begun memorizing incantations and learning the intricacies of spellcasting much earlier under Cammy's influence. Observing Hermione, Cammy increasingly believed his assessment to be accurate. She was undeniably a prodigy of first-rate talent. Draco was somewhat astonished as well. He was no longer the mindless fool depicted in the original narrative. After spending time with Cammy, his once rusty brain began to awaken. He too contemplated Hermione's remarkable aptitude, marveling inwardly. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was absorbed in the enchanting world of magic, unable to extricate himself. Childhood friendships often blossom rapidly. Had it been the Draco of yore, he would have never befriended Hermione. However, influenced by Cammy, Draco was unknowingly reshaping his worldview. He had become less fixated on blood purity and was beginning to prioritize strength and talent, much like Cammy. Lucius, in fact, had sensed the change in Draco but was torn about whether to encourage this transformation. His obsession with blood purity had been instilled in him since childhood. Yet, it was evident that Cammy's pragmatic theories held more merit. Thus, Lucius opted to let his son navigate his own path, trusting that Draco's choices would ultimately reflect his own desires. The two young wizards revealed their full potential, each casting 3 or 4 spells, leaving Harry Potter in awe, filled with an insatiable yearning for the magical realm. Ultimately, neither could claim victory. Hermione turned to Cammy, who was quietly engrossed in a book, ready to speak. However, Draco interjected, "You're not seriously considering challenging my cousin, are you?" Hermione replied, "What of it?" Draco cautioned, "I suggest you gain a deeper understanding of the magical world after entering Hogwarts before pondering that question. My cousin is not like us. He has stated that one should never undertake endeavors without assurance, for it could cost you your life. You may dismiss this as jest, but I assure you, I speak for your own good." Upon hearing Draco's words, Hermione hesitated. Draco, noticing her uncertainty, felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared that utilizing his cousin's words to educate others was quite gratifying. He resolved to memorize more of his cousin's phrases for future use. It would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Hermione glanced at Karmit, mentally noting Draco's remarks, intending to investigate further upon her arrival at Hogwarts. Turning to Draco, she inquired, "Were you raised in the magical realm?" Draco nodded in affirmation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, heir of the pure-blood Malfoy family, one of the 28 noble houses. This is Harry Potter, my cousin, as you are already aware." Hermione, perplexed, responded, "The 28 pure-blood families? I believe I encountered that in my studies of magical history. They are the most powerful families in the wizarding world. I recall that the Malfoy and Black families are among them." Draco affirmed, "Indeed, however, the books only present a partial perspective. Once you enter Hogwarts, you will truly comprehend what it means to be a genuine pure-blood family." Hermione nodded, then turned her gaze to Harry Potter. "Harry Potter, I am familiar with you. Your name appears in magical history, stating that you ended the era of the one whose name must not be spoken and saved the wizarding world. Yet, presently, it seems you," Hermione hesitated, "appear rather ordinary." Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his lips twitching slightly. "I am unsure what transpired back then. I was merely a year old and possess no memories." Hermione replied, "Well, you are indeed a celebrity. By the way, I did not find any records regarding the sorting ceremony in the Hogwarts history. Do you know how the sorting is conducted?" The youth's curiosity was easily piqued. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Harry shook his head, entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the magical world. Draco interjected, "I have heard from my parents that the sorting ceremony is quite perilous, with grave risks involved. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Even Hogwarts has death statistics associated with the sorting." At this, Karmit nearly burst into laughter. Truly, the demeanor of these wizards was remarkably harsh. How could they maintain such a unified front, revealing nothing about the sorting ceremony? Chapter 31. Terrifying Rumors Among the New Students. Upon hearing Draco's assertion, Hermione and Harry gasped. Harry swallowed hard. "Death? Death statistics?" Hermione frowned. "Surely not? No one has mentioned to me that attending school could be a matter of life and death. If fatalities occurred, how would the school explain it to the parents?" Draco replied, "I cannot say. I do not know the specifics, but that is what my parents conveyed to me." Hermione questioned, "Could they be deceiving you?" Draco quickly became defensive. "My parents would never lie to me." Hermione stroked her chin thoughtfully. Seeing Draco's adamant stance, her own concern began to swell. Is the magical world truly this perilous? Karmit was unaware of when he had set aside the book in his hands, gazing with keen interest at the trio before him. It seemed he had finally grasped why those wizards refrained from disclosing the particulars of the sorting ceremony. Even Narcissa and Lucius, who so indulgently doted on Draco, would deceive him. In truth, was this not a process of fortifying their resolve? The magical realm was never a sheltered environment. The ritual of concealing the details of the sorting had commenced since the inception of Hogwarts. At that time, the magical world was rife with turmoil. Lacking the courage to confront such an entrance examination would render one's foray into this realm largely a futile endeavor, and quite possibly fatal. This must be the initial step into the wizarding world, a heart resolutely steadfast. Draco glanced at Karmit. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, while he was oblivious to the details of the sorting, his cousin would surely be privy to them. With this thought, Draco eagerly inquired, "Cousin, how exactly is the sorting conducted? You must know." Harry Potter and Hermione gazed at Karmit with anticipation. Karmit chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the 3 unfortunate children, allowing himself to reassure them. "I do know a little," he replied. Instantly, the trio's eyes lit up. "What is it, cousin? Please share," Draco urged. "It's quite simple, really. You will be grouped in tens to battle a troll. Based on your performance in the encounter, you will be assigned to the most suitable house." Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. "A troll?" His tone shifted, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. Hermione trembled slightly, having read extensively. She was well aware of what a troll entailed. Harry scratched his head, puzzled. What exactly is a troll?" Draco explained, "A magical creature, exceedingly savage. If your strength is inadequate in facing one, the only possible outcome is death." Harry's eyes grew wide. "Death?" Draco nodded gravely. "Yes. Countless wizards have perished at the hands of trolls. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione exclaimed, they must be insane. We haven't even begun to learn magic. And they expect us to battle trolls? Rest assured, Karmit reassured them, there is generally little danger. The professors will be monitoring you, and they will intervene if any peril arises. His words were delivered with such conviction that Draco and the others harbored no doubts regarding Karmit's assurance. However, a sense of unease lingered among the trio, their minds racing with countless thoughts. Karmit continued, upon arriving at Hogwarts, you will have the opportunity to choose whether to leave. However, opting for this will irrevocably sever your chance to enter the magical world. He observed the trio's reactions closely. They all wore contemplative expressions. After a moment, it was Harry Potter who spoke first. I will not leave. I am not afraid, and I do not wish to return. I want to become a wizard. I want to take control of my own destiny. Harry's face radiated with determination. This indeed took Karmit by surprise. Draco and Hermione almost simultaneously expressed their determination. Their faces resolute and fearless. At that moment, the fervor of youth surged forth. Karmit's attention was solely focused on the three of them, oblivious to the fact that, since he had mentioned the sorting, 2 new students happened to pass by outside and overheard his words. The 2 freshmen were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, supporting each other as they fled the scene. Soon, a rumor began to circulate among the newcomers. The sorting would involve battling a troll. It was confirmed that they would be divided into groups of 10. Some students had already begun searching for their teammates. The older students, upon hearing the commotion among the newcomers, exchanged incredulous glances. Which parent had spread such a ludicrous tale? They could hardly fathom how terrified they would have been if such a ridiculous notion had circulated during their own first year. In the twins' box, Fred lay sprawled on the bench, laughing uncontrollably. Good heavens, what a genius. Who on earth came up with this idea? George chimed in, equally amused. I heard the rumor originated from that black box. Fred remarked, I am growing increasingly fond of him. I believe he is a true genius. We must learn from him. This will undoubtedly be the greatest prank of the year at Hogwarts. Did you see the expressions on those newcomers' faces? They were genuinely terrified. George added, indeed. Now all the freshmen are holed up in their boxes, poring over the basic spellbooks, trying to learn a couple of spells before school starts. Karmit could swear to Merlin that he never anticipated this information would spread. His intention was merely to bolster the courage of the 3, but unexpectedly, he had instilled trepidation in all the newcomers. Ron, hiding alone in a box, had also heard the news. At that moment, he felt the urge to use the restroom again, yet his legs felt weak, preventing him from standing. He could hardly believe that Fred and George's words were true. They really would have to battle a troll. Ron wished to go home. He no longer wanted to attend Hogwarts. After all, it was a troll. For a child raised in the wizarding world, the might of a troll was enough to silence a child's cries. Within the box, the 3 determined individuals found their fears somewhat alleviated. Hermione turned to Karmit and asked, Mr. Black, you seem to know a great deal about Hogwarts. I have read the history of the school, and I understand there are 4 houses here. What distinguishes these 4 houses? Could you enlighten me? This pertains to the path I shall take in the future. Chapter 32, Planting a Seed in the Heart, TikTok. Karmit glanced at Hermione. He had to admit that her inquiries were indeed more mature than those of her peers. In the original narrative, she had never had the chance to explore such matters. Now, having found an opportunity, she immediately thought to ask questions that could significantly influence her future development. Karmit remarked, Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, a fact you should be aware of. In my opinion, the distinctions among these houses are rather minimal. Each house, however, possesses its unique characteristics. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Among these, Hufflepuff boasts the largest student population. According to the wizarding community, all ordinary students tend to join Hufflepuff. Yet, this does not imply that Hufflepuff students are inferior. On the contrary, being ordinary signifies a complete absence of notable virtues as well as flaws in their character. Such students, being the most numerous, render Hufflepuff the most united house within Hogwarts, constituting the largest segment of its student body. Following closely is Ravenclaw, which values knowledge and wisdom immensely. Its founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, is hailed as the most intelligent individual in the magical realm, without exception. Thus, every Ravenclaw student excels academically, perceiving knowledge as their sole pursuit. Consequently, Ravenclaw is also the house with the highest number of female witches. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Hermione's eyes sparkled. She instantly sensed that this house was particularly suited for her. She too cherished learning and believed herself to possess wisdom. Hence, Ravenclaw seemed to be her optimal choice. Karmit continued, Next, we have Gryffindor and Slytherin. Let us first discuss Gryffindor. This house is renowned for its hallmark trait, bravery. Students imbued with courage invariably find themselves in Gryffindor. Moreover, if Hufflepuff contributes the majority of wizards to the community, Gryffindor produces the pinnacle of wizards. Numerous illustrious wizards hail from Gryffindor. However, perhaps due to an excess of courage, Gryffindor students exhibit a notable flaw. They tend to be reckless and boisterous, making it arduous for them to settle down and study. By the way, the two members of the Weasley family you just met, the elder one is indeed the head of Gryffindor. Upon hearing Karmit's remarks, Harry Potter instinctively displayed a look of disdain. Karmit observed all of Harry's reactions closely. After pondering for a moment, Harry inquired, "Is Gryffindor the strongest house?" Before Karmit could respond, Draco interjected, "Certainly not. Slytherin is the strongest." Karmit chuckled softly. The strength of a house is quite irrelevant. Any house can produce formidable wizards. It primarily depends on the wizard themselves. Slytherin is arguably the most unique house at Hogwarts, also possessing the most notorious reputation. The reason for this can be traced back to Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin. Salazar held a firm belief in blood purity, insisting that only purebloods were worthy of learning magic. Thus, many believe that the initial intent behind Slytherin's creation was to recruit wizards from pureblood families. However, in my perspective, Slytherin selects its students not based on the so-called bloodline, but rather on ambition and strength. Harry Potter inquired with curiosity, "Ambition?" Karmit nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, for instance, if you aspire to possess unparalleled power, that is ambition. If you desire to amass great wealth, that is also ambition." Slytherin venerates strength, prioritizing purpose over outcome. Consequently, many of the dark wizards outside are predominantly from Slytherin, as dark magic possesses incomparable power. Nevertheless, despite Slytherin's tarnished reputation, there remains a saying within the wizarding community: wizards emerging from Slytherin indeed possess foundational strength superior to that of the other three houses. Therefore, if you seek power, Slytherin is undeniably the best choice. Draco spoke with a hint of pride. "Both my father and mother hail from Slytherin. Thus they are among the elite in the magical realm. Many individuals I know are also from Slytherin, exhibiting formidable strength." Harry Potter appeared contemplative. Having listened to Karmit's exposition, he felt a burgeoning interest in Slytherin. Noticing Harry's expression, Karmit's lips curled slightly upwards. The seed had been sown. Whether this savior could ultimately become Slytherin's champion remained to be seen. Up until now, apart from them, Harry had only encountered Hagrid, a loyal member of Dumbledore's faction, who harbored no fondness for purebloods, Slytherin included. Thus, Hagrid would undoubtedly instill a plethora of positive notions about Gryffindor in Harry, a plan intentionally orchestrated by Dumbledore. Now, Karmit too had planted a seed in Harry's mind, though its germination remained uncertain. Although he had spoken more than Hagrid, and had consciously guided Harry, Hagrid possessed the advantage of being Harry's guide. It was now up to Harry to determine his own thoughts. Hermione interjected, "So can one choose their own house? I mean, what if I feel that a house is not suitable for me? Or is it possible for me to transfer to another house?" Karmit replied, "I'm afraid Hogwarts does not entertain the notion of transferring houses, nor can one select their own house. However, during the sorting ceremony, if you have a particularly strong desire for a specific house, your suggestions may be taken into account." Karmit chuckled. The seeds had been sown for both individuals. He was eager to see if he could reshape the savior into a Slytherin mold. What Dumbledore would do in response remained to be seen. Of course, Karmit held no grand assurances, for he had encountered numerous conspiracy theories in his previous life regarding Dumbledore. If one were to adhere to those analyses, Dumbledore's schemes appeared exceedingly intricate. Thus, influencing the situation would not be a simple task. However, it matters not. The future is long. The primary purpose of Karmit's arrival at Hogwarts is to immerse himself in the unfolding narrative and seize certain advantages. His gaze surveyed Hermione, Harry Potter, and Draco, dismissing the others as mere pawns. Chapter 33. Welcome to Hogwarts. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the train emitted a dull whistle, signaling its imminent arrival. Karmit understood that they were approaching their destination. Hermione exited the compartment to change into her robes, while Draco retrieved the robes for himself and Karmit from his suitcase. Once clad in his robes, Draco eagerly showcased the dragon emblem adorning his attire to Harry Potter, for Draco indeed had a profound fondness for dragons. As the train gradually slowed, the platform of Hogwarts came into view beside them. Karmit gazed out the window, catching a glimpse of the castle perched atop the mountain, grand and enigmatic, akin to a bride awaiting the unveiling of her veil. Karmit murmured, "Hogwarts, I have arrived." Within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was meticulously choosing his attire for the evening feast. Laid out on the bed were robes that resembled nightgowns. In truth, to Karmit's discerning eye, these garments bore little distinction apart from their colors. Yet, it seemed that the old wizard had an immense affection for such flamboyant attire. At that moment, Dumbledore's elder wand, resting nearby, began to tremble slightly. Turning his head, he mused, "Ah, it appears the children have arrived. Karmit Black, I wonder if you will bring new surprises to Hogwarts." With a casual wave of his hand, he silenced the wand's quivering and resumed his joyful selection of clothing, casually plucking a chocolate frog from a nearby pile to indulge in. On the train, Karmit placed his palm on his left robe, feeling his wand gently vibrating. Was it sensing the presence of the Elder Wand? Fear not. You shall have your chance to confront it, but not just yet. It seemed to understand Karmit's soothing words, as the elder wand gradually calmed. As the train came to a halt, a throng of young wizards disembarked, instinctively surveying their unfamiliar surroundings. At that moment, a towering figure captured the attention of the new students. My goodness, he is so tall. Who is that? Hagrid had grown accustomed to such reactions. In truth, as a half-giant, he was rather diminutive among giants, even when compared to other half-breeds. Harry Potter, spotting Hagrid, exclaimed, Hagrid? Hagrid turned to see Harry, a smile spreading across his face as he winked at him. Upon noticing Draco beside Harry, Hagrid appeared puzzled, wondering why Harry was mingling with the Malfoy heir. However, with work to attend to, Hagrid called out, First-year students, follow me. Upperclassmen, you know the way to the castle. A group of upperclassmen departed with cheerful laughter. Each grade possessed its own means of transportation, thus they required no guidance. Hagrid led a cluster of first-year students towards the castle. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, where several small boats awaited in the water. Hagrid announced, All right. For to a boat, you may form your own groups. Hurry aboard. Nightfall approaches, and we must reach the castle swiftly. The young wizards eagerly sought out familiar companions. Some acquaintances from the past, others from the train journey. Among them, Hermione approached the group of Karmit. By chance, they formed a complete set of 4. Draco and Harry Potter began rowing, and the small boats set off towards Hogwarts Castle. Hermione remarked, I read in the history of Hogwarts that the castle is perched atop a cliff, with the mountains behind and the Black Lake encircling it. Is this indeed the Black Lake? Draco exclaimed, The Black Lake? Goodness, I've heard tales of a monster dwelling within it. At this, Harry Potter shuddered. Water a monster? Hermione replied, Such claims remain unverified, and besides, aren't you destined for Slytherin? The Slytherin dormitory lies beneath the Black Lake. Perhaps you shall witness the creature firsthand. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Draco found her reasoning quite compelling. By the way, which house do you intend to join? Didn't my cousin mention that personal preference is considered during sorting? Hermione responded, If possible, I would love to be placed in Ravenclaw, the ocean of knowledge. It is most suited for me. Draco nodded in agreement, believing Ravenclaw to be a fitting choice for Hermione. And you, Harry? Harry Potter shook his head. I haven't decided yet. At this moment, I am inclined towards Gryffindor, but I also aspire to be as formidable as Mr. Black, thus Slytherin appeals to me as well. Draco urged, Harry, join Slytherin. We could share a dormitory. Draco's face lit up with anticipation. Harry Potter scratched his head, appearing somewhat hesitant. Karmit observed their interaction with keen interest, eager to see how Harry would make his choice. It appeared that Slytherin held the upper hand. After all, bonds were significant. As Karmit pondered, the boat navigated through a thicket, revealing a breathtaking scene ahead. Darkness had descended, and the new students gasped in awe. My goodness, is this Hogwarts? How beautiful. Is this to be our home for the next 7 years? In that moment, the enigmatic Hogwarts, the sanctum of British wizards and the cradle of countless formidable figures, unveiled its mysterious facade to the young sorcerers for the very first time. In the darkness, Hogwarts Castle shone brightly, the lights outlining its magnificent structure. Though Karmit held a distaste for the West, he could not deny the stark contrast in architectural styles between East and West. If Eastern architecture embodies grandeur and majesty, then Western architecture is shrouded in mystery and opulence. Although it may not rival the grandeur of the Eastern empires, it possesses a unique aesthetic allure. This is especially true for the magnificent castle of Hogwarts. Hagrid stood alone, supporting a small boat. Observing the expressions of the young wizards, he smiled and proclaimed, Welcome to Hogwarts. The surface of the Black Lake rippled gently with the breeze, and the plants along the shore swayed softly as if to greet the young sorcerers arriving at Hogwarts. Chapter 34. The Eve of Sorting, the new students' wands unleashed. Karmit's eyes widened as he gazed upon Hogwarts. He sensed the magical runes. Ever since he began studying them, he had developed an awareness of their presence. He could distinctly feel that within Hogwarts, numerous magical runes existed, many of which were quite profound. As the boat approached the shore, Karmit was further astonished. The castle's outer walls bore intricate patterns that appeared decorative. Yet Karmit knew these were magical runes, exceedingly complex ones that he could not comprehend with his current level of knowledge. Indeed, as he suspected, among the 4 great founders of Hogwarts, there must be someone well-versed in the art of magical runes. He wondered who that person might be. Hagrid led the awestruck young wizards toward the castle entrance. From a distance, Karmit spotted Professor McGonagall standing at the doorway. Dressed in a flowing robe and a pointed wizard's hat, she held a parchment and casually tapped it against the railing of the corridor. The aura she exuded was unmistakably one of authority, signaling to all to keep their distance. Indeed, our venerable cat lady maintained her formidable and serious demeanor. As Hagrid approached with the young wizards, he exchanged greetings with Professor McGonagall. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. You may head to the Great Hall. Hagrid nodded in agreement, winking at Harry Potter as he departed. A smile appeared on Harry's face. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept over the assembly of young wizards, silencing their chatter instantly. Her mere presence commanded such respect that they fell silent, reflecting the significant pressure she exerted. Slowly, she began, "Now then, welcome to you all." However, before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly lunged toward her, startling even Karmit. Who was this audacious individual? The figure landed directly at McGonagall's feet, seizing a toad. Neville. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. So, this was the moment that had to unfold. Our dear Mr. Longbottom, albeit tardy, had finally arrived. After a brief silence, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Professor McGonagall looked at Neville with a mix of exasperation and amusement, her previously formidable aura dissipated. Nervously, Neville raised his head to meet her gaze, scratching his head in embarrassment. The comical expression of the young wizard rendered Professor McGonagall unable to scold this fool. With a sigh, she announced, "Now, let us proceed to the banquet hall, where you will partake in the most significant ceremony of your time at Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, all the young witches and wizards fell silent, their faces etched with seriousness and concern. The young wizards retrieved their wands from their robes, gripping them tightly. At the rear of the group, Ron felt a surge of anxiety. He wished they could opt to withdraw from school and return home. Professor McGonagall noticed the students' reactions. In that fleeting moment, Karmit caught a glimpse of a smile tugging at her lips. The rampant rumors circulating on the train were impossible to conceal. Therefore, it was evident that Professor McGonagall and the others had heard about them. This year, a rumor had spread on the Hogwarts Express. First years would have to challenge a troll to be sorted. It was unclear who had started such an obviously false tale. Yet all the new students believed it. The professors could only commend the audacity of it all. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Truth be told, he was rather eager to see Harry Potter. However, what he anticipated even more was witnessing the expressions of the new students upon discovering the truth. A group of older students eagerly watched the doorway, their hearts brimming with expectations. This year's entertainment promised to be far more amusing than in previous years. Karmit observed the young wizards, brandishing their wands with fervor, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was happening? Had this year's Hogwarts been altered due to his butterfly effect? The instigator of the rumor remained blissfully unaware that it had spread among the newcomers. This was utterly absurd. Hermione, Draco, and Harry exchanged glances as they noted the reactions of those around them. A chill ran down their spines. Harry and Hermione simultaneously pondered, is this the magical world? Clearly, everyone was aware of the nature of the sorting ceremony and had prepared themselves accordingly. Meanwhile, Draco was already contemplating how to pen a letter to his mother, lamenting his father's concealment of the truth regarding the sorting ceremony. It was evident that others were informed and prepared, while he had only learned the reality from his cousin during the journey. Had he not lost his advantage? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Draco too drew forth his wand. Karmit scanned the crowd, hoping that when they finally uncovered the truth, they would maintain their composure. The young wizards cautiously followed Professor McGonagall to the entrance of the banquet hall. As the grand doors slowly opened, their hearts raced, teetering on the edge of anxiety. It was unclear who moved first, but one young wizard raised his wand, aiming it toward the interior. This act seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Soon, all the young wizards had their wands aloft, their faces painted with panic. Karmit struggled to suppress a laugh. As the grand doors swung wide open, laughter erupted among the upperclassmen in the hall. Goodness, did you witness their reactions, these first-year students? Look at that little boy, his legs are trembling. It was utterly hilarious. Who was responsible for spreading such a rumor that could instill such fear? The new students stood in stunned silence. Where are the trolls? What are they laughing about? At that moment, Dumbledore rose and tapped his glass. Ah, it seems someone has played a rather amusing trick on our new arrivals, leading to some misunderstandings. Come forth, children. The sorting ceremony is not as terrifying as you might have imagined. Upon hearing this, the young wizards quickly realized they had been duped. In unison, they turned their gazes towards the source of the rumor. One looked at another, and then another, until their eyes finally landed on the two young wizards who had disseminated the information. Those two, in turn, directed their gaze at Karmit. Hermione and her companions glared at him with gritted teeth. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Karmit. Despite his experience with tumultuous situations, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at that moment. Chapter 35. The sorting ceremony begins. Snape's favorability won. However, Karmit was no stranger to adversity. As the head of the Black family and the unacknowledged king of Knockturn Alley, he was adept at navigating the complexities of pure-blood society from a young age. Thus, he was not easily daunted. With unwavering composure, he strode into the great hall, disregarding the multitude of gazes upon him, each step as resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. The other young wizards, witnessing his bravado, hurriedly followed suit. Thus, an awkward interlude faded into obscurity, allowing our young Mr. Black to escape unscathed. Karmit couldn't help but exhale in relief. It was absurd. Never had he anticipated that this ludicrous rumor would originate from his own actions. Initially, he merely intended to provide Draco and his friends with a little trial for their hearts. How had this escalated to an ordeal for the entire first-year cohort? At that moment, Professor McGonagall stood upon a platform where a chair was placed alongside a pedestal adorned with the sorting hat. Intrigued by the hat's vivid features, Karmit found himself captivated. How had Gryffindor managed to create such a remarkable artifact? He resolved to investigate it further when time permitted. It seemed the sorting hat sensed Karmit's scrutiny as it slowly opened its eyes and gazed back at him. "What are you staring at, child?" The hat's voice echoed in Karmit's mind, startling him. Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, cast a glance at the hat before turning his attention to Karmit. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his face, and he redirected his gaze. Karmit noticed Dumbledore's smile, sending a shiver down his spine. For an instant, he felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. A sense of vigilance arose within Karmit. The strongest white mage truly lived up to his title. Dumbledore's formidable strength was indeed somewhat absurd. Karmit had thought that his current abilities were sufficiently robust, yet when Dumbledore cast his gaze upon him, he found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. This was utterly preposterous. Such power seemed almost exaggerated. Professor McGonagall observed as all the young wizards gathered around. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, "Now, we shall commence the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, please step forward and don the sorting hat. It will reveal the most suitable house for you." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment. Hermione whispered, "Is it really just that hat? Seems rather hasty. Doesn't he it?" Harry Potter gazed at the sorting hat with utmost curiosity. Draco remarked, "Perhaps the hat possesses some extraordinary qualities." The other young wizards murmured, many voicing their skepticism. After all, allowing a mere hat to determine one's future felt exceedingly reckless. Professor McGonagall opened the parchment and announced the first name, Hannah Abbott. Karmit nearly applauded, offering a salute, paying the highest respect to the illustrious Hat King. As the saying goes, the Traverser may change, but the Hat King's reign remains steadfast. As the undeniable Hat King of Hogwarts for 91 years, one might not know who Harry Potter was, but surely one must be acquainted with Hannah Abbott. Just a jest. Hannah Abbott, visibly anxious, approached the platform. Professor McGonagall endeavored to appear gentler, saying, "Child, there's no need to be nervous. It will be over swiftly." However, once she spoke, Karmit distinctly noticed Hannah's body tremble slightly. Evidently, our elder cat lady was not suited for providing comfort. Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat and gently placed it upon Hannah's head. The hat feigned contemplation for a moment before declaring, "Hufflepuff." Instantly, Hannah's expression relaxed. Applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "All right, you may go to the table and await the commencement of the feast." Hannah nodded, beaming with joy as she rushed to join her housemates. Seeing this, the other students recognized that the sorting ceremony posed no real danger, and one by one, their apprehensions eased. After 2 or 3 more names were called, Professor McGonagall announced, "Karmit Black." Without hesitation, Karmit stepped onto the platform. The hall fell silent in an instant. He was Karmit, the head of the Black family. To wield such authority over a pureblood family at such a tender age was indeed formidable. Moreover, it was rumored that he had even unified Nocturne Alley, and his power was truly terrifying. Karmit's reputation was undeniably immense, especially in the current magical realm. Perhaps the only ones in this hall unfamiliar with the name Karmit were the first-year Muggle-born students. The older students from Muggle families had long since heard of the name Karmit. After all, Black's business was extensive, and everyone here had, at one point or another, shopped at establishments owned by the Black family. On the podium, Snape's gaze, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, fixed upon Karmit. Our esteemed Professor Snape had indeed had numerous dealings with the Black family. Bella, a former colleague during his Death Eater days, was a madwoman with whom he shared no fondness. As for Sirius, one of the former bullies, it was only natural that Snape would harbor no positive sentiments. In summary, Snape held no affection for the Black family whatsoever. Karmit gazed at the sorting hat before him, contemplating whether he should follow the example of those who traversed time before him and give the hat a thorough cleansing. However, it seemed unnecessary. Unlike what was portrayed in other novels and various adaptations, the sorting hat was not dirty. Upon examining it closely, Karmit discovered traces of magical runes. Intriguingly, he recognized these runes as the self-cleaning enchantment, akin to those found in the Black family's secret chamber. Professor McGonagall inquired, "What is it, Mr. Black? Is there a problem?" Karmit smiled and shook his head, replying, "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I was merely struck by a thought. Do you think the sorting hat could make a mistake?" Professor McGonagall paused in surprise. "Mr. Black, do you have an insightful perspective on this matter?" Karmit responded, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but I am somewhat concerned. After all, the sorting hat once misallocated a family disgrace of ours to the wrong house. I hope it does not repeat such an error." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted momentarily. Out of the corner of his eye, Karmit noticed Snape's gaze soften at that moment. A surge of joy coursed through Karmit. His speculation had proven correct. Chapter 36. How can one threaten the Sorting Hat? As one of the former bullies, Snape's disdain for Sirius was palpable. Karmit's presence at Hogwarts was partly aimed at Snape, necessitating a strategy to cultivate goodwill. What better way to foster rapport than to stand united against a common adversary? Although Snape was not a shallow individual, subtle shifts in perception could yield positive outcomes. Karmit was acutely aware that his start was less than favorable. Indeed, it would be challenging for Snape to develop any fondness for the Black family. Given this, it seemed prudent to leverage individuals whom Karmit deemed innocuous, creating some semblance of value in the process. Professor McGonagall remarked, "I believe you shall be sorted into the house of your choice, Mr. Black." Her expression was neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. However, Karmit recognized that he had likely displeased Professor McGonagall. Nonetheless, he had anticipated this outcome. In comparison to Snape, it would be easier to cultivate a favorable impression with Professor McGonagall. Thus, it was merely a casual remark from Karmit. In truth, he had long since prepared for this moment. Even now, as he stood here, every word he was to utter had been premeditated and rehearsed. Karmit proclaimed, "Professor McGonagall is indeed correct." Subsequently, he took a seat. The Sorting Hat was placed upon his head. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Glancing at the Sorting Hat, could it possibly be malfunctioning? The entire hall fell into a profound silence, with young wizards exchanging bewildered glances. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, who smiled gently and shook his head. How amusing. Meanwhile, in Karmit's mind, he was engaged in a dialogue with the Sorting Hat. Damn it. Can you please lift your cursed mental barriers? Karmit thought. So, you rely solely on legitimacy for the sorting process? The Sorting Hat replied, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Why does a mere first-year wizard have such advanced mental shielding? Now, remove it. Let me see your true essence, and then I shall determine your house." Karmit retorted, "Impossible. Then I shall place you in Hufflepuff, the bloodline of the Black family, relegated to the most mundane Hufflepuff. Even the thought of it brings me joy. The portrait in the headmaster's office, that insufferable fellow, would surely go mad." Karmit chuckled. "Of course, it is your prerogative. However, you better hope Dumbledore remains in the headmaster's office to keep an eye on you, or I shall incinerate you." The Sorting Hat scoffed. "Child, do not boast. You think you can destroy me? I am crafted by the great Gryffindor." Karmit replied, "Your composition indeed baffles me. However, what if I were to erase all the magical runes within you? No, I cannot remove them. After all, they were created by the great Gryffindor. But what if I were to add a few strokes? Just imagine the consequences." The Sorting Hat immediately became alarmed. "Damn it, how could you possibly possess knowledge of runes? You can actually perceive the runes? Indeed, the Black family has a legacy of runes, but you cannot learn it. Boy, do not boast." Karmit slightly relaxed his mental shielding, revealing some of his knowledge about runes. The Sorting Hat was stunned. "How can this be? Is there truly such a thing as neurology? What manner of creature are you?" Karmit inquired. "So, tell me, which house am I to join?" The Sorting Hat fell silent for several seconds. "Where do you wish to go?" "Slytherin," Karmit declared. The Sorting Hat responded, "Very well, as you desire." Karmit then added, "Wait, I want you to arrange for one more person to join Slytherin." The Sorting Hat cautioned, "Boy, do not overreach." Karmit suggested, "Perhaps I could restore your runes that automatically absorb magical energy, enabling you to avoid spending most of your time sleeping to replenish your magic." The Sorting Hat fell silent again. "Who do you wish to join Slytherin?" Amidst the curious gazes of the young wizards, the Sorting Hat finally bellowed, "Slytherin." Suddenly, the entire Slytherin long table erupted in cheers. I knew it. Black undoubtedly belonged to Slytherin. We had become Black's classmates. My father had also mentioned that Black would be enrolling this year, urging me to cultivate a good relationship with him. I had been worried he might be sorted into another house. How could that be? Black, one of the pure-blooded 28 families, was destined to belong to Slytherin. Not necessarily. For the one imprisoned in Azkaban was indeed a Gryffindor, wasn't he? Do not speak of that individual. He is a disgrace to the Black family. If Karmit Black were to hear this, he might take action against you. A group of young wizards engaged in lively discussion. Karmit cast a glance at Draco, Harry Potter, and Hermione before making his way toward the Slytherin table. After taking his seat, Karmit glanced toward the faculty table. Dumbledore was observing him thoughtfully. A glimmer of insight flashed in Karmit's eyes. It seemed Dumbledore had taken notice. This was a perfect opportunity to validate a notion of his. At that moment, Dumbledore lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, his gaze toward Karmit imbued with a hint of curiosity. While others were oblivious to the conversation between Karmit and the Sorting Hat, he was acutely aware. Dumbledore had also caught wind of the conditions Karmit proposed. He pondered, is it a matter of forging friendships, wishing to be in the same house as friends, or does he harbor other designs? "Karmit, what are you contemplating?" Karmit withdrew his gaze from Dumbledore and greeted his fellow classmates before quietly resuming his watch of the ongoing sorting ceremony. After 2 more names were called, Professor McGonagall paused as she looked at the parchment in her hands before announcing, Harry Potter. Instantly, the hall erupted in a frenzy. It was true. Harry Potter was indeed enrolling at Hogwarts. Was he the one who defeated the one whose name must not be spoken? The savior, Harry Potter. One could only wonder which house he would be sorted into. It was either Gryffindor or Slytherin. I believe Gryffindor is more likely. I concur, he should belong to Gryffindor. After all, Slytherin has a rather dark reputation. At that moment, all the young wizards felt that Harry Potter was destined for Gryffindor. After all, the essence of the savior was evident. The professors at the faculty table shared similar thoughts. Chapter 37, Harry Potter's Ultimate Fate, Hermione's Ramblings. Harry Potter sat in his chair, feeling the weight of the commotion he had caused. Full of trepidation, he settled down. The sorting hat was gently placed atop Harry's head, examining him with keen interest. Let me see who you truly are, to have drawn the attention of both that boy and Dumbledore. As the sorting hat sifted through Harry's memories, it suddenly realized, now I see, this is quite challenging. Apart from Hufflepuff, you seem well suited for the other 3 houses. Your thirst for knowledge aligns you closely with Ravenclaw. Simultaneously, you yearn for strength, and undoubtedly, Slytherin is the optimal choice. However, the courage that resides within you also makes Gryffindor a fitting option. Yet, Ravenclaw may be dismissed. With both Gryffindor and Slytherin in the mix, how shall one decide? The sorting hat murmured incessantly. Harry Potter shook his head repeatedly, his eyes rolling upwards in curiosity. This novel experience filled our Mr. Potter with an overwhelming sense of wonder. Dumbledore gazed at the sorting hat, a flicker of blue light shimmering in his eyes. Karmit noticed this subtlety. How brazen, engaging in such underhanded tactics. The sorting hat caught wind of Dumbledore's voice. Let him join Gryffindor. The sorting hat remarked. He is equally suited for both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Dumbledore replied, I am aware of your dealings with that child. Do you genuinely believe he can mend the magical scars left by Gryffindor? The sorting hat responded, You may not, but others might. He has already commenced learning the intricacies of magical sigils. Give him time, and he shall master it. Dumbledore paused for a moment. In that case, allow the child to choose for himself. The sorting hat acquiesced. Very well, let him decide. Dumbledore's voice softened, a smile gracing his lips. He believed that by letting Harry Potter choose, he would undoubtedly select Gryffindor. After all, he had made extensive preparations, with Hagrid and Ron both paving the way for Harry to gravitate towards Gryffindor. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Ron had already encountered Harry on the train, and their initial meeting had not unfolded in the most amiable manner. Dumbledore brimmed with confidence. At that moment, the sorting hat spoke again. Difficult decision, which do you prefer? Gryffindor or Slytherin? Harry Potter hesitated briefly before declaring, I wish to join Slytherin. Unbeknownst to Harry, he lacked the ability to communicate with the sorting hat as Dumbledore and Karmit could. Thus, he stated his preference plainly. Once Harry had finished speaking, Professor McGonagall, closest to him, was taken aback. On the faculty bench, Snape and Dumbledore were equally stunned. The young witches and wizards exchanged bewildered glances. He wishes to join Slytherin? Why not Gryffindor? The pressing question should not be why he chose a house, but rather how he arrived at such a decision. Karmit wore a smile, particularly relishing the sight of the somewhat dazed old bee. It seemed that this strategic maneuver had not been in vain. It had truly borne fruit. The sorting hat cleared its throat. In that case, Slytherin. Harry Potter's face lit up with a grin as he joyfully leapt from his seat and dashed towards Draco. Professor McGonagall regarded the sorting hat in her hands, sighing repeatedly. As Dumbledore's confidant, how could she not be aware of the plan to nurture Harry Potter? Yet, it was precisely because she was aware that she found the situation absurd. How could it be that Harry Potter ended up in Slytherin? Is this truly acceptable? At that moment, Snape gazed at Harry Potter, his own heart feeling somewhat unsettled. Harry Potter has now become a student of his house, but how should he respond? Suddenly, a gleam appeared in Snape's eyes. It seemed that there was indeed a way to counter him. At this moment, the students at the Slytherin table exchanged bewildered glances. Harry Potter and Slytherin? Just then, Karmit was the first to break the silence with applause. The other Slytherin students quickly followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. At the back of the new students, Ron, having abandoned his thoughts of leaving after learning there would be no trolls to face, was consumed with thoughts of redemption. However, upon hearing the name Harry Potter, he was momentarily stunned. Before arriving at Hogwarts, his mother had informed him that Harry Potter would also be enrolling. At that time, he had envisioned becoming friends with Harry, for how impressive it would be to have a savior as a companion. Little did he expect that the very person he wished to confront would turn out to be the savior himself. Not to mention, the other individual was Karmit Black, whose reputation resonated throughout the magical world. Ron was acutely aware of the immense power and terror of the Black family. Consequently, he had inadvertently provoked 2 of the last individuals he should have challenged. Upon hearing that Harry Potter had entered Slytherin, Ron felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, he was malevolent. Even if he was Harry Potter, he could not be a good person. Or else how could he possibly end up in Slytherin? They bullied me. Therefore, I am justified. Such is the nature of the weak, who often shift blame onto others while seeking a noble justification for their actions. Harry hurried to the long table and took a seat beside Karmit. Mr. Black, we are in the same house now. Karmit smiled and replied, Indeed, congratulations, Harry. You have chosen the right path. Harry nodded. Yes, thank you, Mr. Black. If it weren't for the information you shared with me, I wouldn't have known where to go. I believe this is indeed the right path. Karmit chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. How delightful, how utterly delightful. The savior belonging to Slytherin was simply the greatest amusement. Karmit himself had not anticipated such success. After the brief commotion caused by Harry Potter, it was soon time for the next of Karmit's subjects. Professor McGonagall glanced at the name on the scroll, Hermione Granger. Hermione felt a surge of nervousness, recalling Harry's words before he left, that the Sorting Hat could consider the opinions of young wizards. Encouraging herself, she took a seat on the bench. The Sorting Hat was placed upon her head. Hermione began to murmur to herself, I want to go to Ravenclaw. I want to go to Ravenclaw. Her incessant repetition left the Sorting Hat bewildered. My dear girl, you might want to pause for a moment. If you wish to attend Ravenclaw, you must first allow me to assess your suitability for it. Hermione, lost in her thoughts, was startled when the Sorting Hat suddenly spoke. Huh. Oh, well, just see for yourself. Chapter 38. The Sorting Hat's greatest challenge in its career. The Sorting Hat found itself utterly speechless, grappling with the most formidable challenge of its existence. What an unusual cohort of new students this year. It faced threats and temptations, and two individuals were fixated on compelling it to make a decision. Now, it encountered a particularly loquacious young lady who had already determined her desired house upon arrival. Was this reasonable? Did she truly believe the Sorting Hat was easily swayed? The Hat had resolved that if this young girl were even slightly more ordinary, it would undoubtedly place her in Hufflepuff. However, as Hermione's memories unfolded, the Hat was taken aback. What a prodigy she was. From a young age, her mind was consumed with studies, accumulating accolades in the Muggle world. Even before the school year commenced, she had begun self-studying history of magic, an exceedingly tedious subject, and had managed to memorize over half a textbook. Though the Sorting Hat yearned to assign Hermione to Hufflepuff to affirm its authority, it had to concede that this young witch was undeniably a quintessential Ravenclaw. Of course, disregarding Hermione's wishes, it could have placed her in Gryffindor, a house it had been created to favor, naturally inclined towards its own. The Hat began to deliberate whether to acquiesce to the young witch's preference for Gryffindor or to honor her wish and assign her to Ravenclaw. After a moment of contemplation, the Sorting Hat declared, Ravenclaw. Indeed, it ultimately chose to heed Hermione's desire. Upon hearing the Hat's proclamation, Hermione joyfully removed it and dashed toward the Ravenclaw table. Applause resounding once more. The smile on her face remained unwavering. The subsequent sorting ceremony proceeded without any notable occurrences. Draco, predictably, was sorted into Slytherin. Afterward, he took a seat beside Harry Potter, and their chatter was incessant, clearly reveling in each other's company. As for Ron Weasley, he was placed in Gryffindor, as all Weasleys were, as if the surname had been indelibly marked with the Gryffindor emblem. Naturally, the Sorting Hat paid him little mind. Its curiosity lay more in how Dumbledore would orchestrate the impending grand spectacle. This promised to be quite entertaining. Once all the students had been sorted, Dumbledore rose to address them. Before we commence the feast, I must announce a few important regulations for the new term. First and foremost, the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. Secondly, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind you all not to venture into the corridor on the right side of the third floor unless you wish to suffer a most severe fate. With that, Dumbledore clapped his hands gently, and in an instant, a magnificent array of food appeared on the long tables. A sumptuous banquet was laid out, filling the platters. The young wizards and witches, having endured a day of hunger, gazed in awe at the lavish spread before them, their eyes shimmering with delight. At the long table, the young wizards indulged in their meals while engaging in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The distinct characteristics of the four houses were evident even in their dining habits. The Gryffindor students, with grease smeared across their faces, devoured their food with abandon. Ron Weasley, in particular, clutched a chicken leg in each hand, resembling a gluttonous thief. The other Gryffindors, though slightly more refined in their eating manners, were hardly better, and their table was the loudest in the hall, filled with boisterous chatter that made one fear they might inadvertently spray their food. Next came Hufflepuff, whose demeanor was rather unremarkable and ordinary. In contrast, the Ravenclaw students displayed a unique charm, predominantly female. They exhibited grace in their consumption and engaged in discussions primarily about the books they had read over the holidays or reflecting on last year's final exams. Hermione, listening to the upperclassmen, felt as though she had entered paradise. She adored this atmosphere immensely. Finally, there was Slytherin, whose table was remarkably subdued compared to the others. Even when conversations occurred, they were conducted in hushed tones, and their eating etiquette was impeccable. Even the first-year students mirrored this elegance. If Gryffindor's table was akin to a gathering of rustic folk, then Slytherin's students resembled aristocrats. Karmit carefully sliced his meat with a knife and fork, taking small bites. He was not particularly fond of this manner of dining, finding it tedious, yet it had become a habit he could not break. At the staff table, the professors were engaged in their own discussions. Harry Potter leaned in and whispered, "Draco, who is that professor?" Draco wiped his mouth with his napkin and followed Harry's gaze. "That is Professor Snape, our head of Slytherin and potions master, renowned as the youngest potion master in the magical world. Many pureblood families have sought to align themselves with him, but all have failed." Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Is he really that impressive?" Draco nodded, "Of course. According to my mother, my cousin has intentions of courting him now that he's at Hogwarts." Harry glanced at Karmit, instinctively touching the scar on his forehead. Karmit noticed this gesture and understood. It was likely Snape's dark mark that stirred the power of Voldemort within Harry's scar. One could not deny that Harry's ability could also serve as a means of identifying Death Eaters. Hogwarts truly excelled at delivering shock and awe to the young wizards. Just as the banquet reached its midpoint, ghosts began to materialize around the hall, astonishing many of the inexperienced young wizards. The upperclassmen seized the opportunity to enlighten the younger students. Karmit, too, harbored curiosity about these apparitions, precisely regarding the nature of their existence. It is well known that the ghosts in the setting of Hogwarts are rather enchanting entities, yet Karmit remains perplexed by the prerequisites for their formation. His curiosity towards these apparitions is palpable. In truth, Karmit possesses a profound interest in all knowledge that eludes his understanding. Indeed, he would be quite suited for Ravenclaw, for his unwavering pursuit of knowledge is equally resolute. After the banquet concluded, the heads of each house guided their respective students from the Great Hall. At the entrance, the students from the 4 houses divided into 2 groups. The common rooms of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are situated on the uppermost floor, while those of Slytherin and Hufflepuff reside in the dungeons. Chapter 39. The Throne of the Common Room and the 7 Chairs. Leading the first-year Slytherin students is Marcus Flint. Indeed, he is the rather unattractive, buck-toothed captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team from the original narrative. Harry Potter leaned closer to Draco and whispered, "Draco, is that our head of house? But why does he not bear the head of house badge?" Draco replied, "No, he is a 5th-year prefect. Slytherin differs from the other houses. You will soon understand." Harry acknowledged this with an "oh," refraining from further inquiries. Under Marcus's guidance, the young serpents descended into the dim and damp dungeons. Karmit found himself at a loss for words. While it is true that snakes are the emblem of Slytherin, and its students are colloquially referred to as little snakes, who decreed that a fondness for dark, humid environments should extend to the students? Which misguided soul placed the common room in such a location? The Hufflepuff common room's position in the basement is justifiable, being adjacent to the kitchen, as their forte lies in culinary magic. However, what rationale is there for Slytherin's abode to be situated in such a place? Were the Badgers aware of Karmit's thoughts? They would surely chastise him. "Thank you, for they too do not relish residing in the dungeons." Marcus led the group to a wall that appeared perpetually damp. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a concealed stone door embedded within the stony faade. Marcus addressed the door, uttering the incantation, "Pure Blood." Gradually, the stone door creaked open. Turning to the assembly, Marcus instructed them, "Remember the password. It changes every fortnight. The new password will be posted on the notice board in the common room for a week. I advise you to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, should you forget the password one day, you shall find yourself unable to enter, and that would be your own misfortune." With that, Marcus strode confidently into the common room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a narrow passageway, entirely constructed of stone. The young wizards followed the corridor, and as they emerged, they instinctively gasped in awe. Even Karmit found himself somewhat astonished. In contrast to the exterior environment, the Slytherin common room indeed exceeded Karmit's expectations. A verdant carpet is laid upon the ground, while within the fireplace, flames roar fiercely, emanating waves of heat that dispel all chill and dampness. Above, there hangs a translucent green dome of unknown material. It bears some resemblance to glass. However, it is evident that ordinary glass could not withstand such immense pressure from the water below. Unless, of course, it is crafted by the Great Sia. Through the transparent dome, one can glimpse the enigmatic creatures of the Black Lake occasionally gliding past, exuding an air of mystery. The entire hall is circular in design. Opposite the fireplace sits a chair, a rich emerald hue, adorned with a colossal serpent's head at its back. The serpent flicking its tongue, its eyes glistening like emeralds, appearing remarkably lifelike. Flanking this chair are 7 additional chairs, each unembellished yet marked with numbers from 1 to 7. Encircling the lounge in its entirety, a group of young wizards gazes in awe at this spectacle. Harry Potter finds everything exceedingly novel. Thus, he once more turns to his companion, Draco, inquiring, "What purpose do these chairs serve?" Draco replies, "They are the seats of the house prefects, the strongest from each year of Slytherin. This is what distinguishes Slytherin from other houses. Slytherin values only strength. Harry then asks, and what of the largest chair? The one adorned with the serpent sculpture? Is that also for a house prefect? Draco shakes his head. No, Harry, that is the seat of the chief. The true serpent king of Slytherin, and it will one day belong to my cousin. As he speaks, Draco glances at Karmit, who is now keenly observing the grandest chair with interest. Truth be told, Karmit finds Slytherin's method of nurturing ambition far more satisfying than the educational approaches of other houses. Furthermore, he senses the power of magical runes emanating from those chairs, though he cannot discern the nature of these runes. At that moment, a voice resonates. Thank you for your efforts. Marcus, please take your seat. As the voice echoes, green smoke descends gracefully, settling upon the chairs. Marcus's figure vanishes from sight, only to appear upon the chair marked with the number 5. Karmit's pupils narrow slightly. Is this a form of apparition? No, he feels no distortion of space. So, this must be the purpose of the magical runes on these chairs. One must admit, Slytherin excels at the art of display. Karmit's gaze falls upon the individual seated in the chair, numbered 7. The occupant rises, proclaiming, "Welcome to Slytherin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gemma Farley, the house prefect for 7th year. Among you, some may already be aware of the rules governing the house prefects of Slytherin, while others may not. Thus, permit me to elucidate. Slytherin, unlike other houses, venerates strength. We honor the powerful. Therefore, Slytherin does not have traditional prefects. We possess only house prefects and the chief. Let us first discuss the rules of the house prefect selection. In Slytherin, where strength is paramount, the selection process is quite straightforward. One merely needs to demonstrate that they are the most formidable individual in their year. In Slytherin, we place little value on other attributes. We prioritize power above all else. If you possess strength, then you are eligible to become the house prefect. Do you see that chair? Gemma Farley pointed to the vacant chair labeled number 1. Chapter 40. The House Prefect Challenge and the Throne Challenge. A group of young wizards turned to gaze at it. The chair labeled number 1, Gemma Farley continued, is the seat representing the first-year house prefect. As you have just witnessed, the chair holds significant power within Hogwarts. While the use of apparition is prohibited, once you take your place upon the chair of the house prefect, you can utilize its magic to apparate within the confines of Slytherin, even if you have never learned the spell. Of course, the chair's powers are not so simplistic. There are other uses that you will discover once you assume the role of house prefect. Besides the prefect, Slytherin also has a system for the head student. In truth, I believe this system hardly needs introduction, as I doubt anyone could truly achieve it. Gemma Farley rose and approached the grandest throne, gazing at it. A flicker of longing crossed Gemma Farley's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. To claim the throne, the rules are rather simple. Just as the house prefect must be the strongest in their year to sit upon the throne, you must be the strongest among all of Slytherin. You will face no more than 10 Slytherin students in a month-long battle. During this time, challenges may arise at any moment. Furthermore, you are not merely required to endure their attacks, but must defeat each one of them. Remember, you must vanquish every challenger. And after a month, you will face a united assault from all the house prefects. Should you triumph over all the prefects, the throne shall be yours. And you will become the true ruler of Slytherin, the head student. Please note, the head student challenge is only open to students in their 5th year or below, and each individual is permitted only one challenge opportunity. Upon hearing this, the young wizards were momentarily stunned. My goodness, is this truly achievable? Facing 10 opponents, especially when they include 6th and 7th year seniors. This is Slytherin. While I have heard of the head student challenge, I never anticipated it to be so daunting. Gemma Farley remarked. Therefore, I urge you all to assess your capabilities. The Slytherin head student challenge, while not life-threatening, is certainly not to be taken lightly. Now that the rules have been clearly outlined, I shall leave the remainder of the time to you. Freshmen, the challenge for the first-year house prefect begins now. Upon concluding, Gemma Farley waved, and beams of green light shot forth from beneath each seat. Soon, these lights converged to form a dueling platform. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore changed into his night attire, sensing the commotion. The traditional Slytherin event has commenced once more. Shall we attend? Dumbledore thought of Karmit and ultimately decided to partake in the spectacle. While past years had lacked excitement, this year promised potential amusement. The heads of the 4 houses had already gathered in a concealed chamber above the fireplace in Slytherin's common room. Professor Flitwick remarked, "It is that time of year again for Slytherin's festivities. I dare say this will be the least suspenseful year yet, especially with that child present." Professor Sprout concurred. Indeed, the name of that child permeates Diagon Alley. The Black family is truly remarkable. Professor McGonagall cautioned, "Let us not be complacent. Have we forgotten the troubles caused 4 years ago when that child arrived? I believe these rules should be abolished. Harmony among students is paramount." From the shadows, Snape remained silent. Just then, Dumbledore arrived and caught the tail end of McGonagall's comment. With a smile, he replied, "Minerva, This is a tradition that has endured for a millennium in Slytherin. With your presence, there is no cause for concern. McGonagall sighed, choosing not to respond. As her complaints were merely venting, Gemma Farley settled back in her seat, casting a keen eye over the assembly of young wizards. The young wizards exchanged glances, none daring to take the initiative. Gemma turned to a girl beside her. The girl, with her legs crossed, surveyed the group with a critical gaze. Gemma remarked, "Arabella. It seems this year lacks any real intrigue." Arabella shot her a glance and replied, "This year is almost devoid of suspense. I wonder why we are wasting our time. We might as well commence the head boy and girl selection. Gemma, our positions will be reversed this time." Gemma chuckled, "You are quite confident. I look forward to it. But the person you speak of must be Karmit Black." Arabella responded, "At the age of 11, he has managed to elevate the Black family from the mire. Even during my vacation in Germany, I heard tales of his prowess." Gemma inquired, "Do you think he will initiate the head boy challenge?" After a moment of contemplation, Arabella replied, "I am uncertain. If he does not, I shall challenge for head boy next year." Gemma's eyes brightened. "Why not challenge this year? While I am still here, I would relish the opportunity to join forces against you. After all, you did rally against me 2 years ago. I am eager for revenge." Arabella remained silent. Though reluctant to admit it, she felt a sense of trepidation regarding Gemma's capabilities. Karmit observed the 6 individuals seated before him with keen interest. The hidden head boy and girl, 3 boys and 3 girls. The boys seemed inconsequential. However, the 3 girls possessed remarkable strength. In particular, the hidden head girl seated in the 4th chair exuded power that rivaled the ferocity of the wild dogs in Nocturne Alley. Yet, with such prowess, Gemma Farley occupies the 2nd seat beneath the throne, a mechanism that has not been introduced. This mechanism involves ranking among the hidden leaders, with proximity to the throne correlating with strength. The 4th-year hidden leader holds the 2nd seat, while Gemma Farley claims the 1st. The prowess of Gemma Farley piques the interest of Karmit. The 1st-year newcomers remained silent for about 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, a figure leapt onto the stage. "I don't know what you're all murmuring about, but since no one is stepping up, I shall take the initiative. I, Pansy Parkinson, aim to become the hidden leader of the 1st years." Chapter 41. Pansy defends the stage. The contest for 1st-year hidden leader. With a gentle flick of her wand, Pansy positioned it by her side. It truly appeared quite convincing. Gemma Farley remarked, "This young witch is intriguing. I wonder how formidable she is." Beside them, the 2nd-year leader, Dickensnot, noted, influenced by that Black. Pureblood families have placed immense emphasis on nurturing their descendants in recent years, initiating their magical education from a young age. Even if they cannot perform magic, they are trained in incantations and spellcasting techniques. Gemma Farley inquired, "So, is this the reason you were able to perform spells as a newcomer last year?" Dickensnot nodded, "Indeed. Thus the quality of Slytherin's newcomers has significantly improved over the years." Gemma Farley acknowledged, "Pure blood, how fascinating." The other leaders exchanged glances with Gemma Farley, but remained silent. It is indeed a disgrace. Among the 6 hidden leaders, only Gemma Farley does not belong to any of the pure blood 28 families. Yet, she remains the strongest. Pansy Parkinson scanned the crowd of newcomers, ultimately fixing her gaze on Karmit Black. "Karmit, are you not coming forth? This position of hidden leader rightfully belongs to you. Since they remain inactive, I will step up to claim the spot for you." The Parkinson family shares a close relationship with the Malfoy family, and thus, Pansy and Draco grew up together. Naturally, she is well acquainted with Karmit's abilities. The other young wizards also turned their attention to Karmit, aware of his strength. Which is precisely why they hesitated. They recognized that regardless of how fiercely they competed, the outcome would be inevitable once Karmit entered the fray. Karmit stated, "I shall not contend for the position of hidden leader. Each of you may rely on your own merits." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into stunned silence. In the room, the heads of the 4 houses and Dumbledore expressed their surprise. Professor McGonagall remarked, "I can't believe Black has no intention of vying for the hidden leader position." Professor Sprout commented, "If he chooses not to compete, the outcome is indeed uncertain." Dumbledore observed Karmit thoughtfully for a moment. This child likely harbors greater aspirations. He then cast his gaze toward the throne designated for Slytherin. The other heads instinctively followed his gaze toward the throne, while the hidden leaders exchanged knowing glances. The head girl of the 3rd year, Elena Rogier, remarked, "It seems he covets the position of chief." Marcus Flint scoffed, "I cannot believe he possesses the strength for that, no matter how formidable he may be. Can he withstand the onslaught of 10 adversaries? Or even daily?" Arabella Christian shot Marcus a sidelong glance. "Fool, your inadequacies do not imply the same for others. Silence yourself and retreat." Marcus's expression instantly turned frosty, yet he dared not retort, fully aware of the terror that this madwoman from a pure-blood family in Germany embodied. There were even rumors that she had been shunned by all the students at Durmstrang due to her fearsome reputation. Moreover, she was a fervent battle enthusiast. Pansy was somewhat perplexed by Karmit's words, but her eyes soon brightened. If Karmit did not participate, Did that not mean she had a chance? Just then, a voice rang out. I challenge you. Parkinson, the position of head girl is not one you can claim. As the words echoed, a robust girl ascended the platform. Pansy's countenance instantly soured. Millicent Bulstrode. Millicent declared, you have never been my equal since childhood, and that remains unchanged. Harry Potter leaned closer to Draco and murmured, Draco, is she also of a pureblood family? She seems. Draco interjected, a she-wolf? A grizzly bear? Harry nodded in agreement. Draco chuckled, your assessment aligns with ours, indeed. She hails from the Bulstrode family. We grew up alongside her, yet she appears to have grown at an unnatural pace, towering and powerful. Before mastering spells, we suffered greatly at her hands. Pansy and Millicent were bitter rivals. A spectacle was about to unfold. Pansy coldly retorted, do you still believe this is the era when no one possessed wands? Can you flaunt your bear-like physique? We are wizards, and before the spells I command, you are but a jest. Millicent countered, do you think you are the sole master of spells? I shall inform you. A defeated foe remains a defeated foe. As she spoke, Millicent flicked her wand, disarm. Pansy, taken aback, swiftly rolled away to evade the attack. Despicable. Millicent remarked, did you not idolize Black? He once stated that victory is all that matters. How the triumph is achieved is written by the victor. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. These unfortunate children remembered the trivialities they chose to disregard, yet clung tightly to this. Pansy declared, you speak the truth, therefore, yield to me. Bind her swiftly. Before Millicent could react, two vines emerged from the ground, ensnaring Millicent's legs. Panic flickered across Millicent's face. Damn it, when did this happen? Pansy rose, disarm. Millicent's wand soared into the air, caught in Pansy's grasp. Foolish simpleton, as an admirer of Mr. Black, I shall never forget his words. Karmit glanced at Pansy, intrigued by her notable progress. Millicent despondently stepped down from the arena. In the first match, Pansy emerged victorious. She surveyed the crowd, challenging, who else dares to confront me? Harry Potter nudged Draco with his shoulder. Draco, aren't you going to participate? Draco replied, there's no rush. My cousin advised that one should only act when they possess absolute certainty. Pansy, that wild girl, seems to have expended little energy. I'll wait. Harry frowned. But if you hesitate, won't they claim your victory is unearned? Draco chuckled. Harry, you still fail to grasp the essence of this world. My cousin has articulated that only victory and defeat hold true significance. As Pansy stated, history is invariably penned by the victors. They can embellish their narratives as they please, while no one pays heed to the words of the vanquished. Chapter 42. Head of House Draco, the premier challenge commences. Upon hearing Draco's words, a contemplative expression crossed Harry's face. Meanwhile, Karmit regarded Draco with admiration, appreciating his efforts to instill wisdom in Harry, guiding him towards embodying the true essence of a serpent, purging the foolish traits of a lion. Pansy scanned the crowd. What is this? No one willing to step up? Are you all merely waiting for an opportune moment? Draco, are you too afraid to join? Draco smiled and shrugged. Pansy continued, Draco, don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. However, you seem to have forgotten that the head of house challenge is time-sensitive. If no one challenges me within 5 minutes, victory is mine. Draco furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of her words. He turned to a figure in the crowd, who instantly understood his intent and approached the arena. Pansy, I challenge you. Pansy frowned. Theodore not, you are no match for me, and you know it. Are you here merely to assist Draco in depleting my strength? Theodore responded, who knows? Perhaps. As he spoke, Theodore launched his attack. Gemma Farley turned to the second-year head. Dickens, is that your brother? Dickens nodded, indeed. Gemma remarked, his prowess is commendable. He seems little different from your first-year self. Dickens explained, they have been under Mr. Black's tutelage since childhood, after all. Gemma inquired, then why didn't you follow suit? Dickens shrugged, clearly, I've aged out by a year. Gemma chuckled, her curiosity towards Karmit intensifying. The battle on the arena persisted for a while, ultimately resulting in Theodore's defeat. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of discouragement. His purpose was to wear down Pansy. Her breaths had begun to grow slightly labored. It is evident that she has expended considerable effort in her battle against Theodore. Pansy cast her gaze towards Draco. Are you not yet prepared to join the fray? Draco observed Pansy's condition, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Should he step in? According to his cousin's counsel, what if the opponent employs trickery? Thus, his participation would be rather precarious. Just as Draco lingered in uncertainty, a figure ascended the stage ahead of him. Draco's brow furrowed instantly. Daphne Greengrass. Pansy, upon seeing her, wore an expression of wariness. You dare aspire to be the head girl? Daphne declared. Only the most noble bloodlines can ascend to the position of head girl in Slytherin. Undoubtedly, it is the Greengrass family that embodies the most illustrious lineage. Parkinson, a family devoid of history and heritage, is unworthy of this role. Pansy was incensed. You lunatic fixated solely on bloodlines. Harry Potter, intrigued, interjected, Draco, who is that? Why does it seem you all harbor such disdain for her? Draco replied, a madwoman. A member of the Greengrass family, the only lineage in the magical realm that rivals the Black family in terms of historical legacy. She is mentally unstable. Steer clear of her, or you may catch her affliction. From a young age, her sole focus has been on bloodlines. More absurd than even our Malfoy family. She used to be Pansy's subordinate, but under the influence of my cousin, we have come to value strength over lineage. Yet, she remains fixated on bloodlines, behaving like a simpleton. Consequently, she fell out with Pansy and even sought to dominate her. Harry Potter exclaimed, the pureblood circle is truly chaotic. Draco felt a pang of regret. Indeed, just as his cousin had said, hesitation leads to defeat. His moment of indecision allowed this madwoman to take the stage first. Although they all branded Daphne as insane, none dared to claim she was inept. Among the younger generation, if Karmit's prowess is unparalleled, then Daphne is undoubtedly the second strongest beneath him. At least that is the consensus within their circle. The outcome was painfully clear. Pansy was vanquished. Daphne stood on the platform, her expression replete with arrogance. Practice more if you lack skill. Pansy nearly spewed blood in fury, nearly succumbing to internal injuries. If it weren't for her significant exhaustion, how could this madwoman flaunt her dominance? With this thought, Pansy could not help but glare at Draco. It is all this fool's fault. Daphne paid her no heed, and instead turned to Draco. Malfoy, step forward. Today I shall prove that I am the foremost among those beneath the Blacks. Draco's expression soured. If you wish to lose embarrassingly, I shall oblige. Draco ascended the platform, his wand materializing in his hand. The two exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, as if in concert, they unleashed their spells simultaneously. Disarm you. Disarm you. Two identical incantations erupted from their wands. The spells collided midair, dissipating in an instant. The two individuals did not cease their efforts, but rather continued to wield their spells. Draco trailed behind Karmit daily. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, his prowess was indeed formidable. As for Daphne, she proved to be a surprising contender for Karmit. In the original narrative, Pansy's lackey displayed considerable strength. However, when it came to the outcome of this duel, Karmit held no doubts. Although Daphne was quite powerful, could one truly underestimate Draco, who stood beside him? The final result unfolded precisely as Karmit had anticipated. Draco emerged victorious, albeit not without effort. His strength drew attention, earning respect even from the other heads of houses. Several deans expressed their admiration as well. Noticing the absence of challengers, Gemma Farley proclaimed, "It seems the first-year head has been determined. Congratulations, Draco Malfoy." With a smile, Draco ascended to his designated seat as head. Once Draco settled in, the 7 head seats flickered with green light simultaneously. The lights converged at the center, coalescing into a serpent-shaped apparition, signaling the conclusion of the head competition. Gemma Farley rose and stated, "Now, although the likelihood is slim, we must adhere to the formalities. Is there anyone willing to challenge for the position of chief?" Upon her words, all eyes turned towards Karmit, including those of the other heads. Karmit smiled, then confidently approached the grand throne. Upon reaching it, he placed his hand upon the serpent's head and, without hesitation, seated himself upon the throne. Instantly, it seemed as though the throne came to life. The serpent sculpture moved, and beams of green light shot forth from beneath the throne. The serpent's eyes glimmered with red light as it slowly spoke. Slytherin, the chief challenge, officially begins. Chapter 43, the head-ranking competition. Draco kneels instantly. In a secluded chamber, Professor Sprout exclaimed in astonishment, "That child is truly aiming for the chief position." Professor Flitwick regarded Karmit with admiration. The youth should aspire in such a manner. Interestingly, the last chief challenge was initiated by that girl Gemma, but regrettably, she fell to the combined efforts of all the heads. Professor McGonagall remarked, "The exclusive chief system of Slytherin." As for Black, if it had been during his 4th year, I believe he could have achieved it. Now, however, is it not too soon? Dumbledore interjected, "Minerva, some prodigies cannot be measured by age. I am already looking forward to what lies ahead. Yet, the real fun begins tomorrow. I must return for some rest." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed. The various deans exchanged glances before following suit. Snape observed Karmit below, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. With a swift movement of his robes, he soared away like a great bat. Gemma Farley cast a complicated glance at Karmit. "I knew you would initiate the chief challenge." Karmit replied, "From the very beginning. My goal was the chief position." Gemma Farley nodded. "I anticipated this. I have failed, yet I fervently hope for your success. It has been far too long since Slytherin has had a champion." She then turned her gaze towards the assembly of Slytherin students, declaring, "The challenge for the title of champion commences anew. Beginning tomorrow, the throne will allow no more than 10 students each day to challenge Karmit Black in a duel. These 10 may face him in combat, or perhaps collaborate. Ultimately, this depends on the throne's assessment of Karmit's prowess. Therefore, I urge all students to prepare themselves." for being selected by the throne is also a testament to your capabilities. The Slytherin students gazed intently at Karmit seated upon the throne. Some of the upperclassmen had previously participated in a Champions Challenge, initiated by Gemma Farley, though regrettably, she had met with defeat at the hands of a coalition of the hidden level seniors. Nevertheless, her strength earned her the respect of all. Gemma Farley continued, "Now, let us proceed to our final event, the ranking tournament for the hidden level seniors. The 7 hidden level seniors may challenge those ranked above them to determine their standings. As always, Slytherin values strength above all. We will commence with the first-year hidden level seniors. Draco Malfoy, you currently rank 7th among the hidden level seniors, the lowest position. Do you wish to issue a challenge?" Draco surveyed the hidden level seniors, his closest competitor being the second-year senior, Deacon Snort, who held the 6th position. After a moment of contemplation, Draco declared, "I challenge Senior Snort." Gemma Farley nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Each first-year hidden level senior will have their opportunity to challenge. Although I trust that Senior Snort will demonstrate the disparity in your abilities, your seat should guide you on how to initiate the challenge. You may begin." Draco nodded and subsequently communicated with his seat. A green light illuminated above him, directing its beam towards Deacon Snort. In response, Snort's seat also glowed green. In the next instant, both figures were transported to the dueling platform. The duel commenced without delay. In merely 3 exchanges, Draco found his wand disarmed. Disbelief etched across his features. How can he be this formidable? Draco realized he was utterly outmatched. Karmit, observing from the sidelines, felt a flicker of surprise. This Slytherin affair was proving to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. Was Draco weak? In comparison to Karmit, he certainly appeared so. However, against his peers, even those a year or 2 his senior, he was not without opportunities to retaliate. Yet, before the second-year senior of the Snort family, Draco was rendered powerless. The caliber of these hidden-level seniors exceeded Karmit's expectations. Nevertheless, this only added to the excitement. Karmit gazed at the assembly of hidden-level seniors with newfound admiration. "These are my subordinates," he mused. Following Draco's challenge, the other hidden-level seniors remained still, directing their attention towards Arabella, who ranked 2nd, and Gemma Farley, the reigning champion. They are aware that the rankings of the hidden leaders typically remain stable, closely adhering to the grade levels. However, Arabella stands as an anomaly. The 4th grade hidden leader has remarkably ascended to the 2nd position. To be precise, she exhibited her uniqueness as early as the 3rd grade, where she ranked 3rd, with Gemma Farley in 2nd and the recently graduated 7th grade hidden leader in 1st. Each year, Arabella challenges Gemma Farley. Since Arabella claimed the title of 1st grade hidden leader upon her entry into the school, this has become a much-anticipated annual event. The 4th graders cheer exuberantly, "Leader, you can do it." The status of the hidden leader is intrinsically linked to their standing. In the case of the 4th grade, Arabella's prowess is formidable. Thus, even 5th and 6th graders instinctively lower themselves in the presence of 4th graders. This is Slytherin, a haven for the strong. Meanwhile, a group of 7th graders congregates, speculating. "How long do you think this match will last? I recall that last year, Arabella narrowly lost. Our leader won't falter, will she? Arabella's growth has been exceedingly rapid. She won't face a downfall, will she?" One replies, "You are overthinking it. Gemma is invincible. Let us not forget that in 1st grade, she successfully challenged the then 3rd grade leader. Had it not been for the remarkable strength of that year's 7th grade leader, our leader would be seated in the top position by now." Other 7th graders nod in agreement. The same spectacle unfolds as Gemma Farley and Arabella face off on the stage. With a smile, Gemma remarks, "It seems you have returned home and prepared even more thoroughly." Arabella responds, "The first chair will change hands today." Gemma replies, "I eagerly anticipate it." With a flick of her wrist, Arabella conjures her wand. "Shatter them to pieces." Indeed, the hidden leader ranking match permits the use of dark magic, provided that the unforgivable curses remain untouched. This is an internal Slytherin affair, and thus, the use of dark magic goes unregulated. After all, who among the upper grades does not master a couple of dark spells? It is merely that these hidden leaders possess a bit more expertise. The top challenge also allows for such spells, with the same stipulation regarding the unforgivable curses. The infamous Voldemort failed to ascend to the top position due to his singular focus on the killing curse. In Chapter 44, the first lesson, points deducted, though delayed, arrive. Gemma Farley has conjured her wand unbeknownst to anyone. With a flourish, a layer of armor materializes before her. Karmit's eyes light up. The silent armor charm. And judging by Gemma's demeanor, she appears to be holding back. Karmit smirks. Slytherin is becoming increasingly intriguing. After a brief exchange of tentative spells, they unleash their full might. Spells soar from their wands in a dazzling display. The ebb and flow of offense and defense ensue. Karmit is astonished to discover that their abilities are nearing those of Belinda. Arabella's wand dances with remarkable speed, launching a relentless barrage of attacks toward Gemma Farley. Gemma Farley continued to counterattack intermittently, appearing to have the upper hand against Arabella. However, in Karmit's eyes, Arabella had already lost this duel. Karmit reclined against the throne, increasingly intrigued by Gemma Farley, who seemed to possess hidden strength. Although the two appeared evenly matched, with Arabella seemingly exerting pressure, Gemma remained remarkably composed, each of his counterattacks seemingly crafted to avoid drawing attention. After a brief exchange, it became evident that Arabella's spellcasting had lost its fluidity, indicating she had reached her limit. In the next moment, Gemma seized the opportunity. Disarm. A crimson light shot forth, sending Arabella's wand flying. Furrowing her brow, Arabella conceded, I have lost. Without hesitation, she turned and returned to her dormitory. Gemma, unfazed, declared, well then, the event is concluded, and the positions of the house leaders remain unchanged. You may all return to your quarters and prepare for the first day of the new term at Hogwarts. Karmit rose, and the throne behind him automatically retreated to the wall. As the other house leaders stood, their seats also withdrew. Subsequently, a throng of young wizards began to seek their respective dormitories. Karmit's next destination was the private quarters assigned to the house leaders. This room was not seized by Karmit, but rather willingly exchanged by Draco. According to Draco, such a solitary chamber was better suited for Karmit. However, Karmit was fully aware that his true intention lay in residing alongside Harry Potter. He chose not to elaborate, having initially planned to seek out a house leader that night to acquire a single room. In Slytherin, strength was paramount, and such actions were not expressly forbidden, though few ventured to do so. Nonetheless, Draco's voluntary gesture spared him considerable trouble, as he would only need to endure a month before moving to the head dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, a shadowy figure leaped towards Karmit. He extended his arms to embrace her. It was Vani. Karmit affectionately ruffled Vana's fur, eliciting a contented purring sound from her. All right, go rest now. Tomorrow I'll be able to take you with me. It wouldn't be convenient today during the sorting ceremony. Vana meowed in acknowledgement before jumping down from Karmit's arms and finding a cozy spot on the bed. Curling up and soon drifting into slumber, her gentle breaths filling the air. Karmit paid her no mind as he washed up and lay on his bed. Now that he had arrived at Hogwarts, it was time to devote himself to earnest study. Although his current abilities were formidable, they were still insufficient. He needed to strive even harder. The following day, September 1st, marked the official commencement of classes at Hogwarts. A throng of first-year students made their way to the Transfiguration classroom on the ground floor. At the forefront walked Karmit, closely followed by a throng of Slytherins. Despite Draco being the head of house for the first year, the little snakes seemed to tacitly accept that Karmit was the true leader, relegating Draco to the role of his assistant. Karmit, for his part, felt a sense of helplessness. He attended class while the Slytherins instinctively trailed behind him, leaving him with little recourse. Holding Vani in his arms, he traversed the corridor. The Transfiguration classroom was located on the ground floor, eliminating any possibility of the little snakes getting lost, as they did not have to navigate the winding stairs. The first Transfiguration lesson was to be shared with Gryffindor, much to the annoyance of the Slytherins. However, such arrangements were the norm at Hogwarts, where classes were often conducted in pairs of houses, with Slytherin and Gryffindor being the most frequently paired. Upon entering the classroom, Karmit immediately spotted the older feline figure perched on the desk, engaged in her own brand of fishing enforcement. He settled into a seat beside Draco and Harry Potter, while the other Slytherins gradually found their places. Seizing the opportunity in the professor's absence, the children began to chatter animatedly. Karmit frowned and urged Draco, tell them to quiet down. Draco nodded and stood up, commanding, everyone, settle down, read your books, and refrain from talking. This was the essence of the head of house's role. Slytherin's reputation for discipline was largely attributed to the presence of a head of house, with the one-per-year rule allowing for a more organized management of the students. Before long, the boisterous Gryffindors arrived, transforming the classroom into a veritable marketplace. Even as the class bell rang, the young lions continued their raucous antics. To Karmit's surprise, Ron arrived punctually, proving once more that in the absence of a savior, calamities could only lag behind. Yet, it was Draco who would bear the brunt of these impending misadventures. With this thought, Karmit cast a sympathetic glance at Draco, as the Gryffindors reveled in their chaos. With some even leaving their seats to frolic, the older feline figure leapt from the podium, transforming mid-air into her human form. The young wizards were left speechless. Ron instinctively exclaimed, cool. The older feline turned her gaze toward Ron, replying, thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley. However, did you not hear the class bell? Why do you continue to make noise? Her piercing gaze swept over the Gryffindors, causing them to tremble in fear. Gryffindor loses 5 points for your collective misbehavior. As for Slytherin, due to your quiet and orderly conduct, you shall earn 5 points for your house. At this announcement, smiles spread across the faces of the Slytherins. Gaining points was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Gryffindor had lost points, and that was enough to elicit their satisfaction. Chapter 45. Karmit's new knowledge of magic expands. The little lions wore expressions of distress. It was merely the first lesson, and they had already lost 5 points. Indeed, to say that Professor McGonagall was strict would be an understatement. Her demeanor was almost devoid of empathy. Professor McGonagall announced, "Before we commence, I must address a few important points. First, transfiguration is a wondrous art, yet it is equally perilous. Therefore, while you may practice your transfiguration, it is absolutely imperative that you do not cast it upon another person. Furthermore, transfiguration must not be employed to gain unearned advantages or conjure something from nothing. Thus, do not harbor illusions of acquiring any benefits through transfiguration." The young wizards nodded in understanding. Seeing their compliance, Professor McGonagall offered a satisfied nod. She then approached the lectern, lightly tapping her wand upon its surface. As she uttered her incantation, the lectern transformed into a pig. The pig grunted as it landed and began to wander the corridor. Each little wizard was filled with wonder. After a brief stroll, the pig returned to the lectern, reverting back to its original form, eliciting gasps of amazement from all the young sorcerers. Karmit stroked his chin, envious of this display. Indeed, he felt a profound jealousy. The reason being that he simply could not master transfiguration, much like the Patronus charm. Despite numerous attempts, he had yet to grasp it, leaving him perplexed about his shortcomings. After all, Karmit had always been self-taught, and his arrival at Hogwarts was solely for the purpose of enhancing his knowledge and skills. Professor McGonagall continued, "Now that you have witnessed transfiguration, the first step before casting is to familiarize yourselves with the incantations. Repeat after me." The young wizards echoed her words several times. Professor McGonagall added, "Next, as you recite the incantation, remember to accompany it with the proper wand movement. It's a flick and a tap." She instructed them on the technique for a while longer. Karmit diligently followed along. As Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom, her gaze settled on Karmit. A commendable display of technique. "Mr. Black, your proficiency in transfiguration must be quite impressive." Slytherin gains 5 points. Just as Karmit was about to explain the inadequacy of his transfiguration abilities, it was evident that Professor McGonagall had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Instead, she clapped her hands and declared, "Now, do you see the matchstick in front of you? Your task today is to transform it into a silver needle. The first to succeed will earn 5 points for their house." With this announcement, the young wizards were filled with determination, particularly the Gryffindor students who were eager to recover the points they had just lost. They began to wave their wands, the sound of incantations filling the classroom. Karmit joined in, directing his wand towards the matchstick and reciting the spell. However, the matchstick remained unchanged before him. Karmit furrowed his brow, still at a loss. What on earth was happening? Due to the standard of Karmit's spell-casting movements, Professor McGonagall naturally paid him more attention, eager to discern the level of his transfiguration skills. However, to her astonishment, Karmit's movements and incantations were flawless, executed with an impeccable standard. Yet, the transfiguration failed to manifest. Professor McGonagall approached Karmit's side. "It seems you are encountering some difficulties?" she inquired, genuinely curious as to why such precise actions yielded no results. Karmit shrugged. "As you can see, Professor, I've always struggled with transfiguration. Other spells, I can learn effortlessly, but transfiguration has eluded me despite my extensive self-study." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall frowned. "To be frank, Mr. Black, I have never encountered such a situation. Could you attempt the incantation once more?" Karmit nodded and then waved his wand, reciting the spell. Yet, nothing transpired. The commotion drew the attention of other young wizards, who turned to observe. The pureblood Slytherins looked on in disbelief, astonished to witness Karmit's struggles. In contrast, the Gryffindor students, particularly Ron, felt a surge of malicious excitement. He thought to himself, "So even the wicked Black has his shortcomings. I must succeed in my transfiguration to earn points. That way, everyone will forget the incident on the train, and I will be hailed as a hero for Gryffindor." Since the previous night, Ron's name had spread throughout Hogwarts, earning him the nickname the boy who wet himself. Thus, Ron desperately sought an opportunity to redeem himself. Professor McGonagall observed Karmit's actions and remarked, "Mr. Black, your spellcasting speed is somewhat hasty. At such a rapid pace, can you truly solidify your intent?" Karmit paused. "Solidify intent?" McGonagall looked at him quizzically. "Of course. Every spell requires this. To achieve the desired effect, you must firmly believe that your spell can accomplish it." This was the first time Karmit had heard such a notion, as his other spells had never necessitated it. Yet, the other young wizards appeared to accept this as common knowledge, except for those raised in the Muggle world. "Now, try again, but this time, take it slower. Focus your heart and repeatedly visualize the form you wish this matchstick to take," instructed Professor McGonagall. Karmit nodded, resolved to heed her advice, conjuring an image of a golden needle in his mind, along with its style and patterns, contemplating every detail. Just then, from the back row, Ron suddenly exclaimed, "I did it." Subsequently, he picked up a peculiar needle for Professor McGonagall to observe. The professor cast a glance at it. "Not bad, but Mr. Weasley, It would be even better if you could transform the lower part of the match into a silver needle. A chorus of young wizards snickered at the odd amalgamation of a needle and a match in Ron's hand. Ron felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face. Professor McGonagall continued, however, significant progress has been made. Do give it another try? Reluctantly, Ron resumed his seat. At that moment, the incantation from Camille resonated through the air. In Chapter 46, Hogwarts Renovation Project, seeking help from Flitwick. The next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the match before Camille began to transform. Starting from the base, strands of golden light enveloped the original wooden material of the match. In but a moment, a golden needle appeared on the table, adorned with exquisite patterns that spiraled upward from the base, culminating at the needle's tip. Elegant and resplendent, this was the immediate reaction of all who beheld the golden needle. Camille himself was slightly bewildered. No way, it actually worked. He thought. Did this mean he had been mislearning spells all along? He seemed to recall a notion from the original text, suggesting that to successfully cast a spell, one must focus on the intended outcome. For instance, when casting the killing curse, one must firmly resolve to eliminate the target. Yet, Camille had never entertained such thoughts. His approach to spells had always been a simple matter of intent, without the need for contemplation. If transfiguration operated on similar principles, did that imply the Patronus charm followed suit? It appeared that Camille had grasped the rules governing spellcasting. However, he still needed to experiment further. Professor McGonagall picked up Camille's needle from the table and examined it, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Mr. Black, you have surprised me. Your transfiguration skills are on par with anyone's. What you lack is merely experience and speed of casting. Yet, I am confident that, given your abilities, you will swiftly remedy your shortcomings. Camille nodded gratefully. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Without your guidance, I doubt I would have made any progress in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall smiled. I am your professor, am I not? It is my duty to instruct you. I sense you still have many uncertainties. I believe you should speak with Professor Flitwick. He is an expert in charms and will surely clarify your doubts. Camille nodded in agreement. I will, Professor. McGonagall placed the needle back on the table and declared, thus, Slytherin earns 5 points. Congratulations, Mr. Black. At the back of the classroom, Ron was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. It was him again, that wretched Black. That malevolent Slytherin. Just a hair's breadth away. Ron glared at the silver needle with its remaining match head on the table, seething with frustration. The first morning at Hogwarts was spent entirely in the Transfiguration class. It must be said that the curriculum at Hogwarts is rather relaxed. Particularly, many classes tend to occupy either the entire morning or afternoon. The most crucial aspect is that casting spells is infinitely more engaging than memorizing vocabulary or studying mathematics and science. After class, Karmit glanced at the time. There was still a while before lunch. He decided to heed Professor McGonagall's advice and pay a visit to Professor Flitwick. He intended to inquire about his spellcasting abilities. He was not concerned about any repercussions of revealing his anomalies to Professor Flitwick. As the saying goes, one may question Dumbledore's character, but one should never doubt that the 4 house heads of Hogwarts harbor even the slightest ill intent towards their students. The 4 heads, even our beloved Professor S, would showcase what it means to be the youngest master of potions if his students were ever in peril, revealing a past intertwined with the Death Eaters. Professor Flitwick's office is perched at the highest point of the castle, on the 8th floor. Thus, Karmit inevitably had to contend with the capricious staircases. Observing the stairs seemingly in a frenzy, shifting positions erratically, Karmit found himself at a loss for words. Did these stairs suffer from hyperactivity? Staring at the patterns on the banister, Karmit resolved that one day, once he had mastered all the magical runes, he would transform these stairs into obedient little kittens. Just like Vanny, the cat nestled in Karmit's arms seemed to sense his musings, nudging his chest before resuming its slumber. After a few minutes, once the stairs had settled into stillness, Karmit took a step upward. Before long, he arrived on the 8th floor. The exertion of climbing had left his cheeks slightly flushed. Who on earth, in their right mind, created a Hogwarts without considering the addition of an elevator? It was utterly nonsensical. Elevators had already been in use since Grindelwald's time. Yet Hogwarts remained unchanged. One must adapt or face the consequences. Karmit pondered whether he should discuss a renovation project for Hogwarts with Dumbledore. If he could secure the contract, the profits would undoubtedly be substantial. At the entrance to Professor Flitwick's office, Karmit raised his hand and knocked on the door. Enter. The office door swung open to reveal Professor Flitwick standing on his chair, leaning over his desk, engrossed in some writing. Upon spotting Karmit, a flicker of surprise crossed Professor Flitwick's eyes. Ah, Mr. Black, it should be lunchtime. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Karmit replied, Yes, Professor. I believe I have encountered some difficulties, and as the champion of the Hogwarts Duel Club and the foremost expert on spells in the British magical community, I can think of no one better suited to assist me than you. At Karmit's words, Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leapt from his chair and warmly beckoned Karmit, saying, My dear boy, how astute of you. Those are merely old tales, not worth mentioning. Come, Karmit. Do take a seat. I am eager to hear your perplexities. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, no one in this world can escape the complexities of human relationships. Listen, even Karmit has been called upon. Who remembers that when he first arrived, Frivy addressed him as Blake? Frivy beckoned Karmit to sit on the sofa. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers, and 2 cups of steaming tea appeared on the table. Karmit was momentarily taken aback. Professor Frivy, with an air of pride, remarked, "These were brought by my house elves. You see, I possess a lineage of magical blood, hence my close rapport with these house elves. If you wish, I can take you to the kitchen at my convenience and introduce you to them. Express your needs to them, and it will greatly ease your endeavors." Karmit nodded. "That would be most kind of you, Professor. I believe it will indeed facilitate my tasks." Frivy stated, "Now, do share, what troubles you?" Karmit replied, "Well, Professor, I just attended Professor McGonagall's class, and she mentioned that when casting a spell, one must firmly believe in the effect that the spell will produce. For instance, if I wish to cast Transfiguration, I must be resolute in my thought, assuring myself that my spell can transform." Professor Frivy nodded. "Precisely. All spells operate on this principle. It is fundamental knowledge." Karmit continued, "However, when I employ other spells, this does not seem necessary." Chapter 47. The Foundation of Strength? Special Abilities. Upon hearing Karmit's assertion, Professor Frivy was taken aback. "I beg your pardon, Karmit. I do not quite grasp your meaning. Could you please elaborate?" Karmit explained, "Well, for example, if I wish to cast the disarming charm, I must possess a steadfast understanding that this spell can disarm my adversary. Yet, in reality, I find that I do not need this. I can simply cast the spell ordinarily." Professor Frivy leaped from the sofa, scrutinizing Karmit intently, his expression grave. "Are you serious?" Karmit, witnessing Frivy's heightened reaction, began to worry. Could he be something extraordinary? "Yes, Professor," Karmit affirmed. Frivy inquired, "Would you mind demonstrating your spell for me?" Karmit responded, "Here, now." Frivy suggested, "Let us do this. You strike at me." Karmit hesitated slightly. Frivy reassured him, "Do not worry. You will not harm me. Just cast a simple disarming charm. Surely, you can perform it silently and without a wand." Karmit nodded. Frivy produced his wand from within his robes. "Come now, Karmit. Let me witness your magic." Upon hearing Frivy's request, Karmit acted without hesitation. With a snap of his fingers, Frivy's wand soared into the air and fell to the ground. Frivy gazed at Karmit in astonishment. "Fascinating, Karmit. You seem to learn spells with remarkable speed. Moreover, you effortlessly master them, achieving silent and wandless casting in the shortest of times." Karmit was taken aback. "Indeed, Professor." A sense of confusion lingered in his mind. Was this not the moment he had traversed through? Flourish said, "Then you are correct, Karmit. You have reminded me of a certain rumor." Karmit inquired, "What is it?" Flourish replied, "Before I disclose that, I must first illuminate the extraordinary nature of your abilities. It is well established that the casting of a spell necessitates 4 elements: the incantation, the wand, the method of casting, and most crucially, a resolute heart. Without these, the spell is destined to fail, a truth known to all. Among these elements, the wand serves to amplify the spell and facilitate the method of casting. However, in essence, all components, be it the spell, the wand, or the method, are ultimately aimed at achieving one singular objective, a steadfast heart. For instance, in the disarming spell you just cast, you required an incantation to disarm your weapon. As you uttered this incantation, your mind was focused on its intended effect, a universal truth for all. The method of casting, then, involves specific movements of the wand that prompt the mind to conjure the spell's effects. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Karmit nodded. Flourish's explanation was not overly complex. In simpler terms, through the incantation and specific casting techniques, a wizard's focus is honed. Even amidst distraction, once the incantation and casting method are invoked, one's thoughts are drawn back to the task at hand, reinforcing the intent behind the spell and ensuring its successful execution. Professor Flourish continued, "The concept of silent and wandless casting arises from a wizard's profound understanding of spells, enabling them to manifest their will without external assistance, thereby fortifying their intent to release the spell. The essence of a successful spell lies in the heart. It is the most potent force. The more resolute your intent regarding the spell's effect, the more power you can harness to unleash its true potential." Karmit grasped the notion instantly. Was this not akin to the power of his own thoughts? In his previous world before the traversal, countless individuals had refined the magical constructs of Hogwarts. Unlike the magic depicted in fantasy literature, Hogwarts possessed a uniquely fascinating magical system. It was indeed the power of his thoughts, when he willed something to perish. The killing curse succeeded. When he desired an object to levitate, the levitation charm was effective. Such was the principle. Flourish remarked, "However, in this world, there exist certain prodigies capable of bypassing this process. They typically do not require contemplation. As soon as they conceive a thought, It replaces the need for a steadfast heart. Take, for example, fairies and other magical creatures. Karmit frowned. But what relevance does this hold for me? It is evident that I am but a human. Flourish shook his head. Who has decreed that humans lack such capabilities? If magical creatures can possess this ability, why should humans be excluded? It is rumored that the 4 founders of Hogwarts all possessed this extraordinary capacity, allowing their spells to wield greater potency and efficacy than those of others. Moreover, based on my conjecture, Dumbledore, along with the individual from Newmungard and the one whose name cannot be spoken, may possess such an ability. This could elucidate why their powers are so formidable, with spells that surpass those of others by a considerable margin. Karmit, in other words, you possess the qualifications to become a true powerhouse. However, despite my lineage of fairy blood, I lack this capability, hence my incomplete understanding of it. Within the magical realm, there are speculations about this ability, yet no one has been able to validate it. Therefore, to uncover the true nature of your abilities, Karmit, you must embark on your own research and exploration. I cannot assist you in this regard. According to what you mentioned, you were once unable to master transfiguration. But upon contemplation, you succeeded. I surmise that your abilities may not yet be fully developed. As Karmit departed from Professor Flitwick's office, he remained somewhat dazed. So, is that how it is? Karmit had always perceived the powers of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort as excessively extraordinary, unreasonably so. Is it due to this unique ability? What exactly is this ability, and from where does it originate? Karmit found himself in a state of confusion. However, he realized one thing. He, too, has the potential to become remarkably powerful. But how can this ability be developed and researched? Lost in thought, Karmit made his way to the Great Hall. It seemed he had stumbled upon a shortcut to strength. After dining, Karmit planned to seek a place to delve into his unique abilities. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a flag on the Slytherin table in the hall illuminated with a green glow. Subsequently, all the green light converged into one spot, revealing a magnificent serpent-headed throne. This unexpected occurrence left all the young wizards in a state of astonishment. On the teacher's dais, Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It is about to begin. Once the serpent throne was fully formed, the serpent slowly spoke. The first battle of the chief competition begins. Chapter 48, The Chief Challenge, an inaugural battle with full participation. Upon hearing this, aside from the Slytherin students, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Chief competition? What does that entail? Is it a new event at Hogwarts? Uncertain, some students from other houses asked if anyone could elucidate this matter. At that moment, some pureblood students from other houses stood up to explain Slytherin's chief competition system. In truth, this was not a secret. However, many half-blood and muggle-born wizards did not pay much attention to such news. After all, those who understood Slytherin's reputation were well aware of it. How could anyone take an interest in Slytherin? Such knowledge was passed down solely among pureblood families, as many had aspired to become the true chief of Slytherin. Yet, they later discovered that the challenge was indeed formidable. As the crowd engaged in conversation, 10 beams of green light shot forth from the throne, landing upon the Slytherin students. These students are not all gathered in the Grand Hall. Some are in the dormitories, others in the library, and a few are strolling by the Black Lake, even sharing kisses with their girlfriends. However, in the moment they are enveloped by the green light, they all stand upright in unison. I have been chosen. It seems we are the first group, though the number of participants in this initial challenge remains uncertain. Gemma Folly gazes at the throne floating in the center of the hall, her pupils narrowing slightly. Is the first challenge a full 10-person battle? It appears that this Blake possesses an extraordinary level of strength, as the throne has managed to assemble such a powerful lineup on the very first day. Once the 10 beams of light have locked onto their targets, the serpent-headed sculpture atop the throne ignites with a red glow. Subsequently, another beam of green light shoots forth, far brighter than the previous 10. This radiant green light strikes Karmit directly. Instantly, the long tables in the hall part, revealing an arena that emerges at the center. Karmit is drawn forth by the green light, landing upon the stage. The other 10 beams of green light converge, and 10 figures materialize upon the platform. Gemma Folly observes closely. Are they all fourth-year students? The challenge begins with 10 fourth years. She reflects on her own initial trial, which consisted merely of 3 second-year students. By comparison, it is evident that, in the throne's estimation, Karmit possesses considerably greater strength than she did at the onset of her own challenge. As the 10 individuals land, their gazes fix upon Karmit, not with disdain, but with vigilance. Those who have entered Slytherin, even if not of pure blood, have certainly heard the legends surrounding Karmit. The power of the individual before them is formidable indeed. The 10 exchange glances, drawing forth their wands. Karmit regards them with an unperturbed demeanor, displaying no sense of urgency in the face of such formidable adversaries. At that moment, the green light enveloping them dissipates. In the next instant, without the slightest hesitation, the 10 launch their assault against Karmit. Each conjures their most potent spells, hurling them towards him, and amidst the incantations, a voice cries out for utter destruction. On the teacher's dais, Professor McGonagall stands ready to intervene. Dumbledore reassures her. Minerva, do not be anxious. We have faced this before, have we not? If there is genuine peril, the throne will protect Karmit. McGonagall nods, aware of the situation, yet her concern for the students runs deep, instinctively stirring her anxiety. 10 spells are unleashed in unison, and many believe Karmit is destined to falter. After all, the onslaught from the 10 is swift and relentless. Karmit hasn't even managed to draw his wand. At the Gryffindor table, Ron struggles to suppress his laughter, reveling in the spectacle. Head boy, that wretched Blake deserves it. It would be best if this attack obliterates him completely. Such is Ron's nature. While he may not remember kindness shown to him, he will forever recall the times he has been wronged. The shimmering effects of the spell obscured the situation within, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. As the brilliance gradually faded, Arabella and Gemma Farley, who had come specifically for this occasion, felt their pupils constrict in astonishment. How could this be possible? There stood Karmit, motionless, raising his right hand to reveal a phantom armor shielding him. All the spells had struck that barrier, leaving Karmit utterly unscathed. Arabella murmured, a silent, weaponless ironclad spell? This is quite absurd. Has he truly achieved such mastery at this age? Gemma Farley's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she regarded Karmit, instinctively licking her lips. What is your limit, truly? The 10 students engaged in combat with Karmit were equally stunned. This must be a jest. 10 spells unleashed, and none had affected him? He hadn't even drawn his wand. A smirk graced Karmit's lips. You are rather lacking in martial ethics, launching an attack so brazenly. Fortunately, my reflexes surpass yours. One of the Slytherin students declared, impossible. Even a 7th-year student would struggle against the combined might of 10 of us. How can he dismiss it so lightly? Again. As he spoke, the student brandished his wand, casting, Stupefy. A beam of light hurtled toward Karmit. Just as it was about to connect, Karmit flicked his arm, and the spell ricocheted back, sending the student flying. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with insight. It appears that Mr. Black's mastery of spells far exceeds that of these students. To replicate what Karmit just did requires a spellcasting proficiency that is significantly superior. Even when facing the weak, we can achieve such feats. Yet here we have Karmit, a first year, facing 4th years. The power dynamics seem inverted. Karmit glanced at the group. I shan't waste any more time with you. As he spoke, he pointed at one student. Before the student could react, a spell shot forth from Karmit's fingertip, sending him sprawling, unconscious. The others, even as they attempted to resist, became mere jesters before Karmit's might. The skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes before all 10 students were ousted from the arena. With the students defeated, the platform gradually vanished, and the throne dissipated. Karmit regarded the astonished young wizards in silence before turning to exit the Great Hall. The moment he left, the hall erupted in exclamations. Good heavens, he is incredibly powerful. Is this truly Black? His strength is terrifying. Casting without a wand. Those 10 4th-year seniors didn't even have the right to compel him to draw his wand. Chapter 49. Karmit's revelation, sustained solely by talent. Ron watched Karmit exit with an air of nonchalance, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Why? Why did that accursed Black possess such strength while he did not? Ron was the type to never ponder the cause and effect. He merely envied others. Then, allowing oneself to be filled with resentment. One can only say that rubbish truly belongs in the refuse heap. The 10 Slytherins, who were almost effortlessly dispatched by Karmit, now found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, questioning, have we truly lost? This is absurd. That ironclad curse, my father couldn't even cast such a formidable one. Was it really possible that their combined attacks were so easily neutralized? It was utterly preposterous. Was this the prowess of the sole heir of the first pureblood family? The 10 of them could not even compel him to draw his wand. A few shook their heads in wry amusement. Gemma Farley observed the 10, who were beginning to doubt their very existence, and remarked, it is not that you are weak. Rather, he is astonishingly powerful. We Slytherins are on the brink of welcoming a true champion. One student, having been defeated by Karmit, questioned, a champion? Can he truly achieve that? He merely triumphed over us 10. Gemma Farley responded with a smile. Yet, you 10 are the strongest among the 4th years, aside from Arabella, are you not? You should understand the magnitude of your combined strength. Upon hearing this, the 10 fell silent. Gemma Farley continued, he is far ahead of us. We shall see on the final day if all the head students can manage to withstand him. The 10 remained mute. Gemma Farley chuckled. Come now, why the silence? A champion for Slytherin would not be a misfortune for us. We could possess a true Serpent King. Trust me, if he becomes the champion, it will bring us nothing but benefits. The eyes of the 10 brightened. One among them asked, then, Gemma Farley, will you go easy on him? Gemma Farley laughed, of course not. Not just me. No one will go easy, for we are Slytherins. Power is our passport. With that, Gemma Farley turned and departed from the Great Hall. At that moment, Karmit had once again arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, gazing at the tapestry depicting the giant thrashing the hapless Barnabas. Karmit recalled the accounts from the original text. This must be the place. Therefore, the next step was to walk back and forth 3 times, pondering his needs. Karmit silently intoned in his mind, seeking a location robust enough for testing magical spells. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a stone door embedded within the wall materialized opposite the tapestry. Karmit nodded. Indeed, the room of requirement is remarkably convenient. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The space was vast, and at the far end of the room stood several tin men. Of course, they merely appeared to be made of tin, in truth. Their exterior was clad in a metal designed to minimize magical impact. It was said that during the time of King Arthur, his elite forces were equipped with this very metal. Karmit approached the metallic figures, inspecting them closely. As he suspected, the surface of the tin men bore intricate, concealed patterns. These patterns were magical runes. Karmit was now almost certain that one of the original 4 giants had indeed mastered these runes. It is even possible that all 4 of them possess magical runes. However, it remains uncertain whether any legacy of these runes has been preserved. Karmit is exceedingly intrigued by this prospect. When time permits, he intends to explore whether the wishful thinking house can serve as a venue for practicing these runes. Perhaps, unexpected discoveries await him. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand is that he must experiment with his own spells. With this thought in mind, Karmit drew his wand and aimed it at a tin man. He then cast a silent stunning spell, which sent the tin man flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Karmit took note of the distance the tin man had been propelled. He then pointed his wand at another tin man, focusing intently. I must incapacitate it. I must incapacitate it. He chanted this mantra in his mind several times, adjusting his state to its utmost potential, completely concentrated to avoid any missteps. This time, Karmit articulated the incantation, Stupefy. A spell shot forth from his wand, and in the next instant, the tin man was hurled backward, colliding heavily with the wall before sliding to the floor. Karmit's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be effective? In this state of utmost concentration, the power of his spell had at least doubled. He even sensed that there was room for further improvement. Gazing at the wand in his hand, and then at the tin man he had struck down, a smile crept across his lips. So, this is the reason why Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald are such formidable powerhouses? Now, Karmit, too, has acquired this ability. However, he acknowledges that his development of this unique power cannot possibly compare to that of the 3 formidable figures. Thus, in addition to practicing, he must also seek guidance from them. After a moment of contemplation, Karmit formulated a rough plan. Voldemort seemed relatively easy to deal with, especially since the old Voldemort is currently residing within Quirrell's body. His fragmented soul has left him quite disoriented, making him susceptible to deception. As for Grindelwald, he is located in Nurmengard, which is manageable. However, Dumbledore, who appears to be the simplest and most accessible, is the individual Karmit least desires to seek out. After all, the cunning of the old bee is something Karmit is not certain he can outwit. With Dumbledore's age and experience, Karmit feels he would be at a disadvantage, having only lived 2 lifetimes, while Dumbledore could easily be half a century his senior. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a person, Karmit does not believe that being a time traveler grants him omnipotence. Shaking his head, Karmit decided to put those thoughts aside. He would take one step at a time. One must eat one bite at a time. For now, he would rely on his own practice, striving to reach the point where, as Flitwick suggested, the spell is released with unwavering conviction in his heart. Only then would he deem himself successful. His previous attempts at spellcasting had been misdirected. With that, Karmit waved his wand, casting the levitation charm, and the 2 tin men floated back to him. Karmit discovered that not only combat spells, but even basic levitation charms had significantly improved. Indeed, it was evident that his previous achievements were solely reliant on innate talent. He had never truly mastered these spells. As he began to practice his incantations on the 2 tin figures before him, he realized that the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Mastering spells was an endeavor that required considerable time, and Karmit, engrossed in his practice, completely lost track of the passage of time. When he finally paused, a sudden realization struck him. He was running late, and the next class was potions. Chapter 50. The unavoidable triple inquiry, even in Slytherin. The portraits of Hogwarts swore they had never witnessed such a small wizard sprinting through the corridors with such fervor. Child, slow down. There are no werewolves pursuing you. Indeed, young wizard, what will you do if you collide with someone? Karmit paid no heed to their admonitions. True, there were no werewolves on his tail, but it was abundantly clear that a far more fearsome presence awaited him in the potions classroom. However, it seemed that the stairs were conspiring against him. The more frantic he became, the more the stairs shifted chaotically. Karmit's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold leap from the corridor, plunging straight down through the erratically moving stairs. The portraits gasped in shock. My goodness, this child has lost his mind. He will surely become a pancake. At this height, it won't be a pancake, but a meat filling. These young wizards are utterly reckless. Merlin above. What are we to do? Yet, just as Karmit was about to hit the ground, he snapped his fingers. In the next instant, his body halted abruptly in mid-air. Before gently settling onto the floor, he continued his hurried journey towards the basement, proving that the levitation charm could indeed be applied beyond mere human use. He truly was a genius. Karmit jogged into the basement, where the potions classroom was located. He pushed open the door, but before he could utter a word, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. To his dismay, it was none other than the illustrious Mr. Black, who was the center of attention today. Karmit couldn't help but admire him, for indeed, it was this peculiar tone that made Snape so formidable. "Apologies, Professor, I was held up by some matters," he said, placing a slight emphasis on the title. Snape's icy demeanor softened just a fraction as he shot a piercing glance at Karmit. "Do I need to invite you in?" Karmit refrained from further chatter, quickly finding a seat. Naturally, he was not careless in his choice. He strategically positioned himself in what he deemed a safe spot. Firstly, it was at a considerable distance from Mr. Neville Longbottom. Keeping his distance from Longbottom also meant staying away from his desk mate, Mr. Seamus Finnegan. One was a misfortunate soul, the other a master of explosions. Both were best avoided by Karmit. Moreover, he was quite distant from both Harry Potter and Draco, and even further from that worthless Ron. In light of this, it is undoubtedly a prime location. I can only assume that after today's lesson, this place will become a battleground for many. Most importantly, he had no desk mate. This was indeed splendid, as it meant he did not have to guard against a potentially explosive desk companion. Snape cast a cold glance at Karmit, and then his frigid gaze swept over the others. Feeling a sense of displeasure, he thought to himself that if he was feeling unwell, it could only mean one thing. Someone was about to face misfortune. Snape instinctively glanced towards Harry Potter. He had no intention of troubling Harry today, out of respect for Slytherin. However, it seemed that Harry was courting disaster all on his own. There lay Harry, hunched over his desk, scribbling away at something. Instantly, Snape's eyes turned icy. It appeared that some individuals, due to their fame, believed they could forego attending his class or thought their mastery of potions was exceptional enough to warrant such arrogance. Upon hearing this, the class's attention divided into two factions. One half looked towards Karmit, while the other half turned to Harry Potter. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. If one wished to confront Harry Potter, they should do so directly, rather than uttering such easily misinterpreted statements that had nothing to do with him. Draco hastily nudged Harry with his elbow, but Harry had yet to register what was happening. Snape, who had been at the podium, swiftly approached Harry's side. To be honest, Karmit was taken aback by how quickly Snape had moved. It was almost instantaneous and utterly silent. Karmit couldn't help but think that Professor Snape might have employed some sort of magic. Snape reached Harry's side and snatched the notebook from in front of him, startling Harry into instinctively raising his head, only to meet Snape's gaze. Snape found himself momentarily entranced by those emerald green eyes. At that moment, Harry cautiously uttered, "I am sorry, Professor." The moment Karmit heard Harry speak, he knew it was trouble. Indeed, the savior was courting disaster, and there was no stopping it. If Snape were allowed to gaze into those eyes a moment longer, Karmit was certain that the professor would be lost in memories and would let Harry off the hook. Alas, Harry had spoken. As soon as he did, Snape's focus snapped back to the present. He beheld Harry's face, which openly displayed disdain. Yes, Professor Snape was nothing if not genuine. Were it not for those captivating eyes, Karmit would have doubted whether Snape might not unleash a swift and silent curse. Snape slammed the notebook down onto the desk. "Now, the illustrious Harry Potter, tell me, when I add daffodil bulb powder to wormwood stem juice, what shall I obtain?" Karmit silently sighed. Here it comes, the familiar trio of questions. Indeed, the inquiries posed by our Professor Snape are rather meticulous. For instance, the first question pertains to the flower language of the daffodil, which signifies love, while that of the mugwort denotes suffering, suggesting that Snape was alluding to his own anguished affection. The second question concerns cow bile, an antidote. When connected to the previous question, it implies that Snape is pondering how to alleviate his profound torment. Lastly, the aconite, which symbolizes malice, has different names yet bears the same meaning. Snape, by questioning Harry, is essentially expressing to another pair of emerald eyes his deep remorse, affirming that he shall forever cherish her, regardless of the malice that surrounds it. How profoundly devoted Professor Snape is. However, alas, our Harry Potter has never been one to let anyone down. He remained oblivious to all three questions. Snape looked at Harry with derision, or more accurately, he scorned the visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to James Potter in his youth. It seemed that Snape's disdain for Harry was, in essence, a condemnation of James Potter. Clearly, fame does not equate to merit. While I find it perplexing how someone with a mind filled with nonsense, whose intellect barely surpasses that of a troll, could be sorted into Slytherin, I shall ensure that you do not tarnish Slytherin's reputation. Henceforth, every afternoon after class, you are to come to my office. Snape scoffed. then glided back to the podium. Karmit's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, a new game? It remains uncertain whether it is mere torment or an opportunity for special treatment. Chapter 51. Gryffindor loses 5 points, on repeat. Karmit leaned towards the latter. In fact, in the original narrative, Snape often provided Harry with special attention. One could only conclude that favoritism was quite evident. Though he harbored disdain, there remained a clear bias. What a contradictory individual he is. Returning to the podium, Snape commenced elucidating the foundational principles of potion making. Regardless of one's opinion of Snape, his vast reservoir of knowledge is unparalleled, eclipsing that of the average potion master. As Karmit had once heard before traversing to this world, the educators one encounters in esteemed institutions may very well be the most remarkable individuals one will ever meet. This sentiment holds true within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts as well, which boasts an extraordinarily formidable faculty. Take, for instance, the 4 illustrious heads of house. The head of Gryffindor, Minerva McGonagall, is universally recognized as a master of transfiguration and serves as one of the judges on the Merlin Order's Medal Selection Committee. Any project pertaining to transfiguration submitted to the Merlin Order necessitates Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, underscoring her esteemed reputation. Severus Snape, a preeminent master of potions and the youngest to attain such a distinction, stands in stark contrast to other potion masters, who often reach centenarian ages. Snape's youth signifies that he possesses ample time to explore and develop new concoctions. In Karmit's perspective, Snape's title as the Master of Potions is the most prestigious of all. As for Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, one might perceive this little old man as a jovial comedian, exuding kindness. However, his seemingly trivial title of Hogwarts Duel Champion is, in fact, the most formidable accolade. This particular Hogwarts duel competition was open to the entire wizarding community. To put it plainly, when it comes to mastery and control of spells, Flitwick stands with such prowess that even Dumbledore would concede to him. It is essential to note that this discussion is not about combat strength, but rather about the sheer number of spells mastered and the depth of knowledge regarding them. Lastly, there is Professor Sprout. She is quite plump and appears to possess no discernible combat ability, reminiscent of the fat lady's portrait at Gryffindor's entrance. Her practical combat skills remain unknown. Yet, when it comes to the cultivation of magical plants, she can proudly proclaim herself the best in the world. The Whomping Willow, a plant with unique characteristics akin to magical creatures, is said to have once served as a guardian at the entrances of certain magical creatures' domains in ancient times. Known for its extreme temperament, it would lash out at anyone who approached. Over time, the methods of cultivation were lost, and in today's magical realm, the only known individual capable of nurturing and caring for the Whomping Willow is none other than Professor Sprout. You may find fault with any of the 4 house heads, but you cannot question their capabilities, such as Hogwarts. Therefore, even Karmit listens attentively when Snape teaches. In this particular lesson, he did not instruct on potion brewing techniques. After all, one must take things step by step. Snape taught the young witches and wizards a method for purifying a material known as the stinging nettle. After explaining for a while, Snape demonstrated the technique for the young students. He then gestured for them to try it themselves. Karmit picked up the stinging nettle from the table, recalling Snape's method. Although he had attempted potion brewing previously, he had merely followed instructions without mastering the various techniques, which are the most valuable treasures of a master of potions. Thus, the knowledge imparted by Snape was immensely beneficial to him. As Karmit recalled Snape's technique, he placed the stinging nettle into the cauldron and carefully adjusted the heat. The purification of the stinging nettle is quite fundamental, primarily testing one's control over the temperature. The exterior of the stinging nettle is quite resilient, necessitating the use of a strong flame initially. However, once the nettle begins to dissolve, one must immediately lower the heat and burn away the outer protective layer. Subsequently, the heat should be adjusted to medium to eliminate impurities. Snape's decision to commence the first lesson with the purification of stinging nettle was intended to help the young witches and wizards acclimate to adjusting the heat. Karmit, possessing an excellent memory, envisioned Snape's technique while controlling the temperature. Before long, the stinging nettle vanished from the cauldron, leaving only a small quantity of green liquid. Karmit extinguished the flame. Gazing at the thistle juice bubbling in the cauldron, he felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, mastering such intricate subjects necessitates a skilled instructor. Were it not for his emulation of Snape's techniques, he would have struggled significantly. Snape approached Karmit's side, casting a fleeting glance into the cauldron before declaring, "Not too shabby, Slytherin, 10 points awarded." Karmit beamed. "Thank you, Professor." Snape merely grunted and moved on to another table. Ron, observing Karmit's success, seethed with frustration. Damn it, it's him again." While lost in thought, Ron inadvertently lost focus. Instead of reducing the heat to a simmer, he mistakenly set it to medium. His desk partner gasped, "Weasley, turn off the flame." Startled, Ron instinctively adjusted, but alas, the angle was wrong. In an instant, flames erupted from the cauldron, igniting his eyebrows and hair. Ron screamed in panic. Snape scolded, "Fool. swiftly approaching Ron's side. With a wave of his hand, the flames were extinguished. Ron's eyebrows were entirely singed away, the front of his hair was scorched, and his face was smeared with soot. Snape coldly remarked, "Are your ears merely ornamental? You imbecile. Have you forgotten my instructions? Or do you wish to showcase your individuality, Weasley?" Ron's face fluctuated between pale and crimson, though beneath the soot, no one could discern it. Snape's voice was icy as he pronounced, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. This declaration sent Ron into a frenzy. That's unfair. It's my first time handling potions. Making a mistake is only natural. Others have erred too. He gestured towards Draco and Harry's table, where the two had just incinerated a thistle and were now preparing to add another into their cauldron. Harry's face hardened with indignation. How can he be like this? Draco retorted, "It is indeed rather laughable. Perhaps this is why my father despises the Weasleys." Harry exclaimed, "He will penalize us." Draco chuckled, "Deduct points? Harry, you know nothing of Professor Snape. Just wait and see. A spectacle is forthcoming." All the Slytherin snakes watched Ron with amusement, as if he were a jester. Chapter 52, United as One, Karmit's Experiment. Snape turned to Draco. "Tell me, Malfoy, what do you have to say regarding Weasley's remarks?" Draco replied with a smirk. "Of course, Headmaster." Admittedly, Harry and I faltered, yet we recalled your earlier instructions and promptly extinguished the cauldron, ensuring it was cleaned. We plan to attempt again with a fresh thistle, and we have noted the reasons for our earlier failure. As he spoke, Draco presented a notebook. Snape glanced down, observing the documented issues encountered by Harry and Draco while purifying the thistle. The mastery of timing and change is indeed profound. Draco cast a mocking glance at Ron, who appeared utterly bewildered. Was this truly how things were meant to unfold? Despite having followed Karmit for a considerable period, Draco still seemed rather foolish in Karmit's eyes. Yet, one must concede that our dear father figure has demonstrated remarkable progress. Snape surveyed Draco with satisfaction. "Well done, very diligent. Due to your earnestness, Slytherin earns 5 points. He then abruptly turned to Ron. "As for you, Ron Weasley, undermining your classmates warrants a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor." Ron sprang to his feet, indignant. "On what grounds?" To this, Snape not only remained unperturbed, but a smile crept across his face. Questioning a professor results in an additional 5-point deduction for Gryffindor. Ron opened his mouth to protest, but his desk mate forcefully pulled him back into his seat. "Silence, Weasley. How many more points are you determined to lose for Gryffindor?" His companion demanded angrily. Ron attempted to explain himself, but upon glancing around, he found all the Gryffindors glaring at him, silencing him instantly. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Snape's eyes. Half of the potions class had elapsed, and the remaining time was thick with tension, punctuated by the incessant refrain of Gryffindor losing points. The little lions wore expressions of dismay, yet they were powerless to counter Snape's seemingly irrefutable reasons for the deductions. In contrast, the Slytherin snakes beamed throughout the lesson. Harry Potter, too, felt buoyed. The earlier difficulties posed by Snape had dissipated from his mind. All he could think was how splendid their professor truly was. Whether it was Draco's influence or Ron's dismal performance, Harry found himself devoid of any fondness for Gryffindor. A savior belonging to Slytherin was gradually coming into his own. By the end of the class, Gryffindor had accumulated a net loss of 50 points, while Slytherin had gained 30. Beyond the contributions of Karmit and Draco, our dear Professor Snape had once again added points through reasons that appeared normal but were, in reality, quite the opposite. In truth, Professor Snape possessed a sense of fairness. Had this authority been entrusted to Karmit, he could have filled the hourglass in mere moments. As potions concluded, all the Gryffindor students exhaled in relief, having finally endured the ordeal. Meanwhile, the Slytherin snakes felt a lingering sense of anticipation. The phrase Gryffindor loses 5 points was simply delightful. Some little snakes even mused about how wonderful it would be to adapt the school song to include such lines. In the Great Hall, all the young wizards reunited once more as dinner time arrived. At the Gryffindor table, the tales of Ron's misadventures had spread far and wide, with the little lions expressing their grievances. Ron had once again become the embodiment of everyone's disdain. The dinner was rather uneventful, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. After the meal, Harry Potter bid farewell to Draco, for he was headed to Snape's office. Each step Harry took felt burdensome. Draco's face was etched with concern as he glanced at his cousin, Karmit. "Do you think Harry will return?" he inquired. Karmit rolled his eyes. "If you're worried, you can accompany him." Draco instinctively shivered at the thought. "I suppose I should trust Harry," he resolved, and with that, he hurried towards the common room. Karmit rolled his eyes again. Indeed, couples are like birds of a feather. When calamity strikes, they often take flight in opposite directions. Oh, that phrase seems somewhat misplaced here. Never mind, it's merely a detail, unworthy of concern. Embracing Vani, Karmit chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead ventured to the 4th floor of the castle. He wandered the corridor in search of something. Soon enough, an oddly shaped statue appeared before him, a one-eyed witch. Karmit recalled the storyline. This must be the one. Subsequently, he drew his wand and tapped gently on the statue. Separate, left and right. He commanded. At the instant his words left his lips, the statue split down the middle, revealing a passageway before him. A smile crept onto Karmit's face. It seemed his memory had not faded. He stepped confidently into the passage, his wand illuminating the path ahead with a soft white glow. Before long, he noticed a faint light ahead. Karmit began to vanish from sight, activating the disillusionment charm. Moments later, he emerged from the passageway, pushing open a door to find himself in Hogsmeade. Without hesitation, he performed a vanishing spell and disappeared from his location, reappearing at the headquarters of Belinda and her companions in Knockturn Alley. His sudden appearance startled Belinda, who instinctively drew her wand. "Who goes there?" she demanded. But upon recognizing Karmit, she quickly knelt on one knee. "Apologies, master. I did not realize it was you." Karmit waved dismissively. "No matter, it is not important. Fetch me 2 individuals. I require them for an experiment." Belinda nodded and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned, dragging 2 unconscious dark wizards behind her. In the basement of the headquarters, she unceremoniously dropped them to the floor and stood quietly by. Karmit then drew his wand, aiming it at one of the captives. A dark green light shot forth from his wand, and the dark wizard departed this world with an unsettling serenity, devoid of any suffering. Next, Karmit directed his wand at the second individual. This time, he steeled his resolve. "I will kill him." With his determination solidified, he unleashed the same killing curse. Karmit intently sensed the changes within. The power was indeed somewhat intensified, yet that was not the crux of his inquiry. His journey had not been to test the potency of the spell, but rather to explore the depths of his own mindset. It is widely acknowledged that the excessive use of the killing curse can adversely affect one's mental state. Chapter 53, The Assault from Snape. Take, for instance, the dear noseless gentleman, who dedicated his life to mastering the killing curse. This obsession has rendered him tyrannical, transforming an extraordinarily gifted Slytherin into a wretched figure. His overwhelming ambition and obsession with immortality led him to fragment his soul and create Horcruxes, thereby distorting his mind. Moreover, the influence of the killing curse plays a significant role in this degradation. The 3 unforgivable curses are labeled as such not merely for their effects, but for their profound psychological impact. The sinister nature of these spells lies in their capacity to warp one's mindset, with thoughts of murder and torment incessantly occupying the mind. It is a wonder that anyone subjected to such darkness can maintain their sanity. Karmit, having previously wielded the killing curse with a mere thought, now realizes that steadfastness in one's intentions amplifies the power of the spell. Naturally, he felt compelled to experiment further. However, this endeavor left him perplexed. He initially believed that his effortless casting was due to the special abilities mentioned by Frivy. Yet, it now appears that while such abilities exist, they may not be the primary factor. Even when he anchors his mindset to cast the spell, he seems impervious to its malevolent influence. During his recent casting of the killing curse, he felt no extraordinary sensation. Could this indifference to life be the reason? Karmit is uncertain. Yet one truth stands clear: he is distinctly different from others. The most perplexing aspect is his inability to comprehend why he is so. Suddenly, he recalled Frivy's words. Could it be that he is not truly human? He quickly shook his head, dismissing such frivolous thoughts. After all, he was born of a mother. It is evident that he is human. Yet, he finds it curious that he seems to have forgotten what his mother looks like. Time has surely passed too swiftly. Beside him, Belinda observed Karmit's dazed expression and hesitantly inquired, "Master, do you require me to bring a few individuals here?" Unaware of her master's current intriguing experiments, she had grown accustomed to his eccentricities. What struck her most was the palpable difference in power between the killing curse he cast and the one she used. His was exceedingly potent. Karmit shook his head. "No need for that. Instead, tell me about the events of the past few days. Has Axley made any moves since I entered Hogwarts?" Belinda replied, "Not yet. Perhaps because you have only just arrived at Hogwarts. Axley is still in the preparatory stages." Karmit nodded. "Keep a close watch on them. I suspect Axley is planning something significant. I am already looking forward to it." Belinda smiled. "No matter how grand their schemes may be, they will not escape your grasp, Master." Karmit declared, "Very well, I shall return to Hogwarts. I have initiated a challenge for the head position in Slytherin. Within a month, if Axley does not take action, I shall compel them to do so. Otherwise, it will adversely affect our subsequent plans." Belinda nodded, "Yes, Master." In an instant, Karmit vanished from his location, only to reappear in Hogsmeade. After casting the disillusionment charm, he made his way to Honeydukes, using the secret passage back to Hogwarts. As he emerged from behind the statue, Vanny in his arms gently scratched his chest. Karmit's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, his wand slipped from his sleeve into his hand, and he cast the shield charm, erecting a barrier before him. Just as the shield charm solidified, a spell collided with it, causing it to tremble slightly. Karmit wasted no time. He waved his wand. sending a burst of red light arcing into the darkness. In the shadows, the red light was deflected, and a ball of fire hurtled toward Karmit. Thanks to the earlier red light, Karmit had discerned the identity of the attacker. He deflected the flame and remarked, "Headmaster, your method of greeting is rather unique." From the darkness, Severus Snape emerged, his shadowed gaze fixated on Karmit. "If my memory serves me correctly, at this hour, you should be in the dormitory, Mr. Black." Karmit replied, "The starlit sky is quite splendid tonight, so I took a moment to gaze at the stars." A sardonic smile crept across Snape's face. "To Hogsmeade for stargazing. Mr. Black, do put away your cleverness. I have been at Hogwarts for many years and am well aware of the secret passages within." Karmit shrugged, "Of course. I have never doubted the headmaster. So what do you intend to do? Deduct points? Or perhaps impose detention?" Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened. "This is the second time today you have threatened me with point deductions, Mr. Black. Do you truly believe I am powerless to deal with you?" Karmit responded, "Headmaster, I believe you have misunderstood me. That was not my intention. I merely wish to convey that for a young wizard, nighttime excursions are hardly a rarity, are they? Furthermore, I am aware of your disdain for the Black family, or rather, certain members within it. However, it is evident that they have been disowned by the Black family, and I share your aversion to them. As it stands, I am the sole remaining member of the Black family, and I am your student." Snape scrutinized Karmit for a moment before stating, "You are quite clever, but intelligence alone cannot serve as your foundation for existence." Karmit chuckled, "Indeed. And that is precisely why you tested me just now. I cannot presume that I possess the capability to warrant such a trial from you. Is it because of my father, Regulus Black? Ah, I see, you were once colleagues. However, I had always thought that Death Eaters would harbor animosity towards my father, given his status as a traitor. Yet, it appears that is not entirely the case. So, Headmaster, what is your stance?" As soon as Karmit's voice fell, Snape appeared before him in an instant. The wand was pointed at Karmit's throat. "You know far more than I had anticipated. However, you have not heard the adage that knowing too much is often a perilous affair. It may cost you your life." The corners of Karmit's mouth curled upward, his expression betraying not a hint of panic. Instead, he wore a demeanor of complete composure. "I have taken the headmaster's words to heart. Nevertheless, I believe it's time for me to retire for the night, as I have classes to attend tomorrow." Chapter 54, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Snape and Karmit locked eyes for approximately 2 minutes. Snape sheathed his wand and coldly remarked, "If you cause Slytherin to lose points, you know the consequences." Karmit chuckled. "Of course, I reckon the house cup will remain in Slytherin for at least 7 years. Snape snorted disdainfully before turning to leave. Karmit interjected, "Headmaster, in truth, our objectives should align. Furthermore, as your student, if there are matters you find inconvenient to address, feel free to seek my assistance. Of course, all gifts will be marked with their respective values." Snape's stride remained unbroken as he continued onward, and Karmit paid him little mind. Snape was not so easily swayed. To put it plainly, given Snape's character, all who traversed to Hogwarts faced but 2 outcomes. First, if your ancestors were on amicable terms with Snape, he would regard you favorably. Second, if your ancestors had a particularly poor relationship with him, you would find yourself akin to Harry Potter. Attempting to win over Snape through other means was futile. Could anyone outshine Snape's brilliance? While Karmit possessed formidable strength in the realm of potions, 100 Karmites would pale in comparison to Snape's astonishing talent. Thus, to believe one could dazzle Snape with mere prowess was a fanciful dream. One must comprehend the true value of a master of potions. Therefore, as one of Karmit's objectives in arriving at Hogwarts, he devised an extensive strategy to win over Snape. Intricately woven together, this endeavor stemmed not only from self-interest, but also from Karmit's genuine admiration for Snape. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmit was astonished to discover a picture frame had mysteriously appeared on his wall. Within it was a rather irksome middle-aged man with curly hair, seemingly dozing off. Karmit glanced at the name inscribed in the lower right corner of the frame. No wonder he looked so detestable. It was his ancestor, Phineas Nigellus Black, the only headmaster of Hogwarts hailing from Slytherin. He was infamous for being the most disliked headmaster since the establishment of Hogwarts, without exception. He was also Karmit's great-great-great-grandfather. Seated on his bed with Vanny in his arms, Karmit stroked her soft fur. The drowsy Phineas slowly opened his eyes, still in a haze. Upon encountering Karmit, "I was taken aback. When did you arrive?" I inquired. Karmit replied, "This is my room. My presence here should pose no issue whatsoever. What brings you here?" Phineas retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that? I am your ancestor, and this is how you speak to me? Where is your upbringing?" Karmit responded, "So, do you intend to expel me from the Black family?" Phineas fell silent. Despite being merely a portrait at present, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding matters of the magical realm. After all, he could wander between frames and was well aware of the current state of the Black family. Not to mention, Karmit was the current head of the Black family, and as the last remaining member, Phineas found himself at a loss against him. Karmit declared, "It appears you do not plan to expel me from the family. So why not reveal your intentions? It is getting late, and I too require rest. Phineas gritted his teeth. You are even more detestable than that serious. Kemet replied. Oh, and then what? Phineas truly found himself at a loss for words. Sighing, he said, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to see you, for you are the last of the Blacks. Kemet remarked. Were it not for your penchant for expelling members from the family tree, there would still be many Blacks remaining today. Phineas felt somewhat helpless. How could this young man be so impervious to reason, always speaking with veiled barbs? Phineas asked, That wand in your possession? Kemet replied. You have squandered yet another moment with your words. Phineas consciously disregarded Kemet's remarks and continued, You understand what that wand signifies. It will bring you misfortune. For the sake of the Black lineage, I implore you to return it. Kemet set Vani aside and then withdrew the wand, gently caressing its shaft. Do you know? He said, the notion I despise most is yours, self-proclaimed strength, yet in truth, riddled with fear. You constantly boast of your omnipotence, yet lack even the slightest courage. It is truly lamentable. No wonder the Blacks have fallen into such despair. Phineas retorted angrily, Do not forget, you are a Black as well. Kemet nodded. I do not deny that fact. However, you must understand that it is not I who need the surname Black, but rather, the Black family that requires me. Once deceased, remain hanging on the wall and refrain from casting judgment upon me. Observe how far this family will progress under my leadership. I shall accomplish what you could not and dare not do. You will witness the glorious day of the Blacks, and on that day, the Blacks shall no longer be one of the pure-blooded 28 families, but rather, the one and only Black, my Black, that of Kemet. Phineas stared wide-eyed at Kemet. Your ambition frightens me. Kemet chuckled. Ambition? Slytherin never lacks ambition. How curious that a Hogwarts headmaster, a graduate of Slytherin, would be intimidated by it. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Do not reappear before me unless you can offer your worth. Do not harbor any illusions that I will respect you due to our bloodline. You should be quite aware that it holds no significance for me. Phineas furrowed his brow as he regarded Kemet. Their encounter was entirely unlike what he had anticipated. After a brief silence, Phineas inquired, What value do you seek? He conceded, realizing that this descendant of the Black family was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Perhaps it is precisely such a member of the Black lineage who could truly bring brilliance back to their name. Kemet replied, You have served as headmaster at Hogwarts. I must know if there exists a legacy of magical runes within its walls. Phineas was momentarily taken aback. Magical runes? But suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. You are studying magical runes? Is there truly anyone who would undertake such a pursuit? Clearly, Phineas himself had studied magical runes, as it was part of the Black family's heritage. However, he found the subject exceedingly challenging. He could hardly fathom anyone being eccentric enough to delve into it, given that the volume of knowledge required far surpassed the entirety of magical history taught over 7 years at Hogwarts. Chapter 55. The Wings of the Butterfly Stir Once More. Phineas stated, Magical runes are far removed from our time, hence I cannot ascertain whether Hogwarts possesses a legacy of them. Even in my era, and for decades prior, there had been no individuals proficient in magical runes. You are the first person I have encountered who studies them. Kemet remarked. The Black family's legacy of magical runes must be quite ancient. Has no one ever attempted to learn them? Phineas answered, Certainly. Each generation of the Black family head has endeavored to study them. After all, while magical runes are undoubtedly complex, they also possess remarkable applications. Indeed, when wielded properly, their power can far exceed that of spells. Yet, no one has succeeded in mastering them. Naturally, with such a long lineage, there must have been 1 or 2 exceptional individuals like yourself. They could retain knowledge of those runes, but when it came to the actual engraving, they invariably met with failure at the moment of formation. The precise reason eludes me. According to a long-standing family legend, magical runes seem to involve some very peculiar elements, which may account for their loss to time. I am not well versed in the specifics. I believe that only a person such as you, who studies magical runes, might uncover the truth. Kemet nodded. It appears that you hold little value for me now. Phineas fell silent, then offered a wry smile. It indeed seemed that way. He felt as though he had become a mere jest. Faced with a descendant of his family, he found himself utterly devoid of worth. Kemet continued, In light of my bearing the Black surname, upon my return to the ancestral home, I shall arrange for a frame in your honor. Phineas's eyes brightened. He truly wished to revisit the old Black estate. Kemet chose not to elaborate further, placing Vanny beside the pillow and then reclining. I do not possess the habit of being washed while I sleep, although, strictly speaking, you are no longer considered human. Phineas comprehended Kemet's meaning. With a wry smile, he shook his head and then vanished within the confines of the frame. Kemet adjusted his pillow. Phineas, indeed, had some intrigue about him. Perhaps he still held some value. As always, a mature Slytherin never engages in actions devoid of significance. The following day, as Kemet arose and attended to his morning routine, He was met with a cacophony emanating from the common room below. After completing his ablutions, he descended the stairs. Draco hurried over to him, exclaiming, cousin, we have flying class. Only then did Karmit recall that the first lesson of the day was indeed flying class. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Harry Potter. In the original narrative, Harry was provoked by Draco and subsequently took to the skies, whereupon Professor McGonagall deemed him worthy and appointed him as Gryffindor's seeker. However, in this instance, Harry had been sorted into Slytherin, rendering such a plotline utterly impossible. Surely, one could not expect a Slytherin to assume the role of Gryffindor's seeker. That would be an overt display of collusion, would it not? As Karmit made his way towards the grassy field designated for flying class, he pondered a pressing question. It was already the second day of school, yet Dumbledore seemed to exhibit no reaction. The sorting of Harry Potter into Slytherin must have significantly impacted Dumbledore's calculations. He ought not to remain so composed. From the moment of the sorting ceremony, with Dumbledore's subtle maneuvering, Karmit discerned one undeniable truth. Dumbledore harbored considerable schemes concerning Harry Potter. It was even possible that the very idea of making Harry the Seeker was part of Dumbledore's design. In the original tale, positioning Harry as the Seeker proved an excellent means of garnering him prestige. The youngest Seeker prior to Harry had no precedent. Even if Gryffindor desperately needed a Seeker, they should not contravene school regulations. Karmit found it implausible that there was no orchestration from Dumbledore's side. After all, regardless of Harry's prodigious talent, he was but a first-year student. There were indeed many upperclassmen who excelled in flying far beyond him. Thus, Karmit surmised that this was all meticulously arranged by Dumbledore. The objective, undoubtedly, was to bolster Harry's reputation. Furthermore, the gradual imposition of hardships upon Harry was likely intended to elevate his status to its zenith, enabling him to rally the student body in the defense of Hogwarts. If Karmit's conjectures held true, then Dumbledore's machinations were indeed formidable. Yet now, with Harry in Slytherin, how would Dumbledore proceed? Karmit found himself utterly baffled. This was the peril of altering the narrative. The plot slipped beyond his control. Karmit harbored little interest in the unfolding storyline. What truly captivated him was the potential benefits he could derive from its progression. Moreover, he harbored a singular concern, the possibility that Dumbledore had ensnared him within his intricate schemes. To be candid, his insights into Dumbledore's plots were merely conjectural at this juncture. He was uncertain whether he was overthinking or if it was merely an extraordinary coincidence. If it truly was a coincidence, Karmit felt that this world was undoubtedly a bit peculiar. Arriving at the site of the flying lesson, he was astonished to find a plethora of magical brooms laid out on the ground. To his surprise, the first flying lesson was not conducted alongside Gryffindor. Did his butterfly wings truly flutter so grandly? As he gazed at the Ravenclaw eagles already awaiting on the field, Draco exclaimed with excitement, "How wonderful! At last! We won't have to attend class with that foolish pride of lions." Karmit remained silent, pondering a particular issue, the matter of house sorting. Yet, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Whether it aligned with his expectations would depend on the forthcoming class arrangements. From afar, Hermione spotted Karmit and his companions and hurried over. "Good morning. How did you all fare yesterday?" Harry Potter and Draco nodded in acknowledgement. Harry inquired, "And how about you? Are you enjoying Ravenclaw?" Upon mentioning Ravenclaw, Hermione could hardly contain her enthusiasm. "Oh my, you can't imagine. It's simply paradise. The common room even has a library. Alas, one must sleep at night. Otherwise, I could easily spend an entire night there." Hearing this, Karmit found Hermione's fervor quite remarkable. Just how much did this girl adore learning? Had he possessed even half of her diligence before his transmigration, gaining admission to prestigious institutions would have been effortless. And in a Western country like Britain, if Hermione were placed in the great summer, she would truly find herself in paradise. Such a person is destined to thrive in an environment of relentless competition. Chapter 56, The Dullness of the Flying Lesson. In the face of the inaugural flying lesson, both the power-valuing Slytherins and the rational Ravenclaws were exceedingly exhilarated. As the saying goes, every human harbors a dream of soaring into the skies. To pursue this dream, airplanes and hot air balloons were born. The Wizarding World echoed this sentiment. Although many young wizards hailing from magical families had experienced the thrill of flight, it was a vastly different affair than flying solo. Harry Potter gazed at the worn brooms lined up on the ground. Despite their dilapidated state, Harry felt a sense of yearning. "Draco, have you ever ridden a flying broom?" Draco replied, "Of course, but my father doesn't allow me to fly too much. After all, it can be somewhat perilous." Harry sighed wistfully. "How enviable. I've never been aloft." Draco clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, the Wizarding World has only just begun to reveal its wonders to you. I believe you will have many extraordinary experiences ahead. If you enjoy flying, come to my house during the holidays. My brooms are far superior to these. These brooms are far too shabby." Harry's eyes lit up. "Is that permissible?" "Certainly, you are my friend." They exchanged smiles, a bond of camaraderie solidified. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, the short-haired Madame Hooch strode over, her presence exuding vigor and vitality. Upon the professor's arrival, all the young wizards lined up in an orderly fashion. Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From each of you, I can sense a vibrant enthusiasm, and it appears you are all prepared to embark on your first flying lesson. The young wizards gazed at Madame Hooch with eager anticipation. She smiled and remarked, "When I first encountered flying lessons, I was just like you." As she spoke, Madame Hooch waved her wand, causing all the brooms to soar into the air before gently landing. "Very well, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Now, take 2 steps forward and stand to the left of your brooms." The young wizards promptly complied, with Cormac also joining the ranks without seeking special treatment. "Before we commence your inaugural flight, there are a few essential points I must convey." Madame Hooch began to elaborate extensively. The young wizards grew increasingly impatient. At last, she instructed, "Now, extend your right hand over the broom and say up." Demonstrating, Madame Hooch commanded her broom, which promptly soared into her hand. It was then the turn of the young wizards to try their hand at the task. Harry Potter, brimming with excitement, shouted up, and in an instant, the broom flew directly into his grasp. The other young wizards gasped in astonishment, turning to look at Harry. He beamed at the broom in his hands, unable to hide his delight. The next broom to soar was Draco's. He exchanged a glance with Harry and then broke into a smile. This elicited a sense of rivalry in Hermione, who wondered why her broom remained obstinately still. Changing her tone, she called out several times, yet the broom did not budge. Madame Hooch interjected, "Children, do not be so rigid. You must infuse some emotion into your call. You are summoning the broom. Do not regard it merely as a simple object. It is a magical item, and all magical objects possess their own consciousness." Hermione furrowed her brow, but then tried once more. This time, the broom levitated and landed gracefully in her hand, a smile breaking across her face. Meanwhile, Cormac was also curious about his flying aptitude. In truth, he had never ridden one of these before. His initial experience had been with apparition. Due to physical constraints, he had faced considerable challenges but had gradually adapted. Compared to the convenience of apparition, flying on a broom was something Cormac found difficult to accept. He raised his hand, about to speak, when suddenly, the broom flew straight into his grasp. Cormac was taken aback. Madame Hooch, witnessing this scene, approached him with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Mr. Black, it seems you possess a unique talent for flying." Karmit chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment, Madame Hockey. Perhaps it is this enchanted broom that holds a particular fondness for me." Madame Hockey smiled. "I appreciate your sense of humor." She surveyed the young wizards, noting that their brooms had already taken flight. Satisfied, she nodded. "Now, let us mount our brooms." The flying lesson concluded swiftly. The young wizards felt a lingering thrill. Each had experienced the sensation of soaring, albeit not at great heights. It could hardly be termed flying. Rather, it was akin to levitation. Nevertheless, this was enough to exhilarate the young wizards for quite some time. Karmit, however, found it rather mundane. The flying broom did not align with his expectations. He had anticipated it would be quite uncomfortable. In truth, it appeared to be enchanted, for sitting upon it felt much like perching on a bicycle seat. Although not entirely comfortable, it was far from the discomfort he had imagined. Moreover, without attending class alongside Gryffindor, there were no remarkable incidents to speak of. After all, the more talented students had gravitated towards Gryffindor. Karmit was relieved that this was a tangible reality. Had it been a mere chapter in a novel, it would surely have been exceedingly dull. Perhaps considering the young wizard's yearning for flight, the upper years monopolized only half the morning's flying lesson, while the first flying class for the younger wizards occupied the entirety of the morning. In the Great Hall, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students animatedly recounted their experiences from the flying lesson, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs had attended herbology that morning. For the Hufflepuff Badgers, the greenhouse was a veritable paradise. However, the Gryffindor students did not share the same comfort, as many magical plants had a propensity to bite, particularly the foolish lions, who frequently found themselves in all manner of bizarre predicaments. Karmit faintly overheard the Badgers discussing their beloved Professor Longbottom, who had nearly been bitten by a plant that morning, leaving him momentarily fainted. Regrettably, Karmit missed this amusing spectacle. After their meal, the young wizards lingered, eager for the commencement of the second event, the Slytherin Championship. The process mirrored that of yesterday, differing only in the 10 opponents Karmit faced today, all fifth-year students. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the 10 launched their attacks simultaneously. Yet, they remained unable to breach Karmit's formidable shield charm, each being ejected from the arena one by one. Chapter 57. Karmit's initial experience with magical runes. Following the battle, the crowd gradually dispersed, each person engaged in spirited discussions about Karmit Black's potential limits. Of course, their conversations yielded no definitive conclusions. After dispatching his challengers, Karmit returned to the room of requirement. Upon articulating his desires in the corridor, he gazed at the wall with a sense of anticipation. However, after approximately a minute had elapsed, There was still no response from the wall. Karmit furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Just then, a series of crisp sounds emanated from the wall, and a door, strikingly different from the one he had encountered the previous day, materialized before him. Karmit's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he hastily pushed the door open. Inside was a modest room, sparsely furnished with only a solitary table. Upon the table lay a carving knife and a stack of wooden planks. Karmit frowned, questioning whether this was the desired location. Earlier, in the corridor, he had sought a place to practice the art of magical runes. According to his speculation, if Hogwarts indeed possessed a legacy of magical runes, and even Phineas, the headmaster, had not discovered it, the only plausible location would be the room of requirement. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. Approaching the table, he examined the carving knife and wooden planks, shaking his head in resignation. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on the search for now. The collection within the Black household would suffice for the time being. Since he was already there, he decided to experiment with engraving a magical rune. Having studied runes for a considerable period and possessing a keen memory, Karmit felt confident in his foundational knowledge, though he had yet to attempt any engravings himself. Now was the perfect opportunity to explore the essence of magical runes. Karmit seated himself at the chair and retrieved a wooden plank from the side. Grasping the carving knife, he contemplated for a moment. He intended to carve a simple rune, one with a singular purpose, to generate warmth. It was merely meant to feel warm to the touch. Nothing more. The simplicity of its function was due to the fact that this rune was merely a combination of two basic rune lines. As a novice, Karmit was wise not to complicate matters further. With great care, he began to carve. The process unfolding smoothly as he meticulously sketched the lines according to the knowledge stored in his mind. However, just as he was about to complete the final stroke, his hand faltered momentarily. In that instant, the carefully etched lines on the wooden plank dissipated into nothingness. Karmit frowned, questioning whether he had applied too much pressure. Undeterred, he resolved to try again, this time with even greater caution. As he continued to outline each stroke, he finally approached the last one. With unwavering focus, he pressed the knife against the surface, deepening the incision gradually. The moment the final stroke was completed, Karmit felt a warm current surge through his arm, subsequently merging with the wooden plank in his grasp. The plank began to emanate heat. Karmit gazed at his arm in astonishment, bewildered by the experience. Casting the plank aside, he retrieved another one, employing the same engraving method. As the final rune took shape, he concentrated intently on sensing the state of his body. A warm current re-emerged on his arm, fleeting yet distinctly perceived by Karmit. He gazed at the magical patterns in his hand, a contemplative expression gracing his features. What was this warm current? Recalling Phineas's words, Karmit remembered that those who had previously studied magical patterns would fail at the moment they took shape. Coupled with his own success in the etching, could this warm current be the reason? After pondering for a considerable time, he found no resolution. The scant information he possessed compelled him to seek someone knowledgeable about magical patterns. At that moment, a name surfaced in Karmit's mind. Perhaps this individual might not be well versed in magical patterns, yet he was likely to possess some insights regarding their principles. Professor Binns, the Hogwarts professor of the history of magic. A ghostly figure, he had taught at Hogwarts since its inception. If anyone possessed the most extensive knowledge of the past within these walls, it would undoubtedly be him. Fortuitously, his class that afternoon was indeed on the history of magic. Karmit felt certain that this spectral professor would have some pertinent information. He carefully stored away the two wooden boards he had etched with magical patterns and glanced at the time before departing the room of requirement, heading directly to the History of Magic classroom on the second floor. Upon entering the classroom, Karmit noted the sparse attendance. Only a few first-year Ravenclaw students were scattered about, diligently writing at their desks. This lesson was attended jointly by Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and Hermione was among the students present. Karmit's eyes narrowed slightly. As his suspicions seemed to be confirmed, how intriguing. He focused his gaze on Hermione and, after a brief moment of contemplation, approached her. Upon noticing Karmit's arrival, Hermione appeared puzzled. "Why are you here so early?" she inquired. "I saw it was almost time for class, so I decided to come," Karmit replied. Hermione nodded. "I thought you and your friends weren't particularly interested in the history of magic." "That's true, but alas, exams must be taken," Karmit replied. "By the way, Hermione, has your family always lived in London?" Setting down her quill, Hermione responded, "I believe so. Why do you ask?" Karmit shook his head. "Oh, just a casual inquiry." Hermione continued, "My family has indeed been in London for quite some time. However, I think I heard my father mention that our history is quite extensive. My great-great-grandfather experienced some notable events, but I don't know the specifics." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Karmit's eyes, yet he chose not to pursue the topic further. More students began to fill the classroom as the class bell rang, signaling the arrival of Professor Binns, who glided into the room, quite literally, as he emerged from the wall. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, I thought the story of Hogwarts' ghostly professor was merely a nickname. He really is a ghost." Karmit chuckled softly as Professor Binns settled at the podium. Without any preamble, he commenced the lecture. Although it was ostensibly a lecture, in Karmit's view, it was merely a reading session devoid of any intonation, akin to recounting a mundane account. It resembled the nights of childhood when parents read stories to help their children sleep. Even though the storyteller lacked emotion, the hypnotic effect was unmistakable. The Slytherin serpents were already drifting into slumber. In Chapter 58, seeking help from Professor Binns, the gift of magical runes, Draco had even begun to blow bubbles from his nose. Harry Potter, after a brief struggle, succumbed to sleep with his head lolling to one side. Even the diligent Ravenclaws had numerous little eagles succumbing to slumber under the lullaby-like spell of the lesson. Hermione, striving to remain alert, took notes, and in this regard, Karmit held a certain admiration for her. It was only natural for the know-it-all to excel academically. Nevertheless, he found himself on the verge of drifting off. The history of magic class was perhaps the longest, yet could also be the swiftest, as young wizards often found that a brief nap could make an entire lesson vanish. As the class bell rang, a wave of relief washed over the young wizards, who eagerly vacated the history of magic classroom, seemingly fearing that if they lingered too long, the hypnotic melody would resume. While tidying up, Hermione vented her frustrations to Draco and Harry, exclaiming, "Goodness, I always thought mathematics was the most tedious subject, but I never imagined there were greater masters of monotony." Draco replied, "I truly find this history of magic class unbearable. It is sheer torment." Harry nodded in vigorous agreement. At that moment, Draco noticed his cousin making his way to the podium. Karmit saw Professor Binns preparing to depart and quickly called out, "Please, wait, Professor." Turning to look, Professor Binns inquired, "Is there an issue?" Karmit responded, "Indeed, I have some questions that have been troubling me, and if you have the time, I would like to discuss them with you." Professor Binns regarded Karmit with interest. "How intriguing. You are the first young wizard to approach me with questions after class. What is your name?" Karmit replied, "Karmit Black." Professor Binns exclaimed, "Black? Is it the same Black that I am familiar with?" Karmit affirmed, "There should only be one Black in the wizarding world." Professor Binns nodded and asked, "Well then, Mr. Black, what is your inquiry?" Karmit stated, "My question pertains to magical runes." Professor Binns furrowed his brows and said, "Magical runes? Ah, I see. Your family, the Blacks, has a lineage of runic heritage. Are you inquiring why the inscribing of runes might fail?" Taken aback, Karmit responded, "Professor, how did you come to that conclusion?" Professor Binns explained, "Because, long ago, someone from your Black family posed the same question to me. However, he asked it during class, likely hoping to divert me from the tedious lesson and engage in a more stimulating conversation." Karmit then asked, "So, Professor Binns, what is your answer to this question?" Professor Binns replied, "The answer is quite simple. Magical runes require a very special talent. Some may believe that the art of magical runes simply requires memorization and subsequent engraving. However, in truth, it is a discipline that demands an innate talent. This elucidates why it has become a lost art. If you have come seeking this knowledge, I trust one have conveyed my message to you. Do not squander your time on magical runes, for you will ultimately discover that the hours spent are a genuine waste." Karmit asserted, "But I believe I possess a natural aptitude for runes." Professor Binns chuckled, "Your family, the Blacks, is not short on such self-assured individuals, yet regrettably, they have all met with failure, and you shall be no exception." However, before Professor Binns could finish his statement, Karmit retrieved 2 wooden boards, each etched with his runes. Placing them upon the desk, Professor Binns paused for a moment, then approached the desk, scrutinizing the boards with keen interest. "Did you carve these?" he inquired. Karmit nodded, "Indeed. Just before attending class." Professor Binns furrowed his brow at Karmit. "Follow me to my office." With that, he ascended into the air, gliding towards the wall. Karmit trailed behind, opting for the door. Upon reaching the entrance to Professor Binns' office, Karmit halted, for no one was there to grant him entry. Suddenly, Professor Binns' head emerged from the wall. "Why are you still standing there?" Karmit replied, "Professor, I fear I have yet to master the art of phasing through walls." Only then did Professor Binns realize, "My door lacks a password. Typically, no one visits me, and I do not use the door. You may simply push it open." Karmit complied, causing the door to creak ominously. He was apprehensive that it might collapse at any moment, unaware of how long it had remained unopened. Upon opening it, a cloud of dust escaped through the gap. He waved his sleeve and stepped into the office. Inside, the room was surprisingly tidy, albeit sparsely furnished, featuring merely a desk and a sofa. The desk was devoid of clutter, indicating that our ghostly professor had no need for lesson plans. After all, he conducted lectures without even referring to a book. This, among other reasons, contributed to students' aversion to history of magic classes, as they were often left to search for references in their textbooks, many of which were not pertinent to their current studies. Professor Binns remarked, "In that drawer, you will find carving tools and wooden boards. Retrieve them and demonstrate your skills." Karmit nodded in agreement, opening the drawer to uncover a carving knife and a stack of wooden boards. He was astonished, pondering whether he had stumbled upon the heir to Hogwarts' legacy of magical runes. Could Professor Binns himself be the custodian of this ancient knowledge? If so, he would surely benefit greatly. Karmit took out the carving knife and wooden boards, leaning over the desk to begin his work. Professor Binns floated behind him, observing closely as the runes began to take shape beneath Karmit's deft hands. Professor Binns exclaimed in astonishment, "It truly succeeded. This should not be possible. In this era, there should be no one capable of mastering the arcane symbols." Karmit looked up at the floating Professor Binns and inquired, "Professor, when you referred to this era, what did you mean?" Professor Binns responded, "First, tell me, did you experience any unusual sensations while inscribing the arcane symbols?" Karmit nodded, "Indeed. I felt as though a warm current was being drawn from my arm as the symbols took form." Professor Binns scrutinized Karmit. "I am surprised. It appears that such phenomena truly exist. Blake, I can congratulate you. You possess a remarkable talent for mastering the arcane symbols." Karmit rolled his eyes, thinking it was quite obvious. Did it really require stating? Karmit then asked, "Therefore, Professor Binns, could you elucidate my confusion? What exactly is this so-called talent for arcane symbols?" Chapter 59, Ancestral Bloodline, Ancient Magic. Professor Binns began, "Do you know the difference between ancient wizards and contemporary sorcerers? I speak of the ancient wizards from the earliest era, even predating the Four Greats." After pondering for a moment, Karmit replied, "I have heard a legend that ancient wizards exchanged their power directly with the deities. For instance, Merlin and the dark sorceress Morgana, their strength was granted directly by the divine. However, later sorcerers seemed to possess innate magical power from the moment of their birth, enabling them to learn magic, albeit their strength pales in comparison to that of the ancient wizards, making it more accessible with a lower threshold. Some have attempted to learn ancient magic, yet they have failed to find the sacred places of divine blessing. Thus, the concept of ancient magic has been lost." Professor Binns nodded. "Indeed, it seems you have some knowledge of magical history." Karmit was taken aback. "Aren't these merely legends?" Professor Binns furrowed his brow. "Mr. Blake, I must clarify that what I have shared with you is not myth or legend. It is the history of magic." Karmit then remembered that this obstinate professor of magical history seemed to disdain tales of legend. He was a man who deeply respected history. Karmit apologized. "I beg your pardon, Professor." Professor Binns' demeanor softened. "What you said is accurate. As time has passed, the deities appear to have vanished, yet those who were blessed by them have not. They have passed down their legacies through generations. Lacking divine succession, they sought formidable power, thus they developed the current system of magical strength. Furthermore, they discovered that after begetting offspring, remnants of divine power lingered within them, gradually diminishing over generations, yet still present. These powers, through successive evolution, ultimately formed the magic we possess today." Karmit inquired, "So, you imply that the talent for arcane symbols is related to the divine?" Professor Binns affirmed, "Of course. What do you think arcane symbols truly are? The magical runes serve as a conduit between the divine and humanity, a power exclusively wielded by the gods. To master these runes and successfully inscribe them, one must possess divine strength. Your current state appears to be a manifestation of such divine power, or one might say, a return to ancestral lineage. Historical records suggest that this power not only endows individuals with the ability to use magical runes, but also bestows other unique capabilities, the specifics of which remain elusive to me. However, if your ancestral return is sufficiently profound, you may even unlock the use of ancient magic." A chill ran through Karmit's heart. Could this indeed be the extraordinary power Professor Binns spoke of? The reason behind his ability to conjure spells effortlessly? Karmit remarked, "Since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have discovered numerous magical runes within the castle. Could it be?" Professor Binns nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. You are correct in your thoughts. The four founders were all individuals of ancestral return. Thus, each of them possessed the ability to inscribe these runes, which were crafted by their own hands. However, since their era, I have not encountered anyone of such notable ancestral return. I did, however, witness two individuals years ago whose ancestral return was incomplete. While they had achieved a semblance of it, they lacked the capacity to wield magical runes." Karmit understood without the need for further explanation. He could easily surmise the identities of the two individuals Professor Binns referred to, Dumbledore and Voldemort. Professor Binns had been teaching at Hogwarts since its inception, thus he had instructed both Dumbledore and Voldemort. According to Professor Binns, neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore had sufficient strength in their ancestral return, which was why they could not harness the power of magical runes, though their spells and innate magical prowess remained formidable. Furthermore, they likely possessed other unique abilities. Grindelwald was similarly situated. He too had experienced a return to ancestry. Perhaps he did not compare to the ancient wizards of Merlin's time, who received their power directly from the divine, yet he undoubtedly possessed some semblance of ancient wizardry. This realization sparked a thought in Karmit's mind. Ancient magic. It seemed he could genuinely attempt to explore it. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ancient magic was indeed powerful, reminiscent of the legendary clash between Merlin and Morgana. Merlin summoned thunder and lightning during the Battle of Sword Lake, obliterating Morgana's forces and securing victory for King Arthur. Had that battle not occurred as prophesied, Arthur would have truly met his fate at Sword Lake. Thus, Karmit had always held a profound interest in ancient magic. He made his way toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the second floor. He had engaged in conversation with Professor Binns for quite a while, which had consumed some of his time. Upon reaching the classroom, he found students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin already seated. Professor Quirrell stood at the podium, stammering through his lecture. Regardless of whether they were snakes or eagles, their faces displayed a mixture of resistance and disdain. Karmit pushed open the door, drawing the attention of the crowd. Professor Quirrell stammered, "BB blah 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 black. You. Karmit interjected. "I apologize, Professor, for my tardiness. I had to visit Professor Binns' office to inquire about certain matters." Professor Quirrell, somewhat flustered, replied, "And no worries, please take a seat." Karmit nodded and settled into the seat that Draco had reserved for him, observing Professor Quirrell at the podium with keen interest. Indeed, Professor Quirrell was a remarkable individual. He possessed not only talent and intelligence, but also an unfortunate share of misfortune. Graduating from Ravenclaw, he could hardly be considered ordinary. Before Harry Potter's enrollment, he had taught the Muggle Studies course. Subsequently, he was appointed by Dumbledore as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. To better educate his students, he ventured into the Forbidden Forest during holidays, seeking to expand his knowledge base for their instruction. Regrettably, he encountered Voldemort, who at the time was inhabiting a rodent, and was seduced into becoming Voldemort's vessel and servant. To disguise his encounter, he returned claiming to have met vampires and witches, his demeanor turning timid and his speech afflicted with stuttering. It was, in essence, a tragic tale. One could not help but think that the old bee was indeed a harbinger of trouble. This Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was quite toxic. Irrespective of whether he was truly cursed, the position he held was certainly fraught with significance. Chapter 60. What are the prospects of subverting Quirrell? It is worth noting that Quirrell was quite renowned in the magical realm, and his fame was earned through sheer brilliance. His theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid. Hagrid had even praised Quirrell for his academic prowess, noting his intelligence during his school years. Alas, due to the influence of the old bee, Quirrell fell into Voldemort's sights. One wonders if this too was part of the old bee's scheme. Would it be too far-fetched to think he would sacrifice a professor merely to hone Harry Potter's skills? Karmit's perception of the old bee shifted. Regardless of whether he orchestrated it, caution was warranted. The White Lord was, after all, still a Dark Lord. Quirrell, with a stutter, was delivering lessons from the textbook, but to Karmit's astonishment, Quirrell was genuinely earnest in his teaching. Most intriguingly, he was imparting valuable knowledge. The first-year students required a foundational understanding of defense against the dark arts, and Quirrell approached the subject with utmost seriousness. Despite his stammering FAAD, the content he conveyed was indeed beneficial for the fledgling wizards. Karmit observed Quirrell with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There was something intriguing about Quirrell. He seemed to genuinely enjoy being a teacher. It left one to ponder what promises Voldemort had made to him that led Quirrell to become his servant. If there were a chance to turn him, it could prove to be quite fascinating. However, this would necessitate seizing an opportunity in the future. After observing Quirrell for a spell, Karmit shifted his gaze to the scarf wrapped around Quirrell's head. He sensed something peculiar. Was it due to Voldemort's slumber? Is there not a trace of magic dissipating? Karmit found himself intrigued. It appears that Voldemort has truly become exceedingly weak. He is not concealing his magic. Rather, he has diminished to such an extent that all his power is devoted to sustaining the vitality of his soul. Frankly, Karmit is quite curious about Voldemort's condition. After all, in the original narrative, it seems that only Voldemort can survive through his soul. The ability to possess others is not a feat that can be achieved by ordinary magic. Karmit is uncertain whether this is a capability of Horcruxes, yet it undeniably piques his interest. As the bell rang, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class officially concluded. However, Karmit did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached the podium. "Professor Quirrell, do you have a moment?" Professor Quirrell jumped in surprise, causing the book in his hands to tumble back onto the desk. Flustered, he began to gather his things. "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Black. I was remiss." Karmit rolled his eyes dramatically in his mind. "Did you see that? Now that's what one calls acting. A true veteran." Of course, Karmit did not expose Quirrell. Instead, he assisted him in organizing the scattered papers. While tidying up, Karmit could not help but notice the contents of the pages. They were various materials and literature that Professor Quirrell had prepared, many of which were absent from the textbooks. Karmit exclaimed, "Professor Quirrell, your knowledge is truly profound. Did you compile all of this yourself?" Hearing this, Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat bashful. "Why yes, I organized these based on various sources and my own experiences. I intended to share them with the upperclassmen." Karmit responded, "That's remarkable, Professor Quirrell. You are indeed an extraordinary educator. A glimmer of light shone in Quirrell's eyes. Though he was under Voldemort's control, becoming the professor of defense against the dark arts had always been his aspiration. He had thought that in his current state, he would never receive praise from students. Little did he expect Karmit to approach him. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. B. Black. Quirrell stammered. Karmit suggested. The hall will soon serve dinner. Why don't we walk and talk? Quirrell nodded in agreement. Karmit took the initiative to help Quirrell lift the hefty teaching materials. As they exited the classroom, Karmit stated, You see, Professor Quirrell, being from the Black family, I have already mastered much of the knowledge. The first-year curriculum is somewhat elementary for me, yet I yearn for growth. If possible, could you offer me some guidance? Or, if it is convenient, may I visit your office to inquire about some aspects of defense against the dark arts? After all, you possess such extensive knowledge and experience. Upon hearing this, Quirrell was ready to agree immediately. However, the thought of Voldemort looming behind him made him suppress the desire to respond affirmatively. Apologies, Professor Quirrell, but I must return to my office. There are other matters demanding my attention, Mr. Black expressed. That is quite unfortunate, Karmit replied. I apologize for my abruptness, Professor Quirrell. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Professor Quirrell hastily responded, If you wish, I can provide you with my compiled materials for your review. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Karmit, slightly taken aback, inquired, Is that truly possible? Professor Quirrell nodded with a warm smile. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, a water balloon soared from behind, aimed directly at the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Karmit noticed it, as did Quirrell himself, yet neither made a move to evade it, allowing the balloon to burst upon impact. Karmit marveled internally, acknowledging the twins' reputation. They had indeed launched a strike against Voldemort. Truly, twins engage in significant endeavors. Karmit swiftly adjusted his expression, exclaiming in fury, Who did that? Step forward. Observing Karmit's rage, Professor Quirrell felt a warmth within him. He grasped Karmit's arm and reassured him, It's quite all right, Mr. Black. I shall head in first. You should join me soon. With that, Professor Quirrell made his way into the hall, while Karmit watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile forming on his lips. The first step had been successful. Not only did he intend to sway Quirrell, but he also aimed to leverage Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. After all, the young Voldemort was the most easily influenced. Once this opportunity passed, it would be truly lost. Karmit remained oblivious to the fact that Snape, from his position at the faculty table, had observed both Karmit and Quirrell intently. His fingers brushed his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. Fortunately, Dumbledore had yet to arrive, otherwise, there would be two contemplative gazes to contend with. As Karmit entered the hall, the twins cautiously peeked around the corner. Since when did Black and Quirrell become so chummy? One wondered. Who knows? He was just furious. Have we succeeded in pranking both? They exchanged glances, erupting into laughter reminiscent of clanging bells. Chapter 61, A Nighttime Stroll in the Restricted Section, Encountering Dumbledore. Regarding the twins' prank, Karmit felt no inclination to intervene. In fact, he silently applauded their antics. Their actions served as the perfect assist. Karmit's display of anger was merely for Professor Quirrell's benefit. No one would assume that Quirrell was easily swayed. After all, he belonged to Ravenclaw and was Dumbledore's appointed defense against the dark arts professor. He was far from a fool. For Karmit, every individual at Hogwarts was not someone to be trifled with lightly. Following dinner, Karmit chose to linger by the Black Lake for a while, perusing the insights Quirrell had provided regarding his defense against the dark arts class. It must be said that Chilo possesses considerable knowledge. His insights are extensive, particularly regarding the defense against dark magic, where he has his own unique perspectives. However, such knowledge holds little utility for Karmit. He adheres to a singular principle. The best defense is, indeed, a formidable offense. There is nothing that a killing curse cannot resolve. If there is, simply cast another. In the dead of night, Karmit wanders the corridors of the 4th floor of Hogwarts. The castle is eerily silent. Indeed, our Mr. Karmit Black is once again indulging in a nocturnal escapade. The quiet hallway is only interrupted by the sound of Karmit's footsteps. Just then, Vani, nestled in his arms, gently clawed at his chest. Karmit peered ahead into the darkness and spotted a gaunt, grotesque cat squatting on the ground. It was Mrs. Norris, the pet of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, perhaps even his wife? Who knows? In any case, like Filch himself, this cat is rather bothersome. Thanks to the cat's keen hearing and sense of smell, it plays a crucial role in Filch's pursuit of wayward young wizards. Karmit stroked Vani's soft fur, saying, I intend to visit the library and would prefer not to be hindered by this feline. Can you handle it? Vani leapt gracefully from Karmit's arms to the floor. Karmit chuckled, Be gentle. After all, you are a part of Hogwarts too. With that, he paid no further heed to the foolish cat and proceeded toward the library. Behind him, the sounds of pitiful meows echoed. It was evident that Vani's fighting prowess was on par with Karmit's, an exceptional specimen among her kind. Karmit harbored no concerns about Vani being captured. He had an unshakable belief that his companion was exceedingly clever. Perhaps the creatures of the magical realm are inherently intelligent? In the original text, Hermione's Crookshanks, despite its face resembling that of an unfortunate collision with a wall, was undeniably astute. It first discerned the disguised Peter Pettigrew and, during divination class, could easily detect when Harry and Ron fabricated answers with just a glance. Thus, Karmit regarded Vanna's cleverness with a degree of nonchalance. A little intelligence is beneficial and saves one a great deal of trouble. Karmit unlocked the library doors with a spell and ventured deep into its recesses. His objective was the restricted section. Normally, if he required access, he could procure a note from Snape. Although Snape was unlikely to grant such a request, Karmit felt confident in his ability to persuade the bat-like professor. However, he could scarcely be bothered with such formalities. Why not simply come here directly? Upon arriving at the restricted section, Karmit noted that, despite the rarity of visitors, the shelves remained impeccably dust-free. Clearly, Madame Pants was diligent in her management of the library. Karmit casually picked up a tome titled The Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. Yes, it was the very book that documented Voldemort's discovery of Horcruxes. However, the sections detailing the creation of Horcruxes had been torn out. Naturally, Karmit had no intention of learning the art of Horcrux creation. That thing affects the mind. Immortality, of course, is something Karmit deeply admires. Yet, in his view, the immortality granted by Horcruxes and that of the Philosopher's Stone are mere illusions. This kind of immortality is something Karmit regards with great disdain. What truly piques his interest is the phenomenon of how Horcruxes enable Voldemort to exist in a state of soul-like existence. As Karmit peruses the tome in his hands, he hopes to uncover the answers he seeks. Fortunately, although the instructions for creating Horcruxes have been torn away, the first page discussing their essence remains intact. The remaining content, though incomplete, elucidates certain principles underlying Horcruxes. Leaning against the bookshelf, Karmit studies the text. The information is scant, and thus he swiftly finishes reading it, a contemplative expression forming on his face. The principle of Horcruxes is fundamentally about the splitting of one's soul, a fact Karmit has long understood. However, he is perplexed by the notion of whether the power of the soul genuinely exists. If it does, then why does it seem that no one in the annals of wizardry has ever delved into the study of this force? No one appears to have harnessed its potential. The only instance Karmit can recall regarding the application of the soul is the Horcrux itself. Furthermore, he is left pondering one more enigmatic question in the original text. When Voldemort consults Slughorn about the implications of dividing the soul into 7 parts, why specifically 7? Are there limitations associated with Horcruxes? Or could there be a clue hidden within the pages that have been torn away? Karmit is filled with doubts and a burning desire to uncover the true nature of how Voldemort's soul operates. After all, this phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the concept of soul projection found in cultivation novels. If one could indeed master the ability for the soul to move freely, it would be immensely advantageous. Regrettably, the records on this subject are woefully insufficient. The only individuals privy to the truth might be Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Slughorn. Shaking his head, Karmit dismisses the thought, deciding to await an opportunity to seek the truth. There are no avenues to explore at present. He flips through the book, disdainfully curling his lip. The collection at Hogwarts is rather mediocre. He muses, it's merely a compilation of the dark arts we've already studied. Just then, a voice suddenly resonates from behind him. The Black family's library is highly esteemed within the magical community, particularly in the realm of dark magic. Upon hearing this voice, Karmit feels a chill run down his spine. His wand slips from his sleeve, and he instinctively casts a spell. Naturally, he refrains from using the killing curse, as this is Hogwarts. The light from his spell cuts through the darkness, illuminating the figure behind him. The absurdly long robe and the long, white beard unmistakably identify the figure as none other than Dumbledore himself. Chapter 62, The Headmaster's Office, an invitation from old Dumbledore. The spell hurtles towards Dumbledore. But in the next moment, he raises his hand. Subsequently, the spell vanished before Dumbledore's palm. Karmit's pupils dilated in shock. What is this sorcery? Is Dumbledore's power truly so terrifying? Dumbledore seemed to perceive Karmit's bewilderment and chuckled. Do not misunderstand, Mr. Black. Your silent, wandless stunning spell possesses considerable might. However, within the confines of Hogwarts, particularly in a place like the library, I hold certain privileges. After all, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and students have a penchant for mischief. Without some degree of authority, it would be quite challenging for me to maintain control of the situation. Karmit harbored doubts within. Is there such a notion? The headmaster of Hogwarts possesses such immense power? At that moment, the flickering light of dim oil lamps echoed from the corridor outside the library. Philip's hoarse voice reached their ears. Fear not, Mrs. Loris. I shall uncover who has inflicted such harm upon you. The commotion we heard emanated from the library. I believe we shall apprehend him. Dumbledore gazed at Karmit with a benign smile. Mr. Black, would you care to join me in my office for a discussion? Perhaps you would enjoy a sweet cup of hot chocolate there. I assume you would prefer to avoid Mr. Filch's wrath, for losing points would surely incite Severus's ire. A sense of caution surged within Karmit, yet a smile adorned his face. I thank you in advance for your hospitality, but how shall we make our exit? Dumbledore replied with a mysterious smile. There exists a passage within the library, one I have never disclosed to anyone. You shall be the first, aside from myself, to learn of this secret passage. Without awaiting Karmit's response, Dumbledore strode toward the depths of the restricted section. They navigated through the long rows of bookshelves until a statue emerged before them. Dumbledore tapped the statue a few times, and it shifted aside, revealing a hidden passageway. Dumbledore entered first. Karmit pondered for a moment. Surely, Dumbledore could not do anything to him within Hogwarts. Moreover, given Dumbledore's formidable prowess, if he truly wished to harm him, Karmit would possess no means of defense. Thus, he boldly stepped into the dark entrance. As he did, the statue slid back into place, sealing the entrance once more. Dumbledore turned to cast a glance at Karmit, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, instilling a deep sense of trepidation within Karmit. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage with this old wizard. It was far too perilous. In Karmit's eyes, Dumbledore was even more dangerous than Voldemort. Voldemort and Grindelwald, at least, faced one openly. Yet Dumbledore, with his myriad of cunning schemes, was far more unpredictable. Emerging from the passage, Karmit was astonished to find they had arrived on the third floor. At the corridor's end stood the grotesque stone beast that served as the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore approached the stone beast and uttered, "Honeydukes." In the next moment, the stone beast leapt aside, and the wall parted to reveal a spiral staircase beyond. Dumbledore remarked, "Mr. Black, welcome to the headmaster's office." He then ascended the spiral staircase, with Karmit following closely behind. At the top of the staircase stood a door, behind which lay Dumbledore's office. Upon opening the door, a shadow darted out, lunging at Dumbledore with a claw. The creature, with fur as dark as satin, was none other than Fawny. Dumbledore seized Fawny by the scruff and turned to Karmit, saying, "Mr. Black, your pet is rather fierce. Had I not brought it into the office, I fear it might cause some trouble for Mr. Filch's only friend." Dumbledore then handed Fawny over to Karmit, who huffed incessantly at Dumbledore, appearing quite irate. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Karmit gently stroked Fawny's back, attempting to soothe its agitation. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Headmaster," Karmit said. Dumbledore shook his head and entered the office. Karmit lightly tapped Fawny on the head, saying, "Silly creature." Fawny meowed twice, anxiously trying to convey to Karmit that it was not to blame for being caught, as if it were desperate to speak. Karmit smiled, cradling Fawny as he stepped into the office. "Make yourself comfortable," Dumbledore invited. Karmit nodded and took a seat across from Dumbledore at the desk. He glanced at a nearby shelf and spotted a phoenix named Fawkes, currently with its eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Dumbledore tapped the table, and a cup of hot chocolate appeared before Karmit. "Fawkes is nearing his rebirth, hence his drowsiness these days," Dumbledore explained. "The last phoenix of the magical realm is indeed a marvel," Karmit replied. Dumbledore smiled but remained silent. Karmit savored the hot chocolate, and a peculiar silence enveloped the office, surprising Dumbledore. He had not anticipated that Karmit would exhibit such composure. In truth, Karmit's thoughts were quite straightforward. He was in no position to contend with the formidable Dumbledore. Accepting this reality, he resolved to wait and see what Dumbledore intended. Before long, Karmit finished his cup of hot chocolate. "Would you like another cup, Mr. Black?" Dumbledore inquired. "If possible, I would prefer a cup of coffee. After all, I am still growing, and without a coffee to sustain me, I might just fall asleep," Karmit replied. Stifling a yawn, Dumbledore set down his cup and reclined in his chair, remarking, "Mr. Black, you are far more entertaining than I had anticipated." Karmit spread his hands, saying, "I truly appreciate your kind words. To be praised by the greatest white wizard of this century is indeed an honor." Dumbledore smiled and said, "You are most welcome, Mr. Black. You are deserving of my praise. Now, would you be so kind as to share with me your reasoning behind sending Harry Potter to Slytherin?" Karmit looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. "Is this truly a matter of great significance? I merely thought that Draco had so few friends during his childhood, and after finally making a friend in Harry, he would naturally wish to attend the same house. Thus, I merely mentioned it to the Sorting Hat. Ultimately, it was Harry who decided to join Slytherin, was it not?" Chapter 63. The First Confrontation with Old B, a Small Victory. Karmit was not at all surprised that Dumbledore was aware of his conversation with the Sorting Hat. In fact, he had anticipated that Dumbledore would seek him out, though he had not expected him to do so at this moment. One could not help but admire the patience of the old wizard. Dumbledore gazed at Karmit, and suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, Karmit's wand of Elderwood slipped from his sleeve and into his grasp. Karmit's voice turned icy. "Professor Dumbledore, I do not believe it is polite to use legilimency on a student." Dumbledore regarded Karmit as though he were oblivious to the wand in his hand and chuckled. "Indeed, I have been rather impolite. However, you must understand, My age leads me to be quite curious about the thoughts of the youth, particularly when it comes to Harry, who is unlike anyone else. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Karmit replied. Yet, that does not justify your use of legitimacy against me. Dumbledore continued, of course, as a form of compensation. How about I gift you this book? Once you have perused it to your satisfaction, you may return it to the restricted section. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a book from his drawer and placed it on the table. I believe this book will be quite suitable for you, or more precisely, for one who possesses this wand. Karmit glanced curiously at the book on the table. It was not particularly thick, and the cover bore the title The Most Potent Curses. Dumbledore remarked, I trust that, considering the value of this book, you can forgive this old man, yes? Karmit casually flipped through the cover of the book, and his eyes fell upon a name printed on the title page, Gellert Grindelwald. Karmit's pupils constricted slightly. It was he, the fourth master of the Elder Wand, the one who had vanquished the vile creature, Egbert. Yet, his most notable achievement was not merely the slaying of a man. The Elder Wand had seen more than a dozen masters up to this point. The first master, Antioch Peveril, was hardly worth mentioning. He was simply a fool who, after acquiring the wand, became so intoxicated with its power that he boasted of it, only to be murdered in his sleep and have the wand taken from him. The second and third masters, the dark wizard Emmerich and the monster Egbert, were formidable dark sorcerers who, upon obtaining the Elder Wand, sought out duels with anyone they could find, showcasing their extraordinary strength. Subsequently, the Elder Wand underwent several generations of ownership, and aside from Dumbledore and Grindelwald, its legacy diminished with each successor, a matter I shall not elaborate on. In that tumultuous era, among the various wielders of the Elder Wand, it was only Gellert Grindelwald who stood out as the most peculiar. After acquiring the wand, he did not seek out duels, and indeed, few were aware of his possession of such a powerful artifact, save for his son, who ultimately brought about his demise. Grindelwald made a significant contribution by compiling a tome known as the Book of Dark Magic. This work was crafted from his extensive knowledge of the dark arts and the formidable power of the Elder Wand. The spells contained within, while executable with other wands, resonated most harmoniously with the Elder Wand's might. To put it simply, the incantations recorded in this book are fundamentally aligned with the capabilities of the Elder Wand. Only the Elder Wand can unleash the true potential of these spells. In essence, this book serves as a manual for the use of the Elder Wand. This tome was also one of the ambitions that brought Karmit to Hogwarts. Observing Karmit's expression, Dumbledore chuckled. Ah, it appears you are indeed familiar with this book. Moreover, the Black family possesses an Elder Wand. How could you not know of this tome? Karmit turned to Dumbledore, uncertain of his intentions. Closing the book, he remarked, Professor, I adhere to a principle. The weak hold no sway. Currently, I am weaker than you, and expressing my discontent towards you will bear no consequence. Thus, I do not believe you would present this book as a form of compensation. He continued, from my experiences in Knockturn Alley, I have learned a valuable lesson. A pie falling from the sky can indeed be lethal. A flicker of intrigue crossed Dumbledore's eyes. An interesting proverb. Reminiscent of one from the East, I presume? In my youth, I traveled to the East. I did not expect you, Karmit, to be acquainted with its sayings. Your erudition astounds me. Karmit did not respond to Dumbledore's flattery. Instead, he regarded him quietly. Dumbledore shrugged. To be frank, Karmit, you are rather unlikable. Your maturity lacks a sense of playfulness. A child should embody youthful exuberance. Karmit countered, I am unlike other children. I have emerged from the crucible of life and death. He continued, Professor Dumbledore, the Book of Dark Magic is merely a reference for others, holding little significance. Only for someone like me, who wields the Elder Wand, does this book possess true value. Now, with you retrieving it from your drawer, Professor, I find it hard to believe this is merely coincidence. It just so happens you were perusing this tome, and chose to leave it in your drawer rather than returning it to the restricted section. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Perhaps, in this world, there are simply many coincidences. Upon hearing this, Karmit promptly seized the book from the table. Then I must thank you, Professor. I am quite satisfied with this compensation. Karmit emphasized the compensation matter before turning on his heel and departing without a hint of hesitation. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, only coming to his senses when Karmit had already exited the office. Something felt amiss. This script was not supposed to unfold in such a manner. Why had the narrative suddenly shifted? Gazing at the now closed office door, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing, Black. Karmit Black. I never anticipated I would witness such a day. Dumbledore, oblivious to Karmit's adherence to his own script, felt no trace of annoyance. Instead, he found Karmit increasingly intriguing. Having left Dumbledore's office, Karmit took a deep breath, realizing he had narrowly avoided giving the old man an opportunity to digress. Fortunately, Dumbledore had been distracted by his lengthy monologue. Otherwise, with Dumbledore's cunning prowess, Karmit might have indeed found himself at a disadvantage. Now, however, he felt victorious. Glancing at the potent spell in his hand, a smile crept upon his lips. With the manual in his possession, He was eager to delve into its contents and uncover its secrets. Chapter 64. The house elf capable of preparing exquisite summer dishes. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Karmit grew increasingly disheartened. He pondered the origins of Dumbledore, this peculiar being. It was absurd. Dumbledore's intellect, schemes, and power were far beyond what Karmit could presently contend with. Yet, there was a silver lining. He was, after all, a white wizard. The principal flaw of a white wizard lay in their adherence to principles. Thus, no matter how many plots Dumbledore devised, he could not directly harm Karmit. This was the essence of Dumbledore's character. If one were to consider the situation from another perspective, had Voldemort or Grindelwald stood before Karmit today, he would have uttered not a single word of protest, complying immediately with their demands. When faced with insurmountable odds, there is no shame in retreating. Concepts such as integrity and honor, in Karmit's view, only hold merit for the living. The deceased are utterly valueless. Karmit has never positioned himself as a brash fool. He believes that only those who live possess the right to contemplate the future. As he traversed the dimly lit corridors of the basement, Karmit noticed a fruit bowl painting adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. Come to think of it, he had yet to visit the Hogwarts kitchen. It would be prudent to introduce himself to the house elves. This way, when he studied in the evening, he could conveniently request refreshments. With this thought in mind, Karmit approached the painting and scratched at the pear. The pear transformed into a green doorknob. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The kitchen was vast and eerily quiet. The house elves had already retired for the evening. After all, even the most industrious beings require rest. Just as Karmit resigned himself to leaving empty-handed, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Karmit's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The aroma wafting through the air was distinctly different from Western cuisine. It felt familiar, reminiscent of fish-flavored shredded pork. His interest piqued, as he hadn't savored Chinese food in quite some time. He followed the corridor leading to the kitchen, where he spotted a house elf diligently working at a stove. This particular stove was markedly larger than the others, featuring an enormous iron wok, within which a spatula was rapidly stirring the contents. Approaching the scene, Karmit inquired, "Are you preparing Chinese cuisine?" The house elf, startled by his presence, had been so engrossed in its task that it failed to notice him approach. The spatula slipped from its grasp and clattered to the floor, prompting the elf to kneel hurriedly. "Oh, esteemed wizard, I apologize for not noticing you." Karmit waved his hand dismissively. "Stand up and answer my question." The house elf trembled as it rose, casting a furtive glance at Karmit. You are the illustrious Mr. Black." Karmit, puzzled, asked, "You know me?" The house elf nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. Your reputation precedes you." Karmit continued, "Is this truly Chinese cuisine you are making?" The house elf confirmed with a nod. "Yes, I'm attempting it." Upon closer inspection of the dish in the wok, Karmit recognized the familiar fish-flavored shredded pork. "I must say, it does look quite authentic," he remarked, impressed by its appearance and aroma. The enticing scent awakened a pang of hunger within him. "Plate it up, I wish to taste it." The house elf hesitated for a moment, but soon brightened with excitement. "Certainly, please wait." It hurriedly resumed its work. As the dish was plated, Karmit observed the elf sprinkle toasted sesame seeds over the meal with professional finesse. Intrigued by this display of culinary skill, Karmit watched as the house elf carefully placed the dish before him, arranging a knife and fork alongside it. "Are there no chopsticks?" Karmit asked, furrowing his brow. The house elf's eyes lit up. Yes. One moment." It scampered off to retrieve a long wooden box, which it opened reverently to reveal a pair of chopsticks. Karmit picked them up and sampled a piece of the shredded pork. Astonished, he discovered the flavor to be remarkably authentic. The house elf gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Karmit nodded approvingly. "This is quite delicious. I never expected to encounter a house elf skilled in Chinese cuisine." Overwhelmed with emotion, the house elf began to weep. "Oh, esteemed Mr. Black, you have validated my culinary skills." Karmit's lips twitched slightly, feeling as though he were dealing with a servant. "Given your talent for Chinese cooking, why have I never seen such dishes at the Hogwarts dining table?" At this, the house elf's expression dimmed. "It is because Master Barty declared that my cooking is peculiar and unworthy of being served to esteemed wizards." Karmit furrowed his brow. "Barton? The leader?" The house elf nodded. "Indeed. Master Barton is the head of our Hogwarts house elves." Karmit inquired, "And what is your name?" "I am Kano," replied the elf. Karmit continued, "Who taught you to cook Chinese cuisine?" Kano answered, "When I was very young, before I came to Hogwarts, I once played by the seaside and met a lost seashell maiden from the Great Sea. She taught me this." Karmit was taken aback. "The seashell maiden?" Kano nodded. "Yes. The seashell maiden is a house elf from the Great Sea, but they possess more freedom than we do. They earn wages and serve the wizards of Great Sea." That is what she told me. This was the first time Karmit had heard such things. Indeed, regardless of the realm, Great Sea was formidable. In the worldview of Hogwarts, the same held true. In contrast to the singular Hogwarts in the British realm, Great Sea boasted 3 magical academies: the Kunlun Academy for spellcraft, the Maoshan Academy for talismans, and the Shushan Academy dedicated to martial arts. Great Xia's comprehensiveness and might made it so that information about it was scarce. Those who were willing or fearful naturally avoided contact with such news, thus preventing its dissemination, a flaw inherent to Westerners. Karmit queried, "Can you prepare many dishes from Great Xia?" Kano scratched his head. "I'm not sure what you mean by many. I can make all the spicy dishes, as taught by the Seashell Maiden." Karmit was momentarily stunned. "Spicy dishes?" Kano elaborated, "Yes, very spicy dishes, like spicy fish and spicy meat slices." After a moment of realization, Karmit exclaimed, "Are you referring to Sichuan cuisine?" Chapter 65, Karmit's exclusive house elf. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Kano's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, how astute and learned you are, esteemed Mr. Black. I had forgotten that name. Even though the Seashell Maiden mentioned it to me, I must be rather foolish." As he spoke, Kano glanced around. Noticing this, Karmit promptly stated, "While I am conversing with you, you are not permitted to punish yourself. Otherwise, I shall perceive it as a sign of disrespect towards me, and I will take drastic measures." Upon hearing this, Kano immediately stood upright. "No, esteemed Mr. Black, I would never entertain such thoughts." Karmit nodded. He found the heavily subjugated nature of house elves quite compelling. This race, once subdued, signed a contract, with some becoming house elves, living in wizards' homes to cook and clean. Their servitude deeply ingrained. Others, like those in Gringotts, were somewhat better off. Karmit remarked, "So, you have mastered Sichuan cuisine?" Kano nodded. "Yes, esteemed Mr. Black. I can do it all." Karmit chuckled. "That simplifies matters. Starting tomorrow, you shall be responsible for preparing my Chinese meals for both lunch and dinner. Surely, you know where to find me in the hall." Kano's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly permissible? Yet, he quickly realized his faux pas. "I apologize, Mr. Black. I should not have addressed you with such uncertainty." As he spoke, Kano contemplated punishing himself, perhaps by bumping into a wall. However, recalling Karmit's earlier words, he refrained from such an action, feeling an itch in his mind. Karmit affirmed, "Very well, from tomorrow onwards, you will cater to my Chinese culinary needs." Kano nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, noble and learned Mr. Black." Observing the small creature's tearful expression, Karmit felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at the peculiarities of this being. Karmit inquired, "If I were to crave a beverage, would you be able to sense it?" Kano nodded earnestly, "Of course. As long as you are within Hogwarts Castle and you tap the table, I will sense it and deliver your preferred drink. However, it is prohibited to bring drinks into the classroom, as the professors have stated." Karmit acknowledged this with a nod. Kano continued, "If you wish, you may leave your favorite beverages with me, and I will alternate them for you." Karmit asked, "Can you prepare a traditional Chinese breakfast?" Kano scratched his head. "I can." "Mr. Black." Karmit responded, "Splendid. Henceforth, I shall have breakfast in my dormitory, and you will bring it to me in the mornings." Kano nodded eagerly, feeling no burden or reluctance. To him, Karmit's request was a divine blessing. Karmit felt quite pleased with his foray into the kitchen, having acquired a chef skilled in Chinese cuisine, thus satisfying his culinary desires. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze fell upon the box that Kano had previously brought to hold the chopsticks. Kano, bring me that chopstick box for a closer inspection." Kano nodded and hurriedly retrieved it, presenting it with both hands. Karmit took the box, scrutinizing the intricate patterns. Magical runes? Yet, they seemed distinct, possessing a certain power. From above, he could discern traces of magical inscriptions, albeit with subtle differences. "Where did you acquire this box?" Karmit inquired. Kano replied, "It was gifted to me by the Seashell Maiden. She claimed that chopsticks must accompany Chinese meals, and this box is wondrous, keeping the chopsticks in a pristine state forever." Karmit declared, "I shall take this box and the chopsticks, as I need them for my meals. In return, I will study this box. Once Hogwarts is on break, you may work at the Black Estate." Upon hearing this, Kano was filled with excitement. "Is that truly possible?" Karmit nodded. "I shall speak to Dumbledore about it." Once more, Kano burst into tears of joy. Karmit, uninterested in his emotional display, turned and left the kitchen with the box in hand. He possesses an exceptional understanding of house elves. To others, his practice of making house elves work during their holidays appears utterly inhumane. Yet, in reality, it is akin to a fortuitous windfall for the house elves. If one were to inquire about their least favored times, the answer would undoubtedly be the holidays at Hogwarts, when they find themselves devoid of tasks. Their ingrained servitude causes them to detest idleness. Consequently, during the holiday season, they must compete for positions to work at Hogwarts. However, the prospect of employment at the Black family estate is nothing short of splendid. It allows them to remain occupied. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmit set aside the box containing chopsticks and the book he held. He approached the floor nearby and retrieved the portrait of Phineas. After rapping his knuckles against the frame, Phineas soon emerged within the portrait. Without preamble, Karmit inquired, "Are you aware of the privileges held by the headmaster of Hogwarts?" Phineas paused momentarily before quickly responding, "Are you referring to those possessed by Dumbledore?" Karmit was taken aback. "Those? He possesses numerous privileges?" Phineas nodded affirmatively. Indeed, within Hogwarts. He can harness certain powers of the Hogwarts magical runes, particularly in the library, the headmaster's office, and the Great Hall. He can utilize the power of the runes. And moreover, he can apparate within Hogwarts. Karmit frowned. Apparate within Hogwarts? Doesn't his ability to apparate rely on that phoenix? Phineas shook his head. No. The magical runes of Hogwarts are formidable. Within its confines, all beings are prohibited from apparating. His privilege lies in leveraging a portion of the rune's power, allowing him to apparate alongside that phoenix. Karmit asked, did you once possess such privileges? Phineas replied, not at all. Dumbledore is unique. I have been at Hogwarts for quite some time and have encountered many headmasters, yet only he is exceptional. Karmit stroked his chin, deep in thought. He may have begun to comprehend why Dumbledore is deemed special, the ancestral bloodline. This was precisely what Professor Binns had mentioned. The reason that enabled him to master the magical runes. Chapter 66, Ancestral Talent? Simplifying the Runes, Dumbledore's Ace. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald, the four Titans, all share such capabilities, rendering them extraordinary. If one were to consider what sets Dumbledore apart from others, it would undoubtedly be this innate talent, his bloodline. However, it seems that Voldemort, too, is unable to apparate within Hogwarts. Where, then, lies the discrepancy? Noticing Karmit deep in contemplation, Phineas wisely refrained from interrupting him. After all, Karmit differed from the other blacks. Even Sirius, upon encountering his portrait, had shown deference, whereas Karmit had not. Phineas harbored no doubts. Should he provoke Karmit, the consequences would be dire. Karmit truly believed that a fierce fire could obliterate the last remnants of his existence in this world. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Professor Binns regarding the ancestral bloodline, which could bestow unique abilities upon individuals. Was it possible that each person's special talent was entirely distinct? Karmit felt a burgeoning certainty in this hypothesis. However, to ascertain its validity, he would have to devise a means of verification. The most plausible approach, of course, would be to consult either Dumbledore or Voldemort. At this juncture, Karmit hesitated, deliberating on whom to approach. While Voldemort might be relatively easy to deceive at this stage, he was not a fool, especially given Karmit's inability to confirm whether Dumbledore was aware of Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts. If Dumbledore were informed, engaging with Voldemort would entail significant risks. Conversely, Dumbledore was indeed a paragon of virtue. Should Karmit seek him out, he would likely divulge valuable information. However, doing so would be akin to handing a knife to Dumbledore, who might retain certain details for future reference. Such a scenario would leave Karmit vulnerable to manipulation. There was, of course, another option, Grindelwald. Yet, aside from the logistical challenges, Grindelwald appeared to be a far more perilous choice. After much contemplation, Karmit concluded that, weighing the pros and cons, Voldemort seemed the more manageable option. Although he was not a simpleton, his mind had certainly dulled from its former sharpness, making him more amenable to persuasion. It seemed imperative to prioritize an encounter with Voldemort and create opportunities for such an engagement. Having resolved these matters, Karmit turned to Phineas. Very well, my great-great-great-grandfather. You may take your leave now. Your presence is no longer required. Phineas's expression darkened. He felt that Karmit's demeanor was far more irksome than his own. Naturally, he dared not voice such sentiments aloud. Ultimately, Phineas chose to seethe in silence before storming off in a huff. Karmit, however, paid him little mind. Had Phineas been alive, he might have regarded him as a formidable ally, capable of serving as a muscle. Yet, the deceased Phineas had little utility beyond answering a few queries, and even those responses were not guaranteed to be enlightening. Thus, he appeared to be utterly superfluous. Karmit lifted the box containing chopsticks from the table. Upon opening it, he found the chopsticks had indeed become immaculately clean. He closed the box and turned on the desk lamp, scrutinizing every intricate detail of the box's surface. He began to compare it with the magical patterns he had memorized for cleaning purposes. Before long, Karmit discerned a remarkable similarity between the two. If one were to draw a comparison, the patterns on this box could be described as a simplified version of the magical runes. The effect was identical, yet considerably more streamlined. Instantly, Karmit's interest was piqued. Taking out the carving knife and the wooden board, Karmit began to trace the patterns depicted on the box. Before long, these designs were flawlessly replicated by him. Picking up a quill, Karmit drew a line on the wooden surface. After about a minute, he observed that the marks on the board began to gradually fade away. Karmit's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that the magic runes had been simplified by the Great Xia? Moreover, after inscribing this simplified version of the magic rune, he did not feel the warm flow within him dissipate. What did this imply? It suggested that these magic runes could be learned without any special talent. Karmit gasped in astonishment. If his assumption was correct, it meant that the Great Xia had simplified all magic runes into something that everyone could learn. That was quite terrifying. After all, many magic runes, when combined, could create devastatingly powerful and lethal spells. If everyone in the Great Siam mastered such abilities, it would be extraordinary. However, Karmit quickly shook his head. No, if that were truly the case, there would be no way that such information had not leaked out. There had been no similar knowledge circulating in the West, which was inherently abnormal. It seemed that there was yet another matter that required further investigation. Karmit recalled that there was someone at Hogwarts who might provide him with answers. Zhang Qiu, possessing Great Xia lineage. But he wondered how much she truly understood of the magical realm of her homeland. After examining the box, Karmit glanced at the time. It was already past 1 a.m. Shaking his head, he mused about how busy he felt since arriving at Hogwarts. Indeed, the wonders to be experienced at Hogwarts far surpassed those outside its walls. Yet, this was precisely what made it so intriguing. He relished the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of the unknown. Stretching languidly, Karmit lay on his bed with the book on dark magic in hand. As an inquisitive soul, how could he not read before sleep? Leaning against the headboard, Vanny lay on Karmit's stomach, already fast asleep. Karmit flipped through the pages. Immersing himself in the text, he found the instructions for the Elder Wand particularly captivating. The book, while not extensive, contained a wealth of knowledge about dark magic, albeit not too much. However, the dark spells detailed within were most suited for release with the Elder Wand, which was indeed unique. In truth, each wand material possesses its own distinct qualities, offering special enhancements for certain spells. The Elder Wand, being more sinister in nature, provided the greatest amplification for curses such as the Killing Curse and the Fiendfire Curse. The book also detailed specific techniques for casting these spells with the Elder Wand, enabling better control and enhanced potency. It was not a lengthy read. Karmit finished it in just over an hour. Setting the book down, he began to curse under his breath. Damn that Dumbledore, the old fox. You certainly kept something up your sleeve. Karmit was somewhat exasperated. For at the conclusion of this tome, a method discovered by Godalot for nurturing the Elder Wand was recorded. At that moment, the method was not on the tree. It was evident that someone had removed it, and the answer was quite apparent. Chapter 67. Seeking Zhang Qiu. Is the array merely a magical pattern? After berating Dumbledore for nearly half an hour, Karmit finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Unable to best Dumbledore at that moment, all he could do was vent his frustrations. If he could not even express his ire, he might very well suffocate himself. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sneezed several times in succession, wrapping himself tighter in a blanket with a smile gracing his face. Little Black, I wonder when you will come to seek me out? The following day, Karmit was roused by an enticing aroma. Sniffing the air, he opened his eyes to find a basket of dumplings and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge on the table. Karmit's eyes sparkled. The house elf had managed to make dumplings. After freshening up, he sampled the dumplings and was pleasantly surprised by their authentic flavor. Having finished his meal, Karmit made his way towards the Great Hall. He had dined, but he was not there for the same reason. Standing at the entrance of the hall, he cast his gaze towards the Ravenclaw table and easily spotted a face that was strikingly different from those around. A face that stood out in stark contrast to the Western features of his peers. He approached the Ravenclaw table, drawing the attention of students from all 4 houses. After all, Karmit's reputation at Hogwarts was quite formidable, making his every action notably captivating. The Ravenclaw scholars watched with curiosity as he drew closer. Ignoring their gazes, Karmit greeted Hermione before standing before Zhang Qiu. Hello, Zhang Qiu. Karmit spoke in Chinese. Zhang Qiu appeared momentarily taken aback. Mr. Black, you can speak Chinese? Karmit nodded. Yes. I have long admired the culture of Daxia, so I have learned a bit. Zhang Qiu remarked. You truly are a genius. Even I find the culture of Daxia challenging to learn, and Chinese is no exception. The students from the 4 houses were bewildered. What were they discussing? It seemed to be Chinese, certainly not English. Wasn't one supposed to be curious as to why Karmit sought out Zhang Qiu? The chatter among the students left Zhang Qiu blushing, as she had never before experienced such attention. Zhang Qiu inquired, Mr. Black, do you require something from me? Karmit turned to the student beside Zhang Qiu. Senior, would you mind granting me a seat? The Ravenclaw student nodded enthusiastically. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Please, take a seat. Such was the treatment afforded to a campus celebrity. For someone like Karmit, handsome, wealthy, and capable, he was akin to a love potion in the eyes of the female students. Even so, I have heard that the Weasley twins are already preparing for the opening. Curious to see how many love letters Karmit will receive come Valentine's Day a few months hence. It is said that some professors have even set aside galleons to place their bets. Karmit settled beside Miss Zhang Qiu and subsequently retrieved the box containing chopsticks from within his robes. Miss Zhang Qiu, may I inquire if you are familiar with this? More precisely, the pattern on its surface. Zhang Qiu regarded the box in Karmit's hand with a puzzled expression. May I pick it up? Karmit nodded. Upon lifting it, she remarked, it seems somewhat familiar, though I must ponder. Could you enlighten me on its purpose? Karmit replied, from my current observations, it possesses self-cleaning capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu's eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. This is a formation from the Great Xia, a miniature version of the cleansing formation. I have seen it at my grandfather's home. Karmit inquired. A formation? Zhang Qiu affirmed. Yes, indeed, it is a formation. Karmit furrowed his brow, pondering whether this item was not merely a magical rune, but rather a matter of nomenclature. Could you share more about these formations? Zhang Qiu responded. I do not possess extensive knowledge. As you know, I came to Hogwarts because the subjects of the Great Xia are exceedingly complex. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment graced her features. She continued, all I know is that it is a type of formation, delineating patterns through specific trajectories. These formations serve various purposes. Karmit frowned. Are there many such formations in the Great Xia? Zhang Qiu shook her head. Not many. My grandfather mentioned that the Great Xia once boasted numerous formations. But over time, most have been lost to history. Mastering formations requires an innate talent for it. Nowadays, very few possess such a gift, resulting in the demise of many formations, leaving only a handful of simpler ones. Karmit contemplated this information. It seemed that this was indeed a magical rune, necessitating inherent talent. However, he had gained valuable insights from Zhang Qiu. At the very least, he had learned that the Great Xia indeed possesses methods to simplify magical runes. Although many have been lost, their research into magical runes is undoubtedly more profound. Perhaps in some locales, there exist records pertaining to the simplification of magical runes. This knowledge would prove immensely beneficial to Karmit. While others may struggle to comprehend, he possesses the requisite talent. Thank you, Miss Zhang Qiu. You have clarified many of my uncertainties. Zhang Qiu replied, it is no trouble at all. I merely happen to know. Karmit nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I have one more question. This formation appears quite useful, yet why has it not been transmitted to the British magical community? Zhang Qiu responded, I am uncertain, but I believe I have heard my grandfather mention that the engraving of formations is exceedingly challenging. Due to the scarcity of individuals with the talent for formations over the years, contemporary formations are crafted through specialized techniques. Thus, the difficulty is exceedingly high, and it appears that some special tools are required, though I am uncertain of the specifics. However, if you find it necessary, I could inquire with my grandfather, suggested Karmit. That won't be necessary. After all, this is likely not something that can be casually taught. If given the opportunity, I would prefer to seek guidance in person, replied Zhang Qiu with a nod. Karmit then rose, making his way towards the fourth floor where the charms class was held. As he sat in the classroom, his thoughts wandered to the intricacies of magical runes and formations. He pondered how the Great Xia had managed to simplify these processes, if he could master such techniques. Since Great Xia has succeeded in developing a simplified version of the cleaning rune, it stands to reason that other runes could also be simplified. Perhaps Great Xia has already conducted research on this matter, but due to a lack of innate talent for runes, they are unable to implement them? Of course, this remains a mere speculation on Karmit's part. Chapter 68. With a flick and a swish, Wingardium Leviosa. Yet, if his conjecture held any truth, it would hold tremendous significance for Karmit. He had already acquired knowledge of numerous offensive runes, and was contemplating how to transform this knowledge into his own combat prowess. However, the intricacies of rune engraving posed considerable challenges. Inscribing during combat was utterly impractical, as adversaries would not afford such time. Furthermore, the process of engraving runes required unwavering focus, a luxury that was unfeasible amidst the chaos of battle. The only strategy Karmit could conceive was to inscribe them in advance and deploy them during combat. However, carrying an array of wooden boards would certainly lack practicality. It would be far more advantageous to possess a method that allowed for spontaneous engraving and the flexibility to utilize various runes based on the situation at hand. Therefore, a visit to Great Xia seemed imperative. Karmit couldn't help but rub his temple, overwhelmed by the multitude of issues at hand. At that moment, a voice interrupted his reverie. Mr. Blake, do you have any concerns? Or are you feeling unwell? Karmit jolted back to reality, realizing he had become so engrossed in thought that he had overlooked the commencement of the class. Professor Frivith had already taken to the podium. Regarding him with a look of concern, Karmit quickly responded, I apologize, Professor. I am quite well. I merely lost my focus for a moment. Professor Frivith nodded in understanding. No worries. However, I have completed the discussion regarding the incantation and technique for the levitation charm. Mr. Blake, you should have grasped the fundamentals of Wingardium Leviosa by now. Would you be willing to demonstrate for the class? Karmit nodded eagerly, of course. As he spoke, he instinctively snapped his fingers. Immediately, a feather on the desk began to levitate, swirling gracefully in the air before settling back down with precision. The other young wizards were astounded. Wasn't this the very spell they had been learning? The effect seemed identical, yet the professor had just instructed them to wave their wands and utter the incantation Wingardium Leviosa. What a curious situation it is, as if one could simply snap their fingers. The young wizards exchanged glances. Harry Potter turned to Draco beside him and scratched his head. Inquiring, Draco, have you mastered this? Leaning back in his chair, Draco replied, what are you talking about? Learning this? It is clearly beyond the syllabus. Who would bother to learn such a thing? Harry nodded in agreement. The disparity is too great. I can't grasp even a fraction of it. Our know-it-all, Miss Granger, glanced at the feather on the table and then at her wand, only to suddenly lose her enthusiasm. Forget it. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Professor Flitwick's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, a splendid demonstration of silent and wandless magic, Mr. Black. Your mastery of the levitation charm is truly remarkable. You shall earn 10 points for Slytherin. However, I must say, this is not something first-year wizards should be capable of, is it? If you are willing, perhaps you could retrieve your wand and transform that impressive snapping motion into a flourish with your wand? Would you kindly demonstrate once more? It was then that Karmit realized he had simply grown accustomed to it. Observing the expressions of the surrounding young wizards, it was evident they felt somewhat disheartened. My apologies. Professor, I overlooked that. As he spoke, Karmit flicked his wrist, causing his wand to slide from his sleeve into his palm. Unlike the other young wizards, who had pockets sewn into their robes to secure their wands, Karmit preferred to keep his wand concealed within his sleeve, allowing for swift access in the event of a confrontation. After all, while the others were of the academic variety, Karmit was a practitioner of real-world experience. Karmit's elder wand was strikingly eye-catching. Even those who had seen it before could not tear their gaze away, as it was one of only 2 elder wands remaining in the magical realm. Karmit executed the levitation charm flawlessly, deliberately slowing his movements for the sake of demonstration. Professor Flitwick offered his customary praise, and soon the remaining young wizards began their practice. Currently, Slytherin and Ravenclaw were attending class together, significantly reducing the risks involved. At the very least, the explosive genius and the sword master were absent from the classroom, which meant fewer complications and, naturally, diminished dangers. Speaking of which, it seemed that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had their charms lesson in the afternoon. One could only hope that our dear Professor Flitwick, that charming old fellow, would withstand the shocks of the afternoon. After all, not everyone could wield all spells indiscriminately as explosive charms. That would indeed be quite exhilarating. The first to successfully cast the spell was none other than Hermione. The talent of our know-it-all is undeniably impressive. Professor Flitwick generously awarded her 5 points. Following her, the successful casters began to emerge from Slytherin. Despite the Ravenclaw scholars' diligent efforts, they could not quite match the young serpents who had memorized incantations and practiced spellcasting from a tender age. Nevertheless, the scholars were commendable, responding in kind to their Slytherin counterparts. If it were to be replaced with 2 other colleges, the outcome would undoubtedly be less impressive. Professor Flitwick, indeed, was quite a surprise. After a single class, nearly all the young wizards had mastered the levitation charm. Feathers rose gracefully into the air, prompting continuous applause from Professor Flitwick. Furthermore, he upped the ante by introducing larger and heavier objects for the young wizards to expertly levitate. The little sorcerers performed admirably, and the smile on Professor Flitwick's face never faded. Karmit finally understood that, for a teacher, there is a distinction between a top-performing student and a struggling one. However, the thought of Professor Flitwick teaching Gryffindor and Hufflepuff in the afternoon, facing the explosive genius and the sword master, made Karmit unable to suppress a silent lament for the professor. One could only hope that Professor Flitwick would be able to endure. The class soon passed, leaving the young wizards somewhat reluctant to part ways. They chattered and laughed as they made their way to the great hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore and the others were already seated. Upon seeing Karmit, Dumbledore raised his goblet in a toast to him. Karmit felt a dark cloud descend upon him. What bad luck. It was truly unfortunate. His appetite seemed to wane. Taking his seat, it wasn't long before it was time to dine. A feast appeared before each young wizard, tantalizing their taste buds. Gryffindor had already begun to devour their food. Indeed, it was a frenzied consumption. Karmit could think of no other word to describe their eating habits. The students from other houses, too, were famished and commenced their meals. The Slytherins used their knives and forks with an air of elegance. However, once Karmit's meal was served, an eerie silence fell over the Slytherin table. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, the entire great hall gradually quieted down. Chapter 69. The summer delicacies make a limited-time return, the sneaky twins. From Karmit's table, 2 plates, a bowl, and a serving of rice appeared. Karmit let out a soft gasp. Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, and Sichuan boiled fish? Quite a feast. He picked up a piece of the boiled fish and was astonished to discover that it was, indeed, black fish. Where on earth did Kano procure black fish? Of course, Karmit merely mused about it. As long as it was delicious, it mattered little. At that moment, Karmit sensed an unusual stillness around him. Turning his head, he noticed that the gazes of students from all 4 houses were fixed upon the dishes before him. Zhang Qiu's face was filled with longing. Summer cuisine, especially Sichuan cuisine. She had yearned for this taste for quite some time. Summer dishes are characterized by their vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors. Not to mention the fragrance. The aroma of summer food is quite potent. Thus, when the dishes were served, the enticing scent permeated the entire great hall. It was impossible not to notice. The flavors of Western dishes simply could not compete with those of summer cuisine, particularly Sichuan food, which was exceptionally robust. Draco sniffed the air. "Cousin, what is this?" Karmit inquired. "Would you like to taste some of the delectable dishes from the summer cuisine and Sichuan cuisine?" Draco's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is that permissible?" Karmit rolled his eyes. "Your fork is already reaching for the plate." Draco scratched his head and speared a piece of meat, placing it in his mouth. In the next moment, Draco was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with amazement. Beside him, Harry Potter eagerly asked, "Draco, is it delicious? Do speak." Draco's lips trembled slightly. "It's numbing and quite spicy, but absolutely delightful. Harry, trust me, you must try it." Upon hearing Draco's enthusiastic endorsement, the other Slytherin students gazed at Karmit with eager anticipation. With a sigh, Karmit responded, "Go ahead, everyone, give it a taste." Those closest to Karmit immediately relaxed their reservations and hurried over to sample the dish. The Slytherin table erupted with exclamations of delight. "It's superb. Truly delicious, incredibly numbing and spicy, yet immensely satisfying. Why is it that I crave more?" The presence of such exquisite cuisine at Hogwarts, though peculiar in flavor, was surprisingly enjoyable. The chatter among the little serpents piqued the curiosity of students from the other three houses. At the Ravenclaw table, Zhang Qiu's friends could hardly contain their excitement. Peppering her with questions, "Qiu, is it really that delicious? What does summer cuisine taste like?" Zhang Qiu replied, "I can't quite articulate it, but it is indeed delightful. I never thought Hogwarts would serve Chinese cuisine." Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, a collective air of disdain swept through the young lions. Habitually dismissive of anything endorsed by their rivals in Slytherin, they scoffed at the notion of enjoying the same fare. Naturally, this did not include the Weasley twins, who had huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, "Did you see how scrumptious those Slytherins find it? Isn't it obvious? Just the aroma makes me want to try it. Do you think it would be inappropriate for us to approach the Slytherin table for a taste? Good heavens, why would you even ask that? It would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Gryffindors." "You make a valid point, but where do you intend to take your plate?" "Oh, it's clear. I'm not afraid of the repercussions." As for the Hufflepuff table, the reaction was even more pronounced. Let it be said, every wizard entering Hufflepuff, regardless of their past, seemed to fall under an inexplicable enchantment that ignited an insatiable craving for culinary delights from their very first day. Moreover, their culinary magic progressed at an astonishing pace. Perhaps this is a characteristic of Hufflepuff? The desire gleaming in the eyes of the little badgers was palpable. Some perceptive badgers turned their gaze towards Cedric Diggory, the esteemed beacon of Hufflepuff, well-loved and celebrated amongst his peers. Cedric, observing the eager anticipation, felt a twinge of helplessness. In truth, he too was yearning to sample the summer cuisine, yet he was not well acquainted with Karmit and felt hesitant to approach him directly. With a sense of helplessness, Cedric turned his gaze towards Professor Sprout at the faculty table, hoping that the head of his house could intervene to resolve the situation. The professors had indeed noticed the commotion caused by the food. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who nodded in response. Subsequently, she picked up a spoon and tapped it against a wine glass, bringing a hush over the hall. "It appears that everyone is quite intrigued by the summer cuisine," Professor McGonagall remarked. "However, lunch has been prepared, and we must not let it go to waste. Mr. Black, I believe you could communicate with the house elves to arrange for us to savor a delightful summer feast this evening. Shall we transform our dinner into a summer culinary gala?" Karmit was momentarily taken aback. "Me?" he exclaimed. Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. After all, in my many years at Hogwarts, I have not heard of any house elf proficient in summer dishes. Yet, Mr. Black, having only been here for 3 days, has already made such discoveries. Clearly, you possess a unique talent for seeking out culinary delights." Karmit felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, sensing a reprimand, but lacking any concrete evidence of it. He nodded. "Very well, Professor McGonagall, I am more than willing to assist you. Now, everyone, please enjoy your meal. For our post-dinner entertainment will commence shortly," she added, casting a glance at Karmit, clearly indicating what was to come. Karmit had finished his boiled fish, but fortunately, he still had some twice-cooked pork and mapo tofu left. To be fair, the mapo tofu was genuinely authentic. Paired with rice, he found it thoroughly satisfying. Of course, it would have been even more enjoyable had it not been for the eager gazes of those around him fixated on his bowl. Thankfully, he was a noble Black. Were it a Weasley in his place, such scrutiny might have incited a protective response to guard their food. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a fork swiftly darted in and snatched a piece of twice-cooked pork from his plate, along with a segment of scallion. Startled, Karmit turned to see one of the Weasley twins, George, happily stuffing the meat into his mouth with a look of pure satisfaction. From the other side, Fred employed the same tactic to pilfer another piece. Karmit sighed in resignation. Those blasted Weasleys. Despite his fondness for the twins, he could not abide their thieving ways when it came to his pork. Chapter 70. The Stairs Beneath the Throne, an overwhelming challenge for the head. After the meal, The eyes of the fourth-year wizards from all houses converged upon Karmit. The post-dinner program was about to begin. The throne reserved for the Slytherin head seemed to have a mind of its own, appearing as promptly as if it had been set to an alarm. As the long table was tidied up, it made its timely entrance. The sixth-year Slytherins were poised and ready. Having gleaned a pattern from the challenges over the past 2 days, 10 fourth years on the first day, followed by 10 fifth years on the second. Today marks the third day, and it seems we have 10 sixth grade students. Indeed, as soon as the throne materialized, without the slightest hesitation, 10 beams of green light enveloped the 10 students, who were only second to the hidden grade leaders. The arena emerged, drawing the 10 individuals onto the stage with the green light. Following this, it was Karmit's turn. The two sides stood facing each other. Gemma narrowed his eyes slightly. It truly is the 10 sixth graders. Tomorrow will bring the 10 seventh graders. In just 4 days. What arrangements will follow? The challenge for the chief appears to be exceptionally formidable. On the professor's bench, a group of instructors engaged in hushed whispers. These professors have all endured Gemma's chief challenge, and, like Professor McGonagall, have even faced the challenges of others. In a lowered voice, Professor McGonagall remarked, "Dumbledore. This Slytherin chief challenge seems somewhat amiss. I have never encountered a chief challenge of such intensity." Dumbledore sat with his hands crossed on the table, obscuring half of his face. His expression remained elusive, though occasionally, a glimmer of contemplation could be seen in his eyes behind his spectacles. Seated beside him, Snape furrowed his brow slightly. Self-proclaimed as the half-blood prince, he is inherently proud and arrogant. Naturally, he too has initiated a chief challenge, relying on his formidable prowess. He made it far, though he ultimately faltered against the combined strength of the 7 hidden grade leaders on the final day. Nevertheless, he was among those who came closest to the chief. Yet even he had never witnessed such intensity in a chief challenge. Not only him, but he had never encountered a chief challenge of this magnitude. Facing the 10 sixth grade students, Karmit felt equally perplexed. This situation seemed rather unusual. While he had not witnessed the chief challenges of others, he was certain of one fact. No one else's chief challenge could possibly match this level of intensity. If everyone possessed such strength, the very notion of a chief challenge would be utterly absurd. Who could possibly prevail? It was only the third day. Who would he be pitted against next? Surely, one could not expect Dumbledore to receive a mere green light and be thrown into the fray. That would be tantamount to surrendering outright. What would be the point of fighting? As Karmit pondered these thoughts, the green light dissipated. The 10 sixth grade students exhibited no sense of martial ethics, launching an all-out assault on Karmit. Their relentless barrage began to shake Karmit's protective charm. Unfortunately, despite the tremors, Karmit's shield remained steadfast. Ultimately, he successfully cast the 10 students off the stage. The battle lasted 7 minutes. 3 minutes longer than yesterday's encounter with the 5th graders. This indicates that the 6th grade is indeed stronger than the 5th. Though the students from all 4 houses were astonished, it seemed to fall within the realm of expectation. Just as they prepared to disperse, the throne suspended in the air suddenly stirred. The serpentine sculpture atop the throne opened its mouth wide, its crimson eyes fixating on Karmit. Subsequently, turning his head, a series of emerald lights flickered forth from its mouth. The green light began to gradually coalesce, and soon, a staircase radiating with green luminescence began to take form beneath the throne. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding spectacle. Even Karmit was left in a state of confusion. What was this? A staircase? However, at the professor's table, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. So that's it. Professor McGonagall, intrigued by Dumbledore's exclamation, inquired, "Dumbledore, do you understand what is transpiring?" The other professors turned their attention to Dumbledore as well. He replied, "I believe I have formed a hypothesis, but I need to confirm it. We shall know the truth the day after tomorrow. Now, let us return to rest, as we still have classes this afternoon." With that, Dumbledore hurriedly departed, leaving the professors without answers, who then dispersed in silence. The throne gradually faded from view above the hall. Karmit, utterly befuddled, turned to the nearby Gemma Farley and asked, "Senior, is this normal?" Gemma Farley shook her head. "Not at all. The last time I faced the chief challenge, I did not witness such an occurrence. However, I suspect that your chief challenge has encountered some unforeseen anomaly. I am not entirely certain, as your challenge's intensity far exceeds my own at that time." Karmit replied, "Well, whatever it is." Gemma Farley chuckled. "I believe you need concern yourself. After all, there are only 10 contenders for the chief challenge. I doubt even 10 esteemed ones could pose a threat to you. What is there to fear?" After saying this, Gemma Farley turned and led the 7th-year Slytherin students away to prepare for the afternoon's lessons. Karmit did not dwell on it further. However, they were oblivious to a critical detail. Since the inception of the chief challenge, it seemed no one had ever claimed that only 10 individuals were permitted to challenge. Their belief stemmed from historical instances where the maximum had been 10 against 1. Glancing at the time, Karmit noted that there was still over an hour until class commenced. He made his way to the kitchen. Unlike his previous visit in the evening, the kitchen was now bustling with a multitude of house elves at work. Upon spotting Karmit, they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed wizard." Although Karmit was merely 11 years old, the customs of the house elves dictated such reverence. Upon encountering a wizard, they were obliged to pay their respects, regardless of the wizard's age. This was the rule, a servant to their master, irrespective of years. Karmit called out, "Where's Kano? Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss." The house elves exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Noticing their apprehension, Karmit furrowed his brow and commanded, "Speak. I have no time to squander." Seeing Karmit's anger, the house elves trembled in fear, quickly dropping to their knees, quaking in trepidation. One of the house elves mustered the courage to speak. "Kano has been taken by Master Barton. He claimed that the peculiar dishes made by Kano were served to the esteemed wizards, and thus, he should be punished and even expelled from Hogwarts." Karmit was taken aback. How could Barton possess the authority to expel a house elf? Chapter 71. Are house elves being bullied? Indeed, dear wizard, Master Barton is the head of the house elves at Hogwarts, and he has the power to dismiss us. Karmit stroked his chin in contemplation. So, there is no need for a reason to expel someone? Not quite. The food made by Kano has an unusual taste, hence Master Barton forbids him from preparing meals for other wizards. Upon hearing this, a faint suspicion began to form in Karmit's mind. Have you tasted the food prepared by Kano? The house elf hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. In truth, we find it quite delicious. Karmit was convinced this was indeed bullying. Yet, what could the rationale behind such cruelty be? Was it merely because the food was exceptionally good? That seemed implausible. Could it be that it threatened Barton's status? That didn't seem right either. Karmit realized he had much to learn about house elves, given their servile nature. He had never felt the need to understand them deeply. However, it appeared that their existence was justified. As an eager learner, Karmit felt compelled to explore all realms of knowledge. Go fetch Kano. I have matters to discuss with him. If your leader, Barton, has any objections, let him accompany you. The house elf nodded and hurried towards the resting quarters designated for house elves in the depths of the kitchen. Karmit did not have to wait long. The first house elf returned, accompanied by two others. To be honest, to Karmit's eyes, they all looked remarkably similar, making it difficult for him to distinguish which was Kano. One of the two house elves stepped forward. "Greetings, esteemed wizard. I am Barton, the head of the house elves at Hogwarts. What brings you to seek Kano?" Upon hearing this, Karmit was finally able to differentiate them. He glanced at the house elf named Barton, but had no intention of conversing with him. Instead, he beckoned Kano. "Kano, come here." Kano scampered over. "Esteemed Mr. Black." Karmit nodded. "The summer dishes you prepared were splendid. All the students thoroughly enjoyed them. Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you that tonight's dinner will feature a special summer dish theme. Will you be able to manage it?" Kano froze in place, and the other house elves widened their eyes in astonishment. A visible panic flickered in Barton's gaze. Karmit furrowed his brows. What does this mean? Is there a problem? Kano quickly shook his head. No, esteemed Mr. Black. I will surely have the meals ready on time." His voice trembled, almost to the point of tears. Karmit nodded thoughtfully. "If you find yourself overwhelmed, you may enlist the assistance of other house elves. Furthermore, Daxia cuisine is likely to become the primary culinary style in the future. You should teach a couple more house elves how to prepare Daxia dishes." Kano scratched his head, hesitating as he stole a glance at the nearby Barton. Karmit's interest was piqued. He seized Barton by the neck and lifted him. "From your expression just now, it seems you might be a hindrance." The sudden action startled all the house elves, who immediately knelt in fear, trembling, terrified that Karmit's wrath might descend upon them in an instant. Karmit declared, "Speak your mind. After all, you are responsible for my sustenance. And in exchange, I wouldn't mind alleviating some of your troubles." Upon hearing this, Kano felt deeply moved. Kneeling on the ground, he gently lifted the hem of Karmit's wizarding robe. "Esteemed Lord Black, the status of a house elf is determined by the amount of work they do. Barton is in charge of preparing fried chicken legs, the most beloved dish at the Hogwarts table. Hence, he is our leader. However, he constantly claims that my cooking is dreadful and denies me the opportunity to prepare meals. Today, I made a dish for you. And he even attempted to expel me from Hogwarts." Karmit was enlightened, realizing the situation was indeed intriguing. Such a bullying scenario he had not encountered since arriving at Hogwarts was occurring among the house elves. Truly, inferior beings remained inferior. They had not learned much, merely becoming slaves, unable to escape internal strife. Karmit turned to the house elf named Barton. "I require sustenance this evening, as do the professors. If you dare meddle, a new source of sustenance crafted by a house elf shall be added to the Black Lake. Understood?" Barton, terrified, nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Karmit released him, tossing Barton to the ground without acknowledging Kano's grateful gaze. He turned to leave the kitchen, a smirk playing on his lips. Perhaps Kano would prove to be a most valuable pawn. Of course, he might also be a mere distraction. Yet, Karmit had a penchant for setting up hidden pieces. They might remain dormant, but their mere existence was essential. Exchanging trivial tasks for a hidden ally, especially one who expressed profound gratitude, was a delightful prospect. One could never underestimate the utility of house elves, akin to that infamous house elf from the original tale who saved Harry Potter's life. Having arranged matters in the kitchen, Cammy felt he had fulfilled Professor McGonagall's task, albeit reluctantly. However, orchestrating a hidden piece was an unexpected delight. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly time for class. Cammy left the castle and headed toward the greenhouse. The afternoon herbology class, however, held little worth discussing. Ravenclaw and Slytherin shared the same class, rendering any amusement utterly impossible. Strangely, Karmit began to reminisce about the foolish lions of Gryffindor. Without their presence, this course truly lacked in enjoyment. After all, it was typically the Gryffindor students who brought the fun. In Gryffindor, one might not survive, but one could never lack for excitement. Those devoid of vivacity simply did not belong to Gryffindor. Karmit firmly believed this, which rendered him an outsider among the Gryffindors. Each herbology class was a grand affair, consuming an entire half-day, as Professor Sprout elaborated on the characteristics of various herbs and the precautions to observe. Ultimately, the young wizards were required to engage in practical hands-on experience. By the time class concluded, it was already 6:15. With some time remaining before the evening feast, Karmit contemplated his options and decided against returning to the castle, instead heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 72. A visit to Hagrid, the supplier Karmit had chosen in advance. He had not forgotten that he had a significant purpose for coming to Hogwarts, to find a supplier for the materials business of the Black family. Naturally, this supplier was someone Karmit had identified from the outset, Rubeus Hagrid. In Karmit's view, aside from Snape, he was the wealthiest individual at Hogwarts, a loyal member of Dumbledore's faction. Presently, however, Karmit was indifferent to his political affiliations. Hagrid represented a crucial piece in Karmit's strategic plans. It remained true that any pureblood family must possess a monopolistic business. Yet, in the current magical world, achieving such a monopoly had become exceedingly challenging. Karmit was left with no choice but to forge a new venture. Nonetheless, having yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of magical runes, he found himself unable to proceed in that direction. Thus, he resorted to seizing opportunities from other pureblood families. Before enrolling at Hogwarts, Karmit had already begun laying the groundwork. Although the Black family appeared to have regained some financial stability, the reality was quite different. Their earnings were but a pittance. The real wealth resided in businesses linked to magic, with the most lucrative being undeniably the materials trade. Whether it involved magical creature materials or various herbs, these commodities fetched a high price and constituted a substantial source of wealth for pureblood families. Typically, these families would maintain numerous collection teams to gather materials, but such teams often suffered the greatest losses. The wilderness was fraught with unknown dangers. Initially, Karmit had contemplated establishing his own collection team, yet he hesitated, as his core group comprised the vagabond wizards of Knockturn Alley. Each loss was significant. Although Knockturn Alley was never short of wandering wizards, nurturing new recruits required considerable time and effort to develop their capabilities. Thus, Karmit sought a different path. He conceived a more advantageous strategy, to borrow directly from other pureblood families. However, it was evident that these families were unwilling to lend him their resources. However, Karmit is quite affable. He can borrow on his own accord and will resort to coercion if denied. Well, it cannot be articulated more clearly. Essentially, it amounts to theft. Yet, as he engaged in several transactions, Karmit observed that these pureblood families had begun to adopt a vigilant stance. It was no longer an easy endeavor. Resorting to force would ignite conflict. The crux of the matter lay in the considerable risk involved, should even one individual escape. Karmit could find himself residing next to his uncle and aunt. Thus, he was compelled to seek alternative sources. Hagrid from Hogwarts had always been the supplier Karmit aspired to secure. The Forbidden Forest is an enchanting realm. When the four founders selected this site, their motivations remain a mystery. Within the confines of the Forbidden Forest, one can find an abundance of herbs and magical creatures. It is even rumored that dragons may dwell deep within its shadows, though Karmit had yet to verify such claims. He was well aware of Hagrid's wealth. The blankets crafted from unicorn hair were a rarity, even during the zenith of the Black family. It was not a matter of capability, but rather a certain absurdity. One cannot expect a person who indulges daily in a concoction of questionable effects to exhibit rational behavior, can they? As Karmit approached the Forbidden Forest, he spotted a quaint cottage from a distance. Beside the cottage, Hagrid was grooming a hippogriff. Karmit made his way directly to Hagrid. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid." His voice startled Hagrid, who turned abruptly. "Who are you?" "It's Black." Karmit nodded. "I'm delighted that you remember my name." In truth, Karmit was somewhat astonished. After all, it was quite surprising that Hagrid could recall anyone beyond Harry Potter and his circle of friends and foes. Hagrid scratched his head awkwardly. "Harry mentioned you. He holds you in high regard." Karmit smiled. "That explains it. I've heard from Harry that he shares a special bond with you." Hagrid's eyes brightened. "Did Harry really say that?" Karmit affirmed. Indeed, he mentioned that if it weren't for your intervention, he might never have had the chance to attend Hogwarts, given his foolish family. Upon hearing this, Hagrid could not help but respond. Indeed, they are the worst muggles I have ever encountered. I was always worried about what might happen to Harry if he returned. However, he told me you've helped him resolve his family troubles. I haven't tea yet expressed my gratitude to you. Karmit chuckled. That's exceedingly kind, but truly unnecessary. We are friends. Hagrid is a rather straightforward individual. As long as one is kind to Harry, he will regard them favorably. At that moment, Hagrid had already moved considerably closer to Karmit. Karmit turned his gaze to the hippogriff nearby and remarked, "It is truly magnificent. Does it have a name?" Hagrid's face lit up with delight upon hearing Karmit's words. "Do you think it's beautiful too? Your insight is commendable. It is indeed exquisite, a true masterpiece of creation. By the way, it is called Buckbeak." Karmit nodded appreciatively, saying, "What a splendid name. I imagine that creatures bearing such a remarkable title are quite rare, unless they are fortunate enough to encounter someone like you, who possesses a fondness for magical beasts." Hagrid beamed with delight at these words. His intellect may not be the sharpest, but he had an abundance of ways to foster a bond with someone like Karmit. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Karmit. Would you like to attempt befriending it?" Hagrid inquired with genuine warmth, harboring no ulterior motives. He simply believed that the young man before him shared a fondness for Buckbeak and wished for Karmit to forge a friendship with the creature. After all, even if he had other thoughts, his mind could not fulfill those aspirations. However, Karmit found himself in a quandary upon hearing this. His original intention was to cultivate a closer relationship with Hagrid, and he had no desire to befriend a magical creature. Yet, to refuse after all the groundwork laid would render it pointless. Observing Karmit's expression, Hagrid mistook his hesitation for fear and quickly reassured him, "You need not be afraid. While it may appear fierce, it is, in fact, quite gentle. Establishing a friendship is rather simple. You merely need to bow to it, make eye contact. And once it acknowledges you, you are all set." Karmit's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Buckbeak, whose beak was still smeared with feathers from having just devoured a chicken. It hardly seemed to embody the essence of gentleness. Filled with trepidation, Karmit thought to himself, "Bow to a creature like that? Absolutely not. Perhaps he could devise an alternative approach." Chapter 73, Suppliers Ready, That Brazen Old Beetle. Karmit proposed. "Is it not sufficient to ensure that the hippogriff perceives no threat from the individual before it?" Hagrid looked at Karmit with a puzzled expression, contemplating before nodding. "Indeed. That is correct." Karmit smiled. "Then it is quite simple." He raised his finger and gently tapped the hippogriff before him. A shimmering arc of light swiftly penetrated its mind. The next moment, Buckbeak astonishingly approached Karmit, bending its forelimbs to kneel before him. Hagrid was taken aback. "How did you accomplish that?" Karmit replied, "It is an extension of a spell that allows one to convey their thoughts and emotions. A very basic enchantment. If you wish to learn, I would be happy to teach you." Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it truly possible?" Karmit chuckled. "Of course, but I must wait until I have the time, as the banquet is about to commence, and I have some pressing matters to discuss with you." Hagrid scratched his head in confusion. "Pressing matters?" Karmit nodded, casually ruffling Buckbeak's feathers. To be honest, the texture was rather ordinary, far inferior to the softness of Vanny's fur, wherever she may be. "You see, Hagrid, as far as I know, you possess a wealth of materials pertaining to magical creatures, do you not?" Hagrid nodded. "Indeed, I need to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and I often come across various materials. Do you need any? I can offer them to you." Hagrid held a great fondness for Karmit. After all, he was an admirer of Harry Potter and had assisted Harry in resolving his family troubles. Moreover, he treated him with utmost courtesy. Even Hagrid's not-so-bright mind recognized that the students at Hogwarts were far from respectful towards him. Yet, in Karmit, he sensed kindness and respect. Most importantly, Karmit seemed exceptionally adept with magical creatures, as evidenced by his interaction with the Bowtruckle, and they shared similar interests. Hagrid believed that anyone who could appreciate the beauty of a Bowtruckle must be a good person. It must be said that Karmit excelled at crafting his persona. Karmit remarked, No, Hagrid, I am not asking you to give them to me. I merely wish to inquire how you typically handle those materials." Hagrid replied, "I stack them in the storeroom, and if I have time to visit Diagon Alley, I bring them to those shops to sell for some galleons." Karmit nodded. "That's precisely what I meant. The Black family runs a magical materials shop. Are you aware of this?" Hagrid pondered for a moment. I believe I have seen it in Diagon Alley." Karmit continued, "What I propose is that you become a supplier for the Black family. Trust me, it will be mutually beneficial. I doubt the pureblood families will offer you a price much higher than 30 to 40% of the market value." Hagrid scratched his head. "No, they offer me only 20% of the market price, and sometimes, if the quality is poor, they might even reduce it to 10%. Upon hearing this, Karmit was astonished. Even a cunning merchant like him found the situation outrageous. 20%, 10% of the market price. What was the difference from robbery? Karmit had thought himself greedy enough, yet it appeared that there were always greater sharks in the waters. Karmit said, That does seem rather exploitative. Do you truly sell to them at such rates? Hagrid shrugged. It's not a big deal. I have little use for the money, so I might as well let it sit. If you need it, I can give it all to you without charge. Karmit waved his hand. That won't do, Hagrid. Listen, I am here to discuss business with you. You will become a supplier for the Black family. This is money that is rightfully yours. I assure you, I will not treat you as they do. He then provided Hagrid with an address, instructing him to deliver the materials there, and assured him that he would have a professional assess their value. What do you think? Hagrid scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly responding. All right, I can do that. Karmit smiled. The negotiations regarding the supplier arrangement seemed to progress remarkably smoothly. He left the address with Hagrid, encouraging him to make a trip to Diagon Alley with his materials. After Hagrid agreed, Karmit made his way back toward the castle. In the Great Hall, all the young witches and wizards waited eagerly, each one growing increasingly impatient. Feeling as though time had slowed to a crawl, why was the feast not yet underway? Karmit arrived just in time. As he settled into his seat, the resounding chime of the hall's clock echoed through the auditorium. With the final toll, an array of sumptuous dishes suddenly materialized on the 4 long tables, including the teacher's table. The air was instantly filled with the delectable aroma unique to the cuisine of the Great Xia. Gasps of astonishment arose in unison. My goodness, is this truly the food of the Great Xia? How fragrant it is, absolutely irresistible. I could hardly contain my eagerness to savor it. Karmit gazed upon the lavish spread, marveling at the effort it must have taken a single house elf like Kano to prepare such a feast. Surely, it would have exhausted him. The task of preparing these 4 tables of food was no small feat, however. The young wizards soon faced their first conundrum, the issue of the dining utensils. Clearly, the cuisine of the Great Xia was ill-suited for consumption with knife and fork. They could barely manage to eat even the rice. Yet, one could always rely on the ingenuity of food enthusiasts. It was the Hufflepuff Badgers who first discovered that rice could be eaten with a spoon, and they instinctively began mixing it with the dishes. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. No one spoke. Only the sounds of chewing and occasional gasps of delight could be heard. Professor McGonagall savored the exquisite dishes of the Great Xia, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards. She swore she had never witnessed such tranquility in the Great Hall in all her years at Hogwarts. Everyone was engrossed in their meals. At that moment, a pair of hands appeared before her, lifting a plate. McGonagall was taken aback and turned to see none other than Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore? You? Dumbledore showed no sign of embarrassment. Minerva, this dish may not align with your tastes. Allow me to take it off your hands. Without waiting for her response, he whisked the plate away. McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. She had been the first to sample that very dish, its golden hue impossible to overlook. Its sweet and sour flavor was utterly tantalizing. What had she done to make Dumbledore think she would not enjoy it? Karmit happened to witness Dumbledore's actions, his lips curling in amusement. What a shameless old bee. Yet, the sweet and sour pork indeed seemed to be one of Dumbledore's favorites. Of course, there was also the fish-flavored shredded pork. However, Dumbledore was seated too far from McGonagall's dish, or else it might have been whisked away as well. Chapter 74, Stuffed to the Brim, Seeking Dumbledore. Karmit's meal had been prepared solely by Kano. Served in small plates, it was exquisitely presented compared to the other dishes. Naturally, the flavor was likely on an entirely different level. After all, food from a large pot could not compare to that from a small one. The evening's banquet extended for quite some time. For a full hour, not a single word was spoken. Karmit observed the remarkably uniform and spotless plates across the 4 long tables, feeling a swell of pride for the house elf. Excellent. The house elf's workload could be significantly reduced today. As they departed the hall, each young wizard left with their bellies round and full. The path ahead seemed increasingly obstructed, even for the myriad of Slytherin's little serpents. As they ambled along, they indulged in hearty belches. Karmit's expression darkened. This was the epitome of Slytherin's lack of decorum. How shameful. Thankfully, the other 3 houses displayed even more disgraceful behavior. Yet, one cannot deny that the culinary delights of the summer had truly captivated every soul at Hogwarts. Even the professors appeared thoroughly sated. As Karmit departed the Great Hall, he beheld Snape departing with a similar display of fullness. Upon reaching the common room, Karmit retrieved a sheet of parchment from his drawer. Grasping a quill, he knew he needed to communicate with Belinda regarding Hagrid's affairs. The supply chain was now stable, and for the time being, there was no need to seek products from pureblood families. However, it remained uncertain whether Hagrid could keep pace with the supply demands. Should he falter, the old business would have to be revived. After all, one could not allow such a substantial enterprise to stagnate. How utterly nonsensical. After dispatching a letter via owl, Karmit leaned back in his chair, his gaze once again falling upon the book of dark magic on the table. Resentment surged within him anew. Damn Dumbledore. The method for nurturing the Elder Wand was far too alluring for Karmit to resist. He was oblivious to the exact nurturing effects, yet it was certain that it could enhance the Elder Wand. Ironically, Dumbledore had seen fit to remove this crucial element. Clearly, Dumbledore had struck at his very core, predicting that he would never relinquish such a treasure. However, if he were to approach Dumbledore, who could say what outrageous demands that insufferable old man might impose? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Karmit's mind. Ah, indeed, he was not a paragon of virtue, who decreed that promises must be upheld. Isn't reneging on a commitment the hallmark of a villain? Viewed in this light, seeking out Dumbledore was entirely feasible. Nevertheless, given the considerable trouble Dumbledore had caused him, a measure of retaliation was warranted. While he might not be able to best Dumbledore, he could certainly devise an alternative approach. After all, he was not a saint. Engaging in mischief was entirely justifiable. Karmit seized the Book of Dark Magic and promptly exited the dormitory, making his way to the kitchen. Upon arrival, he found Kano. Upon seeing Karmit, Kano greeted him with a flourish. "Esteemed Mr. Black, what a pleasure it is to see you." Karmit remarked, "The fare today is quite commendable." Kano responded, "Kano is aware that it is because of the esteemed Mr. Black that I have this opportunity." Now the head of the house elves at Hogwarts, Kano assured, "Whatever you desire to eat, Mr. Black, I shall be at your service." Karmit was taken aback. "So soon?" Kano nodded. "Indeed. The house elves are such. The one who works the hardest becomes the leader." Karmit felt his head spin. What a peculiar notion of merit. The selection of a leader based on who toils the most. Nonetheless, it is rather beneficial. Kano's status has risen, which is advantageous for him. Karmit remarked, "Prepare some ingredients for me. I wish to create something." Kano exclaimed, "How can I allow the esteemed Mr. Black to do such a thing?" "Leave it to Kano." Karmit insisted, "Just do as I say and spare me the chatter." With no choice, Kano complied with Karmit's request and began gathering the ingredients. Once prepared, Karmit snapped his fingers, and all the pots, spatulas, and knives sprang to life. A mischievous grin slowly crept across Karmit's face. "You have a penchant for sweets, do you? Here, indulge." 20 minutes later, Karmit approached the headmaster's office, balancing a plate. He raised his hand to knock. The door creaked open. Dumbledore sat at his desk, glancing at Karmit. "Mr. Black, you arrived earlier than I anticipated. I thought you would come in a few days." Karmit shrugged. "The outcome remains the same. There's no need to wait for a more opportune moment." Dumbledore chuckled. "How amusing. You always possess such clarity. So, Mr. Black, are you here to engage in discussion?" Karmit seated himself opposite Dumbledore, placing the plate on the desk. He casually picked up a piece and chewed. "Alas, I failed. It's a tad too sweet." Upon hearing the word sweet, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled. However, he maintained a composed demeanor. "It seems, Mr. Black, that you did not have a sufficient dinner?" Karmit replied, "I merely sought a midnight snack." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze fixated on the plate, unable to divert his attention. Karmit noticed this and allowed a sly smile to surface, deliberately placing the book on dark magic in front of the plate, obscuring it. "Well then, Headmaster, let us discuss. I seek the method to nurture the Elder Wand. What are your terms?" Dumbledore struggled to shift his gaze. "Are you familiar with the Philosopher's Stone?" Karmit nodded. "Indeed. I have heard of it. A product of alchemy, capable of turning stone into gold and granting false immortality." Dumbledore regarded Karmit. "False immortality, you say? That is indeed an apt description. The Philosopher's Stone is currently at Hogwarts." Karmit responded, "How splendid, Professor Dumbledore. You shall enjoy many more years." The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He found himself slightly exasperated with Karmit. This boy truly lived up to the black name. Dumbledore realized he could no longer indulge in such banter. Otherwise, he might genuinely become irate. He decided to be forthright. "I destroyed Nicholas Flamel's stone, but now, someone has set their sights on it. I hope you can become a part of its protection." Karmit laughed at this revelation. "Ah, old Dumbledore, your eloquence is quite artistic." Karmit had initially speculated that Dumbledore sought him out to discuss matters regarding Harry Potter. He had not anticipated that old Dumbledore would employ the art of language. To ask him to protect the Philosopher's Stone was, in essence, to assist Harry Potter. Chapter 75, Karmit's exclusive negotiation tactics. Moreover, Dumbledore's words led Karmit to validate a suspicion he harbored within. Dumbledore was aware of Voldemort's existence. This was indeed intriguing. Thus, Voldemort was truly a tool for Dumbledore to hone Harry Potter's skills. The crux of the matter was that even now, Dumbledore refrained from elucidating the situation, continuing to speak in riddles. Did he truly believe that Karmit, the master of the Black family, who had unified Nocturne Alley at the tender age of 11, was merely a child? Karmit remarked, "I see, Headmaster, I never anticipated that you bore such a formidable burden." Dumbledore, satisfied with Karmit's reaction, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, these matters weigh heavily upon me. Alas, there are too many vexations." Karmit responded, "In that case, I am most willing to alleviate your troubles, Headmaster." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Dumbledore's lips. Look, even if Black were exceptionally gifted, he was still a child, an inherently good child, nonetheless. However, Karmit's next statement caused Dumbledore's smile to vanish in an instant. "Please, Professor, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. I shall personally destroy it." If you have doubts about my ability to do so, you may take action yourself. After all, Nicholas Flamel also entrusted you with its destruction. It would be best to eliminate it outright. As for enemies who may target it, once the stone is destroyed, they shall naturally be deprived of it. Wouldn't you agree? Karmit had no intention of engaging in Dumbledore's pretentiousness. If he wished to feign ignorance, let him do so. Did he not wish to destroy the Philosopher's Stone? If there was a concern about enemies, then simply obliterating it would suffice. A trap? Karmit had no desire to indulge in such games. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words, for Karmit's reasoning was undeniably sound. A rational mind should indeed think in such terms. If someone was coveting it, then destruction was the solution. Yet, could he bring himself to destroy it? How would he lure Voldemort then? After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore finally devised what seemed to be a flawless rationale. Just as he was about to speak, Karmit interjected, "Professor, destroying the Philosopher's Stone shouldn't consume much time, should it? As far as I know, merely disrupting the flow of magical energy within an alchemical item would suffice for its destruction. The Philosopher's Stone, being a magical artifact, should not escape this principle, correct?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore felt a chill. It was disastrous. Karmit had anticipated his reasoning. What had appeared to be a perfect excuse was effortlessly countered by Karmit. Dumbledore's expression darkened. How could this be? How could this clever child be so obstinate? He merely sought to secure his position. Why was it so arduous? Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Karmit inwardly scoffed. Indeed, this old wizard had intended to use that excuse. Fortunately, he had effectively thwarted Dumbledore's plan. Dumbledore remarked, "Mr. Black, your erudition surprises me greatly. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone cannot be destroyed at present. Have you heard about the recent attack on Gringotts?" Karmit nodded. He was certainly aware of it. He even took the opportunity to commit robbery, Dumbledore remarked. There were 2 vaults that were attacked, one of which housed the Philosopher's Stone. The Ministry suspects that the primary objective was indeed the stone, while the other vault was likely a decoy. Therefore, we intend to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to draw out the enemy behind this incident. It was no surprise that Dumbledore had swiftly devised such a rationale. Karmit marveled at the brilliance of Professor Dumbledore. How astute he was. Karmit exclaimed, "So that's the case. It truly is a splendid plan. I never imagined the professor would formulate such a strategy to maintain peace and stability in the magical world. It is our duty to assist." Dumbledore looked at Karmit in surprise, taken aback by the noble words that had come from him. "Well said, Mr. Black. I did not misjudge you. Now what is your response?" Karmit replied, "However, I must decline, for I know who attacked Gringotts. It was Professor Quirrell, my associate saw him." Dumbledore was taken aback. What? How could Quirrell have been seen? He was the one who attacked Gringotts. Dumbledore was well aware of the true culprit. He merely sought to provide Harry Potter with some experience. At the very least, he wanted Harry to understand that Voldemort was not dead, gradually instilling in him the belief that Voldemort would inevitably seek to kill him. And as Harry lacked the means to protect himself, he would have no choice but to follow Dumbledore to survive. Dumbledore's plan was indeed remarkably flawless. When one is isolated and helpless, they naturally seek the aid of the powerful. With just a little manipulation, Harry would become a steadfast ally of Dumbledore. This was also why Harry was sorted into Slytherin. Although Dumbledore was surprised, he did not panic, as his plan was impeccable. Even if Harry was in Slytherin, he would ultimately align with Dumbledore. In fact, being in Slytherin might even allow Harry to gather more supporters. Dumbledore gazed at Karmit, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Well then, Mr. Black, that is a serious accusation. Do you have evidence?" Karmit replied, "Professor Dumbledore, you overestimate me. I merely offer you a perspective. Evidence, I certainly do not possess. And this matter is of no concern to me. Why would I exert myself unnecessarily? It is the Ministry's responsibility to seek evidence. And it seems it is also yours now." As he spoke, Karmit reclined in his chair, leisurely observing Dumbledore. Dumbledore, witnessing Karmit's demeanor, found himself at a loss for how to respond. He felt a sense of helplessness. Dumbledore remarked, "Very well, Mr. Black, let us speak candidly. I require your assistance. I need you to serve as the final safeguard for the Philosopher's Stone, playing a pivotal role should circumstances necessitate. In return, I shall impart to you the knowledge of nurturing the Elder Wand. At this moment, our interaction is purely transactional, as I recall. There is a saying in Diagon Alley, the Black family does not discriminate in business dealings." Karmit nodded in acknowledgement. This saying, indeed, was his own. Initially uttered in pursuit of profit and to swiftly extricate himself from despair, yet, its impact was remarkably effective. Chapter 76. The Special Sweet Potato, Hermione's Uniqueness? Ever since this phrase circulated, the number of individuals seeking to engage in commerce with the Black family surged. Naturally, the specifics of these transactions remained shrouded in secrecy. Karmit stated, "Well, since this is a business matter, I am willing to accept." It must be reiterated that Karmit was not inherently virtuous. The deal was indeed struck. But whether he acknowledged it was solely his prerogative. Hearing Karmit finally relent, Dumbledore exhaled in relief. What a troublesome young man. This was Dumbledore's assessment of Karmit. Dumbledore opened a drawer and retrieved 2 pages, handing them to Karmit. Mr. Black, here is the method you sought for nurturing the Elder Wand. Karmit hurriedly accepted them, having exerted considerable effort to obtain this information. Now that our transaction is concluded, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall take my leave. With that, Karmit rose and made his way towards the door. Dumbledore noticed the golden-hued delicacy on the table and quickly lifted it, intending to call after Karmit. However, upon inhaling its sweet aroma, he hesitated. At that moment, Karmit abruptly halted. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, instinctively concealed the plate beneath the table. Karmit glanced at the table and observed that the plate had vanished, a smile creeping onto his face. Dumbledore inquired, "Is there something else, Mr. Black?" Karmit responded, "I was just pondering, Professor Dumbledore, does Miss Hermione Granger possess any distinctive qualities?" Dumbledore's expression stiffened. "Oh, why do you ask, Mr. Black? Surely not. Professor McGonagall informed me that you have met her parents in Diagon Alley, have you not?" Karmit's lips curled upwards. "I see. I had presumed that Miss Granger, being so astute, might have some extraordinary attributes. It seems that indeed, there are prodigies in this world. Good night, Professor." With that, Karmit hesitated no further and exited the office with a push of the door. As the door closed behind him, Karmit caught a glimpse of Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon him, distinct from before, now imbued with scrutiny and suspicion. Karmit did not depart immediately. Instead, he quietly pressed his ear against the office door. In the next moment, a voice echoed from within. "So spicy, so spicy." A smile played on Karmit's face. "Serves you right, you old glutton." The specially crafted candied sweet potato was his to savor, each bite taken in silence. Karmit departed with a sense of satisfaction. Time rewound to the moment Karmit left the office. Dumbledore retrieved a plate from beneath the desk, bringing it closer to his nose. The sweet aroma surged uncontrollably into his nostrils, prompting him to swallow instinctively. Without hesitation, he seized a piece and placed it in his mouth. As he bit down, the crisp, sugary coating made him squint with pleasure. However, upon reaching the tender sweet potato within, his expression shifted dramatically. It was fiery, indescribably spicy, the kind that could be lethal. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Karmit could not suppress his laughter, content with his small act of revenge against Dumbledore. He felt a lightness in his heart. The candied sweet potato, a renowned dish of the summer, was adored by women and children alike. The sweet coating combined with the soft, tender sweet potato created an exquisite delicacy. Yet, Karmit had altered the recipe. Instead of frying the sweet potato directly, he first steamed it, using chili-infused water. After steaming, he soaked the sweet potato in the spicy water for a while, then coated it with a special chili sauce before frying it. Indeed, tears had flowed freely during the preparation, purely from the intense spiciness, particularly while steaming the sweet potatoes. A situation that could be described as self-destructive. Nevertheless, Karmit relished it. To further deceive Dumbledore's keen sense of smell, he thickened the sugary coating, using a considerable amount of sugar in the process. Of course, his scheming did not end there. To lower Dumbledore's guard, he also prepared a single, normal piece, the very one Karmit had initially tasted. In his efforts to outwit Dumbledore, Karmit truly exercised his intellect, and the results were exceptionally favorable. Whistling cheerfully, he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmit approached his desk, not rushing to examine the methods for nurturing a magic wand. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating the insights gained from his encounter with Dumbledore that day. Hermione Granger, without a doubt, possessed something extraordinary. Karmit had confirmed this. Originally, he had speculated that Dumbledore was intentionally aligning Hermione with Harry Potter. This suspicion had lingered with Karmit since before his enrollment. Hermione was a diligent student. Even if she was not lacking in adventurous spirit, her primary focus remained on learning. In such circumstances, she would be better suited for Ravenclaw. Yet, in the original narrative, she was sorted into Gryffindor. Before witnessing the sorting hat, Karmit might have considered this a mere coincidence. However, after observing the sorting hat and its method of allocation, he began to rethink his assumptions. Karmit felt that Dumbledore was undoubtedly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Subsequently, the Gryffindor students, who were supposed to attend classes alongside Slytherin, were unexpectedly paired with Ravenclaw, further solidifying Karmit's conviction. Hermione possessed an exceptional quality, even an irreplaceable significance. In Dumbledore's eyes, she was of greater importance than Ron. Hence, Dumbledore arranged for Slytherin to attend classes with Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. Did this imply that Ron Weasley had already been forsaken by Dumbledore? What then was the unique attribute that Hermione harbored? After pondering for quite some time, Karmit could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. In the original narrative, it seemed that Hermione was merely a bit more intelligent and studious. Shaking his head, Karmit lost interest in further contemplation. Knowing that Hermione held a special significance and was a crucial piece in Dumbledore's grand design, he resolved to explore this gradually. The truth would inevitably reveal itself. Presently, he needed to deliberate on another matter, Quirrell. Dumbledore was aware of Quirrell's existence, and indeed, he was cognizant of Voldemort's presence as well. Everything was orchestrated to prepare Harry Potter for the impending challenges. Should he continue to engage with Professor Quirrell, as initially intended? Karmit contemplated whether maintaining contact with Quirrell would bear any repercussions for him. Prioritizing personal gain was Karmit's guiding principle. Chapter 77, A Delicate Balance. Navigating life at Hogwarts with caution. Karmit's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages of continuing his interactions with Quirrell. If there was any knowledge that Karmit sought from Quirrell, it pertained to two aspects. The first was Voldemort. More precisely, the knowledge residing within Voldemort's mind regarding bloodlines. Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore were all targets in Karmit's sights. He needed to comprehend the essence of this so-called bloodline and its implications for him, as well as why such ancestral traits manifested in his existence. After all, this was crucial to his strength. He still had a considerable distance to bridge to reach the level of formidable wizards like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He sensed that if he aspired to evolve to their caliber, understanding bloodlines was of paramount importance. The second benefit lay within Quirrell himself. As a distinguished student of Ravenclaw, Quirrell's capabilities were beyond question. The Black family currently relied heavily on the rogue wizards from Knockturn Alley as their main force. These were Karmit's own legion. While they were fiercely loyal, Karmit was never one to leave himself without an escape route. He needed to consider the potential consequences should these rogue wizards ever choose to rebel. In fact, due to Karmit's penchant for strategic foresight, he had even left hidden contingencies among his core group, including Belinda and others. Thus, Karmit required an additional force to counterbalance the rogue wizards from Knockturn Alley. This power would emerge from within Slytherin, which was one of Karmit's primary objectives for joining that house. Students of Slytherin possess not only formidable abilities, but also the backing of substantial power. For instance, those from pureblood families, and even those not born into such lineage, have their wizarding parents standing firmly behind them. This represents a formidable force that Karmit would certainly not overlook. However, akin to the wandering wizards in Knockturn Alley, the Serpent Legion faces a significant dilemma. Regardless of how exceptional a student may be, without the experience of life and death struggles and the sight of blood, they cannot possibly rival those vagabond wizards. Therefore, the Serpent Legion requires a mentor who can facilitate their rapid growth. This necessitates an individual with a solid educational background to assume the role of instructor. While Quirrell may possess mediocre strength, his theoretical knowledge is undeniably exceptional. It would indeed be a waste for someone of his caliber not to take on the role of a mentor. Furthermore, associating with Quirrell would inevitably draw the attention of Dumbledore. Karmit is now entirely convinced that Dumbledore is aware of Voldemort's existence. His intention is to use Voldemort to test Harry Potter. In the original narrative, Dumbledore's timely arrival after Harry Potter encounters peril strongly suggests that he may have been shadowing Harry all along. It is even possible that he has been monitoring Quirrell. Consequently, Karmit's close association with Quirrell would naturally place him under Dumbledore's scrutiny. Karmit must weigh the potential gains against the costs and assess whether they are proportionate. Attracting Dumbledore's attention is, in fact, not a grave concern. After all, Dumbledore is a paragon of virtue, adhering to a personal code of conduct. Karmit's sole apprehension lies in the possibility of inadvertently providing Dumbledore with leverage against him, allowing Dumbledore to seize upon this vulnerability as a means of coercion. It is not that Karmit is overly anxious. His current capabilities do not render him invincible, particularly after having traversed into this children's literature realm. He realizes that this world is far more complex than it appears, and every step he takes feels precarious. After much contemplation, Karmit remains undecided. If only there were a compelling narrative that could extricate him from his current predicament while allowing him to engage with Quirrell, all his troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in Karmit's mind. Indeed, there exists such a narrative. He has already communicated in Dumbledore's office that his associates witnessed Quirrell as one of the assailants at Gringotts. Moreover, another robbed vault belonged to Bellatrix, a member of the Black family. Strictly speaking, this is also property of the Black family. Thus, he could investigate Quirrell under the pretense of recovering Bellatrix's assets, reclaiming them for the Black family vault, which is not an unreasonable proposition. In light of this, it seems that a mutually beneficial solution has presented itself. A slight smile graces Karmit's lips as he realizes that the excuse he crafted in Dumbledore's office could indeed be applied to this situation. It appears that his intellect has served him well. With these thoughts clarified, Karmit feels a profound sense of relief wash over him. Since arriving at Hogwarts, the pressure has indeed been quite overwhelming. Were it not for his numerous objectives in coming to Hogwarts, he would have preferred to stay away. Glancing at the time, Karmit leaned back in his chair and murmured, "It's already past 3. He cast a look at Vanny, who was soundly asleep on the bed, and chuckled. "Every day? So carefree, eating and sleeping without a care. You truly have it easy." The following morning, during Transfiguration class, The young witches and wizards had begun to master the art of transforming matches into needles. The execution of transfiguration requires relatively little instruction. However, it is a compulsory subject at Hogwarts due to the extensive knowledge that must be grasped. When wielded skillfully, transfiguration can rival the might of any spell. Each formidable wizard is essentially a master of transfiguration. Yet, this very complexity renders it an exceedingly perilous form of magic. Thus, Professor McGonagall dedicates at least half of each lesson to elucidating the principles and precautions of transfiguration, with her invaluable insights being the most treasured aspect. Karmit listened intently, recognizing the immense fortune of learning from a master like Professor McGonagall. By the end of the class, he felt a significant enhancement in his transfiguration abilities. In the Grand Hall at noon, the offerings of Eastern and British cuisines were evenly divided. Unsurprisingly, the Eastern dishes were entirely consumed, while the British fare remained largely untouched. Observing the cleared tables, Karmit speculated that after a couple more meals, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly notice the popularity of Eastern cuisine. Consequently, her planned occasional special meal featuring Eastern dishes would likely transform into a showcase for British cuisine. Following lunch, the daily post-meal entertainment commenced. As anticipated by all, amidst 10 beams of green light, 10 seventh-year Slytherin students were enveloped. The duel proved to be a challenge for Karmit, as he took over half an hour to dispatch these seasoned opponents. Although his prowess astonished everyone, they seemed to have grown accustomed to it. In fact, their minds were already pondering who the opposing side would be in the next day's entertainment. Chapter 78. A visit to Professor Quirrell, attention from Voldemort. In the afternoon, Potions class lacked the usual vibrancy without Gryffindor students. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students remained cautious during the lesson. Snape, however, appeared indifferent to deducting points from Ravenclaw, instead finding an excuse to award Slytherin an additional 20 points, an action that was entirely consistent with his character. After the evening banquet, Karmit made a beeline for Professor Quirrell's office, clutching the notes Quirrell had provided him. It took him the duration of a meal to identify a somewhat viable question. It was not his fault. Quirrell's notes were exceedingly comprehensive, which only heightened Karmit's regard for him. Indeed, he was a remarkable talent. If such a talent were to be missed, Karmit felt that he would deserve to be struck by lightning. He knocked on the door of Professor Quirrell's office, and a cacophony of sounds emerged from within. Soon, a stammering voice responded, "Why yes, who is it?" Karmit replied, "Professor Quirrell, I am Karmit Black. I have some inquiries that I wish to discuss with you. Are you available?" Upon hearing this, the office door swung open. Professor Quirrell stood awkwardly at the threshold, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Black." Karmit continued, "I apologize for the intrusion, but while studying your notes, I encountered some perplexities, hence my visit at this hour." Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell's eyes brightened. "Please, come in and speak." Without hesitation, Karmit followed him into the office. Quirrell gestured for Karmit to take a seat at the desk and personally poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Black, what questions do you have?" Karmit placed his notes on the desk, highlighting the issues he had labored to uncover. Professor Quirrell immediately began to elucidate with fervor, clearly delighted by Karmit's visit. He seemed to be giving his all to impart knowledge, momentarily forgetting his stutter. Karmit had to concede that in the realm of teaching, Professor Quirrell was indeed in a league of his own. Quirrell elaborated in great detail for an hour, not only clarifying the problem Karmit had identified, but also extending the discussion to encompass a wealth of additional knowledge. Even Karmit felt he had gained invaluable insights. After the lesson concluded, Karmit gathered his notes and expressed, "Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I have truly benefited greatly. If possible, I hope to seek your guidance again when I have further questions." Quirrell quickly nodded. "Of course, Mr. Black, you are always welcome." Karmit inclined his head gently before turning to leave Quirrell's office. Some matters must unfold naturally. With today's visit, it was likely that Voldemort had already taken notice of him. Quite splendid, 2 consciousnesses and souls residing within a single body, achieving dual objectives with one endeavor. An absolute boon and a stroke of convenience. Karmit headed straight for the room of requirement, knowing he must toil to inscribe runes and enhance his proficiency. Quirrell watched Karmit depart, a smile involuntarily gracing his features. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as if he had rediscovered the joy he once sought when he first became a professor at Hogwarts. Just then, a hoarse voice broke the silence. "Quirrell, you seem quite joyful." Professor Quirrell's body stiffened momentarily. "Master, you are awake." Voldemort replied, "I awoke when that black arrived." "Quirrell, your teaching was indeed commendable." Quirrell stood frozen, responding, "Thank you for the praise, Master." Voldemort's voice was faint. "Quirrell, I require unicorn blood." Quirrell was startled. "A unicorn? But I know how to kill a unicorn." Before Quirrell could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed to the ground in agony. Voldemort's cold voice echoed, "Quirrell, who gave you the audacity to defy my commands? Do not forget, I can devour your soul at any moment." Quirrell cried out in pain, "I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. I will comply. Master, please spare me." Voldemort snorted disdainfully. With great difficulty, Professor Quirrell rose from the ground. Voldemort continued. That little brat from the Black family is quite intriguing. Continue to teach him. I believe the Death Eaters could use some fresh blood. Professor Quirrell opened his mouth to say something, but dared not speak. Voldemort added, I shall continue to slumber, Quirrell. Restore my strength as swiftly as you can. You know well that if I do not obtain the Philosopher's Stone, you shall not escape either. With that, Voldemort lapsed into silence once more. Quirrell's expression gradually turned cold. By the time Karmit emerged from the room of requirement, dawn had arrived. Walking through the silent corridors, he could only hear the sound of his own footsteps. The scenery of Hogwarts at dawn was indeed strikingly different. Just as Karmit lay in bed and drifted into slumber in Diagon Alley, Belinda set down a letter just delivered by her owl. Beside her, Bilo inquired, Belinda, what did the master say? Belinda replied, the master has found our materials supplier at Hogwarts, and the first batch should arrive this weekend. He instructed us to offer a fair price. And then we are to handle the rest ourselves. Bilo nodded. The master is ever so prompt. It seems our operation tonight can be cancelled. What a pity. My wand is eager for action. It tells me it longs to slay a few more members of the pureblood families. Belinda smiled. There's no need to cancel. The master also said to assist Axley in accelerating his progress. Bilo's eyes brightened. That's splendid news. To be honest, I didn't expect Axley to endure for so long. I thought the master would strike at Diagon Alley as soon as he arrived at Hogwarts. Belinda sneered. A bunch of parasites, overfed by their affluent lives, have lost all their fervor and drive. The master is right. The pureblood families have decayed to their core. This magical realm requires reform. It needs passion. They do not need so many pureblood families. What they truly need is a rightful king, a king for the magical world. Not confined to Britain, and that king shall bear but one name, Black. Chapter 79. The chief challenge of the fifth day? Bilo remarked. That will be a long-term goal. Belinda laughed. Long-term, is it? I do not perceive any distance. In my view, if there indeed exists a deity in this world, our master shall, sooner or later, ascend to divinity. Compared to attaining godhood, the mere realm of magic is but a trifling matter for our master. Biller cast a glance at Belinda and remarked, Now I understand why you are favored by our master more than I am. It is because your vision extends far beyond mine. Well, I must attend to my duties now. I hope tonight's endeavors yield greater fruits. Belinda replied with a smile, in comparison to the bounty. I believe you ought to desire the opportunity to vanquish more foes, should you not? A smirk graced Biller's lips, and a glimmer of ferocity ignited in his eyes. How terrifying it is that at your age, you possess such wisdom. When we were adversaries, I had not perceived this depth. However, as we work together now, I am acutely aware of your formidable nature. Perhaps only our master possesses the capability to subdue you. With that, Biller turned and departed. Belinda observed Biller's retreating figure, a faint smile playing on her lips. Individuals like Biller are indeed well suited for such tasks. Surely, Biller would lend a decisive push in the shadows of Axley. That very night, all the wandering wizards of Turnover Alley sprang into action. In the span of a single night, over 100 supply teams belonging to the Axley family were ruthlessly attacked. Not a single wizard from the supply teams was spared. All met their demise. The scene bore no trace of the carnage, yet everyone knew who was responsible. Such a clean and ruthless act could only be attributed to the wandering wizards of Turnover Alley, and it was evident whose orders they had followed. The next day, the front page of the Prophet heralded the assault on the Axley family. Within the Axley estate, Coben Axley wore a frostbitten expression. Damn it, damn that Black. Those wretched, despicable wandering wizards. Beside him, the butler inquired, Master, what shall we do? Shall we retaliate? Coben remained silent for a moment, then commanded, Send out invitations. I shall convene a gathering of pureblood families. The butler nodded and proceeded with the arrangements. A cold gleam flickered in Coben's eyes. Black. When you return from Hogwarts and discover your subordinates all slain, I shall relish the sight of you attempting to guard your piece of the pie. However, despite his words, he lacked the courage to confront Black directly. As Karmit had stated, these pureblood families had long since rotted to their core, devoid of spirit and valor. What could such families offer in opposition to him? It was merely a jest. On September 5th, Friday, the prospect of a delightful weekend loomed near. Thus, the young wizards were filled with joy, for regardless of their school, weekends were days of merriment. Hence, even though the first class of the day was history of magic, the young wizards brimmed with enthusiasm. However, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students were taken aback by their ghostly professor, Professor Binns. Surprisingly, the name Karmit has been remembered. In class, there were even 2 instances of interaction with Karmit. Oh, and he also conveniently awarded 5 points to Slytherin. This news spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts, even catching Dumbledore slightly off guard. The reason? Ever since Professor Binns became the ghostly instructor, he had not awarded points to any individual or house. One must admit, this is quite an absurd situation. To put it another way, Karmit himself felt a bit helpless. Exceptional individuals inevitably attract attention without even realizing it. Karmit is undoubtedly one of those individuals. Once the morning lessons concluded, all the young wizards, as if in agreement, hurried toward the Great Hall. The after-meal entertainment was highly anticipated. Everyone was curious to see who Karmit's opponent would be after the defeat of the 7th-year Slytherin students. Once the meal commenced, not a single young wizard spoke. The hall was enveloped in silence as they indulged in their feast. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, "It seems the children are quite eager for today's after-meal program." Professor McGonagall added, "Not just them. I am curious as well. Did you not notice how quickly Professor Flitwick is eating?" Flitwick, who was hastily consuming his meal, coughed lightly in response. "I am simply a bit hungry today," McGonagall replied. "Perhaps so." Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Karmit, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. McGonagall then inquired, "By the way, Albus, can you share the reason behind Mr. Black's chief challenge surpassing all previous years, as you mentioned yesterday?" Dumbledore replied, "Let us wait. I need to see who Mr. Black's opponent is today to ascertain the specifics and validate my hypothesis." Although McGonagall's expression remained unchanged, she felt a tinge of annoyance inside. Dumbledore always spoke in half measures. To be honest, even after working alongside him for so long, she sometimes found it quite vexing. During lunch, through the collective efforts of all the young wizards, the meal was completed in no time, shortening the duration by at least half. One must say, regardless of nationality, the urgency to witness the spectacle is universally shared. Once the tables were cleared, all eyes turned toward Karmit, or rather, to the space above his head. This was the spot where the throne would make its daily appearance. True to form, the throne emerged as soon as the tables were cleared, like a clock springing to life. Following the same routine, the serpentine statue on the throne began to glide gracefully, and then a red light emanated from its head. 10 green beams of light shot forth from its mouth. The young wizards of Slytherin prepared themselves, including the Hidden House leaders. These leaders had deliberated that since Karmit had triumphed over the 7th-year 10-man team, it was highly probable that the Hidden House leaders would take the stage. The only uncertainty was how many would emerge. Otherwise, there would be no challengers at all. Thus, since yesterday, the Hidden Elders have been fully prepared for the impending confrontation with Karmit. As a green light enveloped the surroundings, the silhouettes of 10 individuals became shrouded in this luminescence. The young wizards gazed in astonishment at those encased in the green glow, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? Has the throne malfunctioned? What is happening?" The Slytherin snakes stood in stunned silence. At the faculty table, a glimmer of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Indeed. Chapter 80, A Revelry for All of Hogwarts. Karmit surveyed the 10 students enveloped in green light, his pupils narrowing slightly. What was this? Wasn't the Slytherin challenge supposed to be a duel? Why had the throne selected 10 fourth-year Hufflepuffs? The chosen badgers appeared bewildered, and before they could comprehend the situation, they were already on stage. Instinctively, they drew their wands, but before they could act further, the green light vanished, and all 10 were unceremoniously knocked off the stage, without even the chance to retaliate. At this point, no one was concerned about them. The collective curiosity of the crowd fixated on one question. What on earth was happening? Why had the Slytherin challenge selected 10 badgers? Professor McGonagall widened her eyes, glancing at Dumbledore. "Albus, what is going on?" A spark of brilliance gleamed in Dumbledore's eyes as he gently tapped his water cup with a spoon. "Children, quiet down." The young wizards turned their attention to Dumbledore, who continued, "It appears that there has been an unexpected turn of events regarding the Slytherin challenge. I know everyone is eager to understand why students from other houses were chosen to participate. Allow me to clarify this mystery, which dates back to the founding of Hogwarts by the 4 founders. Now, please take your seats and allow me to unfold the tale." The young wizards obediently settled at the long table, their interest piqued. Dumbledore remarked, "Surely, those well-versed in magical history are aware of the tumultuous period during the establishment of Hogwarts. Would anyone like to elaborate?" At the Ravenclaw table, Penelope Clearwater, the head girl, stood up. At that time, the wizarding world was in chaos. Wizards were being hunted by muggles, and many faced the gallows. Concurrently, goblins and trolls were also stirring restlessly. It was the era of the First Wizarding War, where the 4 founders led the pureblood ancestors in a campaign against goblins and other magical creatures. Subsequently, the 4 founders erected Hogwarts to nurture the next generation of wizards. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "Well said, Miss Clearwater. For your erudition, Ravenclaw earns 10 points." Penelope inclined her head slightly in gratitude. Dumbledore continued, stating that when Hogwarts was established, it was intended to provide a sanctuary for all new generations of wizards, creating an environment conducive to their steady growth. However, Salazar Slytherin believed that wizards should not merely hide away, nor should they relinquish control to others. Wizards ought to possess the power of discourse. Only through strength can they achieve absolute authority. In his view, this would ensure a better living environment for all wizards. Thus, he perceived Hogwarts as not merely a school, but also a training ground. Upon hearing this, students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff displayed expressions of shock, while the Slytherin students' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Karmit, too, was captivated by this notion of a training ground. Such a progressive idea aligned perfectly with his own definition of Hogwarts. He found himself particularly interested in Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders, and a true embodiment of noble pureblood lineage. What could have inspired such a forward-thinking mindset? The belief that offense is the best form of defense resonated with Karmit. Regrettably, he thought Salazar was somewhat too conservative. Were he in Salazar's position, Karmit believed he could transform the wizarding world into a monologue of his own making. The opinions of others would be of no concern to him. He adhered to the principle that he was the most exceptional and strongest, with decisions that were invariably correct. Everyone should heed his words and act according to his directives. As this was the only path to long-term development, one might label Karmit as arrogant, employing any vocabulary to describe him, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. Dumbledore continued, explaining that the other 3 founders held a different perspective. They believed the wizarding world should be harmonious and peaceful. The existence of diverse ideologies was rational, which was precisely the conflict between Salazar Slytherin and the others. To validate his stance, Salazar established rules for the head of Slytherin and for the position of chief. As time passed, it became evident that Salazar's ideas indeed possessed merit. Slytherin students exhibited combat prowess that significantly surpassed that of their peers. Consequently, the 4 founders reconvened to discuss this matter anew. It was deemed impossible to compel the other 3 houses to adopt this approach. Thus, they resolved to continue the legacy of Slytherin through the head and chief positions, cultivating true warriors and formidable individuals. Moreover, the 4 founders bequeathed a novel idea to Hogwarts, when a student's power could truly surpass all others. The challenge for the chief of Slytherin would evolve into the ultimate challenge of Hogwarts itself. In other words, if Mr. Blake were to successfully navigate this chief challenge, he would not merely be the chief of Slytherin, but the chief of all of Hogwarts. He would rightfully claim the title of the foremost among all Hogwarts students. This honor has never been bestowed since the founding of Hogwarts. After Dumbledore's proclamation, all the young wizards began to murmur, and the great hall was instantly filled with a cacophony of voices. Dumbledore once again tapped his cup for silence. So, children, the upcoming chief challenge will not only be a celebration for Slytherin, but for all of Hogwarts. The chief of Hogwarts must surpass all students. Indeed, his prowess will eclipse that of every Hogwarts student throughout history. Each individual chosen to participate will be recognized as a formidable student by Hogwarts itself. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, according to the rules set forth by the 4 founders, once the chief of Hogwarts initiates the challenge, the entire magical community will be informed. The whole magical world shall witness the emergence of Hogwarts chief. Therefore, for your glory and to enhance the prestige of the Hogwarts chief, before October 1st, what you must do is to diligently improve yourselves and grow stronger, for this glory belongs to all of Hogwarts. Chapter 81, Karmit's Diary of the Chief Challenge. After Dumbledore concluded, all eyes turned to Karmit, their gazes intense. They might not have been particularly concerned about other matters, but the prospect of this event being announced to the entire magical community captured their attention. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for recognition. Young as they were, even the eldest 7th-year students were merely 17 or 18 years of age. Who could remain indifferent to such an opportunity for prominence? Observing the predatory stares around him, Karmit's lips curled into a slight smile, as if the situation had grown more intriguing. After all, a chief challenge that was too easily navigated would be rather dull. That day, a multitude of owls took flight from Hogwarts, dispersing to various corners of the magical world. The letters, all penned by Dumbledore himself, outlined the details and rules of the Hogwarts Chief Challenge. This sent the entire magical community into a frenzy. The following day, the Daily Prophet arrived at Hogwarts, as if drawn by the scent of excitement, dispatching a reporter to conduct an exclusive interview with Karmit. Fortunately, it was not the beetle reporter, sparing Karmit considerable trouble. Of course, even if it had been that reporter, she would have dared not to write carelessly about Karmit. After all, everyone in the wizarding world knew that while other pure-blood families might tolerate provocations for various reasons, if one were to provoke the Blake family, one could start contemplating a suitable burial site the moment they were marked by them. In the days that followed, Karmit seemed to have entered a repetitive cycle. Each day commenced with classes, followed by a midday duel. Every few days, he would seek out Professor Chilo, merely to assert his presence. On the 6th day of the chief challenges, the 5th-year group of Hufflepuff faced defeat, taking 7 minutes. On the 7th day, the 6th-year cohort of Hufflepuff also succumbed, this time in 10 minutes. On the 8th day, the 7th-year group of Hufflepuff fell as well. Karmit had to exert more effort, yet he still prevailed in a mere 15 minutes. Compared to the cunning serpents of Slytherin, the Badger's combat prowess was evidently lacking. On the 9th day, his opponent transformed into the Eagles of Ravenclaw. The 4th-year group was vanquished, taking an additional minute compared to Hufflepuff. The 10th day saw the 5th-year Ravenclaw group defeated, requiring 10 minutes. This once again illuminated for Karmit the comparative strengths between the Eagles and the Badgers. Although the Badgers possessed versatility, their combat abilities were indeed overshadowed by the studious Eagles. The Eagles' mastery of spells was somewhat terrifying, not only due to Professor Flitwick being the head of Ravenclaw, but also because the Eagles exhibited a remarkable aptitude in this domain. On the 11th day, the 6th-year group of Ravenclaw posed a true challenge for Karmit. On this day, one individual among the 10 stood out, Penelope Clearwater, the female prefect of Ravenclaw. To be frank, Penelope's combat strength astounded Karmit, as well as the others. At the Slytherin table, Gemma Farley observed the 9 who had already fallen, her gaze fixating on Penelope, who was locked in a fierce battle with Karmit. Could Penelope's prowess truly be this formidable? Gemma turned to Arabella, remarking, "Her strength surpasses yours at present." A glimmer of insight flashed in Arabella's eyes as she regarded Penelope. While her magical power is quite ordinary, her skill in spell combinations and execution is formidable. If she were in Slytherin, she could very well contend for the position of head girl. Gemma nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, such combat prowess ought to be within Slytherin." Arabella remained silent, intently observing the duel between Karmit and Penelope, gaining invaluable insights from their confrontation. Despite Penelope's undeniable strength, the outcome ultimately saw Karmit victorious, with time frozen at half an hour. Penelope was enveloped in green light and transported off the stage. "Remarkable. It is hard to fathom that you are merely a first year," Karmit remarked to Penelope. "Your skills have also taken me by surprise." Penelope replied with a smile, "Junior, you were merciful. Had you not held back, I would have lost long ago." Karmit chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. On the 12th day of the chief challenges, Karmit faced off against the 7th-year group of Eagles. Ultimately, their outcome remained one of failure, and it was even swifter than the defeat suffered by the 6th-grade Eagles the day prior. This clearly illustrates Penelope's prowess. Her strength within Ravenclaw is undoubtedly exceptional. That evening, Karmit sought out Professor Chilo once more, engaging in a lively discourse. Professor Chilo was eager to impart all of his knowledge to Karmit, which, at times, overwhelmed him. However, in pursuit of his objectives, Karmit had no choice but to endure. The 13th day of the chief challenge arrived, a day worthy of commemoration. On this day, Karmit's adversary transformed into a student from Gryffindor. Standing upon the platform and gazing at the 10 fourth-year lions before him, Karmit let out a resigned sigh, hoping that these young lions would not hold him accountable. After all, his current actions were far from voluntary. The moment the green light vanished, Karmit brandished his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells, Confundus, Disarming Charm, and a cacophony of other incantations. The young lions were left in a state of disarray, fleeing from the scene. One by one, they tumbled off the platform and into the infirmary, igniting a wave of indignation among them. They fervently condemned Karmit, while the Slytherin snakes, unwilling to be outdone, pointedly directed their vitriol at the lions, serving as Karmit's verbal advocates. Despite the snakes' usual decorum, they transformed into venomous speakers when faced with the lions. Trained under Snape, their skills in verbal sparring were formidable, though seldom utilized. However, when the opponents were Gryffindor, the snakes demonstrated what true eloquence entailed, nearly inciting the young lions to apoplexy. Karmit chose not to partake in this trivial exchange of insults. After dispatching the lions, he cast a glance towards Snape. Although the expression on their esteemed professor's face remained icy, his eyes betrayed a warmth, indicating that he was in good spirits. Chapter 82. Chilo takes action. Into the Forbidden Forest. Karmit could not help but reflect on the events of the previous night. After enduring Snape's relentless scrutiny, Harry Potter did not return directly to the dormitory, but sought out Karmit instead, bearing unsettling news. Snape was looking for him. At midnight, after having practiced his incantations, Karmit intended to retire for the night, only to be summoned to Snape's office. Upon his arrival, Snape remained silent, delaying until after 1 o'clock before subtly broaching a matter. He urged Karmit to be more resolute in his dealings with Gryffindor. Should Karmit fail to be sufficiently forceful, he would assume Harry Potter's position as teaching assistant. While Karmit did not fear serving as Snape's assistant, he was apprehensive about the ensuing complications. Should he take on the role, he would have little time left to pursue his own interests. Moreover, the plot appears to be nearing its commencement. If Snape were to delay, and he happened to miss it, then all the meticulous arrangements would be rendered futile. Thus, today's events have unfolded in such a manner. It is truly unjust to place the blame solely on Karmit. Being from the same school, Karmit had no intention of resorting to such drastic measures. It is quite vexing. Why must the killing curse be classified as an unforgivable curse? It certainly dampens one's spirits. Speaking of which, the disarming charm seems to be usable. Should I seek out Snape to learn it? If employed against Gryffindor, one can imagine that Snape would vigilantly ensure that it was mastered to perfection overnight. However, it is best to merely contemplate this, one cannot truly wield the disarming charm. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would certainly not take it lightly. The chief challenge has reached its 15th day. Today, Karmit utilized every spell except for the unforgivable one. The other 9 participants faced no significant issues. Only one unfortunate soul bore the brunt, Percy Weasley. Today's incidents cannot be solely attributed to Karmit. He was unaware that this overzealous official was behaving irrationally, charging forth even after being struck down. It seems Karmit has discerned the reason. There are reporters from Hogwarts today. The official desires to make an appearance. No wonder he keeps rushing forward. Karmit refrained from further action. Otherwise, the Weasley family might have begun to experience a bit more ease. After all, losing a child would certainly alleviate some of their expenses. Faced with Percy's repeated advances, Karmit had no choice but to retaliate decisively. This official will likely be confined to the infirmary for a few days. The chief challenge has now reached its 16th day. Today, the arena welcomed 10 sixth-year Lions. A dismal defeat ensued. Naturally, it was the young Lions who faced utter ruin. Following Snape's orders, Karmit showed no mercy. A day pass for 10 to the infirmary was granted. However, Madame Pomfrey was quite vocal about her grievances. Throughout a year at Hogwarts, she had never witnessed such a surge of casualties. Day after day, 10 at a time, she has hardly had a moment to herself. The chief challenge has now reached its 17th day. The 7th-year Gryffindor Lions faced defeat. Despite exhausting all their efforts, the outcome remained unchanged. The 10 7th years were unceremoniously cast from the platform. Karmit observed the 5-step staircase beneath the throne, and perhaps he began to grasp the conditions under which the staircase was formed. It seems that winning for 3 consecutive days results in the addition of a step. However, he remains uncertain of its purpose or whether his hypothesis is accurate. Only on the final day will the truth be revealed. Presently, his interests lie elsewhere. He is eager to discover who his opponent will be tomorrow. The chief challenge has surpassed the halfway mark. It appears that he has faced every opponent within Hogwarts. Who else will the throne select? This curiosity is shared not only by Karmit, but by all of Hogwarts. Even the professors engage in speculation. While rumors circulate among the students, some speculate that a professor may become Karmit's next opponent. Indeed, there are whispers that it could be Dumbledore. Notably, the notion of Dumbledore as a contender has garnered considerable support. Upon hearing this, Karmit scoffed. The idea of allowing Dumbledore to participate was utterly absurd. Slytherin would never present an impossible challenge. Furthermore, it would be unreasonable to allow a headmaster to compete against students. If it were a student-s contest, the opponent must be a student as well. Otherwise, it would not be a selection of student leaders, but rather a contest for the title of the ruler of the magical realm. Late at night, after completing his studies in magical runes, Karmit intended to return to the Slytherin common room when he suddenly caught sight of a shadow flitting across the corridor. The figure leapt out of the window, transforming into a dark mass that soared away under the cover of night. Karmit stroked his chin, recognizing it as a form of apparition. Although apparition itself could not be performed at Hogwarts, flying was still possible. Presently, only 3 factions in the magical world possessed the capability to extend apparition into flight: the Death Eaters with their inky darkness, the Order of the Phoenix with their silvery hue, and the most prestigious, the Saints, who transformed into a gray-black satin. The Saints held the highest prestige. The dark mass he had just witnessed was clearly a Death Eater. Currently, there were 2 individuals at Hogwarts who could employ such magic: Snape and Professor Quirrell. Karmit's eyes brightened. It appeared that Quirrell was up to something today. The direction he was heading pointed towards the Forbidden Forest. Could it be that today was Quirrell's day to hunt unicorns? This indicated that the plot was about to unfold. Karmit was quite curious about the combat prowess of unicorns. It seemed like an excellent opportunity to witness some excitement. After all, there was a saying in the magical world that unicorns were sacred creatures. However, within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, unicorns were classified as a level 4 magical creature. This classification stemmed not only from the fact that unicorns do not actively attack wizards, but also because the department believed unicorns deserved respect. Nevertheless, this did not imply that unicorns lacked offensive capability. On the contrary, being designated as level 4 creatures meant that even if they did not initiate attacks, they possessed considerable fighting strength. For instance, phoenixes also fell under the level 4 classification. According to the department's regulations, unicorns were indeed formidable beings. They were far from being as simple as they appeared. Moreover, unicorn blood was highly valuable. Karmit would never consider personally slaying a unicorn. That would surely invite calamity. However, he thought it feasible to procure some blood without killing one. Unicorn blood was expensive, and this rare essence could also aid in the crafting of magical runes. If he could obtain a sample of unicorn blood, Karmit might be able to experiment with some genuine offensive runes. With this thought in mind, Karmit dashed towards the Forbidden Forest, setting off at a run. Karmit resolutely decided that upon his return, he would thoroughly investigate the derivative abilities of the phantom shifting spell. It was utterly disgraceful for others to soar through the skies while he was left to run, It was not only inconvenient, but also quite undignified. Chapter 83. The Unicorn's Combat Power. Has Karmit fallen victim? Fortunately, Karmit was young and swift. He could still faintly trace a wisp of Professor Chilo's magical energy. Otherwise, he might have truly lost the trail. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Karmit was utterly astonished. It was dark, pitch dark. The trees within the Forbidden Forest towered far above the ordinary ones, growing in lush abundance. Not a single ray of light penetrated the canopy. As Karmit tread upon the dry, fallen leaves, the only sound was a soft crunch beneath his feet. For some inexplicable reason, a shiver ran down his spine. This place would be the epitome of horror in a ghost story. Karmit followed the faint traces of Chilo's magical fluctuations, delving deeper into the heart of the forest. As he ventured further, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. Various magical creatures stirred in the shadows, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Thankfully, Karmit considered himself audacious enough to face such fears. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Karmit suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy, accompanied by the sounds of combat. His eyes brightened. It seemed he had arrived at his destination. He concealed his own magical presence and cautiously advanced. Just a few steps forward, a beam of arcane light shot towards him. Instinctively, he dodged, and the arc struck the tree beside him, leaving a charred mark. Astonished, Karmit wondered what manner of power this was. He continued observing the combatants. Chilo transformed into a dark mist, darting about, while spells were hurled at a unicorn. The majestic creature's horn shimmered with a silvery glow, enveloping it in a protective aura that deflected all incoming spells. From the unicorn, arcs of light occasionally shot towards Chilo. As Karmit scrutinized the scene, he realized these arcs were electrical discharges. Concealed behind a tree, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was this the unicorn's method of attack? What was the nature of that silvery light? Moreover, could a unicorn generate electricity? His curiosity about this creature intensified. This was indeed fascinating. The dark mist of Chilo continued to shift positions, casting spells relentlessly at the unicorn, yet all were thwarted by the silvery barrier surrounding it. Karmit furrowed his brow. What precisely was this silvery shield? It seemed to absorb Chilo's spells entirely, surpassing even the iron shield spell in efficacy. The pressing question remained. How could one breach this defense? How had Chilo managed to slay it? Just as Karmit pondered these mysteries, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The unicorn let out a series of shrill cries, then raised its front hooves high. In the next moment, the silvery brilliance enveloping it dissipated entirely. A chill ran through Karmit's heart. Had it reached its limit? Upon witnessing this scene, Chilo swiftly transformed into a dark mist and retreated. Karmit was taken aback, realizing too late the gravity of the situation. Before him, the unicorn's horn emanated a radiant silver light that flowed around its form like a shimmering river, gradually converging at the tip of its horn. In an instant, a beam of silvery light shot forth towards Chilo's location. However, due to Chilo's prior preparations, he had already distanced himself, rendering the attack futile. Following this strike, the unicorn bent its legs and knelt on the ground, the magical energy surrounding it rapidly diminishing. Karmit gazed at the unicorn, a hypothesis forming in his mind. Could this be the unicorn's ultimate move? After such a powerful attack, it appeared to be left weakened. Yet, if it possessed such a formidable technique, why release it at this moment? Was it not akin to self-sabotage? It lacked certainty of success, unless it was a necessity for the unicorn. Karmit's intrigue grew, his eyes sparkling with curiosity akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. Truly, magical creatures were fascinating. However, as Karmit reveled in this delight, a slight essence of magic dissipated around him. In the next moment, the weakened unicorn abruptly turned its gaze towards Karmit, startling him. Oh no, it has noticed me. Their eyes locked, and once again, the unicorn's horn illuminated with power. Karmit cursed inwardly, realizing it still possessed the energy to attack. Instinctively, Karmit prepared to retreat. Yet at that very moment, a crescent-shaped sigil of silver light coalesced atop the unicorn's horn and shot directly towards him. Despite Karmit's quick reflexes, the crescent mark was swifter, leaving him no chance to react before colliding with his chest. Just as he was about to assess the situation, he sensed a surge of magical energy approaching rapidly. Karmit hurriedly suppressed his own magical presence. Chilo was returning. Casting a glance at the weakened unicorn on the ground, Chilo acted decisively and struck it down. As the unicorn succumbed to death, Karmit distinctly observed a wisp of faint black mist entwining itself around Chilo before vanishing without a trace. After completing this act, Chilo utilized his wand to slice a gash in the unicorn's neck, then knelt down to drink deeply. Karmit suppressed the churn in his stomach, scrutinizing Chilo's actions. As Chilo consumed the unicorn's blood, the black mist reformed and began to converge towards him. Only when Chilo lifted his head did the tendrils of mist dissipate. He surveyed his surroundings before rising as a dark fog into the air. Karmit remained hidden behind the tree, refraining from revealing himself. After a few minutes, the black mist reappeared, and Chilo returned. A smile crept upon Karmit's lips. This was quite the performance. He possessed far more experience than Chilo. After Chilo departed for the second time, Karmit waited a good 10 minutes before emerging from his concealment. Then, he approached the lifeless form of the unicorn, bending down to place his hand upon its body. Karmit felt the residual warmth of the unicorn's corpse and shook his head in sorrow. What a pity it was for the most sacred of creatures to meet such a fate. Magical beings are treasures in their entirety. It is precisely this allure that draws the hunters of wizards. In truth, they have committed no wrongdoing. However, the age-old adage that an innocent man bears the burden of possessing something precious holds true in every circumstance. After reflecting on this, Karmit hastily retrieved a specially crafted glass vial. It would be unwise to waste such a valuable resource. Even in death, he could collect a bit of blood. This substance is exceedingly rare, indeed. Even in establishments that specialize in materials for pure blood families, unicorn blood is seldom available for purchase. The only unicorn blood one might acquire comes from those that have died of natural causes, and it requires a stroke of luck for a wizard to stumble upon it. What a minuscule probability that entails. Karmit filled several vials to his satisfaction and was about to depart when a furious shout pierced the air. Damn it! How dare you kill a unicorn? Chapter 84. Karmit attacks the unicorn. The centaur appears. Startled by the voice, Karmit paused. Kill a unicorn? Who dares? He thought. However, before he could utter a word, a feathered arrow shot towards him. With a swift motion, Karmit conjured an ethereal suit of armor beside him. A resounding clang echoed as the arrow struck the spectral armor and fell to the ground. Instantly, Karmit's expression turned icy. Turning to identify his assailant, he beheld a centaur, also known as a half-man, half-horse creature. The indigenous inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest, centaurs possess the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. They are endowed with unique divinatory talents and, like unicorns, are classified as magical beings of level 4. In truth, the combat prowess of centaurs is not particularly formidable. Their classification as level 4 magical beings primarily stems from their intelligence and ability to articulate human speech. Strictly speaking, they are not so different from humans aside from their appearance. Thus, their designation as such is a mark of respect. Upon realizing that his initial attack had missed, the centaur launched another assault against Karmit. Karmit's eyes gleamed with cold fury. You seek your own demise. With a flick of his wrist, his wand materialized in his hand, ready to retaliate. Just as he prepared to strike, another centaur burst forth from the trees. Stop, Bane. How can you attack a young foal? Have you forgotten our laws? Centaurs must not attack any young foals. This centaur, while speaking, raced to position himself between Karmit and the assailant, Bane. Bane retorted, Stand aside, Firenze. He is an evil dark wizard. Our rules do not apply to dark wizards. He has slain a unicorn, and he must pay for the life of the sacred creature. Upon hearing the name, Karmit felt a surge of intrigue. Firenze? Is it that centaur who will replace Trelawney as the new divination professor 5 years hence? A peculiar anomaly among centaurs? Firenze remarked, Bane, the matter has yet to be clarified. You cannot act impulsively. Do you not see his garments? He is a Hogwarts student. Even if he did indeed slay the unicorn, we must entrust him to Dumbledore. At the mention of Dumbledore's name, Bane visibly calmed, furrowing his brow as he regarded Karmit. Firenze, relieved by this development, turned to Karmit and inquired, Young colt, pray tell, what brings you to the Forbidden Forest? And what is the situation regarding this unicorn? Karmit replied, I was merely wandering, unable to sleep. As for the unicorn, I happened to stumble upon it. Before Firenze could respond, Bane interjected, He is lying. I patrolled the Forbidden Forest and heard the sounds of battle, rushing here at the first opportunity. He is the only one present. Who else could have committed such a heinous act? Karmit rolled his eyes. You claim to have rushed here first. Yet the blood of the unicorn is contained in several large vials. Firenze interjected, Silence, Bane. Without evidence, you cannot level such accusations against a mere colt. Bane retorted, What do you propose? To slay a unicorn, such a sacred creature, is a grave sin. It is our duty as centaurs to protect these magical beings. He is suspected of killing the unicorn. He cannot simply be released. Firenze frowned and replied, It is straightforward. We shall take him back to our tribe. If he truly killed the unicorn, the tribe will ascertain the truth. Bane exclaimed furiously, That is impossible. Humans cannot enter our territory. Firenze countered, That is generally the case. But the death of a unicorn is a matter of great significance. We must understand what transpired. I will explain the situation to the elders. Bane regarded Firenze, who remained unperturbed, and they reached an impasse. Karmit yawned and said, Hey, are you not taking yourselves a tad too seriously? When did I ever declare my intention to accompany you to your tribe? What gives you the delusion that you possess the authority to judge whether I have committed a crime? And what instills in you the confidence to dictate my thoughts and discuss my affairs? Upon hearing this, Bane was incensed, drawing his bowstring taut in preparation to strike. However, before he could act, tendrils of vine emerged from the ground, ensnaring him. Subsequently, a rope appeared, wrapping around Bane's neck and beginning to tighten slowly. Karmit could not help but marvel. Umbridge is truly a genius. This contraption is remarkably effective against centaurs. Moreover, it is rather amusing. Firenze, alarmed by the sight, shouted, "Cease. Young colt, there is still room for negotiation." Karmit scoffed, "Negotiate? Why must I negotiate with you? What leads you to believe that your kind possesses the authority to determine the rightness or wrongness of a wizard's actions?" Dumbledore was indeed too lenient, allowing you to harbor the illusion that you could somehow transcend my authority. A cold glimmer flickered in Karmit's eyes as he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The noose around Bane's neck tightened, causing him to writhe on the ground in distress. Firenze was genuinely alarmed. "Stop, young stallion. That was not our intention. I implore you to show mercy. The unicorn is of utmost significance to the centaur kin." Bane's anxious demeanor seemed excessive. He begged for clemency. Karmit's voice was icy as he retorted, "Address me as Black, my lord." His grip tightened, and the rope constricted further. Bane's visage began to take on a bluish hue, his struggles waning. Firenze was taken aback. "Black? You are Karmit Black?" Karmit chose to ignore Firenze, casting his gaze behind him. From the depths of the shadowy forbidden forest, a centaur emerged. "Mr. Black, please cease this at once. I convey my apologies on behalf of Bane." Upon sighting this centaur, Firenze hastened towards him. "Elder." The centaur elder regarded Karmit. "Mr. Black, I have informed Professor Dumbledore. He should be arriving shortly. Would it not be prudent to pause until he arrives to address the matter?" Karmit pondered for a moment. It seemed sufficient. He had no intention of directly slaying a centaur. After all, such creatures were recognized within the magical realm, though unafraid. Killing one could lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, with Dumbledore's imminent arrival, a rash act could provoke unwarranted troubles. With this thought, Karmit lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the noose around Bane's neck vanished. Bane scrambled to his feet, casting a wary glance at Karmit, who snorted disdainfully, "Wretched creature." Chapter 85. The Arrival of Dumbledore, acknowledged by the unicorn. Upon hearing Karmit's words, Bane's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, the centaur elder remained composed, gazing upward. A beam of white light sliced through the night sky, heralding Dumbledore's radiant arrival. The centaur elder bowed slightly. "It has been a while, Professor Dumbledore." Firenze and Bane quickly paid their respects. Dumbledore disregarded them and approached Karmit. "Are you injured?" Karmit was momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore was concerned for him. This was intriguing. He shook his head. Dumbledore then moved to examine the unicorn's lifeless form, crouching down for a closer look. It appears it was slain after exhausting its strength from using moonlight. The centaur elder nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Bane was on patrol in the Forbidden Forest and stumbled upon this scene. At that moment, Mr. Black was the only one present, which led to a confrontation. Dumbledore turned to Karmit. "Mr. Black, could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Karmit remarked. "Of course, Professor. I found myself unable to sleep at midnight. So I ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of materials or herbs that might prove useful. And upon arriving here, I discovered this deceased unicorn. As for who attacked the unicorn, I am unaware." A glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the centaur elder. "Mr. Black has elucidated the matter. Is there anything further to inquire?" The centaur elder remained silent, but it was the centaur Bane who spoke up, declaring, "He is lying. He is the only one present. And he possesses the capability to slay a unicorn." At this pronouncement, all eyes in the room fixed upon him. Dumbledore's expression gradually turned solemn. "You understand this is a grave accusation, do you not? Moreover, you are accusing the patriarch of the Black family, the foremost candidate for Hogwarts." The centaur elder interjected hastily. "Silence, Bane. Apologize to Mr. Black and Professor Dumbledore. Your behavior is most disrespectful." Reluctantly, Bane replied, "I apologize. I was too hasty." Dumbledore stated, "The unicorn, being the most sacred of creatures, blessed by the moonlight, is not to be trifled with. Whoever slays a unicorn shall be cursed. Whether it was Mr. Black who committed this act is something we shall soon ascertain." He then turned to Karmit. "Mr. Black, would you mind if I cast a small charm upon you? Rest assured, this spell will not affect you in any way. It will merely reveal if you are under a curse." Karmit shrugged. "I certainly do not mind, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore nodded and drew his wand. Pointing it at Karmit, "Reveal swiftly." Karmit observed with curiosity as Dumbledore cast the spell, one he had not encountered before. Dumbledore seemed to sense the intrigue in Karmit's eyes and explained, "This is a charm of my own invention. It serves no other purpose than to unveil curses afflicting an individual. In time, you too shall create your own spells. I have no doubt your talent will enable you to do so." Karmit nodded, pondering the prospect of spell creation, which seemed rather exhilarating, though he was curious about the underlying principles. As the magic began to take effect, silver light emanated from Karmit's form, coalescing around his chest. He felt a refreshing coolness there, instinctively glancing down to observe a crescent-shaped mark slowly materializing upon his chest. Witnessing this phenomenon, the Centaur Elder, Firenze, and Bane were left astounded, and even Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. Firenze stammered, "Is this the unicorn's recognition?" Karmit, intrigued by their expressions, recalled the moment when the unicorn had bestowed upon him its final blessing. Their astonishment suggested it was indeed something remarkable. He turned to Dumbledore. "Professor?" Dumbledore remarked, "It is truly astonishing, Mr. Black, that you have garnered the unicorn's recognition. This is an unprecedented occurrence for male wizards. Unicorns are known to acknowledge only those witches with pure hearts, a consensus among all wizards. Yet, Mr. Black, you have become the first male wizard to receive such honor. I dare say you may have provided all those studying magical creatures with a new subject of inquiry. I have a friend who would be particularly intrigued by you." Karmit was aware of whom Dumbledore referred to, Newt, the one who traverses the world with a suitcase. To provoke Newt is akin to rousing a menagerie. No one knows what peculiarities lie within that case. Dumbledore turned to the Centaur Elder beside him and stated, "Now, I believe Mr. Black has sufficiently proven his innocence." The Centaur Elder regarded Karmit and nodded. Indeed, a wizard recognized by a unicorn could not possibly be the perpetrator of its murder. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Black, for our abruptness today. Should you find the time, please visit the Centaur territory. Our kin would honor you as a distinguished guest." Karmit nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Dumbledore then addressed Karmit. "Well then, Mr. Black, let us take our leave. Time is of the essence." With a nod, Karmit followed as Dumbledore led him out of the Forbidden Forest. The three centaurs behind them departed with the unicorn's carcass in tow. The death of a unicorn within the Forbidden Forest was a significant matter, necessitating notification to all centaurs and other magical creatures alike. The unicorn's demise signified one critical truth: the Forbidden Forest was no longer safe. As Karmit walked alongside Dumbledore through the forest, Dumbledore inquired, "Mr. Black, did you truly not witness the assailant who attacked the unicorn?" Karmit replied, "I should think not." Dumbledore chuckled. "The lunar mark upon your chest, the unicorn's acknowledgement, can only be bestowed while the unicorn yet lives. Few are privy to this knowledge. I learned it from a friend who once informed me." Karmit smiled. "In truth, Professor, you are well aware of that individual. Presently, Hogwarts is in dire need of unicorn blood. Moreover, it appears there is but one person audacious enough to slay a unicorn." Dumbledore fell silent, a sigh escaping him after a moment. He was once an exemplary student. Karmit refrained from responding, uncertain of whom Dumbledore spoke, Professor Quirrell, or perhaps Tom. Chapter 86. Newt's longed-for ability, the chief challenge on the 18th day. Karmit queried, "Professor, I am quite curious about the significance of the unicorn's recognition." Dumbledore replied, "I cannot ascertain the specifics. As you know, I have never been particularly fond of the subject of magical creatures. Even during my school days, it failed to captivate me. However, I trust you will uncover the answer for yourself." Karmit remained noncommittal. Dumbledore, in his ineptitude, proved utterly useless. Upon returning to the castle, Dumbledore bid farewell to Karmit and proceeded to his office. Karmit glanced at the time. It was only a little past 2. The hour seemed early. Upon entertaining this thought, Karmit startled himself. How astonishing it was that he had unwittingly become so engrossed in his pursuits that he considered the time still early. Without hesitation, he made his way to the library. Ever since Vani had given Ferk's cat a sound thrashing, the feline had taken to hiding, utterly neglecting its nocturnal escapades with the little wizards. Thus, Karmit felt no need to avoid anyone or anything. He could head straight to the library. Karmit arrived at the restricted section, his fingers gliding across the shelves until he swiftly located his target, the mysteries of magical creatures. He retrieved the book and opened it, easily finding the knowledge he sought. Unicorns. Karmit perused the entries on unicorns. These creatures are truly extraordinary. They are sacred, blessed with unique gifts. Cherished by the heavens and the earth, they possess the innate ability to harness the power of moonlight. This lunar essence bestows upon them remarkable strength. Through the horn atop their heads, they can effectively create a barrier around themselves, absorbing the attacks of other beings and storing the energy within the moonlight. However, fairness prevails in this world. The vulnerabilities of unicorns are equally apparent. Their capacity to absorb attacks is limited, and once this threshold is reached, they must unleash the accumulated energy. This, however, renders the unicorns profoundly weakened. During this period, they are devoid of any power. After perusing these accounts, Karmit understood. So that was the case. It was no wonder. His earlier conjecture was correct. The unicorn he had encountered was not merely reluctant to unleash its full power. It had no choice. It had reached its limit for energy absorption and could only release the energy it had gathered. Thus, this was the method to defeat a unicorn. Indeed, one learns throughout life. This knowledge was entirely new to Karmit, something he had never encountered or studied before. Hogwarts was truly a fortuitous destination for him. Continuing to leaf through the book in his hands, Karmit turned several pages until he unearthed the information he yearned for. The unicorn, as an embodiment of purity, is a creature that many in the wizarding world dream of earning the recognition of. Through research, wizards have discovered that only witches with pure hearts can be acknowledged by unicorns. What constitutes a pure heart remains undefined. All that is known is that those witches chosen by unicorns are destined for remarkable achievements. Perhaps it is not solely the purity of heart they seek, but also the potential of the wizard. A unicorn will recognize only one witch in its lifetime. The acknowledged witch receives the unicorn's blessing. As the unicorn gathers moonlight to imprint a unique mark upon her, a crescent-shaped emblem. This mark grants the recognized witch the favor of nearly all magical creatures. Even the most ferocious dragon would not dare to attack a wizard endorsed by a unicorn. Moreover, a wizard branded by a unicorn can harness a modicum of lunar power. Although the extent of this borrowed strength is limited and its utility not particularly significant, it remains a unique ability. Karmit closed the book in his hands, realizing the intriguing nature of this revelation. The power of lunar energy, what might that entail? He found little extraordinary about it, yet it piqued his curiosity. A deeper exploration seemed warranted. However, to gain the approval of all magical creatures must surely be a coveted aspiration for Newt. This ability carries considerable weight, as many magical beings are indeed formidable. Returning the book to the shelf, Karmit stifled a yawn. Exhaustion washed over him, a consequence of the troublesome centaurs disrupting his plans. He had intended to use unicorn blood to inscribe magical runes that evening, but the centaurs squandered his time, forcing him to postpone his original agenda until tomorrow. It was the 18th day of the chief challenge. The four houses had compelled Karmit to compete against each year group. Everyone was eager to discover who his opponent would be today, and Karmit shared that curiosity. From the Slytherin 4th to 7th years, culminating with the Gryffindor 4th to 7th years, he found himself devoid of rivals among the student body. Yet, with 13 days remaining until the chief challenge concluded, it was evident that he still had a considerable distance to cover. What sort of opponent would the throne assign him next? Was there truly anyone he had yet to face? Surely they would not pit him against a professor. That would indeed be an unreasonable challenge. While his current prowess was formidable, sufficient to contend with typical professors, he would not stand a chance against someone of the headmaster's caliber. The disparity in magical reserves, experience, spell combinations, and timing was vast. It is no small feat to become the headmaster of Hogwarts, a role reserved for the exceptional, beyond even the likes of Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. Karmit's abilities, while impressive, remained a notch below theirs. Thus, if they were to place a headmaster in the arena, he would have no recourse, even without evasion. Placing Snape against him would be insurmountable. In a challenge of this nature, one should not entertain notions of leniency. Should Professor McGonagall enter the fray, one might expect her to unleash a flurry of enchantments, potentially employing the cat's comfort charm. After all, if favoritism were to be perceived, it would diminish the merit of Karmit's title and tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. Such actions would be foolish. After the Transfiguration class, Karmit found himself lost in contemplation about the midday opponent. Hardly aware of how he arrived in the Great Hall, luncheon featured a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. The young wizards consumed their meals with remarkable speed, as if they had developed a habit over time, enhancing their dining pace. After all, the post-dinner entertainment was truly spectacular, becoming the most anticipated event for the young sorcerers. Once dinner concluded, a throng of eager young wizards awaited the arrival of the throne. Karmit sat in his place, his fists subtly clenched beneath his robe. The throne made its timely appearance. Without any unnecessary preamble, a beam of green light shot down. Chapter 87. The early appearance of the 7th-year prefects. Some students curiously remarked, "Oh, why are there fewer chosen by the green light today? Only 7. Those in the know explained, "These 7 are the prefects from Slytherin's 1st to 7th years. They represent the most formidable forces within Slytherin for this academic year." Draco, enveloped in the green light, excitedly turned to Harry beside him, saying, "Harry, I'm about to go on stage." Harry Potter cautioned, "Be careful. Mr. Black won't show any mercy." Draco's expression of excitement instantly froze. Indeed, he had forgotten about that detail. While it was an honor to take the stage, he would be battling his cousin. The thought of his cousin's combat prowess sent a shiver down Draco's spine. 7th-year Gemma Farley exchanged glances with 4th-year Arabella. Gemma chuckled. "Who would have thought we would take the stage so soon? I had expected to be the last line of defense." Arabella replied, "It's no longer just a contest for Slytherin's top spot. It's a competition for the top position across all of Hogwarts. I can hardly fathom the kind of opponents he will face. Forget about being a guardian." Gemma laughed. "I didn't expect you to say that. It's quite something for someone as proud as you to feel daunted." Arabella asserted, "I am not afraid. Even before Dumbledore, I would dare to raise my wand. My feelings towards him are not fear, but respect for a powerful figure, coupled with a clear understanding of my own capabilities." Gemma responded, "Say what you will. I hope we can present him with some challenge." After all, his strength is somewhat terrifyingly exceptional. The throne did not afford the two any more time for discussion. Guided by the green light, the 7 Slytherin prefects soared into the air, landing on the stage. Karmit was then drawn onto the platform by the green light. He surveyed the 7 before him, his gaze primarily resting on Gemma and Arabella. Confronting these 7 was no trivial matter compared to battling a group of 10 from other houses in the 7th year. Even the youngest, Draco, having ascended to the role of prefect, had dedicated himself significantly and was no longer weak. Not to mention, Karmit had witnessed their prowess at the beginning of the term. Gemma Farley's abilities were indeed quite remarkable. During the prefect ranking tournament at the onset of the school year, Karmit had clearly discerned that Gemma had been holding back. However, today would provide an excellent opportunity to assess the true strength of these 7. Draco waved at Karmit, exclaiming, "Cousin, show some mercy." Karmit responded with a radiant smile. Mercy is out of the question. As the weakest, he was destined to be the first to fall. The green shield began to gradually dissipate. In the next moment, Karmit launched an attack directly at Draco. This marked the first time Karmit had proactively engaged in the chief challenge. From the faculty seats, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. How intriguing. Mr. Black has taken the initiative to strike, and with full force. It seems these 7 children are exerting considerable pressure on him, Professor McGonagall remarked. We witnessed that child Farley during the chief challenge. Had she not faltered in the final round, she would have been the head of her year, not to mention Arabella, who, despite being in her 4th year, ranks just below Gemma Farley. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. In terms of combat prowess, Slytherin is indeed the strongest of the 4 houses. On the arena, Draco watched as Karmit was the first to attack him. He quickly cast the recently learned ironclad charm. As the protective armor materialized, Karmit's strike reached him almost simultaneously, shattering the armor. Fortunately, the charm provided some cushioning, allowing Draco to stagger back a few steps without being completely eliminated from the match. Karmit raised an eyebrow, having not paid much attention to Draco lately, given his numerous daily concerns. It was surprising to see Draco had progressed to such a level. Lucius would surely be quite pleased. At that moment, an attack suddenly came from behind Karmit. The ironclad charm instinctively appeared to shield him. The assailant gasped. How is it possible to use the ironclad charm like that? Karmit slowly turned to see that the attacker was Conrad Slughorn, the 6th-year head of his house. Indeed, he was part of the renowned Slughorn family, famously associated with Horace Slughorn, the potions master during Voldemort's time at school and one of the foremost potion masters in the magical world, who had significantly aided Voldemort by revealing the secret of Horcruxes. With a gentle flick of his wand, Karmit sent a spell hurtling towards Conrad, who quickly dodged, not allowing Karmit a moment to pursue. Another attack was then launched at Karmit, this time by Marcus Flint. Marcus, with his unattractive visage, grinned menacingly as he attacked, further diminishing his already unappealing appearance. This prompted Karmit to consider eliminating him first, as he was quite a visual distraction. Facing Marcus's wand, Karmit deftly flicked his own wand, deflecting the spell towards Elena Rosier, the 3rd-year head of her house, who hailed from the illustrious Rosier family, well known in the wizarding community. The Rochelle family is divided into 3 branches, one in Britain, one in France, and one in Germany. Their renown primarily stems from the French lineage. Vandra Rochelle, famously known as the Black Rose of France, is a prominent figure. Notably the second-in-command of the Sorcerer's Party, hailing from this family. Faced with a curse aimed directly at her, Elena exhibited an uncharacteristic calm for her age. With a gentle wave of her wand, she cast the shield charm, enveloping herself in a protective barrier. The silent shield charm. The spell collided with her enchanted armor and shattered upon impact, while Elena's shield remained largely unaffected, save for a slight dimming of color. Karmit nodded to himself, acknowledging the prowess of Slytherin. Indeed, the students, particularly the heads of the house, were exceptionally skilled. The coordination among the 7 was impressive, their relentless onslaught leaving no respite for Karmit. Spells rained down upon him, causing his shield to emit a resonant clang, and it began to waver under the intensity of the assault. Clearly, even his protective charm was beginning to falter against such relentless attacks. In the teacher's seating, Professor Flitwick struggled to contain his urge to cheer, murmuring in a hushed voice, "These children are remarkable. Their spell combinations are not only effective, but harmoniously complement each other." Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with pride. She was a person who transcended house affiliations. To her, all students were equal. What could bring her greater joy than witnessing her students flourish under her guidance? The professors were in awe, and the other students from different houses stood agape, unable to comprehend the display before them. Could this truly be the combat prowess of students? Why were these 7 individuals so extraordinarily powerful, exhibiting abilities far beyond their years? With 7 such talents in Slytherin, it was no wonder they held the title of house leaders. Was it the training regimen of Slytherin that was proving so effective? Or should the astonishment rather be directed towards Black's individual strength? Indeed, His prowess was such that he could single-handedly contend with all 7. At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione watched Draco, who was fiercely attacking Karmit, with a clenched jaw. She often conversed with Harry and Draco, maintaining a good rapport. Yet, she never anticipated Draco's strength would reach such heights, instilling within her a sense of urgency. She even considered joining Slytherin, recognizing the rapid enhancement of their skills. She pondered Harry Potter's current abilities, recalling when they all boarded the same boat at the beginning of their journey. Against Karmit, they were not his equals. But Hermione could not allow her companions to fall behind. Such a notion was intolerable for the ever-proud Miss Know-It-All. Hermione gazed at Penelope, seated at the head of the long table, and resolved to enhance her own strength post-haste. Meanwhile, on the dueling platform, Draco remained oblivious to the fact that his prowess had inadvertently provoked Hermione. He was currently engaged in a frantic attempt to evade Karmit's relentless assaults. "Cousin, why are you fixated on attacking me?" Draco exclaimed, his predicament evident. Although his own abilities had progressed rapidly, they still paled in comparison to Karmit's formidable skills. Karmit chuckled. "Wasn't this your plan all along?" Draco stumbled, barely avoiding a blow from Karmit, and executed a hasty roll to escape. "Cousin, how did you know?" he asked in astonishment. Karmit offered no explanation. It was evident from the moment he initiated his attack on Draco that the 7 participants were coordinating their efforts. Using Draco as bait, his sole task was to flee and create openings for their offensive strikes. Gemma Farley unleashed a spell toward Karmit, only for it to be effortlessly deflected. With a grin, he turned to Arabella and remarked, "Your plan has been unveiled." Arabella replied, "If he hadn't seen through it, I would have been surprised. Yet, to decipher it so swiftly, not only is he powerful, but his cunning is unparalleled. Save your praise for later. Keep attacking. The strength of that black is utterly terrifying," Gemma cautioned. Arabella nodded in agreement and then brandished her wand, casting the first curse of the duel, Bone-Breaking Curse. Karmit, in response, waved his wand and launched a bone-breaking curse of his own. The 2 spells collided and shattered upon impact. Ignoring Arabella, Karmit continued his relentless assault on Draco. He had discerned the intentions of his adversaries and had no intention of altering his offensive strategy. This was a blatant display of power. Draco was undoubtedly the easiest target to eliminate. Naturally, the tougher opponents would be saved for last. The less interference, the better. Moreover, Karmit reveled in the thrill of dismantling all strategies through sheer strength, a pleasure not easily comprehended by the average individual. Particularly for Karmit, such opportunities were rare, as he typically denied others the chance to employ cunning against him. As Karmit waved his wand, 3 successive spells hurtled toward Draco. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. "I can't dodge this." Draco was compelled to resort to his shield charm once more. Yet, his rudimentary shield charm proved as fragile as parchment against Karmit's onslaught. Others attempted to intervene, but they were already too late. Karmit was no mere brute. While relentlessly pursuing Draco, he had skillfully maneuvered him to the edge of the platform, ensuring that, at this critical moment, his allies had no opportunity to assist. The others recognized the gravity of the situation, simultaneously grasping the daunting and terrifying nature of Karmit. Instances of the weak turning the tables on the strong were not uncommon. After all, however, if an individual possesses formidable strength, coupled with a keen intellect that enables them to employ wisdom during combat, their terror will escalate exponentially. Undoubtedly, Karmit is such a person, exceptionally aware in battle and frighteningly powerful. Draco was unceremoniously hurled off the stage, landing with a thud below. He groaned several times, prompting Harry Potter to assist him. "Draco, are you all right?" Draco shook his head, exclaiming, "My cousin was far too ruthless. I thought I was done for." Harry could only shake his head in resignation. "I warned you to be cautious. Mr. Black shows no mercy." Draco lamented, "Alas. I had no real concept of my cousin's strength until now. It's terrifying. Even with our prior discussions and rehearsals, he still found an opening. Ultimately, our coordination was lacking, and they failed to seize the opportunity to protect me." At that moment, Hermione approached Draco. "You're mistaken. Can't you see that every move you made, even your evasive maneuvers, were meticulously calculated by Karmit?" Draco paused, momentarily taken aback. Instead of hastily retorting, he began to mentally replay the battle. In this regard, Draco had already demonstrated considerable maturity. After a brief interval, he exclaimed, "I see now. I unwittingly fell into my cousin's trap." Hermione smiled, her gaze fixed on Karmit, who was charging towards the second-year prefect, Dickensnot. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and aspiration. She was no longer the novice in the magical realm. During her time at Hogwarts over the past few weeks, she had come to understand the extent of Karmit's prowess among his peers. No, not merely among contemporaries. To be precise, Karmit's strength was formidable within the entire magical community. Chapter 89. Karmit's Indomitable Treasure and Harry Potter's Resolve to Grow Stronger. Dickensnot's expression shifted as he witnessed Karmit advancing towards him. He quickly waved his wand and declared, "Obstacles abound, armor to shield, all shall be restrained." 3 consecutive spells shot towards Karmit. Vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. With a mere flick of his wand, Karmit severed the vines effortlessly. As for the binding spell, before it could even reach him, Karmit deflected it with ease. Arabella glanced at the nearest Conrad, instructing, "Conrad, protect Dickens." Conrad nodded in understanding, waving his wand to counter Karmit's advance, striving to disrupt his rhythm. However, Karmit paid no heed to Conrad's attack. With a casual gesture, another protective spell materialized, nullifying Conrad's efforts entirely. A rueful smile crept across Conrad's face. Karmit's protective charm was beyond his capacity to breach. Even combined with others, it would take considerable effort to wear down that shield, let alone for him alone. In essence, with this protective charm, Karmit stood invincible. This is a truth known to many. However, they still wish to fight, to showcase their strength and reveal the prowess of Slytherin's head of house. Even if they ultimately face defeat, they shall not regret their efforts. Dickensnort, as expected, was unceremoniously thrown off the stage. Standing on the platform, Dickens shook his head with a wry smile. Ultimately, the gap in strength was simply too vast. Nevertheless, engaging with a formidable opponent like Karmit was not without its rewards. Battling the strong contributed to his own growth and power. After Dickens was cast off the platform, the remaining contenders stood resolute, as if they had previously conferred. The head of house's side consisted of 3rd-year Elena, 4th-year Arabella, 5th-year Marcus, 6th-year Conrad, and 7th-year Gemma Farley. At that moment, the 5 stood united, vigilantly observing Karmit. Gemma Farley lightly shook her wand. "Arabella, it appears your plans have come to naught. What shall we do now?" Arabella responded, "You are the strongest. Shouldn't it be you who makes the decision?" Gemma chuckled. "If it were up to me, there would be no need for cunning strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us charge forth. Even in defeat, let it be a glorious one." As her words fell, Gemma's previously casual demeanor shifted dramatically. Taking on a sharper edge, she began to take the matter seriously. The others tightened their grips on their wands. Karmit gently swayed his elder wand. "Then, let the second round commence." With that, Karmit charged directly at Elena. The remaining contenders, seeing Karmit's movement, proactively met his advance. 5 spells hurtled towards him with great speed. In the face of such a concerted effort, Karmit remained vigilant. Even when facing a rabbit, a lion fights with utmost fervor. During the skirmish, Karmit never underestimated his adversaries. Regardless of who they were, he used the shield charm to deflect 2 attacks and countered 2 more with his own spells. As for the final incantation, Karmit waved his wand, sending it ricocheting back. The trial concluded, and the true battle began. Karmit's wand was a flurry of motion, casting spells incessantly. While Gemma Farley and her companions were equally determined not to yield, Karmit faced 5 opponents yet remained undeterred. In fact, as time passed, he began to subtly restrain them. Soon, another head of house was eliminated, not 3rd-year Elena, but 5th-year Marcus. Karmit had ultimately dispelled the visual distractions. With 1 less participant, the pressure on the remaining heads of house intensified. Although Marcus was not particularly handsome and his strength was not exceptional, as a 5th-year head of house, he still had a role to play. With 1 fewer ally, Gemma and the others felt the strain significantly increase. Elena panted, "I can't take it any longer. His rate of attack is relentless. I'm merely on the defensive, with no opportunity to retaliate." After Elena voiced her concerns, the battle raged on. Karmit unleashed a spell that shattered her ironclad enchantment. Without granting her a moment to recast, Karmit swiftly cast a spell reminiscent of the famous Harry Potter incantation. Nay, it was a disarming charm. Elena's wand flew from her grasp and landed beneath the arena. She shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, "Well, I'm out. You all may continue." Without hesitation, Elena leapt off the stage. Unable to prevail even with her wand, she deemed it too humiliating to rely solely on her few wandless spells. Her exit significantly impacted the battle. The defensive formation, which had been barely manageable for the 4, was torn asunder. Conrad Slughorn soon followed, succumbing to a stunning spell from Karmit and collapsing onto the stage, sleeping soundly. The youth indeed possessed remarkable vitality. On the stage, only Gemma Farley and Arabella remained. Gemma shook her head. "We are at quite a disadvantage." Arabella gripped her wand tightly, asserting, "No matter how great the disparity, I shall fight. I would rather be thrown off the stage than concede." Gemma chuckled. "What a coincidence. I share your sentiment. Rare are the moments we align. Now, let us engage in a battle of life and death." Gemma's gaze hardened as she regarded the approaching Karmit. "It was about time," Arabella exclaimed. With that, she charged towards Karmit, her wand weaving spells that shot forth in rapid succession. Beside her, Gemma sprang into action, casting a barrage of spells, binding, disarming, and obliterating. With great fervor, Gemma unleashed 4 spells in quick succession. Karmit reacted swiftly, her wand dancing as she countered. Instantly, the 3 became entwined in a fierce struggle, spells soaring and shattering, leaving the young wizards below in awe. Harry Potter stammered, "Is this what wizard dueling looks like? It's terrifying." Draco interjected, "This is just the beginning. Hogwarts prohibits apparition. Imagine if apparition were allowed. The battles would be even more dazzling and ferocious. Picture wizards darting about, spells erupting from all directions. That would be the epitome of a true wizarding duel." Harry swallowed hard, his mind racing with visions of Draco's scenario. For the first time, he felt a profound yearning for power. Chapter 90. The initial experience of attack magic runes almost singed myself. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore's attention was divided, primarily focused on Harry Potter. He noted the fluctuations in Harry's emotions, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed that Harry's entry into Slytherin held several advantages. Retracting his gaze, Dumbledore returned his focus to the arena. His strength is undeniably formidable. It is evident that while Gemma Folly and Arabella possess considerable power, they still fall short when compared to Karmit. This deficiency does not pertain to their magical reserves, but rather to their combat experience, akin to how Karmit cannot be measured against the likes of Snape and his peers. The primary challenge that Gemma Folly and Arabella face in confronting Karmit lies in this very aspect. Perhaps among students, they are indeed fierce and exemplary, yet in comparison to Karmit, they remain rather inexperienced. Karmit's journey to this point has been arduous, forged step by step through the treacherous Nocturne Alley. It is known to all that Karmit bears the weight of numerous lives extinguished by his hand, though no one possesses the evidence to substantiate such claims. These are the illustrious chapters of Karmit's past, a path fraught with hardship and bloodshed. Thus, even if Gemma Folly and Arabella exert all their might, the outcome remains predetermined. However, their ability to endure until now has surprised Dumbledore, a testament to their remarkable prowess. As Dumbledore had anticipated, the battle concluded in a mere 10 minutes. Arabella was sent flying from the arena, and upon witnessing her fall, Gemma Folly, filled with resignation, cast her final spell. Karmit effortlessly deflected it, causing it to rebound and strike Gemma Folly instead. Ultimately, Gemma Folly was propelled by her own magic, her wand sent careening away, and she too fell beneath the arena. Karmit exhaled a sigh of relief, having secured victory at a considerable cost. This Slytherin head of house was indeed a formidable opponent. Even Karmit felt drained, both physically and mentally. With Karmit's triumph, the throne re-emerged, and the arena transformed into emerald light as it was retracted by the throne. Beneath it, 6 steps began to materialize slowly, aglow with a green luminescence. The serpent-like sculpture atop the throne appeared to gain a semblance of life, casting a glance at Karmit. Its crimson eyes fixated upon him, prompting a frown from Karmit, who suddenly sensed that the sculpture seemed almost animated. There appeared to be a presence within it. Karmit could feel a gaze filled with curiosity and admiration, a complex and wondrous sensation. Just as Karmit contemplated whether this was merely an illusion, the throne vanished without warning, leaving him with no opportunity for further inquiry. He would have to await tomorrow for answers. Yet with the defeat of Slytherin's head of house, he pondered who would challenge him next. Karmit found a newfound exhilaration in this premier contest, akin to the thrill of opening a mystery box each day. The afternoon brought potions class, which remained as dreary and oppressive as ever. Karmit increasingly longed for Gryffindor, without the threat of reprimands and point deductions. Potions class felt utterly tedious. As class concluded, Karmit departed with an additional 20 points added to Slytherin's tally. Awarding points to Slytherin has become the only source of amusement for Karmit at present. Following the banquet, Karmit plunged into the room of requirement. Embarking on a study of magical runes, he retrieved a vial of unicorn blood and placed it upon the table. Upon uncorking the vial, an enchanting aroma wafted into the air, a scent he had encountered during the blood collection the previous day. The essence of this unicorn blood is steeped in lore. Its fragrance is so delightful that it tempted Karmit to indulge in a taste of its saltiness. It is indeed peculiar that a creature, designed by the creator to be invulnerable, yields such valuable substances as hair and blood, both of which are not just useful, but also remarkably fragrant. Is this not an invitation to transgression? Karmit grasped his carving knife and took a deep breath. Today marked his inaugural attempt at inscribing a magical rune. A truly momentous occasion. The rune he aimed to inscribe was not overly complex. It was one of the most fundamental attack runes, capable of conjuring a small fireball. However, the runes that could be derived from it were nothing short of extraordinary. In his mind, Karmit envisioned a sequence of runes that could unleash a continuous barrage, harmonizing with other runes much like the formations found in fantastical tales. This was particularly wondrous and possessed formidable power. Yet, inscribing such a rune necessitated numerous conditions, the foremost being the need for magically imbued materials. Finding a magically charged carving board is quite a challenge. Thus, the most accessible materials for inscribing are the pigments used during the process. Utilizing the blood of magical creatures is the most effective approach, and unicorn blood stands out as an excellent medium for inscribing attack runes. Karmit adjusted his focus and dipped the carving knife into the unicorn blood. The moment the blood adhered to the blade, it became enveloped in a protective embrace. The knife designated for rune inscribing differs from an ordinary one. It effectively absorbs the blood of magical creatures and gradually consumes it. Karmit directed the knife towards the wooden board before him, lowering it with care. As the first stroke touched the surface, a silver mark materialized. Maintaining a consistent pace, he inscribed a series of silver lines upon the board. As these silver lines intertwined, Karmit felt a familiar warmth within him surge forth, converging towards the wooden surface. He concentrated intently on his task, fearful of any lapse in focus that might compromise the angle or speed of his strokes. At last, with the final stroke, a surge of warmth was instantly drawn from within him. In the next moment, the wooden board shimmered with a radiant silver glow. A smile crept upon Karmit's lips. He had succeeded on his first attempt. However, in the following instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly tilted his head aside. A fireball shot past his cheek, crashing into the ceiling above. Karmit, still rattled, gazed at the now dim wooden board in his grasp. In his excitement, he had forgotten to include a rune to activate the magic. This ultimately led to the immediate activation of the magic rune upon its completion. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, had that fireball struck my face, I would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Observing the charred marks on the ceiling, Karmit felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding the power of the magic rune. This fireball indeed possessed considerable destructive capability. After adjusting his state of mind, Karmit resumed his intricate work on the next rune. By the time Karmit exited the wish-granting room, it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Rubbing his temples, he felt a throbbing headache. He desperately needed sleep. Prolonged concentration had truly drained his vitality. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmit collapsed into slumber, neglecting even Vanna, who awaited to massage his head. Vanna stealthily approached Karmit's side, lowering its head to gently inhale the air around him. Confirming his steady breathing, it finally relaxed. Having nearly feared for its master's life, Vanna raised its paw and lightly tugged at Karmit's wizarding robe, wishing to assist him in shedding the garment, as Karmit typically removed it each night to sleep. However, it was evident that such a task was beyond its capabilities. After a brief struggle with itself, Vanna, feeling disgruntled, curled up next to Karmit, licked its paw, and resolutely decided to continue its training before succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within Filch's office, his balding, unattractive cat shivered, inexplicably sensing that it had become the target of something ominous. Karmit enjoyed a restful sleep, not awakening until after 10 o'clock the following morning. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, today was the weekend, and thus, there were no classes at Hogwarts. Had it not been for the incessant disturbance from that foolish Draco outside, Karmit might have indulged in a bit more rest. Yawning and snapping his fingers, he opened the door. Draco, unless you can provide me with a compelling reason for interrupting my slumber, believe me, the consequences will be beyond your comprehension. Draco, upon hearing Karmit's voice, shivered in response. Cousin, today marks Harry's first appearance. I was merely calling you to witness the Quidditch match. Karmit paused, bewildered. What? Appearance? Quidditch? Harry Potter? Draco continued, indeed. Madam Hooch mentioned that Harry possesses exceptional flying talent and subsequently penned a recommendation letter for him to join the Slytherin Quidditch team as a reserve seeker. He has been training, and today he will face Gryffindor. Senior Flint stated that Harry should take the field. Karmit rubbed his aching forehead. Is this truly happening? Has he traversed into another timeline? When did this occur, and why was he unaware of it? Is the inertia of the plot so overwhelming that Harry Potter must participate in this Quidditch match? Is it an absolute necessity? Draco, somewhat cautiously, inquired, Cousin, will you be attending? I realize I should not have interrupted your sleep, but I am genuinely excited. Karmit gestured dismissively. Forget it. Can he still argue with a fool? Ordinarily, Karmit would possess no interest whatsoever in Quidditch. However, today seems to present an abundance of intriguing elements. It is Harry Potter's first match, facing Gryffindor. Unsurprisingly, there seems to be some entertainment in store for today. Karmit remarked, You go ahead. I shall join shortly. Draco exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. If you attend, Harry will surely be more motivated. Without waiting for Karmit's reaction, he turned and dashed off. A peculiar chill ran down Karmit's spine. Perhaps this amusement is not essential to witness after all. Karmit removed his robe and tossed it onto the bed, immediately noticing several claw marks on the back of the garment. He turned to Vanny beside him. Little one, did you do this? Vanny meowed in response. Karmit gently tapped Vanny's head and then discarded the robe into the nearby waste bin. Fortunately, he had prepared several other robes. After freshening up, he gazed at the now cold breakfast on the table. Karmit took out his wand and tapped the table. Before long, a fresh, steaming pancake appeared before him, accompanied by a cup of soy milk. Karmit looked at the pancake in surprise. To be honest, he was merely testing it out, but it seems that Kanu, the daughter of the sea, truly possesses culinary skills. Karmit tossed the knife and fork aside. Who needs utensils for pancakes? The proper way to enjoy pancakes is to use one's hands. The taste was quite delightful. However, Karmit felt the need to offer a suggestion to Kanu. The crispy layer within the pancakes is the essence. Even if one includes fried dough sticks, they must be the softer variety for optimal flavor. The freshly fried dough sticks are truly unsuitable for being wrapped in pancakes. After finishing his meal, Karmit changed into casual attire and strolled toward the Quidditch pitch. As he approached the vicinity of the arena, the sounds of jubilant cheers echoed from within. Clearly, Karmit had arrived late. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. He was not there to watch the match, merely to enjoy the spectacle. Karmit made his way into the field, traversing the audience passage until he reached the Slytherin stands. Draco had already secured a spot for him. Cousin, over here. Karmit joined Draco and noticed Hermione beside him. Hermione? What brings you to the Slytherin stands? Hermione replied. I came to cheer for Harry. In the Gryffindor stands, I doubt I would be welcomed. Not many from Ravenclaw attended today, as some external wizards occupied the seats. Karmit nodded in understanding. Draco, a bit too excited, exclaimed, Cousin, you arrived just in time. The match has just begun, and the golden snitch has been released. Karmit couldn't help but feel a bit bemused at Draco, who seemed even more animated than Harry. After a brief glance at the unfolding scene, he observed, Marcus Flint may appear unattractive, but he undoubtedly possesses a natural talent for Quidditch. Certainly, his talents were confined to the realm of violent competition. On the other hand, the most outstanding figure from Gryffindor was none other than their captain, Wood, a man whose sole focus was Quidditch, dedicating everything to the sport. According to historical accounts, after the Great Battle, Wood's first inquiry was about the reinstatement of Quidditch matches. However, this is merely folklore, for by the time of the conflict, Wood had already graduated. Following him, we arrive at today's protagonist, Harry Potter. Harry was mounted on his broom, searching for the elusive golden snitch. Alas, he did not receive a brand new Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall after the Seeker from Gryffindor. As for Snape delivering it, how absurd. One might as well ask Snape to give Harry a couple of slaps. If he refuses, deliver a few more, and if he agrees, just continue. The same could be said for the Gryffindor Seeker, with the sole difference being that Harry could add an extra cheer to his actions. After all, Slytherin had already scored 60 points in a matter of moments. Just as Cammy was beginning to feel somewhat bored, wondering when the fun would commence, a sudden gasp erupted nearby, originating from Hermione. Draco, look at Harry. It seems his broom is out of control. Chapter 92. Has Harry Potter's broom broken? Draco, taken aback by her words, quickly turned his gaze to the airborne Harry. At that moment, Harry's broom was swaying violently, causing him to be tossed back and forth. Draco furrowed his brow. It appeared as though someone had placed a curse on Harry's broom. One must admit, Draco had truly matured. He could discern that there was indeed a hex upon Harry Potter's broom. Upon hearing Draco's observation, Hermione scanned the audience. Strangely, Cammy suddenly thought of the infamous Black Cat Inspector. He mused, poor Professor Snape, once again destined to take the blame. Sure enough, moments later, Hermione exclaimed, I found it. Cammy nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was undeniable. Snape had that unmistakable look of someone who would bear the brunt of the blame. Draco inquired, who is it? Hermione replied, Professor Quirrell. Cammy's eyes widened in realization. This was not good. The plot was veering off course. Draco took the binoculars from Hermione and directed his gaze towards Professor Quirrell's position. Indeed, it was him. Professor Snape was also muttering incantations, likely countering Quirrell's malevolent spell. Hermione declared, the priority now is to rescue Harry. Draco concurred, yes, but how do we proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione suggested, we must swiftly disrupt Professor Quirrell's spellcasting. He must maintain focus on the target, so if we can divert his attention, that should suffice. Draco responded, I'll go. I have a plan. Hermione interjected, no, let me handle this. You stay here and keep watch. If Harry falls, you must use the levitation charm. With that, Hermione thrust the binoculars into Draco's hands and leapt from the stands, racing towards Professor Quirrell's location. Karmit shook his head. Indeed, Hermione had a solid grasp of the fundamental knowledge, and her solutions were commendable. However, they overlooked a critical issue. In the original text, the reason the Nimbus 2000 could withstand the spells of two top wizards was due to its superior quality. But look at the broom Harry was using, the worn-out Hogwarts standard broom. It was adequate for a flying lesson, but expecting it to endure the magical confrontation of two individuals was sheer folly. Karmit glanced at Professor Quirrell, a sudden doubt arising in his mind. Quirrell's unexpected maneuver seemed rather far-fetched. With Dumbledore present, how could Quirrell dare to act in such a manner? Dumbledore could not possibly remain oblivious. Yet, why would Quirrell proceed? Suddenly, a conjecture formed in Karmit's mind. Could it be that Quirrell sought to exploit Dumbledore to extricate himself from Voldemort's control? If that were the case, Quirrell's utility would be immensely significant. High above in the sky, just as Karmit speculated, before Hermione could reach Quirrell's side, an audible crack resonated. Harry Potter's broom snapped in two. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd as Harry began to plummet towards the ground. Dumbledore was poised to intervene, but someone was swifter. Karmit, seated nearby, snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, Harry floated in midair, the broken broom beginning to mend itself. Once restored, the broom returned directly beneath Harry. Dumbledore resumed his composure as if he had never moved at all. Karmit then directed his gaze towards Quirrell, a slight smile gracing his lips. Surely, this was enough stimulation? As always, Karmit never engaged in acts of unselfish benevolence. Every action he took was driven by his own agenda. The reason behind saving Harry would soon become apparent. For after all, Karmit himself was uncertain of the efficacy of his intentions. Back on his broom, Harry, still shaken, patted his chest. The ensuing match unfolded without further incident, as Quirrell had no plans for another intervention. This further solidified Karmit's suspicions. Quirrell was likely indeed testing the waters. However, since Dumbledore had not made a move, Quirrell was left to continue down his solitary path. What a pitiable situation. Nevertheless, if Dumbledore chose not to rescue him, Karmit was more than willing to offer assistance, though it would require the right opportunity. The match concluded with Harry successfully catching the golden snitch, securing victory. When it came to seeking the snitch, Harry truly possessed a unique talent, for he was the only one capable of seizing it with any part of his body other than his hands. Karmit refrained from participating in Slytherin's celebrations and did not afford Harry the chance to express his gratitude directly. After the conclusion of Quidditch, Karmit directly arrived at the All-Request house. A scholar often toils away in obscurity, unseen by others. Karmit epitomizes such a person. Today, he needed to explore a novel concept, the flight capability of apparition. He had previously inquired about the principles behind the dark, swirling mass of Lucius's Death Eaters. Lucius had elucidated that it was essentially a fusion of the flying charm and apparition. The standalone flying charm is slow, energy-consuming, and lacks any distinctive features. Therefore, wizards with substantial expertise in apparition can derive unique flying spells from it. Clearly, in this era, only 3 individuals possess such profound research capabilities: Voldemort's Death Eaters, the dark, swirling mass, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, the bright, shimmering assembly, and the Saint's gray-black satin, which evidently holds greater prestige. Once a researcher has developed this, they can impart their knowledge to others. Naturally, others may not match the developer's prowess, but they would far surpass the typical flying charm, even eclipsing various flying vehicles. Most importantly, this flying spell can be utilized in conjunction with apparition. Karmit, possessing an exceptionally keen intellect as a transmigrator without a system, relies on his insight and memory, his greatest assets. Thus, after Lucius explained the principles, Karmit had already grasped the concept. What he lacked now was time for dedicated research. Meanwhile, as Karmit immersed himself in his new study at the All-Request house, Quirrell returned to his office. The moment he shut the door, he collapsed to the floor in agony. Master, why must you punish your humble servant? Quirrell writhed on the ground, feeling a searing pain in his soul. Such torment is truly beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. He rolled about, pleading for mercy. After a couple of minutes, Voldemort concluded his entertainment of punishing his servant. A raspy voice emerged. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your scheming? Although I minimized my perceptions and presence during the Quidditch match, do you really think I was oblivious to the commotion outside? Why did you act in front of Dumbledore? Do you wish to expose me? Quirrell's heart raced with alarm. Yet he quickly replied, No, Master, it is not as you think. I merely wish to eliminate Harry Potter. If Harry Potter were to perish on the Quidditch field, your most pressing concern would be resolved. Your humble servant only wishes to serve you. Please, in light of my loyalty, forgive my oversight. Quirrell's words were heartfelt. And given Voldemort's own clouded judgment at that moment, he surprisingly chose to believe Quirrell. Voldemort let out a cold snort. Considering you are working for me, I shall forgive you this time. Fool, do not let there be a next time. This time, Dumbledore did not discover us. Otherwise, we would both be doomed. Do not forget, if I fall, you shall not survive either. Do you understand? Quirrell nodded fervently. Yes, my great master, I understand. Alas, this time the plan was unsuccessful. Otherwise, Harry Potter could have been dealt with directly. Voldemort replied icily, Fool, it is not so easy to eliminate that fortunate child at Hogwarts. Do not let there be a next time. The priority remains to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell felt disdain within. He was unsure who the real fool was. Regrettably, Dumbledore had abandoned him. He could not believe that Dumbledore was unaware of his presence. It was evident he had become an open book. Only Voldemort remained oblivious, still believing he was in hiding. It was utterly ridiculous. Quirrell truly wished to distance himself from Voldemort. He sensed a bleak future following him. As Quirrell's mind wandered, Voldemort's voice echoed once more, I wish to see that child. Quirrell paused momentarily. Who? Voldemort replied, Karmit Black, the rebellious son. Quirrell's heart raced. Master, why do you wish to see him? He cannot assist you, nor will he impact your plans. Voldemort's anger flared. Fool, his power far exceeds your imagination. I have told you, I can sense what transpires today. His mastery of spells is not inferior to yours. His strength is formidable. The Death Eaters require fresh blood. Quirrell stammered. But he is the rebellious son. Voldemort declared. I can offer him a chance, provided he pledges his loyalty. Now arrange it. I must continue my slumber. The power of that unicorn's blood will soon be depleted. You need to venture into the Forbidden Forest again. With that, Voldemort's voice fell into silence. After waiting a minute or two, Quirrell tentatively called out, Master? Master? No response came from Voldemort. Quirrell sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. His heart was filled with anxiety. What was he to do? Rationally, he did not wish to harm Karmit. After all, in Karmit, he had rediscovered the original intentions and joy of his teaching days. Yet, he could not disregard Voldemort's command. Quirrell's heart was entangled in a profound conflict. At that moment, Karmit was entirely unaware of these developments. Otherwise, he would be jumping for joy. His plan had ultimately proven effective. Why save Harry Potter? Out of boundless kindness. Do not be absurd. Karmit would never possess such benevolence in his lifetime. The reason he saved Harry was to provoke Voldemort further. Karmit was uncertain if Voldemort could perceive this, but he felt it was worth a try. He had waited far too long for Voldemort to reach out, and now he felt he needed to incite some reaction. It was merely a pawn in the game. After all, Harry Potter could not truly perish, and perhaps a more vulnerable Harry would better serve Karmit's interests. The distinction is merely a matter of a snap of the fingers. However, if this seemingly idle move proves to be effective, then Karmit's efforts will not have been in vain. Due to the weekend, the young wizards gathered in the auditorium arrived quite early. Of course, their purpose was not to dine. Rather, they were eager to discover who Karmit's chief challenger would be today. Just yesterday, the 7 heads of Slytherin were no match for him. It appears that no one can impede Karmit's progress. This has left everyone curious about whether there will be any new developments today. However, upon their arrival, the main character, Karmit, was still absent. At that moment, within the room of requirement, Karmit had entered a critical phase. He had preliminarily combined the flying spell with the disillusionment charm. The next step was to create his unique flying spell. Immersed in his studies, Karmit was oblivious to the passage of time. Soon, it was noon. Suddenly, Karmit's body soared into the air, surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Outside the brilliance, a magnificent golden dragon coiled around him. This dragon was not the traditional 4-legged serpent of Western lore, but a true divine dragon belonging to the Great Sia. In an instant, the golden light appeared on the opposite side of the room of requirement. As Karmit gently descended, the dragon burrowed into the ground. Upon contact, the dragon transformed into a golden emblem of the Black family, imprinted on the floor. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, and so did the emblem. A smile graced Karmit's lips. He had finally accomplished it. After much contemplation, he had conceived this flying spell, a simple yet magnificent creation. As he pondered, Karmit realized the power of thought. When constructing his model, he relied solely on imagination, envisioning every detail until he arrived at the final product. Indeed, the magical world of Hogwarts is a vast realm of conceptualization. If you dare to dream, you can achieve it. Sitting in his chair, Karmit rubbed his aching forehead. Although the process of contemplation was exhilarating, it was also quite exhausting. However, now that he had perfected this spell, he could teach it to Belinda and the others. In the future, it would serve as a symbol of the Black family. This was not merely a simple emblem. It would evolve into a symbol of intimidation and representation. This is precisely why pure-blood families possess crests. At that moment, Karmit's stomach suddenly growled. He glanced at the time and realized why he was hungry. It was already 12:45. Suddenly, the realization struck him. He was late. Throne manifest, he exclaimed. With that thought, Karmit dashed out of the room of requirement. Running would take too long. So he decided to make a grand entrance. In a flash of gold, enveloped by the dragon, Karmit transformed into golden light and sped toward the Great Hall. Chapter 94, The Battle of the Houses? Karmit to the rescue. Within the Grand Hall, the majority of young wizards had already satiated their hunger and thirst. At this moment, they anxiously awaited the arrival of the day as protagonist. At the Slytherin table, Harry Potter inquired, Draco, where is Mr. Black? Draco replied, I have no idea. Perhaps something has delayed him. My cousin always has his own plans and ideas. Harry remarked, it's almost time. Surely Mr. Black hasn't he forgotten? Draco remained silent, though he too harbored concerns that his cousin might indeed forget today as challenge. While the likelihood seemed slim, he had accidentally disturbed his cousin's sleep that morning, and oversleeping was a possibility. The students from other houses were engaged in hushed whispers. Not only were the students waiting, but the professors were as well. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I suspect he is too afraid to come. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, which emanated from the Gryffindor table. It was Ron speaking. The Weasley twins seized the opportunity for some private banter. Fred, do you think our family has produced a fool? I find your suspicions quite valid. It's evident his intellect is lacking. Let us hope this doesn't affect the next generation of the Weasley family. Perhaps we should suggest his expulsion from the family. The twins jested about their brother, though they had no intention of making such a suggestion. Nonetheless, their irrepressible humor persisted. At the Slytherin table, some hot-headed students rose to their feet. What did you say? Damn Gryffindor, mind your own business. The expressions of Slytherin's serpents turned icy. Karmit's reputation was now intertwined with Slytherin's honor. Should he rise to prominence as the best in all of Hogwarts, Slytherin would bask in his glory. They would not allow anyone to speak ill of Karmit. Other students pointed and whispered about Ron, and it was clear that none had kind words for him. However, Ron remained oblivious to the scrutiny. At that moment, one thought consumed him. He was the center of attention. This inflated his vanity to unprecedented levels. The foolish Ron Weasley failed to realize that while heroes attract gazes, so too do fools. Ron stood up and declared, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? If he's not afraid, then why hasn't he shown up?" He continued, "In my opinion, all you Slytherins do is engage in underhanded schemes and conspiracies." Ron unabashedly unleashed his jealousy, which had reached a boiling point regarding Karmit. At the faculty table, Snape's expression grew frosty. "Professor McGonagall, I believe the standards of Gryffindor students require significant improvement." Professor McGonagall understood at this moment that Snape was genuinely angry. Under normal circumstances, he would not address her in such a formal manner. With a surge of indignation, she retorted, "Mr. Weasley, sit down and apologize for your words. Even if Mr. Black were to lose, his abilities far surpass yours." Ron felt a surge of indignation. So what? He still dares not show his face, nor even join us for a meal. Who knows where he is, trembling in fear. I even suspect that your so-called 7 hidden prefects from yesterday were merely letting things slide. This is nothing but a farce of your own contrivance. Upon hearing Ron's words, the expressions of several Slytherin prefects grew even colder. Even Gemma Farley seemed to exude a faint aura of menace. Arabella coldly retorted, "Can you endure this any longer? If you can, then endure it. Weasley, you're courting death." As she spoke, Arabella rose to her feet, her wand materializing in her hand. The fourth-year Slytherins promptly followed her lead, brandishing their wands in unison. It was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The other Slytherin prefects mirrored the action, and their fellow students quickly followed suit. At the Gryffindor table, although the young lions scorned Ron's character, they could not abandon him in such a moment. As Percy was the first to draw his wand, the others swiftly followed suit. Surprisingly, the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff united in a collective retreat, clearing the battlefield. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. "Enough. What do you intend to do?" The impending clash between the two houses was palpable, and McGonagall's fury was unmistakable. Snape's eyes glimmered with cold light, yet he remained seated, refraining from intervening. Despite hearing McGonagall's voice, neither side lowered their wands. It seemed that a confrontation was imminent. A smile spread across Ron's face as he reveled in the chaos, feeling as though he were the architect of this turmoil, the central figure in this unfolding drama. The satisfaction within him was indescribable. Just as McGonagall prepared to intervene personally and quell the farce, a sudden beam of golden light burst through the doors of the hall. The golden light fell squarely between the two factions of students, dissipating to reveal the figure of Karmit. A golden dragon spiraled down from Karmit's head, landing gracefully upon the ground, coalescing into the emblem of the Black family. The professors at the staff table watched with narrowed eyes, their pupils contracting slightly. Dumbledore straightened his posture, realizing that Karmit's display was far more impressive than the flying charm he had created. He could discern that this was a form of apparition-derived flight magic, a realization shared by the other professors. Dumbledore felt a twinge of regret. He should have meticulously crafted the flying charm when he initially devised it for the Order of the Phoenix to confront the Death Eaters. Meanwhile, the young wizards gazed at Karmit in awe. George swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Fred, he looks so cool." "You're right, George. I've never so wholeheartedly agreed with your opinion." Fred replied, "I want to learn that. I feel just as you do." George nodded vigorously. Among the Ravenclaw students, the young witch's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What is that? A golden giant serpent? How magnificent." At this moment, Zhang Xiu stated, "No, that is not a python, nor a mere snake. It is a dragon. The true divine dragon of Daxia." "A dragon? Why does it lack wings?" Zhang Xiu explained, "Because the Daxia dragon differs from the Western dragon. It possesses the power to summon wind and rain, serving as a guardian of peace for the realm." The group of Ravenclaw young wizards nodded in agreement, once again enlightened. Zhang Xiu gazed at Karmit, her face a canvas of curiosity. She had not anticipated that Karmit had such profound knowledge of Daxia's culture. This spell was evidently not derived from any existing incantation. It was Karmit's own creation. In Daxia, the divine dragon is but a legend. Yet Karmit seemed to possess knowledge of these tales. How learned he must be. Chapter 95. The chief's authority begins to take shape. One person dominates 2 houses. Karmit's gaze swept across Gryffindor and Slytherin. "It appears I have missed quite the spectacle. Are you hosting a ball?" Draco interjected, "Cousin, that wretched Weasley has the audacity to claim you are afraid." Karmit nodded. "And then what? You drew your wands at your own classmates? Even if he is a fool." Upon hearing Karmit's words, Ron's temper flared. What did you say? Karmit abruptly turned, his aura locking onto Ron, a menacing energy enveloping him. Karmit had emerged from Nocturne Alley. He truly exuded a lethal presence, one forged through bloodshed. Under Karmit's glare, Ron's complexion paled instantly, his legs weakened, and the familiar warmth of fear washed over him once more. He had been frightened into submission. Karmit scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the Slytherin crowd. Is this worthless fool truly deserving of your wands? Draco and his companions lowered their heads. Although Karmit's challenge for supremacy was not yet concluded, many in Slytherin had already tasted defeat at his hands. In the face of Karmit, they were genuinely impressed. Karmit commanded, "Put away your wands." The young Slytherins hesitated momentarily. Karmit furrowed his brow, his voice intensifying. I said, "Put away your wands." Reluctantly, the young Slytherins complied. Even the 7 hidden leaders followed suit. Karmit proclaimed, "Spells are not to be wielded against your own kind. Even if those lions are foolish, they are still our classmates. Remember, never aim your wands at those who stand beside you in the same camp." On the stage, Professor McGonagall and the other professors displayed expressions of admiration. Professor Flitwick even struck the table, exclaiming, "Well said, Black. You should be the chief of Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick's excitement was palpable. Were it not for the fear of Snape's wrath, he would have eagerly welcomed Karmit into Ravenclaw. Such talent truly belonged in Ravenclaw. Karmit offered a slight nod of gratitude to Professor Flitwick, then turned to address the Gryffindors, who were incensed by his reference to their foolishness. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? Perhaps Professor Dumbledore could organize something. Shall we put it to the test? Why not alter the rules? How about a battle to the death? Karmit cast his gaze over the assembly of Gryffindors, and none dared to meet his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Karmit's imposing presence had gradually intensified. Observing this scene, Dumbledore wrapped his cup and declared, "Enough of this farce for today. However, a punishment must still be administered. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 50 points. Do you have any objections?" As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Karmit interjected, "Professor, I believe there are grounds for objection." Karmit felt a surge of annoyance. Was Dumbledore not clearly showing bias? Dumbledore replied, "Mr. Black, please proceed." Karmit asserted, "It is evident that this incident was instigated by that impertinent Weasley, who insulted the entire Slytherin house. What fault does Slytherin bear in defending the honor of its academy? While it is true they should not have drawn their wands, is it not reasonable to react when their house is belittled? Professor Dumbledore, would you not agree that such a response is justified?" Dumbledore felt a wave of headache wash over him. At that moment, Snape spoke up, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I concur with Mr. Black." Dumbledore's headache intensified. Reluctantly, he inquired, "Then Mr. Black, how do you propose we proceed? This incident involves both houses. It cannot be resolved by penalizing only one side." Karmit replied, "Indeed, Professor, you are right that one side cannot be solely punished. However, Slytherin was defending its honor, just as Gryffindor was in drawing their wands against Slytherin. In my view, neither house has erred." The Gryffindor lions looked at Karmit with confusion, surprised that he would speak in their favor, which only deepened their discomfort, especially since it was one of their own who had disparaged Karmit. Their disdain grew as they glanced at Ron, who lay on the ground, still engulfed in fear. Dumbledore regarded Karmit, suddenly anticipating what he was about to say, and quickly interjected, "In that case, let there be no punishment." Yet, before he could finish, Karmit interrupted, "While neither house is at fault, there is indeed one who has erred today, Ron Weasley. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, Professor, should you not penalize only the one who has committed the transgression?" Dumbledore, exasperated, found himself unable to restrain Karmit. As Dumbledore surveyed the students, he noticed that all were nodding in agreement with Karmit, including the Gryffindors. Professor McGonagall stated, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe Mr. Black is correct." Dumbledore felt utterly weary. With the points deducted, Gryffindor would surely find themselves at the bottom of the House Cup standings. Yet, with Professor McGonagall now weighing in, he felt he had no choice. Very well, due to Mr. Ron Weasley's inappropriate remarks, Gryffindor shall lose 50 points. Ron, still lying on the ground, shuddered and let out a little more of his fear. The young lions of Gryffindor gazed intently at the now empty hourglass. They bore no resentment towards Karmit, directing all their ire towards Ron, glaring furiously at him on the ground. Even the lionesses shared this sentiment. Karmit had no doubt that, were it not for Hogwarts, Ron might have met a dire fate right there. He nodded slightly to Dumbledore, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your fair judgment, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, reluctant to speak, utterly weary, truly weary, at that moment. The throne seemed to sense the stirrings of Hogwarts. Just as the matters were finally resolved, the throne made an abrupt appearance in the sky. Familiar scenes, familiar frames, familiar processes. The throne descended, enveloping Karmit in a green light. Before drawing him up onto the arena, Karmit looked around in confusion. Where was his opponent? Was this to imply that his challenge was already concluded? Others in the hall also watched the throne with curiosity, eager to discern its next move. Just as everyone was pondering, the throne moved once more, and the six-tiered staircase beneath it suddenly shattered, transforming into a cascade of green light that enveloped the Slytherin table. In the next moment, the green light directly summoned all the students who had been defeated by Karmit a few days prior, 40 in total. This unforeseen turn of events left Karmit stunned, the other young wizards bewildered, and the professors seated on the dais equally perplexed. Even Dumbledore appeared slightly taken aback. Karmit widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this a jest? 1 against 40? Did this imply that the so-called champion of Hogwarts must possess the strength to dominate an entire house? Was this truly a selection for the champion and not for the headmaster? The intensity required for this position seemed rather excessive. At the Slytherin table, there was a conspicuous void of space. Gemma Farley's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this the challenge for the Hogwarts champion? How terrifying. Arabella frowned. Wasn't the limit set at 10? Why 40? Gemma contemplated for a moment and replied, it seems no one ever stated that the upper limit was confined to 10. Rather, previous champions had only faced 10 opponents at most, likely correlating to the challenger's strength. Arabella remarked. Thus, the Hogwarts champion must overpower all 4 houses. Was Salazar Slytherin's challenge truly meant to be surmountable? Gemma speculated. I suspect the difficulty adjusts according to the challenger's prowess. His strength is indeed formidable. Arabella added, 40 individuals, each casting a spell, is not something to be taken lightly, no matter how powerful he is. Gemma observed Karmit on the arena and declared, I believe he can create miracles. As Gemma Farley engaged in conversation with Arabella, Karmit pondered the means to break the stalemate on the stage. Facing 40 wizards, even with his formidable prowess, he found himself in a predicament, particularly since he could not resort to large-scale dark magic. In an open field, he could have easily dealt with 40 individuals, dispatching them one by one with the killing curse. However, on the arena, he could not harm these students. This posed the true challenge. He had to incapacitate them or simply knock them off the platform. Otherwise, they could regroup and initiate a protracted battle, which would spell genuine trouble. No matter how robust his shield charm, it would be impossible to simultaneously defend against 40 spells. Despite the fact that they were students, their spells, though weaker, still possessed significant potency. Before Karmit could devise a strategy, he noticed the green light beginning to dim. In the next moment, all 40 individuals launched their assault on him simultaneously. Furrowing his brow, Karmit swiftly retreated while casting 3 silent shield charms before him. The first wave of attacks shattered the initial shield charm, and the second was on the verge of crumbling. Observing the scene, Karmit noted that the students' strengths varied considerably, and their lack of coordination was fortuitous. Had they worked in unison, the situation would have been far more dire. However, due to their disarray, he could dismantle them one by one. Unlike the previous day, where he faced 7 elite students, today's numbers were overwhelming, necessitating that he eliminate the most significant threats first. His gaze fell upon the 10-member group from the 7th grade, the strongest of the students. Yet, they were positioned rather far away, making it challenging to reach them. If only he could employ apparition. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He had acquired a new ability today. With a focused thought, Karmit enveloped himself in a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, transformed into a stream of golden light gliding across the arena. Occasionally, he unleashed spells directed at the Slytherin students, who were left in utter despair. Unable to retaliate as they could not even touch him, Karmit reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound flight spell. Had he not mastered it today, he would have had to exert himself considerably. Now, with this spell, he possessed an invincible trump card, as he cast spells with unrelenting accuracy. The 7th grade students were dispatched from the arena in no time, far quicker than the previous encounters he had faced. In the midst of this, while Karmit methodically eliminated his opponents, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye towards the Ravenclaw camp, where a gathering had formed around Penelope. Karmit faintly heard. Penelope was engaged in discussions with others on how to restrict his flying spell. Karmit was momentarily taken aback, having momentarily forgotten the brilliance of the Ravenclaw scholars, particularly the formidable female head, Penelope. They had been observing Karmit's combat style and were planning to begin practicing cooperation. It appeared that the greatest obstacle to surpassing the 4 houses was not the exceptionally powerful Slytherin, who were the first to compete and thus lacked the opportunity for synergy. Nor was it Gryffindor, whose foolish lions also demonstrated a lack of coordination. Rather, it was the intellectually inclined Ravenclaw and the inherently united Hufflepuff that posed a more significant challenge. As Karmit pondered this, his hands were in constant motion. One by one, Slytherin members were being knocked off the stage by Karmit. The little snakes were aware of their lack of coordination, yet as the first to compete, they had no time to refine their teamwork. Perhaps this could be considered a minor advantage bestowed by the throne. If these 40 little snakes had trained for a few days and began to synergize, Karmit would indeed find it far less effortless. Even Karmit would expend considerable effort against 40 individuals. After all, the individual strength of the little snakes was undeniably formidable. When facing Karmit, they could always muster some resistance. However, the final outcome remained unchanged, as they could not escape the fate of being individually defeated by Karmit. Once all the Slytherin students were eliminated, Karmit landed on the ground. The golden emblem of the Black family shimmered on the ground, turning the hem of Karmit's robes golden. In that moment, Karmit seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. No one dared to meet his gaze. At that instant, Karmit's prestige had reached its zenith. On the platform, Professor McGonagall sincerely remarked, "He is already embodying the essence of a champion." Dumbledore remained silent, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Professor Flitwick nearly succumbed to the urge to rise and applaud. Watching Karmit's battle stirred an exhilarating fervor within him. Had it not been for Professor Sprout's restraint, Flitwick might have stood on the table to show his appreciation. Chapter 97. Karmit's thoughts on creating a new spell. The arena transformed into a cascade of green light, reassembling into 6 steps, while the serpent sculpture atop the throne cast a glance at Karmit before vanishing along with the throne. Karmit, unsure if it was merely his illusion, noted how the serpent's head on the throne appeared increasingly animated. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. Once a course of action had commenced, further contemplation seemed futile. Thus, he resolved to take one step at a time. His current focus was on how to tackle the upcoming challenges. Given the throne's nature, the challenges for the next 3 days were already predetermined. A battleground involving 40 members from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. Karmit harbored no concerns about the brainless fools of Gryffindor. Whether faced with 40 or an additional 40, he felt undaunted. However, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were altogether different. The Badgers of Hufflepuff, despite being labeled as mediocre by the wizarding community, are truly understood only by those who appreciate that mediocrity embodies comprehensiveness, lacking any singularly outstanding traits. It might be said that all their characteristics shine brightly. Most notably, when it comes to unity, Hufflepuff undoubtedly surpasses the other 3 houses. This implies that even if the Badgers were to face off against Slytherin tomorrow, their coordination would be far superior to that of the Serpents today. In individual combat, the Badgers may appear rather average. However, in a collective confrontation, they would demonstrate what true teamwork entails. Beyond the Badgers, it is the Eagles that command more of Karmit's attention. Penelope, the head girl, has already proven her prowess to Karmit. Yet, as a Ravenclaw, her strength lies not in her power, but in her wisdom. Among the 4 houses, while Slytherin may rely on sheer strength to impress others, Hufflepuff thrives on strong relationships. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw, being a bastion of academic excellence, undoubtedly requires exceptional intellect to lead. As for Gryffindor, it is perhaps best to remain silent about them. Today, while Karmit fought on stage, Penelope and the Ravenclaws observed from below. Without a doubt, Karmit could surmise that Penelope would lead her house in devising strategies to defeat him. Pure strength is not particularly daunting. However, a combination of strength and wisdom becomes a formidable adversary. Thus, among the 4 houses, Karmit is most concerned about Ravenclaw. He realizes that engaging with them will not be an easy feat if only he could master large-scale spells such as Firestorm or Fire Shield. This way, regardless of the opponent, he could clear the battlefield with ease. As he pondered, a spark of insight illuminated Karmit's mind. Indeed, he recognized his greatest shortcoming. He is somewhat akin to Voldemort in that he lacks a suitable large-scale spell. Dumbledore and Grindelwald specialized in such wide-ranging magic, whereas Voldemort focused solely on singular curses. This is likely a point of criticism aimed at the author's portrayal of Voldemort, who, in the narrative, is depicted as the most powerful. Yet, Voldemort's actions consistently fell short, having never even conquered England. In contrast, Grindelwald instigated turmoil across Europe. According to the author, Voldemort's perpetual state of weakness resulted in his being perpetually on the defensive. However, Karmit believes this stems from his shortcomings. He is acutely aware of the immense difficulty in overcoming a fully fortified opponent. Currently, Karmit finds himself struggling. Moreover, it is a collective creation, an all-encompassing protection forged by every inhabitant of Hogwarts. The Socket Spirit's sudden intervention shattered it effortlessly, underscoring the truly outrageous power of Voldemort. However, Voldemort is adept solely in the killing curse and has not delved into the realm of area attacks. This leads to the conclusion that, in terms of sheer capability, he is indeed outmatched by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that at the height of his power, Voldemort might have been a formidable opponent in one-on-one encounters. In the original text, Dumbledore's admission of being unable to defeat Voldemort is not without merit. Yet, this bears little relevance to Karmit, who believes that a wizard must possess a well-rounded skill set. While he has mastered the killing curse, capable of unleashing it silently and with great potency, he must also acquire the ability to engage in collective combat. A powerful large-scale spell is an absolute necessity. With this thought in mind, Karmit decided to alter his course. He had initially intended to return to his dormitory for a brief respite, but it became clear that he had much yet to accomplish. The room of requirement has nearly transformed into Karmit's personal study hall, where he spends his days immersed in various forms of learning. After 11 years, he finds himself in an unprecedented state of intense competition. Karmit requested a chamber suitable for experimenting with spells and subsequently took a seat, beginning to devise his own area spell in his mind. First and foremost, it must encompass a vast range. Secondly, it should possess formidable power, ideally augmented by some unique attribute, akin to Grindelwald's gas stove, which serves to evaluate his subordinates. Yet, Karmit soon found himself scratching his head. Wait, what is the underlying principle of Grindelwald's gas stove? It seems rather absurd. How could it possibly screen his followers? Rubbing his chin, Karmit mused that while the power of the magical world indeed stems from one's contemplative prowess, one must have a clear direction for that contemplation, mustn't one? The power of contemplation is, undeniably, the most bizarre yet reliable force in existence. One may ponder in any manner, but that contemplation must coherently connect the elements of thought. Rubbing his forehead, Karmit felt that the very premise of this world was utterly nonsensical. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Should he directly seek assistance from Grindelwald? Setting aside the question of whether he would be willing to teach, the journey to Germany would be far too time-consuming. Naturally, there are individuals within Hogwarts who could aid Karmit in resolving his queries. Dumbledore? No, Karmit would rather forego learning than approach him. That leaves but one option, Voldemort. Indeed, the socket spirit is of paramount importance. Hogwarts cannot do without Voldemort, just as the West cannot do without Jerusalem. After a brief period of contemplation, Karmit formulated a rough plan in his mind. He resolved to implement it that very evening, feeling reluctant to dally with Voldemort any longer. Chapter 98. A magical version of the 10,000 swords returning to the source? Karmit first undertook some personal research, aiming to ascertain the spell's power and range. He began to mentally outline his thoughts regarding the new spell he intended to create, starting with considerations of its potency. The power of flames is evidently unparalleled, particularly that of the fierce fire, characterized by its searing heat and indomitable nature. In terms of sheer might, fierce fire undoubtedly stands in a league of its own. Whether it is the path forged by the fire god or the protective shield of flames, they both rely on this formidable force. Following closely are its range and flexibility. Karmit is unafraid to draw upon the wisdom of predecessors. The spells created by Dumbledore and Grindelwald were undoubtedly the result of careful contemplation. Versatility and range, alongside the ability to morph flames into various forms, constitute the most effective approach. Whether as a fire dragon or a fire phoenix, the destruction they can wreak is unimaginable. Wherever they soar, flames ignite in their wake. Thus, this notion is one that Karmit can certainly adopt. With a mere gesture, a flicker of fierce fire materialized in Karmit's palm. He delicately manipulated his fingers, causing the flames to shift and transform within his grasp. At one moment, they took the form of a fire dragon, and at the next, a phoenix, various creatures emerging from the fierce fire in Karmit's hands. He indulged in this playful manipulation, finding it quite enjoyable. It must be said, this phenomenon is truly captivating. While experimenting with the fierce fire, Karmit pondered what shape would amplify its potency even further. In that moment, a memory surfaced of an anime adaptation he had watched prior to his crossing over. Suddenly, Karmit's eyes sparkled with inspiration. If one were to speak of allure, it seems only the people of Dashia can embody an innate charm and romance so vividly. Most importantly, the elegance and romance of Dashia coexist harmoniously with power. Karmit spread his palm, and the fierce fire began to morph gradually. In mere moments, a short sword entirely forged from fierce fire materialized above his hand. Gazing at the sword suspended in his palm, Karmit smiled. This is truly remarkable, he mused, marveling at the wonder of it all. By intensifying his magical output, the short sword elongated, soon transforming into a long sword. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the flaming longsword shot forth towards a nearby tin man. In the next instant, the fiery blade collided with the tin figure, shattering upon impact and engulfing it in flames. Yet, Karmit's brow furrowed in discontent. This was not as he had envisioned. He desired a combination of fiery searing and the sharpness of a sword. What was the point of mere flames, if not enhanced by cutting edge? With a wave of his hand, several additional flaming longswords materialized around him. Karmit stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he could not amplify the potency of this creation, then increasing its quantity seemed futile. It felt rather redundant. Yet, how could he enhance the spell's efficacy? Despite his contemplation, there seemed to be no logical pathway to achieving extraordinary sharpness. If he could not conceptualize a coherent logic, he found himself at a loss. Seated upon the ground, surrounded by a flurry of flaming longswords, Karmit pondered his next move. After pondering for a considerable time, he ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion. A longsword, by its very nature, must possess a tangible form. Only through physicality can it embody sharpness. An ethereal object cannot possibly manifest such a quality. Unless, akin to Severus Snape, one harnesses the power of space to compress it into a sharp blade, an ethereal edge, if you will. However, this too requires a profound mastery of spatial forces. Karmit mused for a moment, contemplating whether he could merge this ethereal edge with the longsword to achieve the desired effect. He found the notion plausible. The incantation for the ethereal edge, devised by Snape, had long been catalogued in the restricted section of Hogwarts, and fortuitously, Karmit had perused that tome. This speaks volumes about Snape's character. He was never a selfish individual. Without wasting any time, Karmit resolved to put his idea into action. He summoned his enigmatic power of contemplation once more. The essence of his ambition was deceptively simple, to embed the ethereal edge within the longsword. Yet, this necessitated a distinct triggering process, one that could not be brief. It would ideally activate upon contact with a target. This posed the only significant challenge, for to unleash the spell, one must designate a target for its release. The aspiration to transform the spell into one that delays activation was unprecedented, even in the annals of ancient wizards. Thus, it must be acknowledged that Karmit's audacity was indeed remarkable, and his imagination boundless. At that moment, he scarcely considered the peril of his thoughts. His mind was singularly focused on integrating the incantation, striving for a unification of all swords in the magical realm. Aesthetics aside, the potency and intensity were paramount. Only a formidable power, a spell capable of enveloping the entirety of London, could provide him with the security he sought. With a firm grasp, Karmit made all the fiery longswords around him vanish without a trace. His mastery over the flames had reached an unparalleled level. In matters of controlling fire, he was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. He withdrew his wand, having acquired methods of nurturing his wand from Dumbledore. Karmit had been employing various special techniques coupled with his magical energy to enhance his elder wand. Now, in his hands, the wand exhibited even greater power and usability. With a gentle flick of his wand, a cacophony of metallic friction echoed from the Tin Man. As deep grooves appeared upon its surface, these were the marks of the ethereal edge. Karmit attentively observed the subtle changes during the application of the ethereal edge, contemplating how to transform it into a triggerable spell. Moments later, he raised his wand once more and directed another ethereal edge toward the Tin Man, prompting another round of metallic sounds to resonate. It is evident that Karmit has encountered failure. He furrowed his brow. Was his line of thought erroneous? The spell required the support of magical energy. He initially intended to regulate this energy to delay its effect. However, it was clear that at the moment the spell was cast, the magical energy would not adhere to his intentions. Instead of hastily continuing his experiments, Karmit began to ponder deeply. His reasoning should not be flawed. If only he could delay the activation of the magical energy, there would undoubtedly be no issue. Chapter 99. The surprising appearance of Slytherin and Karmit's novel approach. If the spell were likened to a grenade, then the magical energy would serve as the igniting mechanism within. What he needed now was to add a safety pin to this mechanism. But how could he incorporate a safety pin into the magical energy? Karmit gently waved his elder wand, etching marks upon the floor in front of him. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He seemed to have conceived a solution. What if he could deconstruct the release of the spell nonverbal summoning? First, Karmit would need to envision the spell in his mind. Subsequently, the spell would mobilize his magical energy, which in turn would activate the spell, producing its effect. However, if he could elongate the process by which the spell mobilizes the magical energy, would that not effectively serve as a safety pin for the energy? As for how to implement this method, Karmit had begun to formulate some ideas. Before the spell siphoned the magical energy, he could introduce a segment of redundant energy. Although this principle might sound rather intricate, it is, in fact, quite straightforward. The concept of specificity should be comprehensible to all. The same applies to magical energy. When the spell activates the energy, that energy becomes tagged with the spell, transforming into its exclusive essence. For instance, when releasing nonverbal summoning, it would draw upon a base of 5 units of magical energy. This energy would then receive a unique tag identifying it as belonging to nonverbal summoning. However, if he were to add an additional unit before this 5, would that not extend its duration? As Karmit contemplated this, excitement welled within him. This notion was indeed feasible. Rising to his feet, he waved his wand, casting a nonverbal summoning directly at the Tin Man. Yet this time, the metallic sound of friction did not immediately resonate. Instead, there was a delay of a second or two before the sound emerged. Karmit was elated. He had succeeded. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the throne belonging to Slytherin was manifesting in a miniature form. The serpentine statue slithered slowly, and atop its head, a spectral figure clad in a green robe began to coalesce. Should Karmit have seen this figure, he would have been utterly startled. It was none other than Salazar Slytherin, an exact replica of his portrait. Slytherin gazed intently at Karmit, questioning, what is this peculiar approach? Is this the characteristic of his bloodline? Such meticulous control over magic? The entirety of Slytherin was utterly astonished. After all, in their era, such a spectacle had never been witnessed. Slytherin stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that the revival of his bloodline possesses such a high concentration? To master magical runes and exhibit the ability to manipulate magical energy? Indeed, he is a talent with immense potential. No wonder the throne passively activated the chief challenge of Hogwarts for him. Does it perceive him as someone destined for divinity? Slytherin gazed at Karmit, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and admiration. Unbeknownst to him, an ancestral figure was observing him intently from behind. After experimenting with the disarming charm, Karmit decided to test his own version of the spell, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Just as he was about to make his move, a thought suddenly struck him. If the disarming charm could be employed in this manner, could other spells be utilized similarly? Furthermore, could other incantations be integrated into his own 10,000 swords returning to the origin? For instance, the killing curse? The more Karmit pondered, the more plausible his idea seemed. Thus, he embarked on his experimentation, applying a myriad of spells from the killing curse to the disarming charm and the exploding charm. In essence, he explored a chaotic array of incantations. Ultimately, Karmit was astonished to discover that his hypothesis was indeed sound. Meanwhile, Slytherin stood bewildered behind him, utterly perplexed. What was this? Was magic truly capable of being wielded in such a fashion? A delayed spell? No. The most crucial question was why this young man possessed such an abundance of magical energy. Moreover, how did he manage to time his spell delays so impeccably? Slytherin felt a strong urge to inquire about Karmit's methods. At the same moment, Karmit found himself beset by a headache. This technique was effective, yet it demanded an extraordinary amount of mental effort. The potency of spells varied, and consequently, the amount of magical energy required for each spell differed. The length of the necessary conductive thread also varied accordingly, necessitating a vast amount of calculations. Karmit finally comprehended that his greatest advantage in this new world was indeed his intellect. It was a miracle that his mind could process so many variables without succumbing to chaos. After experimenting with all the spells, Karmit confirmed that his thread logic was applicable to every incantation. Now, it was time to focus. Raising his hand, a sword forged from intense flames materialized in Karmit's grasp. Slytherin observed with confusion, questioning the young man's intentions. What was he planning? Wasn't this a sheer waste of time? To summon flames and transform them into a sword seemed utterly inefficient when one could simply hurl the fire directly. This was nothing but a frivolous expenditure of time. After all, he was still a youth, fixating on such trivial aesthetics. Efficiency in combat was paramount. Combat that prioritized appearance over efficacy was mere showmanship. Slytherin shook his head, deeming Karmit's actions futile, yet he did not underestimate him. After all, he reasoned, he was still young. A spirited approach was only natural. At his age, Karmit harbored a fondness for engaging in intriguing pursuits. He even entertained the notion of bridging the realms of modern and ancient magic, seeking a harmonious synergy between the two. However, after a near-fatal explosion, he abandoned this ambition. Yet, a dream lingered in the recesses of his heart, regrettably unfulfilled. As Slytherin reminisced about the past, he suddenly noticed Karmit in motion. Karmit once again brandished his wand, casting a spell that manifested as the iconic wandless spell. This time, however, his target was the sword forged from seething flames before him. Slytherin's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the boy lost his mind? Hastily, he maneuvered his throne, intending to thwart Karmit's reckless endeavor. He grasped Karmit's intention, spell fusion. Yet, such a concept was utterly non-existent. Countless scholars had explored this subject throughout history, only to conclude its futility. Even the 4 great wizards had attempted it together, suffering injuries in the process, let alone those of lesser prowess. Should magical chaos ensue, resulting in a spell gone awry, the consequences could be dire. The number of wizards who survived the pursuit of this field was exceedingly rare. However, just as he prepared to intervene, Slytherin found himself inexplicably frozen in place. He observed, with astonishment, that the sword of flame, after a momentary tremor, gradually stabilized. Karmit then waved his hand, directing the sword straight towards the iron figure. Upon contact, a cacophony of grating sounds erupted, accompanied by the flames adhering to the points of friction. The sword subsequently struck the wall, leaving a series of cracks in its wake. As flames began to dance upon the surface, with another wave, Karmit dispelled the flames, and the wall began a slow but steady restoration. A smile graced Karmit's face. He had succeeded. Indeed, he was a genius, having achieved a breakthrough in his research. While it lacked the fantastical ability of returning like the fabled return of 1,000 swords, the potential to unleash a sufficient number of spells to obliterate obstacles seemed feasible. Moreover, one must not forget that the greatest power of the flames was their indomitable nature, akin to a spell concealing 2 lethal strikes. After this success, Karmit began to contemplate more arcane possibilities. If one spell could yield 2 lethal strikes, might it be feasible to create multiple? The wandless spell could be paired with a disarming charm to deny the opponent a chance to retaliate, followed by a lethal curse. It seemed plausible to manifest a chain reaction of destruction. The more Karmit pondered, the more viable the concept appeared. He settled into his chair, resuming his research and development. Meanwhile, Slytherin, positioned behind Karmit, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Had he truly succeeded? How had he managed to stabilize the fusion of his spells? The perplexity consumed Slytherin as he grappled with these questions. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that this was the very essence of the boy's bloodline? What kind of awakened lineage was this, so remarkably comprehensive? Slytherin furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed upon Karmit. A profound interest began to blossom within him for Karmit. How fascinating. It seems you are destined to endure until the final day. I shall await you then, young one. I hope you are not taken aback when we meet. And I look forward to witnessing your prowess. With that, Slytherin's throne gradually dissipated. Unbeknownst to Karmit, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that someone could directly enter the room of requirement without passing through the door. Even more astonishing was that a person, long deceased for many years, had now re-emerged and had set their sights upon him. Thus, Karmit harbored no sense of vigilance whatsoever. After a period of contemplation, Karmit resumed his experiments. This time, he incorporated a disarming spell into his work, an amalgamation of 3 spells. He dared not include the killing curse right away. After all, the killing curse was not to be trifled with lightly. Karmit conjured a flaming longsword once more, skillfully infusing it with a precise strike. Subsequently, he integrated the disarming spell. At that moment, the flaming longsword began to tremble violently. Karmit's expression shifted dramatically as he transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, he cast several protective iron armor spells before him. With a resounding explosion, the longsword detonated, shattering the protective spells one after another until the last dimmed and the tumultuous waves of the explosion subsided. Karmit exhaled in relief. That was truly frightening. Thankfully, he had evaded it in time, but what had caused the explosion? Had he erred in some aspect? Confusion clouded Karmit's thoughts. After some reflection, he decided against further experimentation. He needed to consult someone. The force of that explosion was rather excessive. Hadn't he the speed of the room of requirements restoration slowed down as well? Karmit glanced at the time. Goodness, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He had spent nearly 6 hours in the room of requirement. Indeed, time always seemed to fly when one was engrossed in research. However, it was still early. He resolved to conclude today's matters. It was time to seek a professor to inquire about the fusion of spells. Surely, a teacher would provide the clarity he sought. The first name that sprang to mind was Flitwick, the foremost expert in spell research. Finding Flitwick would be a prudent choice. With this thought, Karmit departed the room of requirement and made his way to Flitwick's office. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Axley Manor, a gathering of pure-blood families commenced. Present at this assembly were the Burstead family, the Greengrass family, the Knott family, the Pruitt family, the Rosier family, the Flint family, the Macmillan family, and the Shafik family. Not a single family allied with the Black family was in attendance. Davis Greengrass of the Greengrass family sat in his designated seat, surveying the surroundings with a look of perplexity. Axley, have the other families not yet arrived? He inquired. Axley replied, they shall not come. Taken aback, Davis questioned. What do you mean? Axley elucidated, the others, such as the Malfoy and Parkinson families, maintain close ties with the Blacks. Naturally, I would not extend an invitation to them. Davis paused for a moment, then exclaimed, you intend to confront the Black family? Axley cast his gaze over the assembly, affirming, indeed. I can state plainly that today's gathering is focused on the Black family. Their influence grows increasingly formidable, and it is evident that they can no longer be suppressed. We must reach a decisive resolution. Upon hearing this, Davis responded, the Black family engages in normal commercial rivalry, and as far as I am aware, they have not committed any extraordinary transgressions. Axley retorted icily, Greengrass, are you still deluding yourself? Must you wait until the Black family engulfs you before you recognize the reality? What do you imply? Davis pressed. Axley insisted, accept the truth, that Black harbors insatiable ambition. He seeks vengeance against all pureblood families, and he is gradually encroaching upon us. His ultimate aim is the entirety of the magical realm. Do not pretend you are unaware, you simply refuse to acknowledge it. As Axley concluded, a derisive laugh echoed through the room. The assembly turned to see a rather unattractive man who had scoffed. Axley frowned. Flint, what are you laughing at? Flint shrugged. Axley, after all your grandstanding, your true aim is to rally us against the Black family. I regret to inform you that I refuse. I have no intention of waging war against the Blacks, and their power now far surpasses the nearly extinct Black family of yore. To challenge them, one must be prepared for a painful reckoning. With a thud, Axley slammed his hand on the table. Flint, do not forget that your family was complicit in the earlier encroachment upon the Black family. Flint replied, yes. I accepted 100,000 galleons and can return it at any time. Now, if you will excuse me, I have matters at home. With that, Flint rose to depart. Axley fixed Flint with a cold stare. Flint, are you truly set on leaving? If the Axley family falls, no other pureblood family will escape unscathed. You understand this well. His ambition encompasses all pureblood families and the entire magical world. Do you believe that by conceding, he will spare you? His ambitions are beyond your comprehension. Flint regarded the two wizards blocking his path and coldly replied, "What is this? Do you intend to stop me? My wife is aware I am here. Should I encounter any misfortune, I assure you that before you face the Black family, Flint's forces will reach the Axley family first." Kexley fell silent for 2 seconds. He then raised his hand, signaling for the two wizards blocking Flint's path to step aside. Kexley warned, "Flint, do not harbor regrets." Flint scoffed disdainfully and strode forward into the open air. After Flint departed, Davis interjected, "I apologize, but I wish to refrain from involvement in this matter. The curse within Astoria has recently shown signs of resurgence, and I must attend to her." With that, Davis rose without hesitation and exited. Kexley's expression darkened as he surveyed the remaining assembly. "Is there anyone else who intends to leave?" The patriarch of the Pruitt family stood up, declaring, "I came merely to partake in this gathering. Now that I am satisfied, I shall take my leave." The Pruitt family, being the maternal side of Molly Weasley, maintained amicable relations with the Weasley clan. The current patriarch is Molly's elder brother, thus he harbored little interest in the pureblood family assembly. When the pureblood families previously divided the Black family, they did not participate, and naturally, they would not involve themselves in the present situation either. Kexley glared at the remaining individuals, the Bursteeds, the Knotts, the English branch of the Rosier family, the Macmillans, and the Shaffiques. A surge of unbridled fury coursed through him. A band of cowardly ruffians. Just wait. You shall come to regret this. There will come a day when you meet your demise at the hands of the Black family. At this moment, the patriarch of the Macmillan family spoke up. "Kexley, even if what you say holds some truth, how do you intend to confront the Black family? Their current stature is not one to be trifled with. Their wings have grown strong." Several other patriarchs nodded in agreement. The head of the Burstead family suggested, "As per the old customs, let us band together to exert pressure on the Black family, to issue a warning." The others readily endorsed the Burstead patriarch's proposal. After all, it had always been this way among pure-blood families, historically intertwined through marriages, sharing a mutual understanding. In unity, they thrived. In division, they faltered. Their presence here was merely to extract some benefit from the Black family, as the prior division of the Black family had left each of them well-fed. Kexley countered, "That Black's ambition encompasses the entire wizarding world. Do you genuinely believe that mere pressure will suffice, as it did in the past?" The patriarch of the Shaffique family furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean? Do you intend to wage war against the Black family? Regardless of the outcome. Even if victorious, we would suffer significant losses. Moreover, waging war against a pure-blood family is no trivial matter." A glint of resolve sparked in Kexley's eyes as he proclaimed, "Wait a moment. Our guest should be arriving shortly." Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of concern. They sensed that today, Kexley was behaving rather oddly. Was he on the verge of losing his composure? Meanwhile, the departing patriarchs of the Greengrass and Flint families had gathered together in the Greengrass estate. House elves served them freshly brewed red tea before retreating. Davis remarked, "I never anticipated you would leave so abruptly. Has Karmit Black made any promises to you?" Flint, the clan leader, shrugged, "Not at all. But your inquiry implies he has made a promise to you?" Without concealing his intentions, Davis replied directly, "He claims he can lift the curse afflicting Astoria." Flint's brow furrowed in surprise. "The curse? The hereditary curse of your lineage?" Davis nodded, "Indeed. I was astonished to discover that the curse has manifested in Astoria. Although it has only erupted once thus far, her health has already begun to deteriorate." Flint's expression darkened. "That curse is a legacy of your family. Do you truly believe he can alleviate it?" Davis stated, "I am uncertain, yet he visited once, and thereafter, the curse on Astoria significantly weakened." Flint nodded in understanding. "I see." Davis continued, "What about you? I find it hard to believe someone like you would voluntarily depart when an opportunity to benefit from the Black family presents itself." Flint lifted his cup of red tea, taking a sip before responding, "I cannot say. However, I sense something amiss with that rascal, Axley. Marcus is at Hogwarts. And if Black continues to perform as he has, should he ascend to the position of head at Hogwarts, his standing within the magical community would skyrocket. His feats are well documented. The Daily Prophet covers him daily. I cannot take that risk. I cannot afford to gamble. His future is exceedingly daunting." Davis gazed at Flint, pausing for a moment before stating, "What if he truly desires to unify the magical world?" Flint chuckled at the zenith of the Flint family. There were over 20 members bearing the Flint bloodline. But now, aside from myself, Marcus's mother, and Marcus, does the so-called Flint family still exist? To claim we are a pure-blood family is to acknowledge only the three of us. Even if he unifies the magical world, what relevance does that hold for me? I remain a Flint, and the Flints have not vanished. Only the pure-blooded 28 families have faded away. What difference does it make now? The pure-blooded 28 have become a farce. Davis replied, you seem to have come to terms with it. Flint responded, what choice do I have? Axley has lost his mind. Initially, it was his idea to divide the Black family. Black will not let him escape unscathed. He must devise a way to save himself. Yet it is evident that the past events do not significantly involve me. I merely received a paltry sum of 100,000 galleons, which I can access at any time. I have a premonition that something monumental is about to transpire. Chapter 102, The Allies of the Axley Family. Black awaits his opportunity. Davis remained noncommittal. He too sensed something unusual about Axley's recent behavior. Meanwhile, at the Axley family estate, the clan leader Shafik was becoming increasingly impatient. Axley, what kind of trickery are you up to? Axley furrowed his brow, as he expected guests to have arrived by now. Just then, a voice echoed, I apologize for making you all wait. Subsequently, a figure clad in a dark garb entered the room. The attendees, with the exception of Axley, were momentarily taken aback. Chief Shafik spoke in a grave tone, a ninja? Powers of the Eastern Sorcerers? The ninja in the dark attire bowed, addressing the pure-blood family heads of England. Greetings. Esteemed lords, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kamita Sanko, hailing from the magical realm of the East. As you can see, I am a ninja. A.J. Neen of the Kamita clan. Axley chuckled. Welcome, you have finally arrived. What took you so long? Kamita Sanko replied, having traveled a great distance as a guest. I must prepare a gift for my visit. As he spoke, Kamita Sanko clapped his hands. Soon after, a ninja entered, carrying a wooden box, which he placed directly upon the table. Esteemed guests, this is the gift I have prepared for you. As he opened the box, a severed head appeared within. The pure-blood families present recoiled in disgust. Axley frowned, inquiring, whose head is this? Kamita Sanko responded, this is the head of the leader of a material team from the Black family. Moreover, it serves as a token of our Kamita clan's alliance in eradicating the Black family. Upon hearing this, all the pure-blood family heads were rendered speechless. Chief Shafik, overwhelmed with emotion, rose abruptly. What? Axley, have you lost your mind? You dare to collaborate with foreign forces and directly attack the Black family's material team? Do you comprehend the implications? This signifies war, an outright declaration of war. You have given the Black family a reason to retaliate. After a brief moment of shock and panic, Axley steeled himself and declared, and so what? If we do not act, will they refrain from attacking us? The outcome remains unchanged. Thus, it is wiser to strike first. Since the situation has unfolded, I shall be forthright with you all. The Kamita clan has been invited to assist us in confronting the Black family. I intend to declare war upon them. Chief Shafik retorted, you truly are mad. Enjoy your folly. I will not partake in this alliance with foreign powers. Within the entire magical realm, you will find no support. And as for war, do you believe we are still in the old days? As he spoke, Chief Shafik rose and departed. If it were merely a matter of pressure or gaining some advantage, it might be acceptable. But to engage in war? He could not dare. After Chief Shafik's departure, the heads of several other pure-blood families exchanged glances and similarly exited. Soon, only the Axley family remained. The gathering of pure-blood families had devolved into a farce. Axley glared furiously, thinking, damn it, a bunch of cowards. A host of myopic fools. Kamita Sanko reassured him, fear not, Chief Axley. In truth, their presence is inconsequential. With the assistance of the Kamita clan, the Black family, no matter how formidable, shall be powerless to retaliate. Combining the strength of our two clans, we have brought with us 200 J Neen, 500 CH Neen, and 1,000 Genin from the east. Regardless of who our adversaries may be, their demise is assured. Upon hearing the words of Kamita Sanzi, Axley's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the land of the rising sun, elite shinobi possess prowess comparable to that of an aurora. Although the CH Neen and Genin may exhibit relatively weaker capabilities, the ninjutsu of the East is a remarkable amalgamation of magic and the arcane arts of the great Eastern nations. Their techniques are indeed enigmatic and formidable. As a hybrid race, their entire arsenal is derived from appropriation and amalgamation. Thus, their ninjutsu is no exception. Axley proclaimed, very well, in that case, I shall initiate a pure-blood family war against the Black family. Kamita Sanzi nodded in agreement, his gaze flickering with a glint of coldness as he observed the fervent Axley. The pure-blood families were exceedingly affluent, and previously, their ninjas had almost suffered total annihilation in the Great Xia, necessitating vast resources for recovery. Within the depths of the alley, Byler and Belinda sat, examining the reports that had been relayed to them. Byler remarked, one squad has been completely wiped out. It appears that the Axley family could no longer restrain themselves. Belinda furrowed her brow, responding, something feels amiss. According to our informants, the circumstances surrounding the squad's disappearance suggest that the assailants employed a myriad of complex techniques, including curses and other methods. It appears akin to ninjutsu. Byler questioned, ninjutsu? Are you implying that individuals from the East were involved? Belinda shook her head. It remains uncertain. But regardless, the master now has the pretext he sought. Should there indeed be Eastern ninjas involved, it could turn out to be a fortuitous twist, allowing the master to ascend to the moral high ground before striking. Byler nodded in agreement. At that moment, a wandering wizard affiliated with the Black family entered. Commander Belinda, Commander Byler. Belinda acknowledged him with a nod. What news do you bring? The head of the Rogier family has sent a letter via owl. Belinda's brow furrowed. The Rogier family? The one from England? Indeed. Belinda felt perplexed. There had been no previous connection between the Rogier family and the Black family. The Rogier family boasted branches in France and Germany. Yet the English faction was notably the least prominent. How could they suddenly send a letter? Belinda extended her hand to accept the letter, subsequently opening it and skimming its contents. Her expression brightened with revelation. As I suspected, the Axley family is indeed digging their own grave. They audaciously dare to collaborate with foreign powers, and those ninjas have already arrived. Furthermore, the Axley family has resolved to declare war upon us. Byler exclaimed, then why wait? I am eager for a grand battle. Belinda cautioned, a pureblood family war must be instigated by the head of a pureblood family. We must relay this information to the master first. Additionally, the master has previously stated that we must not underestimate any adversary. Though that hybrid race is pitiable, they possess strength, and we need to ascertain the number of their forces. Byler replied confidently, leave it to me. I shall investigate. Belinda nodded, yes, exercise caution. And do not engage them until the master's command is given. Do not let your impulsiveness jeopardize the master's plans. Byler affirmed, understood. Take care of yourself. And quickly convey the message to the master. I can no longer wait. Chapter 103. A visit to Professor Frivy, a remarkable little man. At this moment, Karmit was unaware that the Axel family had already placed the knife in his hands. He had arrived at Professor Frivy's office. Upon Karmit's arrival, Professor Frivy appeared quite excited. Young Karmit, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Before we discuss that, tell me about the flying spell you performed today. Was it the result of merging the disillusionment charm with the flight charm? Karmit nodded. Yes, Professor, your insight is truly remarkable. Professor Frivy laughed heartily. I've encountered a similar flying spell before, which is why I recognize that your mastery of magic is truly astonishing. Karmit replied, you are too kind. Professor, I cannot compare to you. Moreover, everything I know has been taught by you. Hearing this, Professor Frivy's smile grew even wider. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Frivy finally asked, young Karmit, what brings you to see me today? Karmit explained, well, Professor, I have some questions regarding spells, specifically the merging of spells. Before he could finish, Frivy suddenly stood up. What? Merging spells? Karmit, you must not attempt that recklessly. Merging spells can jeopardize your life. Many have attempted it and ultimately failed. It is a perilous path that can lead to disaster. Stunned by Frivy's words, Karmit pondered, is merging spells truly a mistake? Frivy nodded gravely, indeed. Different spells draw upon distinct magical energies. Merging them is akin to combining two entirely disparate elements. It could result in an explosion. Frivy spoke with utmost seriousness, seemingly fearful that Karmit might stray onto a dangerous path. After all, he held great hopes for Karmit and wished to prevent him from courting death. Karmit stroked his chin, contemplating. So, is it impossible for others to merge spells? He then asserted, but Professor, I have successfully merged spells. Karmit had no intention of concealing this. He was never one to play the fool. Many things simply did not require secrecy. One must utilize their skills rather than hoard them. For what good is a hidden trump card? Karmit firmly believed in his continuous growth. Thus, the notion of a hidden trump card seemed utterly pointless. Professor Frivy paused, momentarily bewildered by Karmit's declaration. What did you say? He questioned, doubting his own hearing. Karmit, uninterested in repeating himself, decided to demonstrate directly to Professor Frivy. With a snap of his fingers, flames ignited at his fingertips. And then he merged an explosion charm into the blazing fire. Frivy attentively observed Karmit's actions. Once Karmit completed the task, he proclaimed, Professor, look. Frivy circled around Karmit's hand. Examining it closely, it appears that there truly exists a duality of magical fluctuations. Karmit, come with me. With that, Professor Flitwick dashed outside. Karmit hastily dispelled his spell and followed closely behind the professor. He wondered why Flitwick seemed even more eager than himself. The professor jogged ahead, and Karmit could only trail after him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a classroom. Flitwick pushed the door open, and with a wave of his hand, the lights on the walls illuminated instantly. Karmit stepped inside, taken aback by the classroom's setup. It was spacious, adorned with numerous tin figures, and at its center stood an elongated dueling platform. Welcome, Karmit, to the dueling club, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. Taken aback, Karmit replied, the dueling club? Flitwick smiled and explained. This is the activity room of the dueling club, though it hasn't been utilized in quite some time. I occasionally come here to practice spells. You see, dueling is inherently perilous, which is why the school has prohibited the reopening of the dueling club. Karmit nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that if he were in charge of a school, he would also disallow such clubs. After all, according to the Ministry of Magic's definition of dueling, participants may employ all spells except for the unforgivable curses while on the dueling platform. This posed significant risks for students who might wield spells carelessly. All right, Karmit. Use that spell you demonstrated earlier. I wish to observe its potency, Flitwick instructed. Karmit nodded. Professor, I will combine Fiendfire with the Cutting Curse. Flitwick exclaimed, the Cutting Curse? You have mastered that spell? You must refrain from using it during your chief challenge. Its power is far too great. Karmit reassured him, rest assured, Professor, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Flitwick did not press further. He possessed an inherent trust in Karmit. Karmit approached one of the tin figures. With a wave of his hand, a blazing sword of fire coalesced before him. He then hurled it directly at the figure. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as the flames enveloped the tin figure. Flitwick swiftly approached, drawing his wand and lightly tapping the figure while uttering, finite incantatem. In the next instant, the Fiendfire extinguished instantly. Karmit's pupils constricted slightly. The speed of the incantation was astonishing. Indeed, Flitwick was remarkable. Although Karmit had not unleashed the full force of the Fiendfire, a standard finite incantatem would not typically extinguish the flames so swiftly. The suppression of Fiendfire requires a process, such as directing the spell towards the center of the flames to minimize its intensity before forcibly extinguishing it. However, Flitwick's finite incantatem bypassed this process, relying solely on his mastery of the incantation and magical power to suppress the flames. There lies a distinction between the two methods. Truly, Hogwarts professors are anything but mediocre. Despite Professor Flitwick's diminutive stature, his prowess is formidable. It is not merely an impressive strength. Frivy retracted his wand and scrutinized the Tin Man closely, his hand gliding over the marks upon its surface. He exclaimed in astonishment. The scorching of the fierce fire and the sharpness of the God's Edge indeed inflicted two forms of damage. Karmit, how did you accomplish this? Karmit replied, honestly, I'm not sure. I just thought about fusing two spells, and then it simply merged. After a moment of contemplation, Frivy remarked, no, there is a flaw in your approach. How did you manage to envelop the God's Edge in fierce fire without it detonating? True to his nature, Frivy swiftly identified the crux of the issue. Chapter 104, the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin, Voldemort takes the bait. Karmit explained the principle behind his fuse to Frivy, who was utterly astonished. Karmit, how did you conceive this? No, the real question is, how on earth were you able to achieve it? Such a feat seems impossible. Frivy continued to marvel, leaving Karmit somewhat bewildered. Is it really that difficult? It can't be, can it? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Frivy stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your ability appears to be non-replicable, hence, no matter what questions you have, I cannot provide answers, for I cannot even perform spell fusion myself. Karmit nodded, feeling no significant disappointment from Frivy's over-the-top reactions. He sensed that his skill was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Frivy stated, however, this does not preclude you from obtaining a first-class medal from the Order of Merlin. Karmit queried, is it merely due to the fusion of spells? Professor, did you not say that this cannot be replicated? Besides, I have little interest in the Order of Merlin's medal. Frivy responded, whether it can be replicated is not your concern. You have already made the discovery. You can submit it. Perhaps someone may be able to replicate your skill. As for the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin, little Karmit, I advise you to acquire one. Karmit looked at Frivy in confusion. Frivy elaborated. Though the current value of the Order of Merlin may not be high, one could even purchase a second-class medal. It still holds special significance for all wizards. I do not know your aspirations, but believe me, possessing one will not harm you. Upon hearing Frivy's words, Karmit pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed reasonable. While the medal may not have much practical use, having it would undoubtedly enhance his sum. Perhaps it was worth pursuing after all. Frivy continued, I apologize, Karmit, but I cannot assist you with the matter of spell fusion. However, if you decide you would like a medal from the Order of Merlin, I can help you. Prepare your thesis, and I will handle the subsequent matters. Trust me, with regard to spell fusion, obtaining a first-class medal will be no issue. Karmit remarked, however, I recall that the Merlin Order's badge concerning spells must be presented before the chief examiner to verify its authenticity, and I may not have the luxury of time. Flitwick waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, Karmit. You have already demonstrated it before the chief examiner. Karmit's eyes widened in astonishment. Professor, you are? Flitwick smiled, indeed. I am the chief examiner for spells in the Merlin Order. Professor McGonagall presides over transfiguration, while Professor Snape oversees potions. Professor Sprout is in charge of herbology. Karmit was utterly taken aback. The examiner was right beside him. It was true that the Merlin Order's panel might seek out ordinary wizards, but the chief examiner must be a paragon in their respective field. Undoubtedly, the four house heads. Karmit responded, I understand, Professor. I shall submit my thesis to you at the earliest opportunity. Flitwick nodded. Rest assured, do not concern yourself with anything else. Trust me. Your fusion spell will create quite a stir in the magical community. Even your mere theory on the ignition is no exception. After parting ways with Flitwick, Karmit found himself still in disbelief. How had a simple inquiry escalated to the level of writing a thesis for such a prestigious accolade? Never mind. He would consider it an enhancement to his credentials. As for whether others would pursue research based on his thesis, that was of no concern to Karmit. The magical realm had many papers published and later verified, cautioning against reckless imitation due to inherent risks. Future research would be tantamount to courting disaster. Karmit's thesis would merely provide a new avenue for those already treading a perilous path. Whether they succeeded or not was beyond his purview. Karmit glanced at the time. It was 9:30. There was still time to seek out Voldemort for a chat. He had laid sufficient groundwork. However, if Voldemort did not initiate contact, he would have to approach him instead. Should Voldemort remain elusive today, a visit to the Malfoy residence would become inevitable to retrieve that troublesome notebook. Karmit had no desire to engage with Voldemort within the Horcrux, as the Voldemort contained therein was far more astute than the one occupying Quirrell's head. Deceiving him would be quite the challenge. Karmit proceeded directly to Quirrell's office and knocked on the door. "Professor Quirrell, are you in?" "This is Karmit Black." Inside the office, Quirrell's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Karmit's swift arrival. He was still contemplating how to shield Karmit from Voldemort's influence, yet had not devised a plan. Feeling the faint, elusive magic radiating from the back of his head, Quirrell sighed in resignation. He wished to protect Karmit, yet he found himself powerless. His life was firmly in Voldemort's grip. Quirrell approached the door and opened it, eyeing Karmit with a complex expression. "Mr. Black, you have arrived." Karmit was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why has Quirrell ceased to stutter? And what of that gaze? A flutter of anticipation surged within Karmit. Could it be? Is Voldemort attempting to reach out to him? A flicker of joy ignited within Karmit. Is this not an unexpected boon? Professor Quirrell welcomed Karmit into his office. "Mr. Black, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Karmit replied. "Professor, given your extensive travels, I presume you possess a wealth of hidden knowledge. I seek information regarding the revival of bloodlines." Quirrell was momentarily taken aback. What is this about bloodline revival? Such knowledge eludes him? Observing Quirrell's silence, Karmit felt no surprise. For this inquiry was not truly directed at Quirrell, but rather at Voldemort. The office fell into a brief silence. Moments later, from the back of Quirrell's head, a faint voice emerged. "Quirrell, allow me to speak with him." Karmit's heart soared with delight. The bait had been taken. Yet on his face, he feigned an expression of terror, brandishing his wand. "Who goes there?" Quirrell gestured for Karmit to remain calm. He then slowly removed the scarf from around his head. As the scarf fell away, Quirrell's skull began to contort, revealing a human face. To be frank, it was rather grotesque. Moreover, it was exceedingly bizarre. Who could witness such a sight and not find it peculiar? Chapter 105. Hidden Agendas, Voldemort's Educational Time. As Voldemort's visage gradually emerged, he spoke. "Karmit Black, son of the rebellious." Karmit, maintaining a stern demeanor, aimed his wand at Voldemort. "Who are you? Depart from Professor Quirrell at once. I grant you but one chance. This is Hogwarts, and Dumbledore shall arrive shortly." Quirrell, with his back turned to Karmit, felt a swell of emotion. What a fine young man, still considering his well-being. Regret gnawed at him. He should never have entrusted those notes to Karmit, for it had drawn Karmit into Voldemort's gaze. Yet now it was too late. Voldemort slowly articulated. "I am Voldemort." Karmit feigned shock. "What? Voldemort? But Voldemort is dead." Voldemort retorted. "Clearly, I am not dead. I have merely transformed into this current state. That is not the crux of the matter. The crux is that I can elucidate your earlier question." Karmit furrowed his brow. "On what grounds should I trust you?" Voldemort commanded. "Quirrell, extend your arm." At Voldemort's bidding, Quirrell turned and rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark writhed upon Quirrell's arm. "Mr. Black," Quirrell stated. "My master is indeed Voldemort." Karmit inquired, "Why do you assist me?" Voldemort replied, "It is simple. I perceive great potential in you, much like your father, both remarkable talents. I can offer you an opportunity to serve me, to serve the Death Eaters." Karmit was taken aback. He wished to negotiate with Voldemort? Did this Dark Lord truly seek to recruit him as a subordinate? Such audacity was astonishing. Most importantly, what gives him the audacity? Has he always been this courageous? Is he unaware of the death curse? However, in pursuit of extracting greater value from Voldemort, Karmit inquired, "Will you accept me?" "As far as I know, my father was deemed a traitor by your own hand." This question had long lingered in Karmit's mind. He struggled to recall many details from the original text, thus seeking to glean value from Voldemort. The matter of the traitor needed clarification. Yet, Karmit could not devise an appropriate means to address it. Voldemort remarked, "Your father, at that time, was still young." Young Regulus was filled with many thoughts. Due to his uncertainties, he fled, and thus, I labeled him a traitor. However, youth is worthy of forgiveness, is it not? Now, I encounter you, and you surpass your father. You are destined for greatness. Only by joining the Death Eaters can you achieve such endeavors. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Karmit understood. So that was the case. He had foolishly assumed that Voldemort was aware of Regulus's theft of his Horcruxes. In reality, it was merely due to his escape. Karmit had been lost in contemplation, seeking solutions, when it turned out he was the architect of his own troubles. If only he had been informed sooner, the resolution would have been at hand. Nevertheless, Voldemort, too, appeared somewhat foolish. The extent of his brainwashing prowess seemed lacking. Karmit believed he could surpass it. Had Voldemort at his peak possessed such capabilities, Karmit was certain he would have remained solitary, with no prospects of becoming a Death Eater. Yet, Karmit feigned eagerness, saying, "Is it truly possible? I yearn to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors. Alas, I have been denied that opportunity." Voldemort felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated needing to offer some initial sweetness. He did not expect matters to resolve so simply. However, at this moment, Voldemort lacked the mental capacity to ponder the underlying anomalies. As long as the outcome was favorable, that sufficed. Thus, the current Voldemort's naivety served Karmit's interests remarkably well. Such foolishness, once missed, would not return. Voldemort declared, "Very well. Once I have regained my strength, I shall bestow upon you the Dark Mark." Karmit quickly bowed. "Thank you for your generosity, great Dark Lord." Voldemort felt a flicker of displeasure within, as Karmit had not knelt. Yet, he was too weakened to dwell on such matters. He required strength and manpower. Karmit, possessing the power of the Black family and significant personal strength, was not someone he would easily overlook. Thus, he chose to overlook it. However, Voldemort remained unaware that had he insisted on the matter of kneeling, Karmit would have turned against him instantly. Voldemort then inquired, "Earlier, you asked about the bloodline of Chilo? Has your bloodline awakened?" Karmit nodded. "Yes, great Dark Lord. According to Professor Binns, my bloodline has indeed revived. However, despite my extensive search through numerous books and inquiries with many individuals, I have yet to uncover the answers I seek." Voldemort remarked, "Indeed, the revival of bloodlines is known to but a few. What are the specific manifestations of your bloodline revival?" Karmit replied, "I can learn magical runes." Instantly, Voldemort was filled with excitement. "Magical runes? You can learn magical runes?" Karmit nodded. He could not fathom why Voldemort was so elated. What was there to be so excited about? Voldemort laughed heartily. "Excellent. The prospect of learning magical runes is splendid." Karmit, puzzled, inquired, "Is there a problem?" Voldemort shook his head. "No, nothing at all. Allow me to share some insights about bloodlines." Karmit suppressed his curiosity. It seemed that Voldemort was reluctant to divulge too much regarding magical runes. What ulterior motives could he harbor? At that moment, Karmit had little time for contemplation. As Voldemort commenced his enlightening discourse, "Are you aware of the origins of magic?" Karmit responded, "According to the annals of magical history, the power of magic was initially bestowed by the deities who selected a select few individuals to receive this power, intending for them to harness it to enhance the human world and foster prosperity. However, as dynasties emerged, they began to ruthlessly exterminate wizards to preserve their own power. The situation reached its zenith during the reign of King Yosur, where every wizard discovered was invariably sentenced to the gallows. It was only with the advent of Merlin, who aided Yosur's son, King Arthur, in vanquishing the dark sorceress Morgana, that the contemporary magical society came into existence. King Arthur harbored less animosity towards wizards, thus tacitly permitting their development. Through years of evolution, wizards have arrived at their current state. Voldemort nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the earliest epochs, aside from a few exceptional bloodlines, no one possessed innate magical power. In other words, all were mere mortals. To acquire magical abilities, one must journey to the Island of Blessings and receive divine favor, thus gaining extraordinary power. The divine power conferred by the deities should more accurately be termed divine strength, a force that transcends magical energy. This divine strength remains within the blessed individuals, gradually diminishing through generations, ultimately evolving into the magical energy we recognize today. The ancient magic became lost due to its reliance on divine strength for activation. Once divine strength transformed into magical energy, ancient spells could no longer be utilized, prompting the study of contemporary incantations. This marks the genesis of modern magic. Those who possess and revive magical energy are the wizards of today. However, there exists a unique group of individuals whose powers far exceed those of others. Their magical energy is akin to divine strength. Although not true divine power, it is significantly more potent than ordinary magic. These individuals are referred to as those with bloodline revival. Karmit pondered over Voldemort's words. In simpler terms, divine power has become increasingly rare with its transmission, evolving into lower-tier magical energy. However, some fortunate individuals experience a resurgence of their magical lineage, drawing closer to divine power. This phenomenon is known as bloodline revival. Voldemort continued, stating that bloodline revival bestows numerous abilities upon the revived, such as a level of magical power that far exceeds that of others, and prowess that greatly surpasses that of ordinary wizards. Most importantly, those who experience bloodline revival acquire various talents, including the ability to master magical runes. Karmit interjected, noting that the four greats can also wield magical runes. Voldemort affirmed this, explaining that they too are bloodline revivers. Besides their capability to learn runes, they possess other characteristics that are unknown to him. Their high degree of bloodline revival may very well be the reason for their additional traits. Karmit, you might also possess unique characteristics that you have yet to discover. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Karmit inexplicably recalled the principle of his thread and the matter of his fusion spells. Professor Flivy had mentioned that no one had ever achieved such a feat. The magical world has seen its fair share of formidable individuals, including those who are academically inclined. Yet none have accomplished what Karmit has done. Could this be one of Karmit's bloodline traits? Karmit continued to engage Voldemort in conversation about bloodlines, albeit with veiled inquiries. Regrettably, Karmit did not obtain the information he sought. He surmised that Voldemort might not possess any further knowledge on the matter, rendering the conversation somewhat futile. Moreover, Voldemort's voice had grown increasingly frail. Karmit suspected he could not endure much longer. At that moment, Chilo remarked, "Master, would you like to rest? Your health." Karmit rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking it was a trivial concern. He feigned realization, saying, "Great Dark Lord, what troubles you?" Voldemort replied, "It's nothing. I am merely feeling a bit weak." Karmit lamented, "It is my fault. I was careless and failed to notice your condition." His face was filled with remorse, his eyes reddening. Witnessing this, Voldemort dispelled his last doubts. Look at this outstanding employee, this devoted subordinate. He had just questioned the boy's loyalty. This time, he was indeed in the wrong. Voldemort reassured him, "It's fine, I do not blame you." Karmit queried, "Dark Lord, is there anything you require of me? I am at your service at any time." Karmit was merely being polite, as he had no intention of assisting Voldemort. He had overestimated Voldemort, believing he might possess greater knowledge. However, it appeared that was not the case at all. With no valuable information to be gained, Karmit certainly would not waste any more time with him. Voldemort dismissed him, saying, "No need, just focus on your studies. When I require assistance, I will summon you." Karmit nodded. "I shall await your call. I will take my leave now and not disturb your rest." Voldemort nodded in agreement. After exchanging words with Professor Chilo, Karmit exited the office. Once Karmit had departed, Voldemort commanded, "Quirrell, I require the blood of a unicorn." Quirrell replied, "But it seems that Snape has fixated on me. Perhaps Mr. Black should go instead." Voldemort retorted sharply, "No, you shall go. Karmit has a more significant role. Now, be swift, for I must take my rest." As he spoke, Voldemort's visage began to slowly dissipate, clearly struggling to maintain his form. Quirrell hastily re-wrapped his headscarf, cursing Voldemort profusely in his mind. Meanwhile, Karmit, having departed from Quirrell's office, pondered the information he had gleaned from Voldemort. According to what Voldemort had stated, the revival of bloodlines possessed unique characteristics. His own trait might pertain to the mastery of magical power and the ability to merge spells. But what of Voldemort's characteristics? A troubling question flickered in Karmit's mind. Why could Voldemort exist in a spectral form and inhabit other beings or objects? Furthermore, the concept of Horcruxes had long been established. Why had no one other than the founders utilized such a magic? The magical world exhibited a remarkably limited understanding of the soul's application. How was it possible to create such a spell? Moreover, why were so few willing to employ it? The allure of immortality. How many could truly resist it? It was brazenly placed in the restricted section, allowing Voldemort to discover it and learn its proper use. Was it conceivable that the creator of Horcruxes, like Voldemort, was also a revival of bloodlines, possessing traits connected to the soul? Perhaps others did not refrain from using it out of desire, but rather due to an inability to wield it? Karmit mused that his conjecture might indeed hold some merit. Though Voldemort's knowledge was not extensive, it had effectively addressed some of Karmit's current dilemmas, thereby creating a semblance of value. For further insights, Karmit surmised he would need alternative sources of information. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Karmit discovered a letter awaiting him on his desk, likely delivered by a house elf tasked with handling correspondence. He tore open the envelope and began to read the contents within. The letter, sent by Belinda, detailed matters concerning the Axley family. Karmit's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Axley to be so audacious as to collaborate with Eastern ninjas. Yet soon, a cruel smile crept across his face. This was fortuitous, for Karmit would never grant those from the East the chance to return alive. Chapter 107. Karmit's command, Axley declares war. Setting aside the historical issues of his previous life, the very fact that they dared to tread upon the grounds of the British magical realm indicated their pursuit of demise. Indeed, Axley was somewhat deranged. Curiosity piqued within Karmit. What actions had Belinda and her associates taken to push Axley to such extremes? Clearly, his subordinates were exceptionally talented. Karmit reflected that he himself could never achieve such audacity. This is no longer about merely driving Axley to his demise. It is an endeavor to push him into madness. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The initial step toward collecting debts, the first phase of his magical blueprint, shall commence with Axley. The intention behind preserving Axley was to claim a moral high ground, which would subsequently aid in addressing other pureblood families. Little did he anticipate the magnitude of surprise Axley would present. However, this is insufficient. Further provocation is necessary. This time, the stimulation must encompass the entire magical realm. Karmit promptly retrieved parchment and quill, composing 3 letters. 3 owls soared into the night sky from Hogwarts, one destined for Nocturne Alley, another for the Ministry of Magic, and the last for the Daily Prophet. Karmit observed the owls vanish into the starlit expanse, stretching lazily. Let the chaos ensue, let it escalate. The greater the turmoil, the more substantial the benefits he would reap upon his emergence to restore order, aligning perfectly with his objectives. A smile crept upon Karmit's lips as he caressed Vanny's silky fur. He shed his robe and reclined upon his bed, swiftly surrendering to slumber. In the depths of night, within Nocturne Alley, a subordinate of Belinda delivered a letter just acquired from an owl. Belinda took the missive, her expression shifting as she inquired, "Are you certain the owl originated from Hogwarts?" The aide nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it belongs to Lord Karmit." Belinda gestured for her subordinate to depart. While she recognized Karmit's handwriting, the commands inscribed within perplexed her, prompting her question. As she perused the letter, she noted Karmit's decree. Should the Axley family declare war, she was to establish a month's preparation time under the banner of the Black family. It is customary in pureblood warfare that upon declaration, the opposing side is granted a month for preparation. Yet, Belinda could not fathom why, given that the Black family clearly held the advantage. Even with the assistance from the East, victory remained assured for the Black family. No one, aside from their own, was privy to the extent of power Karmit had amassed, power potent enough to upend the magical world. Contemplating the letter in her hand, Belinda understood that her master's every action was driven by a definitive purpose. After a moment of meticulous reflection, she found herself unable to decipher her master's intentions. Resigned, she tucked the letter away, acknowledging that regardless of her master's plans, her role was simply to execute the orders given. At the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter was busy organizing content for the forthcoming front-page headline. Without a doubt, it pertained to Karmit. She intended to report on Karmit's confrontation with 40 individuals and his singular ability to suppress 2 academies today. The reason she was privy to this information was due to the policy at Hogwarts, which, following the announcement of the headmaster's challenge, allowed reporters to document events freely. This event is indeed a grand occasion for Hogwarts, and it shall not be concealed. At that moment, a series of sharp taps resonated against the window. Rita turned her gaze to see an owl pecking at the glass. Curiously, she approached the window and opened it. She retrieved a letter from the owl's beak and glanced at the name inscribed on the envelope. Her pupils contracted slightly. Karmit Black. Rita, recognizing the significance, hastily opened the letter for a meticulous read. After a brief moment, she set the letter down, intrigued by the revelation. This certainly appears to be substantial news. However, it seems the forthcoming month will be rather busy. Within a certain office at the Ministry of Magic, although the workday had concluded, some personnel remained on duty. An owl arrived at the office window, delivering a letter to an individual. This person examined the mark on the letter, secured it, closed the window, and drew the curtains. After a moment of reading, the letter was promptly destroyed. The individual then turned and departed the office, the destination of which remained unknown. Meanwhile, several pureblood families were fervently organizing their resources to gather intelligence and make preparations. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the ministry, tumultuous currents were stirring. Yet, all of this appeared to be of no concern to Karmit. The following day, Karmit awoke, partook of breakfast as per his routine, and prepared to embark on another day of student life. Early in the morning, Axley, under the banner of his family, initiated a pureblood war against the Black family. This so-called pureblood war was a construct devised by the Sacred 28 in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic, aimed at resolving internal conflicts among the Sacred 28. Once declared, the ministry would refrain from participation. The defeated party would become a vassal of the victor, surrendering their wealth and kin. However, the balance of power among pureblood families was exceedingly close, resulting in the fact that pureblood wars had never truly commenced. As no definitive victor could be determined, only needless depletion of resources. This marked the first time the notion of a pureblood war had been invoked since its inception, sending shockwaves throughout the magical community. Many deemed Axley mad, especially considering the current prominence of the Black family, whose strength was formidable. Engaging in conflict could lead to devastating consequences, potentially reducing a family to the status of a second Weasley clan. No one could fathom Axley's reasoning. Soon after, another piece of news emerged. Belinda, the spokesperson under Karmit's command, delivered Karmit's decree. The Black family was to exercise their right to prepare for war over the course of a month. Axley, vexed and gritting his teeth, found himself constrained by the rules, unable to forcibly initiate conflict. Nevertheless, Axley's sentiments quickly circulated. He proclaimed that Karmit was merely stalling for time, asserting that the outcome was already predetermined. A month could not alter the fate of the Black family becoming a subordinate of the Axley family. His audacious declaration suggested that victory was already within his grasp. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Black family remained silent, offering no response. Within the confines of Malfoy Manor, Narcissa's expression was frigid. "Damn Axley, how dare he? I shall kill him." Lucius replied, "Narcissa, do not act impulsively. Do you not think that Karmit is aware of the situation?" Narcissa retorted, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Narcissa resembled a furious lioness. Entirely devoid of the inclination to engage in riddles with Lucius, her tone betraying her suppressed fury. Chapter 108. Karmit is injured, 10 Gemma Thales. Observing her state, Lucius refrained from further provoking Narcissa's emotions. He hastily added, "We have discussed before how Karmit often acts too hastily and decisively. It appears he is deliberately pressuring the Axley family into conflict. Recently, the Axley family supply team was attacked, and I am 90% certain that the Black family is responsible. If Karmit desires war, why is he now avoiding it? Why take a month's time? This situation reeks of mystery." Narcissa, upon hearing this, regained her composure, furrowing her brow. "Are you suggesting that Karmit is doing this intentionally? It is not a matter of his insufficient power, but rather he has other ambitions?" Lucius nodded. "Yes, that is the only plausible explanation. Karmit has always been resolute, and he possesses his own plans. Although I am unaware of the specifics, I believe he has long been preparing." Narcissa inquired, "So what shall we do now? Shall we simply watch that old dog Axley prance about?" Lucius replied, "Let us observe the unfolding events. We shall wait a month. Perhaps soon we will discern his intentions." Narcissa contemplated, finding no better alternative, and reluctantly acquiesced. In the homes of other pureblood families, discussions regarding the matter were underway. Families allied with Karmit concluded that he must be devising something significant. The remaining pureblood families also chose to remain observant, especially given the Black family's intriguing reactions. Within the Axley family, Axley and Coatian's grandson sat at opposite ends of the dining table. Axley slammed his palm on the table. "Damn Black. Does he think delaying for a month will be of any use?" Coatian's grandson remarked, "There is no need for concern, Mr. Axley. It is merely a month. With our assistance, the Black family will have no opportunity to resist." Axley responded, "I understand, but it is simply vexing." Coatian's grandson continued, "These are trivial matters. However, Mr. Axley, you will remember our agreement, will you not?" Axley frowned. "Rest assured, once we have subdued the Black family, half of their assets will be yours, and the Axley family will assist your Coatian family in establishing a foothold in Diagon Alley. I shall also arrange our future trade dealings." Coatian's grandson exclaimed, "That is splendid. In that case, I shall take my leave. I need to bring some individuals to the Muggle world." Axley frowned. "The Muggle world? What is your purpose?" Coatian's grandson replied, "Women, particularly foreign women, are quite to our liking." Axley remarked, "You'd best not act recklessly. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Magic catches you, it could spell trouble." Gu Tian Suanzi chuckled. "Rest assured, that won't happen." With that, Gu Tian Suanzi turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Axley felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. However, he could not articulate why. The tumultuous events surrounding the Ministry of Magic seemed distant and irrelevant to Hogwarts. Although the students had received whispers of these happenings, they felt too far removed to engage with them, and thus, they remained indifferent. Their primary concern revolved around the entertainment scheduled for each noon. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. This week had been nothing short of a grand feast for Hogwarts. On the 20th day of the Chief Challenge, Hufflepuff faced off against Karmit alone, with 40 members battling him. Karmit emerged victorious, yet Hufflepuff's unity and resilience truly broadened everyone's horizons. On the 21st day, the entire Ravenclaw house participated. Under Penelope's leadership, Ravenclaw unleashed astonishing prowess. The coordination of the 40 members was impeccable, with roles divided among those who distracted, feigned attacks, and those who pressed the offense. In fact, Karmit barely had time to cast a flying spell. Ultimately, it was Karmit's self-created magical version of 10,000 swords returned to one that disarmed the 40 wands, concluding the skirmish. Had Karmit not chosen to withdraw, the ferocity of the flames could have claimed the lives of those brilliant scholars. Karmit's magical rendition of 10,000 swords returned to one left the young wizards thoroughly astounded. They had never considered such a method of spellcasting. Additionally, Karmit discovered new inspiration from his own technique, the notion that fierce flames could coalesce into a multitude of attacks. He pondered whether other spells could also be executed in similar fashion. That very evening, Karmit entered the room of requirement to conduct further research, and indeed, he unearthed some insights. Relying on his mastery of magical control, he comprehended the concept of multicasting, akin to boundless firepower. On the 22nd day, The previous day's battle had left the Gryffindor Lions taken aback, resulting in a lack of morale. Consequently, they too fell to Karmit's prowess. With Percy once again heading to the infirmary, he charged forward like a man possessed, leaving Karmit with no choice but to strike harder. Thus, Karmit triumphed over all four houses. As the 23rd day arrived, new marvels unfolded. The young wizards in the Great Hall witnessed an astonishing spectacle. Beneath the throne, the 7 steps exploded, and green light coalesced into ethereal figures. 10 spectral forms emerged, all of whom were distinguished graduates of Slytherin. On this day of the chief challenge, Karmit faced his first injury. The intensity of this battle was unparalleled, with 10 formidable 7th-year Slytherin graduates confronting him. It was akin to battling 10 Gemma Farleys single-handedly. And without the use of the killing curse, Karmit found himself in a truly precarious situation. The 24th and 25th days passed without noteworthy events. The projection of the 7th-year graduates from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw occurred on the 26th day. It held some significance, as today could be deemed Harry Potter's fortunate day. He encountered the 17-year-old James Potter, albeit merely a spectral semblance devoid of consciousness. Frankly speaking, the 4 houses had their confrontations. And it was only during the 23rd day that Karmit felt the pressure from a group of 10 Slytherin graduates, 10 formidable Gemma Farleys. The intensity was truly unparalleled. Karmit was certain that had anyone else been in his place, they would have undoubtedly faltered. Even Voldemort at that age would have struggled against them. Karmit was forced to unleash the killing curse several times during the confrontation. Fortunately, the outcome remained favorable. The 10 individuals lacked any semblance of coordination. Nevertheless, the battles over these 4 days made it abundantly clear that the throne's power was enigmatic. The projections he summoned bore a striking resemblance to their actual might, sparking curiosity about who Karmit's future adversaries might be. Perhaps it would no longer be impossible for Dumbledore to take the stage. Chapter 109. Engaging in high intensity. Projections of the 4 house heads. The chief challenge on the 27th day. As Karmit advanced with relentless momentum, it seemed the title of chief was well within his grasp. However, everyone was acutely aware that in the final days, more terrifying opponents awaited him. Yet, their identities remained a mystery. Not only were the students of Hogwarts intrigued, but the entire magical community shared their curiosity. In comparison to the chief challenge at Hogwarts, even the conflict involving the pure-blood family of the Black family and the Axley family had been overshadowed. Within the Slytherin common room, Karmit cradled a cup of coffee, perusing the latest messages transmitted by Belinda. A faint smile graced his lips. The time was drawing near. Karmit felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of extinguishing the Axley family. This time, they had truly assisted him in resolving a significant issue. They were undoubtedly the best allies. After draining the last sip of coffee, he set the cup on the table, where it vanished automatically. It was curious that Voldemort had yet to seek him out. Karmit found it odd that Voldemort had inducted him as a Death Eater but had not assigned him any tasks. Was it simply a matter of not being utilized? Did Voldemort harbor doubts about his loyalty? That seemed unlikely. Given Voldemort's current circumstances, he should be seizing every available resource to strengthen his position. Karmit regarded himself as a competent individual. How could Voldemort afford to overlook him? Although Voldemort might lack a deeper understanding of bloodline restoration, Karmit still possessed value. Even if he seemed to lack utility now, his fellow Death Eaters remained active beyond these confines. Shaking his head, Karmit decided it was best not to overthink the situation and to take things one step at a time. He adjusted his attire. Karmit made his way toward the grand auditorium. Today, new adversaries awaited him. The thrill of unboxing was undeniably exhilarating, especially when the contents grew increasingly formidable. With this thought, a smile unconsciously crept upon Karmit's lips. He felt as though he had developed an affinity for the sensation of battle. Within the auditorium, the young wizards had assembled. Oh, wait, one was missing. Ron Weasley. Ever since his last altercation with Professor McGonagall, it was uncertain whether it was an act of revenge on her part or something else entirely. Nonetheless, Molly Weasley received word and promptly arrived at Hogwarts that very afternoon. Rumor had it that Professor McGonagall's office echoed with anguished cries for an entire hour. Subsequently, Ron was taken home. Days had swiftly passed. If he had not perished, he ought to return soon. As customary, after dinner, the throne reappeared. The staircase beneath the throne had transformed into 8 segments. With the throne's emergence, without any preamble, the 8 segments of the staircase morphed into green motes of light. Some coalesced into a stage, while others drifted above it, where 4 figures began to materialize. This entire occurrence unfolded rapidly, and the 4 figures coalesced into form for 7th-year wizards. Adorned in their wizarding robes, one from each of the 4 houses. While the identities of 3 might have been ambiguous, one was unmistakably clear. The diminutive figure was none other than Professor Flitwick in his youthful days. The identities of the other 3 soon became apparent. Each was a younger version of the 4 house heads. In the hall, the breaths of the young wizards grew increasingly hurried. Could it truly be the 4 house heads? The youthful Professor McGonagall was astonishingly beautiful. Look at Professor Sprout. She is quite lovely too. No, shouldn't you be focusing on Professor Snape? Was he truly so handsome in his youth? Moreover, he lacked that cold demeanor. At the faculty table, Professor McGonagall remarked, I never expected to see a younger version of myself. Professor Dumbledore chuckled. If memory serves me correctly, your prowess in transfiguration during your 7th year was quite formidable. Professor McGonagall replied with a smile, my transfiguration skills were taught by you. You are well aware of my capabilities. Professor Flitwick gazed at his younger self with a nostalgic expression, seemingly reluctant to dwell in the past. His attention shifted to the youthful Professor Sprout, who sported a head of brown curls and donned the Hufflepuff robe. She appeared somewhat innocent and unassuming, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. In stark contrast, Professor Snape exhibited the most subdued reaction, his expression remaining unchanged. However, within, tumultuous emotions surged. He had encountered numerous challenges during his 7th year, and countless events had transpired. It is evident that during his 7th grade, he did not possess the same gloom that envelopes him now. In fact, that period might have been the only time in his life when he retained a semblance of sunlight. The 4 esteemed deans gazed nostalgically at their youthful selves. Meanwhile, Karmit's expression darkened as he felt the weight of pressure upon him. Despite there being only 4 of them, the fact that they ascended to the esteemed position of dean and subsequently evolved to such a formidable level speaks volumes about their capabilities. Even in their school days, they outshone their peers. In truth, the 7th year head of Slytherin paled in comparison to them. Yet now, Karmit found himself facing all 4 simultaneously. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a green light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he was drawn to the arena. The serpent statue atop the throne began to stir, its crimson eyes sweeping across the platform as it spoke slowly. The restrictions on apparition within the arena have been lifted. After delivering this proclamation, the serpent statue fell silent. Karmit felt the change and realized he could indeed use apparition. However, he quickly came to a disconcerting realization. This was not favorable for him. He had relied on his flying spells to contend with the youthful projections of the 4 deans. With the lifting of the apparition restrictions, he would now be confronted with their fully realized youthful forms. In the teacher's section, Dumbledore paused momentarily after hearing the serpent statue's words. He then began to keenly assess the situation. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the floating throne, specifically the serpent statue that adorned it. Dumbledore scrutinized the throne before him, but despite his prolonged observation, he gleaned no useful information. Unable to quell his curiosity, he shifted his focus to the arena, well aware of the formidable strength the 4 deans had possessed in their youth. He wondered if Karmit could continue his streak of victories today. Chapter 110. The extraordinary power of the deans. In truth, it was not only Dumbledore who was curious. Everyone was eager to see if Karmit could maintain his undefeated legend. Karmit faced the 4 projections before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. This magical world was, without a doubt, utterly unscientific. The existence of these projections puzzled him, and more perplexingly, no one seemed to consider their emergence worthy of investigation, as if it were a mere commonplace occurrence. Before Karmit could fully articulate his frustrations, the green barrier vanished. In the next moment, the projections of the 4 deans launched their attacks. The first to strike was Snape. It is no wonder that our bat-like dean possesses such terrifying power. Karmit believed his casting speed was commendable, yet Snape's was even swifter. Snape unleashed a barrage of 3 spells in quick succession: reverse the clock, shatter to dust, and disarm. 3 consecutive spells were cast without a moment's pause. Karmit, in a flurry of thought, summoned the iron armor spell to shield himself. However, at the very instant the spells made contact with his protective barrier, the iron armor, which was capable of withstanding the assaults of 10 individuals, dimmed considerably. Karmit was taken aback. Was the strength of the 7th year Snape already this formidable? Yet, today was not merely a duel between Karmit and the 7th year projection of Snape. The other 3 participants would not allow Karmit to be comfortable. After Karmit deflected Snape's attack, the next moment saw the combined assaults of the other 3 directed towards him. Observing this, Karmit had no choice but to apparate away. The onslaught was too intense. His form landed on the opposite side of the arena, and without hesitation, he pointed his wand at Sprout, believing her to be the weakest among them. After all, the strength of the 4 house heads was quite extraordinary. However, Professor Sprout, specializing in various plants, was not to be underestimated in combat. On the faculty bench, Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly, remarking that Karmit had chosen an ill-fated opponent. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement, stating that the first step in dealing with a venomous tentacula was to first soothe it. At that moment, however, Karmit was oblivious to this wisdom. He unleashed 2 spells towards Sprout, confident that his attack would be effective. After all, he believed he could exploit any openings against Gemma Farley. Yet, the unexpected occurred. The youthful Professor Sprout flicked her wand lightly, and to Karmit's astonishment, his spells were deflected effortlessly. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Deflecting spells was a common tactic in wizarding duels. In the original narrative, the young Voldemort had employed such a method, as had Professors McGonagall and Snape during their encounters. However, to successfully deflect an opponent's spell required a similar mastery of spells and comparable magical power. This technique was typically utilized in evenly matched or overwhelming scenarios. The critical question was whether the seventh-year Sprout possessed a level of spell mastery comparable to Karmit's. Karmit was utterly stunned. In that moment, he realized he had misjudged his opponent. As his spell was deflected, his body instinctively apparated away. Just as he vanished from his previous position, an attack landed precisely where he had stood moments before, cast by none other than Professor Sprout. Karmit hadn't even noticed when she had launched her strike. This was utterly absurd. As he continued to apparate to evade the onslaught, Karmit could hardly comprehend the situation unfolding before him. From time to time, he engaged in brief encounters with the four esteemed heads, never lingering in one place for more than 5 seconds. He pondered how to break the deadlock. The strength of the four heads surpassed his expectations. The 4 7th graders had already attained such formidable prowess. If they were at their full potential, he could hardly fathom the extent of their power. Indeed, he had underestimated the 4 heads. However, a slight smile soon graced Karmit's lips. Wasn't such a formidable opponent precisely what he had longed for? Unbeknownst to him, during this period of relentless battles, a spark of combat had been ignited within him, growing ever more fervent. On the teacher's bench, Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Karmit was indeed a prodigy. His battle instincts and spellcasting synergy were far superior to his peers. He even surpassed the average elite auror. He would prevail, for at his age, I had not possessed such strength. It was difficult to imagine how formidable he would become as he continued to develop. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall and others nodded in agreement. What Karmit lacked compared to them was merely experience. They had emerged from numerous battles, their combat experience rich and extensive. Even though Karmit had also battled in Nocturne Alley, it paled in comparison to their vast experiences. This was the only area where Karmit fell short, but it was not a reflection of his capabilities. Rather, it was a matter of his age and the limited experiences that accompanied it. Below the stage, a group of young wizards fell silent. The intensity of the battle appeared nothing short of terrifying to them. At the Slytherin table, Gemma Farley watched the duel with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Was this truly his real strength? Was this the power of the 4 heads? It was utterly terrifying. She was still far from their level. To have such power at this age indicated that her previous thoughts had been overly simplistic. Gemma had always believed herself to be quite strong among her peers. Yet Karmit delivered her the first blow, followed by the 4 heads, revealing to her that such strength was indeed attainable at her age. She felt as though she had discovered the path she wished to pursue, her heart igniting as she observed the 5 figures continuously shifting through the air above the stage. On the platform, Karmit had engaged the younger versions of the 4 heads in a war of attrition. He did not wish to prolong the battle. Yet he found himself with no other choice. He could not identify a single point of breakthrough. The might of the 4 heads was overwhelming, even surpassing certain aspects of mastery compared to Karmit. As Karmit searched for an opening, the 4 heads did the same. Nonetheless, the fact remained that there were 4 of them. Thus, just as Karmit prepared to execute another disapparation, a multitude of vines suddenly surged towards him. Chapter 111. Professor Flitwick's greatest weakness. Karmit's pupils constricted in alarm. This was bad. The one who struck was Sprout. Her action was so swift that it exploited a momentary lapse in Karmit's apparition. Karmit waved his wand, invoking the killing curse. The vines beneath him were severed instantly. Subsequently, Karmit, unwilling to delay, intended to apparate away. However, at that moment, a chilling voice emerged from his side. Avada Kedavra. Karmit was taken aback. Instinctively, he flicked his sleeve, casting forth a galleon, and with a wave of his wand, transformed the coin into stone. The green light of the curse collided with the stone, shattering it to pieces. The sudden emergence of the killing curse stunned all the students in the hall, Karmit included. How could this curse have been unleashed so unexpectedly? Turning to see his assailant, he discovered it was Snape. With your teaching, you've wielded such power in the 7th year. Karmit promptly vanished from sight through apparition. Lingering any longer would render him a target. At that moment, a realization struck Karmit. He had been mistaken in his assumptions. Indeed, he could not cast the unforgivable curses on Hogwarts students, nor could they retaliate with such spells. After all, doing so would lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. However, he was now facing a projection. Projections bore no restrictions. The Ministry of Magic would not apprehend someone for casting unforgivable curses on a projection. That would be utterly absurd. Thus, while Karmit could not employ the unforgivable curses, the projection could. This challenge posed a grave threat to his life. As Karmit evaded Snape's formidable dark magic, he also had to be wary of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick's additional offensive spells. Occasionally, he had to contend with the bizarre control spells cast by Professor Sprout. He found himself overwhelmed. As time elapsed, Karmit grew increasingly anxious. He needed to find a way to turn the tide. At that moment, His gaze fell upon Professor Flitwick among the four. Flitwick was indeed adept at spellcasting. Perhaps he could be the key to breaking the stalemate? Karmit targeted Flitwick. Not because he was weak. On the contrary, Flitwick was quite powerful. However, he possessed a notable flaw, a perhaps excessive confidence in his spellcasting abilities since his school days. Karmit recalled Flitwick had once told him, every spell has its value. He held disdain for high-powered spells, firmly believing that with proper combination and profound mastery, even basic spells could yield extraordinary results. Because of this mindset, Flitwick had refrained from employing large-scale spells since the onset of their confrontation. In Flitwick's current state, his philosophy appeared entirely sound. After all, he possesses remarkable strength. However, for Professor Flitwick in his 7th year, this would become a vulnerability. With this thought in mind, Karmit resolutely directed all his attacks towards Professor Flitwick. Various spells were hurled at him. From the faculty seats, Professor Flitwick observed the scene unfold and, rather than becoming enraged, he expressed his approval, saying, Karmit, your talent is truly exceptional. You have made the right choice. During my own school days, I was fixated on battles between wizards, believing that victory lay solely in powerful spells. It is the combination of spells and mastery over them that is the key to triumph. I later committed myself to this path, and many years ago, I finally perfected it. Yet, in my school days, I still fell short. The other professors nodded in agreement, aware of Flitwick's circumstances and his steadfastness. They refrained from passing judgment on his resolve. For Flitwick had forged a unique path and had proven its validity with his current strength. Under the relentless barrage of Karmit's attacks, Professor Flitwick began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Karmit unleashed a series of spells directed at him. The protective charm surrounding Professor Flitwick was shattered. Subsequently, Karmit employed the spell Dueling Blade, which detonated directly upon Flitwick. The projection of Professor Flitwick shattered, transforming into green specks of light that vanished into the throne. From the faculty seats, Professor Flitwick remarked with a smile, it seems I have perished. Next, it will be your turn to face Karmit. The other professors shared a knowing smile. Even Snape's typically icy demeanor softened somewhat. Karmit also heard Professor Flitwick's voice and managed to offer an apologetic smile in return. Flitwick waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. The 4 house heads had finally allowed Karmit to eliminate one opponent, setting a promising precedent. Now, he merely needed to confront the remaining 3 house heads one by one. Of course, while the theory was straightforward, achieving this goal was far from simple. In his youth, Professor Flitwick's weaknesses were evident, making him vulnerable. But what of the remaining 3? Snape had sought power since his school days. By his 7th year, he had honed himself to an unparalleled degree. His eventual alliance with the Death Eaters stemmed from his inability to further enhance his strength, leading him to seek Voldemort's patronage for greater advancement. As for Professor Sprout, Karmit had already encountered her formidable abilities earlier. It was simply astonishing. Had it not been for this confrontation, Karmit would never have fathomed that Sprout, with her stout physique, possessed such terrifying power. As for Professor McGonagall, Karmit found himself contemplating that Professor McGonagall might indeed be the most formidable adversary. What is Professor McGonagall's forte? Transfiguration. Yet, since the commencement of their confrontation, Karmit had not witnessed her employing transfiguration. Thus, he was rather reluctant to designate her as his primary target. By this reasoning, it appeared that resolving the matter with Snape first would be the optimal choice. With this thought in mind, Karmit resolved to employ the same tactic and launch an assault on Snape directly. The battle reignited. The sheer terror of Karmit's full-throttle onslaught was perhaps beyond even his own comprehension. Spells erupted from his wand in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. Chapter 112. The power of Professor McGonagall in her 7th year. However, Snape was not like Professor Flitwick, who exhibited conspicuous weaknesses. Therefore, even under the relentless barrage of Karmit's attacks, Snape adeptly countered every spell. Remarkably, he even found opportunities to retaliate. This exemplified Snape's prowess. At this juncture, Karmit was genuinely impressed. As he continued his assault, he meticulously noted the intervals between Snape's spellcasting. Every wizard requires a moment of respite between casting spells. Though some wizards have impressively short intervals while others, lacking in strength, take considerably longer. After all, channeling magical energy, transforming it, and applying it to a spell is a process that necessitates time. What was Karmit's greatest asset? His intellect. His astonishingly acute computational abilities. In his mind, he meticulously recorded Snape's projected attack patterns, which inadvertently slowed his own rhythm of attack. The younger wizards were perplexed. Why had Black's rate of attack diminished? Had he faltered? It was understandable, given that he was facing a projection of one of the 4 house heads during their school days. It was only natural that he might struggle in such a fierce encounter. Alas, had he postponed his challenge for 2 more years, perhaps Hogwarts would have seen its first head boy emerge. The younger wizards were beginning to lose faith in Karmit. After all, the rhythm of battle could not be deceived. Yet, the professors seated at the faculty table observed Karmit intently, their brows furrowing in concern. Professor Sprout remarked, It seems he is calculating Snape's attack frequency. Flitwick responded, "Is that truly feasible? In my youth, I contemplated attempting the same, for mastering an opponent's attack frequency and seizing the opportunity to strike is undoubtedly the most effective strategy. However, I ultimately abandoned the idea. The calculations are exceedingly intricate, and furthermore, wizards are human. Their attack frequencies are not fixed." Professor McGonagall interjected, "But, Professor Flitwick, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. This is a projection." Upon hearing McGonagall's words, Flitwick's eyes lit up. He recalled the paper Karmit had submitted to him a few days prior, which he had forwarded to the Order of Merlin. Within it lay a plethora of calculations that Karmit had evidently mastered. This indicates that Karmit's computational prowess resides at an astonishing level. Seated quietly nearby, Severus Snape's fingers glided across his chin, his eyes reflecting an anticipation imperceptible to the ordinary observer. Snape has never been a malevolent figure. He is a professor at Hogwarts. Observing the formidable abilities of his student, he too feels a sense of pride, albeit one he would never vocalize. For his persona is that of an aloof individual. Karmit meticulously gauged Snape's frequency of attacks, and at last, he discerned an opportunity, perhaps the sole chance he would get. With a flourish of his wand, he uttered the incantation, Expelliarmus. Snape instinctively conjured a shield charm. However, in the very instant the protective barrier formed, Karmit executed a disapparition spell, reappearing directly behind Snape. Shatter. The spell surged towards Snape, who, caught in the rhythm of the onslaught, had no defense. His body was struck by the spell, and in the next moment, he disintegrated into a cascade of green fragments. The abrupt turn of events left the young wizard stunned, bewildered as to why the battle had commenced so suddenly. Moreover, how had Karmit so swiftly bested Professor Snape? Yet, no one could provide answers to their confusion. For the duel on the stage continued unabated. Perhaps due to the absence of two participants, Professor McGonagall finally intervened. With a mere wave of her hand, she summoned a flurry of galleons, which transformed mid-air into massive boulders, hurtling toward Karmit. Some of the younger wizards were taken aback. Is this transfiguration? It can be employed in such a manner? Their astonishment stemmed from their initial belief that transfiguration had limited utility, yet here it was being wielded in combat. The inquiries arose from the younger students, while the older wizards offered clarifications. For a wizard, transfiguration has a multitude of applications. Professor McGonagall's combat style is a prime example. For top-tier wizards, such combat forms are not uncommon. It's just that Professor McGonagall's mastery of transfiguration is exceptional. One can only imagine how formidable she is now. As a seventh year, Karmit evaded the onslaught of boulders, marveling at the sheer audacity of McGonagall's transfiguration. The rapidity with which she unleashed her spells instilled a hint of self-doubt within him. Yet, this also presented him with an opportunity. By unleashing a barrage of transfiguration spells, Karmit sought to exploit the gaps in McGonagall's defenses. He launched an attack toward her, but in an instant, McGonagall transformed into a cat and deftly leapt aside. The reduction in size rendered Karmit's strike futile. Upon landing, she reverted to her human form mid-air, her wand once again in motion. Seizing the moment between Karmit's attacks, stones began to coalesce, forming a towering stone figure. The stone giant descended upon Karmit with a powerful punch. At this moment, it was too late for Karmit to use apparition. With a wave of his wand, he cast a spell, Shatter. The incantation struck the stone giant's fist, causing it to explode into fragments. Without hesitation, Karmit vanished from his original position using apparition. He was utterly stunned. Had Professor McGonagall possessed such mastery over animagus transformations during her 7th year? Was this truly the level of power attainable by a 7th-year wizard? Karmit found it incomprehensible, but he was profoundly shaken. Indeed, each of the 4 house heads possessed their own unique absurdities, with Professor McGonagall being the most extraordinary. She seamlessly transitioned between her animagus form and human form, occasionally employing apparition, leaving Karmit unable to even lay a finger on her. This overwhelming display left him feeling powerless. He vowed that once the battle concluded, he would prioritize learning about animagus transformations. In the past, he had underestimated this ability, once deeming it useless. Now, it was evident that there were no useless spells or abilities, only wizards who failed to utilize them effectively. Karmit struggled to land a hit on Professor McGonagall. He couldn't even lock onto her. Realizing he could not afford to waste any more time against her, he resolved to change his target instead. Chapter 113, Professor Sprout's Weakness. At the teacher's table, Professor Sprout wore a smile. It seemed young Karmit had finally recognized that he should not continue to grapple with Professor McGonagall and was now considering a more youthful opponent. Professor Flitwick remarked, "This is indeed the best choice. Minerva's transfiguration skills are far too advanced, especially the transition between her animagus form and human form, making her difficult to catch. Even using wide-area spells is problematic, as she can easily counter them." Professor McGonagall replied, "In truth, Karmit is overthinking this. He believes that my proficiency in transfiguration implies that my other spells must be equally formidable. Therefore, he is wary of my strength and hesitates to expend his magic on large-scale spells. However, not everyone possesses such extraordinary power during my school days. I specialized solely in transfiguration, and that remains the case even now. Professor Flitwick chuckled. His meticulousness is both his strength and his weakness. He has his own strategy for battle, consciously honing his combat instincts to achieve victory with minimal cost. As Professor Flitwick spoke, the other professors nodded in agreement. At their level, they understood that in duels between wizards, the deciding factors extend beyond mere spells and magic power. Numerous elements come into play, especially against opponents of equal standing. If one wields spells and magic effectively, the outcome may ultimately hinge on who can cast the final spell. While the professors engaged in conversation, the battle continued. Karmit has sought out Professor Sprout in her youth for a particular reason. In Karmit's perspective, this professor is indeed the most enigmatic individual. Not hidden, per se, but rather exceedingly ordinary. At first glance, she appears unremarkable. She possesses no striking attributes, yet equally, she lacks any discernible flaws. This absence of weaknesses is, in fact, the most formidable aspect. A person devoid of shortcomings is akin to an impenetrable shield, offering 360-degree protection without any vulnerabilities. To breach such defenses demands an extraordinary effort. This characteristic is emblematic of Hufflepuff. Outsiders often perceive the Badgers as mundane and unexceptional. However, in truth, Hufflepuff has championed balanced development since the era of the founder. Every personality harbors weaknesses. Yet Hufflepuff presents only two types of individuals, the ordinary and the exceptionally gifted. The absence of flaws implies that all facets of their character are strengths. It is evident that Professor Sprout embodies this principle, invulnerable and meticulous. However, it is crucial to remember that Karmit possesses a significant advantage. His extensive combat experience has taught him to seek the slightest opportunities for victory, no matter how minuscule. While Professor Sprout is indeed meticulous, Karmit has discerned a subtle, not quite a weakness, but rather a flaw in her character. This throne is remarkable. It nearly replicates the essence of the four house founders. Personality profoundly influences a person's performance in battle. And what is Professor Sprout's personality? Kindness. The magical herbs are not unlike pets. They possess their own thoughts and ideas. To engage with these herbs, to care for them and command their obedience, one must invest patience and kindness. It is evident that Professor Sprout's kindness has allowed her to excel in the realm of herbology. Hence, from her school days, she has embodied this virtue. Karmit has consciously observed this since the onset of battle. Despite Professor Sprout's formidable abilities, she tends to show mercy in her actions. Perhaps she is unaware of this inclination, but she indeed displays leniency towards others. How could Karmit possibly overlook such a vulnerability? Without hesitation, he charged towards Professor Sprout. Upon seeing this, her projection cast a spell in response. Karmit, undeterred, made no effort to evade. He pressed forward, closing the distance to Professor Sprout. In reaction, she instinctively attempted to evade, but her movement inadvertently revealed a flaw. Professor Flitwick glanced at Professor Sprout beside him and remarked, "It appears this child has discovered your vulnerability." Upon hearing this, Professor Sprout displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she shrugged her shoulders, acknowledging, "There's nothing I can do. In my youth, my character flaws were all too evident." Professor Sprout was acutely aware of her weaknesses from her younger days, particularly her tendency to be excessively lenient. Yet, she felt powerless to change it. Even during friendly duels with classmates, she would always hold back. It was only later that she gradually began to engage in more serious combat, but even then, it was only to a moderate extent. Flaws in character are the most challenging to amend, a truth that resonates with all individuals. Karmit seized this fleeting opportunity and launched a fierce assault on Professor Sprout. The elderberry wand in his hand left behind a blur of motion. He understood that this was his singular chance. To emerge victorious, he had to capitalize on this moment. Under the relentless barrage of Karmit's attacks, Professor Sprout's projection initially managed to withstand the onslaught. However, as Karmit unleashed his full power, a continuous stream of spells surged towards her. There was no pause in the relentless assault, each spell striking true against Professor Sprout's projection. Finally, with a resounding crash, her projection shattered, dispersing into a myriad of green lights. Karmit let out a long sigh of relief. At last, it was accomplished. Indeed, his methods were not entirely above board. Yet victory was paramount. Karmit had never been a person bound by rigid principles. He cared little for the process, focusing solely on the outcome. As long as the result was favorable, he would accept it. The narrative of the process is always penned by the victors, regardless of the means employed. As long as the ends are achieved, learned scholars will justify your actions. However, one must exclude certain steadfast historians from the annals of the Dasha dynasty, such as those who condemned the Sima family to infamy. Such individuals are beyond manipulation, even for Karmit. Chapter 114. Karmit, overly cautious, achieves self-transcendence? Having dealt with Professor Sprout's projection, only Professor McGonagall remained. Dodging the punches of the 4 stone golems aimed at him, Karmit felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. To be candid, Professor McGonagall was the most formidable opponent in his eyes. Her mastery of transfiguration was simply extraordinary, a skill that he could not rival. Most notably, she was an animagus, transforming into a cat. Karmit had long been intrigued by why Professor McGonagall chose a feline form. It now seemed that everything was perfectly orchestrated. This cat form of hers was indeed a perfect match for her. Utilizing transfiguration to attack, her cat form allowed her to evade all assaults with remarkable agility. And when necessary, she could simply hide behind the stone golems. If one cannot conquer the stone golems, one cannot hope to overcome Professor McGonagall. The crux of the matter lies in the remarkably low expenditure of magic required for transfiguration. Initially, utilizing transfiguration demands a significant amount of magical energy. However, after the initial use, one merely needs to infuse a modicum of magic at intervals to sustain the form. Thereafter, no additional magical energy is required. Conversely, any offensive spells employed by Karmit, such as curses, are heavily reliant on magic. Continuing in such a manner, the outcome is all too predictable. While evading attacks, Karmit pondered strategies to confront his adversary. From the faculty seats, several professors observed with amusement. Professor Sprout remarked, "Minerva, when do you suppose he will realize that during your school days, you devoted all your time to studying transfiguration, leaving your other spells rather underdeveloped?" Professor McGonagall chuckled in response. "I cannot say, but I do know that should he muster the courage to attempt it, he would undoubtedly uncover my vulnerabilities. His excessive caution is a double-edged sword. At times, it may serve him well, yet it could equally become a hindrance. Should he manage to transcend this hesitation, his weaknesses would essentially vanish." The other professors nodded in agreement. They held Karmit in high regard and, naturally, wished to see him grow stronger while simultaneously dispelling his flaws. Perhaps it is this very caution that has propelled Karmit and the Black family to their current standing. His meticulous nature is ingrained within him. Had he not been so cautious, he would have perished long ago. However, as Professor McGonagall articulated, Karmit lacks the fervor characteristic of youth. To put it simply, he is overly cautious. In every situation, his first instinct is to weigh the pros and cons, assessing the feasibility and likelihood of success. As time slipped away, Karmit found himself engaged in a protracted standoff with the projected image of Professor McGonagall, dragging on for nearly half an hour, which began to bore the young wizards. Some could not contain their frustration, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why isn't Black making a move? He is just dodging." Another chimed in, "Has he run out of magic?" Nonsense. The successive use of disillusionment charms certainly could not deplete his magic. What could be the issue? In the Slytherin section, Arabella furrowed her brow. This shouldn't be the case. If he were to employ a wide area spell, despite the challenges posed by the stone golems, he would have resolved the issue long ago. Gemma Folly interjected, "He is likely searching for an opportunity. While broad spells cover a vast area, their power is diminished when dispersed. Moreover, large-scale spells consume considerable energy. He may be wary of any hidden trump cards McGonagall possesses." Gemma Folly's voice was not subdued, allowing many young wizards to overhear, serving as an unintentional lesson. On the dueling platform, Karmit's brows knitted together in growing concern. He suddenly perceived that he had fallen into a trap of his own making. His excessive caution, perhaps a consequence of facing the 4 headmasters, prevented him from engaging in thoughtful consideration. After all, the 4 headmasters held significant weight in Karmit's esteem, leading him to overthink and ultimately dull the sharpness that usually defined him. This is far from a commendable situation. Karmit's body came to an abrupt halt, his gaze fixed upon the fist of the stone giant hurtling toward him. With a swift flick of his wand, the giant's arm shattered into fragments. In the professor's seating area, several esteemed educators exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. Professor McGonagall remarked solemnly, "It may not necessarily be an awareness, perhaps. He has unearthed the issues within himself." Professor Sprout added, "If that is the case, he is indeed rather formidable. To identify his own shortcomings amidst battle indicates that he is reflecting and evolving." In the arena, Karmit regarded the feline form of Professor McGonagall perched on the giant's shoulder, a smirk gracing his lips. It was indeed his own dilemma. He had overthought the situation. The 4 househeads had undoubtedly exerted pressure upon him, causing him to forget that he was Karmit Black. He was an invincible being from another realm. Why ponder so much? He feared that his widespread spell would be thwarted by Professor McGonagall's countermeasures. If one attempt failed, he could always try again. Dignity rests solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth resides within the range of cannon fire. Upon contemplating this, Karmit inexplicably felt as though something within him was gradually shattering. In the next moment, tendrils of flame erupted from his wand, coalescing around him as swords of fire materialized. These blades were infused with the spell of the godly sharpness. 10, 20, 30, an overwhelming array of swords, in mere moments, encircled Karmit. The crimson flames cast a fierce glow upon him, the heat enveloping the entire hall. The throne suspended in midair trembled slightly. Green orbs floated downwards, merging into the protective barrier encircling the arena. Clearly, the throne sensed that the protective shield it had initially established could not withstand Karmit's assault. Karmit's complexion paled slightly. Controlling these 100 flaming swords was a formidable task. The ambition to unify the myriad swords of the magical realm was a daunting endeavor. However, at this moment, these flying swords were sufficient to cleanse the arena. With this thought, Karmit raised his hand, pressing it downward. In an instant, all the flaming swords surged forth, charging towards Professor McGonagall and the stone giants. The arena was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The sound of explosions reverberated, leaving the young wizards in utter shock. No, not merely shocked, but terrified. The twin stars exchanged glances, mourning for their foolish brother. If such an assault were to befall their imbecilic sibling, he might not even require the process of incineration. The repeated detonations caused the protective barrier surrounding the arena to tremble, its hue fading with each blast. The professors, apprehensive that the barrier might shatter, prepared themselves to intervene at any moment. Chapter 115. A solo battle against the four house heads, a resounding victory. Yet, it was evident that the professors had prepared in vain. The luminous shield surrounding the arena began to contract, forcefully extinguishing the flames. As the last flicker of fire was completely snuffed out, the presence of Professor McGonagall's projection vanished from the stage, leaving only faint green orbs converging towards the throne. Karmit cast a puzzled glance at Professor McGonagall's seat, where she wore a subtle smile, gently nodding at him. In that moment, Karmit understood, silently chastising himself for being overly cautious. He had overlooked a crucial point. Aside from his own extraordinary abilities, the developmental trajectory of a typical wizard is consistent and limited. Even individuals like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, at the age of 16 or 17, possess strength that surpasses their peers, yet it remains finite. The four heads of houses are no different. The reasoning is straightforward. Human energy is inherently limited. How could Professor McGonagall, having mastered transfiguration to such an extent by her 7th year, possibly dedicate additional time to achieve extraordinary prowess in other disciplines? It was all a figment of Karmit's own apprehension. His excessive caution had led him to neglect these fundamental considerations. As he focused solely on devising the most secure strategy to confront Professor McGonagall, overlooking the core issue. Moreover, he had consistently walked the path of invincibility, yet found himself hesitating. This, in itself, was a limitation he imposed upon himself. With this realization, Karmit felt an immediate sense of liberation within. He was confident that if a deity existed in this world, he would embody that new divinity. How could anyone or anything impede his progress? Gazing at the throne suspended in the air, a smile graced Karmit's face. Indeed, this challenge at Hogwarts was far more intriguing than the one against the Slytherin champion. Even he had reaped tremendous benefits from this throne challenge. At this moment, the essence of Slytherin within the throne regarded Karmit with a hint of astonishment. Ah, this lad has grasped his path with such ease. Does this not imply that he has a greater chance than the four of us to tread the divine road? The spirit of Slytherin sparkled with anticipation. They had failed, yet they yearned to witness someone truly embark on that journey. Even if that person was not one of them, they would harbor no resentment. Beneath the throne, the green light began to coalesce, remnants of the fragmented projections of the four heads of houses. Soon, the 9th step manifested, and Karmit grew increasingly curious about its purpose. Once the step solidified, the throne vanished, as was customary. Today's battle had stretched on for an extended period. Fortunately, it was the weekend. However, it was evident that the intensity of the forthcoming battles would escalate. Consequently, Professor McGonagall conferred with Dumbledore, deciding to postpone the afternoon classes by 1 hour starting next Monday, extending this adjustment for a week, thus providing some respite for the young wizards. This indeed brought immense joy to the young wizards, for typically, afternoon classes tend to be rather tedious. As night fell, Karmit cradled a cup of coffee, gazing at the letter from Belinda in his hands, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The groundwork was nearly complete. One of Karmit's favorite adages echoed in his mind. To bring about another's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Clearly, this was the current predicament of the Axley family. In her letter, Belinda recounted the recent circumstances surrounding the Axley clan. In the Muggle world, women had been mysteriously vanishing. And despite royal investigations yielding no results, they ultimately reached out to the magical realm. Indeed, the British monarchy maintained connections with the magical world. In truth, the upper echelons of every nation were aware of the extraordinary supernatural forces that lay beyond this world. Furthermore, high-ranking officials were equipped with specialized supernatural protections. The wizards tasked with safeguarding the royal family had discerned that the perpetrator could not possibly be a Muggle, Otherwise, no traces would have been left behind. Moreover, the clues that eluded the investigators were undoubtedly the work of a wizard. The Aurors had been mobilized entirely, and according to Belinda's estimates, it would not be long before they traced the culprits from the islands. This aligned perfectly with Karmit's intentions. Indeed, Karmit had anticipated such events would transpire. Prior to his crossing into this realm, he had been acutely aware of the despicable nature of those from the East. He understood precisely the kinds of deeds they were capable of. For those of their ilk, every vile and repugnant term could be aptly ascribed to them without any error. Yet, despite Karmit's knowledge that these ruffians would undoubtedly stir up trouble, he refrained from intervening, as it did not serve his interests. Admittedly, from a human rights perspective, Karmit's stance was somewhat excessive. However, although he now identified as British, he inherently felt a connection to his roots in the Great Xia. Were these events to unfold in Great Xia, Karmit would not have hesitated to disregard any semblance of personal gain. Yet, if they were to occur in Britain, he would pay little heed to anyone's life. As long as his objectives were achieved, that sufficed. Seated at his desk, Karmit penned a letter and arranged for an owl to deliver it. Undoubtedly, sending messages to students residing in the dungeons of Slytherin and Hufflepuff proved exceedingly challenging. Karmit found this archaic method of communication rather irksome. He recalled that someone had once invented a magical phone at Hogwarts. He wondered if such an invention could be realized. Karmit resolved to make time to experiment with it, for the current means of communication were simply inconvenient. After dispatching the owl, instead of hurrying back to rest, Karmit returned to the room of requirement. As an exemplary student, he had numerous matters to attend to, particularly the further refinement of his spells. Today, as Karmit utilized his abilities, he distinctly felt a surge of momentum with a striking appearance. However, the power still fell somewhat short of his expectations, deviating from his initial aspirations. Thus, Karmit is in need of further advancement. Additionally, he must delve into the intricacies of magical runes. During this period of practice, he has become well acquainted with many fundamental runes. The next crucial step is rune fusion, merging various runes to create a more refined and potent form. Karmit has diligently prepared for this endeavor over the past fortnight. Whether he succeeds hinges on today. Should he prevail, he can then embark on monopolizing ventures related to live streaming and similar industries. Chapter 116. The first step of Karmit's commercial empire is complete. In Nocturne Alley, Belinda scrutinized the letter in her hand. Beside her, Birel, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "What does the master say?" Belinda rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Why the urgency?" Birel responded, "Of course I'm anxious. The subordinates are becoming restless. Only the master can maintain order. Even my closest aides are on the verge of losing their composure." At this, a cold glint flashed in Belinda's eyes. "Birel Nelson, you possess no true subordinates, do you understand? Everyone is a vassal of the Black family, serving our master. Do you wish for your demise?" As she spoke, Belinda deftly conjured her wand. Birel quickly realized his misstep and exclaimed, "That is not what I meant." Belinda scoffed. "Should you dare to overstep again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Trust me, even after all these years of acquaintance, I will show no mercy." Birel asserted, "My loyalty to the master and the Black family is no less than yours." Belinda replied, "Let us hope that is indeed the case." She then stowed her wand and stated, "The master has instructed us to prepare. In no more than 10 days, he will receive the first-class medal from the Merlin Knights. On the day of the award ceremony, he will officially declare war against Yaxley." Upon hearing this, Birel was instantly invigorated. "Excellent. At last, it is about to commence. I can hardly contain my eagerness. I will ensure everyone is ready for battle." Belinda nodded. "Let everyone temper their zeal. The master requires Yaxley to incite further fury." Birel acquiesced and turned to make arrangements. Belinda watched Birel's departing figure, her eyes glimmering with cold determination. She has contended with Birel for many years. Now under the auspices of the Black family, her tolerance for Birel's equal standing stems from her master's desires. However, should Birel harbor ulterior motives, she would not hesitate to eliminate him, confident that her master could easily support someone to counterbalance his influence. Meanwhile, within the walls of Hogwarts, Karmit remained oblivious to the myriad of developments transpiring in Nocturne Alley. However, even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart, for he possesses ample control over his subordinates. Byler, though formidable in strength, lacks intellect. In contrast, Belinda is astute, yet her prowess falls short of Byler's. These two individuals complement each other, yet they also possess the ability to effectively restrain one another. Nonetheless, Belinda uttered a misjudgment. In the short term, Karmit would indeed struggle to find someone capable of countering her. After all, to restrain Belinda is no simple feat. One must possess greater strength and, among the wandering sorcerers under the Blake family, also hold a degree of prestige. Most importantly, one must possess the cunning to engage in a battle of wits with Belinda. Meeting all these criteria is exceedingly rare. At this moment, Karmit was wholly absorbed in meticulously etching the magical patterns before him in the room of unending requests. Each stroke was deliberate and slow. Karmit dared not rush, fearing he might err. Behind him, the throne once again manifested, Slytherin hovering at the serpent's head position. Casting a glance at the magical pattern in Karmit's hands, he furrowed his brow. What is this child doing? Is this pattern intended to record magical energy? Such a laborious and seemingly futile endeavor. What purpose does it serve? Slytherin felt a wave of confusion. All four of the great leaders were adept in magical patterns, and thus, Slytherin understood their function well, even if he had not studied this particular one. For indeed, this pattern is utterly devoid of utility. Not only is it ineffective, but it is also quite difficult to master. Slytherin was unaware of Karmit's true intentions behind this undertaking. At this juncture, Karmit had reached a pivotal moment. The wooden board was now filled with magical patterns, the lines appearing remarkably enigmatic. What seemed like a chaotic array bore an underlying order and arrangement. Karmit's chisel was diligently working in the lower right corner of the board. He needed to carve 16 strokes into that small space, and he had already completed 14. The areas left for him to carve were becoming scarce. Karmit held his breath, and with another stroke, the space was compressed once more. Beads of sweat began to form on Karmit's forehead. He was exhausted, truly fatigued, mentally drained. This task consumed an immense amount of his focus. However, he was relieved to be just one stroke away from completion. After rubbing his slightly swollen wrist, he gently made the final incision in the minuscule space left. Controlling his strength and the angle, the chisel marked the wood, and Karmit pulled the magical pattern to the very corner of the board. Then, the chisel emerged from the lower right edge. In the next moment, a gentle energy was drawn away from Karmit's body. His eyes brightened. It was done. Karmit swiftly lifted the board and infused it with magical energy. In an instant, the board recorded Karmit's magical essence. A smile spread across his lips. It is accomplished. The most crucial step has been achieved. To outsiders, this seemingly insignificant magical rune holds no value. Yet for Karmit, it represents a pivotal moment in his business aspirations. This object can be likened to a mobile number. Each individual's magical essence is unique. Even among fathers and sons, or brothers, their magical abilities may bear resemblance. Yet they will never be identical. This phenomenon is akin to fingerprints, impossible to forge. If the Ministry of Magic possessed such a device, the annual success rate of Auror investigations would surely rise significantly. Recording everyone's magical essence would be akin to conducting a census. Consequently, should anyone commit a transgression, they could be apprehended with ease. However, until the Black family no longer holds sway over the ministry, Karmit will not relinquish this information to them. Otherwise, he would be the first to face capture. Karmit weighed the wooden board in his hands, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. The first step had been taken. Next, he must complete the remaining tasks. As long as he meticulously engraves the others, he can commence his monopolistic venture following the resolution of the Axley family's issues. As for how to operate this business once it begins, Karmit has devised a plan. However, that is a matter for another time. The chief challenge, Day 28, has arrived as promised. After lunch, all the young wizards have grown accustomed to awaiting the throne's emergence. Karmit, too, occupies his designated seat. Who will follow the four house heads? This question lingers in everyone's mind, including Karmit's. Chapter 117. The young Mr. Tom Riddle. The throne will not be tardy, just as it was today. Right on schedule, it materialized above the Slytherin long table. As before, there were no formalities. A green light flickered, and the arena was assembled. Subsequently, Karmit was enveloped in emerald radiance, soaring directly toward the stage. Upon standing on the platform, Karmit held his breath, anticipating his next opponent. Could it be someone capable of surpassing the projections of the four house heads in their youth? Might it truly be Dumbledore? To be honest, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Karmit. The current Dumbledore would undoubtedly be beyond his reach, yet if it were the younger version of Dumbledore, Karmit might just have the opportunity to assert his dominance. Karmit believed no one could rival him in his 7th year. No one could outclass him. Opportunities to confront Dumbledore in such a manner are rare and should be cherished. Beneath the throne, 9 steps materialized simultaneously. In the next moment, they shattered. Green sparks began to converge upon the arena. Soon, a young man clad in Slytherin robes emerged. He appeared to be in his 7th year, youthful and handsome, exuding vitality. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his meticulously styled hair was parted at an angle. The young wizards below gazed up in confusion. Who is this? Just one individual? A being capable of surpassing the four house heads? Who in history could it be? Does anyone recognize him? The young wizards exchanged glances, each bewildered by the identity of the figure before them. Yet, among the faculty, a profound silence enveloped all the professors. Dumbledore began to speak slowly, as if to himself. Tom. Karmit felt a flicker of astonishment. Theoretically, he should not recognize the individual before him. However, upon this person's appearance, a name surged forth in his mind: Voldemort. It was Dumbledore's murmured words that confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, it was Voldemort. How could the youthful Voldemort be present here? Yet, could the prowess of his younger self rival that of the four esteemed heads? If the throne had not erred, there was but one possibility. The young Tom Riddle had been concealing his talents during his academic years. At this juncture, his mastery of dark magic must be profoundly advanced. Ah yes, it seemed Voldemort's diary had indeed split during his school days. No wonder. Karmit felt a surge of eagerness. Voldemort. Moreover, he appeared to be a Death Eater in training. Karmit discreetly glanced at Professor Quirrell, who sat in the corner. If Voldemort were to witness the projection, the expression on his face would be nothing short of spectacular. Just then, the green barrier dissipated, and in the next moment, a green light shot directly towards Karmit. He hastily cast a flying spell to evade. Confounded, he observed the projection of the young Voldemort. Astonishingly, a 7th-year student wielded a silent, wandless killing curse. Yet, when it came to Voldemort, such feats seemed almost commonplace. However, to be capable of a silent, wandless killing curse in the 7th year, and then to show no progression over the subsequent decades, would he truly rely on a single spell for an entire lifetime? It was indeed a case of one trick to rule them all. The inability to employ the killing curse placed Karmit at a distinct disadvantage, complicating his circumstances. Other spells would not render an opponent defenseless immediately. They still possessed the capability to retaliate. Only the killing curse could deliver a fatal blow. The projection of Voldemort wielded his wand like a laser cannon, unleashing green light in rapid succession. Karmit was forced to dodge incessantly. His own attacks, even when they occasionally struck Voldemort, were effortlessly deflected or repelled. Even if they truly connected, a mere spell could not guarantee Karmit's victory. Strangely, he felt himself ensnared in a predicament. Within the throne, Slytherin frowned as he observed Karmit. He had scrutinized Karmit for too long and understood well that Karmit possessed considerable strength, harboring the potential to reach the final step. Yet, he also recognized the dilemma Karmit faced, his inability to utilize a spell that could yield immediate results. Speaking of this, Slytherin felt an urge to curse. It was indeed peculiar. In their era, the killing curse was a commonplace incantation. When confronting an adversary, one could never afford to abandon it. After all, it was the spell that delivered the swiftest and most decisive effects. How could it be forsaken? In this era, how has it come to be that the unforgivable curses are now regarded as such? Indeed, the increasing frailty of wizards in subsequent generations has its reasons. When did the battles among wizards become so placid, resorting merely to basic spells? It is, in truth, a consequence of their predecessors having eradicated the latent dangers within the wizarding world too thoroughly. They should have left some remnants to remind you of the unforgivable curses. Without their use, one faces demise. Let us see if you dare to employ them. After berating the inept successors, Slytherin continued to observe the match in the arena. Though the killing curse was forbidden, Slytherin felt confident that Karmit possessed alternative methods. After all, Karmit might be the sole individual capable of navigating the paths they had failed to traverse. Therefore, he would not falter here. At this moment, the duel on the platform had reached an intense climax. Our Mr. Riddle exhibited not an ounce of martial virtue, wielding dark magic with ease. To be truthful, were it not for the school uniform adorning him, one could easily mistake him for a consummate dark wizard. This Voldemort is devoid of any semblance of light. Half an hour had elapsed since the duel commenced, and Voldemort had not employed a single spell associated with light. Not even a disarming charm graced his repertoire. Instead, he opted for the killing curse as his opening, followed by a plethora of malevolent hexes and dark enchantments. His principle was clear: to take life. Truly, he embodied the essence of evil. Karmit effortlessly deflected Voldemort's bone-crushing curse, promptly following up with a disarming spell. Voldemort responded with enthusiasm, unleashing the Avada Kedavra curse in return. With a flick of his fingers, Karmit summoned a galleon, which transformed mid-air into a stone slab, intercepting the killing curse. The slab shattered upon impact, reverting to a galleon that landed on the ground, now marred by a gaping hole. In a flash, Karmit vanished from his position, reappearing behind Voldemort. He launched a bone-crushing curse directly at him. Voldemort swiftly pivoted, his reflexes astonishingly rapid. With a deft motion of his wand, he deflected Karmit's assault. Karmit had to concede that Voldemort possessed undeniable skill. Many elite Aurors could not match such reflexes. Chapter 118. A Battle of Attrition, the Cunning Voldemort. It is worth noting that at this time, Voldemort was merely in his 7th year, yet exhibited combat prowess that surpassed that of elite Aurors. In truth, had Karmit unleashed all his tactics, defeating a 7th-year Voldemort would have posed little difficulty. However, the throne challenge had certain stipulations. These projections were presumably manifestations of the throne's power. Unless one could exhaust the energy of these projections entirely, they would merely restore and continue to fight as long as they received power. This was indeed vexing, as it had devolved into a protracted war of attrition. While evading Voldemort's attacks, Karmit sought to sap his strength, engaging in this tug of war. The process is exceedingly time-consuming and mentally exhausting. Yet, Karmit exhibits remarkable patience. A skilled hunter knows how to await the moment when their prey reveals a vulnerability. Although the projection may retain an uncertain amount of Voldemort's combative consciousness, he firmly believes that opportunities will always present themselves. The arena has devolved into a tedious stalemate, but this is only perceptible to those with sufficient strength. To the less capable, the unfolding events remain obscure. After all, even amidst this stalemate, the duel between Voldemort and Karmit is a whirlwind of spells, unceasing in its intensity. It could be described as utterly dazzling, as neither combatant allows even a moment's respite. Their wands incessantly unleash a torrent of magic. The younger wizards murmur among themselves, speculating about the identity of this formidable senior, whose power seems unfamiliar within the magical community. They ponder whether the spells cast do not deplete his magical reserves. Their curiosity about Voldemort's identity is palpable. It is not surprising that they fail to recognize him. In truth, even some ordinary wizards from Voldemort's era might struggle to identify him. The transformation of our Mr. Tom has been remarkably swift. Consider the sunlit boy before them. Then recall the later image of him, cloaked in shadows, exuding an aura of death and slaughter. Could this truly be the same individual? In the direction of the Slytherin snakes, Arabella inquires of her companion Gemma Farley. Do you know who that is? With Slytherin robes and such power, he should be well known. Yet it seems the current magical elite do not recognize him. Is he not from the same era? Gemma, arms crossed in contemplation, replies, I believe I can surmise his identity. Observe the badge upon his chest. Arabella's gaze shifts to Tom's chest, where a uniquely designed emblem catches her eye. She pauses momentarily, exclaiming, Is that the student council badge? Gemma nods affirmatively. Indeed, and he is the president. The photographs of all past student council presidents are displayed on the honor wall, save for one individual. His name and image have been removed, yet we all know who he is. Arabella's eyes widen in realization. You mean, the Dark Lord? Gemma asserts. It must be him. Apart from him, I cannot think of anyone else capable of surpassing the four house heads of equal rank while simultaneously exerting pressure on Karmit. Moreover, observe his proficiency with the unforgivable curse. Upon hearing this, Arabella becomes convinced of Gemma's conjecture. No one but Voldemort could possess such combat prowess. In the arena, the battle between Karmit and Voldemort rages on. Both combatants are acutely aware of each other, searching for weaknesses. At that moment, after casting a killing curse, Voldemort deviates from his usual pattern of attack, instead wielding his wand as flames flicker forth. A fiery serpent coalesces, lunging towards Karmit with its jaws agape. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Karmit's eyes. To play with fire? Karmit had never feared anyone. He gently shook his wand, and from its tip, fierce flames erupted. The fire began to coalesce before him, and soon, a tiger entirely formed of flames emerged upon the ground. The fire tiger let out a thunderous roar, its fierce growl resonating throughout the hall. The roar of a tiger, as the Lord of the Mountains, possesses an innate power to instill fear. Moreover, this was a tiger composed entirely of fierce flames. The flaming beast lunged directly at the fire serpent. In the next moment, the two fiery giants entwined with one another. Just then, Karmit suddenly felt a wave of impending danger wash over him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Immediately, a green light struck the very spot where he had just stood. Karmit was astonished. What the hell? This Voldemort is no fool. He is clever. He employs tactics. He concealed a killing curse behind the fierce flames. However, before Karmit could regain his footing, Voldemort's furious shout echoed, Avada Kedavra. Karmit's pupils constricted sharply. The fact that Voldemort could audibly invoke the curse indicated that he was exerting all his power. He needed to channel all his focus to summon his magic, rendering him incapable of casting silently. A sense of urgency surged within Karmit. The moment arrived when the orange-red beam collided with the green one, intertwining in an instant. Karmit truly had not anticipated that he would one day replicate the battle between Voldemort and Harry Potter. Indeed, in the original narrative, this scene was rather absurd, as their magical powers were not even on the same level, let alone a stalemate. Alas, the plot demanded it, with Voldemort wielding an ill-suited wand, flailing about. Yet now, Karmit and Voldemort were engaged in a serious contest of magical power, a genuine contest of who possessed greater magical abundance. The outcome hinged on Karmit's gaze, fixed upon the trembling fire serpent and fire tiger. Should one side's fierce flames be consumed by the other, it would yield an overwhelming force capable of shattering the balance. Karmit and Voldemort were akin to two welders. The beams clashed between them, emitting a sizzling sound. However, the young wizards watching instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing themselves from the stage. They understood well that despite the apparent stalemate, the destructive potential at the intersection of the spells was terrifying. If either were to falter and redirect their spell even slightly, it could spell disaster. The young wizards may have been naive, but they were not foolish. As Karmit sensed the magical energy dissipating from Voldemort's projection, he compared it with his own, realizing their consumption rates were nearly equal. However, this was precarious. What if the fire tiger faltered? The loss would fall upon him. It seemed that he needed to take some decisive action. Chapter 119. The Defeat of Voldemort. The next challenge awaits. Karmit gently flicked his wand. Two beams of light were drawn, tracing an elegant arc. Seizing the moment, while Voldemort's attention was diverted, Karmit deftly snapped his fingers, channeling a surge of magical energy directly into the fire tiger. The creature roared fiercely. Indeed, Karmit had begun to employ cunning tactics. His greatest advantage over Voldemort lay in his corporeal existence, granting him a flexibility in battle that Voldemort, as merely a projection, could not match. With the infusion of magical power, the fire tiger's assault intensified. It bit down upon the fire serpent, causing it to writhe violently. Observing this, Voldemort's projection quickly raised a hand, attempting to assist the fire serpent. However, Karmit would not allow him that opportunity. With a sudden tautness in his posture, he thrust his wand forward, amplifying his magical output. The point of demarcation between their powers swiftly advanced towards Voldemort. Realizing the imminent threat, Voldemort had no choice but to focus his mind on confronting Karmit. The boundary ceased its movement. Meanwhile, the fire tiger relentlessly tore into the fire serpent, devouring flames with each bite. In this exchange, victory for the fire tiger was all but assured. From the moment Voldemort's projection initiated the fiery onslaught, the outcome had been predetermined. Karmit was confident that not even Dumbledore could withstand the ferocity of the flames he commanded. Not only was Karmit adept in the manipulation of these flames, but his wand also bestowed a unique enhancement, guaranteeing that the result of this fiery duel was inevitable. As the fire serpent dwindled in size, while the fire tiger expanded, the spectators began to grasp the impending conclusion. With a final, thunderous roar, the fire tiger completely consumed the fire serpent. In the next heartbeat, the fire tiger lunged directly at Voldemort. In a desperate bid to escape Karmit's grasp, Voldemort waved his wand, attempting to disapparate. Karmit snorted dismissively. Did he think he could flee? In an instant, he propelled his wand forward with great force, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that bore down upon Voldemort. Having intended to withdraw, Voldemort had relaxed some of his defenses, unprepared for Karmit's full-force assault. He had no time to react. The beam of light surged toward him, followed closely by the fire tiger's attack. Both strikes landed simultaneously upon Voldemort, who was afforded no opportunity to defend himself. His projection was utterly obliterated, dissolving into a myriad of green lights, which were then consumed by the throne. 9 staircases were formed once more. Karmit's complexion paled slightly as he extinguished the fire tiger, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. The arena dissipated, and the throne soon followed suit. Karmit felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The exertion had been substantial. Indeed, this 7th-year Voldemort was formidable. At last, Karmit seemed to comprehend the narrative within the original text. Voldemort was undeniably powerful, yet he had never fought at his full capacity throughout their encounter. Karmit's gaze fell upon the teacher's seat, precisely upon Dumbledore. He was now almost certain that Dumbledore would indeed make an appearance on the stage. With only 3 days remaining, he remained uncertain as to which day it would be. The intensity of Voldemort was already formidable, and one could only speculate what the subsequent 3 would be like. Even with Dumbledore's addition, he still needed 2 more. It was unlikely that Grindelwald would be among them. After all, the Dark Lord was not affiliated with Hogwarts, and the headmaster must challenge someone from Hogwarts. It would be quite unnecessary to have both Voldemort and Dumbledore together on the stage. If Karmit was not mistaken, the projections required the power of the steps. It was utterly impossible to materialize wizards of the caliber of Voldemort and Dumbledore simultaneously. Moreover, if by some chance Voldemort and Dumbledore were to join forces, Karmit did not voice his thoughts. He merely cast his vote, and he did so decisively. Although he was uncertain of the strength of 7th-year Dumbledore, he was confident that he surpassed that of 7th-year Voldemort. This was due to the fact that Voldemort was the first to enter the fray. Moreover, Dumbledore was not comparable to Voldemort. Dumbledore had served as a transfiguration professor. Who could fathom the strength of Dumbledore's transfiguration abilities at this time? It certainly would not be inferior to that of Professor McGonagall in this era. Just imagining him conjuring 100 stone warriors with a mere wave of his hand was enough to give one a headache. After today's throne challenge, Karmit found himself one step closer to the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. On September 29th, the 29th day of the headmaster challenges, just as Karmit had anticipated, Dumbledore made his entrance. Engaging in combat with a younger version of Dumbledore was hardly straightforward, as the battle dragged on for an extended duration, so long, in fact, that it nearly caused the afternoon classes to run late. Additionally, Karmit had sustained injuries, and they were quite severe. In preparation for facing Dumbledore, Karmit had meticulously researched Dumbledore's time at school. As a result, he uncovered some intriguing information. During Dumbledore's 6th year, He had published 3 influential papers in the Transfiguration Weekly that still resonate in contemporary Transfiguration. Karmit was astounded. Dumbledore's credentials were indeed remarkable. Thus, at the commencement of today's duel, Karmit and Dumbledore executed nearly identical maneuvers, conjuring 10 puppets each from 10 galleons. And so, they once again commenced a protracted tug-of-war. This battle was arduous, as neither combatant resorted to the killing curse, a spell capable of determining the victor. It devolved into a stalemate. Karmit's strategy was fundamentally one of attrition. Exhausting the throne's power would naturally lead to victory. However, Dumbledore, it seemed, was not one to adhere to the rules of combat. In reality, he eschewed the conventions of dueling, and so too did his projection. To Karmit's astonishment, Dumbledore was able to summon Fawkes. The projection could indeed call forth Fawkes. When the phoenix soared through the window, Karmit was utterly taken aback. This was a true display of calling for reinforcements, and crucially, this ally had entered the fray directly. Then, with great force, he struck Karmit. Had Karmit not dodged swiftly, the injury could have been far more severe. Nevertheless, Karmit did not allow Fawkes to escape unscathed. A few of the phoenix's tail feathers served as testament to that. After repelling Fawkes, Karmit etched this grievance into his memory. He vowed to eventually pluck every feather from that wretched bird. Ultimately, Karmit emerged victorious, having drained Dumbledore's strength entirely. Karmit vented his frustrations, bombarding Dumbledore with a barrage of 7 or 8 spells, exhausting his own magical reserves before ruthlessly shattering Dumbledore's projection. Old Dumbledore's face darkened considerably. Regardless, Karmit relished the moment. That afternoon, he skipped class to recuperate in the infirmary. The phoenix's claw was not easily mended. This creature's talon had managed to penetrate 3 layers of ironclad spells. Karmit gained a renewed appreciation for these extraordinary magical beings. Such treasures must be nurtured. On the 30th day, an even more outrageous opponent awaited. One might argue that old Dumbledore is a relic of the past, yet on the surface, he truly embodies the qualities of a commendable headmaster. Dumbledore arrived at the infirmary, bearing the tears of Fawkes, which he applied directly to Karmit's wounds, resulting in a remarkably swift recovery. Karmit nearly succumbed to the urge to inquire whether Dumbledore would part with his phoenix. Such a creature is a veritable treasure trove. Reclining in the infirmary, Karmit contemplated the impending battle. Dumbledore had triumphed, but 2 days remained. Who could possibly rival Dumbledore's strength? Surely, one could not simply summon the 4 founders to the fray. That would hardly constitute a battle of equal caliber. The era of the 4 founders was vastly different from the present. Ancient magic had not yet been entirely forsaken. Karmit speculated that the 4 founders might possess some knowledge of ancient spells. Considering their age during their time, they had undoubtedly made their mark in the magical realm. If Karmit were to unleash his full potential, perhaps he could indeed contend with them. After much contemplation, he realized that his current constrained state was rather unsettling. Consequently, he retrieved a sheet of parchment from a nearby drawer and composed a letter, instructing an owl to deliver it to Belinda in Knockturn Alley. Upon receiving Karmit's missive, Belinda promptly visited the Ministry of Magic. On September 30th, at noon, within the Great Hall, just before the meal commenced, representatives from the Ministry of Magic arrived, presenting Karmit with a letter of authorization. This document granted him permission to utilize all spells during the dueling competition scheduled for that day and the following. In truth, while the unforgivable curses were generally restricted, certain individuals were permitted to wield them publicly, necessitating a letter of authorization from the ministry. For instance, Aurors were authorized users of the unforgivable curses. In some exceptional circumstances, others could also employ the killing curse. Karmit had sent Belinda to the ministry the previous day to secure this authorization from Fudge, who dared not refuse. Though the Black family currently finds itself in a state of war, it is undeniable that Fudge has secured his position today with the assistance of all the pureblood families. Otherwise, given his mediocrity, he would have long been expelled from the Ministry of Magic. With this authorization, Karmit can now legally employ the unforgivable curses before everyone, significantly increasing his chances of victory. Having reached his peak condition, Karmit eagerly anticipates his opponent for today. After dinner, the throne appears, precisely on time. Karmit is summoned to the arena by a beam of green light. All eyes are fixed on him, awaiting the arrival of his adversary, including Dumbledore, who is equally curious. After all, the curiosity of the elderly is often most pronounced. The familiar sequence unfolds, the steps collapsing into a myriad of green specks, which begin to coalesce before Karmit. In a mere moment, a figure materializes entirely. Instantly, the audience is left in a state of shock. How could there be 2 Blakes? The professors seated at the faculty table share similar astonishment. Karmit himself is bewildered. This green light has condensed into another version of him. Thus, his opponent today is none other than himself. Karmit's expression grows increasingly serious. Battling oneself indeed poses a unique challenge. He is acutely aware of the extent of his own power when fully unleashed. As the green aura dissipates, the The projection of Karmit strikes forth without hesitation, casting the killing curse. However, Karmit deftly evades it, thoroughly familiar with his own techniques. Without a moment's pause, he flicks his wand, sending a sword imbued with the stunning spell hurtling towards the projection. The projected Karmit vanishes in a flash, using apparition to evade. In the open space, Karmit conjures a thick barrier of vines, which coincidentally ensnares the projected Karmit just as it appears. Yet, the projection deftly twirls its wand, severing all the vines with the stunning spell. Though described leisurely, the events transpire with remarkable speed, with Karmit and his projection exchanging numerous blows within mere seconds. The young witches and wizards in the audience are left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the battle has escalated so quickly. With one attack failing, Karmit swiftly apparates away. In that fleeting moment, a flaming sword plunges into the very spot where he stood moments before. Karmit re-emerges, casting another killing curse towards the projection. In response, the projected Karmit conjures a galleon that transforms into a stone slab, effectively blocking Karmit's curse. Unhesitatingly, the projection unleashes a barrage of spells, shatter and fragment. A classic trio of curses. Karmit, with a flick of his wand, employs the same stunning spell to sever the vines, while shatter and fragment are effortlessly deflected by his wand. Karmit will not remain idle, enduring assaults. After repelling the spells, he initiates his counterattack. In an instant, the arena is aglow with an array of dazzling effects. Karmit and his shadow engaged in an exhilarating clash of spells, captivating the audience who exclaimed in delight. Frankly, today's battle may well be the most thrilling one in recent times. Karmit's nature revels in such magical confrontations, and his projection naturally reflects this penchant. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, as the sensation of spell dueling perfectly aligned with his inclinations. Waves of magic erupted in the center of the arena, the sounds of explosions reverberating incessantly. Under full force, Karmit appeared formidable. Two fully unleashed versions of him caused the protective barrier surrounding the arena to tremble slightly. In the throne, Slytherin's eyes gleamed with excitement. This young man's firepower was astonishingly potent. It seemed his initial thoughts had to be revised. At 13 or 14 years old, defeating him would indeed be a daunting task. Tomorrow, he must present himself as a 17-year-old. A slight smirk graced Slytherin's lips, eagerly anticipating the expression on Karmit's face upon witnessing him. The battle between Karmit and his projection was straightforward yet profound, a tug-of-war of full-force exchanges. This led to a rapid depletion of energy for both the projection and the real Karmit. The projection had already dimmed noticeably. Karmit understood that the decisive moment was approaching. Though self-inflicted harm had its drawbacks, it also bore a distinct advantage, an intimate understanding of oneself. The throne had perfectly replicated Karmit's essence. If strength could be mirrored, so too could flaws. This was evident from Professor Sprout's projection. Karmit possessed a peculiar obsession regarding the iron armor spell. During battle, should the spell be dispelled, he would promptly reapply it. Although the replenishment was executed silently, there would still be a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Aware of this issue, Karmit often took measures to circumvent it during combat. However, the projection lacked such awareness. As previously stated, to combat oneself posed a significant challenge. Yet, facing a mindless version of himself seemed surmountable, especially since the projection not only lacked intellect, but also fell short in computational prowess compared to the real Karmit. Thus, he could consciously evade his weaknesses, while the projection would not possess such capability. Both versions of Karmit unleashed nearly identical spells, maintaining a synchronized rhythm in their exchanges. Soon, the iron armor spells before them began to fade, their colors dimming to the brink of shattering. A glint of determination flashed in Karmit's eyes. He recognized that the pivotal moment of victory was imminent. Karmit waved his wand, and his projection mirrored the action with precision. In the next instant, both unleashed the bone-breaking curse simultaneously, their spells hurtling towards each other, neither opting for defense. Instead, they allowed the curses to collide with the nearly shattered shield charm surrounding them. In that fleeting moment, both shield charms disintegrated simultaneously. Then, they both raised their wands once more. However, the projection of Karmit sought to cast the shield charm upon itself, while the true Karmit had already prepared a killing curse. His speed was astonishing. Even before the shield charm had fully collapsed, he was poised to unleash the deadly spell. Thus, the instant the shield charm shattered, the killing curse surged towards the projection of Karmit. Before the shield charm on the projection could even take shape, it was struck by Karmit's lethal incantation. In the following moment, the projection of Karmit abruptly halted its movements, its form beginning to fragment inch by inch, shattering like a mirror. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that many young wizards were left utterly bewildered. Was it over? Hadn't they been engaged in a fierce duel? How had victory been so suddenly determined? It was nonsensical. They simply could not comprehend it. Yet, those of sufficient prowess, such as Gemma Farley and her peers, observed Karmit with contemplative gazes. They had been watching the battle intently, noting every movement he made, and thus they recognized the moment he seized the opportunity. Gemma crossed her arms, her eyes fixated on the hand that wielded the wand, pondering. Was it a battle instinct? A connection to the shield charm? Was this a vulnerability of his, or merely a habitual action? However, the speed at which he acted seemed beyond the grasp of an ordinary wizard. After much contemplation, Gemma concluded that capturing such an opening as Karmit had executed was unfeasible. Despite appearing simple, it required not only impeccable timing, but also an extraordinary level of self-confidence and absolute mastery over the potency of his spells. Gemma Farley knew she could never achieve such a feat most critically as she watched Karmit, who had now sheathed his wand. She remained uncertain whether this perceived weakness was indeed a flaw or a deliberate ruse on his part. If it was intentional, her gaze traversed the professors seated above, ultimately resting on Dumbledore. Given Karmit's unveiled prowess, it seemed that only the most formidable wizard of the century warranted such strategic maneuvering. Dumbledore sat with his arms crossed, observing the arena with a demeanor devoid of emotion, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder the nature of his thoughts. Gradually, the arena began to dissolve, as all the green light coalesced beneath the throne. The 10th step was completed. However, this time, the throne did not depart immediately. The serpentine sculpture atop the throne began to move slowly. The serpent's head drew closer to Karmit. Karmit remained stationary, unperturbed. The serpent's head halted mere centimeters from him. Its crimson tongue flickered, yet Karmit felt no warmth, only an icy chill. The serpent's head gradually opened its maw. Tomorrow, I await you at the Quidditch pitch. Without waiting for Karmit's response, it vanished from sight. Karmit understood. Tomorrow, a change of maps was in order. The Quidditch pitch, how intriguing. It was the final day. And surely, many would wish to witness the principal duel at Hogwarts. As Karmit turned, all the young wizards instinctively parted to allow him passage. That afternoon, details of Karmit's 30th challenge spread throughout Hogwarts. Within the Malfoy Manor, Lucius perused the news in his hand, exclaiming, "What a terrifying young Dark Lord. Neither Dumbledore nor even myself stand a chance against Karmit. It is hard to fathom who his opponent will be tomorrow." Narcissa remarked, "Whoever it may be, I believe Karmit will emerge victorious." Lucius replied, "If Karmit triumphs tomorrow, his renown will reach staggering heights in this era." Narcissa questioned, "Isn't his reputation already at its zenith?" Lucius shook his head, "Not quite. The title of Hogwarts principal has never existed. In fact, it has never even been heard of. To become the principal of Hogwarts means he would be the first to ever occupy that position since the school's founding. Such prestige will undoubtedly make the name Karmit Black known throughout the entire magical community." Narcissa asserted, "That prestige is well-deserved, earned through his own strength." Lucius added, "Yet I find myself curious about the Axley family. Karmit has been silent on that matter for far too long, as if he has forgotten about them altogether." Narcissa's expression turned icy. "Cursed Axley, truly damned. And those wretched Easterners. Even the Ministry of Magic has yet to take a stance." Lucius responded, "They entered through legal means. Thus the Ministry cannot intervene. However, their actions are outrageous. It is merely that the Ministry lacks evidence. If their deeds were substantiated, the backlash would be severe." Chapter 122. Lucius's Wisdom, Gemma Fayli's Defection? Suddenly, Lucius paused. Narcissa, perceptive to his shift, inquired, "What is it?" Lucius said, "Narcissa, have you attended to the Daily Prophet over the past fortnight?" Narcissa shook her head. "No, I left it for the house elf to manage, as you instructed. To be dealt with monthly." Lucius insisted, "Please have the house elf bring it to me. I wish to take a look." Narcissa, puzzled, went to summon the house elf. Not long after, a dozen copies of the Prophet were laid upon Lucius's desk. He perused them one by one. Upon finishing the last newspaper, Lucius remarked, "I see." Narcissa, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Lucius replied, "I believe I have unraveled Karmit's intentions. Observe, in the recent newspapers, particularly since the declaration of war by Axley, each edition features a report in a manner that is not overtly conspicuous, yet certainly not negligible, published daily." Narcissa scrutinized the newspaper in her hands. "Is it that insufferable journalist Rita covering matters concerning the Muggle world?" Lucius nodded. "Indeed, we both know Rita thrives on controversy to attract attention. Such news is seldom crafted by her personally. It pertains to missing persons in the Muggle realm." Narcissa pondered momentarily. "Are you suggesting she is doing this deliberately?" Lucius affirmed. "Precisely. Each report appears to be casually presented, yet if one observes them collectively, it becomes evident that she is gradually directing attention towards those damned Eastern ninjas associated with the Axley family." Narcissa asked, "And what of it?" Lucius explained, "Thus, if my conjecture holds true, this Rita is likely an agent of Karmit, and these reports are commissioned by him. He is inciting the entire magical community against those Eastern ninjas. After all, their actions are utterly abhorrent. Moreover, these ninjas were summoned by the Axley family, and the resultant public sentiment will ultimately reflect upon them." Narcissa furrowed her brow. "Must it be so complicated?" If we were to rally the Malfoy family and the Parkinsons, who are well aligned with the Blacks, winning this battle would not be insurmountable. Lucius shook his head. No, Narcissa, we may indeed achieve victory. And I suspect Karmit might even triumph solely with the support of the Black family. After all, we are unaware of how many trump cards he possesses. However, his ambitions extend beyond mere victory. His current aim may not solely be to win. He seeks to utterly annihilate the Axley family. To reduce the Sacred 28 to the Sacred 27, or perhaps even fewer. Narcissa gasped. Do you believe Karmit intends to eradicate pure-blood families from history? Lucius stated. He has harbored such thoughts for some time. This has long been our mutual understanding. His ambitions are grand. Moreover, the most alarming aspect is that he possesses the strength to underpin these ambitions. Of course, these are merely my speculations. We shall ascertain more after observing the events at Hogwarts tomorrow and discussing with Karmit. Narcissa nodded. Indeed. Tomorrow, we shall not be the only ones attending. Lucius replied, certainly. This is a momentous occasion, and perhaps forces from abroad may also make an appearance. Within Hogwarts, owls soared forth, delivering invitations to various factions, just as Lucius had surmised. This is a historic moment for Hogwarts, certainly deserving of spectators. Even if some cannot attend, invitations must be extended to them. Such is the stance of Hogwarts. A grand event in the magical realm is slowly unfolding. In fact, in anticipation of tomorrow's decisive battle, Hogwarts has granted all students a day off. This is truly splendid news for the young wizards, inciting great excitement. As night falls, Karmit does not return to the dormitory, nor does he venture to the room of requirement. For a diligent scholar like him, this is indeed a rarity. At this moment, he lies on the grass beside the Black Lake, enjoying the evening breeze. He, too, needs to recalibrate. With the final confrontation looming, Karmit senses that his opponent will be formidable, perhaps even rivaling the Four Greats. After today's battle, he can distinctly feel the energy emanating from the throne has become even more majestic. What does this signify? It suggests that the throne can summon even greater energy than before, surpassing the projections of Karmit today, without a doubt. A weight of pressure settles upon Karmit's heart. At that moment, footsteps can be heard approaching. Karmit turns to see Gemma Farley walking toward him beneath the moonlit sky. She then sits down beside him. What troubles you? Are you concerned about tomorrow's battle? Karmit replies. The outcome remains uncertain. I am not yet the chief. Gemma smiles and responds. In truth, you have long been the chief of Slytherin. None among the 7 of us can stand against you. Even when you are holding back, we still lose so swiftly. By then, you were already the chief of Slytherin. Your battle tomorrow merely determines whether you will be the chief of Hogwarts. But it does not affect your standing within Slytherin. Karmit gazes at Gemma with curiosity. What is it you wish to convey with your sudden remarks? Gemma chuckles. Chief, is your guard always this high? Well, I do have a personal interest. I wish to seek a future with your assistance. Karmit studies Gemma, intrigued. That is rather interesting. Approaching graduation, one should indeed carve out a path for oneself. Yet your strength is remarkable. Even as an Auror, the Ministry of Magic would be fortunate to have you. Gemma replies, indeed, but during these 7 years in Slytherin, I have learned a crucial lesson. Individual strength, in certain respects, is truly insignificant unless one reaches the caliber of Dumbledore. Thus, I require a backing that can ensure my survival in the magical realm. Karmit nods. Your reasoning is sound. But why should I agree to this? Gemma asserts, you just acknowledged that my abilities surpass those of my peers. I can create value for you. Karmit chuckles. Gemma Farley. To be honest, it does not surprise me that you would seek me out. You are a clever individual, and I can see ambition gleaming in your eyes. Certainly, for Slytherin, this is a rather commonplace occurrence. However, what leads you to believe that you possess genuine worth in my presence? Chapter 123, Talent, True Talent. Gemma Farley's expression abruptly darkened. Prior to seeking out Karmit, she had not anticipated such an outcome, nor did she expect Karmit to respond in this manner. She held confidence in her abilities and was assured that if she were to join Karmit, she would undoubtedly be an asset. Karmit rose from his seat, stretching languidly. Moreover, have you overlooked a crucial matter? In a swift motion, Karmit appeared before Gemma Farley, his finger lightly pressing against her forehead. The icy sensation caused Gemma's body to stiffen instantaneously. She became uncontrollably tremulous, sensing a chilling aura emanating from Karmit. Karmit remarked, do you see? In my grasp. You lack even the opportunity to resist. How can you possibly believe that you hold value in my eyes? In my perspective, you are scarcely more formidable than an ant. He withdrew his finger, retracting the frigid aura that enveloped him. Gemma collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, she truly felt as though death was imminent, the sensation of mortality rendering her breathless. Karmit adjusted his robe and declared, desiring to join the Black family is simple. However, you must comprehend one vital truth. It is not the Black family that requires you, but rather you who seek the protection of the Black family. Demonstrate to me what merits the Black family's investment. Otherwise, your fate awaits as an Auror. The path has been laid before you. Whether you traverse it successfully is solely your concern. With that, Karmit turned without a hint of hesitation and departed. Does Gemma Farley possess value? Undoubtedly. Admittedly, her current prowess may pale in comparison to what Karmit seeks, yet among her peers, she is undeniably a standout. Most importantly, Gemma's greatest asset is not merely her strength. She possesses intellect and ambition. Thus, her future may very well see her become a successor to Belinda. As the Black family expands in stature, Karmit finds himself in dire need of talent. Talent is the cornerstone of a family's future and the foundation upon which it survives. With talent, the Black family can endure. Hence, Karmit is generous in his pursuit of capable individuals. However, he has no desire for those who wish to use the Black family as a mere stepping stone. Gemma Farley is evidently seeking to leverage the Black family as a launchpad. Hailing from a humble background, her exceptional nature has fostered a sense of pride within her. She is confident that she will not fall short of anyone in the future. What she lacks is a supportive figure, prompting her desire to align herself with the Black family. With her impending graduation, she must soon enter the wizarding world. Establishing oneself in the realm of wizards is no simple endeavor. Otherwise, countless sorcerers would not have shattered their wands and departed from the magical world. Thus, she chose to align herself with the Black family. However, within her heart resided her own aspirations, her own ambitions. She was unwilling to remain a mere vassal of the Black family. She yearned to carve out a splendid future for herself through her own endeavors. Yet, Karmit was no dreamer. He had no inclination to invest in the dreams of others. Concepts such as reciprocity or preemptive investment were foreign to him. In his eyes, the so-called genius and children of fortune were nothing but farcical. No one could surpass Karmit Black in brilliance, nor could anyone possess a more formidable fortune than he. Genius, in his view, was merely a threshold to be crossed. What he required were loyal subordinates, not someone who sought to exploit the Black family before establishing her own independence. Should Gemma Farley fail to amend her mindset, Karmit would never accept her. In fact, the moment Gemma set foot in the magical world, her demise would be imminent. For Karmit had declared that Gemma Farley was a genius, an ambitious genius, and such talent invariably required opportunities. Without the backing of the Black family, her path would be fraught with difficulty. Yet, that did not preclude the possibility of growth. Throughout her development, all the hardships would remind her of the rejection she faced from the Black family and from Karmit. These resentments would inevitably be directed towards the Black family and Karmit himself. Karmit was unperturbed by her, yet he would not tolerate any ensuing troubles. Thus, for someone like Gemma Farley, only two outcomes awaited her: submission or death. Karmit believed that Gemma would come to understand this herself. Otherwise, she would be unworthy of his regard. Upon returning to his dormitory, Karmit gazed at Vanny, who lay sprawled upon the bed. "Vanny," he remarked, "why do I feel as though you are growing larger by the day, and your appearance seems somewhat altered as well?" Vanny meowed softly and leapt into Karmit's embrace. Seeking affection, Karmit lifted his hand to pry open Vanny's mouth slightly. "Your teeth are becoming more pronounced, and you are resembling less of a cat." To be fair, a month had elapsed. Vanny was indeed expected to grow, yet the pace seemed rather swift. Karmit estimated that she must now weigh around 13 or 14 pounds. While it is quite normal for dogs to reach such weights due to their larger skeletal structure, a cat growing to this size is less common. Vanny's rapid growth was somewhat alarming. Holding Vanny now felt a tad cumbersome. Karmit contemplated seeking Hagrid's counsel, as he was well versed in the study of magical creatures. Of course, the ideal choice would be to consult Newt, but who knew where that old chap was off to play with animals now? To wait for his return would likely take until next year. With a casual motion, Karmit tossed Vanny onto the bed. After freshening up, he lay in bed, preparing for a restful slumber. He intended to rejuvenate himself for whatever absurdity the morrow might bring. If the entire quartet were to descend upon him, it would indeed spell trouble. Thus, he needed to gather his strength for the impending battle. Just before drifting off, he was greeted by Vanny, whom he had dispatched earlier, meowing softly to inform him that Gemma Farley remained nearby. A smile crept across his face. Was she pondering? Pondering was indeed the right course. Only through contemplation could she grasp the essence of her words and arrive at the most prudent decision. To be candid, had it not been for necessity, he truly wished to spare Gemma Farley from meeting Merlin. After all, he would never complain about having too many talented individuals around him, would he? The greater the talent, the more the Black family would flourish. This formed a virtuous cycle. The growth of talent bolstered the Black family, and a formidable Black family in turn attracted talent. Thus, the cycle could perpetuate itself. Chapter 124, Gemma Farley pledges loyalty. The audience arrives. He reclined back into bed and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. By the edge of the Black Lake, Gemma Farley continued to reflect on his words. As Karmit had noted, Gemma Farley was indeed astute. Consequently, she was quick to discern the deeper implications of Karmit's statements. She understood that Karmit sought her affirmation. Her ambition to use the blacks as a stepping stone had not escaped Karmit's keen perception, and thus, Karmit withheld that opportunity from her. If she wished to leverage the influence of the Black family, she had but one path, to wholeheartedly embrace the Black family. Yet, was she truly prepared for such a commitment? She was reluctant to become a vassal of any family. Her aspirations reached far beyond that. She envisioned herself standing at the pinnacle of the magical realm, akin to Dumbledore. She recognized that such heights were distant, yet she remained confident that, if given the chance, she could ascend to that level. But, did she truly have that opportunity? She felt the chill emanating from Karmit earlier, a harbinger of lethal intent. It was not merely a display of strength, it was a warning. Indeed, a warning. Gemma Folly could decipher the underlying message in Karmit's demeanor. She understood that refusal would lead to her demise. This was precisely what made her invaluable to Karmit. She was undeniably clever. Thus, it seemed she had little choice left. Apart from submission, there appeared to be no alternative path. Gemma Folly gazed into the reflection cast upon the surface of the Black Lake, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She had overestimated herself, her intellect. Her 7 years at Hogwarts had been remarkably smooth. With her exceptional capabilities, every step she took had faced no obstacles whatsoever. This had led her to become somewhat overconfident. The audacity to seek out Karmit and flaunt her subtle schemes was indeed a miscalculation. She was well aware that Karmit was a figure far more formidable than herself. Yet, one could hardly fault her. Karmit's youth was indeed deceptive. This made her feel that she could deceive Karmit. However, she overlooked one crucial fact. Karmit had been navigating the treacherous alleys since the tender age of 6. Surviving the perilous dance between life and death. Gemma Folly adjusted her attire and tidied her hair while gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Through the dark waters, she could faintly discern the Slytherin dormitory, where Karmit lay asleep on his bed. With a resigned sigh, Gemma Folly turned and departed. The following day, Karmit was awakened early by a cacophony of noise. Blinking in a daze, he wondered what all the commotion was about, especially since it was supposed to be a day off. After yawning, a knock sounded at his door. Karmit waved his hand and opened the door to find Gemma Folly standing there, a tray in her hands, adorned with milk and bread, her face alight with a smile. "Chief, you are awake," she exclaimed. Karmit glanced at Gemma Folly and remarked, "It seems you have made your choice." Gemma Folly placed the tray on the table and then knelt on one knee, her right hand resting over her heart. "Chief, I have come to realize my worth. My worth lies in my loyalty, and I am willing to offer all my allegiance to join the Black family." Karmit replied, "You must consider this carefully. Loyalty is not to be given lightly. If I accept you, there will be no room for regret. The Black family shows no mercy to traitors. You and your family will face dire consequences." Gemma Folly stated, "I have no choice, do I? If I do not pledge my loyalty, my graduation day will also mark my farewell to this world." She spoke plainly, for she was an astute individual. She understood that now was the moment to showcase her other merits, such as her intelligence, to elevate her standing in Karmit's eyes. Karmit chuckled, "Indeed, you are quite clever. Once my duties as chief conclude, I shall take you to the treacherous alleys, and I will find you a mentor. After you graduate, you can follow her guidance." Gemma Folly nodded, "Yes, sir." She rose and proceeded to the washroom, prepared the toothpaste, and completed all necessary preparations while Karmit donned his robe. Karmit, unceremoniously, picked up his toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. After finishing, he inquired, "What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" Gemma Folly replied, "It is the students from Busbatten and Armstrong who have arrived. Both headmasters are present, accompanied by several students, to observe the event. The spectacle is quite grand, which has left some Hogwarts students in awe." A glint of determination sparkled in Karmit's eyes. "They have arrived so early? It seems they are quite concerned for me." Gemma Folly continued, "The chief of Hogwarts has never before made an appearance, not even those qualified to take the test. Naturally, they will pay attention. After all, if you triumph today, you will embark on a new chapter." Karmit took a bite of the bread and sipped the milk. "Today, I must not disappoint them." Gemma Folly chuckled, "You won't disappoint them. After all, the position of chief is pivotal to your subsequent plans." Karmit glanced at Gemma Folly. "Very astute. It seems Belinda will take quite a liking to you. When did you discover this?" Gemma Folly replied, "It was when the Daily Prophet published its 4th report on those Eastern ninjas and began consciously attributing the missing persons cases to them." Karmit laughed. A true talent, indeed. His satisfaction with Gemma Folly was growing. Gemma Folly continued, "By the way, according to the offspring of the pure-blood families from Slytherin, their ancestors will also be coming. By noon, there should be quite a gathering of spectators." Karmit nodded. "It matters not. The more spectators, the greater the momentum. This is advantageous for me," Gemma Folly remarked. "It seems you are quite confident, my lord." Karmit remained silent. He indeed possessed confidence. He had a trump card, his only one. He had to win today's battle, even if it meant employing that card. Although he was uncertain of the benefits of the chief position at Hogwarts, he was certain that if Slytherin maintained such a mechanism, and with the agreement of the other 3 giants, this so-called chief would not be a trivial matter. After breakfast, Karmit left the Slytherin common room, with Gemma Farley closely following him. Upon reaching the first-floor corridor, Karmit suddenly halted, turning sharply to gaze skyward. His pupils constricted slightly as he observed several streaks of light approaching at remarkable speed. Chapter 125. An unexpected visitor, here for Karmit. Karmit was utterly astonished. What he witnessed was sword flight. Real, genuine sword flight. They were indeed standing upon swords, led by two elderly gentlemen, with 5 or 6 young individuals from the Great Xia following closely behind, all clad in identical robes and standing upon their flying swords. They appeared truly ethereal. Karmit's tongue lightly brushed against his parched lips. Was it too late to transfer to Great Xia? He genuinely wished to learn this. As the group engaged in sword flight halted at a distance from Hogwarts, they stood quietly in place. At that moment, a phoenix let out a soft cry. In the next instant, a fireball enveloped Dumbledore as he soared into the sky. Dumbledore regarded the newcomers with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out to be Elder Lu from Kunlun Academy, along with Elder Zhang from Shushan Academy. I did not expect you to come. Dumbledore spoke in the language of Great Xia. Clearly, in his long life, old Dumbledore had mastered 2 foreign languages. One of the elders cupped his hands, saying, Principal Dumbledore. It has been a long time. It has been 20 years since we last parted. This time, the matter of the chief at Hogwarts is of great significance. Thus, the palace master sent us here, both to observe and to learn. May I inquire where the young man destined to become the chief of Hogwarts is? Dumbledore glanced downward and spotted Karmit. Professor Dumbledore remarked, he is right there. Perhaps we should descend first and converse. The 2 elders from the Great Xia exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The 3 descended and approached Karmit. Dumbledore addressed Karmit, saying, Mr. Black, these 2 gentlemen hail from the Great Xia, the Elder Lu from the Kunlun Academy and Elder Zhang from the Shushan Academy. Both have come specifically to witness your decisive battle. Karmit offered a respectful gesture and spoke in polished Great Xia language. I pay my respects to Elder Lu and Elder Zhang. Elders Lu and Zhang exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of unexpressed excitement, though they concealed it well. Even Karmit remained oblivious. Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively. You are too courteous. I did not expect your proficiency in Great Xia language. Have you ever visited our homeland? Karmit replied, I have long admired Great Xia, but unfortunately, I have yet to visit. As for my command of the language, it stems from my admiration for Great Xia and my reverence for its history. Elder Lu nodded. I see. Truly a youthful hero. To possess such prowess at such a young age, we eagerly anticipate your performance. Karmit bowed again. I shall do my utmost. Elder Lu continued, Principal Dumbledore, might I trouble you to guide us to a place where we can rest? We have traveled through the night and are quite fatigued. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. I have overlooked that. Please, this way. Elders Lu and Zhang followed Dumbledore, accompanied by several curious students who regarded Karmit with intrigue before trailing after their elders. Once the individuals from Great Xia departed, Karmit furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Gemma Farley inquired, My lord, is there an issue? Karmit shook his head. Nothing significant. Merely a curiosity. It seems unnecessary for them to traverse such a distance from Great Xia to here. Gemma Farley suggested. Perhaps this matter is indeed a rare and significant event for Hogwarts. Therefore, an increase in spectators is quite plausible. Karmit nodded. Perhaps. Yet, a lingering question occupied his mind. Having originated from Great Xia in his past life, he understood the core issue of its people, while they outwardly presented humility. The inherent pride of Great Xia individuals was unparalleled in the world. It was a matter of character. Furthermore, Karmit had researched that the magical heritage of Great Xia was starkly different from that of other nations. Their practices encompassed techniques, body refinement, talismans, swordsmanship, and formations, all cultivated in tandem. Consequently, each individual from Great Xia was a polymath. Moreover, wizards from Great Xia often surpassed their counterparts from other countries in strength, possessing a broader range of skills with greater potency. This led to the magical realm of Great Xia being perceived as mysterious on a global scale. They seldom engaged with other powers. For the magical community of Great Xia, there existed only 2 pursuits, the safeguarding of Great Xia's stability and the relentless quest for greater strength. Thus, their journey to Hogwarts to witness the spectacle seemed rather irrational. Shaking his head, Karmit found himself bewildered and chose to abandon the contemplation. Regardless of their intentions, they bore little significance to him. In Karmit's perspective, their presence at this final confrontation was merely a pretext. Meanwhile, Dumbledore arranged accommodations for the members of the Great Xia and then departed, as he still needed to tend to the arrangements for Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Today, his schedule was quite demanding. After Dumbledore's exit, Elders Lu and Zhang instructed the students to rest, while they proceeded to a private room. Closing the door, Elder Zhang eagerly inquired, Is it him? Elder Lu stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, It is likely. His command of the Great Xia language is proficient, and his strength is extraordinary. I have commissioned an investigation into his activities within the British magical community, and it is evident that he possesses cunning and tactics beyond what one of his age should. Elder Zhang remarked. So, we can essentially confirm that he is indeed that outsider? Elder Lu responded. We still need to observe further. Although Kunlun, Shushan, and Maoshan have all recorded directives from their ancestors predicting the emergence of an outsider walking that path to break free from shackles, no one can ascertain its authenticity, nor confirm if it is truly him. While his traits align perfectly, what if we are mistaken? Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. Caution is indeed warranted. Now we must see if he can tread that path. The route established by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, albeit unorthodox, is indeed the most likely path to success. If he triumphs in today's battle, I suspect this might be the method the 4 founders devised to choose an heir. Elder Lu added, yes. Let us hope this journey is not in vain. Within the room, the two exchanged glances. Their eyes reflected a tapestry of emotions, excitement, concern, and anticipation, truly complex in nature. Unbeknownst to Karmit, from the very beginning, he had misconstrued the situation. These 2 elders of the Great Xia indeed harbored intentions, but those intentions were solely centered around him. This merely illustrates how the disparity of information can lead to misjudgments, even for someone like Karmit. Chapter 126. Dumbledore's Old Comrade, the Black Rose of France. As time passed, more and more individuals arrived. The Daily Prophet, along with various mainstream and alternative journalists, gathered in force. Karmit's final battle stirred the entire magical community. Soon, the clock struck 11, and the Quidditch pitch was filled to capacity. The Great Hall could not accommodate them all. Therefore, although Hogwarts provided meals, it could only be on the Quidditch pitch. Nonetheless, there were no objections from the attendees. They had all prepared themselves for a lunchless day. A single meal seemed trivial in comparison to such a momentous event in the magical realm. Dumbledore decisively declared that all would dine on the Quidditch pitch, including the students of Hogwarts, for the Great Hall was utterly deserted. The young wizards of Hogwarts had arrived at the Quidditch pitch far earlier than the guests, all vying for the prime positions. Missing out on this final spectacle would indeed be a regrettable loss. Consequently, by the time it was merely 11:30, the Quidditch stadium was already teeming with spectators. Fortunately, Dumbledore had anticipated the possibility of such a scenario the previous day, and thus had made renovations to the Quidditch pitch, ensuring that it could accommodate a greater number of attendees. Meanwhile, what was our protagonist up to? In his dormitory, Karmit was savoring a steak, taking small bites to truly relish the flavor. Indeed, he was dining. Why would he subject himself to the ordeal of eating under the sun at the Quidditch pitch, when he could have a house elf deliver his meal right to his room? Just as Karmit was indulging in his steak, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura of malice emanating from outside Hogwarts. His motions came to an abrupt halt. What on earth was this terrifying energy? Such fury could only be born from immense anger, and it was evident that a significant number of lives must have been taken to cultivate such malevolence. Could it be Grindelwald? However, Karmit quickly shook his head. That was implausible. Grindelwald was an individual of unwavering commitment. His self-imposed confinement in the tower was a testament to the promise made to Dumbledore. Should Grindelwald desire to escape Nurmengard, no one could restrain him. Yet, until his death, Grindelwald had never left Nurmengard. This was the allure of the Dark Lord. But if it were not Grindelwald, who could possibly exude such a dreadful aura? Karmit finished the last morsel of his steak and made his way out of the dormitory. This commotion was something he had to witness. Meanwhile, at the Quidditch pitch, many felt the same sinister energy. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, who sighed. An old friend has arrived. I shall go out to greet them. McGonagall nodded in agreement. Fawkes soared over Dumbledore's head, and with a swift motion, he touched Fawkes' foot. And in the blink of an eye, both man and bird vanished from sight. Outside Hogwarts, a figure was approaching, exuding an icy aura of malevolence. The pace was unhurried, yet each step was deliberate and steady. Following closely were several individuals clad in gray robes. The newcomer appeared aged, yet could not conceal an air of nobility and grace. At that moment, she raised her hand, and the group behind her halted in unison, as if they were a perfectly synchronized assembly. In the next instant, Dumbledore's form materialized. Wenda, long time no see. If Karmit were present to hear this address, he would recognize the identity of the visitor, Wenda Rocher, the Black Rose of France, the most trusted ally of Grindelwald, and the second in command of the Saints. Wenda gazed at Dumbledore, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Indeed, Dumbledore, it has been quite a while. You, the traitor who has betrayed the Covenant, how unfortunate it is that you still draw breath. As Wenda's words echoed, those behind her brandished their wands menacingly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore surveyed the assembled crowd and remarked, It appears that over the years, you have not been idle. The Saints have indeed welcomed fresh blood. Wenda retorted coldly, Thanks to you. If it weren't for your interference, the Saints would now be more illustrious. And all of this is your doing. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore inquired, So what is your intention? To declare war? Wenda raised her hand. prompting the saints to lower their wands. War? I am not so inclined. I was sent here by my master regarding Karmit Black. He is quite curious about him. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. And what of it? Wenda declared. Since my master is curious, I must take him to Numengard. Dumbledore responded firmly. That is impossible. He is a student of Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Wenda's expression turned frigid. Dumbledore, I did not come here to negotiate. While I may be disinclined to war, I am not afraid of it. At that moment, a voice interjected. What a lively scene. A golden light streaked across the sky and landed beside Dumbledore, revealing Karmit. Wenda scrutinized Karmit. You are Karmit Black? Karmit nodded. You must be Aunt Wenda. Your name precedes you. Wenda queried. Aunt? Karmit chuckled. Though you hail from the Rosial family of France. Your roots also trace back to the Rosial family of England. Long ago, the Rosial family had a marital alliance with the Black family. Wenda affirmed. You must come with me to Numengard. Karmit replied. I overheard your conversation with Professor Dumbledore, but I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. Wenda's voice turned icy. No one can oppose the saints. Hearing this, Karmit's gaze sharpened, and no one can force me. No one at all. A faint aura of menace emanated from Karmit, growing increasingly palpable. Witnessing this, Wenda's eyes glimmered with astonishment and disbelief. The aura surrounding Karmit was distinctly different from hers. Hers was a blend of anger and murderous intent, fueled by her rivalry with Dumbledore. Yet Karmit's was a pure, unadulterated menace, leaving Wenda perplexed. How many lives had this young man claimed? At that moment, Dumbledore intervened. Wenda, having traveled so far, why not step inside? The final battle is about to commence. Do you not wish to witness this significant event in the long silent magical world? Wenda remained silent. Karmit stated, I will not accompany you to Numengard, but once the holidays arrive, I shall visit the King of Saints. As a gesture of respect from a younger generation to its elders. Chapter 127. The audience takes their seats. The great drama begins. Wenda gazed at Karmit for a long moment. The atmosphere gradually softened. In that case, I shall await you at Numengard, Dumbledore. I hope that after all these years, there have been some changes at Hogwarts. Dumbledore replied, there should be. After all, it has been an eternity since your last visit. Wanda and her companions proceeded toward Hogwarts. Karmit observed Wanda's departing figure, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Grindelwald, indeed, had set his gaze upon this formidable figure. Yet, this was precisely what Karmit desired. He had long harbored intentions to pay a visit to the Apostle King. However, opportunities had been scarce, thus prompting his proactive appearance today. He needed to place himself within the Saints' purview. While Grindelwald was currently residing at Numengard, it could not be said that the Saints had ceased to exist. On the contrary, the loyalty of the Old Guard towards Grindelwald was unquestionable. Unlike the Death Eaters, the Saints had not faced reckoning. Many Saints remained active within the borders of Germany. Although they appeared to be concealed in the shadows, should the need arise, their potential for explosive action was formidable. Most importantly, in Germany, the existence of the Saints represented a form of belief. The nation itself harbored no aversion to dark magic. Durmstrang even legally taught the art of dark magic. Therefore, in Germany, Grindelwald's standing was comparable to that of Dumbledore. After all, it was Paris that Grindelwald nearly incinerated. Not any city within Germany. Of course, even at the legally sanctioned Durmstrang, our Grindelwald did not graduate. The reason? Durmstrang forbade underage wizards from conducting dark magic experiments on human subjects. One could only say that our Grindelwald's ideas were far too avant-garde. It is no wonder that such a figure would inspire admiration. Hence, Karmit spoke no falsehood. He indeed held great reverence for Grindelwald, having longed to meet him. As Wanda arrived at the Quidditch pitch, a hush fell over the crowd. To many, Wanda was not an unfamiliar figure, the second in command of the Saints. Although not from the same generation, her renown was well known. Even those who did not recognize her face would understand her identity through the Deathly Hallows brooch adorning her chest. Yet, for some younger wizards, Wanda remained an enigma. Nonetheless, sensing the atmosphere, they dared not utter a word. Wanda's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting upon the two elders from the Dacia. Her brow furrowed slightly. Dacia has sent representatives? Wanda felt a twinge of surprise. It had indeed been a long time since Dacia had engaged with the outside world. The pursuits of Dacia deviated significantly from their own. Moreover, Dacia maintained a low profile, yet possessed an almost excessive strength, even at the height of Grindelwald's power. He had never contemplated how to approach Dacia, partly due to the vast distance that separated them. On the other hand, is it not also a matter of apprehension? Although Asian sorcerers have been recruited among the Saints, none have emerged from the Great Xia. Those who truly embody the legacy of Great Xia would never align themselves with any faction. Their pride is insurmountable. Most of the Saints did not attend Hogwarts. Wenda brought only 2 companions, for whom Dumbledore had arranged seating. They then settled in, awaiting the commencement of battle. Not long after Wenda and his companions took their seats, a golden light descended upon the center of the Quidditch pitch. It was Karmit. Karmit's appearance stirred excitement among the Hogwarts students. From the stands, A fierce gaze was cast upon them. Who else could it be but Axley? The Eastern Turtle descendant sat beside Axley, observing Karmit with curious eyes. This is the patriarch of the Black family, indeed youthful to an excessive degree. At this age, no matter how exceptional his talent, how formidable could his strength truly be? Axley remarked, "Do not underestimate him. He possesses abilities and powers that defy his years." The Eastern Turtle descendant remained silent, yet harbored disdain within. To him, the wizards of Britain appeared woefully inadequate. The fact that a mere child could instill such fear. Such a person had already become Axley's formidable adversary. Indeed, their family strategy was astutely devised, to annihilate the Black family, using the Axley family as a stepping stone to establish a foothold in Britain, and subsequently devour the Axley family and other pure-blood families. One cannot deny the inexplicable confidence of the mixed-blooded dwarf. Of course, Axley was equally foolish. Belinda and Byler had also made a special trip. In their eyes, today marked the day of their master's coronation, a day they could not afford to miss. As for whether Karmit might fail, clearly, that question never crossed their minds. To them, Karmit was invincible, an entity destined never to falter. In their view, no force, no adversary, could stand before their master. Regardless of who opposed him, even Merlin himself would be vanquished. Byler's cold gaze rested upon Axley, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Beside him, Belinda furrowed her brow. "Do not act recklessly, Byler." Byler shrugged. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. I understand our master has a plan, and I shall not jeopardize it." Belinda replied, "That is all I need to hear, rest assured. His fate will ultimately rest in your hands." Byler responded, "Then it is settled. Do not attempt to claim him for yourself." Belinda affirmed, "I certainly will not. I have more worthy targets in mind." Her gaze fell upon the Eastern Turtle descendant. Years ago, upon her arrival in Nocturne Alley, Belinda had a particularly close sisterly bond with someone. However, that sister later fell victim to an attack by a rogue wizard and subsequently vanished. After an extensive search, when Belinda finally found her, her sister had already met a tragic end. Later, Belinda embarked on a path of vengeance, swiftly rallying a cadre of rogue sorcerers. She obliterated the encampment of wanderers who had harmed her sister, leaving not a single soul alive. Indeed, before extinguishing their lives, she subjected them to severe torment. Thus, Belinda harbored an intense loathing for the misdeeds of these Eastern miscreants, harboring a fervent desire to eradicate them all. However, she restrained herself, wary of disrupting Karmit's plans. Upon Karmit's arrival, his gaze swept the surroundings and landed upon Axley on the platform, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. This nearly drove Axley to despair. Chapter 128. The Appearance of Slytherin, the Stairway to the Throne. Karmit rolled his eyes, noting the futility of the anger that had consumed Axley, a sentiment that would ultimately be of no consequence when it was time to meet his end. Indifferent, Karmit clasped his hands behind his back, patiently awaiting the arrival of the throne. The Quidditch Stadium was enveloped in a profound silence as all waited intently. A gentle breeze fluttered the edges of Karmit's attire, bestowing upon him an air of nobility. As time trickled by, a green light streaked across the sky. The throne had arrived, as punctual as ever, yet today, the throne bore an unusual distinction. Upon it sat a spectral figure, poised above 10 ascending steps. In that instant of the throne's emergence, every gaze in the Quidditch Stadium turned skyward. Suspended above the arena, Karmit's eyes fell upon the figure atop the throne, a figure clad in emerald robes, toying with an elongated wand, a smirk of apparent irreverence gracing his lips, hair meticulously styled. That individual slowly rose from the throne, revealing his true visage. The entire Quidditch Stadium fell into a hushed reverence, even Karmit momentarily stunned. A name surfaced in his mind, Salazar Slytherin. Though he had never witnessed Slytherin in his full glory, nor had anyone else present, the portraits of the four founders adorned Hogwarts. As a significant figure in the annals of the magical realm, Salazar Slytherin's countenance was unmistakable to all. Slytherin stretched languidly, remarking, "The Quidditch Stadium has not been renovated in all these years." Karmit bowed slightly. "Your Grace, Slytherin." In unison, every spectator rose to their feet, acknowledging the presence of Slytherin. The latter surveyed the assembly, noting, indeed, quite a crowd today. However, it could be more substantial, given that this is a pivotal moment for the crowning of the King of Hogwarts. Slytherin's gaze turned to Karmit, a finger flicking lightly. The 10 steps of the throne elongated swiftly, descending to rest at Karmit's feet. "Child, ascend." Upon hearing this command, Karmit hesitated not a moment, stepping confidently onto the stairway. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Karmit cast a perplexed glance at Slytherin, who responded with a smile, "Continue onward. This is what you rightfully deserve, yet I have been holding you back all this time." Karmit was puzzled by Slytherin's words, but he understood that Slytherin would eventually provide clarity. Step by step, Karmit ascended the staircase. With each step he took, A wave of power surged into him. He sensed that a transformation was occurring within him, yet he could not discern its nature. In the audience, the two elders of the Great Xia exchanged glances. Elder Lu lowered his voice and remarked, "Old Zhang, you have studied that phenomenon more extensively. Is this the power of the same origin?" Elder Zhang's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "Indeed, I am certain it is the power of the same origin. I never anticipated that the four great leaders of the past truly succeeded. Although it may not match the purity of what was released from Mount Shu, it has certainly touched upon a different echelon of power." Elder Lu stated, "It seems we did not come in vain. I can now confirm that the lad is indeed the one." Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. Yes, he can absorb that power. Beside the throne, Slytherin gazed at Karmit with eager anticipation, sensing the energy being absorbed by him. A glimmer of joy appeared in Slytherin's eyes. At last, the one he had awaited had emerged. It was fortunate that he did, for otherwise, the strain on his soul's power might have become unbearable. Karmit reached Slytherin's side, and they stood at either side of the throne. Slytherin nodded. "Indeed, you must have many questions. I can assist you in finding answers." Karmit inquired, "What exactly is this throne? I sense that it is more than just a symbol. It possesses a certain uniqueness that I cannot articulate." Slytherin chuckled softly, refraining from an immediate response as he turned to the audience. "Please bear with me for a moment. What follows is not meant for your ears." With a wave of his hand, a green luminescent barrier enveloped both Karmit and Slytherin. Karmit gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. Slytherin remarked, "Just a few minor tricks. Some matters cannot be disclosed to all." He then continued, "Now, let me clarify your doubts. You are correct. The throne is not merely a symbol. You may perceive it as a form of authority, though it is an imitation of true authority." Karmit queried, "Authority?" Slytherin nodded. "Do you believe in the existence of deities in this world?" Without hesitation, Karmit affirmed, his conviction unwavering. This response left Slytherin momentarily taken aback, as he had prepared extensive arguments to persuade Karmit of the existence of truly exalted beings. He instinctively asked, "You accept this so readily?" Karmit smiled. "Setting aside the ancient magic that requires divine blessings for potency, just a month ago, I experienced the power of a deity." Karmit then produced his wand. Slytherin cast a glance and remarked, "Ah, intriguing indeed. There exists a trace of the Grim Reaper's power here, albeit faint. It seems the Reaper once cast his gaze upon this wand." Karmit nodded and recounted the tale of the wand to Slytherin. Given the vast expanse of time since Slytherin's era, Karmit was uncertain whether the wand's history could be traced back to that age. After listening to Karmit's narrative, Slytherin acknowledged, "I see now. It is no wonder you have faith in the divine. Yet, how amusing it is that you would invoke the Vatican's deity to confront the Grim Reaper. Truly, this world has transformed, in our time. The Vatican was our greatest adversary." Karmit responded, "In this current age, all share a common ally, galleons. As long as galleons are in play, all animosities become trivial." Slytherin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is the pursuit of interests that remains the eternal refrain." Alas, when I articulated this notion back then, it was met with skepticism, particularly from that fool of Gryffindor who steadfastly believed that emotions govern the world. Karmit chose not to engage further. It was a conversation too delicate to pursue in front of Slytherin. Discussing Gryffindor's shortcomings in Slytherin's presence would be ludicrous. Despite the harsh words exchanged, the emotional bonds among the four founders ran deeper than any outsider could fathom. Chapter 129, The Four Founders Battle Against the Divine, the Deification Scheme. Perhaps due to Slytherin's advanced age, he paused to reminisce about the past before continuing. "Now, let us return to the matter of the throne. Before we delve into that, allow me to explain what authority truly is. Authority is essentially the power wielded by the divine. To ascend to godhood, one must satisfy two conditions. First, you must possess your own authority. Second, upon mastering this authority, the power within you will undergo a transformation, evolving into a more exalted form, known as divine power. Each deity possesses unique authority, and the throne represents authority, albeit a makeshift replica we have crafted by emulating divine power. You may regard it as a counterfeit or as an incomplete version of genuine authority. Its ultimate form will depend on the strength of the one who wields it." Karmit inquired with curiosity, "The strength of the wielder?" Slytherin nodded, "Precisely. Should you triumph over me today, the throne shall belong to you. If you grow sufficiently, it will become your greatest ally on the path to divinity, serving as your authority and laying the foundation for your ascent to godhood." Karmit murmured, "To become a god?" Slytherin replied, "Karmit Black, there remains time. Allow me to share a tale. Perhaps it will dispel many of your uncertainties." Karmit nodded, and Slytherin began his narrative. "I shall refrain from recounting the earlier tales. Instead, you may glean insights from the biographies of the four of us. Allow me to share some revelations that may be unfamiliar to you. For instance, the first encounter we had with a deity." Karmit paused momentarily. "A deity? You have met a deity?" Slytherin nodded. "Indeed, we have encountered a deity, and, to be precise, we may have even battled one. Alas, we were defeated, and in doing so, we jeopardized our future, rendering us incapable of making any further progress. Unable to take that final step. It was a matter of serendipity that we came across a deity, albeit not in its true form, merely a projection. Yet, it was this very projection that obstructed our path forward. Karmit inquired. At that time, how formidable were you? Slytherin pondered for a moment. How shall I put it? We were somewhere between God and man. Perhaps one could describe us as demigods. We wielded powers that transcended ordinary magic, yet we lacked authority. Thus, we cannot rightfully claim to be gods. Karmit, with a hint of confusion, remarked, but did you not just say, only those who possess authority can wield divine power? Slytherin nodded. Indeed, that is true. However, there are individuals in this world who are exceptional. Such individuals are typically referred to as geniuses, and we four are among them. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. Truly, there was no hint of boastfulness in Slytherin's tone, yet the air was thick with a palpable pride. It was utterly absurd. How could he express such grandiose sentiments with such nonchalance? Slytherin continued, in truth, your potential, even without a throne, would allow you to grasp divine power in a rudimentary manner once you mature sufficiently. Attaining our level would pose no difficulty. Karmit nodded. You mentioned that the deity obstructed the paths of the four of you. What did you mean by that? Slytherin explained, as I previously stated, to ascend to divinity, one must possess authority, yet in this realm, authority is finite. Each deity wields a specific authority, and as long as that deity remains unfallen, their authority shall not be relinquished. Therefore, to attain divinity in this era, there are but two avenues. The first is to discover an authority that has never been found before. The second is to seize authority from a deity. That particular deity was the master of the authority of ambition. Karmit was taken aback. Ambition? Was he targeting you, your majesty? Slytherin nodded. Indeed, he was targeting me. If I had persisted, I would have needed to wrest the authority of ambition from his grasp. Thus, he came forth, fearful of our potential. He feared the courage of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, and the balance of Hufflepuff, and so he severed our paths, leaving us with no opportunity to contend for authority, thereby safeguarding his own existence. Karmit furrowed his brow. It seems rather reckless. Slytherin chuckled. Indeed, it is a game we cannot afford to lose. However, does this not serve as an implicit testament to our strength? They fear us, and thus they seek to obstruct our path. He has rendered us incapable of contending for power, severing our paths entirely, all in the name of safeguarding the interests of their so-called deities. Karmit remarked. Where are these gods, after all? I have never laid eyes upon them. Slytherin shook his head in response. I do not know, but we are aware that they still inhabit this world, gazing down upon it. Ravenclaw speculated that they might be constrained by something, preventing them from departing their designated realms. Even to strike at us through projection would demand a tremendous sacrifice. Karmit displayed a contemplative expression. Slytherin continued. After the paths of the four of us were cut off, we felt a profound sense of injustice. Of course, it may also stem from our hatred. We loathe them for obstructing our paths, though it is true that we are simply outmatched. Thus, Ravenclaw proposed a plan, the deification project. Karmit turned to glance at the throne. Slytherin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is precisely what you envision. The four of us devoted the latter half of our lives, amalgamating various elements, traversing the globe, to discover a path. Not a new path, but one that synthesizes numerous routes into a cohesive whole. The specifics will reveal themselves once you ascend the throne. Explaining it now would be futile. We agreed to find a person truly suited to traverse this path, not for the sake of vengeance, but to allow a new deity to be born. You may interpret this as our unwillingness to accept defeat. We yearn to demonstrate that a new god can indeed emerge, even if those deities would intervene. Karmit comprehended, realizing this might be humanity's final vestige of defiance against the divine. Their discontent was palpable. Karmit inquired, so, your majesty, do the other three share your current state? This form of spiritual essence? Slytherin shook his head. No, only I possess this state. My bloodline endows me with a talent concerning the soul, thus allowing me to persist in this fragmented spiritual form. However, the power of my soul fragments is also waning. Had I not encountered you, they might have completely dissipated. Karmit was taken aback. Bloodline talent, soul form? So, existing as a fragment of the soul is a hereditary gift? Slytherin nodded. Are you referring to my bloodline descendant, who is possessed by me from behind? Indeed, his bloodline has revived the abilities related to the soul, as he is my descendant. However, he is utterly incapable of wielding this power. Soul artifacts are remarkably impractical. The wizard who created them possessed a talent for the soul, yet regrettably, although his abilities have been revived, they remain feeble. This incapacity prevented him from harnessing the power of the soul, leading him to merely develop a soul artifact. Consequently, my descendant has been studying it as if it were a secret tome. It is rather laughable. Karmit remarked. So, you imply that he has taken a misguided path? Slytherin rolled his eyes, remarking that it was not merely a matter of walking the wrong path. He had entirely squandered his innate talents. The sole application of his soul was the severance of it, rendering him neither fully human nor ghostly, and now he existed through fragments of that soul. Karmit inquired, "Have you never considered lending him a hand during your time at Hogwarts?" His curiosity was piqued, for after all, Voldemort was indeed a descendant of Slytherin. Did he not care at all? Slytherin glared. Of course I cared. I placed several tomes regarding souls in the Chamber of Secrets, yet he never even glanced at them. What a hopeless case. Karmit's lips twitched slightly. Ah, he understood now. This was all Voldemort's folly. Slytherin continued, "Well, I have conveyed most of what I wished to say, and others are becoming rather impatient. Let us engage in a duel first. I am quite curious about your prowess." Karmit glanced towards the audience, and indeed, they were growing restless under the sun's relentless rays. "Your Highness," Karmit protested, "I cannot possibly be your match. You are Slytherin, after all, and you have declared yourself a demigod." Slytherin reassured him, "Fear not. I am currently in a state of soul fragmentation. I cannot exert my full strength. At most I can summon the power of my teenage years." Hearing this, Karmit's eyes sparkled. A Slytherin of merely 16 or 17. Perhaps he was not entirely outmatched. "Are you referring to yourself at 11? Karmit inquired. Slytherin chuckled. "At 11? No, honestly, the 11-year-old me would not stand a chance against you. I shall fight you with the strength of my 16 or 17-year-old self." Karmit pondered this. A 16 or 17-year-old Slytherin. How formidable could he be? Karmit was unsure. Yet he suspected he would not be weaker than a 16 or 17-year-old Dumbledore. This duel might indeed be worth the effort. Just then, Karmit suddenly recalled something. "Your Highness, you wouldn't summon your pet to assist you, would you?" He thought of the basilisk from the chamber. If that creature were to emerge, it would be an entirely different matter, one that could spell doom. Slytherin cast a glance at Karmit. "Oh, you are aware of the existence of the Little Two?" Karmit was taken aback. "Little Two? The basilisk?" Slytherin nodded. "Indeed." Karmit's mouth dropped open. "That creature has a name?" Slytherin replied, "Of course." At that moment, a towering figure began to coalesce behind Slytherin, and the figure was none other than Hagrid, who would bestow a name upon a basilisk. Karmit was baffled, yet greatly astonished. "So, that creature was truly left by you to cleanse Hogwarts?" Karmit asked incredulously. Slytherin scoffed. "How could that be? That creature is merely a pet, not a tool for cleansing Hogwarts. As for the rumors in the magical world, it is true that I adhere to the principles of blood purity. However, what I speak of has never been lineage. In our era, wizards were perilous. Thus, even a young sorcerer of common birth, after their education at Hogwarts, lacked the protection of a noble family. They were equally incapable of safeguarding themselves. In my view, it would be better to deny them education altogether. For once their magical powers erupted, they would gradually lose their peculiarities with age. At that point, they might live safely." Karmit understood. This was the crux of the matter. Poor Salazar Slytherin, having played the villain for so many years. Slytherin proclaimed, "Rest assured, I shall not summon Little Tuesday. Our battle will be entirely fair." Karmit rolled his eyes. How could a 16 or 17-year-old fighting an 11-year-old be deemed fair? This fellow must have a profound misunderstanding of the term. Slytherin waved his hand, and the green barrier dissipated instantly. Witnessing this, everyone regained their composure. With a delicate flick of his finger, the steps beneath the throne began to reconfigure, revealing an arena coalescing from green light. Slytherin turned to gaze at Dumbledore in the audience. "Ah, Albus Dumbledore, is it?" Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Indeed, Your Grace." Slytherin continued. "The throne lacks the excess power for protection, so should the battle's turbulence extend beyond, it will rely upon you." Dumbledore acknowledged. "Very well, Your Grace, I understand." Slytherin descended slowly onto the arena, lightly waving his wand twice. It had been some time since he last wielded it. Karmit landed opposite Slytherin, showing no signs of carelessness as he drew his own wand. "Your Grace, I look forward to your guidance." Slytherin chuckled. "It is I who should seek your guidance. To be frank, even at 16 or 17, I cannot guarantee victory, so, Karmit." Slytherin's gaze suddenly sharpened, a faint aura beginning to rise from him. "Do not let your guard down. Negligence can lead to demise." Slytherin's aura intensified, coalescing into a tangible form, materializing a green serpent behind him. The serpent flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze upon Karmit. A chill ran down Karmit's spine. Was this truly the most formidable among the four founders? It felt rather exaggerated. Yet, Karmit had a penchant for the dramatic. He thrived on challenges. As he observed Slytherin before him, he felt a long-lost fervor boiling within his veins. Chapter 131. Slytherin's outrageous maneuver, deceiving oneself? Karmit's pupils gradually sharpened. Behind him, his killing intent and aura began to coalesce, quickly matching Slytherin's intensity. Their auras occupied equal portions of the air. The mist of Karmit's aura parted, and a tiger, entirely formed from killing intent, leaped forth, charging directly at the massive serpent behind Slytherin. In the next moment, the two figures clashed with a tremendous force, producing a resounding boom that caused the hearts of all present to momentarily constrict. This sound was not merely heard, but resonated deeply within the soul. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Slytherin and Karmit. Some lesser wizards, lacking the requisite prowess, could not comprehend the magnitude of the event. Yet, in the eyes of Dumbledore, the heads of the four houses, the patriarchs of pure-blood families, and the elder of Windadashia, the brief encounter between Karmit and Slytherin held profound significance. To be precise, they had not formally engaged in combat. The accumulation of their respective energies was a complex endeavor. Slytherin's formidable aura was the result of years of cultivation, while Karmit, relying solely on his murderous intent, had reached this level. Even Dumbledore, observing Karmit, could not conceal the growing wariness in his gaze. The brief clash of their auras left neither able to gain the upper hand. Slytherin and Karmit exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, it appeared as though they had silently agreed upon a course of action. Almost in unison, they dissipated their auras and raised their wands, exhibiting no extraneous movements. A vivid green light shot forth from each wand, colliding midair and erupting in an explosion that sent ripples cascading outward, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Subsequently, both figures vanished from sight. After casting the killing curse, they executed a disapparition with remarkable precision, rendering them invisible to the onlookers. Only the sporadic sounds of spell detonations indicated their presence. They executed their disapparition to perfection, with scarcely any interval between each movement. Following each disapparition, they unleashed magical assaults, anticipating each other's landing points. Karmit's brow furrowed. Slytherin was indeed living up to his reputation. Typically, Karmit was confident in his ability to predict landing points during disapparition, a common tactic among wizards. For instance, when he practiced against his own projection, he relied on his self-awareness and the subtle spatial fluctuations during disapparition to ascertain the landing point. This skill allowed him to strike with precision. However, Slytherin's mastery of disapparition was exceptional, even surpassing Karmit's. He could diminish the spatial fluctuations to such a degree that Karmit struggled to detect them. It was not unheard of for wizards to attain such proficiency. For example, if Karmit consciously masked his spatial fluctuations, he could similarly obscure his landing point from detection. Confronted with such an adversary necessitated acute observational skills. A wizard must engage in battle while simultaneously discerning the opponent's habits and calculating potential landing points. Each individual possesses unique tendencies, particularly in combat. For Karmit, possessing a formidable intellect, calculating these matters and formulating responses is not particularly arduous. However, what is truly perplexing is that Slytherin exhibits no discernible patterns whatsoever. Not a single habit has been revealed, which leaves Karmit astounded. He is well aware of Slytherin's prowess. Yet how can one possess no combat habits at all? Such tendencies are ingrained in one's subconscious. Even with the intent to consciously avoid these habits, one inevitably exhibits them inadvertently at times. Yet, from the onset of the battle until now, mere minutes have elapsed, and Karmit can distinctly sense that Slytherin has left no vulnerabilities exposed. In contrast, through just a few minutes of engagement, Slytherin has already begun to discern some of Karmit's subtle habits. After yet another disapparition, Karmit raised his hand, casting the shield charm before him. Slytherin's spell collided with Karmit's protective barrier, causing him to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his footing. With a smile gracing his lips, Slytherin remarked, "I've caught you. Although you are consciously altering your habits, they are ultimately rooted in your subconscious and cannot be entirely transformed." Karmit furrowed his brow and inquired, "My lord, how have you managed to eliminate all habits? Your level of absurdity evokes the term self-deception." With a snap of his fingers, Slytherin responded, "Clever. You are correct." Karmit, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh?" Slytherin continued with a grin, "Self-deception. Every individual's habits are inscribed within their subconscious. It is fundamentally unchangeable. No matter how vigilant you are, traces of your habits will inevitably surface. This becomes the very avenue through which your opponent can exploit your weaknesses. In the past, I, like you, and indeed all 4 of us, possessed certain minor habits. This led to a scenario where, during our casual duels, we hardly needed to strategize. We simply capitalized on each other's habits. Consequently, we found little enjoyment for an extended period. Eventually, Ravenclaw devised a strategy. She began to consciously alter her habits, such as cultivating new ones. This certainly injected a great deal of amusement into our encounters. Later on, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing notion. Why must a person be limited to just 1 or 2 habits? Karmit appeared astonished, as if he had grasped Slytherin's intended message. Slytherin chuckled, "It seems you've divined my meaning. Self-deception embodies this concept. I sought out numerous new habits. No, not just a few, but many. These habits have become my subconscious, to the extent that even I occasionally find myself uncertain of when a particular habit might unexpectedly surface and influence the outcome of my disapparition. Karmit regarded Slytherin thoughtfully as Slytherin lightly traced his wand with his fingers, stating, "Thus, Karmit, this battle is both fair and yet decidedly unfair. The inequity lies in the fact that my combat experience, which can be utilized in battle, surpasses yours. Your battle experience is undeniably substantial, yet it pales in comparison to mine." Chapter 132, The Terrifying Learning Ability of Karmit. If you cannot alter your combat habits, Karmit, then your journey ends here. I managed to seize you once, and I can certainly do so again. You, however, are utterly powerless against me. So, Karmit, will you concede? You are aware that I shall show you no mercy. My previous attack merely grazed you, thwarted by your defenses, purely by fortune. Should I unleash my full might, your iron armor spell would falter against my death curse, and at that moment, you would truly perish. I extend to you an opportunity, a chance to conclude this matter. Slytherin spoke with an unperturbed tone, elucidating a truth from which Karmit could not escape. Karmit's expression remained stern. He recognized the veracity of Slytherin's words. Indeed, it was true that Karmit had never contemplated such matters before, for the foes he encountered were hardly worthy of such reflections, even when faced with his own projection. Confronting his own projection presented a challenge, yet the solution was equally apparent. Karmit understood himself well enough. To engage in self-combat was rather effortless. However, Slytherin was an entirely different entity. Karmit was unaware of how many great battles Slytherin had endured, but he knew that in that era, only the strong survived. Thus, in terms of combat experience, Karmit was not even in the same league as Slytherin. Fortunately, Karmit possessed one notable advantage, his remarkable aptitude for learning. Especially when contending with a formidable opponent like Slytherin, he genuinely had much to glean from the encounter. Karmit slowly raised his wand, aiming it at Slytherin. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I am disinclined to heed your counsel or accept your offer. Surrender? That is out of the question. My progress thus far has never relied on capitulation. Had I ever been prone to giving up, I would not be the person I am today. I might have perished long ago. In truth, I have always harbored a profound fear of death. However, should I indeed fall by your hand, it would simply signify my inferiority in skill. I would harbor no grievances. You are correct in stating that I am no match for you in terms of combat experience. Yet, this does not equate to an inevitable defeat. My greatest reliance has never been on brute strength, but rather here." Karmit pointed to his head. Slytherin regarded Karmit with intrigue. Strangely, he felt he glimpsed the shadow of an old acquaintance within Karmit, a hint of the somewhat ludicrous bravery of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the tenacity of Hufflepuff, and, of course, his own strength and ambition. A subtle smile curved Slytherin's lips. How intriguing. "Very well, Karmit, let the true battle commence." With that, the words hung in the air. With a swift flick of his wand, Slytherin unleashed 3 consecutive spells aimed at Karmit. In response, Karmit conjured the same spells, dispelling Slytherin's magic. He immediately launched a counterattack, reigniting the fierce duel between them. However, this time, Karmit's use of disillusionment was noticeably slower, not due to fatigue, but because he was gradually adjusting his habits to mirror Slytherin's techniques. As Karmit himself had articulated, his greatest weapon is his intellect. Karmit meticulously refined his state of mind, while Slytherin, as his adversary, was quick to perceive the shift in Karmit. A flicker of intrigue crossed Slytherin's eyes. Such rapid learning ability and the brilliance of his mind. Was he endowed with the same innate intelligence as those of Ravenclaw? As Slytherin continued his assault, he mentally catalogued his understanding of Karmit, magical runes, integration of spells, exceptional wisdom, and the peculiar potency of his dark magic, greater than that of ordinary dark magic. The more he reflected, the more astonished he became. Karmit exhibited an astonishing breadth of traits, far surpassing the mere 2 or 3 characteristics displayed by the 4 founders. Did this not imply that Karmit was ahead of them all in terms of innate talent? Slytherin found himself increasingly impressed with Karmit. He felt certain that Karmit was indeed the individual they had long awaited. Unbeknownst to Karmit, Slytherin's thoughts were swirling as he diligently adjusted his own state. When he attempted to apply his newfound habits, he realized that the concept of adaptation, while simple in theory, proved exceedingly challenging in practice. He was, in essence, deceiving himself, manipulating his subconscious and ingrained habits. Karmit gradually acclimated to the knowledge he had acquired, while Slytherin grew increasingly alarmed. He noted that Karmit had already begun forming new habits within such a brief period. This revelation necessitated a re-evaluation of Karmit's tendencies and an adjustment to his anticipated moves. Yet, Slytherin was acutely aware that Karmit would not grant him this opportunity. If Karmit could trick himself so swiftly, he would undoubtedly create yet another habit given sufficient time to study. Reflecting on the time it had taken him to reach this point, Slytherin felt a sense of exasperation. It was truly extraordinary. Although Karmit was engrossed in analyzing his new combat style, he remained vigilant in observing Slytherin, mindful of his primary objective that day. He needed not only to endure Slytherin's onslaught, but ultimately to emerge victorious. Karmit tentatively attempted to strike at what he believed were Slytherin's habitual weaknesses, but each attack fell short. Karmit shook his head in resignation. His attacks were futile, a realization he had long anticipated. Just as Slytherin was unable to strike him now, to break the deadlock, it was clear that continuing to squander time was not an option. He had no desire to engage in a war of attrition with Slytherin. It was not only due to his uncertainty about how long Slytherin could endure, but more so because of his pride. He yearned for a direct confrontation with the four giants, rather than relying on prolonged skirmishes. Suddenly, Karmit halted in his tracks, refraining from further apparition. Since individual attacks were ineffective, he resolved to employ a collective assault. As long as his attack enveloped the entire Quidditch pitch, he could not fathom how Slytherin could find room to maneuver or apparate. Unless, of course, Slytherin managed to entrap himself within the confines of space. Upon witnessing Karmit's abrupt pause, the audience was filled with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. Only Dumbledore and those of sufficient prowess began to speculate. Chapter 133, Unleashing the Ultimate Move. Professor Flitwick leaned over the railing. It seemed young Karmit was about to unleash a powerful spell. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement, stating that now was indeed the best, and only, choice to employ an area of effect spell. The strengths of Karmit and Slytherin were too closely matched, and prolonging the contest would lead to a stalemate. Flitwick remarked, however, young Karmit possesses immense magical power. Even if it comes down to a battle of endurance, victory will ultimately belong to him. He appears particularly formidable today. At that moment, Snape, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It is due to pride. Flitwick turned to look at him. Snape's gaze was fixed on Karmit, his eyes glinting with an indescribable intensity, as if recalling something profound. He could employ various tactics against others, as he was solely focused on winning, but when facing Slytherin, he wished to triumph using his utmost strength. This was his pride, as well as a tribute to Slytherin. Within the pitch, Slytherin observed Karmit, understanding his intentions, and a smile graced his face. Yes, indeed, unleash your full strength against me. Let me witness the extent of your true power. Karmit floated in midair, his wand casually suspended at his side. Your Majesty, this is where the true battle begins. As he spoke, Karmit waved his hand, summoning a blazing sword of fire from behind him. He then concentrated, causing the flame sword to multiply. 1 became 2. 2 became 4, and 4 became countless. In mere moments, a sky filled with fiery swords was forged. Karmit raised his hand and exerted pressure. All the fiery swords surged toward the Quidditch pitch. In the stands, the 2 elder members of the Xia clan were left in shock. Elder Lu turned to Elder Zhang beside him and asked, Old Zhang, is this not akin to your Shushan's 10,000 swords returned to origin? Elder Zhang scratched his head, responding, It resembles it somewhat, but even a sword cultivator could not achieve such a feat. In this era of decline, the once mighty technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect has long since faded into obscurity, rendered unusable by anyone. Elder Lu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What a prodigy! He has employed a masterful fire manipulation technique, merging it with other methods to create the effect of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. We understand the principle, but such meticulous control is not something just anyone possesses. At the very least, I cannot achieve it. To my knowledge, no one else can either. This level of control is utterly terrifying. I cannot fathom how he manages to manipulate so many offensive spells simultaneously. Elder Lu remarked. Geniuses always possess something distinct and extraordinary. However, if all these vast spells were to detonate, the resulting power. He left the latter part of his sentence unspoken. Dumbledore also recognized the gravity of the situation. With a wave of his hand, the 4 heads of the houses dispersed, each taking their respective positions. Subsequently, they all drew their wands. Dumbledore brandished his wand and declared, all-encompassing protection. The 4 heads of houses performed the same action. In the next moment, a blue barrier began to envelop the Quidditch pitch. After completing this, the 4 heads of houses retracted their wands. Professor Flitwick wiped his forehead, stating, It has been far too long since I last employed this spell. The exertion is as substantial as ever. It should suffice. Dumbledore gazed at the long sword of fire coalescing towards Slytherin. His brow furrowed slightly. He was uncertain whether the protective barrier they had established would be adequate. He hoped that Karmit's attack was not overwhelmingly powerful. Slytherin, with his arms crossed, observed the torrent of flames converging upon him with an approving nod. He had witnessed the emergence of this technique firsthand and understood that its true strength lay not in the fiery sword itself, but in the magic it contained. With a gentle flourish of his wand, Slytherin summoned a circle of flames that began to rise around him. Karmit's pupils constricted slightly. A fire shield for protection? No. This was not merely a fire shield. Grindelwald's fire shield was a unique form of magic, the principles of which were elusive. However, Slytherin's current spell was not of that peculiar nature. Karmit could sense the raw, ferocious energy contained within, pure, unadulterated devastation. Slytherin continued to wave his wand, causing all the flames to coalesce, enveloping him entirely. A colossal fiery serpent emerged, with Slytherin standing at its head, arms still crossed. The fiery serpent opened its massive jaws and charged towards the myriad of flaming swords. The flaming swords showed no sign of hesitation, striking the serpent's body without obstruction. In the next instant, the ferocious flames began to surge outward. The flaming swords detonated one after another, sending fiery debris flying in all directions. Moreover, it was not just flames, there was also the force of the explosions. This marked Karmit's first full-scale activation of the magical variant of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The formidable power left him somewhat apprehensive. The explosive shockwave engulfed the entire Quidditch pitch, causing even the protective enchantments surrounding it to tremble slightly. Karmit furrowed his brow. It was not sufficient, still not enough. This level of assault could indeed strip Slytherin of their ability to apparate, yet it remained insufficient to secure victory over them. Thus, his efforts appeared futile. Slytherin, positioned at the head of the serpent, observed the mutual depletion of the long swords and the fiery serpent and remarked with a smirk, "It seems you cannot overcome me. Karmit, is this truly the extent of your potential? I would find it quite disappointing." Upon hearing Slytherin's words, even Karmit felt a surge of defiance within him. Indeed, the four great leaders were formidable, legendary, and geniuses. However, he, Karmit Black, was also a genius destined to become a legend. How could he possibly be inferior to anyone? Given time, he was confident that no one was worthy to stand before him. In their prime, Slytherin was undoubtedly beyond Karmit's current capabilities. Yet, considering the 16 or 17-year-old Slytherin, a glint of cold light flickered in Karmit's eyes. Who could truly claim superiority over the other? With this thought, Karmit raised his hand. "Your Majesty, I have yet to test this next move, and even in my mind, it is merely a vague notion, never before attempted. Today, allow me to showcase it for your appraisal." Karmit withdrew his wand and raised his hands. All the fiery swords levitated behind him. Slytherin, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but adopt a more serious expression. After observing Karmit for so long, he understood that Karmit was never one to act without purpose. Chapter 134, the finale. Slytherin's defeat. Karmit raised his hands toward his chest. Behind him, all the fiery long swords began to stir restlessly, trembling in midair. They then began to converge toward the center. Slytherin's eyes widened in realization. "You intend to merge these blazing swords together?" Karmit remained silent, not out of disrespect, but because he had no time for pleasantries. Indeed, what Karmit was attempting was a fortified version of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, inspired by the novels from his previous life. However, he had never tested it before. Magic, after all, is the product of one's imagination. As long as one dares to envision, the speed of spell development can be exceedingly rapid. Westerners have always lagged behind Easterners in the realm of imagination, not to mention the plethora of wildly imaginative novels Karmit had encountered before his journey here. The techniques from those stories, in a world that thrives on imagination, would be an overwhelming advantage. Slytherin chuckled. "You are truly mad. Your audacity surpasses even that of our earlier days." Yet, despite his words, Slytherin's face radiated anticipation. Ever since the other three of the four great leaders had departed, he had not relished the thrill of battle for far too long. Part of this was due to the constraints of the throne's power, which he could not wield freely. Otherwise, he would fail to replenish himself. His soul fragments also come at a cost. Another reason lies in his inability to find a worthy opponent. Even the great Dumbledore would not be regarded as a fitting adversary by Slytherin in his presence. Only Karmit, at this moment, could truly feel that primal desire for battle and the long-lost fervor coursing through his veins. Upon witnessing Karmit's movements, Dumbledore was taken aback, hastily brandishing his wand to reinforce the protective barriers. The other heads of houses mirrored his actions. They were uncertain whether Karmit's technique would succeed, yet they understood that, regardless of the outcome, its power would be earth-shattering. Once Dumbledore fortified the protective spells, he promptly prepared to assist Karmit at a moment's notice. Fearing that Karmit might inadvertently bring about his own demise, Karmit remained oblivious to the world around him, fully engrossed in his actions. As he pressed his hands together, two blazing swords began to coalesce behind him, a tempest of energy swirling outward, causing the fiery blades to tremble violently, as if on the verge of exploding. These two flaming swords, forged from fierce fire, contained a sharpness that was unparalleled. This meant that Karmit was not merely merging the fierce flames, but also uniting the two blades of unmatched sharpness into one. Although he had attempted fusion before, those were mere preliminary efforts. This marked the first instance of true and complete amalgamation. Thus, even Karmit felt a twinge of uncertainty within. The fusion was a considerable burden for him. He needed to suppress the incantations within the flaming swords with his magic while maintaining absolute focus. He dared not allow even a modicum of carelessness. As the two swords drew closer, Their tremors intensified. Karmit shouted, "Merge for me." In the next moment, the two swords began to intertwine, gradually coalescing. In mere moments, they fused completely. A faint smile graced Karmit's lips. This was indeed feasible. Sensing the newfound energy surging within the flaming sword, Karmit felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With the success of the initial fusion, he approached the subsequent integrations with greater confidence. With a mere flick of his hand, all the swords behind him began to condense. 1, 2, 3. Each flaming sword merged, and the fiery blade behind Karmit swelled larger and larger. The energy contained within grew so ferocious that even Dumbledore felt a tremor of trepidation. Slytherin gazed at the massive flaming sword suspended in midair, his expression growing increasingly grave. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from that blade, a threat of death. Karmit's complexion paled slightly as he raised his right hand. Under the crown, a decisive blow was at hand. In the midst of his proclamation, Karmit forcefully pressed downward with his right hand. The colossal flame sword blazed with an infernal light, wielding the power to obliterate all in its path as it lunged directly toward Slytherin. Karmit declared coldly, "Judgment." It seemed that by naming this technique, the very essence of it was awakened. The colossal sword descended with an accelerated velocity. Slytherin's pupils slightly contracted. In the next moment, the fiery serpentine embrace enveloping him dissipated entirely. Subsequently, with a flick of his wand, he summoned power. Flames converged towards the wand in his grasp, and a spectral representation of a staff began to slowly materialize, swiftly enlarging. Coiling around the phantom staff was a serpentine figure of a vivid emerald hue, and the staff rapidly expanded, soon matching the size of Karmit's flaming longsword. Slytherin thrust the staff forward, and in the following instant, the staff collided with the longsword. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a stillness akin to death itself. However, this silence endured for but 2 fleeting seconds. Then, as if rebounding, a tremendous roar erupted, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. With a crisp crack, the protective barriers shattered. Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically, and the 4 heads of houses swiftly prepared to react. Yet, the shattering of the protective barriers occurred with astonishing rapidity, resembling a spider's web as fractures began to emerge. At that moment, several figures rose. Bosbaton's headmistress, Ola Maxim, brandished her wand, channeling magic towards the protective barriers. Igor Karkaroff of Durmstrang mirrored her actions. Elders from the Daybreak and several heads of pureblood families raised their wands, stabilizing the precarious protective barriers. The collision point between the staff and the colossal sword released waves of energy that surged outward. Both Karmit and Slytherin's faces paled slightly. Just then, another sharp crack echoed. However, this time, the sound did not emanate from the protective barriers. Instead, it originated from Slytherin's hand. Slytherin glanced at his hand, only to behold that his wand, forged from the power of the throne, had begun to develop cracks. Moreover, the fissures multiplied rapidly, and the pace of its disintegration quickened. Observing this scene, Slytherin's face broke into a smile, a blend of relief and perhaps anticipation. With a sharp crack, Slytherin's wand shattered completely, and the spectral staff simultaneously transformed into mottled green light, dissipating into the ether. The flaming longsword pierced through Slytherin's form, crashing to the ground. Karmit's expression shifted dramatically. "Your Majesty." As the flames of the longsword dissipated, Karmit hurriedly descended from the sky, rushing to Slytherin's side, concern etched across his face. Chapter 135. The last trace of Slytherin vanishes. Slytherin gazed at Karmit, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Slytherin's form appeared increasingly ethereal. Karmit spoke, "I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I cannot reclaim it." Slytherin replied, "Why apologize, Karmit? I have long since perished. Furthermore, even if I had not, dying at the hands of one's opponent signifies my own inadequacy, and, in truth, this is the best outcome for me. I must thank you. You have rekindled in me the joy of battle and the fervor I had long lost." Karmit hesitated for a moment and spoke, "Your Majesty, are you now?" Slytherin looked at his increasingly ethereal form and smiled. "I must depart. My soul fragments have been utterly consumed. Truth be told, I should have left long ago. Those 3 were quite selfish, leaving me to await your arrival alone. I genuinely missed them. The days spent in their company were undoubtedly my happiest. Of course, Gryffindor remains as insufferable as ever. Even now, I find him detestable. Yet, he is the one I miss the most." Karmit lowered his head, refraining from responding. Although his time with Slytherin was limited, he had learned much from him. Furthermore, he could sense a familial affection from Slytherin, akin to that of an elder towards a younger. This was a sentiment he had only experienced with Lucius and Narcissa. Slytherin raised his hand, seemingly wishing to stroke Karmit's hair, but upon recalling his current state, he abandoned the thought. Slytherin remarked, "This move is rather impressive, an execution of judgment, indeed. Karmit, your strength surpasses my expectations. I am now utterly convinced that you can take that step and reveal to us what divinity truly is. This is our dream, Our unwavering pursuit. You are our final hope. Who claims that mortals cannot ascend to godhood? Who dares assert that mortals cannot slay gods? There was a glint of malice and unyielding defiance in Slytherin's eyes. His form began to gradually dissipate, starting from his lower body, transforming into streams of green light that merged into the throne. Slytherin gazed up at the heavens and, with his last ounce of strength, shouted, "Hogwarts has finally welcomed its rightful king, Karmit Black. It is time for your coronation." As Slytherin's voice faded, his form completely transformed into green light. Karmit instinctively reached out his hand, and the emerald specks glided through his palm. He felt the unique pride and resentment that belonged to Slytherin. Yet now, all of it had vanished. The final trace of Slytherin dissipated from this world. As the last remnants of green light merged into the throne, beams of green radiance erupted from it. The throne then slowly descended to the ground, seemingly awaiting Karmit's ascent. Karmit gazed at the throne without hesitation, striding towards it. He raised his hand to caress the serpent-shaped sculpture atop the throne. The sculpture moved under his touch, coiling around his shoulder before ascending to his head, transforming into a crown that adorned him. Karmit's body was drawn by the throne, and he sat upon it. In the next moment, the throne began to levitate. Behind the throne appeared 4 spectral figures: a red lion, a green serpent, a blue eagle, and a yellow badger. 4 ethereal shadows approached Karmit from behind and, upon contact, merged into one, manifesting as a spectral emblem of Hogwarts. Witnessing this spectacle, all Hogwarts affiliates rose to their feet, including not only those currently enrolled but also alumni from the esteemed institution. Naturally, not all were willing participants. For instance, Axley found himself compelled against his will, yanked from his seat by an unseen force, leaving him in discomfort and seething with unexpressed rage. However, no one paid heed to his fury. Dumbledore sensed the pull emanating from his surroundings, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity. Was this the essence of authority? It was indeed formidable. Although he had not overheard the exchange between Slytherin and Karmit, at his level of understanding, he had certainly heard whispers of divine authority and power. Yet, he had never encountered it directly and had, at times, doubted its very existence. Grindelwald had likewise sought such power, but ultimately returned empty-handed, leaving behind a poignant remark that divine might was beyond human grasp. What he experienced remained a mystery to all but himself. Now, Dumbledore felt this overwhelming force firsthand, an unparalleled power. Even at his level, he had no choice but to rise and slightly bow. Everyone inclined their heads in respect towards Karmit, seated upon the throne. This was the king of Hogwarts, the legacy bequeathed by the 4 great founders, the true inheritance, the greatest legacy of Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to Karmit, who sat upon the throne, the events unfolding in the outside world were beyond his awareness. The moment he assumed his seat, his consciousness was drawn into a vast, white expanse. Within this space, threads of energy drifted about, and Karmit could distinctly feel that this energy transcended his own magical prowess. A thrill coursed through him. Could this be divine power? Extending his hand, divine energy flowed through his fingers, and he could fully appreciate the immense strength contained within it, powerful and unmatched. This was Karmit's most immediate impression of this energy. Turning his gaze towards the center of the space, he spotted a throne identical to the one he occupied, now suspended in midair. Karmit felt an undeniable call emanating from this throne, prompting him to approach without hesitation. As he neared, he observed that divine power emanated from the throne, alongside an enigmatic force he could not quite articulate. Lifting his hand, he placed it upon the throne. In the next instant, the throne transformed into a stream of light, piercing into his forehead. Startled, Karmit barely had time to react before a torrent of information flooded his mind. Karmit stood frozen in place, momentarily lost in time. After an indeterminate duration, he gradually opened his eyes, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief reflected within them. He had grasped the purpose of the throne. Chapter 136, The Throne's Significance. The grand performance awaits. The first function of this throne can be likened to a magical artifact described in fantastical novels. Karmit can summon it at will, regardless of his location. Furthermore, as long as he occupies the throne, he is virtually invincible. Divine power shields Karmit, and only an equal divine force can inflict harm upon him. In other words, unless a deity manifests, all efforts are in vain. As for the second function, referred to by Slytherin as authority, it intrigued Karmit immensely. It appeared to draw inspiration from various forms of authority, forging a unique path of its own. This authority resembles imperial power, primarily emphasizing conquest. It encompasses all realms, and those who pledge unwavering loyalty to Karmit may be recognized by the throne, thereby enhancing their own strength, which in turn would benefit Karmit. In essence, it is akin to gaining strength through loyal followers. The potential for manipulation within this framework is vast. If one considers the imperial authority of the Great Xia, this avenue seems to represent a variant of that power. However, The requirements for this authority are stringent. Only those who exhibit absolute loyalty to Karmit, individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for him, may gain the throne's recognition. Of course, once marked by the throne, they too reap benefits, able to draw upon a fragment of the throne's and Karmit's power. Just as Karmit completed his analysis of the throne, a multitude of slender threads suddenly darted towards him. The throne emerged from his forehead, enveloping these threads within its grasp. In that instant, Karmit discerned the origin of these threads. They belonged to those who exhibited unwavering loyalty to him. Among them were Byler and Belinda, as well as the house elf, Cleesh. To Karmit's surprise, even non-human entities could be acknowledged by the throne. Moreover, Vanya's thread was amongst them, leaving Karmit bewildered. How could a cat be marked by the throne? Crucially, does a cat possess magical power? Suddenly, it struck him. Does a mere cat possess such power? Why would it gain the throne's acknowledgement? The throne recognizes entities that can assist Karmit, enhancing his strength. The very fact that Vanny was chosen implies a singular possibility. Vanny is no ordinary cat. He may very well be a magical creature. Upon this realization, Karmit felt an urgent need to visit Hagrid to inquire about Vanny's true nature. Should Hagrid be unaware, he would have to await Newt's arrival at Hogwarts to seek answers. Vanny is undoubtedly more complex than he seems. The remaining threads belong to various wandering wizards associated with the Black family. At that moment, Karmit noticed a particularly slender thread. Intrigued, he picked it up and sensed its owner, confirming his curiosity. Karmit's expression was somewhat peculiar. Draco? Indeed, the master of this slender thread is none other than Draco Malfoy. Karmit was utterly perplexed. How had Draco managed to infiltrate? Absolute loyalty? Draco? How could such a conclusion be drawn? The relationship between cousins had suddenly morphed into one of hierarchy. What would Lucius and Narcissa think if they were to find out? Shaking his head, Karmit dismissed these thoughts. Now, how was he to exit? Just as this notion crossed his mind, he felt his consciousness being tugged, and upon regaining awareness, he found himself back in the Quidditch pitch. In the outside world, Karmit had lingered for what felt like an eternity, yet in reality, it had been less than a minute. He remained seated upon his throne. With a mere thought, the crown upon his head transformed back into a serpent, gracefully slithering down his shoulder, coiling around the throne, its head resting upon him. Karmit's gaze swept across the scene. The fervor in Belinda's eyes was unmistakable, mirrored by the excitement on the faces of the other Hogwarts students. Karmit lightly tapped his fingers upon the throne, and in that instant, the tethering force dissipated from everyone present, allowing Dumbledore and the others to lift their heads and gaze at Karmit. Dumbledore addressed Karmit. "Congratulations, Karmit." Karmit replied with a smile. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore continued. "Will you deliver your inaugural speech as the head?" Karmit shook his head. "Everyone is weary today, and we have guests. Perhaps we should attend to them first." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but felt it was essential to confer with Karmit, given his new position as the head of Hogwarts. Karmit glanced at Belinda, who responded with a nod. Subsequently, Karmit soared towards the Forbidden Forest, halting not far from Hagrid's hut. Before long, Belinda hurried to his side. "Master." Karmit acknowledged her with a nod. "How is everything prepared?" Belinda responded, "As per your instructions. All members of the Black family are now on high alert and ready for combat at a moment's notice." Karmit nodded. "Yes, it's nearly time. We need one final push to disseminate the news." A glint of determination flashed in Belinda's eyes. "Understood, Master. However, Mr. Malfoy has sought me out and conveyed something to me." Karmit inquired. "Is it about the unwritten rule among pureblood families regarding the prohibition of extermination?" Belinda affirmed, "Indeed, Master. According to Mr. Lucius, while conflicts among pureblood families are frequent, outright war has never been initiated. However, even in the conflict among pureblood families, the annihilation of a clan remains an improbable occurrence. It appears to be an unspoken rule sanctioned by all pureblood families. After all, the legacy of a family is hard-won, and it is essential to preserve the ember of lineage." Karmit sneered. "The rules of pureblood families? What relevance do they hold for me? My rules are the only ones that matter. The Axeless family must leave no survivors. No lives must be spared. That is my decree." Belinda bowed her head. "I am merely concerned." Karmit retorted. "Concerned about the reactions of other pureblood families? There is no need for such worries. Once the Axeless family is extinguished, they will clearly understand how to interact with us moving forward. They will realize that the dynamics of the magical realm have irrevocably changed." Belinda inclined her body in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master, I understand." Karmit waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Return to your duties. The audience has been waiting impatiently. We must draw back the curtain on this grand performance. After all this time spent in preparation and restraint, it is all for this spectacle. I hope the Axeless family does not disappoint me." Chapter 137. Vanya Leopard? Not long after Belinda departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the Forbidden Forest, leaping directly into Karmit's embrace. Karmit chuckled. "Have you been playing in the Forbidden Forest again? Fortunately, you saved me the trouble of searching for you." Come, let us visit Hagrid. He must ascertain your true lineage. Vani nuzzled into Karmit's chest, and a smile crept onto his lips. Caring for a pet is truly a balm for the soul. Though, it seems this pet is becoming increasingly peculiar. Karmit set Vani down. All right, come along by yourself. You are growing heavier, and carrying you has become quite exhausting. Vani mewed in protest, clearly displeased. For who enjoys being labeled as overweight, even if the subject of such remarks is a cat? Karmit chuckled softly, ignoring Vani's discontent as he made his way towards Hagrid's hut. Upon reaching the threshold of Hagrid's dwelling, Karmit raised his hand and knocked upon the wooden door. Instantly, a cacophony of clattering echoed from within, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Who is it? Hagrid's voice emerged, tinged with an unusual tension. Karmit frowned. Surely the half-giant was not engaged in some craft that would cause such alarm. Karmit Black here. Hagrid, I have a matter to discuss with you. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, and the door swung open, revealing a somewhat apprehensive Hagrid. Ah, it's you, Black. What brings you here? Karmit appraised Hagrid before speaking. I wanted to inquire about a few things. I had anticipated you would be at the Quidditch pitch. I was beginning to think I had made this trip for naught. Hagrid scratched his head nervously. Well, I had some matters to attend to, so I didn't make it. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Karmit's eyes. This was significant. Today marked Hagrid's final battle, a momentous occasion for all, especially for someone who held Hogwarts dear. Yet, Hagrid's absence could only signify that something of greater importance was binding him. The matter of utmost significance to Hagrid can only be one thing: magical creatures. Thus, he has indeed acquired that dragon egg? Karmit inquired. Would you mind if I came in for a moment? Hagrid scratched his head. Of course not. Though my place is a bit untidy. Karmit chuckled. That's fine. I merely need a spot to rest. You know, I have just emerged from a fierce battle and am somewhat weary. Hagrid nodded, making way to clear a narrow passage just sufficient for Karmit to pass through. Karmit entered the room, followed closely by Vani. Hagrid gazed at Vani for a moment, his expression revealing a mix of confusion and curiosity. Blake, is this your cat? Karmit settled into what appeared to be a relatively clean spot in the room. Vani promptly leaped onto Karmit's lap, curling into a ball, her pair of dark eyes surveying the surroundings, her nose twitching softly. Karmit gently patted Vani's head, to which she recoiled slightly. The reason for my visit today is this. Her name is Vani, and I believe she has been gaining weight lately. Furthermore, I suspect she is not merely a cat, but rather a magical feline creature. However, I must admit my knowledge of magical creatures is rather limited, and within Hogwarts. You are undoubtedly the foremost expert on the subject. Upon hearing this, Hagrid felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. You flatter me. Nonetheless, your cat may indeed be more than an ordinary feline. Karmit, intrigued, asked, Oh, how can you tell? Hagrid replied, I cannot be entirely certain, but as you know, I have the blood of a half-giant, which endows me with a unique sensitivity towards magical beings. When I first laid eyes on her, I felt an extraordinary connection. Karmit regarded Vani on his lap. Half-giants, sirens, and even fairies are all magical beings, and while they are humanoid, they are distinctly different from humans. They are more akin to magical creatures, thus it is reasonable that they possess a unique affinity for such beings. Karmit asked, So, do you know what kind of creature Vani is? Hagrid replied, I cannot recall exactly, though it seems somewhat familiar. However, I can look it up. Please wait a moment. With that, Hagrid proceeded to a small room nearby. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling an enormous tome. By all accounts, Karmit prided himself on his erudition. Yet he had never encountered a book of such substantial girth. Hagrid placed the book on the table, causing a dull thud that even made the table tremble slightly. What is this? Karmit inquired. Hagrid responded. It is a gift from a master of magical creatures, containing records of nearly every magical being. Karmit pondered inwardly. Could it be Newt? After all, only Newt could truly be called a master of magical creatures. Hagrid then flipped through the book, revealing about 1/5 of its contents. Here begins the enchanting realm of feline wonders, not merely those from Britain, but extraordinary creatures from across the globe. It encompasses all the marvelous beings encountered by the esteemed magizoologist throughout the years, along with their habits and characteristics, creating an extensive record. Karmit nodded, his gaze fixating on the tome resting upon Hagrid's desk, his eyes narrowing slightly in appreciation of its contents. Such a treasure. This aligns splendidly with his unicorn mark. In theory, possessing the unicorn's emblem would qualify him to become a magizoologist as well. Hagrid turned the pages one by one, occasionally glancing at the small black creature for comparison. Karmit felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Suddenly, Hagrid exclaimed in delight, Found it. Karmit perked up. Leaning closer to the desk, Hagrid pointed to the book, saying, This should be it. However, it appears somewhat different. Yet, it bears the closest resemblance to your cat. Take a look and see if it offers any reference. I can't be certain. Karmit turned the book around, and at first glance, he was captivated by an illustration. The image depicted a creature entirely cloaked in black, resembling a leopard, with dark eyes and a distinctive yellow mark on its tail, reminiscent of a lightning bolt. Karmit murmured. Lightning leopard? Hagrid elaborated. According to the text, the lightning leopard is an exceedingly perilous magical creature, possessing immense destructive capacity. Yet, in its juvenile form, it resembles a cat. Its combat prowess is lacking, which is why it typically stays close to its parents until it acquires sufficient strength to venture away. Chapter 138. Hagrid's Dragon Egg and the Wayward Vanny. Furthermore, the reproduction of lightning leopards is notoriously challenging, and their numbers are scarce. After giving birth, the mother fiercely protects her offspring. The most recent sighting of a lightning leopard was recorded decades ago in France. Karmit stroked his chin, contemplating the majestic image of the lightning leopard in the book, then glanced at Vanny, who was dozing on his lap. This creature, a lightning leopard? No. Vanny is a leopard? How could that be? They appear to be entirely different species. Hagrid continued, interestingly. Typical lightning leopards bear faint lightning-like markings on their tails during their youth, which serves as a clear identifier. However, your cat is completely black, which seems rather unusual. Karmit scrutinized the small black creature, then perused the detailed description in the book. It stated that upon reaching maturity, lightning leopards possess incredible speed, making them nearly impossible to track when moving at full capacity. Coupled with their razor-sharp claws, they pose a significant threat to wizards. Moreover, they can manipulate lightning on a small scale, akin to unicorns. However, compared to unicorns, lightning leopards wield greater control and potency over the lightning they summon, hence their name. Karmit pondered Vanny's usual demeanor. However, the more I pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Could this creature truly be a lightning leopard? It merely flaunted its coolness, indulging in its appetites. How fast could it be? Karmit mused that at present, even getting Vanny onto a table was a struggle. Could it possibly be a lightning leopard? Karmit remarked. Thank you, Hagrid. Would you mind lending me the book for a glance? Hagrid shook his head. Of course, I don't mind. Karmit set Vanny down and picked up the book, saying, I won't disturb you further. I'll return the book promptly. Hagrid, feeling somewhat awkward, replied. No need to be so polite. Just bring it back when you're done. There's no hurry. Karmit smiled and turned to leave. Just then, Vanny suddenly leaped towards a nearby cabinet. Hagrid was taken aback. Karmit didn't have time to intervene. Vanny had already swatted the cabinet open, and in the next moment, a round object tumbled out. The room fell into silence. Hagrid's eyes widened, his face a mask of anxiety and fear. Karmit, however, regarded the round object with keen interest. It was an egg, a dragon egg. Vanny raised a paw and gently tapped the dragon egg, then turned to look at Karmit, meowing softly. Karmit rolled his eyes. Lifting Vanny up, why do you think everything is food? Vanny meowed several times in a somewhat urgent manner. Karmit ignored him and turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, you possess quite a treasure here, a dragon egg. Hearing Karmit's words, Hagrid hurriedly picked up the egg from the floor, his expression tense. Aye. Hagrid stammered. Karmit chuckled. Fear not, I won't disclose this. I reckon this dragon egg will require another month or two to hatch, won't it? Hagrid nodded. Well, I'm not certain, but I estimate it's about a month or two. Karmit continued. Hagrid, although some matters are not really my place to discuss, I must caution you. Privately raising a dragon is illegal. Furthermore, it is a serious offense, one that even the most prestigious pure-blood families cannot suppress, let alone Dumbledore, who imposes numerous restrictions. If discovered, Hagrid, you could find yourself in Azkaban, with no chance of escape. At this, Hagrid lowered his head, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Karmit added, the Black family operates a dragon sanctuary. Harry Potter and Draco are quite close. The Malfoy family also has a dragon sanctuary. If needed, you might contact Malfoy or come to me. Such a creature, placed within a sanctuary, would benefit you, and the rest of Hogwarts, as dragons are inherently perilous. While there are dragons in the Forbidden Forest, they have been discussed with Dumbledore and won't randomly attack young wizards. Nor will they stray from the forest. A newly hatched dragon requires an enormous amount of food, and if it goes hungry, it may disrupt the forest's ecosystem. Moreover, dragons possess a strong territorial instinct. If it inadvertently wanders into another dragon's domain, death awaits. Hagrid remarked, but it is too small. Karmit responded, yet it is ultimately a dragon. Hagrid, I can only clarify the stakes because we are not newly acquainted. Thus, I speak from a place of goodwill. Of course, how you choose to proceed remains your decision. Given our acquaintance, should you find yourself captured by Azkaban, I shall do my utmost to secure you a comfortable cell. A smile graced Karmit's lips as he departed with the book and Vanny. For Hagrid, Karmit was willing to extend his assistance. Naturally, if Hagrid were to court disaster, there would be little that could be done. After all, such an amiable fellow as Hagrid easily endears himself to others. Karmit gently flicked Vanny, who was squirming in his arms. Enough of that. I know consuming that will benefit you. It is a dragon egg. Anyone who eats it would gain advantages. But it is clear that such a treasure does not belong to us. Vanny let out a soft meow. Karmit's eyes widened in realization. Keep your distance from that fool Bylil. You have only encountered him a handful of times. How could he have such an influence on you? What do you mean by simply taking it? Enough of that. If the opportunity arises, I shall venture to Albania to procure some dragon eggs for you. Vanny lowered her head, somewhat begrudging, yet dared not voice too many objections. Karmit carried Vanny back to his dormitory, unceremoniously placing her on the floor as he perused the book in his hands, searching for the page on the thunder leopard. He scrutinized Vanny closely. Aside from her appearance and the fact that she was a black cat in her youth, he could discern no striking similarities. Instinctively, he turned a page, and in the next moment, a line of small text caught his eye, due to the minuscule size of the writing. Neither Hagrid nor Karmit had noticed it while in Hagrid's hut. Legend has it that the lineage of the thunder leopard can be traced back to a time long past. In a particularly ancient era, they were not known as thunder leopards and bore significant differences from the contemporary thunder leopard. The most notable distinction was the absence of the iconic lightning-marked tail, leading many to mistake them for ordinary black leopards. However, these ancestral thunder leopards were far more perilous and destructive than those of today. Alas, they seem to have gone extinct, possibly due to the passage of time and subsequent regression, giving rise to the current thunder leopard. Chapter 139, Karmit's recruitment of the young Gemma Folly. Karmit glanced at Vanny and then back at the information in the book. You a thunder leopard? Vanny meowed in response. Karmit rolled his eyes. I know you are unaware. There is no need for your incessant mewing. Simply tell me, have you discovered any special abilities within yourself? Vanny's dark, beady eyes darted about. Subsequently, she leapt from the bed to the desk. With a gentle swipe of her paw, a corner of the desk splintered away. Karmit's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Is this magic? There is not a hint of magical energy. He picked up Vanny, examining her paw with curiosity. Chubby and utterly adorable. Yet, it is quite beyond comprehension how one could associate such charm with a claw that rends the corner of a table. Vanny, extend your paw. Let me have a look. Karmit urged. Without hesitation, Vanny unfurled her small paw, revealing her sharp claws. Karmit gently reached out to touch them, only to feel a sharp sting. Ah, he exclaimed. Realizing that Vanny possessed extraordinary claws indeed, he set Vanny down on the ground, now almost certain that she was the very lightning leopard described in ancient tomes, and of the most primal bloodline no less. Though he wondered why a long-extinct lineage would re-emerge, it was, for Karmit, not a misfortune. As he stroked Vanny's head, he mused, I initially thought you were merely a toy pet, yet it appears you are a true companion. A pet and a companion are certainly two distinct concepts. Vanny mewed softly, her face beaming with pride. Karmit couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you're quite proud of yourself. Very well, amuse yourself while I catch a bit of sleep. Vanny nodded and, aligning herself against the wall, sauntered out of the dormitory. She would not come to harm. Even without uttering it, she possessed a formidable fighting spirit. After all, as Karmit's pet, none at Hogwarts would dare to provoke her. The saying that when one ascends, their companions too rise in fortune is no mere cliché. Today, Karmit had just claimed his throne, invigorated by divine power. Though it may not be outwardly apparent, the divine energy was enhancing his physique. After all, it is a force that surpasses mere magical prowess, naturally manifesting numerous differences. Under the influence of this divine essence, Karmit could distinctly feel his physical condition gradually improving. Moreover, after an intense confrontation with Slytherin, he was genuinely fatigued. The strength of Slytherin was formidable, and engaging in battle with them was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Meanwhile, as Karmit took his respite, Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement. Almost every student was enraptured by the emergence of a new head, the significance of whom was widely acknowledged. The clash between Karmit and Slytherin had become a topic of fervent discussion, particularly Karmit's magical rendition of the All Families Reunited, which ignited a yearning within the hearts of all students. Naturally, there were those ambitious souls contemplating whether they could withstand such a spell, such as Gemma Farley and Arabella Christian. They had always revered strength. Ultimately, the verdict was clear, an unequivocal denial. They could not bear the weight of it. In the Slytherin common room, Arabella sat on the sofa, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Gemma Farley approached slowly and seated herself beside Arabella. Are you pondering the head spell? Arabella inquired. You've changed your tune rather swiftly. Gemma, sensing the hint of sarcasm in Arabella's tone, remained unfazed. With a shrug of her shoulders, she remarked that even if he were to lose today, he would still remain the uncrowned king of Slytherin. From the moment we faced defeat, he had already assumed that title. Furthermore, with his presence today, he undeniably stood as the rightful head of Hogwarts. The true sovereign of the school, did he not? Arabella remained silent. Gemma Folly chuckled, questioning whether she had not always believed she could contend with him, asserting her discontent with the notion that he had prematurely initiated the challenge for head. Otherwise, the position would have rightfully belonged to her. Now, could she not see the disparity? Upon hearing Gemma Folly's words, Arabella's expression darkened. Damn it, Gemma Folly, we are both failures. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Am I not his equal? Are you? Gemma Folly replied with a smile. asserting that he certainly was not and would never aim his wand at him. Arabella furrowed her brow at Gemma Folly, and after a moment, her demeanor shifted. Have you allied with the Black family? Gemma Folly showed no intention of concealing his allegiance, nodding affirmatively. Yes, yesterday could be considered a partial alliance, and today, I shall offer my unwavering loyalty. Such a formidable individual is worthy of my devotion, and only those of his caliber can inspire my following. Arabella scoffed, exclaiming that he intended to become a subordinate. She could hardly believe that the person she had battled for 4 years would stoop to such a level. Gemma Folly reclined on the sofa, stating that she was free to express her thoughts as she wished, for she should know that her words did not sway his heart. Arabella's smile gradually faded. So what do you seek from me? Gemma Folly responded that he had come to extend an invitation, having just joined the Black family. He naturally needed to contribute to prove his worth. Ideally, this would enhance his standing within the Black family, ensuring his future there would be more favorable. Arabella, you are exceptionally talented. You are strong. Had we been of the same age, I would be inferior to you. Thus, if you were to join me, I believed it would bolster our strength under the head, perhaps affirming my value. Arabella coldly retorted that he wished for her to accompany him in servitude. Do not jest. Gemma Folly, I hail from the Christian family. I am not like you. You lack a foundation. However, I possess one. In Germany, the Christians are no insignificant clan. Gemma Folly chuckled, asking, so what? Why have you come to England, Arabella? Do you genuinely believe I am unaware? Upon hearing this, Arabella's expression shifted. What are you implying? Gemma Folly stated that she was correct. He had no foundation or backing, but let her not forget that his presence in Slytherin was due to his parents being wizards. Though not of pure blood, they possessed some connections within the magical community. The head of the Christian family in Germany, Locke Christian, has a sole daughter. And that daughter is you, Arabella, a prodigy of such exceptional talent that it could even be deemed terrifying. Chapter 140. The Ritual of the Little Serpents. From a young age, you received an excellent education. Following the tumult of the magical uprising, you embarked on the study of magic, mastering it with remarkable speed that left many in awe. Eventually, you enrolled in Durmstrang, where, during a fierce competition for the position of first-year representative, you inadvertently injured a peer. This peer, however, was of no ordinary lineage. Their family head was one of the core figures among the saints of that time. To safeguard you, your father transferred you to Hogwarts, while your family has endured years of oppression from that very clan, leveraging the saint's influence. It seems, whispers suggest, that their grip is beginning to falter. A glint of cold light flashed in Arabella's eyes as she abruptly rose from the sofa. You are investigating me? Gemma Folly shrugged. Do not be agitated, Arabella. I merely spoke of what I know. Arabella regarded Gemma Folly with a frigid stare. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Gemma Folly replied. It is quite simple. Are you truly content to see the Christian family fade into obscurity? They are not striking hard, but are instead slowly encroaching upon the Christian family, wishing for your return to ensnare the entire clan. To gain admission into Slytherin, one must possess two qualities, ambition and a thirst for power. My ambition is to firmly establish myself within the magical realm. What about you? Arabella, in a moment of introspection, contemplated her purpose in coming to Hogwarts. Did she never consider avenging her family? She scrutinized Gemma Folly and suddenly laughed. So, Gemma Folly, you seek to persuade me? Is this your strategy? Clearly, your efforts are in vain. Your words will not sway me. I refuse to become someone like you, Gemma Folly. We are fundamentally different. Gemma Folly shrugged. Perhaps, but you are mistaken in one regard, Arabella. We are alike. The difference lies in my choice of the right path, while you drift further down the wrong one. You still fail to realize that to fulfill your ambition, only the chief and the Black family can assist you. Otherwise, your family and everything you cherish will vanish. You may take this as a warning or counsel. With that, Gemma Folly disregarded Arabella, stretching lazily before turning to leave. Arabella watched his retreating figure in silence, her eyes momentarily flickering with a glimmer of light. Karmit was unaware that Gemma Folly was recruiting followers for him. Otherwise, he would have praised Gemma Folly profusely. Karmit had his own aspirations when arriving at Hogwarts, primarily to scout for talent. The richest sources of potential lay within Slytherin and Gryffindor. The foolish lions of Gryffindor held no allure for him, yet the little snakes had always been Karmit's choice for the reserve of the Black Legion. Karmit could not discern how long he had been asleep, but in his dreams, he seemed to return once more to the throne space. It remained as serene as ever, devoid of life, save for the wisps of divine power coursing through him. Nurtured by divine power, Karmit could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within his body. He found himself somewhat enamored by this sensation, uncertain of the final metamorphosis his form would undergo. Nevertheless, he sensed that some shackles within him were beginning to loosen, albeit at a painfully slow pace. He required more time and additional external forces. In his dreams, Karmit relished the tempering of his divine essence until a knock at his door interrupted his reverie. Upon opening his eyes and gesturing to unlock the door, he found Gemma Feli standing there. "Chief, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I must inform you that the time has come. The banquet is about to commence. You are the guest of honor today and cannot be absent." Karmit nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, I will freshen up." He rolled out of bed and proceeded to the washroom to prepare himself. Gemma Feli stood at the doorway, dutifully beginning her report. "Tonight's banquet is quite grand, both in honor of the guests from Hogwarts and because you, Chief, have finally taken your place at Hogwarts. However," she continued, "I have heard from some sources that Durmstrang and Beauxbatons plan to depart tomorrow." Karmit nodded. "Indeed, they have classes to attend. I had anticipated this." "Moreover," Gemma Feli added, "the Daily Prophet and other mainstream and fringe publications are all reporting on your recent confrontation with Slytherin. They have even issued a special edition today, detailing your battle with Lord Slytherin." Karmit dried his face with a towel, inquiring, "Is there any other pertinent news?" Gemma Feli shook her head. "Not for now. But this evening, Lady Belinda sent a message stating that certain pureblood families are beginning to clarify their stances, following your ascension to Chief of Hogwarts. They wish to ally with the Black family against the Yaxley family, and many have started to extend olive branches. Lady Belinda asked if you would consent to this." Karmit set down the towel. "Tell Belinda I agree. If there is an alliance to be formed, why not embrace it? Every member of the Black family is invaluable. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Their alignment now is merely a reflection of their fear of my power. If that is the case, let us accommodate them. Allow Belinda to engage with those pureblood families. She knows how to navigate this." Gemma Feli nodded in understanding. Karmit approached the mirror and donned his wizarding robes, while Gemma Feli attentively adjusted the hem of his attire. Karmit couldn't help but commend her. Having a secretary is indeed quite advantageous. "Very well, let us proceed. Today marks a significant occasion for me." A smile graced Karmit's lips, leaving one to wonder if it was one of joy or something else entirely. Gemma Feli cleared the path as Karmit advanced, and she promptly followed suit. In the common room, all the young Slytherins had gathered in hushed silence, their voices absent from the air. This tranquility, even for Slytherin, was rather unexpected. Karmit arrived at the common room and was taken aback. The little snakes bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Chief." Their voices harmonized perfectly, each face alight with fervor. Karmit observed the little snakes with interest. It seemed that being the chief was quite appealing after all. As he advanced, the little snakes parted to create a path. Draco exchanged glances with Harry Potter beside him. In a hushed tone, Draco remarked, "Cousin, he is quite handsome." Harry nodded, recalling his own cousin. Never mind, he thought. Best not to dwell on it. Chapter 141. The exclusive position of the chief. Karmit reached the entrance of the common room and paused. "Now is my moment. And it is also yours, Slytherin," he declared. The little snakes erupted in a chorus, "Slytherin." A smile graced Karmit's lips as Gemma Farley, understanding the moment, stepped forward to open the grand door of the common room. Karmit stepped out, and just as Gemma intended to follow, a figure swiftly approached her side. Turning to look, Gemma found Arabella Christian beside her. Noticing Gemma's gaze, Arabella huffed disdainfully. "What are you staring at? We shall exit according to our status and strength. In Slytherin, only you and I are second to the chief. Do you aspire to leave through this door alone, like the chief?" A playful smirk flickered on Gemma's lips. There was something intriguing about Arabella's prideful demeanor. Gemma gestured, and Arabella lifted her chin defiantly. The two walked side by side behind Karmit as others followed suit. In the dimly lit corridor, Karmit led the way, cradling Vanny in his arms. Behind him, Gemma and Arabella marched shoulder to shoulder in the second row, with the little snakes of Slytherin forming three neat lines behind them, led by the head of house, marching grandly towards the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, it was already filled to capacity, yet the Slytherin table remained conspicuously empty. Despite the bustling crowd, an unusual silence enveloped the space. Even the typically boisterous Gryffindor was notably restrained, their chatter reduced to a mere whisper. At the professor's table, the two elders of Durmstrang, Ola Maxim and Igor Karkaroff, had taken their seats. Everyone awaited the arrival of the day's main character. Outside the hall, Filch hunched over, his expression a peculiar blend of emotions, making it difficult to discern whether it was jealousy towards the young wizards within or something else entirely. In any case, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. The echo of footsteps resonated down the empty corridor, capturing Filch's attention. As Karmit emerged around the corner, Mrs. Norris instantly flared up, scurrying behind Filch. She was not afraid of Karmit, but rather of Vanny nestled in his arms. Vanny reclined gracefully in Karmit's embrace, delicately licking her paw. With a dismissive glance, she regarded the scruffy cat hiding behind Filch, her eyes betraying a human-like mockery. Karmit, witnessing this, couldn't he help but chuckle. Indeed, Vanny had been thoroughly indulged by him. Within the halls of Hogwarts, she had nearly become a sovereign in her own right, accompanied by a host of Slytherin's young serpents. Karmit approached the entrance of the Great Hall. He turned to Filch, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Filch. Upon hearing Karmit's respectful address, Filch's body quivered slightly. He felt a sense of respect, whether genuine or feigned by Karmit mattered little at that moment. What was paramount was the feeling itself, in the presence of others. Karmit radiated warmth like a sun, enveloping all around him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a profound darkness and coldness lurked deep within his heart. Karmit understood the art of facade. Knowing precisely how to present himself at any given moment, Filch moved directly to the entrance, exerting force as the grand doors of the hall creaked open. The sound of the opening doors drew the gaze of all present. As they turned to face the entrance, Karmit adjusted his attire. "Thank you, Mr. Filch," he reiterated, receiving a slight nod in return. With a purposeful stride, Karmit and his entourage of Slytherins entered the hall, where onlookers offered their respects to Karmit and his companions. The young serpents held their heads high, while Draco sensed the envious glances from Gryffindor, glances he had previously scorned. In that moment, he grasped a lesson his cousin had imparted. True nobility and grandeur cannot solely rely on family lineage or ancestral fortune. No family can sustain eternal prosperity. Growth stems from the relentless efforts of successive generations. Draco's eyes sparkled with determination as he regarded Karmit. He resolved to transform, aspiring for the Malfoy name to gain greater glory through his own endeavors, rather than merely basking in its inherited prestige. At that moment, the Malfoy legacy was undergoing a metamorphosis and blossoming into something greater. Upon entering the Great Hall, Karmit raised his hand, prompting the Slytherin youths to halt. He then gestured for them to take their seats at the long table, a sight that caused Dumbledore on the dais to slightly narrow his eyes. Even during his own time as a Gryffindor, he could not achieve what Karmit had accomplished in just a month. Karmit bowed his head slightly. Addressing the professors and the esteemed guests, "I apologize for our lateness. I hope we have not kept you waiting." Dumbledore replied, "Not at all. The feast has yet to commence. Now, Karmit, please take your seat. You are the guest of honor today." Dumbledore gestured towards the chair he had reserved beside him. Karmit nodded in acknowledgement, making no effort to be modest as he proceeded towards the professor's table. However, at that very moment, in the Grand Hall, an unexpected throne materialized. Karmit was momentarily taken aback, for the throne was not summoned by him. It descended gracefully from above, and simultaneously, a space accommodating the throne emerged behind the professor's dais at the forefront of the hall. The walls began to undulate, creating a perfect niche for its arrival. The throne landed softly, and a staircase unfurled, leading directly to Karmit's feet. This sudden spectacle left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. A glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. It appeared that our esteemed head of Hogwarts required no assistance in securing his position. He possessed a throne of his own. Karmit smiled and ascended the staircase, each step drawing him closer to the throne. Behind him, the ethereal image of Hogwarts' crest reemerged, and a crown inexplicably materialized above his head. Upon reaching the throne, Karmit sat down with authority. The silver serpent sculpture atop the throne slid down, gracefully coiling around Karmit's arm before resting before him. The serpent transformed into a table adorned with serpentine patterns, each corner featuring statues of the four houses: the serpent, the lion, the eagle, and the badger. Seated upon the throne, Karmit surveyed the hall, reminiscent of an emperor presiding over a court, the visual impact profoundly striking. Chapter 142, The Throne's Other Function, Control. Moreover, Karmit discovered an intriguing capability. While seated, he could alter the scenes depicted upon the ceiling of the hall. This had always been a privilege reserved for the headmaster. Even the ordinary headmasters could not wield such power, unlike Karmit's ineffectual ancestor. Yet, Dumbledore could, for he held a measure of control over Hogwarts. Now, astonishingly, Karmit found himself possessing this same ability. In essence, it seemed he had usurped the authority of the headmaster. As the clock struck 8, Dumbledore glanced at Karmit. Karmit raised his hand, signaling Dumbledore to proceed as he wished. Although Karmit was the chief, his status at Hogwarts was now formidable enough to warrant an equal dialogue with Dumbledore. Nevertheless, he did not presume that his weight in this hierarchy surpassed that of Dumbledore. The magical realm, much like the Muggle world, adheres to the realities of power and wealth, which dictate one's standing. Karmit possessed wealth, yet in terms of true power, he still felt a twinge of apprehension in Dumbledore's presence. Dumbledore lifted his goblet and rose to address the assembly. "Children, esteemed guests from afar, today marks a momentous occasion. We gather to witness the birth of our first chief at Hogwarts, a moment of pride for our institution. Mr. Karmit Black has demonstrated through his prowess that his position as chief is indeed well-deserved. Let us raise our glasses to the chief of Hogwarts." Dumbledore directed his gaze towards Karmit, and others followed suit. Karmit, of course, rose promptly to acknowledge the honor, foregoing the goblet in his hand. However, the throne's elevated position rendered an unmistakable sense of superiority. Standing, he towered above all. Others had to tilt their heads slightly to catch a glimpse of Karmit. He lifted the goblet filled with juice before him and took a sip. Dumbledore continued, "Of course, We must also express our gratitude to our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Together, we bear witness to the emergence of Hogwarts champion. Dumbledore cast a glance at the two elders from Dashia and the heads of the other two schools. They reciprocated with a courteous toast. After the pleasantries, it was time to feast. The young wizards were already famished. Once the banquet commenced, they wasted no time in indulging heartily. This evening's dinner was particularly sumptuous, and the house elves in the kitchen were nearly exhausted. Nevertheless, their toil brought them joy. Despite their fatigue, they remained cheerful. The two elders from Dashia gazed at the Dashia dishes on the table with slight bewilderment. Beside them sat Professor Flitwick, acting as a companion. Noticing their expressions, Flitwick took the initiative to explain, "This is all thanks to young Karmit. He has a fondness for Dashia cuisine. Ever since he tasted it once, everyone has grown to love its flavor, and thus, half of the dishes on the table are Dashia delicacies for the children to choose from." The two elders exchanged glances, their certainty deepening. Karmit was indeed the person they sought. The atmosphere of the banquet was delightful. The young wizards were feasting heartily. The four heads of houses engaged in conversation and enjoyed Hogwarts' culinary delights with their foreign guests. Naturally, the protagonist Karmit was not idle either. Even the rather simple-minded Karkaroff chose to converse with Karmit, seeking to foster a closer relationship. The potential within Karmit was evident to all. No, it was beyond potential. Karmit had already surpassed most adult wizards in strength. In the presence of a formidable individual, one must also adopt a demeanor befitting their stature. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Karmit exchanged greetings with others before taking his leave with Vanny, eager to validate a personal hypothesis. By the edge of the Black Lake, Karmit settled on the grass, stroking Vanny's soft fur. At that moment, Vanny suddenly meowed, opening her round eyes to gaze behind Karmit. A smile crept across Karmit's lips. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. He turned to see Elder Lu, Elder Zhang. "Is there something unpalatable about Hogwarts fare? If there is anything amiss, I can contact the house elves to prepare something anew for you." The two elders shared a glance. Elder Zhang remained in place while Elder Lu approached Karmit. Upon reaching Karmit's side, Elder Lu waved his hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped them both. Karmit continued to caress Vanny, his expression revealing no sign of disturbance. A flicker of sharpness flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the composure of the individual chosen as a successor by the Four Titans. It remains uncertain whether such tranquility existed within you prior to your transformation into Karmit, or if your experiences in Britain have bestowed upon you this serene disposition. Upon hearing these words, Karmit gently caressed Vanny's hand, pausing momentarily. "Elder Lu, what do you imply by that statement?" Elder Lu chuckled softly, assuring, "You need not worry. I harbor no ulterior motives and shall not disclose your circumstances. You can rest assured on this matter. The knowledge I possess stems from the fact that your existence has long been etched in the annals of all the academies of the Great Xia." Karmit remained silent, fixated intently on Elder Lu. Within the folds of his robe, the tip of his wand had already slipped to rest upon Karmit's wrist. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could grasp the wand and unleash a thunderous strike upon the enigmatic elder before him. Elder Lu glanced at Karmit's sleeve, his expression unchanged. "Karmit," he reiterated, "I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions and will not take any action against you. You only need to know that a few individuals have once risked their lives to predict your existence, although the information was scarce. Nonetheless, we can now confirm that you are indeed that individual." Karmit inquired, "And then? What do you intend to do? Or rather, what is your objective?" Elder Lu replied, "I cannot divulge that information at present, but if you wish to complete your throne and uncover certain truths, then come to the Great Xia. The Kunlun Academy will provide you with the answers you seek." Karmit furrowed his brow. "Throne? Complete?" Elder Lu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Four Titans possess extraordinary talent. However, it is regrettable that their understanding of divine authority is still lacking. They have merely encountered the power of the divine, yet have not dissected its essence. Hence, while their throne is undoubtedly marvelous and intricate, it remains incomplete. Should you desire to achieve completeness in your throne, we can assist you, for the Great Xia possesses the most profound understanding of divine authority and power. After all, the three major academies of the Great Xia have all encountered true deities, and the divine entities of our realm have left behind certain relics. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Karmit's pupils constricted slightly. The deities of the Great Xia? The three major academies have produced deities? However, before Karmit could further inquire, Elder Lu continued, "I cannot provide specifics at this moment, but once you arrive at Kunlun Academy, you will find the answers you seek. Furthermore, this will only benefit you, with no adverse consequences." Karmit assured, "Rest assured, I shall go. My longing for the Great Xia has always been profound, and now it has only intensified." Elder Lu's lips curved into a smile as he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and lightly tapped the barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered. "Then, we shall await the esteemed presence of Mr. Blake at Kunlun Academy," Elder Lu proclaimed before turning to depart. Karmit furrowed his brow, watching the retreating figure of Elder Lu. What folly is it to approach him with such nonsensical matters? To leave him with a semblance of suspense? What purpose does this serve? It must be said, the words of Elder Lu indeed stirred a tempest within Karmit's heart. The greatest secret that Karmit harbors is his identity as a traveler from another realm. Reflecting upon it, if Karmit were an indigenous inhabitant and became aware of a traveler's presence, what would his immediate reaction be? Naturally, he would seize him and interrogate him for all his secrets, while also discerning any potential utility. Empathizing with himself, Karmit surmised that should his identity as a traveler be unveiled, it would likely not bode well for him. Thus, the knowledge that the Great Xia is aware of his status as a traveler genuinely troubled him. However, it appeared that Great Xia bore him no ill will. Even if they were to discover his true nature, there seemed to be no intention of taking action against him. This, for Karmit, was indeed a piece of good news. Gently stroking Vanny's head, Karmit pondered the information imparted by Elder Lu. There were too many enigmas. It seemed that a journey to Great Xia must indeed be prioritized. At that moment, Karmit sensed a surge of magical energy. Today, I find myself rather occupied. He turned towards the source of the magical emanation. A silver ribbon cascaded to the ground. Such a distinctive entrance required no contemplation for Karmit to deduce the identity of the visitor. It was Wendell Rogier, the second apostle. The Black Rose of France. Her silent, yet deadly incantations surpassed the floating spells employed by other wizards. Karmit addressed Ms. Rogier, stating, "I presumed you had departed. I did not see you at the banquet." Wendell replied, "Such a meaningless affair was not worth my attendance. It held no value." Karmit nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Thus, your appearance here must be of considerable value to me." Wendell did not disguise her intentions, affirmatively responding, "Indeed, you are of great value. Your strength, your prestige, and your family, the Blakes. To be frank, I have never encountered a more exceptional young wizard than you. At merely 11 years of age, even I cannot foresee your future. What intrigues me further is your profound cunning. This afternoon, I gathered information about you. I uncovered something quite fascinating. That fool, Axley, has conspired with the ninjas of the East, declaring war upon you. Yet, you have chosen to evade battle, which starkly contradicts the information I have acquired about you. Thus, I perused reports concerning this matter, and your scheming is truly formidable. I must concede, to possess such cunning at your age is genuinely astonishing." Karmit, unfazed by the revelation of his plans, found no surprise in Wendell's insights. In truth, his strategies, though seemingly covert, could be discerned by those who truly understood him or possessed a modicum of intelligence, such as Lucius or Wendell herself. Karmit remarked, "It is a pity that Axley does not possess such insight. Had he the intellect akin to yours, perhaps he would face an entirely different outcome." Wendell inquired, "So, do you intend to eliminate the Axley family?" Karmit responded with a smile, "What do you think?" Wendell fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, you are quite ruthless. As my mentor once said, for those destined to achieve greatness, the most crucial trait is the ability to be resolute. I used to struggle to comprehend this, but now, I believe I understand." Karmit replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Wenda. After all, this magical realm is a place where one must devour others to survive." Wenda remarked, "Indeed, a realm where the strong devour the weak. I must return now, but I eagerly anticipate your arrival in Numengard. I have a feeling my mentor will take a liking to you." Karmit chuckled, "It would be my honor to be esteemed by the great Grindelwald. I shall have much to boast about." A smile graced Wenda's lips. Subsequently, her figure shimmered and a silver ribbon soared into the air, darting beyond Hogwarts. Karmit rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He was exceedingly busy. His journey to Germany also needed to be scheduled. The next day, upon waking, Karmit learned from Gemma Farley that the attendees from the summer, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang had departed hastily overnight. It was abrupt, but anticipated by Karmit. Naturally, their departure bore no influence on him. Next, he had other matters to attend to. The chief challenge had come to a definite conclusion. Thus, the Axley family issue needed to be prioritized. Once classes resumed at Hogwarts, Karmit and his peers had their first lesson in charms. After class, Professor Flitwick summoned Karmit to his office. "Karmit, prepare yourself. In 3 days, I shall take you to the location of the Merlin Knights to bestow upon you an honor. You will soon become a holder of a first-class medal." Professor Flitwick appeared quite elated, even more so than Karmit himself. A glint of excitement flickered in Karmit's eyes. Finally, the day of the award had arrived. However, it was not the medal itself that held his interest, for its current value was rather diminished. What he truly valued was the significance behind the medal, as well as the plans he was about to embark upon. He was already quite renowned in the magical community, yet he lacked something that could amplify his influence. The position of chief at Hogwarts indeed held prestige, yet it did not confer the kind of decisive authority he sought. Conversely, the medal from the Merlin Knights, despite its diminished worth, remained a coveted symbol among all wizards, one that they pursued and recognized. This would serve as the final preparation before Karmit confronted the Axley family. The 3 days passed swiftly, during which Karmit's name dominated the front page of the Daily Prophet without interruption. The reports not only highlighted his ascension to Chief of Hogwarts, but also the upcoming honor he was to receive. Chapter 144, The Promise of the Black Family. Where the plot thickens. The newspaper elucidated all of Karmit's contributions clearly, along with the reasons for the honor. This once again sent ripples through the magical community. Karmit has undoubtedly become the epitome of the exemplary child of others. The 3-day build-up has rendered Karmit's commendation ceremony highly anticipated, especially since it involves a first-class medal. The last time the Order of Merlin conferred a first-class medal was over a decade ago. Within the Axley family, several vases have already succumbed to Axley's clumsiness. Damn Blake. Damn him. Beside him, the turtle-like grandson clutched a woman, her gaze vacant and lost, clearly under the influence of a soul-binding curse. Do not be so furious. The time of truce is approaching, and soon, the Blake family will become a relic of history. Ultimately, the victory shall belong to you, without a doubt, correct? As he heard these words, Axley's anger gradually subsided. He cast a glance at the grandson and admonished, "Can you be more cautious? Your daily antics in the Muggle world have already drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic. If they truly investigate, I cannot guarantee your safety." The grandson shrugged nonchalantly. "They are merely Muggles. Why concern ourselves with them? Moreover, my subordinates will leave no trace, so rest assured." A flash of cold light flickered in Axley's eyes. He chose not to respond further, turning away with a resolute intention. Once the affairs concerning the Blake family concluded, he would promptly address the troublesome Easterners. He needed to sever ties with them completely, otherwise, trouble would surely follow. The grandson observed Axley's retreating figure, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his eyes before it swiftly vanished. Soon, very soon, action could be taken. Both harbored ulterior motives, and the outcome had long been predetermined. The impending honor bestowed upon Karmit has also stirred considerable excitement within Hogwarts. News within the magical realm is universally shared, and the young witches and wizards have certainly caught wind of this event. Within 3 days, it has become a topic of lively discussion among the students. The Hogwarts community is genuinely pleased to have produced a student like Karmit, having triumphed over Slytherin to attain the position of head boy and now to be honored by the Order of Merlin with a first-class medal. This fills the young witches and wizards with immense pride. Even the Gryffindors, though reluctant to voice it, hold a begrudging respect for this rival from Slytherin. Except for one individual, Ron Weasley. He is consumed with jealousy, an intense and bitter jealousy. He wishes nothing more than to usurp Karmit's position. Alas, this remains merely a figment of his imagination. Witnessing Karmit bask in the limelight, he is reminded of the humiliation he endured on the train and in the Great Hall. Now, as he walks through the halls of Hogwarts, he feels the weight of stares that he perceives as mocking. Yet, in reality, who has the time to pay him any mind? Ron Weasley has become a transparent figure at Hogwarts, the kind that is scarcely remembered. Professor Flitwick personally escorted Karmit to the knighthood ceremony of the Order of Merlin. The venue was already bustling with reporters. In addition to the journalists, the 4 heads of Hogwarts were present, along with several distinguished individuals from various fields, all of whom constituted the judging panel. Their curious gazes were fixed upon Karmit, whose prominence in the magical realm was unparalleled, even eclipsing that of Dumbledore. Most importantly, Karmit was devoid of any scandal. To be precise, no one dared to unveil any dark secrets about him. The most notorious gossip columnist in the magical community, Rita Skeeter, was well aware of the precarious position she occupied. She had the audacity to expose the flaws of others, understanding that no matter how much she tarnished Dumbledore's reputation, he would remain unscathed. For he was the illustrious white wizard, the epitome of virtue in the magical world. However, the situation was markedly different for Karmit. Rita was acutely aware that should she dare to pen even a single disparaging word about him, she would find herself in dire straits, her body hanging at her doorstep, along with her family and even her beloved dog. During the ceremony, Cornelius Fudge, in his capacity as Minister of Magic, personally bestowed the Order of Merlin medal upon Karmit. Fudge was exceedingly courteous, refraining from asserting any ministerial authority, acutely aware of Karmit's overwhelming popularity and the burgeoning alliances between the pureblood families and the Black family. In this context, the influence of the Black family was rapidly escalating. Fudge delicately placed the medal upon Karmit's chest, uttering a few customary pleasantries. Following this, Karmit took to the podium. He expressed his elation at receiving the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin, while simultaneously confessing his trepidation. Acknowledging that his abilities might not truly merit such an honor, he conveyed his gratitude to the Order for bestowing this medal upon him, despite feeling undeserving of it. The audience chuckled. None took Karmit's humility seriously, for they were well aware of his worth. Karmit continued, expressing his gratitude towards his professor, Professor Flitwick. The professor, beaming with pride, nodded in acknowledgement. Karmit remarked on a recent article in the Daily Prophet, which heralded him as the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin Medal, the flattering words of which made him feel somewhat bashful. He humbly asserted that he had not rendered any extraordinary contributions. Rather, he had merely been fortunate. Hence, even at that moment, he continued to feel a sense of unworthiness. However, he recalled the wise counsel of an elder who once taught him that when one receives an accolade that does not correspond with one's own capabilities, it is imperative to strive harder and contribute more to truly deserve such an honor. At this juncture, Rita raised her hand, interjecting, "Excuse me, Mr. Black. Could you elaborate on that? I believe everyone in the magical community would find your previous remarks quite intriguing." Karmit chuckled, "Certainly. The Black family is currently investigating the matter of the missing women, and we have made significant progress. I assure you that within a week, the Black family will uncover the truth and restore clarity to the magical world." Rita, seated nearby, swiftly recorded Karmit's words. "Then, Mr. Black, could you shed light on the declaration of war from the Axley family against the Black family? This matter has captured everyone's attention, as you have not publicly addressed it until now." Chapter 145, The Unfolding Strategy of Karmit. Karmit replied, "Indeed, I have been attentively monitoring the affairs of the magical realm during this period. I understand that many are deeply concerned about the situation between our family and the Axley family. Therefore, I stand here today to provide a formal response. Firstly, the Black family and the Axley family are both part of the Sacred 28, and from the moment of our inception, we have been united and inseparable. We share a collective fate. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. I have always held great respect for Uncle Axley, despite any tensions that may have arisen between us, which have merely been due to business matters. However, I was taken aback when Uncle Axley chose to initiate a pureblood family war at this juncture. Upon receiving this news, I was truly astonished. The Black family has never shied away from any challenge, nor will it shy away from any war. Yet, some conflicts, in my view, are unnecessary, such as the pureblood family war between the Black and Axley families. Thus, many perceive that the Black family has evaded battle, and indeed, this is true. I have ordered an extension of the preparation period by 1 month and have initiated contact with the Axley family, hoping to resolve our differences amicably. Of course, it is possible that this may merely be a misunderstanding. However, Uncle Axley has continuously refused to engage in dialogue, leaving me at an impasse. Nevertheless, I stand here today to pledge that regardless of the outcome, the Black family guarantees that we will not allow the flames of war to engulf the magical realm or affect ordinary wizards. Our family's principle is to always prioritize the interests of ordinary wizards above all else." As Karmit spoke, the audience erupted in a cacophony of flashes from cameras. Countless quills recorded his statements. Professor Flitwick dabbed at the corners of his eyes. What a remarkable young man. That accursed Axley. I suspected he was no good back in school. How dare he bully such a fine lad like Karmit? Professors McGonagall and Sprout furrowed their brows. Axley has indeed gone too far. This child is so young, yet he must endure such trials. Professor Sprout declared, "Karmit is our head at Hogwarts. We ought to assist him." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "No, this is a pureblood family war, a matter solely for the pureblood families. We cannot partake, nor do we possess the right to do so." As for Snape, he remained silent, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Karmit. He understood Karmit all too well. To be precise, he comprehended the nature of individuals like Karmit. The interests of an ordinary wizard held no value for Karmit. Yet, why did Karmit express himself in such a manner? This was indeed intriguing. Snape stroked his chin, observing the reactions of the other 3 professors. Was he attempting to drag Hogwarts into the fray? Or perhaps he sought to ensnare everyone? No, this was a conflict of pureblood families. Beyond the warring factions and their allies, no one else could participate. Furthermore, the establishment of such alliances required public acknowledgement within the entire magical community. This was the ritualistic significance of pureblood families. Thus, even if Karmit were to ally with Hogwarts now, it would be too late. Not to mention, Hogwarts had always maintained a stance of neutrality. As for the other ordinary wizards, they were even less qualified to engage in battle. Moreover, there was no necessity for Karmit to act in such a manner. Aside from the deluded Yaxley and his inept grandson, everyone else recognized that the Yaxley family stood little chance against the Black family. Although their family reserves might be comparable, they had never considered the most crucial aspect, Karmit's own strength. Karmit's current prowess rendered numbers irrelevant. What then was Karmit's true intention? Snape found himself bewildered. He was capable of being a double agent, and certainly not a fool. On the contrary, he was exceedingly clever. Yet now, he was unable to decipher the situation. Just then, a cacophony of gasps erupted from outside the venue. In the next moment, a figure, drenched in blood, stumbled through the entrance. Lord Black. Karmit's expression instantly shifted. With a flash, he was at the side of the newcomer. "Bylel, what has happened to you? Who harmed you?" Upon hearing Karmit utter Bylel's name, all the reporters hurriedly snapped photographs. Bylel was a celebrity, a core member of the Black family. one of Karmit's most loyal hounds. He had accomplished numerous significant feats over the years. Bylul collapsed weakly to the ground, trembling as he retrieved a scroll from his robes. My lord, the matter you instructed us to investigate has been uncovered. Those women were allies of the Yaxley family, taken by those Eastern ninjas. They were subjected to cruel tortures that ultimately led to their demise. When I pursued the investigation, we were discovered. All my men were slain, and I was injured. My lord, we must seek justice for those muggles and our fallen brothers. As he spoke, Bylul's eyes turned red, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. His body trembled, overwhelmed by emotion. Then, his head tilted, and he fainted. Karmit was taken aback. When did this fellow acquire such theatrical prowess? Were it not for Karmit's keen perception revealing that he was not truly injured, he might have been deceived. Karmit signaled to the two observers nearby. They promptly stepped forward. Mr. Black, let us first take him to the hospital. Karmit nodded. These two individuals were undoubtedly members of the Black family. Karmit would never allow anyone else to come into contact with Byrul. Otherwise, their scheme would be exposed. The two hurriedly carried Byrul away. Snape watched as they took Byrul, his gaze flickering with intrigue. How could wizards be so thoroughly bloodied? Except for his own formidable spells. Yet, if Byrul's account was to be believed, the others were already deceased. This indicated a fight to the death. Sustaining such injuries left little chance for escape. Snape pondered Byrul's earlier words, a sudden glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. No, it seemed he was beginning to understand. This entire situation was orchestrated by Karmit. Everything he had said, including Byrul's current predicament, was meticulously planned by Karmit. Initially, Snape had failed to react, but now, piecing together his suspicions, he realized that Karmit intended to position the Yaxley family in opposition to everyone else, to provoke enmity with the entire magical community, inciting hatred against them. Chapter 146, Fighting for Justice. Snape felt a tremor in his heart. If Karmit's plan unfolded as intended, and he possessed substantial evidence, then the fate awaiting the Yaxley family would extend far beyond mere annihilation. They would be forever branded with disgrace. The entire magical realm would become their adversary, harboring animosity towards Yaxley, including the ninjas from the East. This could even spark a war between the East and Britannia. The more Snape contemplated, the more alarmed he became. His gaze towards Karmit had shifted entirely. Karmit was terrifying. At such a young age, he could weave such intricate plots, but what was his true aim? Snape was baffled. His eyes fell upon the parchment in Karmit's hands. The question now was what precisely this evidence contained. If it could indeed seal the fate of the Yaxley family, then a grave crisis loomed. Karmit stood still, grief etched upon his face as he watched Byrul being carried away. At that moment, the Beetle reporter Rita spoke up. Mr. Black, we lament the situation concerning Mr. Byrul, but may we disclose what you hold? The entire magical world deserves to know the truth. Rita's declaration rang with righteousness, and had she not been orchestrated by Karmit, her actions would indeed seem noble. However, Rita was also part of Karmit's elaborate scheme. Every word she spoke, every moment she chose to speak, had been directed by him. Karmit nodded, unfurling the parchment. He read it meticulously. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. How could this be possible? Uncle Yaxley, how could he do this? Karmit's eyes brimmed with tears, anguish etched across his features, as the parchment slipped uncontrollably from his grasp and fell to the ground. The entire scene seemed to envelop him in a state of profound bewilderment. Professor Flitwick suddenly appeared beside Karmit, his form flickering into existence as he retrieved the parchment from the ground. As he intently examined the document, the expression on his face instantly turned icy, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Damn it, how dare they? This unfolding spectacle astonished the other three deans, who were well acquainted with Flitwick. They had worked alongside him for many years and recognized the formidable strength he possessed, along with a fiery temperament in his youth. However, as he transitioned into a professorial role, he had learned to temper his ire. Yet now, what had incited such a fierce wrath and murderous intent? Professor Sprout hurried to Flitwick's side, urging, Flitwick, remain calm. Flitwick, in a fit of anger, flung the parchment at Sprout. You read it. Sprout took the document, joining Professor McGonagall and Snape, who had approached. In an instant, their faces mirrored the chill of Flitwick's. McGonagall erupted. How dare they? How could they? Lives are at stake. At that moment, Rita, ever perceptive, interjected, Professor McGonagall, I believe we all have the right to be informed. You should disclose this information to the entire wizarding community. McGonagall hesitated, glancing at Karmit. It was as if Karmit had just come to a realization. No, it cannot be revealed. I refuse to believe this is true. Uncle Axlis would never do such a thing. Flitwick retorted fiercely, Enough, Karmit. Why do you still defend that scoundrel? I know you are a good-hearted child, deeply loyal. But even the most steadfast loyalty should not be bestowed upon those unworthy of it. Look at what he has done. Are you still willing to shield him? The evidence here is irrefutable. There is no possibility of his innocence. Karmit, your deep emotionality is both your strength and your flaw. I implore you to make the right choice. Kammit's face was a portrait of conflict, and all eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting a response. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 minutes passed, and a bittersweet smile graced Kammit's lips. You are right, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. Let the truth be known. Everyone in the wizarding world has the right to know, and although Uncle Axelis is my elder, I cannot turn a blind eye to the truth. With those words, Karmit seemed to be drained of all strength, momentarily stumbling. Professor Sprout, quick to react, steadied him. Karmit, are you all right? Karmit shook his head. Thank you, Professor. Sprout sighed. You have endured much, child. At such a tender age, to face these revelations, especially those uncovered by your own hand, I empathize with your pain. Flitwick regarded Karmit with a gaze full of gentleness. Little Karmit, you have made the right choice. There is no need for you to feel overly sorrowful or to harbor regret towards anyone. You have merely acted in accordance with what was necessary. Professor McGonagall handed the parchment to Rita. Rita and her cadre of journalists quickly surrounded it, scrutinizing the contents of the scroll, their expressions gradually shifting. Terror filled Rita's eyes, and her fear was genuine, not feigned. Karmit's plan was inextricably linked to her, and thus, she was privy to many secrets. It was she who gradually revealed hints of the Axley family's involvement in these clandestine affairs. Consequently, much of what was recorded on the parchment was within her comprehension. However, many of these actions were perpetrated by those Eastern ninjas, of which the Axley family was utterly unaware. She had previously contemplated that these matters had no connection to the Axley family and questioned how the blame could be shifted onto them. Now, Karmit had unveiled the means employed by the Black family. Nearly every one of the 10 incidents was tied to the Axley family's involvement, and some even appeared to be orchestrated by them. Furthermore, the chain of evidence was remarkably intact. The Axleys would find it impossible to cleanse their name. This was what instilled true fear in Rita. After condemning the Axley family, all the journalists began to photograph and gather evidence, poised to report at the earliest opportunity. Sprout, observing the pallor of Karmit's face, said, Karmit, let us return. Our presence here is no longer required. I believe the Ministry of Magic will handle this. Karmit shook his head. Of course, he could not depart at this juncture. He had invested so much effort for what purpose if not for this moment? Karmit declared, Thank you, Professor Sprout, but I have one final matter to attend to. He strode towards the stage, casting his gaze over the assembly of onlookers, including the journalists who now turned their attention to him. Karmit's eyes hardened with resolve. I have proclaimed that the Black family shall restore justice to all witches and wizards of the magical realm. For the fallen Muggle ladies. For the stability of the magical world. Today, the Black family officially declares war on the Axley family. This battle is not about honor, nor is it about the feuds of pureblood families. It is a fight for justice. Chapter 147. The Daily Prophet, once more in print. Upon concluding his statement, the assembly was taken aback. Professor Flitwick quickly interjected, Karmit, do not act impulsively. This is a matter for the Ministry of Magic, and it is unnecessary for you to bear this burden. Karmit shook his head. I apologize, Professor, but this time, I cannot heed your advice. Even if Uncle Axley erred, he remains one of the sacred 28. Therefore, this matter must be addressed by me. It is the last semblance of dignity I can preserve for him. Karmit's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice resolute, embodying the torment of a junior confronting a senior in battle. Observing Karmit's demeanor, those present fell into a contemplative silence. Their hearts aching for him, they silently cursed the Axleys. No, it was no longer mere silent condemnation. It had become overt. Snape's gaze flickered with intensity. Had it not been for his keen insight into Karmit's intentions, he would have truly fallen victim to Karmit's deception. To be frank, Snape seldom finds anyone worthy of his respect. Yet, in this moment, he genuinely felt that Karmit surpassed him in strength. After declaring war on the Axley family, Karmit hastily departed, and no one seemed to mind his exit. They all expressed understanding, for this was undoubtedly a significant blow for Karmit. A respected elder committing such an act was indeed shocking. At the award ceremony, all the journalists promptly returned to their respective offices, eager to secure the front-page headline. Such monumental news, whoever broke it first, would gain unparalleled exposure, a critical advantage for those in the journalism industry. All newspapers, including the Prophet, quickly went to print. A special edition dedicated to the awards ceremony documented every detail of the day's events, even revealing the contents of the parchment scroll. The freshly printed papers were swiftly distributed throughout the wizarding community. Within the Malfoy family, Lucius scrutinized the newspaper in his hands, his pupils narrowing slightly. Karmit was tightening his net. Meanwhile, Narcissa flipped through the pages with an incredulous expression. Was Axley courting death by engaging in such activities? Lucius remarked. Do you truly believe that Axley is solely responsible for this? Narcissa paused, puzzled by his words. What do you mean? Lucius continued. Axley has been at the helm of the Axley family for so long. He must understand the repercussions of such exposure. Do you think Axley would dig his own grave? He is no fool. Narcissa inquired. Are you implying that Karmit orchestrated this? Lucius replied, I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced that Axley would not be so foolish. Furthermore, there's a troubling detail. The evidence presented is excessively comprehensive, as if someone had personally witnessed it all. Furrowing her brow, Narcissa countered, but if that is the case, wouldn't Karmit's scheme be uncovered? Couldn't this have repercussions for him? Narcissa did not contemplate whether Karmit's actions were right or appropriate. Her immediate concern was whether this would affect him. Her affection for Karmit was undeniably profound. Lucius observed Narcissa's demeanor with a resigned sigh. She was, indeed, rather blinded by her devotion. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Malfoy family was now tightly intertwined with the Black family. Therefore, Lucius remained indifferent to these matters. He stated, it may be noticed, but what good would that do? The wizarding world is still largely populated by fools. They are unable to discern the truth. They can only trust what their eyes perceive. Coupled with Karmit's exceptional acting skills, he has meticulously ingrained the notion that the Axlis family is implicated in this matter within their minds over an extended period. This is the brilliance of Karmit. Just wait. The Axlis family will be utterly ruined, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Even their collaboration with the Eastern ninjas will prove futile, as everyone in the magical realm will not spare him. In fact, if I am not mistaken, the first to strike against the fallen will soon make an appearance. Narcissa remarked, but this is a pure-blood family conflict. What does it have to do with them? Ultimately, it will rely on the Black family to take action. Initially, when we sought an alliance with Karmit, he outright refused. Can the Black family alone contend with the Axlis family and the Eastern ninjas? Lucius pondered for a moment. Perhaps from the very beginning, Karmit had already devised a plan. His rejection of our alliance may have been intended to showcase the strength of the Black family, while on another level, he might have foreseen this day. This is no longer merely a matter between pure-blood families. It will reverberate throughout the entire magical realm. The enemies of the Axlis family are not just the Black family or any individual. Their foes now encompass the entirety of the magical community. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Narcissa felt a jolt of realization. She had not considered this aspect, despite her intelligence. Perhaps it was the nature of human inclination after marrying Lucius. She had grown somewhat complacent in her thinking. Furthermore, having never held dominion over the family, she naturally lacked the perspective to approach matters from a familial standpoint. At the Ministry of Magic, they were the first to receive the news. The door to the office where Karmit's owl had delivered the message slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man who strode directly towards the minister's office. He knocked on the door, Minister Fudge. The door swung open to reveal Fudge seated at his desk. Carl, what brings you here? Carl approached the desk and said, Minister, have you seen today's edition of the newspaper? The culpability of the Axlis family is now evident. Our ministry must not remain idle. Fudge frowned. Carl, these matters will be handled by the Aurors. You need only focus on your own department. His tone was tinged with suspicion, as he was a power-hungry official, wary of anyone attempting to overstep their bounds. After all, he had risen to power through similar caution. Carl replied, I apologize, Minister, for overstepping, but I believe this presents an opportunity for you to exert even greater control over the ministry. Fudge, initially inclined to dismiss Carl, halted his thoughts upon hearing this. He gazed at Carl. What do you mean by that? Fudge had longed to fully dominate the ministry, and Carl's words struck at the heart of his deepest desire. Chapter 148. Another piece in Karmit's game. Carl. Fudge exclaimed eagerly, what do you mean? A subtle curve formed at the corner of Carl's mouth as he spoke. The evidence against the Axley family is now irrefutable. In other words, we can ascertain that the Axley family has indeed committed a crime. However, the Black family has declared war on the Axleys, and now both sides are at each other's throats, making any prospect of a ceasefire utterly futile. Tomorrow, it is possible that the two families will engage in direct conflict. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it will be the Black family fighting for justice. Yet, our Ministry of Magic remains silent on this matter. Minister, do you believe we can navigate the court of public opinion? A contemplative expression crossed Fudge's face. What do you suggest we do? Carl replied. In the name of the ministry, we must directly apprehend the Axleys and capture those ninjas from the east. This will demonstrate the ministry's stance and showcase our strength. On one hand, it will deter nefarious individuals, and on the other, if we manage to resolve this situation, all wizards will recognize that we are the true embodiment of justice. We are the only ones capable of upholding righteousness within the ministry. Upon hearing Carl's words, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Fudge's eyes. However, the Axley family is not an easy challenge to overcome. Carl asserted, our Aurors are no pushovers. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, has consistently proven his formidable capabilities, even daring to question your orders, Minister. Perhaps, this presents an opportunity, a chance to achieve two objectives with a single action. Regardless of whether he succeeds, it does not affect you. If he accomplishes the task, it is merely fulfilling his duty, and if he fails, perhaps we can appoint a more compliant head of the Auror office. What do you think? Fudge's eyes gleamed with a sudden spark, though his expression remained displeased. Nonsense, Carl. Do you realize how serious your words are? Carl quickly bowed. I apologize, Minister. I misspoke. Fudge snorted coldly. Considering your long service in the ministry, I shall overlook this incident. However, the matter of the Axley family must indeed be resolved. We are the ministry. We are the enforcers of the law, and we cannot allow others to take our place. Here's what we'll do. Carl, go find Rufus Scrimgeour and instruct him to bring the Axleys to the ministry. If anyone resists, they are to be dealt with on the spot. We must deliver justice to all wizards within the magical community. They must understand that the ministry is the epitome of fairness, and only we can administer true justice. Carl nodded. Yes, Minister, I understand. But what if Scrimgeour refuses? Fudge glared. Refuse? Let him remember that I am the Minister of Magic. Carl bowed again. Of course. I believe he will not be so foolish as to defy us. With that, Carl turned and exited the office. As the door closed behind him, both Fudge and Carl wore smiles. Fudge's stemming from the wisdom in Carl's words and the prospect of seizing complete control over the ministry, including the obstinate Auror office, which brought him great joy. As for Carl, he was purely amused by Cornelius Fudge. Carl turned and walked towards the Auror office. Inside the office, several Aurors were gathered in small groups, engaging in conversation. Upon seeing Carl, they quickly greeted him. Director Carl. Indeed, Carl was also a director, albeit of a different department. Carl nodded and produced a handful of gold galleons. Here, share this with the brothers. You've all worked hard. The Auror's face immediately brightened. Thank you, Director Carl. Carl waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, Carl made his way to Scrimgeour's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Carl pushed the door open. Scrimgeour frowned at Carl. You again. Are you planning to bribe my subordinates with gold galleons? Frankly, I don't understand your motives. You must know that the Auror office is entirely under my control. Do you intend to usurp my position? Carl replied. Director Rufus, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. The Aurors often find themselves in perilous situations, and as a single man with a surplus of salary, I merely wish to treat my brothers to a drink. Scrimgeour scoffed. Enough. Don't think you can deceive me. While I am unaware of your true intentions, I suspect there is someone backing you. But I shall keep a close watch on you. A glint of cold light flashed in Carl's eyes, but a smile graced his face. Then I shall entrust my safety to you, Director Rufus. Now to business. Minister Fudge has ordered you to take all Aurors to the Axley family, to apprehend Axley. Upon hearing Carl's words, Scrimgeour was taken aback. What? Apprehend Axley? Are you jesting? Has he lost his mind? That is a pureblood family. How could we possibly capture him with the Aurors? Carl replied, I am merely conveying an order. Besides, the Aurors are among the strongest of wizards. Capturing the Axley family should not pose a significant challenge. Scrimgeour furrowed his brow as he regarded Carl. It's you, isn't it? You are behind this. Why would you do such a thing? If a confrontation arises, the Aurors will suffer heavy casualties. Each Auror is a precious asset to the Ministry of Magic. Do you not understand this? Carl stated, I do not comprehend your concerns. I have delivered the message. If you have any issues, you may address them with Minister Fudge. With that, Carl turned and left. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved a piece of stationery and soon summoned an owl, which took the letter and flew away. However, the owl had scarcely left the Ministry of Magic when it was seized by none other than Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour extracted the letter from the owl's beak, tore open the envelope, but did not notice a strand of hair that had drifted to the ground as the envelope opened. Scrimgeour glanced at the letter, his brow furrowing. The letter contained only a single drawing, akin to the scrawl of a child. Scrimgeour shoved the envelope back into the owl's beak. The owl took flight once more, and he did not even consider pursuing it. Owls are remarkable creatures, particularly in the realm of magic. They can only be briefly tracked before their trail becomes obscured. Regardless of who attempts to follow, it proves futile. Thus, wizards opt for owls to deliver messages, as it is exceedingly safe. Chapter 149, Karmit's Intricate Plan. The owl soared directly to the Turnover Alley but did not alight within Blake's stronghold. Instead, upon entering Turnover Alley, it paused at a window. A hand reached out to retrieve the letter from the owl's beak, subsequently offering it some sustenance. The owl then retraced its flight. Moments later, the letter was delivered into Karmit's hands. Karmit opened the correspondence, a smirk gracing his lips. Beside him, Belinda stood in quietude. With a gentle flick of his finger, the letter floated in the air before igniting. It swiftly reduced to ashes. Belinda waved her hand to dispose of the remnants. Reclining on the sofa, Karmit remarked, It can begin now. The Ministry of Magic is poised to take action. Belinda inquired, Master, should we not act before the Ministry? Karmit shook his head. No. Let the Ministry proceed. We shall merely await the fruits of their labor. Belinda nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. She sensed that Karmit harbored additional plans. Ones beyond her comprehension, as the letter was indecipherable to her, and the messenger was a stranger. Karmit tapped his fingers lightly upon the armrest of the sofa. All preparations were complete. Now, They needed only to await the grand unveiling. Every scheme was crafted according to his design. The sole concern lingered. Would Scringe defy orders and refrain from taking orders to the Axley family? If so, his plan would lack a crucial outcome, an eventuality intolerable to someone like Karmit, who pursued perfection. Within the Ministry of Magic, Scringe stormed into Fudge's office. After knocking, he did not wait for a response and barged in. Fudge's expression soured immediately. Scringe, who permitted you to enter? Your lack of decorum is growing intolerable. You must understand that I am the Minister of Magic. Scringe replied, I apologize, Minister, the situation is urgent. I fail to comprehend why you would issue such an order. Sending orders to confront the Axley family. Had it been a request for cooperation in an investigation, it might have been feasible, but a direct arrest. The Axleys will not stand idly by. They are a formidable pureblood family, currently at the zenith of their power. Have you considered the potential casualties among the Aurors? Fudge retorted coldly. Does he dare to resist the Ministry of Magic? Scringe, execute the orders. I am the Minister of Magic, not you. You are the head of the Auror office, and it is your duty to apprehend the Axleys. Scringer's expression turned icy. Your command is unreasonable, Minister. The risks involved are far too great. Fudge slammed his hand on the table. Scringer, do you understand who you are speaking to at this moment? I am the Minister of Magic, and I shall say this once more. Now, immediately proceed to the Axley family and apprehend them. If you fail, I can always appoint another head of the Auror office. Upon hearing Fudge's words, Scringer's countenance darkened significantly. You will regret this, he declared, before sweeping out of the room. Fudge watched Scringer's retreating figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Enraged, Scringer failed to notice Carl leaning against the wall around the corner of the office, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the Master's understanding of Fudge and Scringer's humanity was remarkably precise. Every reaction aligned perfectly with the Master's expectations. It seemed that good news would soon arrive. Fudge, the minister, was nearing his end. Carl turned and returned to the entrance of his office. Gazing at the label on his door, he mused that it would soon be transformed into that of the Minister of Magic. Within the Axley family estate, Axley too had received the news. Damn it. Where did these come from? Beside him, the turtle grandson wore a contemplative expression. He sensed that something was amiss. Axley shattered several vases in frustration. How did they obtain this information? This is slander. The turtle grandson remained silent, instead scrutinizing the evidence presented on the parchment in the newspaper. These incidents had indeed occurred, but they were actions taken by them without involvement from the Axley family. He was certain that no one had witnessed the events at the time. Yet why was the chain of evidence so complete? Most crucially, the events were real, although not perpetrated by the Axley family. Nonetheless, once publicized, no one would believe it. A sense of foreboding crept into the turtle grandson's heart. He had underestimated Karmit Black. The ability to reach this point indicated that all their movements had been under the watchful eye of the Black family. They had remained oblivious to the surveillance. The power of the Black family began to instill a sense of retreat in the turtle grandson. He felt that his journey to England might have been a mistake. He even sensed a looming crisis. He was a person who profoundly trusted his instincts, which had saved him numerous times before. Thus, he chose to heed his intuition once more. He resolved to withdraw, leaving subsequent matters for later consideration. For now, it was best to extricate himself from this quagmire. As for the Axley family, he knew their fate was sealed. This was no longer merely a matter between pure-blood families. The entire magical community would turn against the Axley family, even resorting to attacks. Even if they, the turtle grandson's family, succeeded in their plan to eliminate the Black family. However, in the end, he still found it impossible to establish a foothold in Britain. This was due to their actions inciting widespread outrage. The young heir felt somewhat vexed, realizing that this journey had been in vain, while simultaneously beginning to fear Black, a truly formidable adversary. Yet, do you think he regrets it? He does not. For in his view, the lives of Muggles are of little worth. He had merely been careless this time. Should there be a next opportunity, he would exercise greater caution. Regret is an impossibility for him. However, he is aware that there may not necessarily be another chance. Nonetheless, it matters not, for the Eastern ninja clans encompass other families. Observing the furious Axley, the heir scoffed disdainfully at the incompetent fool. It seemed that he had misjudged his partner from the outset. The heir turned to leave. Just then, a series of explosive sounds from outside reached his ears. The heir's expression changed dramatically. Axley, too, paused in confusion, glancing toward the door. Chapter 150, Aurors attack Axley. A cornered beast? The elderly butler of the Axley family rushed in. Master, Aurors from the Ministry of Magic are attacking our estate. The raid is led by the head of the Auror office, Scrimgear. The faces of both Axley and the heir shifted simultaneously. The heir, perplexed, could not comprehend. Based on what he knew of the British Ministry of Magic, they would not recklessly send people to attack a pure-blood family. This was a direct assault on a lineage of pure blood. How could the Aurors be of any use in this situation? Had they lost their minds? The heir was bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. Axley was equally taken aback. You mean, the Aurors are attacking our estate? His tone was rife with disbelief. How dare they? While Aurors indeed wield a certain intimidation over ordinary wizards, for a pureblood family, even if the Aurors mobilized en masse, it would have little impact. How could Fudge issue such an order? Had he gone mad? To Axley, Fudge was merely a power-hungry individual of little capability, cowardly and fearful. How could he possibly have the audacity to order an attack on a pureblood family? Had he forgotten that his position as Minister of Magic was upheld by the contributions of all pureblood families? Axley's face hardened. Heir, instruct your men to take action. Since they dare to come, let us make sure they do not leave. Enraged, Axley hesitated not for a moment and promptly issued the command for counterattack. The elderly butler hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. To Axley, this was merely Fudge reveling in their misfortune, adding insult to injury. In such circumstances, he would not entertain any other thoughts. The heir pondered for a moment. It seemed that they truly had no choice but to strike, otherwise their retreat would be quite troublesome. The heir summoned a subordinate and gave orders. Axley strode directly toward the outside. Within the estate, the Aurors clashed fiercely with the vagrants employed by the Axley family. The intensity of the battle was palpable. Axley quickly zeroed in on Scringe, exclaiming, Scringe, who gave you the audacity to assault the Axley family? Scringe, incapacitating a vagrant with a swift motion, addressed the nearest Auror, Axley. Surrender at once and accompany me back to the Ministry of Magic. You have committed grave offenses that warrant trial. A glint of cold fury flashed in Axley's eyes. You seek death. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of a pureblood family. The conflict escalated once more as shadows emerged, with ninjas launching attacks on the Aurors. The Aurors began to find themselves at a disadvantage. Scringe's expression darkened. He knew well that the Aurors could not overpower the Axley family. Yet, he was bound to obey Fudge's orders, a predicament that weighed heavily on him. Despite his genuine desire to uphold justice, the lack of trust from his superiors was burdensome. Witnessing the casualties among the Aurors, Scringe felt it was time to retreat. He had never intended to defeat the Axley family. He merely needed to fulfill his duty. Failure to do so would surely result in repercussions from Fudge, leaving him with no alternative. At that moment, a terrified Auror cried out, I can no longer use apparition. Others echoed the same distress. Scringe's countenance shifted drastically as he attempted to apparate, only to find it impossible. He turned to Axley. Axley, do you intend to keep all the Aurors here? That would only worsen your transgressions. You are openly declaring war on the ministry. Axley, equally bewildered, discovered that he too was unable to apparate. He glanced at his accomplice, who mirrored his confusion. Their eyes met, each suspecting the other of employing some form of magic. The ninjas, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, ruthlessly began to claim the lives of the Aurors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Axley called out to his ally, grandson. Command your men to cease their attacks and lift the restrictions on apparition, or it will be too late. The grandson hesitated. Isn't this you're doing? Axley was taken aback. They exchanged a knowing glance, a shared suspicion that they had been set up. However, in that brief interval, several more Aurors had perished. Scringe seethed with rage. Axley, you are truly courting death. Without waiting for a response, he charged toward the vagrants and ninjas of the Axley family, casting a lethal curse. The grandson gestured for one of the ninjas to approach. Go check the perimeter and report back. The ninja nodded and led a small team away. In less than 10 minutes, the ninja returned, disheveled and alone. The grandson's pupils constricted in alarm. What transpired? There are forces at the perimeter preventing anyone from leaving. But they merely block our exit. They do not seem intent on engaging in combat. I cannot ascertain who they are. Upon hearing those words, the pupils of Tortoise's grandson constricted. It was clear, he did not need to ponder, for the perimeter was undoubtedly secured by the Black family. The Black family had ensnared them. Outside, atop the throne, Karmit held Vonnie in his embrace, observing the lifeless bodies of several fallen ninjas sprawled on the ground. Belinda remarked, Master, all have been dealt with. Not a single soul shall escape. Karmit languidly leaned against his throne and nodded. Belinda continued, But Master, should we not seize this opportunity to annihilate the Axley family? Karmit shook his head. They still serve a purpose. For now, they must remain alive. Moreover, how could a grand performance unfold without an audience? A smirk graced Karmit's lips. Belinda refrained from further inquiry. Karmit's strategy was indeed somewhat ruthless, particularly towards those Aurors. However, there was no alternative. The survival of these Aurors was essential for the fulfillment of his ambitions. As for the fallen Aurors, Karmit would later provide compensation to their families. One might argue that Karmit lacked humanity or was cruel. Yet, in comparison to the interests he aimed to achieve, such concerns were trivial. The battle within the estate continued unabated. Tortoise's grandson approached Axley, conveying the dire situation. Axley's expression shifted dramatically. He turned towards the formidable Skringer, exclaiming, Skringer, cease your attacks. We have been ensnared. There are obstacles outside. It must be the blacks. Skringer's movements faltered momentarily. He then glanced at the dwindling Aurors, piecing together the unfolding events in his mind. Soon, enlightenment dawned upon him, and a bitter smile emerged. So that is the case? Did I inadvertently obstruct others? Yet, why not simply eliminate me? Your strength could easily dispatch me. These Aurors are innocent. Chapter 151. Skringer falls. The Aurors meet their doom. Skringer's voice bore a sorrowful tone, echoing through the woods. Karmit's hand paused in its caress of Vani. Belinda looked towards Karmit, who shook his head. Skringer was indeed a good man. A responsible head of the Auror office. What a pity. He obstructed my path. Had he lived, my plans would have been challenging to conclude perfectly. A hint of regret tinged Karmit's voice. As always, Karmit was selfish, prioritizing his interests. For the sake of profit, no one was irreplaceable. Skringer gazed at Axley and Tortoise's grandson. Axley implored, "Stand down, Skringer. It is evident that the Black family wishes to observe the conflict from afar, allowing us to clash while they reap the rewards. I can facilitate your departure. Return to the Ministry of Magic." Skringer regarded Axley and suddenly laughed. Return to the Ministry? We arrived with 30 individuals, all the Aurors that could be summoned. And now, I am left alone. Tell me, how am I to return? Axley declared. In the name of the Aurors, you are under arrest. The charges, the massacre of Aurors and the harm of Muggles. You must face judgment. As the conversation unfolded, Scrimgeour raised his arm, directing his wand at Axley, his eyes filled with resolute determination. Axley's expression instantly turned cold. Scrimgeour, are you seeking death? Beside him, Axley's butler hastily interjected. Master, you cannot kill him. Otherwise, we will truly have no foothold in Britain. Axley retorted, I am Axley, the patriarch of the Axley family. If the Ministry of Magic is disobedient, we shall simply replace it. Stand aside. The butler was rendered speechless. Did his master truly lack the wit to grasp such an evident truth? To replace the Ministry of Magic? How audacious. Indeed, the Ministry was primarily a means to regulate ordinary wizards, while pure-blood families stood above it. Yet, it remained the Ministry of Magic. The Aurors present had not perished at the hands of the Axley family. They had fallen to the ninjas from the east. As long as Scrimgeour was unharmed, the blame could easily be shifted to the eastern ninjas. However, before the elder butler could utter another word, Scrimgeour launched yet another assault on Axley. Axley's expression turned frigid. If you seek death, I shall oblige. In the midst of his words, Axley had already initiated his own attack against Scrimgeour, leaving the elder butler pale and bereft of options. Scrimgeour, already fatigued from the prolonged battle, was now faced with an opponent of equal standing, and he should have been at a disadvantage. Yet, Scrimgeour fought with a resolve to embrace death, battling with desperate fervor. To Axley's astonishment, it was he who found himself suppressed. Scrimgeour wielded his wand, deflecting Axley's spell with precision. In a swift motion, he countered, pointing his wand at Axley. Avada. However, before he could utter the killing curse, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw the blade of a katana, stained with his own blood, protruding from his torso. The assailant was, of course, the ninja. After all, those from the east were known for their penchant for stealthy ambushes. The ninja withdrew the katana, causing Scrimgeour to stagger before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Axley exhaled in relief. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he was facing death. Scrimgeour gazed at the sky, unable to fathom that his story would conclude in such a manner. He thought of his wife, his daughter, and his cherished career as an Auror. Alas, this world was ultimately not governed by ordinary individuals like them. Ordinary people were but pawns, even if he held the title of head of the Auror office. Just then, a voice reached his ears. From this day forth, your family, the Black family, will be looked after. Your daughter may one day inherit your legacy, and for the other fallen Aurors, the Black family will ensure their families are cared for. Consider this my compensation. I apologize for obstructing my path. The voice belonged to Karmit. This can be considered a rudimentary application of the divine power mastered by Karmit. Upon hearing this, Skringer's face broke into a smile. Compensation? Thus, in the eyes of these pure-blood families, human life can merely serve as a means of recompense. Thankfully, his daughter would not have to endure the fate of becoming a mere pawn, destined to vanish when obstructing the path. Perhaps having the formidable Black family as an ally is indeed a blessing. Skringer held no doubts regarding Karmit's credibility. Even if his words were not spoken in a public setting, deep down, he was assured that Karmit would deliver. After all, the headmaster of Hogwarts is worthy of such trust. Skringer perished in battle, along with all the Aurors he had brought today. None survived, their deaths tragically noble. However, there was no alternative. Their demise aligned with Karmit's interests. The compensation Karmit could offer pales in comparison to the lives they lost, rendering it almost laughable. After dispatching Skringer, Axley gradually regained his composure. Gazing upon Skringer's lifeless body, he understood that significant trouble was imminent. He had killed the director of the Auror office. Coupled with the revelations concerning the Axley family. In Britain, the Axley family's position was no more. Axley turned to the young scion beside him. If you wish to live, summon your people and charge out with me. Otherwise, trust me. That wretched black will not spare your life. The young scion, well aware of this truth, nodded without hesitation. Axley rallied the remaining forces of his family and departed from the manor in haste. They needed to leave as swiftly as possible, yet just after exiting the estate, a figure loomed before them. It was Biller. Biller held his wand inverted, a sinister grin plastered across his face. This path is closed. Axley furrowed his brow. Where is that wretched black? Bring him forth to face me. Biller scoffed. You think you are worthy to meet my master? Do you not grasp the situation? If it weren't for my master's belief that you still possess some utility, you would have perished long ago. Axley's expression turned frosty. You believe you can halt us? Biller retorted. So, are you suggesting this is a numbers game? As Biller's words echoed, wizards emerged from the woods, all brandishing their wands inverted, their faces twisted in malevolent smiles. Chapter 152, Karmit and Axley, conspiring for world domination. Axley's countenance darkened immediately. The young scion, witnessing the ever-increasing numbers, felt a surge of dread. Was this truly the might of the Black family? He had gauged their strength based on the Axley family's capabilities, but the disparity was staggering. Inwardly cursing, the young scion wondered how Axley dared to declare war against the Blacks. They were simply not in the same league. Biller cackled arrogantly. So, Axley, tell me, whose numbers are greater now? Axel's complexion turned ashen. Well, the Black family certainly conceals its depths. I never anticipated that they would harbor so many rogue wizards. I believe they only had those rogues from Nocturne Alley at their disposal. Biller scoffed. You are utterly oblivious to the master's contingencies. With your capabilities, how could you ever hope to be a rival? It's truly laughable. Axel dismissed Biller's mockery, sensing that he had been ensnared in Black's scheme from the very beginning. The notion of a pureblood family war was nothing more than a farce. The Black family was too deeply entrenched, even with the addition of the Tortoise descendants. They would not stand a chance against them. 3 against 1, what hope did they have? Axel gazed into the depths of the forest. Karmit Black, come forth. I wish to speak with you, in the name of the Axel family patriarch. As his voice echoed, Axel's eyes remained fixed on the darkened woods. At that moment, a throne emerged from the trees. Karmit reclined upon it, while Belinda stood at the first step below, her head bowed, the throne suspended in midair. Biller and the others promptly bowed. Master. Karmit stroked the soft fur of Vanny nestled in his embrace, gazing at Axel. Long time no see, Uncle Axel. Or perhaps not so long. The last time we met was during the Chief's challenge, though we did not have the opportunity to converse. Such a pity indeed. Axel observed Karmit in silence, allowing him to speak without interruption, his face betraying no hint of emotion. A flicker of intrigue crossed Karmit's eyes. What a curious situation. Axel appeared remarkably composed. Once Karmit finished, Axel finally spoke. I concede, I underestimated you, and I have made many erroneous decisions. The Axel family shall become a vassal of the Black family. I admit defeat in this battle. Upon Axel's declaration, none from the Axel family exhibited any surprise. After witnessing the might of the Black family, their fighting spirit had long since evaporated. Karmit nodded, a wise choice. Axel exhaled in relief, preparing to speak, but Karmit interjected. However, why should I accept your surrender? Upon hearing these words, Axel's expression shifted dramatically. What more do you intend? In a pureblood family war, the best outcome is already apparent. By surrendering now, you would suffer no losses. What is there to gain from prolonging this? Karmit shook his head. Uncle Axel, you still fail to grasp the situation. Do you understand why, despite the Black family's superiority over the Axel family, I have tolerated you for so long? Axel's countenance altered slightly. Karmit continued, because I must stand on the side of justice. Do you not wonder why I have gone to such lengths to uncover your criminal evidence with those Eastern miscreants, and why I chose this moment to expose it? Why must you force so many matters upon yourself? Do you truly believe these tasks are easily accomplished? Axel's eyes widened in astonishment. Karmit offered him no opportunity to respond. Continuing, because I intend to transform the Black family into a bastion of justice. Why can you never comprehend the dire environment surrounding the Axel family? Do you genuinely think I would expend such effort only to retain you? Axel has now grasped the truth. You are deliberate in your actions. You wish to annihilate the Axel family. No, your ambitions extend beyond that. You seek to craft a halo for the Black family through the Axel family's misfortunes, ensuring that the magical community recognizes your family's endeavors as righteous. With this incident, even should you turn against other pureblood families and fabricate evidence of their guilt, no one in the magical realm would dare to question your motives. Your objective has never been merely the Axel family. You are scheming for the entirety of the British magical world. Karmit reclined in his throne. How delightful it is to witness your intellect returning, dear Uncle Axel. Had you employed your reasoning from the outset, perhaps you would not have found yourself in this predicament. Alas, it may be too late. Do you understand why I have appeared? Merely to clarify your fate, for we share the lineage of the 28 pureblood families, and soon, that title may well cease to exist. Axel replied coldly, Are you not afraid that your words will reach others? If they do, your plans will unravel. Karmit laughed. Reach others? To whom? Uncle Axel, you have slain Aurors, decimated their ranks, and even murdered the head of their office. Do you truly believe anyone would give credence to your words? The Axel family is now the pariah of the magical world. Axel's expression shifted dramatically. Was this also your design? Have you planted your agents within the Ministry of Magic? Karmit shrugged noncommittally. Uncle Axel, you may survive through tonight, but tomorrow, your family will fulfill its final purpose. Cherish this last night. After today, the Axel family will indeed be consigned to history. You might arrange for your final affairs tonight. Though without heirs, such arrangements would be in vain. However, you could also attempt to breach the blockade of the Black family. Rest assured, I have assured them they will not kill you. After all, tomorrow's grand performance requires another protagonist. As Karmit's words faded, the throne turned, gliding deeper into the woods. Suddenly, it halted, and Karmit's voice echoed. Oh, and Uncle Axel, you are mistaken in another regard. Your assertion contains an error. My ambitions do not lie solely within the British magical realm. I covet the extraordinary world at large. With that, the throne vanished into the forest, leaving Axel standing in stunned silence, murmuring, the entire world? Beside him, his grandson was equally astonished. Moments later, Axel laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am no match for you. I am outdone by an 11-year-old child. My defeat is not without reason. Karmit Black, the Axel family shall not surrender easily. Chapter 153, The Intellectual Dominance of Axel. Karmit did not hear Axel's words, but he could likely surmise their essence. As the patriarch of the Axel family, Axel's behavior occasionally appeared quite foolish. However, regardless of his shortcomings, he remained the leader of a pure-blood lineage, a fact that cannot be denied. He is not an utter failure. Now that he has discerned all of Karmit's schemes, he understands well that Karmit will not spare him. Seated before the fireplace, Axel gazed absently into the flickering flames. The old butler stood silently behind him. Axel remarked, It seems you were right. I have indeed become somewhat overconfident. It feels as though something has clouded my mind. The butler responded, My master, as your most loyal servant, whatever decision you make, your servant shall support you. I have been with the Axel family since your father's time. I harbor a deep affection for our lineage. Axel chuckled, albeit with a hint of bitterness, indeed. Yet alas, tomorrow, the Axel family shall face complete obliteration. His smile, tinged with melancholy, also bore the semblance of resignation. Suddenly enlightened, Axel's intellect appeared to have regained its footing. He comprehended many truths, including his current predicament and that of the Axel family. At that moment, the anxious grandson rushed in. Mr. Axel, why did you withdraw your men? If we do not break through soon, we shall lose our chance. Axel glanced at the grandson with a cold sneer. Now you are in a hurry? Where was your urgency before? If it were not for your actions, the Axel family would not have reached this point. The grandson's expression grew increasingly frosty. Axel, what do you mean by that? Axel rose to his feet. What? Shall we sever ties? You may attempt it, fool. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your schemes? It must be noted that the awakened Axel had regained a semblance of clarity. He began to realize that the overtures from the east were not as straightforward as they seemed. It was a matter of mutual exploitation. He had previously acted irrationally, blinded by his disdain for the Black family. However, it is now evident that Axel's astute mind has reclaimed its prominence. Thus, Axel shall no longer act as foolishly as before. The grandson scrutinized Axel, his gaze growing colder. Axel declared, If you wish to sever ties, you must first ascertain whether you possess the strength to do so. How do you intend to engage in battle with the Axel family before tomorrow? Or do you plan to wait and see if any opportunities arise? A smirk danced upon Axel's lips, for he was confident that the turtle's progeny would devise his own appropriate response. Indeed, the murderous intent in the turtle's eyes gradually coalesced. In a cold tone, he remarked, Very well, Axel, I underestimated you. I never anticipated you would suddenly display such cleverness. With that, the turtle turned on his heel and departed, without a hint of hesitation. Axel observed the retreating figure, a derisive smile escaping his lips. This outcome had been anticipated long ago. He then addressed the elderly steward beside him. Gather the remaining forces of our family. Ascertain how many still possess the will to fight. A grand battle awaits us tomorrow, though defeat is inevitable. We must not concede so easily. After all, we are the Axleys. Within the Ministry of Magic, Fudge remained ensconced in his office, his brow furrowed with concern. Why had no news yet arrived? What was that fool Scringier doing? Just then, the office door was abruptly flung open, and a large pink toad leapt inside. Fudge frowned. Umbridge, do you not know how to knock? Hearing this, Umbridge hastily replied, Apologies, Minister, but matters are urgent. Fudge waved his hand dismissively. This once only. Speak. What is it? Umbridge declared. The news just received indicates that the Axley family has rebelled against the Aurors, and all Aurors, including Scrimgeour, have perished. Upon hearing this, Fudge was momentarily rendered speechless. What? What did you say? Umbridge lowered her gaze, unable to meet Fudge's eyes. Stammering, she reiterated, the entire force has been annihilated, including Director Scrimgeour. Fudge slumped back into his chair, utterly deflated. All gone. Umbridge nodded solemnly. Minister, what shall we do now? Fudge slammed his hand against the table. How dare they? How dare the Axley family? He cared little for Scrimgeour's fate. His concern lay solely with his own power. The loss of Scrimgeour, along with all the Aurors, was a monumental disaster. Most critically, the orders had originated from him. He could not escape culpability. Leaning back in his chair, his eyes vacant, Fudge lamented, "It is over. All is lost." He could already foresee the uproar that tomorrow's news would incite. Umbridge interjected, "Minister, our immediate priority must be to devise a response." Fudge remained silent, waving her away. "You may leave now." Umbridge protested, but Fudge barked, "I said leave." Reluctantly, she turned to depart. She felt utterly powerless. She dared not allow Fudge to fall, for she knew all too well what awaited her should that come to pass. Fudge held her secrets in his grasp, binding her fate to his own. And now, it was evident that he was ensnared in a dire crisis, a crisis of monumental proportions. Umbridge sighed. She needed to carve out a new path for herself. As she pondered, she nearly collided with someone at the corner. "Director Carl?" Carl nodded, inquiring, "What is the matter? You seem rather distracted." Umbridge replied, "Director Scrimgeour has fallen in battle. All the Aurors he took with him have perished." However, upon hearing this, Carl's expression remained utterly unchanged. Umbridge was taken aback. "Director Carl, do you not find this surprising?" Carl chuckled. "Why should I?" Umbridge gazed at the smile on Carl's face, an inexplicable shock surging through her. "You knew all along." Carl offered no explanation, merely stating, "Well, I must go meet the minister now. We can reminisce another time." With that, he disregarded Umbridge entirely and strode towards Fudge's office. Chapter 154. The Machinations Regarding Fudge, the Ascendancy to Minister of Magic? Umbridge watched Carl's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She was the loathed pink toad, yet she was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not have risen from the ashes to her current position. Carl's demeanor struck her as exceedingly peculiar. It appeared he had been aware for quite some time. The death of Scrimgeour seemed to provoke no surprise in him. A shiver ran down Umbridge's spine. She felt as though she had brushed against something monumental. Carl arrived at Fudge's office door and knocked. "Come in." Fudge's voice trembled with suppressed rage and panic. Carl could discern this clearly. The minister was evidently terrified. A mocking expression flickered across Carl's face, but was quickly subdued. Fudge still served an important purpose. Until that purpose was fulfilled, he remained useful. Carl entered the office. "Minister." Upon hearing Carl's voice, Fudge's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Carl, you finally arrived. That useless Scrimgeour is dead, and not only him. Every single Auror has perished." Fudge's words were laced with venom. The fate of Scrimgeour meant little to him. What concerned him was how Scrimgeour's death would impact the power he wielded. Carl internally scoffed. Such a character had become the Minister of Magic. No wonder the ministry was in its current disarray. With such a minister, the British Ministry of Magic certainly had a bleak future. Carl thought this while maintaining a semblance of urgency on his face. "Minister, I have heard the news." I could hardly believe the audacity of the Yaxley family, nor that Scrimgeour would fall in battle. "The loss of so many Aurors is a grave blow to our ministry." Fudge retorted, "None of that matters. What matters is what we do next." He was uninterested in Carl's ramblings. Human lives meant little to him. He was solely focused on preserving his power. Upon hearing this, Carl couldn't help but marvel at Fudge's desperation. Such words can indeed be uttered. It is evident that he is no longer concerned about matters of reputation. In his eyes, only his own power prevails. Carl remarked, "Today's events are monumental. Soon the prophet will receive the news. This matter cannot be concealed, and when it comes to light, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to you, Minister." Fudge furrowed his brow. "What shall we do? Can we shift the blame onto Scrimgeour, claiming he acted on his own accord?" Carl replied, "I am afraid that may not be feasible, Minister, as Scrimgeour possesses a commendable reputation within the magical community. Moreover, he has managed the Auror office for quite some time without significant errors. Additionally, mobilizing all Aurors requires your command. Your orders are surely still on record in the Auror office. This cannot be concealed." Fudge frowned. "Then what now?" "Such a grave matter is sufficient to compel my resignation." A glint of sharpness flashed in Carl's eyes. "Minister, it seems your only recourse now is to resign in disgrace. It is the sole solution. Otherwise, should the truth emerge, you will be met with overwhelming public scrutiny." Fudge's eyes widened in alarm, suspicion dawning upon him. "Carl, what do you mean? You suggest I resign in disgrace?" Observing Fudge's reaction, Carl discerned his thoughts. Before the allure of power, Fudge displayed a peculiar acuity. Minister, do not misconstrue my intentions. I propose a temporary resignation, as your role in the ministry is irreplaceable. You may publicly resign to appease the magical community. However, I recall a regulation stating that when a previous minister departs, they can recommend their successor, bypassing the need for a vote if the recommendation comes from the former minister. Fudge nodded. Indeed, there is such a provision. Carl continued. Then it becomes simple. You could easily endorse someone you trust, such as Umbridge, to take your place. This could help deflect public opinion, and when the time is opportune, you may return. Umbridge is your ally, and when you need to come back, it would merely take a word. Upon hearing Carl's suggestion, Fudge's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. It appeared quite reasonable. He wore a contemplative expression. Within Carl's sleeve, his wand was gripped tightly. If Fudge adhered to his master's advice, then he could extend his own existence for a few more days. However, should anything go awry, his lethal curse was at the ready. Fudge sat at his desk, carefully reflecting on Carl's words, while Carl remained silent, allowing him to ponder. After approximately 10 minutes, Fudge finally spoke. Your suggested approach is sound, but Umbridge will not suffice. A flash of insight sparkled in Carl's eyes. Why not? Minister, do you not trust Umbridge? Fudge met Carl's gaze and replied, Carl, can I trust you? Carl slightly lowered his head and replied, Of course, Minister, I have always been loyal to you. Fudge then said, Well, I shall reveal something to you. This information will serve as your best means to control Umbridge when you take over as Minister of Magic in my absence. Carl feigned astonishment. What? Minister, am I to succeed you as Minister of Magic? Fudge nodded. Indeed, Carl, you heard correctly. You are astute and a true talent. I shall appoint you as Minister of Magic, awaiting my return. Upon my return, trust me, you will become the director of the Auror office you have long desired. Carl hastily responded, Minister, I cannot. Though he spoke those words, his wand had already been discreetly concealed. This was because Fudge was acting according to the grand design of his illustrious master. As for this notion of waiting for his return, what did Fudge think he was? Voldemort? As if he would return. Once he departed the Ministry of Magic, his countdown to demise would begin. And the idea of becoming the coveted director of the Auror office was nothing short of a jest. It was merely a persona he had established at Karmit's behest. Without this facade, how could Fudge possibly place his trust in him? Fudge insisted, No, Carl, listen to me. I trust you, which is why I have decided to give you this opportunity. Do not decline. I have faith in my judgment. What I am about to disclose to you is Umbridge's most significant secret, which you can leverage to control her. She is a fine tool, unafraid of getting her hands dirty. Chapter 155, Umbridge's Leverage. Carl's eyes flickered. It turned out that Fudge possessed incriminating evidence against Umbridge. No wonder she had ascended so swiftly. When she was appointed Deputy Minister of Magic, she was in a position of weakness, yet Fudge had forcefully championed her advancement. At that time, Carl had been curious as to how Umbridge could attain such a position. After all, it was evident that Umbridge was an exceedingly ambitious individual. Such a person did not align with Fudge's ideal standards for his subordinates. Now, hearing Fudge's words, Carl understood. It was simply because she was easily manipulable. Fudge remarked, You must be aware that Umbridge has long proclaimed herself a pure-blood witch, correct? Carl nodded. Indeed, her identity as a pure-blood allows her to navigate the ministry with ease. Are you suggesting that her status is not what it seems? Fudge confirmed, precisely. Her father, Orford Umbridge, was a wizard, yet her mother, Ellen Cranial, was a muggle. Moreover, she has a mute brother. Carl was taken aback. A muggle? A mute? Fudge scoffed. Yes, indeed. Thus, she has been concealing her true identity and pretending to hail from a pure-blood lineage. This secret is known only to me, and now I am sharing it with you. Should her real family background be exposed, then all she has achieved in the ministry would crumble to dust. Thus, as long as you are privy to this secret, she becomes your sharpest blade. Carl, I place this weapon in your hands. Now, it is up to you to wield it wisely. Carl bowed slightly, replying, Yes, Minister. I understand. Fudge observed Carl with satisfaction. Very well, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall publicly resign. At that time, I will recommend you as the new Minister of Magic. Carl assured him, Rest assured, I comprehend my role. I am merely holding this position for you temporarily. Upon your return, you shall reclaim your title as Minister. After Carl departed, Fudge gazed after him, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. It had been previously stated that Fudge was indeed a fool. However, when it came to the matter of power, his intellect shone brightly. Why did he choose Carl over the foolish Umbridge? He had his own reasoning. Umbridge had aided him in resolving several issues over the years, yet Fudge regarded her as a blade he could discard at will. Coupled with Umbridge's unsavory reputation, appointing her as minister would invite significant opposition. Thus, even if he could maintain control over her, he could not select her. Carl, on the other hand, was different. Under Karmit's directives, Carl had cultivated excellent relationships within the Ministry of Magic over the years. Indeed, to forge this persona, he had invested 3 years. It was true. 3 years ago, Karmit had already begun to devise today's plan. However, at that time, the involvement of the Eastern Ninja was not part of his design. The reason he had refrained from executing his plans all these years was twofold. First, his reputation was still insufficient. No matter how impeccably crafted his strategy, it could not secure absolute authority. Secondly, he had lacked a suitable opportunity. This time, however, Axley had fortuitously presented that opportunity to him. God knows, Karmit was utterly astonished. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to overlook. Of course, Fudge was not a fool. He did not choose the easily manipulable Umbridge, but opted for Carl, because he also possessed leverage over him. For instance, the recent incident involving the Aurors capturing Axley, alongside other forms of leverage, were all orchestrated by Karmit to be delivered into Fudge's hands. Otherwise, how could Fudge act in accordance with Karmit's wishes? Upon returning to his office, Carl sat at his desk, a smirk of derision crossing his face as he recalled Fudge's earlier demeanor. Poor Fudge. He remained oblivious to the fact that all his words and potential reactions were well within Karmit's anticipation. Having navigated the underbelly of society since his youth, Karmit had mastered the intricacies of human nature. Coupled with his knowledge of the unfolding narrative, piecing together a comprehensive plan was not a formidable challenge for him. It is evident that Fudge has not disappointed him. Rather, it is Fudge who exhibits foolishness. As for the leverage Fudge holds over Carl, what use is it when the man in question is dead? Moreover, someone as obsessively power-hungry as Fudge would never share the secrets he possesses with anyone. In other words, aside from Fudge, no one is privy to Carl's secrets. Thus, once Fudge meets his demise, these secrets will, naturally, cease to exist. Carl reclined in his chair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all these years, it is finally time to conclude matters. The Ministry of Magic will soon become the Ministry of the Black Family. As thoughts of his master crossed his mind, an uncontrollable fervor ignited in his eyes. He has always believed that one day, the Black family would reign supreme in the magical realm, and his master would become the singular ruler of this world. Meanwhile, back in Nocturne Alley, Karmit remained oblivious to the happenings within the Ministry of Magic. However, he could surmise the events taking place. After all, he had formulated contingency plans for every conceivable scenario in his mind. Naturally, there were multiple plans. Fudge's varying reactions would dictate Karmit's subsequent strategies. In essence, the Ministry would bear the name Black. This is Karmit's paramount objective. Could anyone truly believe that Karmit was sorted into Slytherin solely due to his bloodline? Such a notion is laughable, as there are pure-blood progeny sorted into other houses as well. Although the sorting hat may not discern Karmit's intentions, as a remarkable magical artifact within Hogwarts, it possesses its own unique means of perception. For instance, it recognized the vastness of Karmit's ambition, an ambition so formidable that it borders on terrifying. This, indeed, is the reason behind Karmit's sorting into Slytherin. Furthermore, Karmit has never regarded his ambition as a source of shame. On the contrary, it serves as his driving force. Especially now, after acquiring the throne, his ambition has swelled immensely. After all, his aspirations are now intricately linked to his growing power, which only fuels his motivation further. Throughout the night, the entire magical community appeared to be bustling with activity, yet there was an undercurrent of leisure. Chapter 156, The Eve of War. At the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, all departments were working tirelessly to produce the latest edition of the newspaper. This issue contained no other news, save for two significant headlines. First, the obliteration of the Aurors. Second, the war between the Black family and the Axley family. For the ordinary wizard, this night was anything but ordinary. The Axley family, along with those Eastern ninjas, had incurred the wrath of the masses. Everyone was eagerly preparing to lend their support come dawn. It could be said that the Axley family was doomed. The backlash from the entire magical community would be insurmountable, even for the current Black family. In the dead of night, Lucius stood by the window, draped in a robe, the wind billowing it about him. Narcissa stood beside Lucius. Lucius gazed at the ominous sky. The weather is about to change, Narcissa. Narcissa glanced upwards. Indeed, it is. Seemingly in response to her words, a flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating half the sky and casting light upon Malfoy Manor as well. Within the courtyard of the manor, a multitude of wizards stood in silence, all awaiting the first ray of light from the heavens. This identical scene unfolded in numerous pure-blood families, including the Parkinsons, the Greengrasses, the Knotts, the Flint family, and the Macmillan clan. Almost every pure-blood household had made a decision. Though it might be somewhat belated, they chose to stand alongside the Black family. At such a time, no one would dare to create obstacles. They all understood that the Axley family was doomed. Karmit's plan was meticulously orchestrated, and too many had come to realize this by now. But what of it? Would anyone truly care about the misdeeds of the Axley family? Clearly, the answer was no. At this juncture, not even Axley could personally clarify the situation. Even if Merlin himself proclaimed the Axley family innocent, the wizarding world would not believe it. Karmit had solidified everything against the Axley family. Once more, two bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the patter of rain beginning to fall. The temperature plummeted instantly. "It's raining," Narcissa exclaimed. Lucius nodded. "Indeed. The rain can wash away so much." Narcissa nestled against Lucius. "I can only hope that after this rain, Karmit will find true stability." Lucius shook his head. "No, Narcissa, you are mistaken. This is merely the beginning." How absurd it was to think that at this age, he had already begun to feel old. He was not as formidable as Karmit. The latter's heart was grander, his vision broader, and his courage unmatched. Lucius found himself eagerly anticipating the extent of Karmit's eventual achievements. Narcissa remained silent. Her words had been uttered casually. As a member of the Black family, how could she not comprehend that Karmit's journey was just beginning? After all this time spent in planning, how could Karmit possibly be motivated solely by the plight of the Axley family? Well then, let us take a brief rest. We can still enjoy 4 or 5 hours of respite. With dawn, the Ministry of Magic will turn a new page, heralding an unprecedented chapter. In Hogwarts, within the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall observed Dumbledore, who was preoccupied with some task at his desk. Growing somewhat displeased, she remarked, "Albus, time is of the essence. I cannot afford to indulge in your riddles any longer." Phileas and Pomona wish to assist Karmit. Severus likely shares this sentiment as well. "Everyone is awaiting your words." Dumbledore set down his quill and replied, "Minerva, Hogwarts has always maintained a stance of neutrality." Professor McGonagall interjected before Dumbledore could finish his statement, asserting, "That was in the past, Karmit, as the head of Hogwarts." Dumbledore, with a sense of resignation, replied, "However, Karmit may not require our assistance, might he?" McGonagall retorted, "That is his affair, but as the head of Hogwarts, to allow the sole head of Hogwarts to face these challenges alone is indeed our concern. Dumbledore, it is time for you to take a stand." Dumbledore sighed, observing the increasingly impatient McGonagall, and said, "Proceed as you deem fit." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, McGonagall did not hesitate and turned to leave. Dumbledore smiled wryly, realizing that his authority as headmaster was waning. He picked up the documents he had just written and scrutinized them closely. They contained a detailed account of Karmit's rise in the magical world, including the events surrounding the Axley family. Dumbledore meticulously examined the pages, and after a moment, he tossed the papers aside. Fawkes, nearby, lazily snorted. The papers ignited in flames as Dumbledore murmured, "What a cunning scheme, such a terrifying capacity for planning. Yet, your heart is too ruthless. Even he cannot rival you, utilizing the lives of all Aurors as pawns." Dumbledore's gaze grew distant as he recalled the individual who had profoundly influenced his life. The rain continued to pour. In the woods outside the Axley estate, Beeler surveyed the neatly arranged corpses of several ninjas on the ground, spitting in disdain. A bunch of deluded fools. Thinking they could flee, clean up the bodies and prepare. Time is of the essence. A few of Beeler's subordinates nodded in agreement and began to bury the bodies hastily. According to their master's words, such scum did not warrant a proper burial. Their primary concern was to prevent any contamination of the environment. Beeler conjured a magical barrier around himself, shielding the rain from his vicinity. Perched on a tree, he gazed at the distant Axley estate, a cruel smile creeping across his face. To personally eliminate the patriarch of a pureblood family was truly exhilarating. Beeler's tongue flicked across his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. He found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. The anticipation of the impending battle filled him with an inexplicable thrill. He relished this sensation, as if he could already perceive the metallic scent of blood in the air, intoxicating and captivating. Within the Axley estate, the patriarch had not slept a wink throughout the night. The fire in the hearth had extinguished at some point. The old butler of the Axley family spoke up, "Master, the guests have arrived." The patriarch nodded and moved to the window, taking a sip of the hot coffee resting on the table. It was bitter, yet warming. "Let us go, and together witness our destiny." With that, the patriarch strode purposefully into the courtyard, each step resolute. Chapter 157. The battle commences, the warm-up begins. In that moment, he regained the semblance of the patriarch of the Axley family. Alas, it was too late, far too late. Outside the Axley estate, members of the Blake family had encircled the manor. Each donned a uniform black suit and held black umbrellas, standing silently. Within the estate, the Axley family and Eastern ninjas stood poised, gazing intently at the throng outside. Yet, the fervor within their hearts remained inscrutable, especially when faced with a force several times their own. The sheer numerical superiority was enough to instill fear. Bylel stood at the forefront of the assembly. "Good morning, Axley Patriarch. It seems you rose quite early." Axley surveyed the members of the Blake family. "What? Has your master yet to arrive?" Bylel replied with a smirk. "We do not concern ourselves with our master's affairs. Moreover, even if he does not come, I dare say you have no escape today." Axley retorted, "Your numbers have dwindled somewhat. Is he still attempting to conceal himself? After today, there will be no hiding left." Bylel shook his head. "You are mistaken, Axley. Our master has never concealed himself. It is merely that you have underestimated him, thus failing to acknowledge or investigate the power of the Blake family. Axley found himself momentarily speechless. It indeed appeared to be the case. Bilo continued, as for those you claim are few, Axley, our master once stated, to cut grass, one must uproot it. Can you guess where they are now? Upon hearing this, Axley's pupils dilated momentarily. Diagon Alley. Bilo nodded. Indeed, however, since the Axley family will become history after today, retaining those assets is of no use. After today, the Axley family will be utterly erased from existence. Oh, by the way, there is something I ought to inform you. The Blake family is not the primary aggressor in the assault on Diagon Alley. The real assault on your Axley assets is being carried out by the very vagrants you often look down upon, along with those ordinary wizards. Axley remained silent. The magical community had turned against him, and he never imagined that the Axley family would arrive at such a dire juncture. At that moment, a sharp explosion erupted from the woods, followed by the emblem of the Blake family bursting into the air. Bilo flicked away the cigarette, but in his hand. The time has come. Axley, let us warm up before our master arrives. As the words left his lips, Bilo's wand was aimed directly at Axley, and a spell shot forth towards him. Axley stood motionless, but the old butler beside him waved his wand, deflecting Bilo's attack. Bilo furrowed his brow, glancing at the old butler. The butler slightly bowed. Mr. Bilo, allow me to be your opponent, as this is not our first encounter. As he spoke, the butler elegantly flicked his sleeve, revealing his wand in hand. Burrell's gaze fell upon the wand held by the old butler, and his pupils dilated in an instant. So it is you. You are indeed the steward of the Axley family? The old butler chuckled. Indeed. When I first met you in Knockturn Alley, you were merely a young man. Who would have thought you would grow to this extent? I had once told the late master that you were a remarkable talent, but alas, he had other matters to attend to and could not focus on you. I never anticipated that you would be taken in by the Black family. Burrell replied coldly. Since you are not dead, we can continue that unfinished battle. As he spoke, Burrell launched another attack. He recognized the old butler, and one might even say he harbored a grudge against him. This enmity dated back to the time when Burrell first encountered Knockturn Alley. He had searched for the old butler afterward, but to no avail, and had come to believe that he was dead. Little did he know, he was the steward of the Yaxley family. Burrell and the old butler commenced their duel, while the other members of the Black family also sprang into action. The Yaxley family and their ninjas began their assault, and chaos erupted as the two sides clashed. Meanwhile, Yaxley remained still, his gaze fixed upon the woods, waiting for Karmit's arrival. In the forest, Karmit had indeed arrived, though he appeared somewhat bewildered by the presence of the four esteemed heads of house. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here? Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. You are our Hogwarts champion. How could we not come? Karmit retorted, but Hogwarts has always maintained neutrality. Professor McGonagall affirmed. Indeed, this time is no different. Besides, you likely do not require our assistance. She glanced at the approaching throng of pureblood families. We are here solely to provide you with support, or rather, to protect our Hogwarts champion. Therefore, we shall not intervene. You should proceed with what you must do. Karmit understood. The four heads of house had come to bolster him. This was a rare occurrence, as Hogwarts rarely involved itself in conflicts, a steadfast rule in the wizarding world. After all, even without mentioning Dumbledore, the mere presence of the four heads of house was already quite exceptional. Karmit bowed slightly. Thank you. His gratitude was genuine. Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout nodded with smiles, while Professor Snape merely huffed. Do try not to get yourself killed, otherwise, we will have to step in to protect you. I trust you are not that foolish. Karmit was well acquainted with Snape's acerbic tongue and took no offense at his words. He had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Lucius and several other heads of pureblood families arrived, accompanied by a throng of hired rogue wizards, at least 200 or 300 strong. Karmit exchanged a glance with them, and no one spoke. Proceeding directly toward the estate of the Axley family, Karmit donned a silver suit, elegantly wielding a transparent umbrella. In his wake trailed Belinda, accompanied by the four esteemed deans and a multitude of pure-blooded family patriarchs. Further behind loomed a cadre of menacing rogue wizards. The war between the Axleys and the Blacks had commenced, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. Almost every second witnessed the loss of life. However, the Black family appeared largely indifferent to the casualties, as their numerical superiority rendered such losses insignificant.